Chapter 0811, Interlude. In a vast expanse of that magical realm, Luffy and Naruto had just triumphed over the dark creatures ensnared by the magical array. Yet, they were acutely aware that this was merely a fleeting interlude in their protracted journey of guardianship. At that moment, the meadow they occupied basked in the gentle embrace of sunlight, exuding tranquility and harmony. A soft breeze caressed the land, where lush green grass undulated like a verdant ocean. In the distance, an ancient castle stood sentinel, seemingly whispering tales of the magical world's storied history. Above, pristine white clouds drifted lazily, bestowing an aura of serenity upon the picturesque landscape. Luffy stood resolutely on the meadow, gripping the thunder flame, sword with unwavering determination and vigilance reflected in his gaze. His silvery hair danced lightly in the breeze, akin to a banner of battle, a constant reminder of the weighty responsibilities he bore. Beside him, Naruto emanated the potent energy of the Nine Tails, his eyes brimming with anticipation for the future and an insatiable thirst for challenge. "We must not let our guard down. The forces of darkness may resurface at any moment," Luffy declared, his voice steady and commanding. Naruto nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we must grow stronger to safeguard this world." They pressed onward across the meadow, venturing into the unknown. With each step, the scenery around them transformed. Occasionally, they would encounter a breathtaking sea of flowers, vibrant blossoms swaying in the breeze, releasing enchanting fragrances. At other times, they would pass a crystal-clear stream, its waters gurgling melodiously, reflecting the sunlight like a shimmering silver ribbon. As they progressed, other beings of the magical realm occasionally entered their field of vision. Graceful unicorns galloped across the meadow, their forms ethereal and enchanting. Delicate fairies flitted among the blossoms, their laughter ringing like silver bells. The existence of these creatures infused the magical world with vivacity and vitality. However, Luffy and Naruto remained unfooled by the enchanting surroundings. They maintained their vigilance, for they knew that behind this seemingly idyllic world lurked countless perils. Just as they continued their journey, ominous clouds suddenly gathered in the sky. These clouds rapidly expanded, shrouding the entire expanse and plunging the once bright world into darkness. "This is bad, something's amiss," Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately readied himself for battle. "Looks like we're in for another fierce fight." As the clouds loomed larger, a formidable surge of dark magical energy emanated from them, replete with malevolence and dread. Luffy and Naruto fixed their gazes on the ominous clouds, bracing for the impending danger. Suddenly, a swarm of black bats erupted from the darkness. These bats were colossal, their eyes gleaming with a sinister red light, exuding an aura of evil. "Dark bats!" Luffy exclaimed. Naruto summoned the power of the Nine Tails, conjuring a massive tailed beast bomb in his hands. He hurled it toward the dark bats, and upon detonation, the immense force repelled them. Yet, the dark bats were not easily vanquished. They launched a swift counterattack, their speed rendering evasion nearly impossible. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame sword, its electrifying flames intertwining to form a formidable barrier, thwarting the bats' assault. During the skirmish, Luffy discerned that these dark bats seemed to be under the thrall of an even greater dark force. He resolved to uncover the source of this dark energy and eradicate the threat once and for all. "Naruto, we cannot merely defend passively, we must find the origin of this dark power," Luffy urged. Naruto nodded in agreement. "Right, let's search together." While battling the dark bats, they sought the source of the dark energy. After considerable effort, they finally uncovered that the source was a concealed dark magical array hidden within the ominous clouds. "Found it!" Luffy cried. Naruto dashed toward the dark magical array. "Let's destroy it." However, a powerful magical shield surrounded the dark array, obstructing their advance. Naruto unleashed the power of the Nine Tails once more, attempting to shatter the shield, but his attacks bore little fruit against its formidable defenses. Luffy meticulously observed the structure of the magical shield, searching for its weakness. After careful examination, he identified that the vulnerability lay within its energy core. If they could destroy the core, the shield would collapse. "Naruto, target the energy core of the magical shield," Luffy instructed. Naruto nodded, channeling the power of the Nine Tails once more, launching a massive tailed beast bomb toward the core. The bomb detonated, the tremendous force striking the core directly. The magical shield began to fracture, ultimately collapsing. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy and Naruto charged into the dark magical array. Within the array, an oppressive aura of malevolence enveloped them. Dark light flickered ominously, instilling a sense of dread. Luffy and Naruto advanced cautiously, seeking a means to dismantle the magical array. At the center of the array, they discovered a colossal dark crystal. This crystal radiated a potent dark energy, the very source controlling the dark bats. "This is it," Luffy proclaimed. Naruto readied himself to attack the dark crystal. "Let's destroy it." Yet, just as they prepared to strike, the dark crystal emitted a powerful beam of dark light, engulfing them. Luffy and Naruto felt an overwhelming pressure, their bodies ensnared by the dark light, rendering them immobile. "This is bad, we're trapped," Luffy exclaimed. Naruto struggled against the binding force, but the grip of the dark light was too strong. "What do we do?" In this critical moment, Luffy remained calm, contemplating a strategy. He recalled the formidable magic they had acquired in the ruins and resolved to employ it to break free from the dark light's grasp. Focusing intently, he summoned the power of the Ten Tails while channeling the magical energy from the ruins. A radiant white light emanated from him, clashing against the dark light. After a concerted effort, Luffy finally shattered the dark light's hold. He and Naruto unleashed their most potent attacks, charging toward the dark crystal. The thunder flame soared, and the power of the Nine Tails struck the dark crystal simultaneously, shattering it instantly. As the crystal fractured, the dark bats lost their control and plummeted to the ground. With the battle concluded, the ominous clouds in the sky began to dissipate, sunlight once again gracing the meadow. Luffy and Naruto exhaled in relief, knowing they had successfully protected the magical realm once more. They continued their patrol through the magical world, safeguarding this realm filled with mystery and challenge. Their tale would resonate on, echoing throughout the annals of the magical world. Chapter 0812, Secrets. As they advanced, they arrived at a mysterious forest. An enigmatic aura pervaded the air, with towering trees forming a dense canopy, allowing only faint rays of sunlight to filter through the leaves. Luffy and Naruto tread carefully into the forest, sensing a formidable magical energy pulsating within its depths. Every corner of this place brimmed with unknown dangers, yet they pressed onward, courageously seeking to explore. Deep within the forest, they stumbled upon an ancient temple. The grand entrance was firmly shut, emanating an aura of mystery. Luffy and Naruto felt a powerful magical pressure emanating from within, aware that significant secrets lay hidden inside. "Should we venture inside?" Naruto inquired. Luffy nodded. "There may be powers and knowledge we require within, but we must exercise caution. Danger could lurk within." They cautiously pushed open the temple's grand door and stepped inside. The interior was expansive, with walls etched with intricate runes and symbols. Ancient magical artifacts adorned the floor, pulsating with potent magical energy. In the temple's center, they discovered a vast magical array. It shimmered with mysterious light, seemingly beckoning them closer. Luffy and Naruto approached the array, scrutinizing its structure. "This magical array appears quite complex. I wonder what its purpose is," Naruto remarked. Luffy fell into deep contemplation, sensing the immense power contained within the array. This array may function as a teleportation device or a formidable magical apparatus. We must explore with caution and avoid triggering it recklessly. They began searching within the temple for clues to understand the array's purpose. In a secluded corner, they uncovered an ancient tome. The text within was archaic and enigmatic, and they labored to decipher its contents. After considerable effort, they finally grasped the array's function. It was a powerful teleportation array, capable of transporting them deep into the magical world, where even greater magical powers and knowledge might be concealed. "Shall we utilize this teleportation array?" Naruto asked. Luffy pondered for a moment. "Our mission is to protect the magical realm. This array may grant us enhanced powers to fulfill our duty more effectively. However, we must remain vigilant, for the other side of the array may harbor unknown dangers." Ultimately, they resolved to utilize the teleportation array to delve into the depths of the magical realm. Standing within the circle of enchantment, they felt a formidable surge of magical energy enveloping them. In an instant, a brilliant flash of light transported them to an unfamiliar locale. This place was an expansive cavern, adorned with bizarrely shaped rocks and shimmering crystals. The walls of the cave were etched with ancient runes and patterns, reminiscent of the magical array they had encountered in the temple. "What place is this?" Naruto inquired. Luffy surveyed their surroundings. "I am uncertain, but it undoubtedly conceals significant secrets." They cautiously ventured deeper into the cavern, where a mysterious aura permeated the air, evoking a mix of excitement and trepidation. As they progressed, they stumbled upon peculiar devices and instruments. These artifacts appeared to be remarkably ancient, yet they radiated a potent energy. What purpose do these items serve? Naruto asked with curiosity. Luffy scrutinized the devices and instruments. I am not entirely sure, but they are certainly linked to the secrets of this place. Continuing their exploration, they eventually reached the innermost sanctum of the cavern. Here stood a colossal stone door, intricately engraved with enigmatic runes and designs. The door was firmly shut, as if guarding a monumental secret. Luffy and Naruto attempted to pry it open, but it remained steadfast. They scoured the vicinity for a means to unlock it and finally discovered some clues inscribed on the wall beside the door. These hints appeared to be a form of cipher that needed to be unraveled to gain access. They diligently set to work deciphering the code. After considerable effort, they successfully unlocked the riddle, causing the stone door to creak open. Beyond it lay an immense chamber, dominated by a massive crystal orb. The orb emanated a mysterious glow, as if it contained the secrets of the entire world. This crystal orb must hold great significance, Luffy remarked. Naruto nodded in agreement. We must exercise caution. This orb may harbor tremendous peril. They approached the crystal orb slowly, observing the play of light and patterns upon its surface. Suddenly, an image materialized within the orb, depicting an ancient battlefield where countless mages and dark creatures engaged in fierce combat. Luffy and Naruto were entranced by the vision, as if they were witnessing the past and future of the magical world. Just as they became immersed in the imagery, the orb emitted a powerful beam of light, enveloping them completely. They felt an overwhelming force surging into their bodies, instantaneously enhancing their strength. Yet, simultaneously, a weighty sense of responsibility settled upon them. They understood that the peace of this world depended on their vigilance. As the brilliance subsided, Luffy and Naruto stood before the crystal orb, their hearts brimming with resolute conviction. They realized their adventure was far from over, and that myriad challenges awaited them in the future. In this realm of mystery and challenge, their narrative would continue to unfold. They exited the cavern, embarking on further exploration of the magical world. Their figures became a striking sight within this enchanted realm, instilling hope and strength for peace among its inhabitants. Throughout their journey, they encountered many like-minded mages who were similarly dedicated to safeguarding the magical world. Together, they forged a formidable alliance, uniting their efforts against the encroaching darkness. The power of this alliance grew ever stronger as they collectively confronted the forces of malevolence, striving to protect the tranquility of the magical realm. Luffy and Naruto played pivotal roles within the coalition, their courage and strength inspiring all who fought alongside them. However, the dark forces were relentless. They ceaselessly sought opportunities to regain their former might. In a fortuitous turn of events, the dark faction uncovered an ancient magical treasure, imbued with potent dark energy that would pose a grave threat to the magical world should it fall into their hands. Upon learning of this development, Luffy and Naruto resolved to lead their allies in thwarting the dark forces from seizing the magical treasure. They set forth with haste toward the treasure's location. As they advanced, they encountered numerous obstacles and challenges. Powerful dark creatures obstructed their path, while intricate magical traps tested their wits. Yet, they pressed on, bolstered by their unwavering resolve and indomitable spirit, overcoming each hurdle in turn. At long last, they arrived at the site of the magical treasuria, venerable castle shrouded in a potent dark aura. The grand entrance loomed before them, sealed tight and emanating an air of mystery. We must tread carefully, danger may lurk within, Luffy cautioned. Naruto nodded in agreement. We shall enter together and ensure that the dark forces do not claim the magical treasure. They proceeded with caution into the castle. The interior was vast, adorned with mysterious runes and patterns etched into the walls. Ancient magical artifacts lay scattered upon the floor, exuding a formidable magical essence. At the heart of the castle stood an enormous treasure chest, radiating an enigmatic glow that promised the magical treasure within. However, a formidable magical shield encircled the chest, obstructing their advance. How do we shatter this magical shield? Naruto queried. Luffy examined the shield's structure intently. This magical barrier is incredibly robust. We must identify its weakness to break through. They began to search the castle for clues that might reveal the shield's vulnerability. After considerable effort, they eventually discovered that the key to the shield's downfall lay within its energy core. Destroying this core would cause the magical barrier to collapse. I found it, Luffy exclaimed. Naruto prepared to strike at the energy core of the magical shield. Let's destroy it. However, just as they were about to launch their attack, members of the Dark faction materialized, thwarting Luffy and Naruto's efforts to safeguard the treasure. You shall not defile the magical treasure, one of the Dark members shouted. Undeterred, Luffy and Naruto engaged in a fierce battle against the Dark forces. The power of the Thunder Flame Sword and the Golden Ninetales played a pivotal role as they relentlessly assaulted the Dark adversaries. During the skirmish, Luffy and Naruto coordinated their efforts, unleashing their utmost strength. Their assaults drove the Dark members back, culminating in their ultimate victory over the malevolent forces. Once the battle had concluded, they immediately turned their focus to the energy core of the magical shield. With the core destroyed, the barrier shattered, granting them access to the treasure chest. The treasure chest emanates a potent magical radiance, housing an array of ancient magical artifacts and tomes. These mystical items and books are imbued with formidable magical power and wisdom, destined to play a pivotal role in safeguarding the realm of magic. Luffy and Naruto cautiously grasped the magical artifacts and tomes, feeling the formidable power contained within. They understood that these treasures would become pivotal instruments in their guardianship of the magical realm. Departing from the castle with their enchanted bounty, they continued their patrol through the mystical world. Their silhouettes transformed into a striking spectacle within the magical domain, instilling in the hearts of the people a sense of hope and strength for peace. Chapter 0813, The Source Across the Vast Expanse of the Magical World. Luffy and Naruto embarked on their protective journey, bearing the magical treasures acquired from the ancient castle. Their hearts brimmed with anticipation for the future and unwavering faith in peace. At this moment, they traversed a tranquil forest. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the ground, as if nature itself had laid a golden carpet for their passage. A gentle breeze whispered through the foliage, creating a rustling sound, as if nature were serenading their heroic deeds. In the distance, a crystal-clear stream meandered, its waters shimmering like silver under the sun's embrace, resembling a flowing ribbon of gemstones. As Luffy walked, he pondered how to better harness the powers contained within the magical treasures. He understood that these enchanted artifacts and tomes held formidable magical energies and wisdom. Yet to truly unleash their potential, one must engage in continuous exploration and practice. He gripped the Thunder Flame Sword tightly, feeling the power emanating from its blade, his heart brimming with resolve. Naruto, on the other hand, appeared even more exhilarated. He could scarcely contain his eagerness to experiment with the newfound magical abilities. The golden chakra of the Ninetales surged within him, instilling a profound sense of confidence and courage. He frequently surveyed his surroundings, filled with curiosity about every aspect of the magical realm. Luffy, when will we face our next challenge? I can hardly wait to showcase our newfound powers, Naruto exclaimed. Luffy smiled faintly, urging calmness. Challenges are ever on the horizon. We must remain vigilant and prepared. As they conversed, a faint surge of magical energy wafted from a distance, prompting them to halt and gaze warily in the direction of the disturbance. Something's amiss, Luffy exclaimed. Naruto immediately readied himself for battle, sensing yet another fierce confrontation ahead. They swiftly soared towards the source of the magical fluctuations. As they approached, they stumbled upon a mysterious valley, suffused with an enigmatic aura, as if concealing countless secrets. This valley appears quite unusual, Luffy remarked. Naruto nodded in agreement. Let us venture inside. They cautiously stepped into the valley, where the scenery was breathtaking. Vibrant blossoms swayed in the gentle breeze, exuding enchanting fragrances. Crystal-clear spring water flowed from the depths of the valley, forming a quaint waterfall. Beneath the waterfall lay a pristine pool, shimmering with a mysterious glow. Yet, they were not swayed by the valley's beauty. A formidable surge of magical energy pulsed within, imbued with both mystery and peril. Be cautious. There may be powerful magical beings lurking here, Luffy warned. Naruto scrutinized their surroundings closely, asserting, I am ready. Just as they remained alert, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the valley, resonating with power and authority, causing the very ground to tremble. It's a magical creature, Luffy shouted. Naruto promptly summoned the power of the Golden Nine-Tailed Beast, concentrating a massive tailed beast bomb in his hands. He hurled the bomb toward the source of the roar. The explosion unleashed a force so great that flowers and trees in the valley were uprooted. From the depths of the valley emerged a colossal figure, towering several meters high, its body cloaked in black scales, with eyes glowing ominously red. Its mouth was vast and sharp, capable of easily devouring a person. What manner of monster is this? Naruto inquired in astonishment. Luffy scrutinized the colossal figure before him. which appeared to be a formidable magical creature. We must tread carefully in our approach. Upon spotting Luffy and Naruto, the magical beast let out a thunderous roar. It swung its massive claws and lunged towards them, the sheer force of its strike compressing the air around it, resulting in a hissing sound. Luffy immediately swung the Thunder Flame sword, the blade enveloped in an intricate dance of lightning and fire, forming a formidable barrier that repelled the onslaught of the magical creature. The crackling electricity and flickering flames clashed against the creature's claws, resonating with thunderous echoes. Meanwhile, Naruto unleashed the wind release technique, summoning a tempest that surged towards the magical being. The wind blades swirled through the air, slicing effortlessly. However, the creature's body was remarkably resilient, and the wind blades inflicted minimal damage. The magical creature launched another assault, opening its massive jaws to unleash a torrent of black flames. This inferno, imbued with immense power, surged menacingly toward Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto swiftly evaded the onslaught of black flames, darting through the valley as they adeptly utilized the terrain and their magical prowess to escape the assaults of the enchanted creatures. Amidst the chaos of battle, Luffy discerned a vulnerability in the magical beast. It resided within its eyes. Determined to exploit this weakness, he commanded, "Naruto, aim for the creature's eyes." Naruto nodded in agreement. Channeling the formidable power of the Golden Ninetales, a colossal-tailed beast ball hurtled toward the creature's eyes. Upon impact, the tailed beast ball erupted, delivering a tremendous shockwave that severely injured the magical beast's eyes. The creature let out a tortured roar, its body beginning to tremble. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed a powerful strike, cleaving the magical beast in two with his sword of thunder and flame. As the creature collapsed, tranquility returned to the valley. Luffy and Naruto exhaled in relief, aware that they had once again safeguarded the magical realm. They resumed their patrols within this world filled with enigma and challenges, their tale destined to be recounted throughout the magical domain. As they continued on their journey, they arrived at a mysterious island, shrouded in an enigmatic magical barrier that could only be penetrated through specific spells. Sensing the immense magical energy emanating from the island, they understood that vital secrets lay hidden within. "How shall we gain access to this island?" Naruto inquired. Luffy meticulously examined the magical shield, pondering the means to unravel its enchantment. Perhaps the knowledge contained within the magical treasure could provide the answers they sought. They commenced their study of the tomes and mystical artifacts within the treasure, aspiring to discover a method to breach the magical barrier. After considerable effort, they ultimately unearthed an ancient magical ritual capable of dispelling the shield. Following the instructions laid out in the texts, they enacted this venerable ceremony. As the ritual unfolded, the magical shield began to wane, ultimately vanishing. They successfully gained entry to the island. Chapter 0814. The melody. The island's scenery was breathtaking. Beneath the vast expanse of azure sky and fluffy clouds, golden sands unfurled along the coastline, while gentle waves caressed the shore, producing a melodious sound. In the distance, lush forests cloaked much of the island, with towering trees reaching skyward, as if safeguarding this enigmatic land. Luffy and Naruto stood upon the sandy shore, feeling the gentle caress of the sea breeze, their hearts brimming with curiosity about this enigmatic island. They understood that the secrets concealed here could profoundly influence their mission to safeguard the magical realm. This island possessed an unmistakable aura of difference, Naruto remarked as he gazed at the surrounding scenery. Luffy nodded in agreement, acknowledging the potent aura of magic that permeated the air. They needed to exercise caution as they embarked on their exploration. They ventured along the beach until they soon reached the forest's edge. A delicate veil of mist enveloped the woods, obscuring their view of the interior. Luffy and Naruto cautiously stepped into the forest, their footsteps resonating with clarity amidst the profound silence surrounding them. The trees stood tall and dense, with sunlight filtering through the canopy in faint, dappled patches. The ground was blanketed in a thick layer of fallen leaves, which crunched softly beneath their feet. As they proceeded, they remained vigilant, attentively observing their surroundings, ever prepared for any potential threats. After traversing a short distance, they stumbled upon a narrow path. This winding trail meandered deeper into the heart of the forest. Luffy and Naruto resolved to follow the path further, curious to discover where it might lead them. As they ventured onward, the environment around the path began to transform. A variety of peculiar plants emerged within their sight, emanating a mysterious luminescence as if harboring formidable magical energies. "These plants appear quite extraordinary," remarked Naruto. Luffy meticulously examined the flora, which appeared to be endemic to this island and perhaps possessed unique properties. As they delved into the study of these peculiar plants, an unexpected faint sound reached their ears. It seemed to emanate from a distance, beckoning them closer with an irresistible allure. "Did you hear that sound?" Naruto inquired. Luffy nodded in acknowledgement, having heard the sounds. "Let us go and investigate," he proposed. They followed the direction of the noise, which grew increasingly distinct. At last, they arrived at the edge of a small lake. The water was crystal clear, revealing the lakebed beneath, while the surface shimmered with an enigmatic glow. Beside the lake stood an ancient stone tablet, intricately inscribed with peculiar symbols and patterns. Luffy and Naruto approached the stone tablet, meticulously inspecting its inscriptions. They discerned that the symbols and patterns appeared to be an ancient magical language, yet their understanding of its significance eluded them. "This tablet must be of great importance," Luffy remarked. Naruto nodded in agreement, stating, "We must find a way to decipher its contents." They commenced their examination of the symbols and patterns on the tablet, striving to unearth any clues. After considerable effort, they eventually identified certain patterns. The symbols and patterns seemed to narrate an ancient legend concerning this island. According to the tablet's records, this island was once the site of a powerful magical kingdom, endowed with immeasurable magical prowess, which ultimately fell to ruin due to a catastrophic disaster. Legend has it that the treasures of this magical kingdom lie hidden somewhere on the island. And only by uncovering these treasures can the glory of the magical kingdom be restored. Luffy and Naruto were profoundly captivated by this legend, prompting them to embark on a quest to discover the treasures of the magical kingdom. They continued their exploration of the island, hoping to uncover further clues. During their journey, they encountered a variety of peculiar creatures. Some resembled tiny, adorable fairies, while others appeared as fearsome, colossal monsters. Luffy and Naruto had to navigate these creatures' attacks with utmost caution while persistently seeking clues to the treasure. After considerable effort, they finally located an entrance concealed within a cave. This entrance was safeguarded by a formidable magical shield, which could only be breached by deciphering its intricate code. Luffy and Naruto embarked on a quest to decipher the enigma of the magical shield, drawing upon the wisdom embedded within the treasures of magic and their own intellect. They persevered through prolonged trials and ultimately unraveled the secret. As they ventured into the cavern, they found themselves enveloped in darkness. Luffy brandished the Thunderflame sword, its flames illuminating the surrounding shadows. Within the cave, they encountered an array of peculiar mechanisms and traps, where a moment's carelessness could lead to peril. "Be cautious. This place is fraught with danger," Luffy cautioned. Naruto nodded in agreement. "We must tread carefully, with utmost vigilance." They navigated around the traps and continued their descent into the depths of the cave. As they progressed, the magical aura intensified, signaling that they were drawing nearer to the treasure. At long last, they arrived at a vast chamber. In the center lay an enormous chest, radiating an enigmatic glow. "Is this the treasure of the magical kingdom?" Naruto exclaimed with exhilaration. Luffy nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the possibility, yet cautioned that they must remain vigilant, for other dangers may lurk nearby. They approached the treasure chest with utmost care, poised to unveil its contents. Just as they were about to unseal the chest, a thunderous roar echoed from the depths of the cave. A colossal figure emerged before them, surpassing any magical creature they had previously encountered in both size and ferocity. "What is that?" Naruto inquired, astonishment evident in his voice. Luffy gripped the flame sword tightly, realizing that a fierce battle awaited them. The colossal figure before him was a magical creature tasked with guarding the treasure, possessing immense power. It swung its gigantic claws, lunging toward Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto immediately unleashed their most formidable magical powers, engaging in an intense battle against the arcane creature. The flames of the Thunder Flame Sword intertwined with the might of the golden nine-tailed beast, resonating throughout the cavern with resounding echoes. The clash was fierce, as Luffy and Naruto relentlessly sought the creature's vulnerabilities. After a grueling struggle, they finally discerned that the creature's weakness lay in its abdomen. "Naruto, strike its abdomen," Luffy exclaimed. Nodding in agreement, Naruto summoned the power of the Golden Nine Tails, launching a colossal tailed beast bomb towards the creature's midsection. The bomb erupted, and the tremendous shockwave dealt a devastating blow to the magical beast. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy unleashed a devastating strike, the Sword of Thunder and Flame cleaving through the magical creature, rendering it utterly vanquished. As the magical being collapsed, tranquility returned to the cavern. Luffy and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. They had finally triumphed over the guardian of the treasure. They opened the chest, which emanated a powerful aura of magic. Inside lay an assortment of ancient magical artifacts and tomes, each brimming with formidable magical power and profound knowledge. Luffy and Naruto cautiously lifted the magical artifacts and tomes, sensing the formidable power contained within. They understood that these treasures would play a crucial role in their mission to protect the magical realm. Departing the cavern with their newfound riches, they ventured forth to explore the island further. They aspired to uncover more secrets about this enigmatic isle, aiming to make an even greater contribution to the safeguarding of the magical world. In this realm, brimming with mystery and challenges, their tale would continue to unfold. As they roamed the island, they stumbled upon an ancient ruin, shrouded in dense foliage that might have easily gone unnoticed without their keen observation. At the entrance stood a colossal stone door, embellished with cryptic runes and intricate designs. Luffy and Naruto felt a potent magical aura emanating from beyond the door, and they sensed that significant secrets were concealed within. "This ruin appears to be extraordinary," Naruto remarked. Luffy nodded, affirming the necessity of cautious exploration. They commenced their study of the runes and patterns engraved upon the stone door, endeavoring to uncover a method to unlock it. After considerable effort, they finally stumbled upon a concealed mechanism. Upon pressing the device, the stone door gradually creaked open, revealing a dark passageway. Chapter 0815. The items. Luffy and Naruto cautiously stepped into the dark corridor, enveloped by an ancient and enigmatic aura, as if it bore the weight of countless epochs. The walls flickered with a faint luminescence, oscillating like mysterious eyes observing their every movement. Their footsteps echoed in the stillness of the passage, each step resonating with the threads of history. The ground was paved with ancient stone slabs, etched with indistinct patterns that seemed to narrate tales from a distant past. As they ventured deeper, the corridor gradually expanded. Strange reliefs began to emerge on the surrounding walls, depicting a variety of mystical creatures and ancient sorcerers, their forms so lifelike that they seemed poised to leap from the stone. "What secrets lie hidden here?" Naruto whispered, his voice echoing through the passage. Luffy tightly gripped the sword of flame, its fiery blade flickering gently, illuminating the surroundings. An unsettling sense of foreboding settled over them. They needed to exercise caution. The magical aura in this place was overwhelmingly potent, hinting at lurking dangers. Suddenly, a deep rumbling echoed from the depths of the passage. The ground trembled slightly, as though a formidable force was awakening. "Be careful," Luffy exclaimed. They immediately halted their advance, their gazes fixed warily towards the depths of the corridor. As the rumbling grew louder, a colossal figure gradually emerged into view. Towering several meters high, it was clad in formidable armor adorned with mysterious runes that shimmered ominously. Its head resembled that of a fearsome beast, with eyes glowing a fierce red. In its grasp was a massive battle axe, radiating an immense magical power. "What manner of beast is this?" Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. Luffy furrowed his brow, resembling a guardian of ancient relics. "We must proceed with caution." Upon spotting Luffy and Naruto, the magical creature let out a thunderous roar. It swung its enormous battle axe and charged toward them. The axe, imbued with formidable power, compressed the air around it, causing a hissing sound to resonate in its wake. Luffy immediately unleashed the power of the Thunder Flame sword, the flames engulfing the blade surging dramatically to form a formidable wall of fire. This fiery barrier thwarted the assault of the magical creature, as the battle axe collided with the wall, producing a series of thunderous echoes. Naruto, not to be outdone, channeled the might of the Golden Ninetales, coalescing a massive tailed beast bomb in his grasp. He hurled the tailed beast bomb towards the magical entity, which exploded with such force that it forced the creature to stagger back several paces. Infuriated, the magical being prepared to strike once more, opening its maw to unleash a torrent of black flames. This inferno, imbued with potent magical energy, surged towards Luffy and Naruto with relentless ferocity. Luffy and Naruto swiftly evaded the onslaught of the ebony flames, darting through the corridor with remarkable agility, utilizing the terrain and their magical prowess to dodge the assaults of the arcane creature. Amidst the fray, they diligently sought the creature's vulnerabilities. They discerned that while its armor was formidable, the joints appeared to be more susceptible to damage. "Naruto, strike at its joints," Luffy exclaimed. Naruto nodded in affirmation. Channeling the power of the Golden Ninetales, he unleashed a colossal tailed beast bomb aimed at the creature's joints. The explosion reverberated through the air, inflicting severe trauma upon the creature's joints. With a pained roar, the creature's body began to tremble. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy executed a powerful strike, the Thunder Flame sword cleaving into the creature, leaving a profound gash in its armor. Reluctant to succumb to defeat, the magical beast launched another assault. brandishing its battle axe and attacking Luffy and Naruto with wild ferocity. Luffy and Naruto collaborated closely, unleashing a myriad of magical powers as they engaged in an intense battle against the magical creature. The flames of the Thunder Flame sword intertwined with the might of the Golden Nine Tails, resonating with thunderous roars throughout the passage. The conflict escalated, causing the walls and floor of the corridor to tremble under the impact of their formidable forces. Numerous reliefs were shattered, and fragments scattered in every direction. After a grueling struggle, they finally discerned the creature's fatal vulnerability. At the creature's head lay a diminutive magical core. The destruction of this core would lead to its defeat. Naruto, strike at its head's magical core, Luffy commanded. Naruto summoned the power of the Golden Nine Tails, launching a colossal tailed beast ball towards the creature's head. The tailed beast ball struck the magical core with pinpoint accuracy, shattering it in an instant. The magical creature let out a despairing roar as its body gradually collapsed. With the creature's fall, tranquility returned to the passage. Luffy and Naruto exhaled in relief, fully aware that they had once again succeeded in safeguarding the secrets of the magical realm. They continued their exploration of the ruins, hoping to uncover more mysteries surrounding this enigmatic island. An aura of mystique pervaded the ruins, with every corner seemingly concealing endless tales. As they traversed a lengthy corridor, the walls adorned with ancient portraits caught their attention. The figures depicted in these images bore solemn expressions, their gazes revealing a profound and enigmatic power. These portraits must hold some special significance, Naruto remarked. Luffy meticulously scrutinized the paintings, pondering that perhaps they chronicled the history of this enchanted kingdom. We must delve deeper into their significance. They commenced their examination of the imagery, endeavoring to unearth further clues. After considerable effort, they ultimately uncovered some pivotal information. These illustrations appeared to narrate an ancient legend concerning the magical realm, in which the king wielded incomprehensible magical power, yet ultimately vanished due to a catastrophic calamity. Luffy and Naruto were profoundly captivated by the legend, prompting them to pursue further clues. They entered a vast chamber where, at its center, lay an enormous magical circle. The circle shimmered with an enigmatic radiance, as if beckoning them closer. "What is the purpose of this magical circle?" inquired Naruto. Luffy fell into a deep contemplation. "I am uncertain of its precise nature, yet it undoubtedly holds significant importance. We must tread cautiously in our exploration, avoiding any hasty triggers." They commenced their search for clues within the room, hoping to unravel the purpose of this magical array. In a dim corner, they stumbled upon an ancient tome. The text inscribed within was both archaic and enigmatic, and they endeavored to decipher its contents. After considerable effort, they finally grasped the function of this magical formation. It was a teleportation array capable of transporting them to the very heart of the magical kingdom, a realm that likely concealed even more profound secrets. "Shall we utilize this teleportation array?" Naruto inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Luffy pondered that their mission was to safeguard the magical realm. This teleportation array might bestow upon them greater power, aiding them in the fulfillment of their purpose. However, caution was imperative, for the other side of the array could be rife with unknown perils. Ultimately, they resolved to utilize the teleportation array to explore the heart of the magical kingdom. Standing within the magical circle, they felt a formidable surge of magical energy enveloping them. With a flash of light, they were transported to an unfamiliar location. This place was a magnificent palace, its walls constructed from golden stones adorned with an array of precious gems. A grand magical chandelier hung from the ceiling, emanating a soft, radiant glow. "Is this truly the heart of the magical kingdom?" Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. Luffy nodded, acknowledging the likelihood of hidden dangers. "We must tread cautiously in our exploration. There may be more threats lurking here." They stepped gingerly into the palace, where opulent and enigmatic decorations adorned the space. The floor was laid with plush carpets, intricately embroidered with various magical patterns. Exquisite murals graced the walls, depicting the glorious history of the magical kingdom. Deep within the palace, they stumbled upon a colossal throne, radiating a powerful aura of magic, as if recounting tales of its former glory. "This throne must hold great significance," Luffy remarked. Naruto nodded in agreement, cautioning that other dangers may still lie in wait. Chapter 0816. The ritual. They approached the throne with utmost care, preparing for a closer inspection. Just as they neared the throne, a sudden roar erupted from behind it. A massive figure emerged before them, even larger and more fearsome than any magical creature they had encountered before. "What is that?" Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. Luffy gripped the sword of Thunderflame tightly, realizing that a fierce battle awaited them. The colossal figure before him was a magical creature guarding the throne, exuding immense power. It swung its massive claws towards Luffy and Naruto with great ferocity. Luffy and Naruto immediately unleashed their most formidable magical powers. Engaging in a fierce battle with the arcane creature, the flames of the Thunder Flame Sword intertwined with the might of the Golden Ninetales, resonating throughout the palace with colossal roars. The clash was intense, as Luffy and Naruto relentlessly sought the creature's vulnerabilities. After an arduous struggle, they finally discerned that the creature's weakness lay within its eyes. "Naruto, strike at its eyes," Luffy commanded. Naruto nodded in agreement, channeling the power of the Golden Ninetales as a massive-tailed beast ball sword towards the creature's gaze. The sphere erupted with tremendous force, inflicting severe damage upon the creature's eyes. With a pained roar, the creature's body began to tremble. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed a powerful strike. The Thunder Flame Sword cleaved through the creature, ultimately defeating it. As the magical being collapsed, tranquility returned to the palace. Luffy and Naruto exhaled in relief. Having successfully vanquished the guardian of the throne, they commenced a meticulous examination of the magical aura emanating from the throne, hoping to uncover further secrets of the magical kingdom. After considerable effort, they uncovered a concealed mechanism. Upon activating it, the wall behind the throne slowly opened, revealing a mysterious chamber. Inside lay an array of ancient magical artifacts and tomes, imbued with potent magical power and knowledge. Luffy and Naruto cautiously lifted these magical artifacts and tomes, sensing the immense power they contained. They understood that these items would play a crucial role in their mission to safeguard the magical realm. With these precious magical tools and books in hand, they departed from the palace. As Luffy and Naruto stepped out of the palace, the world beyond seemed to be shrouded in a veil of enigmatic radiance. Sunlight streamed through the crevices of ancient edifices, casting dappled patterns of light upon the ground. A gentle breeze caressed their faces, carrying with it a faint whisper of magical essence. They surveyed their surroundings. The heart of this once glorious magical kingdom, though somewhat dilapidated, still resonated with echoes of its former magnificence. Towering stone columns lay fractured and scattered upon the ground, as if narrating tales of fierce battles fought long ago. The magical runes etched into the walls, though dimmed by time, continued to emanate an aura of mystique. "This place is truly imbued with mystery," Naruto murmured softly. Luffy nodded slightly, firmly grasping the Raiden sword. "We must adeptly utilize these newly discovered magical artifacts and tomes to augment our strength, thereby ensuring that we are thoroughly prepared to safeguard the magical realm." They continued along a winding path, flanked by remnants of dilapidated gardens. The once resplendent blooms had withered, yet traces of their former vibrancy still lingered. The fountain within the garden had run dry, leaving behind only a few fragmented sculptures standing in solitude. As they walked, an ethereal magical ripple suddenly caught their attention from afar. The two halted, instinctively turning their gaze towards the source of the disturbance. "Something is amiss," Luffy murmured. Naruto clenched his fists, resolute that whatever it may be, we shall confront it bravely. They hastened towards the direction of the magical resonance. As they drew closer, a mysterious edifice gradually came into view, enveloped in a faint magical glow, exuding an aura of formidable power. "What place is this?" Naruto inquired, puzzled. Luffy meticulously examined the edifice, which appeared to be a significant site of magic. Caution was paramount as they ventured forth. They approached the structure with utmost care. The grand entrance stood firmly shut, adorned with intricate magical runes. Luffy and Naruto endeavored to decipher these runes in search of a means to unlock the door. After considerable effort, they finally uncovered the mechanism to open it. With a deep, resonant rumble, the door creaked open, revealing a shadowy passage. A mysterious aura permeated the corridor, with faint glimmers dancing upon the walls. Luffy brandished the sword of Thunderfire, illuminating the path ahead. They cautiously stepped into the passage, each stride imbued with vigilance. Deep within, they were met with a low, thunderous roar. This sound resonated with power and authority, causing the entire corridor to tremble subtly. "Be wary, a formidable magical creature lies ahead," Luffy cautioned. Naruto immediately readied himself for battle, declaring, "I am prepared." As they advanced further, a colossal figure materialized before them. This magical beast dwarfed any they had encountered previously, its body cloaked in black scales, eyes glinting with a crimson light, and exhaling plumes of dark flames. Luffy and Naruto immediately unleashed their magical powers. The flames of the Thunder Flame Sword intertwined with the might of the Golden Ninetales, engaging in an intense battle against the magical creature. Throughout the conflict, the walls and floor of the corridor were relentlessly battered by their forces, causing numerous stones to tumble down. The magical creature's attacks were formidable and fierce. Each swipe of its claws unleashed a tremendous force. Luffy and Naruto relentlessly sought the weaknesses of the magical creature. They discovered that its vulnerability lay within its tail. "Naruto, strike its tail," Luffy exclaimed, nodding in agreement. Naruto unleashed the power of the Nine Tails, sending a colossal-tailed beast bomb hurtling toward the creature's tail. The explosion erupted, the tremendous force severely damaging the creature's appendage. Letting out a pained roar, the magical being began to tremble. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy launched a powerful strike, the Sword of Thunder and Flame cleaving into the creature, ultimately vanquishing it. As the magical creature collapsed, tranquility returned to the passage. Luffy and Naruto sighed in relief and continued their exploration. They arrived at a vast chamber. At the center of the room lay an enormous magical array, shimmering with enigmatic light. Surrounding the array were ancient magical artifacts and tomes. "These must be of great significance," Naruto remarked. Luffy nodded, expressing the need for meticulous examination in hopes of uncovering further secrets of the magical realm. They commenced their earnest study of these enchanted artifacts and tomes. After considerable effort, they ultimately unearthed crucial information pertaining to the magical world. This knowledge appeared to be linked to an ancient magical ritual, one that could potentially wield a profound influence on the fate of the magical realm. Luffy and Naruto resolved to delve deeply into this magical ritual in order to adequately prepare for the safeguarding of the magical realm. Chapter 0817, The System. Luffy and Naruto's adventure in the realm of magic has not yet reached its conclusion when they are abruptly swept away by a mysterious force into an entirely new world, the world of Dragon Ball. Upon opening their eyes, they find themselves in an unfamiliar yet fantastically vibrant place. Surrounding them is an expansive wasteland, the earth cloaked in a deep crimson hue, as if it has endured countless fierce battles. In the distance, colossal peaks rise majestically into the clouds, their rugged forms resembling ferocious beasts or ancient castles. In the sky, two suns blaze brilliantly, radiating intense light. The air is thick with a powerful surge of energy, evoking both exhilaration and caution. Luffy gripped the Thunder Flame sword tightly, his gaze revealing a hint of astonishment and curiosity. He could sense the immense power contained within this world, an energy system entirely distinct from that of the magical realm. Naruto, on the other hand, furrowed his brow slightly, channeling the chakra within him, ever ready to confront any potential peril. The golden power of the Nine Tails surged through him, instilling a profound sense of confidence and courage. "Where's this place? It feels remarkably different," Naruto remarked. Luffy surveyed the surroundings, realizing they had entered a new realm. The energy fluctuations here were exceedingly potent, warranting their utmost caution. As they were scanning their environment, a resounding roar suddenly pierced the air. The two friends looked up to witness a colossal figure soaring towards them from the distance. This figure moved with incredible speed, streaking across the sky like a meteor. As it drew nearer, they discerned that it was an immense robot, its entire body shimmering with metallic brilliance, armed with an array of formidable weapons. Its eyes glowed a fierce red, exuding an overwhelming hostility. "What on earth is that?" Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. Luffy furrowed his brow, appearing as if he were a combat tool of this world. "We must proceed with caution." The robot, upon spotting Luffy and Naruto, immediately launched an assault. Its weapon discharged a series of formidable energy beams, hurtling towards them. Luffy immediately unleashed the power of the Thunder Flame sword, intertwining flames and lightning along the blade to form a formidable shield that repelled the oncoming energy beams. Naruto, not to be outdone, summoned the might of the Golden Nine Tails, condensing a colossal tailed beast ball in his hands. He hurled the tailed beast ball toward the robotic adversary, which detonated with a tremendous explosion, forcing the machine to stagger backward. Enraged, the robot retaliated with renewed ferocity, unleashing a deluge of energy beams that rained down upon Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto collaborated closely, deftly evading the onslaught of the robotic adversaries, while simultaneously seeking opportunities for counterattack. They darted through the wilderness with remarkable agility, utilizing the terrain and their own strengths to avoid the machine's relentless assaults. Amidst the chaos of battle, Luffy discerned that the energy core of the robot was situated in its chest. Resolute in his plan, he resolved to exploit this vulnerability. "Naruto, strike at the robot's chest," Luffy called out. Naruto nodded in agreement and unleashed the power of the Golden Nine Tails, launching a colossal tailed beast bomb towards the robot's core. Upon impact, the tailed beast bomb detonated, and the immense force resulted in a gaping fissure across the robot's chest. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy unleashed a powerful strike. The sword of thunder and flame cleaving through the robot, utterly vanquishing it. As the machine collapsed, tranquility returned to the wilderness. Luffy and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief, aware that this battle was merely the beginning. In this unfamiliar realm, numerous challenges awaited them. They pressed onward, hoping to uncover more clues about this world. Along their journey, they encountered a variety of peculiar creatures. Some were colossal in stature, while others were nimble and petite, each radiating formidable waves of energy. Luffy and Naruto must cautiously navigate the assaults of these creatures while persistently seeking the secrets of this world. As they delve deeper, they uncover a realm teeming with formidable powers and enigmatic locales. Vast cities, ancient ruins, and mysterious valleys abound, each brimming with unknown perils and challenges. Within the confines of an ancient ruin, they stumble upon clues pertaining to the Dragon Balls. These revelations afford them a profound understanding of this world. It turns out that the Dragon Balls are immensely powerful artifacts capable of granting the wishes of those who seek them. However, the Dragon Balls are scattered across the far reaches of this realm, making their retrieval a daunting endeavor. Luffy and Naruto resolve to embark on a quest for the Dragon Balls, driven by their desires and a yearning to explore this enigmatic realm. Thus began a thrilling adventure within the world of the Dragon Balls. Chapter 0818, Dragon Balls. Upon discovering the extraordinary powers of the Dragon Balls, Luffy and Naruto resolutely embarked on a quest to seek them out. They traversed the vast expanse of the Dragon Ball world, each step laden with uncertainty and challenge. At this moment, they found themselves navigating through a desolate desert. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, mercilessly scorching the earth, while the grains of sand shimmered with a golden hue under its rays. Occasional gusts of wind howled past, raising clouds of dust that obscured their vision of the path ahead. Luffy squinted his eyes, gripping the sword of Thunderfire tightly, feeling the subtle vibrations emanating from its blade. He understood that in this unfamiliar world, danger could strike at any moment. Meanwhile, Naruto was channeling the chakra within him, the golden aura of the Nine Tails flickering around his body, ever ready to confront any unforeseen circumstances. This desert is truly vast. I wonder when we will finally locate the Dragon Balls, Naruto murmured. Luffy furrowed his brow slightly, for the descent of the Dragon Balls was elusive. Yet we must not relinquish our quest. As long as we persevere, we shall undoubtedly uncover their whereabouts. Just as they trudged forward with difficulty, an overwhelming surge of energy emanated from the distance. The two immediately halted, their gazes fixed warily in the direction of the disturbance. Something is amiss, Luffy murmured. Naruto instantly shifted into a combat stance, sensing that another fierce battle loomed ahead. As the energy fluctuations intensified, a colossal figure gradually materialized within their line of sight. This towering silhouette, standing several dozen meters tall, was encased in formidable armor and wielded a massive battle axe. Its eyes glimmered with a crimson light, exuding an immense sense of oppression. What manner of beast is this? Naruto inquired in astonishment. Luffy fixed his gaze upon the colossal figure before him, which seemed to embody the might of this world. We must proceed with utmost caution. The enormous creature, upon noticing Luffy and Naruto, let out a thunderous roar. It brandished its massive battle axe and charged towards them. The axe, infused with tremendous power, stirred up clouds of dust in its wake, compressing the air and producing a hissing sound. Luffy swiftly unleashed the power of the Thunder Flame Sword, its blade enveloped in intertwining flames and lightning, forming a formidable barrier that repelled the assault of the colossal creature. The crackling electricity and dancing fire illuminated the air, clashing against the beast's war axe with resounding booms. Naruto, undeterred, called forth the might of the Golden Nine Tails, coalescing a massive tailed beast ball within his grasp. He hurled the tailed beast ball towards the gigantic creature, which erupted in a spectacular explosion, the sheer force propelling the creature backward several paces. Enraged, the colossal beast retaliated, opening its enormous maw to unleash a devastating beam of energy. This destructive force surged forth, aimed directly at Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto swiftly evaded the onslaught of energy beams, darting through the desert and utilizing the dunes and rocks to shield themselves from the attacks of a colossal creature. Throughout the fierce battle, they continuously sought the creature's vulnerabilities. They discovered that its abdomen was notably softer, potentially its Achilles heel. Naruto, target its abdomen, Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded, summoning the power of the golden nine-tailed fox, and launched a massive tailed beast bomb towards the creature's belly. The bomb detonated with a tremendous force, dealing severe damage to the creature's underbelly. It emitted a pained roar, causing its massive form to sway. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed a powerful strike with his Thunder Flame sword, ultimately vanquishing the formidable beast. As the creature collapsed, tranquility returned to the desert. Luffy and Naruto exhaled in relief, resuming their quest for the Dragon Balls. Exiting the desert, they arrived at an ancient village. The town's architecture was rustic and unadorned, with bustling townsfolk traversing the streets. Luffy and Naruto sensed an aura of mystery permeating the village, as if it concealed clues regarding the Dragon Balls. They inquired about the Dragon Balls throughout the village. And after considerable effort, they finally gleaned some rumors from an elderly man. It was said that a Dragon Ball might be hidden within a nearby enigmatic valley. Luffy and Naruto resolved to venture into the enigmatic valley in search of the Dragon Balls. They traversed a rugged path flanked by dense forests, where curious yet caution-inspiring sounds echoed intermittently. At last, they reached the threshold of the mysterious valley. A veil of mist enveloped the area, obscuring their view of what lay within. Treading carefully, Luffy and Naruto stepped into the valley, their footsteps resonating distinctly in the profound silence. The scenery within the valley was remarkably peculiar, adorned with colossal rocks and bizarre flora. Mysterious glimmers flickered throughout, as if guiding their way forward. Following the luminous signs, they arrived at the entrance of a vast cavern. An overwhelming surge of energy emanated from within, invoking a sense of reverence. This must be where the Dragon Balls reside, Luffy proclaimed. Naruto nodded in agreement. Let us venture inside. With utmost caution, they entered the cave, which was shrouded in darkness. Luffy brandished the Thunder Flame sword, illuminating their surroundings with its fiery glow. They soon discovered that the cave was replete with various peculiar mechanisms and traps, fraught with peril at every turn. Be vigilant. This place is treacherous, Luffy cautioned. Naruto closely followed Luffy, responding, we must proceed with care. They meticulously evaded the traps and continued deeper into the cavern. As they advanced, the energy fluctuations intensified, signaling their proximity to the Dragon Balls. Eventually, they arrived at the innermost part of the cave. There, a Dragon Ball, shimmering with an ethereal glow, floated serenely in midair. This is the Dragon Ball, Naruto exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Luffy nodded, acknowledging that they had finally discovered a Dragon Ball. However, caution was imperative, as peril might still lurk nearby. Just as they prepared to grasp the Dragon Ball, a thunderous roar echoed from the depths of the cave. A colossal figure emerged before them, even larger and more ferocious than the formidable creatures they had encountered prior. What could this be? Naruto inquired, astonished. Luffy gripped the Sword of Thunder with determination, realizing that a fierce battle awaited them. The colossal figure before him was a monstrous guardian of the Dragon Balls, exuding immense power. It swung its massive claws, lunging toward Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto immediately unleashed their utmost powers, engaging in an intense battle with the monstrous foe. The flames of the Thunder Flame sword intertwined with the strength of the Golden Nine Tails, resonating throughout the cavern with thunderous echoes. The conflict was fierce, as Luffy and Naruto relentlessly sought the creature's vulnerabilities. After a grueling struggle, they ultimately discerned that the monster's weakness lay within its eyes. Naruto, target its eyes, Luffy commanded. Naruto nodded in agreement, channeling the power of the Golden Nine Tails, as a colossal tailed beast ball soared toward the creature's eyes. The tailed beast ball detonated, delivering a devastating impact that severely injured the monster's eyes. A painful roar erupted from the creature as its body began to tremble. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy executed a full-force strike, the Thunder Flame sword cleaving through the monster, vanquishing it completely. As the creature collapsed, tranquility returned to the cavern. Luffy and Naruto exhaled in relief. They had successfully acquired a Dragon Ball. With the Dragon Ball in hand, they departed the cave, continuing their quest in search of other Dragon Balls within the realm. Chapter 0819, Unraveling. Luffy and Naruto, with the Dragon Balls they had just acquired, continued their journey through the world of Dragon Balls. They were acutely aware that to fulfill their wishes, they needed to seek out more Dragon Balls. At this moment, they arrived at a lush forest, where sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting patches of light that resembled a golden carpet laid out by nature itself. A gentle breeze whispered through the trees, causing the leaves to rustle softly, as if singing in celebration of their bravery. As Luffy walked, he pondered over his next course of action. He was acutely aware that in this perilous world, they must remain ever vigilant. Naruto, on the other hand, appeared more exhilarated, eagerly anticipating the discovery of additional Dragon Balls to fulfill his aspirations. Luffy, where shall we seek the Dragon Balls next? Naruto inquired. Luffy furrowed his brow slightly. We could inquire with the local residents. Perhaps they possess some clues regarding the Dragon Balls. They navigated through the forest, seeking signs of habitation. Before long, they stumbled upon a quaint little village. The houses within the village were modest yet rustic, and the villagers were engaged in their daily labors. Luffy and Naruto entered the village, where the villagers regarded them with wary expressions. Luffy quickly clarified, "We are mere travelers in search of the Dragon Balls. Might you possess any information regarding their whereabouts?" Upon hearing the words Dragon Balls, fear etched itself upon the villagers' faces. An elderly man stepped forward and cautioned. "The Dragon Balls are exceedingly perilous. They attract formidable foes. It would be wise for you to refrain from seeking them." Luffy and Naruto exchanged a knowing glance. They understood the elder's wisdom, yet they could not abandon their quest for the Dragon Balls. "We are aware of the peril that the Dragon Balls present, but we must pursue them," Luffy earnestly expressed. The elder fell silent for a moment before responding. "It is said that in a distant mountain range lies an ancient temple. There, you may uncover clues regarding the Dragon Balls. However, be warned, the mountains are fraught with danger, inhabited by formidable monsters and treacherous traps. Exercise utmost caution." Luffy and Naruto expressed their gratitude to the elder before departing from the village. They journeyed towards the mountains, their hearts brimming with anticipation and vigilance. As they ventured deeper, the scenery of the mountains grew increasingly magnificent. Towering peaks soared into the clouds, their summits adorned with lush forests and glistening snow. Crystal-clear streams meandered through the valleys, their waters sparkling with a silvery sheen under the sun's embrace. Luffy and Naruto cautiously traversed the mountainous terrain, ever vigilant of their surroundings to avert impending peril. Abruptly, a thunderous roar resonated through the air. "We are in trouble," Luffy exclaimed. Naruto, instantly prepared for combat, discerned that yet another fierce battle loomed ahead. Following the direction of the ominous roar, they encountered a colossal beast before them. This creature was immense, its body enshrouded in formidable scales, with eyes glinting like rubies. It exhaled plumes of flame, instilling a sense of dread. "What manner of creature is this?" Naruto inquired, astonished. Luffy gripped the flame sword with unwavering determination. "Appearing as a formidable entity within this realm, we must proceed with caution." The monster, upon spotting Luffy and Naruto, launched an immediate assault. It swung its colossal claws, lunging towards them with ferocious intensity. The claws, imbued with immense power, compressed the air around them, producing a hissing sound as they cut through the atmosphere. Luffy immediately unleashed the power of the Thunder Flame Sword, the blade enveloped in a fierce conflation of fire and lightning, forming a formidable barrier that repelled the monster's assault. The electric sparks and flames danced in the air, clashing against the creature's claws, producing a cacophony of resounding echoes. Naruto, unwilling to be outdone, summoned the might of the Golden Nine Tails, coalescing a colossal-tailed beast bomb in his grasp. He hurled the bomb towards the beast, which erupted with a tremendous explosion, forcing the creature to stagger back several paces. Enraged, the monster launched its next offensive, opening its massive jaws to unleash a torrent of devastating flames that surged towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto swiftly evaded the onslaught of flames, darting through the mountains with agility, utilizing the terrain and rocks as shields against the monstrous attacks. During the fierce battle, they diligently sought the creature's vulnerabilities and discovered that its eyes were its Achilles heel. "Naruto, target its eyes," Luffy exclaimed, nodding in resolute agreement. Naruto unleashed the power of the Golden Nine Tails, sending a massive tailed beast bomb hurtling towards the creature's eyes. The explosion resonated with force, inflicting severe damage upon the monster's sight. It let out a harrowing roar, its body swaying precariously. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy executed a devastating strike with the lightning flame sword, vanquishing the beast once and for all. As the creature collapsed, tranquility returned to the mountains. Luffy and Naruto exhaled in relief and pressed onward toward the ancient temple. After a grueling trek, they finally stood before the temple, its grand entrance sealed tight, emanating an aura of mystery. Both sensed a powerful surge of energy emanating from within, indicating that crucial clues lay hidden inside. "How shall we enter?" Naruto inquired. Luffy meticulously scrutinized the grand entrance of the temple, pondering how to unlock its formidable doors. Perhaps they could uncover some clues in the vicinity. As they searched around the temple, they ultimately stumbled upon a concealed mechanism. Upon pressing the lever, the temple doors creaked open, revealing a shadowy passageway within. Luffy and Naruto cautiously ventured into the corridor, enveloped by an aura of antiquity. The walls shimmered with a faint luminescence, as if whispering tales of yore. As they proceeded, they remained vigilant, keenly observing their surroundings, ever prepared to confront any lurking peril. After traversing a considerable distance, they arrived at a spacious hall. At the heart of the hall lay a colossal magical circle, radiating enigmatic light. Surrounding this arcane formation stood an array of ancient statues, each distinct in form, exuding a lifelike essence. What is the purpose of this magical circle? Naruto inquired. Luffy meticulously examined the magical circle, uncertain of its precise function, yet aware of its significant importance. Caution was paramount. They must not trigger it recklessly. They began their search for clues within the hall, yearning to uncover the purpose of this enchanted formation. In a secluded corner, they stumbled upon an ancient tome. The text inscribed within was archaic and enigmatic, and they labored to decipher its contents. After considerable effort, they finally grasped the function of the magical circle. It served as a teleportation gateway, capable of transporting them to a mysterious realm where clues to the Dragon Balls might be concealed. Shall we utilize this teleportation circle? Naruto inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Luffy realized that their mission was to seek the Dragon Balls, and this teleportation array could potentially provide them with further clues. However, caution was imperative, for the other end of the array might be fraught with unknown dangers. Ultimately, they resolved to utilize the teleportation array to venture into the enigmatic realm. Standing within the magical circle, they felt a powerful energy enveloping them. In a flash of brilliance, they were transported to an unfamiliar location. This place was a vast cavern, adorned with bizarrely shaped rocks and shimmering crystals. The walls of the cave were etched with ancient runes and patterns, reminiscent of the magical array they had encountered in the temple. What is this place? Naruto inquired. Luffy surveyed his surroundings, sensing an undeniable presence of significant secrets concealed within. They cautiously explored the cavern, and as they ventured deeper, they stumbled upon an array of peculiar devices and instruments. These artifacts appeared to be ancient yet emanated a formidable energy. What purpose do these serve? Naruto inquired with curiosity. Luffy meticulously scrutinized the devices and instruments before him. Although their exact purpose eluded him, he was certain they were intricately linked to the Dragon Balls. Caution was imperative as they ventured forth, for they must not inadvertently trigger any of these mechanisms. Their exploration continued until they reached the innermost recesses of the cave. Chapter 0820. The Source at Last. They arrived at the cave's deepest point, where darkness enveloped them, pierced only by the faint glow emanating from the bizarre crystals surrounding them. Before their eyes stood an immense stone door, its surface adorned with runes that shimmered with an enigmatic light, as if issuing a warning to any intruders. Luffy gripped the flame sword firmly, its blade quivering slightly, as if it too sensed the enigmatic forces at play in this place. Naruto, meanwhile, summoned the chakra within him, the golden aura of the Nine Tails flickering around his form. There must be something of great significance beyond this door, Naruto murmured. Luffy nodded. Yet we must proceed with caution, for we remain oblivious to the dangers that may lie in wait for us. They began to scrutinize the stone door, seeking a means to unlock it. Suddenly, the runes upon the door blazed with a brilliant light, and a formidable force surged forth. Luffy and Naruto hastily retreated, their vigilance directed toward the stone door. Gradually, the door creaked open, releasing a powerful gust that rustled their garments. Beyond the threshold lay an expansive chamber, shrouded in a delicate mist that obscured the view within. Luffy and Naruto cautiously ventured into the space. As they delved deeper, the mist gradually dissipated, revealing a vast platform adorned with an enormous crystal ball. The crystal emanated a brilliant radiance, as if it harbored boundless power within. What is this? Naruto inquired in astonishment. Luffy furrowed his brow, sensing that the crystal sphere was rather extraordinary, perhaps even connected to the Dragon Balls. Just as they approached the sphere, a swarm of shadowy figures surged forth from the surrounding darkness. These silhouettes were indistinct, exuding an aura of malevolence. Be careful, Luffy exclaimed. The shadows swiftly lunged at them with astonishing speed. Without hesitation, Luffy unleashed the power of the Thunderfire sword, intertwining flames and lightning to form a formidable barrier that thwarted the onslaught of the shadows. Naruto, undeterred, summoned the might of the Golden Nine Tails, condensing a colossal-tailed beast bomb in his hands. He hurled the bomb towards the shadows, which detonated with a tremendous force, repelling the figures. However, the shadows were not so easily vanquished. They regrouped and launched another assault, their numbers multiplying. Luffy and Naruto found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle. Amidst the chaos, Luffy discerned that these shadows appeared to be under the influence of a mysterious power. He resolved to uncover the source of this force to eradicate the shadows once and for all. Naruto, we cannot remain on the defensive indefinitely. We must seek out the source of the power controlling these shadows, Luffy declared. Naruto nodded in agreement. All right, let's search together. As they fought against the shadows, they simultaneously sought the source of the power. After considerable effort, they finally discovered that the source lay within the crystal sphere itself. It turns out this crystal sphere is controlling the shadows, Luffy remarked. Naruto gazed at the sphere. What shall we do now? Luffy pondered for a moment. Realizing the necessity to shatter the crystal orb, yet he understood the need for caution, as it might unleash a formidable counterattack. They readied themselves and launched a synchronized assault on the crystal orb. The flames of the Thunder Flame sword collided with the power of the golden nine-tailed fox, striking the orb simultaneously, which erupted in a brilliant burst of light, initiating its counteroffensive. A surge of immense energy emanated from the orb, hurtling towards Luffy and Naruto. They quickly evaded, yet the force was so overpowering that it proved challenging to withstand. In this critical moment, Luffy conceived a plan. He invoked a unique form of magic, merging the might of the Thunder Flame Sword with Naruto's golden nine-tailed power. Naruto, lend me your strength, Luffy exclaimed. Without hesitation, Naruto transferred his energy to Luffy. Empowered by this formidable force, Luffy swung the Thunder Flame Sword, its brilliance intensifying. A colossal wave of sword energy sliced towards the crystal orb, infused with their combined might, cleaving the orb in two. As the crystal shattered, the shadowy figures vanished, leaving the cave in a serene stillness once more. Luffy and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief, for they were aware that they had once again triumphed over peril. Chapter 0821, A Devastating Blow. After successfully vanquishing the shadow controlled by the crystal ball, Luffy and Naruto continued their exploration of the cavern. A mysterious and oppressive atmosphere enveloped the depths of the cave, as if concealing an even more formidable danger. They proceeded cautiously, each step imbued with vigilance. The ground was rugged and uneven, while the walls shimmered with peculiar lights, seemingly recounting ancient tales. Suddenly, a deep rumbling echoed from afar. The ground began to tremble slightly, as if a colossal force were awakening. Be careful, Luffy exclaimed. Naruto immediately readied himself for battle, the golden chakra of the nine tails swirling around him. Whatever it is, we will overcome it. As the rumbling drew nearer, a massive figure gradually came into view. It was a giant composed of stone, towering several dozen meters high, emanating a potent earth magic. The giant's eyes glimmered with a crimson light, brimming with hostility. What manner of monster is this? Naruto inquired in astonishment. Luffy gripped the sword of Thunderfire tightly, its blade flickering with an intricate dance of flames and lightning. It appeared to be a formidable magical entity, necessitating our utmost caution in response. The rock giant, upon noticing Luffy and Naruto, immediately launched an assault. It swung its colossal fists towards them, each strike imbued with tremendous force, compressing the air around it to emit a hissing sound. Luffy immediately unleashed the power of the Thunder Flame Sword, directing a formidable sword aura towards the giant's fist. The collision of the sword aura and the fist produced a resounding explosion, the tremendous impact shattering the surrounding rocks. Naruto, unwilling to be outdone, summoned the power of the Golden Nine Tails, coalescing a massive tailed beast bomb in his hand. He hurled the tailed beast bomb towards the rock giant, which detonated with a force that forced the giant to stagger back several steps. Infuriated, the rock giant retaliated, opening its mouth to unleash a powerful beam of earth magic. This beam, imbued with immense destructive force, surged towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto swiftly evaded the assault of the magical beams. They darted through the cavern, skillfully utilizing the terrain and rocks to escape the onslaught of the colossal giant. Throughout the skirmish, Luffy and Naruto diligently sought the weaknesses of the stone giant. They discerned that the giant's head appeared to serve as its control center. Naruto, target its head, Luffy exclaimed. Naruto nodded, channeling the formidable power of the Golden Nine Tails. A massive tailed beast bomb hurtled towards the giant's head. Upon impact, the tailed beast bomb detonated, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that severely damaged the giant's head. The stone giant let out a pained roar, its body beginning to sway precariously. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed a powerful strike, the Sword of Thunder and Flame cleaving into the giant, creating a deep fissure in its form. However, the stone giant proved to be a formidable adversary. It commenced self-repair, the cracks in its body rapidly mending. This fellow is quite resilient, Naruto remarked. Luffy furrowed his brow, declaring the necessity of discovering a more effective method to vanquish their foe. They began to observe the movement patterns of the rock giant, searching for its vulnerabilities. After careful scrutiny, they discerned that the rock giant would pause momentarily before launching an attack. "This is the moment," Luffy exclaimed. As the rock giant prepared to strike once more, Luffy and Naruto seized the fleeting pause. Luffy unleashed the full might of the Thunder Flame Sword, directing a massive surge of sword energy toward the giant's heart. Simultaneously, Naruto summoned the power of the Golden Nine Tails, hurling a colossal tailed beast bomb at the same target. The sword energy and the tailed beast bomb collided with the heart of the rock giant, producing a thunderous roar that echoed through the cave. The giant's form began to disintegrate, ultimately crumbling into a pile of rubble. With the fall of the rock giant, tranquility returned to the cavern. Luffy and Naruto exhaled in relief, aware that this battle was merely the beginning and that further challenges awaited them within this enigmatic cave. Chapter 0822 Crystal. After defeating the rock giant, Luffy and Naruto ventured deeper into the cave. The passages grew increasingly narrow, and the surrounding walls became more rugged. Emanating an enigmatic glow, they tread cautiously, each step sending subtle vibrations through the ground beneath them. Luffy clutched the Thunder Flame Sword tightly, its flames and lightning radiance shining brilliantly in the dim surroundings. Meanwhile, Naruto harnessed the chakra within him, the golden energy of the Nine Tails enveloping him in a protective barrier. "We have no way of knowing what dangers lie ahead," Naruto murmured. Luffy nodded slightly, his eyes brimming with vigilance. "We must remain ever watchful. This cave is rife with the unknown." Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed from ahead. The two halted in their tracks, anxiously gazing toward the source of the sound. Before them surged a swarm of bat-like creatures emerging from the darkness, their eyes glimmering with a crimson light, and their wings adorned with sharp spikes. "What are these things?" Naruto furrowed his brow. Luffy gripped the sword of Thunder Flame, resembling a magical creature, cautiously anticipating their assault. The bat-like entities swiftly darted towards Luffy and Naruto with astonishing speed. They flapped their wings, launching their spines like lethal arrows aimed at the two. Luffy immediately unleashed the power of the Thunder Flame Sword. The blade enveloped in a fierce conflation of flames and lightning, forming a formidable barrier that thwarted the onslaught of spikes. The collision between the spikes and the barrier resonated with a series of piercing sounds. Naruto, not one to be outdone, summoned the might of the Golden Nine Tails, coalescing a colossal tailed beast ball in his grasp. He hurled the tailed beast ball towards the swarm of bats, which erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, the tremendous shockwave forcing the bat creatures to retreat. However, the bat creatures were not easily vanquished. They regrouped and launched a renewed assault, dividing into several squads, advancing towards Luffy and Naruto from various directions. Luffy and Naruto worked in close collaboration, deftly evading the attacks of the bat-like creatures while simultaneously seeking opportunities to counterattack. Luffy wielded the Sword of Thunder Flame with remarkable agility, swiftly striking at the approaching bat creatures. The flames and lightning coursing along the blade instantly seared or paralyzed the creatures. Meanwhile, Naruto unleashed a variety of ninjutsu, alternating between wind release and fire release techniques, leaving the bat creatures in disarray. During the skirmish, Luffy discerned that the bat creatures seemed to be under the influence of a mysterious force. He resolved to uncover the source of this power to eradicate the creatures entirely. "Naruto, these bat creatures may be controlled by some unseen force. We must identify its origin," Luffy exclaimed. Naruto nodded. "All right, let's investigate together." While battling the bat creatures, they remained vigilant, observing their surroundings. After considerable effort, they finally discovered a crystal at the cave's apex, emanating an eerie glow. "That crystal is the source controlling these bat creatures," Luffy stated. Naruto gazed at the crystal. "What should we do about it?" After a moment of contemplation, Luffy concluded that they must shatter the crystal, albeit with caution, for a formidable counterattack was likely imminent. They prepared themselves and, in unison, launched their assault upon the crystal. Luffy unleashed the mightiest strike of the Thunder Flame Sword, sending forth a colossal wave of sword energy towards the crystal. Simultaneously, Naruto harnessed the power of the Golden Nine Tails, hurling a massive tailed beast bomb at the crystalline entity. The sword energy and the tailed beast bomb struck the crystal concurrently, causing it to emit a blinding radiance as it began to retaliate. A surge of immense power erupted from the crystal, rushing towards Luffy and Naruto. They hastily evaded, yet the force was overwhelming, rendering it challenging for them to withstand. In that critical moment, Luffy devised a plan. He plunged the Thunder Flame Sword into the ground, channeling its energy to form a protective barrier. "Naruto, quickly take shelter within the barrier," Luffy shouted. Naruto swiftly complied, retreating into the safety of the protective circle. The barrier successfully absorbed the crystal's retaliatory force, granting them a temporary reprieve. Once the counterattack subsided, they regrouped for another strike. This time, they focused their energies with even greater intensity. And the sword energy along with the tailed beast bomb accurately struck the crystal's core. At last, the crystal shattered, and with its destruction, the bat-like creatures lost their control, either plummeting to the ground or fleeing into the air. The cave returned to a state of tranquility. Luffy and Naruto exhaled in relief, knowing they had once again triumphed over peril. Chapter 0823. The barrier. After successfully vanquishing the bat-like creature, Luffy and Naruto continued their journey deeper into the cave. The atmosphere grew increasingly eerie and silent, with only the sound of their footsteps reverberating through the air. They traversed the winding passageways, where the light upon the walls flickered intermittently, as if foretelling the uncertainties that lay ahead. The Thunder Flame sword in Luffy's grasp emitted a faint glow, illuminating their path forward. Meanwhile, Naruto remained vigilant, keenly observing their surroundings and poised to confront any potential threats. How deep does this cave extend? Naruto murmured softly. Luffy furrowed his brow, uncertain yet resolute that they must press onward until they uncover the clues to the Dragon Balls. Suddenly, a powerful surge of magical energy emanated from ahead, enveloping them in an overwhelming aura that quickened their heartbeats. Be cautious, a formidable force approaches, Luffy cautioned. Naruto immediately assumed a combat stance, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails swirling around him. Whatever it is, we shall not retreat. As they advanced, a colossal figure gradually materialized within their line of sight. It was a creature composed of dark energy, its form shifting like smoke, with eyes gleaming with an eerie violet light. What manner of monster is this? Naruto inquired in astonishment. Luffy firmly grasped the Flame of Thunder sword, which appeared to be a creature of dark magic, exceedingly perilous. Upon sighting Luffy and Naruto, the dark monster immediately launched its assault. It extended countless sinister tendrils, sweeping towards them. Wherever the tendrils passed, the very air seemed to corrode. Luffy immediately unleashed the power of the Thunder Flame sword, intertwining flames and lightning to form a formidable barrier that repelled the onslaught of the dark tendrils. The clash of fire and electricity against the dark appendages produced a cacophony of piercing sounds. Naruto, refusing to be outdone, summoned the golden power of the Nine Tails, coalescing a massive tailed beast ball in his grasp. He hurled the tailed beast ball at the dark creature, which erupted in a violent explosion, causing the monstrous being to stagger momentarily. Infuriated, the dark entity let out a deep, resonant roar, its dark energy intensifying to an even more concentrated state. It launched another attack, this time with tendrils that were both thicker and swifter. Luffy and Naruto continuously evaded the onslaught of dark tentacles, swiftly maneuvering through the cavern, utilizing the terrain and rocks to shield themselves from the monster's strikes. Amidst the chaos of battle, Luffy and Naruto diligently sought the weaknesses of the dark creature. They discerned that the core of the dark monster appeared to be the source of its formidable power. Naruto, target its core, Luffy commanded. Naruto nodded resolutely, channeling the power of the Golden Nine Tails, launching a colossal tailed beast bomb towards the heart of the dark entity. However, the creature seemed to sense their intentions, forming a formidable barrier with its dark tentacles to thwart the assault of the tailed beast bomb. The explosion erupted, yet it inflicted minimal damage upon the monster's core. Enraged, the dark creature intensified its assault, its tentacles descending upon Luffy and Naruto like a torrential storm. Luffy and Naruto found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle. They relentlessly attempted various methods to strike at the core of the dark creature, yet each endeavor was deftly thwarted by the monster's cunning defenses. In a moment of inspiration, Luffy conceived a plan. He resolved to harness the unique power of the Thunder Flame sword to absorb a portion of the dark creature's sinister energy before launching a counterattack. Naruto, draw the creature's attention. I will attempt to absorb its energy, Luffy proclaimed. Without hesitation, Naruto acquiesced. He unleashed an array of formidable ninjutsu, persistently assaulting the dark creature to divert its focus. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy plunged the sword of thunder fire into the ground, its blade beginning to shimmer with a flickering brilliance. He concentrated intently, endeavoring to absorb the dark energy emanating from the monstrous fiend. Initially, the dark energy resisted vehemently, but as Luffy persisted with unwavering resolve, a portion of the darkness began to yield to the sword of thunder fire. The radiance of the blade intensified, infused with an aura of shadow. Once he had absorbed a sufficient amount of dark energy, Luffy unleashed a formidable strike. He swung the sword of thunder fire, sending forth a powerful wave of sword energy that surged toward the core of the dark creature. This blade of energy, a synthesis of the dark power and the might of the Sword of Thunderfire, was devastatingly potent. The energy struck true, piercing the heart of the dark beast, which let out an anguished roar as its form began to disintegrate, the dark energy dissipating gradually. With the fall of the monstrous entity, tranquility was restored within the cavern. Chapter 0824. The Hall. After defeating the dark creature, Luffy and Naruto continued their exploration within the cave. The atmosphere grew increasingly enigmatic, with each corner seemingly concealing untold secrets. They advanced cautiously, the ground beneath their feet occasionally trembling lightly, as if to remind them that potential dangers lingered nearby. The thunder flame sword in Luffy's hand emitted a gentle glow, illuminating the path ahead. Naruto remained ever vigilant, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails flickering around him. I wonder how much longer we must traverse to uncover the clues to the Dragon Balls, Naruto murmured softly. Luffy furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze resolutely fixed ahead. As long as we do not give up, we shall undoubtedly find it. Just as they ventured deeper into the cave, an unusual sound suddenly echoed around them. It resembled an ancient incantation being chanted, imbued with a mysterious power. What is that sound? Naruto inquired with a look of confusion. Luffy came to a halt, attentively listening to the peculiar sound that echoed around him. It was unclear, yet undeniably unusual, prompting a sense of caution. As they pressed onward, the sound grew increasingly distinct. They arrived at a vast cavernous hall, where, at its center, lay an ancient magic circle, shimmering with an enigmatic glow. The strange sound emanated from within this mystical formation. What purpose does this magic circle serve? Naruto inquired. Luffy meticulously examined the magical array, which appeared to harbor immense power, potentially linked to the Dragon Balls. As they approached the array, striving to comprehend its mysteries, an unexpected brilliance erupted from it, enveloping them in a formidable force. Luffy and Naruto immediately became alert, bracing themselves for any impending danger. From the magical circle, a colossal figure began to rise slowly. It was an ethereal creature composed of radiant light, its form emanating a dazzling brilliance, with eyes resembling exquisite gemstones. What on earth is this? Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. Luffy gripped the ray flame sword tightly, realizing that we had encountered yet another formidable adversary. The luminous magical creature, upon spotting Luffy and Naruto, immediately launched its assault. It swung its arms, forged from radiant light, unleashing a barrage of powerful beams. These beams traveled at astonishing speed, wielding immense force, melting the very rocks in their wake. Luffy immediately unleashed the power of the Thunder Flame sword, intertwining flames and lightning to form a formidable barrier that repelled the onslaught of light. The collision between the radiant beams and the shield produced a series of thunderous echoes. Naruto, refusing to be outdone, summoned the power of the golden nine-tailed fox, condensing a colossal tailed beast ball in his grasp. He hurled the orb towards the luminous magical creature, which detonated upon impact, sending a powerful shockwave that momentarily staggered the creature. Enraged, the luminous magical being retaliated with renewed vigor, unleashing an even more concentrated and potent barrage of light. Luffy and Naruto deftly evaded the assaults of the luminous creature, swiftly navigating the cavernous hall, utilizing the terrain and rocks as shields against the magical onslaught. Amidst the chaos of battle, they incessantly sought the vulnerabilities of the radiant entity. They discerned that the creature's core appeared to be the source of its formidable power, shielded by a robust barrier of light. Naruto, we must devise a strategy to breach that luminous shield and strike at its core, Luffy exclaimed. Naruto nodded in agreement. All right. Let us endeavor together. They began to concentrate their energies to assault the radiant barrier. Luffy unleashed the mightiest strike of his Thunder Flame sword, a colossal wave of sword energy hurtling towards the luminous shield. Simultaneously, Naruto invoked the powers of the Golden Ninetails, launching a massive tailed beast ball at the barrier. The sword energy and the tailed beast ball collided with the luminous shield, producing a thunderous roar. Yet, the shield merely quivered slightly, remaining unbroken. They relentlessly attempted various methods to penetrate the luminous barrier, but to no avail. In a moment of inspiration, Luffy conceived a plan. He resolved to harness the unique power of the Thunder Flame sword to absorb a portion of the radiant creature's energy, subsequently using that energy to strike at the luminous shield. Naruto, draw the creature's attention. I will absorb its energy, Luffy commanded. Without hesitation, Naruto acquiesced. He unleashed an array of potent ninjutsu, relentlessly assaulting the luminous creature to captivate its focus. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy plunged the Thunder Flame sword into the ground, its blade shimmering with a radiant glow. He focused intently, attempting to absorb the luminous energy of the magical creature. Initially, the radiant energy resisted fiercely, but as Luffy persevered, some of the luminous essence began to be drawn into the Thunder Flame sword. The brilliance of the blade intensified, suffused with an aura of luminosity. Once he had assimilated a sufficient amount of radiant energy, Luffy unleashed a formidable strike. He swung the Thunder Flame sword, sending a powerful wave of sword energy towards the luminous shield. This sword energy, a fusion of the radiant energy and the might of the Thunder Flame sword, was overwhelmingly potent. The energy struck the luminous shield with precision, shattering it at last and revealing the core within. Naruto promptly summoned the power of the Golden Nine Tails, launching a colossal tailed beast bomb towards the core of the luminous magical creature. The bomb detonated, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that severely wounded the core of the radiant creature. It emitted a cry of anguish as its form began to disintegrate, the light gradually fading away. With the collapse of the radiant magical being, tranquility returned to the cavernous hall. Chapter 0825 Majesty. After defeating the luminous magical creature, Luffy and Naruto continued their exploration of the cave. The cavern was enveloped in an aura of mystery, with every corner emanating an air of the unknown. They advanced cautiously, the uneven ground beneath their feet, and the walls shimmering with peculiar luminescence. Luffy gripped the Thunder Flame sword tightly, its blade quivering slightly, as if it too were attuned to the enigmatic forces surrounding them. Meanwhile, Naruto remained ever vigilant, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails flowing gently around his form. This cave is truly steeped in mystery, Naruto murmured. Luffy nodded slightly, affirming the truth, yet we must not allow ourselves to be ensnared by these mysteries. We must maintain a clear mind. They ventured deeper into the cavern and soon arrived at a vast crossroads. The three paths before them each led to different destinations, each corridor emanating a unique aura of magic. Which path shall we take? Naruto inquired hesitantly. Luffy meticulously examined the three passageways, seeking to discern the magical aura emanating from each, in hopes of uncovering potential clues related to the Dragon Balls. They closed their eyes, attuning themselves to the mystical energies surrounding each corridor. After a moment of contemplation, they noted that the left passage radiated a potent positive energy. The middle one exuded a more stable magical presence, while the right passage was shrouded in a mysterious dark essence. I believe the left passage may hold the clues to the Dragon Balls, Luffy remarked. Naruto nodded in agreement. I share that sentiment. Let us proceed through the left passage. As they ventured into the left corridor, a gentle glow enveloped them, imparting a sense of warmth and comfort. With each step deeper into the passage, the light intensified, as if beckoning them forward. Suddenly, they detected a faint sound of footsteps. Instinctively, they halted, casting wary glances toward the source of the noise. From the luminous haze emerged a figure clad in a flowing white robe, his face obscured by a mask, rendering his features indiscernible. Who are you? What brings you here? The enigmatic figure inquired, his voice resonating with authority. Luffy gripped the sword of Thunderfire tightly. We are travelers in search of the Dragon Balls. Might you possess any clues regarding their whereabouts? The mysterious figure remained silent for a moment. The Dragon Balls are exceedingly perilous. You ought not to pursue them. Naruto furrowed his brow. We have compelling reasons to locate the Dragon Balls. Regardless of the danger, we shall not relent. The enigmatic figure slightly shook his head. Given your unwavering determination, I shall present you with a trial. Should you succeed, I will impart some knowledge about the Dragon Balls. With that, the mysterious figure waved his hand, and the surrounding light abruptly vanished, replaced by a vast arena. The arena was riddled with various traps and magical contraptions, exuding an air of imminent peril. Your trial is to survive within this arena and discover a hidden treasure. If you succeed, I shall reveal to you the clues regarding the Dragon Balls, the mysterious figure declared. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a resolute glance, then nodded with determination. They stepped into the arena, bracing themselves for the impending trial. The arena was fraught with peril, with traps poised to spring at any moment and magical devices relentlessly assaulting them. Luffy and Naruto advanced cautiously, coordinating their efforts to evade the myriad dangers. As they progressed, they encountered a formidable magical trap, a colossal vortex emanating an overwhelming gravitational pull. Once drawn into its depths, escape would prove exceedingly difficult. Luffy and Naruto clung tightly to the edge of the arena, striving to resist the alluring pull of the vortex. They endeavored to devise various methods to unravel this perilous trap, yet all their attempts proved futile. In a moment of inspiration, Luffy conceived a plan. He resolved to harness the power of the Thunder Flame Sword in an attempt to sever the vortex's grasp. Naruto. Divert the trap's attention while I wield the Thunder Flame Sword to dismantle it, Luffy exclaimed. Without hesitation, Naruto agreed. He unleashed an array of formidable ninjutsu, relentlessly assaulting the trap to draw its focus. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy thrust the Sword of Thunder and Flame into the ground. As flames and lightning began to coalesce upon its blade, focusing his energy, he unleashed a powerful strike. A formidable blade of air surged towards the vortex, colliding with it in a thunderous roar. The vortex's gravitational pull began to wane, ultimately vanishing. Luffy and Naruto successfully unraveled this trap. They pressed onward through the arena and eventually discovered a treasure concealed within. This treasure was a radiant crystal orb, seemingly imbued with immense power. Holding the orb, they emerged from the arena and stood before the enigmatic figure. The mysterious individual regarded them with a slight nod, acknowledging their success in the trial. I can impart to you some clues regarding the Dragon Balls, he revealed. The enigmatic figure informed them that deep within a cavern lies a mysterious locale, where hints of the Dragon Balls may be concealed. However, that place is fraught with peril, teeming with formidable magical creatures and treacherous traps. Luffy and Naruto expressed their gratitude to the enigmatic figure before continuing their journey deeper into the cavern. Chapter 0826, Eruption. Luffy and Naruto, armed with the enigmatic clues bestowed upon them by the mysterious figure, pressed onward into the depths of the cave. At this moment, the atmosphere within the cavern grew increasingly tense, each step seemingly treading upon the precipice of unknown peril. They navigated the winding passage, where the wall's luminescence flickered erratically, as if foretelling an impending tempest. Luffy gripped the Thunder Flame Sword firmly, its blade quivering slightly, yearning for the thrill of battle. Meanwhile, Naruto summoned the chakra within him, the golden aura of the Nine Tails coalescing into a protective barrier around his form. We do not know what awaits us ahead, Naruto murmured. Luffy furrowed his brow slightly, a resolute determination gleaming in his gaze. No matter what it may be, we must face it with courage. Suddenly, a deep, rumbling roar echoed from ahead. The ground began to tremble faintly, as if a formidable force was advancing upon them. Be cautious. Something is amiss, Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately readied himself for battle, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails surging with intensified vigor. Come forth, let us behold this creature. As the roar drew ever closer, a colossal figure burst forth from the shadows. It was a beast entirely clad in formidable scales, its form reminiscent of a small mountain, with eyes glinting with a menacing crimson light. The creature opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp teeth, and emitted a plume of black smoke. What in the world is that? Naruto asked in astonishment. Luffy gripped the Thunder Flame Sword tightly, appearing as a formidable magical creature, prompting us to exercise caution in our response. The beast, upon spotting Luffy and Naruto, immediately launched an assault. It swung its colossal claws towards them, the sheer force compressing the air around, producing a hissing sound as it advanced. Luffy immediately unleashed the power of the Thunder Flame Sword, intertwining flames and lightning to forge a formidable barrier that repelled the beast's onslaught. The crackling lightning and dancing flames flickered through the air, colliding with the creature's claws, producing a cacophony of resounding booms. Naruto, undeterred, summoned the might of the Golden Nine Tails. Gathering a colossal tailed beast ball in his hands, he hurled the tailed beast ball towards the monster, which detonated with a tremendous force, causing the creature to stagger back several paces. Infuriated, the beast launched another attack, this time opening its maw to unleash a torrent of black flames imbued with potent magical energy, sweeping towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto swiftly evaded the onslaught of the black flames, navigating through the cavern with agility, employing the terrain and rocks as shields against the monstrous assault. Throughout the skirmish, they relentlessly sought the creature's vulnerabilities. They discerned that the monster's abdomen was notably softer, potentially its Achilles heel. Naruto, strike at its abdomen, Luffy exclaimed. Naruto nodded in agreement. Channeling the power of the Golden Nine Tails, a colossal tailed beast bomb hurtling towards the creature's midsection. The impact erupted into a cataclysmic explosion, delivering a devastating blow to the monster's underbelly. A pained roar emanated from the creature as it began to sway unsteadily. Seizing the moment, Luffy unleashed a powerful strike, the lightning flame sword cleaving into the beast, carving a deep fissure into its scales. However, the monster was far from vanquished. It retaliated with furious intensity, its claws and tail thrashing wildly, the speed of its attacks escalating dangerously. Luffy and Naruto found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle. They deftly evaded the creature's assaults while simultaneously seeking an opportunity to counterattack. Luffy, wielding the lightning flame sword with agility, swiftly struck at the monster's claws and tail, endeavoring to diminish its offensive capability. Meanwhile, Naruto unleashed a myriad of ninja techniques, alternating between wind release and fire release, in an effort to inflict greater damage upon the beast. In a pivotal moment, Luffy conceived a strategy. He resolved to harness the unique power of the lightning flame sword to attempt to absorb the monster's magical energy, subsequently using that power to strike back. Naruto, divert the monster's attention. I will absorb its strength, Luffy exclaimed. Without hesitation, Naruto acquiesced. He summoned the might of the Golden Nine Tails, launching a colossal-tailed beast bomb towards the creature while relentlessly employing various jutsu to draw its focus. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy drove the Sword of Thunderfire into the ground, its blade beginning to shimmer with radiant light. He focused intently, endeavoring to absorb the magical energy emanating from the beast. Initially, the magical force resisted vehemently, but as Luffy persisted in his efforts, a portion of the energy began to be drawn into the Sword of Thunderfire. The brilliance of the blade intensified, now imbued with the essence of the creature's magic. Once he had absorbed a sufficient amount of this power, Luffy unleashed his ultimate strike. He swung the Sword of Thunderfire, releasing a formidable wave of sword energy that surged toward the beast. This attack melded the creature's magical force with the might of the Sword of Thunderfire, resulting in an unparalleled potency. The sword energy struck the beast squarely on its head, eliciting a pained roar from it. Its body began to disintegrate, ultimately collapsing to the ground. With the creature's defeat, tranquility returned to the cavern. Chapter 0827. Annihilation. After defeating the colossal beast, Luffy and Naruto ventured deeper into the cave. The cavern appeared shrouded in an enigmatic force, each corner emanating an aura of unknown peril. They tread cautiously, the uneven ground beneath their feet, and the walls shimmering with peculiar luminescence. Luffy gripped the Thunder Flame sword tightly, its blade quivering slightly, as if attuned to the magical fluctuations surrounding them. Meanwhile, Naruto remained ever vigilant, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails gently swirling around his form. We have no idea what dangers lie ahead, Naruto murmured. Luffy furrowed his brows slightly, declaring that we must remain perpetually prepared, as this cavern is laden with enigma and peril. Suddenly, a powerful surge of magical energy emanated from ahead. The ground began to tremble violently, as if a formidable force were drawing near. Be cautious. A tremendous power approaches, Luffy exclaimed. Naruto immediately entered a state of combat readiness, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails surging more violently. Whatever it may be, we shall overcome it. As the magical fluctuations intensified, a colossal figure gradually emerged from the shadows. It was a monster forged from dark magic, towering several meters high, exuding a terrifying aura of darkness. The creature's eyes glimmered with a crimson light, seemingly capable of piercing through anything. What manner of beast is this? Naruto inquired, astonished. Luffy gripped the Thunder Flame sword firmly, appearing as a formidable being of dark magic. And we must tread carefully in response. The dark creature, upon spotting Luffy and Naruto, immediately launched an assault. It swung its colossal arms towards them, imbued with overwhelming dark power, warping the air around it with a sharp, piercing sound. Luffy immediately unleashed the formidable power of the Thunder Flame sword. Its blade enveloped in a fierce conflagration intertwined with crackling lightning, creating a powerful barrier that thwarted the assault of the dark creature. The flames and electricity flickered in the air, colliding with the monster's arm and producing resounding booms. Naruto, not to be outdone, summoned the golden chakra of the Nine Tails within him, preparing to unleash a devastating attack. With swift motions, he formed intricate hand seals, and a colossal-tailed beast ball gradually coalesced in his grasp. This sphere radiated an immense surge of energy, causing the very air around it to tremble. The dark creature sensed the overwhelming potency of the tailed beast ball and let out a deep, resonant growl. It swung its arm once more, aiming a strike at Naruto. Without hesitation, Naruto hurled the tailed beast ball towards the dark entity. The sphere soared through the air like a meteor, bearing destructive force as it approached the creature. Upon collision with the monster's arm, it unleashed a cataclysmic explosion. The tremendous shockwave reverberated throughout the cavern, causing rocks to plummet from the walls. The dark creature was driven back several steps by the impact of the tailed beast ball, yet it emerged relatively unscathed. It roared once again, the dark aura surrounding its body intensifying. As Luffy observed the dark creature's tenacity, he resolved to launch a more formidable assault alongside Naruto. He brandished the Sword of Thunder and Flame, its flames and lightning intensifying with fervor. "Naruto, let us strike at its weakness together," Luffy exclaimed. Naruto nodded in agreement, once more gathering a beast ball in his hands. In unison, they directed their attack towards the creature's head, the sword's aura intertwining with the power of the beast ball, culminating in a powerful wave of assault. The attack struck the dark monster's head with precision, eliciting a painful roar from it. Its form began to tremble, and the shadowy essence surrounding it gradually diminished. As Luffy and Naruto seized the opportunity, they relentlessly unleashed their utmost powers, striking various parts of the dark monstrosity's form. Under their unyielding onslaught, the creature could no longer withstand the assault, and its body began to crumble. The sinister aura gradually dissipated, ultimately vanishing within the confines of the cavern. With the collapse of the dark beast, tranquility was restored to the cave. Chapter 0828. The Stone Platform. After a brief respite, Luffy and Naruto pressed onward into the depths of the cave. Their steps were resolute yet cautious, each stride an exploration into the realm of the unknown. A mysterious aura enveloped the cavern, with faint glimmers dancing upon the walls, as if recounting ancient tales. Luffy gripped the Thunder Flame sword tightly, its luminescence flickering in the darkness, illuminating their path ahead. Naruto remained ever vigilant, his heightened senses attuned to the slightest stirrings around them. As they progressed, they arrived at a spacious hall. The ceilings soared above them, and the surrounding walls were etched with peculiar runes and patterns. At the center of the hall stood a colossal stone pedestal, upon which rested a glimmering crystal sphere. The orb appeared remarkably unusual, Naruto murmured. Luffy nodded cautiously, aware that there might be traps ahead. They approached the stone platform slowly, and just as they were a few meters away, the ground trembled violently, and a swarm of magical creatures surged forth from all directions. These beings varied in form. Some resembled gigantic spiders, while others appeared as winged demons, all clawing and snapping as they lunged toward Luffy and Naruto. "Humph, do they truly believe they can thwart us?" Naruto scoffed, instantly entering a battle-ready state. With swift hand seals, he proclaimed, "Shadow Clone Jutsu." In an instant, countless Narutos materialized within the hall, charging relentlessly at the magical creatures. Luffy, undeterred, brandished the Thunder Flame sword, its blade entwined with flickering flames and crackling lightning, emanating a formidable power. He surged into the throng of magical creatures, each strike of his sword unleashing devastating force, driving them back one by one. The magical beings, however, were equally tenacious, launching relentless assaults. Some spewed venom, while others unleashed beams of arcane energy. Naruto, leveraging the advantage of his shadow clones, deftly evaded their onslaught, continuously retaliating with precision. He unleashed a repertoire of ninjutsu, executing wind release, spiraling shuriken and fire release, great fireball technique, compelling the magical creatures to retreat in disarray. With the formidable power of the Thunder Flame sword, Luffy traversed the realm of magical creatures as if it were an uninhabited domain. His swordsmanship was razor-sharp, with each strike landing precisely on the vital points of the magical beings. The forces of fire and lightning were wielded to their fullest potential beneath his blade, incinerating the creatures into charred remnants or rendering them paralyzed by electric shock. In perfect harmony with Naruto, they gradually overwhelmed the magical entities, leading them to falter and retreat. Ultimately, only a few formidable magical beings remained, fiercely resisting their onslaught. Suddenly, a colossal spider-like creature descended from the ceiling, its claws glimmering with a chilling light as it lunged ferociously at Naruto. Observing this, Naruto swiftly executed the shadow clone technique, evading the spider's attack. Simultaneously, he appeared behind the creature, conjuring a massive tailed beast bomb in his hands and launching it towards the spider. The tailed beast bomb, infused with tremendous impact, obliterated the spider in an instant. Witnessing the defeat of their companion, the remaining magical beings descended into madness, launching desperate assaults in a final act of defiance. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. They resolved to unleash their utmost strength to vanquish these magical creatures. Luffy raised the Thunder Flame sword high, as flames and lightning surged wildly along its blade. Incantations flowed from his lips, and a formidable power emanated from his being, infusing the Thunder Flame sword with vigor. Meanwhile, Naruto began to harness the golden chakra of the Nine Tails within him, enveloping his form in a radiant golden aura. With his hands clasped together, he proclaimed, "Senjutsu, Supermassive Rasengan." A colossal Rasengan rapidly took shape in his hands, shimmering with golden light and brimming with unparalleled might. As Luffy and Naruto launched their assaults simultaneously, the sword energy of the Thunder Flame Sword and the colossal-tailed Beast Bomb Sword towards the remaining magical creatures. The overwhelming force swiftly engulfed those beings, leaving them no time to emit even a single cry before they were utterly obliterated. Once the battle concluded, tranquility returned to the hall. Luffy and Naruto approached the stone pedestal, meticulously examining the glimmering crystal orb. What exactly is this orb? Naruto inquired with curiosity. Luffy shook his head, expressing uncertainty, yet he was certain that it bore some connection to the Dragon Balls. Let us take it with us. It may prove useful in the future, he suggested. Naruto nodded in agreement, carefully retrieving the crystal ball and placing it into his backpack. Chapter 0829. Techniques. Luffy and Naruto ventured deeper into the cave, clutching the crystal ball as they navigated the increasingly treacherous terrain. The light grew dimmer, forcing them to rely solely on the radiant glow emitted by the Thunder Flame Sword to illuminate their path. As they proceeded, a narrow passage emerged ahead, its walls adorned with enigmatic symbols and intricate patterns. Treading cautiously into the corridor, an unsettling, piercing howl echoed from the depths of the passage. "Be careful," Luffy shouted, brandishing the Thunder Flame Sword before him. No sooner had the words left his lips than a myriad of black wind blades surged forth from the depths, hurtling toward them. Without hesitation, Naruto executed the Shadow Clone technique, dispersing numerous clones to evade the onslaught of the wind blades. Luffy brandished the Lightning Flame Sword, the flames and lightning dancing along the blade forming a protective barrier that deflected the gusting blades of wind. However, the sheer number of wind blades began to overwhelm him. "This situation is untenable. We must locate the source of the wind blades," Luffy exclaimed. Naruto nodded, his eyes transforming into golden slits as he activated Sage Mode. In this heightened state, Naruto's perceptive abilities were significantly enhanced, and he quickly discerned that the origin of the wind blades lay in a shadowy corner at the end of the passage. "There," Naruto shouted, pointing toward the end of the corridor. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance, then bolted towards the end of the passage. The wind blades continued to surge from the shadowy corners, yet they were prepared, nimbly evading the onslaught. At last, they reached the passage's terminus. In the depths of the darkness, a colossal black whirlwind swirled, within which an indistinct figure could be discerned. "Are you the one behind this mischief?" Naruto bellowed, conjuring a massive Rasengan in his hand and hurling it towards the black vortex. The Rasengan collided with the whirlwind, resonating with a thunderous roar. However, rather than being vanquished, the black whirlwind grew even more ferocious. "This adversary is formidable," Luffy furrowed his brow. At that moment, the figure within the black whirlwind erupted into maniacal laughter. "Ha ha! You two oblivious fools dare to intrude upon my domain." As the laughter echoed, the black whirlwind began to dissipate, revealing a mysterious individual cloaked entirely in dark robes. The figure's face was concealed behind a black mask, with only a pair of eyes gleaming with a crimson light visible. "Who are you? Why do you attack us?" Luffy inquired warily. The mysterious figure scoffed, "My identity is of little consequence. What matters is that you shall both perish here today." With that declaration, the figure gestured with both hands, unleashing a powerful surge of dark energy that surged toward Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto immediately unleashed their most formidable techniques to counter the impending threat. Luffy channeled the full power of the Thunder Flame Sword, as flames and lightning intertwined to form a colossal beam of light that clashed with the dark forces. Meanwhile, Naruto executed the Sage Art, Super Huge Rasen Shuriken, unleashing a myriad of massive Rasens towards the enigmatic figure. The forces of both combatants collided fiercely in the air, producing a series of resounding booms. The entire cavern trembled as if on the brink of collapse. Amidst the intense battle, Luffy and Naruto gradually realized that the mysterious figure's dark power seemed inexhaustible. Despite their assaults inflicting some damage, they were unable to vanquish him entirely. "We cannot continue like this. We must devise a strategy to uncover his weakness," Luffy exclaimed. Naruto nodded in agreement, his gaze fixated on the enigmatic figure, striving to identify any vulnerabilities. Just then, Naruto noticed a faint glimmer of light emanating from beneath the mysterious man's dark robe. "Luffy, strike at his cloak," Naruto shouted. Luffy immediately comprehended Naruto's intent as he brandished the Sword of Thunderfire, striking towards the cloaked figure. The mysterious individual seemed to sense their purpose and hurriedly attempted to evade. Yet it was too late. The Sword of Thunderfire accurately slashed through the figure's cloak, creating a gash. A radiant light burst forth from the torn garment, and the mysterious figure let out a piercing scream as the darkness around them diminished significantly. Now was the moment. Observing the situation, Naruto swiftly unleashed his most formidable attack. He channeled all the chakra within him into the Rasengan and hurled it towards the enigmatic being. The Rasengan, imbued with cataclysmic power, struck the figure with tremendous force. Under the weight of such a powerful assault, the mysterious entity could no longer withstand it, and their body was obliterated. As the figure vanished, the dark energy within the cave gradually dissipated. Chapter 0830. The woman. After defeating the enigmatic figure, Luffy and Naruto continued their exploration within the cave. The cavern now exuded an aura of greater mystery, with every corner seeming to conceal unknown secrets. They advanced cautiously along the passage, the ground beneath them emanating a faint luminescence, as if guiding their way forward. Luffy gripped the Raijin sword tightly, its blade trembling slightly, seemingly attuned to the magical currents surrounding them. Naruto remained ever vigilant, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails flowing gently around his form. I wonder how much longer we must traverse before uncovering a clue to the Dragon Balls, Naruto murmured. Luffy furrowed his brow slightly, reminding everyone that haste would be unwise. The cave was steeped in mystery and peril, necessitating utmost caution. Suddenly, a melodious tune wafted through the air, seemingly emanating from a distant realm, imbued with an enigmatic energy. What is that sound? Naruto inquired, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. Luffy halted his steps, keenly attuned to the melody that resonated through the air, though unclear. It was undoubtedly extraordinary, urging caution. As they advanced, the music grew increasingly distinct. They arrived at a vast cavernous hall, at the center of which stood an immense crystal stage, where a beautiful woman gracefully played an ancient instrument, clad in a flowing white robe. Her long hair billowed like a gentle breeze, and her face bore a tender smile, reminiscent of a fairy from a realm beyond. Who are you? What brings you to this place? The woman inquired, pausing her performance to gaze upon Luffy and Naruto. Luffy offered a slight bow, inquiring, "We are travelers in search of the Dragon Balls. Might you possess any clues regarding their whereabouts?" The woman gave a gentle smile, replying, "The Dragon Balls are exceedingly precious treasures. To seek them, you must first undergo my trial." "What trial?" Naruto questioned, with a delicate wave of her hand. The surroundings transformed instantaneously. They found themselves in a resplendent garden, adorned with an array of extraordinary blossoms, and the air was filled with a delightful fragrance. "Your trial is to locate a singular flower within this garden, for it conceals the clues to the Dragon Balls. However, be wary, for this garden is rife with magical traps and perilous creatures," the woman cautioned. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a determined glance, then nodded resolutely. They ventured into the garden, embarking on a quest to find the extraordinary flower. The garden was adorned with a myriad of exquisite blossoms, yet each petal concealed a potential peril. Cautiously, Luffy and Naruto advanced, remaining vigilant to any disturbances in their surroundings. Suddenly, a colossal butterfly emerged from the thicket of flowers. Its wings shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, captivatingly beautiful. However, the fierce glint in its eyes suggested it was not to be trifled with. "Be cautious, that butterfly may pose a significant threat," Luffy warned. Naruto immediately readied himself for battle, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails surging with intensified vigor. "Come forth, let us discover what this butterfly is truly capable of." Upon noticing Luffy and Naruto, the butterfly launched an immediate attack. It flapped its wings, unleashing a barrage of radiant beams. These beams traveled with astonishing speed and formidable power, obliterating everything in their path. Luffy immediately unleashed the power of the Thunderflame sword, intertwining fire and lightning along the blade to form a formidable barrier that repelled the onslaught of colorful rays. The clash between the rays and the barrier resonated with a series of thunderous booms. Naruto, not to be outdone, summoned the golden power of the Nine Tails, coalescing a massive tailed beast bomb within his grasp. He hurled the tailed beast bomb towards the butterfly, which erupted in a spectacular explosion, forcing the butterfly to stagger back several steps. Infuriated, the butterfly launched another assault, its wings now shimmering with an even more resplendent radiance. As the colorful beams it emitted grew denser and more potent, Luffy and Naruto deftly evaded the onslaught of colorful beams, darting through the garden while utilizing the foliage and trees as shields against the butterfly's attacks. During the skirmish, they tirelessly sought the butterfly's vulnerabilities, ultimately discovering that its abdomen was notably softer, possibly its Achilles heel. "Naruto, strike at its abdomen," Luffy commanded. Nodding in agreement, Naruto unleashed the power of the Golden Nine Tails, sending a colossal-tailed beast ball hurtling towards the butterfly's midsection. The sphere detonated with a resounding explosion, delivering a devastating blow to the butterfly's abdomen. With a piercing roar of agony, the butterfly's body began to tremble. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy executed a powerful strike, the sword of thunder and flame cleaving into the butterfly, leaving a deep gash across its wings. At last, the butterfly succumbed to its injuries and collapsed onto the ground. With a sigh of relief, Luffy and Naruto resumed their quest within the garden, determined to find the elusive special flower. After an arduous search, they finally unearthed the extraordinary bloom nestled deep within the garden. The flower radiated a mysterious luminescence, its petals adorned with peculiar symbols. Clutching the flower, they returned to the presence of the woman. She regarded them with a slight nod. You have passed the trial. The symbols on this flower are clues to the Dragon Balls. However, to locate the Dragon Balls, you must confront even greater challenges ahead. Luffy and Naruto expressed their gratitude to the woman, then continued their journey towards the direction of the Dragon Balls. Chapter 0831. Fatigue. Luffy and Naruto, clutching the clues entwined within the flowers, ventured deeper into the cave. The cavern seemed shrouded in an enigmatic mist, with each step fraught with the potential for peril. They tread cautiously, the uneven ground beneath their feet, and the walls aglow with peculiar luminescence. Luffy gripped the thunder flame sword tightly, its blade quivering slightly as if attuned to the magical vibrations surrounding them. Meanwhile, Naruto remained ever vigilant, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails flowing gently around his form. We cannot anticipate what awaits us ahead, Naruto murmured. Luffy furrowed his brow slightly. Regardless of the challenges we face, we must confront them with courage. Suddenly, a formidable presence emanated from ahead. This aura was suffused with an overwhelming sense of oppression, causing both Luffy and Naruto to feel a pang of trepidation. Be cautious. A powerful entity approaches, Luffy proclaimed. Naruto immediately readied himself for battle, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails surging with even greater intensity. Whoever it may be, we shall not retreat. As the presence drew nearer, a colossal figure slowly emerged from the shadows. It was a towering man clad in resplendent golden armor, adorned with an exquisite helmet, his gaze radiating an unyielding majesty. Behind him trailed a cadre of formidable warriors, each exuding an intimidating aura that inspired fear. Who are you? Why have you trespassed into this realm? The man's voice resonated like a thunder spell, echoing throughout the cavern. Luffy offered a slight bow, proclaiming, We are mere travelers in search of the Dragon Balls, and we mean no offense. Might I inquire your name, esteemed sir? The man scoffed coldly, declaring, I am Vegeta, the Prince of the Saiyans. The Dragon Balls are our coveted prize, and should you dare to contest with me, you shall pay a most grievous price. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance, a surge of fierce combat spirit igniting within them. They were acutely aware that the formidable Vegeta stood before them, yet they would not relinquish their quest for the Dragon Balls so easily. Prince Vegeta, we harbor no intention of enmity. The Dragon Balls are of paramount importance to us, Luffy asserted. Vegeta, with a scornful gaze, retorted, Do you truly believe that you can obtain the Dragon Balls? Such naivety is laughable. With that, he gestured, and the warriors behind him charged fiercely toward Luffy and Naruto. Each of these warriors was immensely powerful, brandishing their weapons and unleashing a chorus of furious battle cries. Luffy immediately unleashed the formidable power of the Thunder Flame sword, intertwining flames and lightning to form a powerful barrier that thwarted the warriors' assaults. The flames and electricity flickered in the air, clashing against the warriors' weapons, producing a series of resounding booms. Naruto, unwilling to be outdone, summoned the might of the Golden Nine Tails, coalescing a colossal tailed beast bomb in his grasp. He hurled the tailed beast bomb toward the warriors, where it detonated with explosive force, sending the warriors reeling backward. Observing his warriors being pushed back, Vegeta's face darkened with anger. In a flash, he appeared before Luffy and Naruto. You possess some skill, but before me, you remain utterly insignificant. With that, Vegeta erupted with an overwhelming aura, a tempestuous force surging towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto felt the formidable aura emanating from Vegeta, filling their hearts with astonishment. They understood that this would be an exceedingly arduous battle. Luffy grasped the Thunder Flame sword tightly, its fiery blaze and crackling lightning intensifying. He unleashed his most formidable sword technique, striking towards Vegeta. With a dismissive glance, Vegeta effortlessly waved his hand, nullifying Luffy's assault. Observing this, Naruto immediately resorted to a myriad of ninja techniques. Wind release, fire release, lightning release, and other jutsu danced in succession, converging upon Vegeta. Yet, Vegeta continued to respond with ease to Naruto's onslaught, his speed so swift that his form resembled an elusive specter, challenging perception. Amidst the fray, Luffy and Naruto tirelessly sought Vegeta's vulnerabilities. They discerned that although Vegeta was immensely powerful, his methods of attack were rather singular, predominantly reliant on overwhelming presence and velocity. Naruto. We must devise a way to disrupt his rhythm, Luffy urged. Nodding in agreement, Naruto employed the shadow clone technique, instantly creating a multitude of clones that encircled Vegeta. Witnessing the swarm of Naruto's doppelgangers, Vegeta's expression turned slightly impatient. He began to unleash a fervent barrage against the clones, yet the sheer number overwhelmed him, leaving him somewhat flustered. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy unleashed the extraordinary power of the Sword of Thunder and Flame, as the flames and lightning entwined upon the blade, giving rise to an entirely new force. He charged towards Vegeta, poised to deliver a devastating blow. Sensing Luffy's impending attack, Vegeta swiftly turned to brace himself against the onslaught. However, in that fleeting instant, Naruto's true form materialized behind him, coalescing a colossal Rasengan in his grasp. Vegeta had no time to evade, and was struck by the spiraling orb. With a ferocious roar, he was propelled away by the impact. Luffy and Naruto remained vigilant, fully aware that Vegeta would not be easily vanquished. Indeed, Vegeta soon rose to his feet, his eyes ablaze with fury. "How dare you lay a hand on me? You shall pay dearly for this transgression," he declared, his aura intensifying with ferocity. He commenced unleashing more formidable assaults, launching himself at Luffy and Naruto with reckless abandon. Luffy and Naruto worked in close harmony, deftly evading Vegeta's relentless assaults while simultaneously seeking opportunities to counterattack. A fierce battle erupted within the cavern, with the surrounding walls and floor ravaged by their formidable powers. This confrontation endured for an extended period, with both sides expending vast reserves of stamina and energy. Yet neither faltered, each fighting resolutely for their respective goals. Ultimately, through unwavering determination and seamless cooperation, Luffy and Naruto began to gain the upper hand. Although Vegeta possessed immense strength, he gradually exhibited signs of fatigue under their continuous onslaught. "Vegeta, we do not wish to be your foes. If you allow us to continue our quest for the Dragon Balls, we can coexist peacefully," Luffy declared. Vegeta regarded Luffy and Naruto with a heart brimming with reluctance. Yet he recognized the futility of easily vanquishing them. I shall let you go this time. However, should you dare to obstruct my path again, I will show no mercy," Vegeta proclaimed before turning away with his warriors in tow. Chapter 0832, Desolation After Departing from the Treacherous Cave. Luffy and Naruto stepped into an unfamiliar wilderness. The sun blazed fiercely upon the earth, while the arid wind howled past, stirring up clouds of dust. Luffy squinted his eyes, tightly gripping the Thunder Flame sword, sensing the subtle vibrations emanating from the blade. Naruto furrowed his brow slightly, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails flickering around him, poised to confront any impending danger. "This place appears rather desolate," Naruto remarked. Luffy nodded, "Yet we must not let our guard down, for none can predict what may lie hidden here." They proceeded cautiously, the ground beneath their feet hard and barren. In the distance, several stark peaks loomed, evoking a sense of oppression. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed through the sky. Luffy and Naruto looked up to behold a swarm of colossal birds soaring towards them. These avian giants, with wingspans exceeding several meters, possessed eyes that glinted with a menacing light. "Be careful," Luffy shouted. Instantly, Naruto entered a combat stance, swiftly forming hand seals. Shadow Clone Jutsu. In an instant, countless Narutos materialized around them, poised to counter the birds' assault. The birds dove down, their razor-sharp talons aimed at Luffy and Naruto. Luffy brandished the Raijin sword, its blade enveloped in a fierce conflagration intertwined with crackling lightning, creating a formidable barrier to repel the bird strike. Flames and electricity flickered in the air, igniting dazzling sparks as they clashed with the bird's claws. Naruto, commanding his shadow clones, unleashed a variety of ninjutsu. Techniques such as wind release, spiraling shuriken, and fire release. Great fireballs surged towards the birds, forcing them to retreat under the relentless barrage. However, the birds did not relent easily. They incessantly adapted their tactics, attacking from various angles. Luffy and Naruto found themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle, evading the bird strikes while desperately seeking an opportunity to counterattack. Amidst the chaos, Luffy discerned that the birds seemed to be driven by some enigmatic force. He resolved to uncover the source of this power to eradicate the avian menace once and for all. Naruto, these birds might be under the influence of some force. We must identify its origin, Luffy exclaimed. Naruto nodded. All right, let us search together. As they battled the birds, they remained vigilant, observing their surroundings. After considerable effort, they finally spotted a nearby peak, upon which rested a crystal emanating a strange luminescence. That crystal is controlling the birds, Luffy declared. Naruto gazed at the crystal. What shall we do? After contemplating for a moment, Luffy concluded that they must shatter the crystal, yet they needed to proceed with caution, for a formidable retaliation might ensue. They braced themselves and launched their assault on the crystal in unison. Luffy unleashed the most potent strike of the Thunder Flame sword, sending forth a colossal wave of sword energy towards the crystal. Simultaneously, Naruto invoked the power of the Golden Nine Tails, hurling a massive tailed beast bomb towards the crystal. The sword energy and tailed beast bomb collided with the crystal, which erupted in a dazzling display of light and began to retaliate. A surge of immense power emanated from the crystal, hurtling towards Luffy and Naruto. They hastily sought refuge, but the force was overwhelmingly strong, making it difficult for them to withstand. In a critical moment, Luffy devised a plan. He drove the Thunder Flame sword into the ground, channeling its energy to form a protective barrier. Naruto, quickly take cover within the barrier, Luffy shouted. Naruto swiftly complied, sheltering within the protective circle. The barrier successfully absorbed the crystal's retaliatory force, granting them a temporary reprieve. Once the backlash subsided, they launched another assault, this time with even greater focus. The sword energy and tailed beast bomb accurately struck the crystal's core. At last, the crystal shattered, and with its destruction, the birds lost control and scattered into the sky. Tranquility returned to the wilderness. Luffy and Naruto exhaled in relief, acutely aware that this battle was merely the beginning. In this unfamiliar land, many more challenges awaited them. They pressed onward and soon arrived at an ancient town. The architecture of the town was dilapidated and steeped in age, with a sense of antiquity permeating the streets. The townsfolk bustled about, casting curious glances at the two strangers, Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto entered the town, hoping to uncover some clues regarding the Dragon Balls. They inquired around the town, yet the townsfolk appeared to be entirely ignorant of the Dragon Balls. Just as disappointment began to settle in, a mysterious elder materialized before them. Clad in a long robe, his gaze was profound, exuding an aura of enigma. Are you in search of the Dragon Balls? The elder inquired. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance, then nodded slightly. The old man smiled faintly, explaining that the Dragon Balls are exceedingly precious treasures, not easily found. However, I can provide you with some clues. Luffy and Naruto immediately perked up. Please, do enlighten us, they urged. The elder spoke slowly. In the distant depths of a vast desert lies an ancient temple. It is said that within its confines may be concealed clues to the Dragon Balls. However, beware. For this temple is fraught with peril, inhabited by formidable creatures and treacherous traps. Exercise utmost caution. Luffy and Naruto expressed their gratitude to the elder before departing from the town, heading towards the vast desert. They traversed an expansive grassland, ultimately reaching the desert's edge. The desert roared with a ferocious wind, enveloped in a swirling tempest of sand. Luffy and Naruto cautiously stepped into the desert, their figures appearing exceedingly diminutive against the vastness. As they ventured deeper, the temperature soared to unbearable heights, compelling them to summon their inner strength to withstand the oppressive heat. Suddenly, they were met with a low, ominous growl. The ground began to tremble slightly, as if a formidable force were approaching. Be careful. Something's coming, Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately readied himself for battle, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails swirling around his form. Whatever it is, we can conquer it. As the growl drew nearer, a colossal figure erupted from the swirling sands. It was an enormous sandworm, spanning several meters in length, its body adorned with tough, armored scales. The creature's eyes glimmered with a menacing red glow, and it unleashed a powerful storm of sand from its maw. What kind of monster is this? Naruto inquired in astonishment. Luffy gripped the Thunder Flame sword tightly, appearing as a formidable entity amidst the desert. We must proceed with caution. The sandworm, upon spotting Luffy and Naruto, immediately launched an assault. It opened its massive jaws, aiming to bite down upon them. Without hesitation, Luffy unleashed the power of the Thunder Flame sword. The flames and lightning coalesced along the blade, forming a formidable barrier that repelled the sandworm's onslaught. Naruto, undeterred, summoned the might of the golden nine-tailed beast, conjuring a colossal tailed beast ball in his hands. He hurled the tailed beast ball towards the sandworm, which detonated with a resounding explosion, forcing the creature to stagger back several paces. Infuriated, the sandworm readied itself for another attack. This time, its body began to spin, generating a massive whirlpool of sand and dust that surged towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto swiftly evaded the assaults of the swirling sandstorm. They darted through the desert, skillfully utilizing the dunes and rocks to escape the attacks of the sandworms. Chapter 0833. The train Luffy and Naruto engaged in a breathtaking battle against a colossal sandworm amidst the vast desert. At that moment, the air was thick with swirling sand, and the immense form of the sandworm loomed in and out of visibility, resembling a moving dune. Luffy gripped the Thunder Flame sword tightly, his gaze reflecting unwavering determination and resolve. He could sense the formidable aura radiating from the sandworm, yet he showed no sign of retreat. Meanwhile, Naruto swiftly summoned the golden chakra of the Nine Tails within him, enveloping his body in a radiant glow. His eyes were fixed intently on the sandworm, poised to unleash his attack at any moment. The sandworm launched another assault, its massive body barreling towards Luffy and Naruto like a speeding train. Luffy immediately harnessed the power of the Thunder Flame sword, intertwining flames and lightning to form a robust barrier. When the sandworm collided with the barrier, a deep resounding crash reverberated through the air, and the tremendous impact caused Luffy's arms to tingle slightly. Observing this, Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, exclaiming, "Wind release, spiraling shuriken." A rapidly spinning wind shuriken materialized in his hand, which he hurled forcefully at the sandworm. The shuriken struck the sandworm's body like a bolt of lightning, slicing through its scales and releasing a stream of green liquid. The sandworm let out an enraged roar, its body writhing violently. Subsequently, it opened its mouth and unleashed a powerful sandstorm, sweeping towards Luffy and Naruto like a fierce tempest. Luffy and Naruto swiftly evaded the oncoming threat, racing through the desert and utilizing the dunes as their shield. In the wake of the sandstorm, the dunes were flattened, revealing the hardened ground beneath. As they sought refuge from the swirling tempest, Luffy and Naruto relentlessly searched for the weaknesses of the sandworm. They discerned that while the creature's abdomen was shielded by resilient scales, there existed minute gaps when it moved. "Naruto, let us strike at its abdomen," Luffy exclaimed. Naruto nodded, channeling his chakra with renewed vigor, preparing to unleash a formidable assault. Luffy gripped the Raijin sword tightly, bracing himself to synchronize with Naruto's attack on the sandworm's vulnerable underbelly. As the ferocity of the sandstorm diminished, they sprang into action, hurtling towards the sandworm with breathtaking speed. The creature, sensing their advance, attempted to shield itself with its massive body. Luffy unleashed the utmost power of the Thunder Flame sword, with the flames and lightning upon its blade intensifying ferociously. He slashed towards the body of the sandworm, endeavoring to capture its attention. As anticipated, the sandworm was drawn to Luffy's assault, redirecting its massive form towards him. In that moment, Naruto seized the opportunity to harness the might of the Golden Nine Tails, conjuring a colossal tailed beast ball within his grasp. He hurled the tailed beast ball towards the vulnerable underbelly of the sandworm, striking true amidst the gaps in its scaly armor, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The force of the blast severely damaged the sandworm's abdomen, causing a cascade of green liquid to splatter in all directions. The creature emitted a painful roar, its body beginning to tremble. Luffy, seizing the moment, launched another full-force strike. The Thunder Flame sword cleaved into the sandworm, carving a deep fissure into its scales. Yet, the sandworm proved to be a formidable adversary, thrashing wildly in a desperate attempt to retaliate. A colossal whirlpool of sand and dust coalesced around its form once more, surging towards Luffy and Naruto with relentless ferocity. Luffy and Naruto swiftly evaded the onslaught, darting through the desert to escape the assaults of swirling sand vortices. In the midst of their evasion, an idea struck Luffy. "Naruto, let us converge our powers to strike its head," he exclaimed. Naruto immediately grasped Luffy's intent. Together, they charged towards the head of the sandworm. As they approached, Luffy unleashed the might of the Thunder Flame sword, its blade enveloped in a fierce conflation of flames and lightning, coalescing into a formidable sword aura. Simultaneously, Naruto summoned the power of the Golden Nine Tails, a colossal tailed beast ball forming in his hands. They concentrated their energies, launching the sword aura and the tailed beast ball toward the head of the sandworm. This overwhelming force struck the creature's head with a resounding impact, eliciting a desperate roar from the sandworm. Its body began to disintegrate, ultimately collapsing upon the desert sands. As the sandworm fell, tranquility returned to the arid expanse. Chapter 0834. Resistance. After successfully vanquishing the sandworm, Luffy and Naruto pressed onward toward the ancient temple nestled deep within the desert. The relentless heat of the desert remained unbearable, with fierce winds occasionally howling past, stirring up clouds of sand. They tread cautiously, each step leaving deep imprints in the yielding sands. Luffy gripped the Thunder Flame sword tightly, its blade quivering slightly, as if to remind them that danger still lurked ahead. Naruto maintained a vigilant stance, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails swirling around him, ever ready to confront any unforeseen circumstances. This desert is truly vast and boundless. It is uncertain how far the temple lies ahead, Naruto remarked. Luffy furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze resolutely fixed on the horizon. No matter how distant it may be, we must locate the temple, for it may hold clues to the Dragon Balls. As they ventured deeper, the landscape of the desert began to transform gradually. The once flat expanse of sand started to give rise to undulating dunes, some towering several dozen meters high, resembling colossal peaks. Amidst the dunes, remnants of ancient relics occasionally came into view, though in a state of ruin. They still emanated an air of enigma. Suddenly, a peculiar sound drifted from afar. It resembled a low murmur of some creature, steeped in eeriness and mystery. "Be cautious. Something is amiss," Luffy exclaimed. Naruto immediately adopted a battle stance, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails surging with greater intensity. "Whatever it may be, we shall prevail against it." As the sound drew nearer, a massive figure slowly emerged from behind a dune. It was a creature composed of sand, towering several dozen meters, resembling a gigantic sandman. The monster's eyes shimmered with a yellow glow, radiating formidable magical power. "What kind of monster is this?" Naruto inquired in astonishment. Luffy firmly grasped the sword of Thunder Flame, appearing as a magical creature of the desert, exuding a formidable danger. Upon spotting Luffy and Naruto, the sand monster immediately launched an assault. It swung its enormous arm towards them, the sheer force of its movement sending sand swirling into the air, conjuring a powerful sandstorm. Luffy immediately unleashed the power of the Thunder Flame sword, as flames and lightning intertwined upon the blade, forming a formidable barrier that thwarted the monster's assault. The flickering fire and crackling electricity clashed with the creature's arm, producing a series of thunderous echoes. Naruto, unwilling to be outdone, summoned the might of the Golden Nine Tails, coalescing a massive tailed beast bomb within his grasp. He hurled the bomb towards the creature, which detonated with a resounding explosion, forcing the monster to stagger back several paces. Enraged, the creature launched another attack, this time opening its maw to unleash a torrent of sand. The oncoming sandstorm surged forth like a great dragon, sweeping toward Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto swiftly evaded the onslaught of the sand creature, darting through the desert and utilizing the dunes and rocks as shields against its attacks. Throughout the battle, they diligently sought the creature's weaknesses. They discerned that its core appeared to be the source of its power, shrouded beneath a thick layer of sand. "Naruto, we must devise a way to breach that sandy barrier and strike at its core," Luffy exclaimed. Naruto nodded in agreement. "All right, let us attempt it together." They began to concentrate their efforts on assaulting the creature's sandy protection. Luffy unleashed the most potent strike of his Thunder Flame sword, sending forth a colossal wave of sword energy aimed directly at the creature's body. Simultaneously, Naruto summoned the formidable power of the Nine Tails, hurling a massive tailed beast ball towards the sand creature. The sword energy and the tailed beast ball collided with the creature's form, producing a thunderous roar. However, the sandy barrier proved remarkably resilient, resisting their attempts to shatter it. They persistently experimented with various strategies to penetrate the creature's defenses, yet none bore fruit. In a moment of inspiration, Luffy conceived a plan. He resolved to harness the unique power of his Thunder Flame sword to absorb a portion of the creature's sandy strength, which he would then wield to attack its core. "Naruto, divert the creature's attention while I absorb its power," Luffy called out. Without hesitation, Naruto complied, employing an array of formidable ninja techniques to bombard the sand creature, successfully drawing its focus. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy drove the sword of thunder fire into the ground, its blade beginning to shimmer with a radiant glow. He focused intently, endeavoring to absorb the power of the sand creature. Initially, the essence of the sand resisted vehemently, however. As Luffy persevered, a portion of the sand's power began to yield to the sword of thunderfire. The radiance of the blade intensified, now imbued with the essence of the sand. Once he had assimilated a sufficient amount of this power, Luffy unleashed a formidable strike. He swung the sword of thunderfire, directing a powerful wave of sword energy towards the core of the sand creature. This energy, a fusion of the sand's essence and the sword's might, was unparalleled in strength. The blade of energy struck the creature's core with precision, eliciting a pained roar from it. Its body began to disintegrate, sand cascading downwards. As the sand creature collapsed, tranquility returned to the desert. Chapter 0835, Trek. After successfully vanquishing the sand creature, Luffy and Naruto pressed onward towards the ancient temple. The oppressive heat of the desert remained unbearable, yet their resolve grew ever stronger. They trudged step by step across the soft sands, pausing frequently to catch their breath. Luffy gripped the Thunder Flame sword tightly, its brilliance somewhat dimmed under the sun, as if it too were enduring the trials of this arduous journey. Meanwhile, Naruto intermittently summoned his chakra, the golden aura of the Nine Tails flickering around him, providing a steady source of energy. As time passed, they finally beheld the edge of the desert, a verdant expanse, standing in stark contrast to the vast, arid sands behind them. "We are finally about to leave the desert," Naruto exclaimed with excitement. Luffy nodded slightly, a glimmer of satisfaction illuminating his face. "Yet, we must remain vigilant. None can predict what awaits us beyond the desert." They quickened their pace, heading towards the edge of the arid expanse. As they stepped out of the desert, a refreshing breeze enveloped them, instilling a profound sense of relief. Beyond the desert lay an expansive prairie, lush with verdant grass and adorned with vibrant blossoms. A gentle zephyr caressed their skin, carrying with it the sweet fragrance of flowers. In the distance, a series of gentle hills undulated, imparting a serene and enchanting atmosphere. Luffy and Naruto stood upon the vast expanse of the grassland, gazing at the breathtaking scenery before them, their hearts brimming with emotion. They had endured countless trials and tribulations in the desert, and at last, they had arrived at this picturesque haven. "How truly magnificent this place is," Naruto exclaimed in awe. Luffy took a deep breath, savoring the essence of the grassland. "Indeed, we must not forget our mission. We must continue our quest for clues regarding the Dragon Balls." As they traversed the prairie, they relished a moment of tranquility. The small creatures of the grassland, upon spotting them, approached with curiosity, only to scurry away in fright as they drew nearer. As they walked, they stumbled upon a crystal-clear brook. The water flowed gently, glimmering with silvery hues beneath the sun's warm embrace. Luffy knelt down, cupping his hands to gather some water, refreshing his face and reveling in its coolness. Naruto watched beside him, a joyful smile gracing his features. "This brook is truly beautiful. It may lead to a significant place," Luffy remarked. Naruto nodded in agreement, suggesting, "Let us follow the brook. Perhaps we shall uncover some clues." They proceeded along the stream, all the while admiring the breathtaking scenery of the grassland. The flowers bloomed in a riot of colors, and butterflies danced amidst the blossoms, creating a scene reminiscent of a splendid painting. Yet, they remained steadfast in their mission, ever vigilant and attentive to the slightest sounds around them, hoping to uncover any leads on the Dragon Balls. At the brook's end, they beheld a quaint village. The homes within were simple yet charming, with wisps of smoke curling from the chimneys. Villagers toiled in the fields, while children played merrily, embodying a serene tableau. Luffy and Naruto entered the village, hoping to gather some clues about the Dragon Balls from the villagers. Upon their arrival, the villagers regarded them with wary eyes. "Who are you? What brings you here?" An elder stepped forward and inquired. Luffy offered a slight bow, inquiring, "We are travelers in search of the Dragon Balls. Might you possess any clues regarding their whereabouts?" The elder furrowed his brow, replying, "The Dragon Balls? Those are exceedingly perilous artifacts. It would be wise for you to refrain from seeking them." Naruto, perplexed, asked, "Why are the Dragon Balls considered dangerous?" The elder sighed. "The Dragon Balls possess immense power, capable of granting the wishes of those who seek them. However, it is precisely this power that attracts many malevolent forces. In the past, countless individuals have perished in their quest to obtain the Dragon Balls." Luffy and Naruto exchanged a knowing glance, fully aware that the elder's words held merit. However, they could not forsake their quest for the Dragon Balls. "We understand the peril associated with the Dragon Balls, yet we must seek them out. Do you possess any clues that could aid us?" Luffy earnestly inquired. The elder fell silent for a moment before responding. "It is said that in a distant mountain range lies a mysterious castle. There, one might uncover clues pertaining to the Dragon Balls. However, be forewarned, for that castle is fraught with danger, inhabited by formidable monsters and treacherous traps. Exercise caution." Luffy and Naruto expressed their gratitude to the elder before departing from the village. Chapter 0836, Ignite. As Luffy and Naruto journeyed toward the enigmatic castle, they were abruptly enveloped by an overwhelming and malevolent aura. Instinctively, they halted, their gazes sharpened toward the source of this ominous presence. Before them materialized a figure of diminutive stature yet exuding an imposing aura, radiating with a violet luminescence. His eyes conveyed an endless coldness and cruelty. "Haha. I never anticipated encountering two intriguing individuals here," he proclaimed. The newcomer was none other than the cosmic overlord, Frisia. "My battle power stands at 530,000. Are you prepared to meet your demise?" Luffy gripped the sword of Raiden tightly, its blade trembling slightly, as if it sensed an unprecedented pressure. Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto activated his Ninetales mode, golden chakra blazing around him like a roaring inferno. "No matter how powerful you may be, we shall not retreat," Naruto bellowed. Frisia's lips curled into a slight smirk, revealing a hint of disdain. "Ignorant fool, allow me to demonstrate my strength." With that, Frisia vanished from sight, only to reappear before Luffy and Naruto in the next instant. He unleashed a punch, imbued with terrifying power, hurtling towards them. Luffy immediately unleashed the formidable power of the Thunder Flame Sword, as flames and lightning entwined along the blade to form a powerful barrier, attempting to withstand Frisia's onslaught. However, Frisia's fist effortlessly shattered the barrier, the overwhelming force sending Luffy hurtling away. Observing this, Naruto swiftly charged forward, executing a series of ninjutsu techniques. Techniques such as wind release, spiraling shuriken, and fire release. Great fireball technique rained down upon Frisia. Yet, Frisia remained unfazed, casually waving his hand to dispel all the ninjutsu. "So feeble," he remarked, "your power is akin to that of mere ants before me." Luffy rose from the ground, determination gleaming in his eyes. "Naruto, we cannot fight separately. We must collaborate to have a chance of defeating him." Naruto nodded in agreement, and they began to coordinate their efforts, standing united against Frisia. Luffy wielded the Thunder Flame Sword with fervor, searching for Frisia's vulnerabilities, while Naruto harnessed the power of the Ninetales, launching assaults from various angles. Although Frisia was formidable, their synergy gradually began to take its toll on him. His expression darkened as he resolved to unleash a more potent force. "Since you are so insistent on your folly, allow me to introduce you to my Death Beam." With hands clasped together, Frisia unleashed a formidable purple beam from his palms. The velocity of the beam was astonishing, leaving Luffy and Naruto no time to evade. They could only brace themselves, summoning all their strength to withstand its onslaught. As the death beam pushed them backward, their bodies bore the immense strain, yet they refused to yield, resolutely resisting the attack. Just as they neared their breaking point, Luffy suddenly conceived a plan. He plunged the Thunder Flame Sword into the ground, channeling his entire being to resonate with the surrounding environment. As his power radiated outward, the earth began to tremble. Suddenly, flames and lightning erupted from the ground, hurtling towards Frisia. Taken aback by this unforeseen assault, Frisia was momentarily distracted. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto unleashed his most powerful strike, condensing a massive tailed beast bomb in his hands before hurling it at Frisia. The explosion of the tailed beast bomb forced Frisia to stagger back, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, though it quickly transformed back into his usual cold demeanor. "You possess some skill, but it is far from sufficient," Frisia bellowed, his body swelling as his power intensified. Chapter 0837. Deceived as Luffy and Naruto faced the formidable Frisia, although a sense of pressure weighed upon them. It was ultimately their indomitable fighting spirit that prevailed. With a swift movement, Frisia lunged towards them, his speed akin to lightning, and in an instant, he was upon Luffy. Delivering a powerful punch, Luffy hastily raised the Thunder Flame Sword to defend himself, the flames and lightning dancing ferociously against the onslaught of Frisia's immense strength. "Do you really think you can block me with that sword?" Frisia scoffed, intensifying his force. Luffy felt a sharp pain shoot through his arm, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground. At that moment, Naruto surged in from the side, the golden chakra of the Ninetales forming a brilliant trail behind him. He executed the shadow clone technique, instantly creating multiple copies of himself that charged towards Frisia in unison. Frisia cast a disdainful glance at the clones and with a mere flick of his wrist, unleashed a powerful wave of energy that scattered them effortlessly. "Such trivial tricks are of no use to me." Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy adjusted his stance and unleashed the special skill of the Sword of Thunder and Flame. The flames and lightning entwined on the blade formed a colossal vortex, sweeping towards Frisia. Frisia frowned slightly and deftly evaded the attack. "Somewhat intriguing, but still too feeble," he remarked as he began to gather energy with both hands. The purple radiance in his grasp intensified, distorting the surrounding air with its formidable power. Naruto, recognizing the urgency of the situation, understood that Frisia must not be allowed to continue amassing strength. He swiftly formed hand seals and proclaimed, "Sage Art, Super Big Rasen Shuriken." A massive spinning sphere rapidly took shape in his hands before being hurled at Frieza. The Rasen Shuriken collided with the energy sphere in Frieza's grasp, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The tremendous shockwave caused the ground beneath to collapse instantaneously, sending Luffy and Naruto flying backward from the force. Frieza, however, merely swayed slightly. His gaze fixed upon Luffy and Naruto, revealing a flicker of irritation. "You have successfully provoked me. Now brace yourselves for my wrath." In an instant, Frieza transformed into his final form, his power surging once more, causing the very space around him to tremble under his overwhelming aura. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a resolute glance, each discerning unwavering determination in the other's eyes. They understood that this would be an exceedingly arduous battle, yet they were resolute in their refusal to retreat. Luffy tightly grasped the sword of thunder and flame, infusing it with the entirety of his strength. The flames and lightning coursing along the blade intensified, as if intent on incinerating everything in their path. Meanwhile, Naruto summoned the golden chakra of the Nine Tails within him, enveloping his body in a radiant golden shield. Frieza roared as he charged forward, his speed so astonishing that it rendered him nearly invisible. Luffy and Naruto found themselves relying solely on instinct to evade and counterattack. In the midst of battle, Luffy discerned that although Frieza possessed immense power, his methods of attack were rather singular, predominantly hinging on overwhelming strength and velocity. They resolved to exploit this weakness, seeking to uncover Frieza's vulnerabilities. Luffy deliberately exposed a flaw, enticing Frieza to attack. Frieza, indeed, took the bait and charged towards Luffy. Just as Frieza was about to strike, Naruto suddenly appeared from the side, launching his Rasengan towards Frieza's abdomen. The unexpected assault struck Frieza, causing his body to tremble slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed the most potent strike of the Sword of Thunder and Flame, as flames and lightning converged to form a colossal beam aimed at Frieza. With a furious roar, Frieza raised his hands to shield himself from the onslaught. However, the might of the Sword of Thunder and Flame proved overwhelming, leaving deep wounds across Frieza's hands. His eyes brimmed with fury and resentment. He could scarcely fathom that these two had managed to injure him. "Do you think this is enough to defeat me? You are sorely mistaken." Frieza began to unleash a relentless barrage upon Luffy and Naruto, his power raging like a tempest, rendering resistance nearly impossible. Under the relentless onslaught of Frieza, both Luffy and Naruto found themselves retreating steadily. Yet, they refused to surrender. They persistently sought opportunities to strike back, their unwavering belief fueling their determination to continue the battle. Chapter 0838. Beads of Sweat. Luffy and Naruto found themselves ensnared in an unprecedented predicament during their battle against Frieza. Each of Frieza's assaults descended upon them like a tempest, rendering them nearly breathless. Luffy brandished the Thunder Flame Sword, its blade alight with fire and electricity. Yet under the overwhelming aura of Frieza, its brilliance dimmed considerably. He continuously evaded Frieza's onslaught, beads of sweat lining his forehead. Each dodge required every ounce of his strength. A moment's carelessness could result in a devastating hit from Frieza's strikes. Meanwhile, Naruto fared little better. Though the chakra of the golden nine-tailed fox was formidable, it faltered against Frieza's relentless assault. He unleashed a myriad of ninjutsu in an attempt to inflict damage upon Frieza, yet the results were scarcely noticeable. Frieza, with a mocking sneer, intensified his assault. "Is this all you are capable of? You truly disappoint me," he taunted, delivering another punch, the sheer force causing the air to erupt with a thunderous roar. Luffy and Naruto hurriedly evaded, yet the residual force of the punch still sent them sprawling. They crashed heavily to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths. They could not concede defeat. Luffy gritted his teeth and rose to his feet once more, raising the Sword of Thunderfire with unwavering determination in his gaze. Naruto wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, channeling the chakra of the golden nine tails anew. "Indeed, we shall triumph over him." They charged at Frieza again, launching a fresh wave of assault. Luffy unleashed various skills with the Sword of Thunderfire, intertwining flames and lightning into intricate patterns that surged toward Frieza. Meanwhile, Naruto continuously executed Rasengan and tailed beast bombs, striving to uncover Frieza's vulnerabilities. However, Frieza's defense was as solid as granite. He easily thwarted their attacks, a look of disdain etched upon his face. "Your struggles are futile." As the battle wore on, Luffy and Naruto gradually sensed their stamina waning. Their movements began to slow, and the potency of their assaults diminished significantly. Yet, they remained undeterred, their inner conviction propelling them to fight on. Frieza, sensing their exhaustion, resolved to deliver the final blow. He gathered immense energy in his hands, a violet radiance shining as brilliantly as the sun. "This ends now." He hurled the energy sphere toward Luffy and Naruto. The orb, imbued with the power to obliterate all, hurtled toward them, and they felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. They understood that if this strike connected, they might never have another chance. In this critical moment, Luffy and Naruto chose to gamble everything. They concentrated all their strength together, bracing themselves to meet Frisia's impending strike. Luffy gripped the Sword of Thunder and Flame tightly, as the fiery blaze and crackling lightning surged wildly along its blade. Meanwhile, Naruto elevated the chakra of the Golden Nine-Tails to its zenith, surrounding his form with a blazing aura of golden flames. As the energy sphere hurtled towards them, they unleashed their most formidable attacks in unison. The radiance of the Sword of Thunder and Flame intertwined with the chakra of the Golden Nine-Tails, coalescing into a formidable shield. The collision between the energy sphere and the shield produced a deafening roar, and the overwhelming force of the impact obliterated everything in the vicinity, leaving a colossal crater in the ground. Luffy and Naruto were cast away by a tremendous force, crashing heavily to the ground, their consciousness slipping away. Chapter 0839, The Shout. In a battlefield shrouded in smoke and dust, Luffy and Naruto lay quietly on the ground, their fates uncertain. Frisia, observing their still bodies, erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter. "You dare to challenge me? This is the fate that awaits those who defy me," Frisia proclaimed with pride. Yet, at that very moment, as Frisia lowered his guard, a faint but resolute power began to surge within Naruto. The golden chakra of the Nine-Tails ignited like a spark, gradually rekindling its flame. Naruto's fingers twitched slightly, his consciousness struggling in the abyss, memories of past battles flooding his mind like a tidal wave. "I cannot fall here." Naruto gritted his teeth, silently shouting within. Meanwhile, Luffy's grip on the Thunder Flame sword tightened slowly. The one-stem glow of the blade began to flicker like a heartbeat, resonating with Luffy's vitality. His eyelids fluttered, and visions of his quest for the Dragon Balls filled his mind, a relentless determination that he could never abandon. Just as Frisia prepared to turn away, he sensed an unusual wave emanating from behind him. Startled, he turned to witness Naruto rising slowly to his feet. The golden chakra of the Nine-Tails loomed behind him like a beast awakening from slumber, poised to strike. "It's not over yet, Frisia," Naruto roared. Luffy suddenly opened his eyes, his body propelled by an overwhelming force. The flames and lightning of the Thunder Flame sword surged with renewed ferocity, as if expressing his wrath. "We can still fight," Luffy proclaimed loudly. Frisia furrowed his brow, a wave of inexplicable irritation washing over him. He launched another assault, countless beams of energy raining down upon Luffy and Naruto. Naruto summoned the Shadow Clone technique, a multitude of clones appearing in an instant, darting through the energy beams alongside the original to evade the onslaught. Meanwhile, Luffy wielded the Thunder Flame sword, severing each approaching energy beam with precision. In the midst of their evasive maneuvers, Luffy and Naruto began to seek out Frisia's vulnerabilities. They discerned that after a series of attacks, Frisia experienced a brief pause in energy output. "This is our chance," Luffy exclaimed. As Frisia launched another wave of attacks, they seized upon that fleeting moment of stillness. Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, supermassive Rasengan, its spiraling form aglow with golden light, imbued with immense power. Luffy maximized the strength of the Thunder Flame sword, a radiant sword aura of fire and lightning soaring into the sky. They charged towards Frisia simultaneously, and in that critical instant, they struck his abdomen with both the Rasengan and the sword aura. Frisia let out a pained roar, his body propelled backward by the sheer force. However, he was not easily vanquished. His form began to shimmer with an eerie light, the wound visibly healing at an astonishing rate. "You vile creatures, you shall pay dearly for this," Frisia bellowed, his power surging once more. Luffy and Naruto stood undaunted, closely huddled together, bracing themselves for Frisia's more ferocious counterattack. In the midst of this brutal conflict, their resolve was as unyielding as steel, vowing to confront this formidable adversary until the very end. A glimmer of cunning flickered in Frisia's eyes as he feigned weakness, secretly gathering his strength. As Luffy and Naruto drew near, he suddenly launched a surprise assault. Unleashing a barrage of purple beams from his hands, Naruto reacted swiftly, conjuring multiple shadow clones to shield them, yet Frisia's onslaught proved overwhelmingly powerful, shattering the clones in an instant. In this critical moment, Luffy brandished the Thunder Flame sword, releasing a potent surge of electricity to form a protective barrier. Nevertheless, they were still struck by the shockwave, sent hurtling backward. Frisia chuckled triumphantly, believing the two had been rendered incapable of further resistance. However, Luffy and Naruto gritted their teeth and rose to their feet, their gazes ablaze with determination. "We shall not retreat," Naruto shouted, chakra surging within him. Luffy, too, ignited his latent potential, and the Thunder Flame sword radiated an even more dazzling brilliance. They resolved to unleash their ultimate move, launching a united assault towards Frisia. Chapter 0840, Reversed Flight. On a battlefield shrouded in smoke and dust, Luffy and Naruto displayed astonishing tenacity and resilience. Their confrontation with the cosmic tyrant Frisia had reached a fever pitch, each attack and counterattack imbued with breathtaking intensity. Luffy gripped the Thunder Flame sword tightly, its blade shimmering with a tempest of fire and lightning. His gaze was resolute and piercing, as if capable of penetrating any obstacle. Beside him stood Naruto, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails surging around his form like a blazing inferno. Frisia, observing the resilient Luffy and Naruto rising once more, was consumed by a profound rage. He had believed that he had thoroughly vanquished these two, yet their tenacity was unexpectedly formidable. Humph, you truly do not comprehend the peril you face. Since you were so eager to meet your demise, I shall oblige. Frisia sneered, his presence radiating an overwhelming aura once again. A purple luminescence enveloped him, rendering him akin to a malevolent demon. Luffy and Naruto stood undaunted by Frisia's imposing aura, exchanging a glance that conveyed unwavering conviction. They understood that this battle had reached its pivotal moment, necessitating their utmost efforts for even a glimmer of hope for victory. Naruto, let us strike together, Luffy exclaimed, brandishing the Thunder Flame sword as he charged toward Frisia. Naruto nodded, invoking the Shadow Clone technique, instantly manifesting a multitude of clones. These clones surged forward alongside his original self, resembling an unstoppable tide advancing toward Frisia. Observing the oncoming Luffy and Naruto, Frisia's face betrayed a hint of disdainful amusement. With a flourish of his hands, countless violet beams of energy were unleashed toward them. These beams moved with astonishing speed and formidable power, leaving deep fissures in the ground wherever they traveled. Luffy and Naruto swiftly evaded Frisia's relentless assaults, weaving through the beams of light like agile butterflies. Luffy brandished the Sword of Thunder and Flame, cleaving through the approaching rays with precision. Meanwhile, Naruto capitalized on the advantage of his shadow clones, incessantly diverting Frisia's attention. As they dodged, Luffy and Naruto constantly sought out Frisia's vulnerabilities, aware that only by identifying his weaknesses could they hope to triumph over him. After keen observation, they discerned that Frisia exhibited a momentary pause when launching his attacks. Though this hesitation was fleeting, it proved ample for their purposes. Now Naruto, Luffy exclaimed, unleashing the ultimate technique of the Sword of Thunder and Flame. The blade, enveloped in intertwining flames and lightning, formed a colossal vortex that surged toward Frisia. Simultaneously, Naruto summoned the Sage Art, Super Big Ball Rasen Shuriken, its spiraling form aglow with golden light, brimming with immense power. Their combined strikes hurtled toward Frisia with astonishing speed, a spectacle that dazzled the eye. Frisia, taken aback by the ferocity of their assault, could scarcely believe that these two had uncovered his flaw and launched such formidable attacks. He hastily attempted to evade, but it was too late. The vortex of the Sword of Thunder and Flame and the Sage Art, Super Big Ball Rasen Shuriken collided with Frisia, erupting in a thunderous explosion. The overwhelming force warped the very fabric of the surrounding space. Frisia was struck by this tremendous power, sent hurtling backward and crashing heavily to the ground. As Luffy and Naruto beheld Frisia struck by their attack, a surge of joy welled up within them. Yet, they were acutely aware that Frisia was not so easily vanquished. Indeed, it was not long before Frisia rose to his feet. Although his body bore some wounds, his aura remained formidable. Do you truly believe this is sufficient to defeat me? Such naivety. Frisia bellowed, as his form began to swell, his power amplifying to an even greater degree. Luffy and Naruto gazed at Frisia's transformation, their hearts brimming with vigilance. They understood that Frisia had been thoroughly provoked, and the impending battle would prove to be even more arduous. Frisia unleashed a formidable energy wave, hurtling towards Luffy and Naruto. This energy wave traveled at an astonishing speed and possessed immense power, rendering evasion impossible. Luffy and Naruto braced themselves, summoning every ounce of strength to withstand the onslaught of energy waves. Their bodies were relentlessly pushed backward, their feet carving deep grooves into the ground. As they struggled against the energy surge, they experienced an unprecedented pressure, as if their very forms were on the brink of being crushed by this overwhelming force. Yet, they persevered, gritting their teeth and resolutely resisting the tremendous power. At last, the intensity of the energy wave began to wane. Seizing the moment, Luffy and Naruto launched a counterattack, charging once more toward Frisia, intent on delivering their final blow. Frisia, upon witnessing their advance, revealed a sinister grin. resolved to unleash his most formidable technique to vanquish Luffy and Naruto in one fell swoop. Death Ray, he bellowed, channeling a massive surge of energy into his hands. Unleashing a violet beam aimed directly at Luffy and Naruto. The speed and force of this beam were so immense that evasion seemed impossible. A sense of despair washed over Luffy and Naruto as they recognized the dire consequences should the beam connect. It could very well spell their doom. In that critical moment, an idea struck Luffy. He plunged the sword of Thunderfire into the ground, summoning his entire being to resonate with the surrounding environment. As his energy radiated outward, the earth trembled beneath him. Suddenly, flames and bolts of lightning erupted from the ground, hurtling toward Frisia. Though these elements lacked the sheer power of the Sword of Thunderfire, their overwhelming numbers rendered them nearly impossible to evade. Frisia found himself momentarily distracted by the fiery assault, causing the trajectory of the Death Ray to veer off course. Seizing this opportunity, Naruto executed the Shadow Clone technique, instantly creating a multitude of duplicates. These clones charged toward Frisia, aiming to divert his attention and create an opening for their ultimate strike. Luffy seized the opportunity to unleash the most formidable strike of the Thunder Flame Sword. Flames and lightning intertwined along the blade, forming a colossal beam of light that surged toward Frisia. Taken aback by this sudden onslaught, Frisia found himself momentarily flustered. He hastily attempted to evade, but it was too late. The radiant beam of the Thunder Flame Sword struck him, producing a thunderous roar. Frisia was propelled backward by the force, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. As Luffy and Naruto witnessed Frisia being struck once more, a surge of hope blossomed within their hearts. They understood that this was their final opportunity. They must capitalize on their momentum to vanquish Frisia once and for all. They charged towards Frisia again, poised to unleash their ultimate assault. Frisia, upon seeing their advance, was overtaken by a semblance of despair. He realized that he could no longer withstand their onslaught. Just as Luffy and Naruto were about to strike Frisia, an overwhelming force emanated from afar. This power compelled their bodies to halt involuntarily. They gazed in astonishment towards the source of this energy, where a mysterious figure gradually materialized. This figure exuded an aura of immense power, rendering it difficult to behold. "How dare you challenge Lord Frisia? You are truly oblivious to the consequences," the enigmatic figure scoffed, his voice resonating like a thunderclap, echoing through the air. Luffy and Naruto gazed upon the enigmatic figure, their hearts brimming with trepidation. Uncertain of the identity of this mysterious presence, they could ascertain from his aura that he was undoubtedly a formidable adversary. As the shadowy figure approached, each of his steps seemed to reverberate through the ground. His gaze, imbued with a chilling cruelty, sent shivers down their spines. "Did you truly believe that vanquishing Lord Frisia would grant you your freedom?" "How naive," the figure proclaimed, as a black longsword materialized in his grasp. The blade emanated a sinister energy, instilling a sense of dread. Chapter 0841, The Special. Luffy gripped the Thunder Flame Sword tightly, its blade igniting with an intensified blaze of fire and lightning, as if mirroring the tension and vigilance within his heart. Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails enveloping him in a searing barrier. The enigmatic figure halted, slowly raising the black longsword in hand, its malevolent aura growing ever more potent, as if seeking to devour everything in its vicinity. "Your courage is commendable," the mysterious figure declared, its voice chilling and merciless, but in the face of absolute power. "All is in vain." Luffy took a deep breath and spoke in a solemn tone. "No matter who you are, we shall not falter." Naruto echoed loudly, "Indeed. We will surely triumph over you." The mysterious figure curled his lips into a slight smirk, revealing a trace of disdain. With a swift motion, he brandished his black longsword, unleashing a torrent of dark sword energy that surged towards Luffy and Naruto. The speed of the sword energy was astonishing. Luffy and Naruto hastily sidestepped to evade it. The blade of energy grazed past them, leaving a profound fissure in the ground. Luffy immediately unleashed the power of the Thunder Flame Sword, with flames and lightning intertwining upon the blade to form a formidable barrier, striving to withstand the assault of the mysterious figure. Naruto, too, employed the Shadow Clone technique, sending forth countless clones charging towards the enigmatic presence. Unperturbed, the mysterious figure gently swung his black longsword, annihilating each advancing clone one by one. Wherever the black blade passed, the shadowy duplicates vanished in an instant, as though they had never existed at all. Luffy and Naruto, realizing that their shadow clone jutsu was ineffective, felt a heavy weight in their hearts. They understood that this enigmatic figure was far more formidable than they had anticipated. What should they do? "This adversary is exceedingly powerful," Naruto murmured. Luffy clenched his teeth, determination gleaming in his eyes. "We cannot surrender. There must be a way to vanquish him." Just as they pondered their strategy, the enigmatic figure launched another onslaught. Grasping the obsidian sword firmly with both hands, he raised it high, then struck down fiercely towards the ground. A colossal wave of dark sword energy surged towards Luffy and Naruto, tearing apart the earth in its wake. Luffy and Naruto swiftly leaped to evade the impending threat. In midair, they unleashed a flurry of ninjutsu and sword techniques, striving to inflict damage upon the enigmatic figure. Yet, their assaults seemed utterly futile against this mysterious entity. Observing their fruitless endeavors, the figure wore a faintly mocking smile. He raised his dark longsword once more, poised to unleash a more formidable strike. At that critical moment, Luffy suddenly conceived a plan. He called out to Naruto, "Naruto, let us strike at his sword together." Naruto instantly grasped Luffy's intent. They understood that the figure's power was primarily derived from the black longsword he wielded. If they could shatter it, perhaps they could vanquish him. Luffy and Naruto simultaneously unleashed their most formidable attacks. Luffy wielded the Thunder Flame Sword, with flames and lightning intertwining to form a colossal beam of light, aimed directly at the mysterious figure's obsidian sword. Naruto, in tandem, unleashed the Sage Art, supermassive Rasengan, which shimmered with a golden radiance, embodying immense power as it surged toward the dark blade. The enigmatic figure, witnessing their onslaught, displayed a fleeting expression of astonishment. He hastily swung his black sword, endeavoring to counter their ferocious strikes. Yet, the might of Luffy and Naruto's assaults proved overwhelming, causing fissures to mar the surface of the ebony blade. The mysterious figure's heart raced with alarm. He had never anticipated that his sword could be so easily compromised by these two adversaries. With a resounding crash, the obsidian sword succumbed to the relentless pressure, shattering under the force of their combined might. The figure emitted a pained roar as the tremendous impact sent him hurtling backward. As Luffy and Naruto beheld the destruction of the mysterious figure's sword, a surge of joy welled up within them. They recognized this as their opportunity. Without hesitation, they charged towards the enigmatic figure, poised to unleash their final assault. The mysterious figure, witnessing the oncoming Luffy and Naruto, displayed a flicker of despair upon his countenance. He understood that he could no longer withstand their impending attack. Just as Luffy and Naruto were about to strike, an even more formidable power surged from the distance. This force compelled their bodies to halt involuntarily. They gazed in astonishment toward the source of this overwhelming energy as an even more arcane figure slowly materialized. This figure emanated an immensely potent aura that rendered the air stifling. "How dare you challenge my subordinates? You truly court your own demise." The more mysterious figure declared with a cold, mocking laughter, his voice reverberating through the atmosphere like thunder. Luffy and Naruto gazed at the enigmatic figure before them, their hearts brimming with astonishment and trepidation. They understood that this presence was even more formidable than the mysterious figure they had encountered previously, foretelling a battle of greater difficulty. The more enigmatic figure approached Luffy and Naruto, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath him. His gaze, imbued with coldness and authority, sent shivers down their spines. "Did you truly believe that vanquishing my subordinates would grant you escape?" "Hanavi," the more enigmatic figure declared, as a golden longsword materialized in his hand. The blade radiated a sacred aura, instilling a profound sense of reverence. Luffy and Naruto gripped their weapons tightly, steeling themselves to confront the enigmatic figure that loomed before them. They understood that this battle had reached a pivotal moment. They had to summon every ounce of strength within them to grasp even a flicker of hope for victory. The mysterious figure raised his golden longsword, and an aura of sanctity emanated from the blade, enveloping the surroundings. With a graceful sweep of his sword, a torrent of golden sword energy surged towards Luffy and Naruto. The speed was blinding, and the force tremendous, prompting them to hastily evade the oncoming assault. The sword energy grazed their bodies, carving a deep chasm into the ground as it passed. Luffy unleashed the formidable power of the Thunder Flame Sword. Its blade enveloped in a fierce conflation of fire and lightning, striving to erect a powerful barrier against the onslaught of the golden sword aura. Naruto, too, summoned his shadow clone technique, sending forth countless clones charging toward the increasingly enigmatic figure. However, the true strength of this mysterious entity surpassed their wildest imaginations. With a mere flick of his golden longsword, he effortlessly cleaved through the advancing clones, reducing them to nothingness in an instant, as if they had never existed at all. As Luffy and Naruto witnessed the shadow clone technique once again proving ineffective, a wave of despair surged within them. They understood that this enigmatic figure was exceedingly formidable, leaving them with little to no chance of victory. "Are we truly destined to fail?" Naruto murmured softly. Luffy gritted his teeth, his eyes reflecting a resolute determination. No, we cannot surrender. As long as there remains a glimmer of hope, we must fight to the very end. Just when despair seemed to envelop them, Luffy suddenly sensed a tremendous force emanating from the Thunder Flame Sword. This power invigorated his body, as if an inexhaustible energy were surging within him. Chapter 0842. Resonance. Luffy felt a surge within him as he tightly gripped the Thunder Flame Sword, sensing the immense power coursing through its blade. This force resonated with his inner self, bestowing upon him boundless courage and unwavering confidence. Naruto, I perceive that the strength of the Thunder Flame Sword is amplifying. We still have a chance, Luffy proclaimed emphatically. Naruto gazed at Luffy, the flames of hope reigniting in his eyes. All right, let us fight until the very end. A more enigmatic figure observed Luffy and Naruto, a subtle smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of disdain. Do you truly believe that this will suffice to overcome me? Such naivety, he scoffed. He once again raised his golden longsword, the sacred aura emanating from the blade intensifying. A colossal wave of golden sword energy surged towards Luffy and Naruto with such velocity that evasion seemed utterly impossible. Luffy and Naruto fixed their gaze upon the radiant golden sword aura, acutely aware that this was a battle for their very lives. In this moment of precarious tension, Luffy suddenly conceived a daring plan. Naruto, channel your chakra into my Thunder Flame Sword, he exclaimed. Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto began to infuse the sword with an unending stream of the golden chakra of the Nine Tails. As the chakra flowed into the Thunder Flame Sword, the flames and lightning grew increasingly ferocious, and the blade began to quiver ever so slightly. Luffy felt the immense power emanating from the Thunder Flame Sword. With a resounding cry, he wielded the sword and struck towards the golden sword energy. The flames and lightning on the blade intertwined, forming a colossal beam of light that collided fiercely with the golden sword energy. A thunderous roar echoed, and the tremendous shockwave distorted the very fabric of the surrounding space. Both Luffy and Naruto were propelled backward by this force, yet their eyes remained fixated on the epicenter of the clash. The beam of the Thunder Flame Sword and the golden sword energy were locked in a stalemate, their powers clashing relentlessly. A more mysterious figure revealed a hint of surprise on his face. He had not anticipated that Luffy and Naruto could withstand his assault. Merely a desperate struggle, he scoffed, intensifying his output of power. The golden sword energy grew even larger, slowly pressing down upon the beam of the Thunder Flame Sword. Luffy and Naruto felt an overwhelming pressure, as if their very beings were on the verge of being crushed by this force. However, they refused to yield. Gritting their teeth in determination, Luffy continuously summoned the power of the Thunder Flame Sword, striving to resist the oppression of the golden sword energy. Naruto too poured his chakra into maintaining the strength of the Thunder Flame Sword. Just as they were on the brink of collapse, an even greater surge of power erupted from the Thunder Flame Sword. This force instantly repelled the golden sword energy and surged towards the enigmatic figure. The mysterious figure was taken aback, hastily swinging his golden longsword in an attempt to counter this newfound strength. Yet, the power was too overwhelming. His sword was sent flying the moment it made contact. Struck by this force, the mysterious figure was propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. He coughed up blood, his face betraying an expression of disbelief. As Luffy and Naruto beheld the more enigmatic figure being vanquished, a surge of joy welled within their hearts. Yet, they were acutely aware that the battle was far from over. Without hesitation, they charged towards the shadowy figure, poised to deliver their final assault. The mysterious entity, observing Luffy and Naruto's approach, displayed a flicker of despair upon its countenance. Just as Luffy and Naruto were about to strike, an abrupt and powerful tremor resonated through the sky. A brilliant beam of light cascaded from above, enveloping Luffy and Naruto in its radiant embrace. Luffy and Naruto gazed upward in astonishment as a colossal figure gradually emerged from the radiant light. This being exuded an immensely powerful aura that commanded reverence. Your courage and strength astonish me, the towering figure proclaimed, his voice resonating like a mighty bell, echoing through the air. Luffy and Naruto gazed upon the colossal figure, their hearts brimming with perplexity. They were unaware of the identity of this being, nor could they fathom the reasons for its presence in this realm. I am the guardian of this world, the figure proclaimed. I have sensed your resolve and courage. Your willingness to confront formidable foes in defense of this world commands my admiration. Hearing the words of the guardian, Luffy and Naruto felt a swell of pride within their hearts. They understood that their efforts had not been in vain. Now, I shall bestow upon you greater power, enabling you to continue safeguarding this world, the guardian proclaimed. As he finished speaking, a radiant beam of light emanated from his hand, enveloping Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto felt a surge of immense power coursing through their bodies, instantly enhancing their strength to an extraordinary degree. "Thank you, Guardian." Luffy and Naruto expressed gratefully. The Guardian nodded slightly and then vanished in a blaze of light. Luffy and Naruto exchanged glances, aware that although this battle was arduous, they had acquired greater strength. They would persist in their journey, determined to safeguard this world and seek the Dragon Balls, vowing never to relent. As they turned to depart from the battlefield, an unmistakable aura suddenly enveloped them from afar. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance, a wave of unease surging within them. They understood that this ominous presence heralded the arrival of yet another adversary. Indeed, moments later, a figure emerged from the distance, advancing slowly. This figure exuded an aura of malevolence that sent chills down their spines. "Did you truly believe this was the end? How naive?" the figure remarked with a cold smirk. Luffy and Naruto firmly grasped their weapons, bracing themselves to confront new challenges. Chapter 0843, Evasion. Luffy narrowed his eyes, intently fixated on the figure emanating an aura of malevolence. The flames and lightning dancing upon the Thunderfire sword seemed to respond to the imminent clash. Meanwhile, Naruto slightly bent his body, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails swirling around him, poised for an explosive release. "Who are you? Why do you obstruct our path?" Luffy inquired loudly. The figure released a chilling laugh. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you stand in my way." With that, the figure suddenly flickered and instantly appeared before Luffy and Naruto. He extended a hand, unleashing a wave of dark energy aimed at them. Luffy and Naruto quickly evaded the attack as the energy wave struck the ground, creating a vast crater. They were secretly astonished, for this foe's strength appeared to rival that of the mysterious figure they had encountered earlier. "Naruto, proceed with caution," Luffy murmured. Naruto nodded, his gaze filled with determination. Once more, they unleashed their respective powers, bracing themselves for a fierce confrontation with this new adversary. Luffy brandished the Thunder Flame sword, its blade wreathed in flames and lightnings, forming a formidable barrier as he charged toward the foe. Naruto, too, unleashed the Shadow Clone technique, countless replicas encircling the adversary, relentlessly launching assaults. Yet, this opponent proved to be exceptionally cunning. He continuously shifted positions, evading their strikes while intermittently counterattacking. His speed was astonishing and his strength formidable, leaving Luffy and Naruto somewhat overwhelmed. As the battle progressed, Luffy and Naruto gradually discerned that this enemy's combat style differed significantly from that of the enigmatic figure they had previously encountered. He seemed particularly adept at close-quarters combat, his agility rendering him elusive. "This cannot continue. We must identify his weakness," Luffy declared. Naruto furrowed his brow, contemplating a strategy. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his eyes. "Luffy, I have devised a plan. We can utilize my shadow clones to distract him, allowing you the opportunity to pinpoint his vulnerabilities." Luffy nodded. "Very well, let us proceed." Naruto immediately summoned an abundance of shadow clones, sending them charging toward the enemy. Surrounded by the clones, the adversary found himself distracted, compelled to fend off the onslaught. Meanwhile, Luffy seized the opportunity to meticulously observe the enemy's movements, searching for a weakness. After a thorough examination, he finally discerned a flaw in the opponent's defenses. At the moment of attack, the enemy's body exhibited a fleeting pause. Although this hesitation was exceedingly brief, it was ample time for Luffy. "Naruto, now is the moment," Luffy shouted. Naruto instantly comprehended Luffy's intent. He unleashed the Sage Art, Super Ultra Big Ball Rasengan, hurling it towards the foe. The enemy hastily attempted to evade, but Luffy capitalized on the moment. Luffy brandished the Sword of Thunderfire, its blade engulfed in a conflagration of flames interwoven with bolts of lightning, striking forth towards the enemy's vulnerability. Caught off guard by this sudden onslaught, the adversary emitted a howl of agony. The sheer force propelled his body backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Luffy and Naruto, refusing to grant him a moment's respite, surged forward, poised to deliver the final blow. As the two approached, a flicker of despair crossed the enemy's visage. He realized he could no longer withstand their assault. Just as Luffy and Naruto were about to unleash their attack, a violent tremor resonated through the heavens. A resplendent beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping them in its brilliance. Luffy and Naruto gazed upward in astonishment as the colossal figure of the Guardian reemerged. "Your courage and strength command my utmost respect. However, the perils that threaten this world remain unresolved, and you have far more significant tasks ahead of you," the Guardian proclaimed. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance, their hearts brimming with uncertainty. "Esteemed Guardian, may I inquire about our next mission?" Luffy asked. The Guardian nodded slightly. Deep within this world, a dark force is gradually awakening. Should this force fully awaken, it will bring about catastrophic devastation to the entire realm. You must seek out the source of this dark power and eradicate it completely. Upon hearing the Guardian's words, Luffy and Naruto were overwhelmed by a profound sense of responsibility. They understood that the task ahead was exceedingly arduous, yet they showed no signs of retreat. "We shall undoubtedly fulfill our mission and safeguard this world," Luffy and Naruto declared resolutely. The Guardian gazed at them with satisfaction, casting forth a radiant beam of light that enveloped them. This luminescence contained immense power, imbuing Luffy and Naruto with an unparalleled strength. "Go forth, valiant warriors. The fate of this world rests in your hands," the Guardian proclaimed, gradually fading from sight. Luffy and Naruto gazed in the direction where the Guardian had vanished, their hearts brimming with confidence. Chapter 0844, The Pulse. As Luffy and Naruto walked side by side, their figures appeared remarkably resolute in this enigmatic world. The flames and lightning of the Thunder Flame sword continued to flicker, seemingly warming up for the impending battle. The golden chakra of the Nine Tails beside Naruto resembled a blazing inferno, radiating formidable power. They advanced along a rugged path, the scenery around them growing increasingly bizarre. A dark aura seemed to permeate the air, evoking a sense of oppression. The trees alongside the path twisted grotesquely, as if corroded by some malevolent force. "Luffy, what do you suppose that dark power might be like?" Naruto asked in a hushed tone. Luffy furrowed his brow slightly, a glimmer of caution reflected in his gaze. "I don't know, but it is undoubtedly formidable. We must proceed with utmost care." As they ventured deeper, the surrounding environment grew increasingly hostile. The howling winds whipped around them, causing their garments to flutter violently. Peculiar symbols and patterns began to materialize on the ground, emanating an enigmatic glow. Suddenly, a shadow darted past them. Luffy and Naruto immediately halted, their senses heightened as they scanned their surroundings. "Who goes there? Show yourself," Luffy shouted. Yet, the only reply was an eerie silence. However, they could feel a pair of eyes lurking in the shadows, observing their every move. Naruto executed the shadow clone technique, and a multitude of clones instantly appeared, dispersing in various directions to search. Before long, one of the clones raised the alarm. Luffy and Naruto hurried over, only to behold a figure shrouded in a black cloak standing ominously. The cloaked individual exuded an overwhelming aura of darkness, sending chills down one's spine. "Are you the ones here to thwart the awakening of the dark forces?" the figure rasped. Luffy firmly grasped the sword of Thunderflame, declaring, "Indeed, we shall not allow the forces of darkness to annihilate this world." The figure cloaked in black let out a chilling laugh, retorting, "Is it merely you who oppose me? Such naivety. The dark forces are insurmountable. Failure is your destined fate." With that, the cloaked figure abruptly launched an assault, extending a hand as a wave of black energy surged toward Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto swiftly evaded, as the energy wave struck the ground, creating a massive crater. They were inwardly astonished. The prowess of this cloaked figure was not to be underestimated. "Naruto, be cautious. This individual is formidable," Luffy warned. Naruto nodded, his eyes alight with determination. "Come on, let us ascertain just how strong he truly is." They unleashed their respective powers once more, engaging in a fierce battle with the cloaked man. His attacks were both enigmatic and potent, plunging Luffy and Naruto into a desperate struggle. Yet, they showed no signs of retreat. Bolstered by their indomitable spirit and seamless cooperation, they gradually stabilized their position. Amidst the fray, Luffy discerned that although the cloaked man's assaults were powerful, there appeared to be a certain pattern to them. He began to meticulously observe the cloaked figure's movements, searching for a flaw. After a thorough examination, Luffy finally identified a vulnerability. During the execution of a specific attack, the cloaked man experienced a fleeting moment of pause. "Naruto, pay heed to his movements. We shall seize the opportunity to strike," Luffy exclaimed. Naruto instantly grasped Luffy's intent. They awaited the opportune moment. And when the cloaked man unleashed that particular attack once more, they simultaneously launched their counteroffensive. Luffy wielded the sword of thunder and flame. As the intertwining flames and lightning forged a colossal beam of light, striking towards the vulnerabilities of the cloaked figure. Meanwhile, Naruto unleashed the sage art, supermassive Rasengan, which shimmered with a golden radiance, embodying immense power. The cloaked figure was caught off guard by this sudden assault, letting out a pained roar. His body was propelled backward by the overwhelming force, crashing heavily onto the ground. Luffy and Naruto were relentless, providing him no respite as they charged forward, poised to unleash their final assault. However, at that moment, a surge of formidable dark energy erupted from the cloaked figure. This malevolent force sent Luffy and Naruto hurtling backward, crashing to the ground, blood spilling from their lips. The cloaked man slowly rose, his gaze brimming with fury and madness. "How dare you harm me? You shall pay dearly for this transgression," he declared. With that, he began to voraciously absorb the surrounding dark energy, his form swelling and his presence growing ever more formidable. Luffy and Naruto gazed at the transformation of the figure clad in black robes, their hearts brimming with astonishment. They understood that this dark-robed individual had succumbed to madness, and if they did not act swiftly to halt him, the consequences would be dire. "Naruto, we cannot allow him to continue absorbing the dark forces," Luffy exclaimed. Naruto nodded in agreement, and together they summoned their utmost strength, charging towards the black-robed figure. Yet, at that moment, the individual had become immensely powerful, rendering their attacks seemingly ineffective. In this critical moment, Luffy suddenly recalled the power bestowed upon them by the Guardian. He closed his eyes, sensing the formidable energy surging within him. "Naruto, let us harness the power of the Guardian together," Luffy declared. Naruto instantly grasped Luffy's intent. They focused their minds, channeling the Guardian's energy. The flames and lightning of the Thunder Flame Sword grew more ferocious, while the golden chakra of the Nine Tails surrounding Naruto shone with increased brilliance. They surged once more towards the dark-robed figure, this time their assault imbued with the Guardian's might, unparalleled in strength. The black-robed figure sensed the overwhelming power and displayed a fleeting expression of terror. However, it was too late for him to evade, as he was struck by Luffy and Naruto's formidable attack. With a resounding explosion, the dark-robed figure was obliterated, and the dark energy dissipated, restoring the surrounding environment to normalcy. Luffy and Naruto let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 0845, The Pathfinders. After taking a deep breath, Luffy and Naruto gradually rose to their feet. They surveyed their surroundings, observing the tranquility that had returned to the environment, yet their hearts remained burdened with unease. They were acutely aware that although this battle had reached its conclusion, their mission was far from over. "Naruto, we must not let our guard down. This dark force, though temporarily subdued, could very well resurface at any moment," Luffy said gravely, gripping the sword of lightning. Naruto nodded, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails swirling around him, seemingly poised to confront any impending danger. "Indeed. We must forge ahead and seek a way to eradicate this darkness once and for all." They continued along the narrow path, the scenery remaining eerie. Yet the oppressive aura of darkness appeared to have diminished somewhat. They tread cautiously, ever vigilant. After traversing a distance, they arrived at a valley shrouded in a thin veil of mist that obscured the path ahead. "This mist seems peculiar. We should proceed with caution," Luffy cautioned. Naruto utilized the shadow clone technique, sending his clones ahead to scout the way. The clones ventured carefully into the mist, and soon, the sound of a fierce battle echoed back to them. Luffy and Naruto hurriedly rushed forward, only to behold a horde of dark, grotesque creatures emerging from the mist. These monstrosities bore fearsome visages, exuding an aura of darkness. Once again, these wretched beings. Naruto furrowed his brow and immediately unleashed a myriad of ninjutsu, engaging in fierce combat with the creatures. Luffy wielded the Thunder Flame Sword, its blade enveloped in intertwining flames and lightning, creating a formidable barrier to fend off the relentless onslaught of the monsters. The creatures were numerous and ferocious, and both Luffy and Naruto found themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle. Yet, they exhibited no signs of retreat. Bolstered by their indomitable will and formidable strength, they gradually gained the upper hand. During the battle, Luffy discerned that these monsters appeared to be under the influence of some malevolent force. He resolved to uncover the source of this power in order to eradicate the threat posed by the creatures. "Naruto, it seems these monsters may be controlled by an external force. We must ascertain its origin," Luffy declared. Naruto nodded, remaining vigilant of their surroundings while engaged in combat. After considerable effort, they finally unearthed a crystal emanating an eerie glow deep within the valley. "That crystal is the source controlling these monsters," Luffy stated. Naruto gazed at the crystal, pondering, "What shall we do now?" After a moment of contemplation, Luffy concluded that they must shatter the crystal, albeit with caution, for a formidable retaliation may ensue. Ready for the challenge, they launched a concerted assault on the crystal. Luffy unleashed the most potent strike of the Thunder Flame Sword, sending forth a colossal wave of sword energy towards the crystal. Simultaneously, Naruto harnessed the power of the Golden Nine Tails, hurling a massive tailed beast bomb at the crystalline structure. The sword energy and tailed beast bomb struck the crystal simultaneously, causing it to emit a blinding radiance as it began to retaliate. A surge of formidable power erupted from the crystal, rushing towards Luffy and Naruto. They swiftly evaded, yet the force was overwhelmingly potent, making it difficult to withstand. In this critical moment, Luffy recalled the power bestowed upon them by the Guardian. "Naruto, let us channel the Guardian's strength together," he exclaimed. Naruto instantly grasped Luffy's intent. They concentrated their minds, drawing forth the Guardian's power. The flames and lightning of the Thunder Flame sword intensified with ferocity, while the golden Ninetales chakra surrounding Naruto shone even more brilliantly. Once more, they launched their assault on the crystal, this time empowered by the Guardian's might, rendering their attack unparalleled. At last, the crystal succumbed to their onslaught and shattered. As the crystal fractured, the monsters lost their control and collapsed, restoring tranquility to the valley. Luffy and Naruto exhaled with relief, fully aware that this battle was merely the beginning. In a world teeming with mystery and peril, countless challenges awaited them. They pressed onward and soon arrived at an ancient ruin, suffused with an enigmatic aura. The walls were adorned with ancient runes and intricate patterns. "What place is this?" Naruto inquired. Luffy meticulously examined the ruins, sensing that they concealed significant clues. "Let us venture inside," he proposed. They cautiously entered the ancient site, exploring with great care. Deep within the ruins, they stumbled upon an ancient tome. The text inscribed upon its pages was archaic and enigmatic, and they endeavored to decipher its contents. After considerable effort, they finally unraveled some secrets pertaining to the dark forces. It became evident that these malevolent powers originated from an ancient evil entity, which was sealed away in a mysterious locale. Should this seal be breached, the dark forces would once again engulf the world. "We must locate that seal and prevent the resurgence of the dark powers," Luffy declared. Naruto nodded in agreement. "All right, let us embark on this quest together." Guided by the clues from the tome, they commenced their search for the enigmatic seal. Throughout their journey, they encountered myriad dangers and challenges, yet they remained undeterred. After a protracted expedition, they ultimately discovered the seal. The location was a vast cavern, suffused with a potent aura of darkness. "This is it," Luffy proclaimed. They cautiously ventured into the cave, bracing themselves to confront the ancient evil entity. In the depths of the cavern, they beheld a colossal shadow, radiating formidable dark energy that sent chills down their spines. "You dare to come here? Truly, you are oblivious to the peril you face," the shadow intoned ominously. Luffy gripped the sword of rein tightly, declaring that they would not allow the destruction of their world. Naruto summoned the golden power of the Ninetales, urging, "Come on, let us vanquish you together." They engaged in a fierce battle with the shadow, whose strength was formidable, plunging them into an unprecedented predicament. Yet, they did not falter. Armed with unwavering resolve and the power bestowed upon them by their guardians, they gradually regained their footing. Amidst the fray, they relentlessly sought the shadow's vulnerabilities. After a grueling struggle, they finally discerned the shadow's weakness. "Naruto, now is the time," Luffy shouted. In unison, they unleashed their most powerful assault upon the shadow's Achilles heel. The shadow let out a painful roar under their onslaught. Ultimately, they triumphed, vanquishing the shadow and sealing away the dark forces for eternity. Luffy and Naruto gazed upon the sealed dark power, their hearts brimming with profound sentiments. Chapter 0846, The Trial After Successfully Sealing the Dark Forces. Luffy and Naruto stood quietly within the cave, absorbing the gradually subsiding mysterious aura. A sense of contentment graced their faces. Yet they understood that this was merely a milestone in their long journey. "Naruto, we did it," Luffy murmured, as the flames and lightning of the Thunder Flame sword softened, as if celebrating their triumph. Naruto nodded, the golden chakra of the Ninetales slowly retracting. "Indeed, but we must remain vigilant. This world harbors many unknown dangers awaiting us." As they emerged from the cave, sunlight cascaded upon them, bringing a touch of warmth. However, their gazes remained vigilant, ever prepared for the new challenges that might arise. In the days that followed, Luffy and Naruto continued their exploration of this enigmatic realm. They traversed desolate deserts, dense forests, and treacherous mountains, encountering a myriad of people and creatures. On one occasion, they arrived at a tranquil little town. The townsfolk led simple, yet joyful lives. But Luffy and Naruto sensed an unusual aura. "This town feels peculiar," Luffy remarked, furrowing his brow. Naruto, too, detected the strangeness, responding, "Yes, it seems to conceal some secrets." They began to investigate the town, discovering that the inhabitants spoke of a mysterious legend. According to the tale, a powerful treasure lay hidden within an ancient castle nearby. A treasure endowed with magical powers capable of granting the wishes of those who sought it. Luffy and Naruto developed a profound fascination with the legend. They resolved to journey to the ancient castle in search of clues to the treasure. Along the way to the castle, they encountered a myriad of formidable obstacles, ferocious beasts, intricate traps, and enigmatic magical formations. Yet, through their indomitable will and formidable strength, they overcame each challenge. At last, they stood before the ancient castle, towering and majestic. Its walls adorned with archaic runes and intricate designs. The grand entrance loomed shut, exuding an air of mystery. Is this truly the fabled castle? It appears to be quite extraordinary, Naruto remarked. Luffy tightly grasped the flame sword, exercising caution as they were oblivious to the perils that lay ahead. They gingerly pushed open the grand doors of the castle and stepped into its interior. A musty atmosphere enveloped them, while the torches affixed to the walls flickered with a feeble glow. They meticulously explored the castle, uncovering numerous ancient chambers and corridors. In one room, they stumbled upon an archaic diary, which contained hints regarding a hidden treasure. Following the clues inscribed within the diary, they descended into the castle's basement. The basement was adorned with an array of mysterious artifacts, among which lay a shimmering treasure chest. Could this be the treasure? Exclaimed Naruto with palpable excitement. Luffy remained vigilant, cautious of potential traps. They approached the treasure chest slowly, when suddenly, a beam of light shot forth from the chest. Within the radiance, a mysterious figure emerged. Who are you? Why do you seek the treasure? The enigmatic apparition inquired. Luffy replied, We seek treasures to safeguard this world. The power contained within these treasures may prove beneficial to us. The mysterious figure fell silent for a moment before responding. Indeed, the power within the treasures is formidable. Yet it is fraught with peril. Should you wield it improperly, it may unleash calamity. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance, both recognizing the validity of the mysterious figure's words. However, they could not forsake this opportunity. We shall wield the power within the treasure with great caution. Please, enlighten us on how to unlock the chest, Luffy declared. The enigmatic figure pondered for a moment before responding. To unveil the chest, you must endure 3 trials. Only by conquering these challenges will you be granted the power contained within the treasure. Luffy and Naruto unhesitatingly accepted the trials before them. The first challenge tested their strength. They were required to lift a colossal stone. Drawing upon their utmost power, Luffy and Naruto ultimately succeeded in hoisting the immense boulder. The second trial assessed their intellect, demanding that they unravel a complex riddle. After considerable contemplation, they triumphed in deciphering the enigma. The third challenge was a test of courage, compelling them to confront their innermost fears. With unwavering bravery, Luffy and Naruto faced their apprehensions and ultimately overcame them. The mysterious figure observed their passage through the 3 trials, nodding in satisfaction. You have successfully completed the tests and may now wield the power contained within the treasure. However, remember to wield it with caution. The treasure chest slowly creaked open, emanating a powerful radiance. Luffy and Naruto felt the strength of the treasure coursing through them, their hearts brimming with joy. Armed with the treasure's power, they continued their exploration of this world. Chapter 0847, Wounds. Luffy and Naruto, bearing the power of treasure, continued their journey. Their figures appeared resolute and valiant against the vastness of the world, as the radiant blade of Thunderfire intertwined with the golden chakra of the Nine Tails. They traversed a winding path, where the scenery along the way perpetually transformed, at times revealing serene lakes and at others, imposing mountain peaks. Each vista seemed to narrate the mysteries and legends of this world. Luffy, what do you think awaits us next? Naruto gazed into the distance, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Luffy furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding, I do not know, but regardless of what we encounter, we must face it with courage. The power of the treasure will bestow upon us greater responsibilities. Just as he spoke, they suddenly sensed a formidable aura emanating from the distance. This presence was laden with an oppressive weight, tightening their hearts in trepidation. Be cautious, something is amiss. Luffy immediately became alert, gripping the Thunder Flame Sword tightly. Naruto, too, summoned the chakra of the Golden Nine Tails, bracing himself for the impending challenge. They followed the direction of the aura, soon arriving at a vast valley. A thick mist enveloped the valley, obscuring their vision of the surroundings. Luffy and Naruto cautiously ventured into the valley, each step laden with vigilance. As they delved deeper, the mist gradually dissipated, revealing a colossal figure before them. It was a gigantic monster, towering like a mountain, its body covered in impenetrable scales. The creature's eyes glimmered with a red light, exuding a potent aura of malevolence. "What manner of beast is this?" Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. Luffy fixed his gaze upon the creature, which appeared to be an immensely formidable adversary, necessitating our cautious approach. The monster, upon spotting Luffy and Naruto, let out a thunderous roar and charged towards them. Its speed was astonishing, and in an instant, it stood right before them. Luffy and Naruto hastily evaded the monstrous creature's assault. The beast's claws carved deep gashes into the ground, instilling a sense of dread. "We cannot continue to evade. We must devise a strategy to strike back," Luffy proclaimed. Naruto nodded in agreement. "All right, let's do this together." They unleashed their respective powers, launching an offensive against the creature. Luffy wielded the Thunder Flame Sword, its blade ablaze with intertwining fire and lightning, forming a formidable beam aimed at the beast. Simultaneously, Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, supermassive Rasengan, which shimmered with golden light, embodying immense force. The creature, sensing their onslaught, let out a furious roar and braced itself against their attack. The tremendous impact sent Luffy and Naruto hurtling backwards. As they rose from the ground, astonishment filled their hearts. The creature's strength surpassed their wildest imaginations. "What should we do? This monster is too powerful," Naruto murmured. Luffy clenched his teeth, resolute in their mission. They could not relinquish hope, for the power of the treasure had yet to be fully unleashed. They must uncover the creature's vulnerabilities. With keen eyes, they meticulously scrutinized the monster's movements, searching for its weak points. After a thorough observation, they discerned that the creature's abdomen appeared particularly susceptible. "Naruto, let us strike at its abdomen," Luffy exclaimed. In an instant, Naruto grasped Luffy's intent. They launched another offensive, charging towards the monster's underbelly. The creature, sensing their approach, attempted to shield itself with its bulk. Yet, Luffy and Naruto adeptly evaded its onslaught, seizing the opportunity to assault the vulnerable abdomen. The monster emitted a pained roar, its body trembling with distress. They seized the moment to intensify their assault, relentlessly targeting its abdomen. The creature's injuries deepened, culminating in its eventual collapse to the ground. Chapter 0848. The Roar. After defeating the colossal monster, Luffy and Naruto continued their journey towards the unknown. Their footsteps were resolute and vigorous, their hearts brimming with anticipation for the future and a yearning for challenges. Along the way, they encountered an array of peculiar creatures and astonishing sights. At times, they stumbled upon a vibrant sea of flowers, exuding an extraordinary fragrance, as if whispering ancient tales. At other moments, they found themselves in a foreboding swamp, shrouded in mysterious mists that sent shivers down their spines. "Indeed, Luffy, this world is replete with both wonder and peril," Naruto mused. Luffy nodded slightly, gripping the Thunder Flame Sword tightly. "Indeed, we cannot falter. Our mission is to safeguard this world and seek greater power to combat evil." As they delved deeper, they arrived at an ancient ruin. Towering stone pillars stood within, adorned with enigmatic symbols and intricate patterns. These inscriptions exuded an aura of antiquity, as if whispering the origins and secrets of this realm. "There must be vital clues here," Luffy remarked. They commenced a meticulous exploration of the ruin. In its depths, they uncovered an ancient tome. The pages had yellowed with age, yet the text remained remarkably legible. Luffy and Naruto diligently perused the contents of the book, gradually uncovering some of the deeper secrets of this world. It became evident that this realm had once endured a cataclysmic disaster, the origin of which lay in a formidable dark force. "We must find a way to completely eradicate this darkness," Naruto declared resolutely. Luffy furrowed his brow. Yet this was no simple task. "We require greater strength and wisdom." Just as they contemplated their next move, a sudden and intense tremor resonated through the ruins. The ground began to shake, and stones from the walls tumbled down. "Be careful," Luffy shouted. They swiftly dodged the falling debris. As the vibrations intensified, a colossal figure gradually emerged from the depths of the ruins. It was a gigantic robot, its body forged from metal, emanating an overwhelming power. The robot's eyes glowed with a crimson light, as if warning Luffy and Naruto to maintain their distance. "What on earth is that?" Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. Luffy fixed his gaze upon the robot, which appeared to be a formidable adversary. "We must exercise caution in our approach." The robot afforded them little time for contemplation, promptly launching an assault. A powerful beam of energy erupted from its arm, hurtling towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto hastily evaded the beams of energy, weaving through the ruins in search of an opportunity to counterattack. "We cannot continue to evade. We must devise a method to strike back, Luffy declared. Naruto nodded in agreement. All right, let's do this together. They unleashed their respective powers, launching an assault on the robot. Luffy brandished the Thunder Flame sword, its blade entwined with flames and lightning, forming a formidable beam of light aimed at the robot. Meanwhile, Naruto summoned the Sage Art, Supergiant Rasengan, which shimmered with golden brilliance, harboring immense strength. The robot, sensing their onslaught, let out a furious roar and braced itself against their attacks. The tremendous impact sent Luffy and Naruto hurtling backward, rising from the ground. They were filled with astonishment. The robot's might was overwhelming. Their assaults seemed to have little effect. What should we do? This robot is too powerful, Naruto murmured. Luffy clenched his teeth, resolute in their determination not to surrender. They must uncover the robot's vulnerability. Thus, they began to scrutinize the robot's movements meticulously, searching for its Achilles heel. After much observation, they discerned that the rear of the robot appeared to harbor an energy core, a potential weak point. Naruto, let us strike at the energy core on its back, Luffy exclaimed. Naruto immediately grasped Luffy's intent. They launched another offensive, charging towards the robot's rear. The robot, sensing their approach, attempted to shield itself from their assault. Yet, Luffy and Naruto nimbly evaded the robot's counterattacks, ultimately seizing the opportunity to strike at its vulnerable energy core. The robot emitted a harrowing roar as its body began to tremble. Seizing the moment, they continued their relentless assault on the energy core, which gradually succumbed to their onslaught, leading the robot to collapse to the ground. Luffy and Naruto gazed at the fallen robot, exhaling a sigh of relief. Chapter 0849. Injuries. After a brief respite following their triumph over the colossal robot, Luffy and Naruto resumed their journey. They were acutely aware that in this world brimming with mystery and peril, vigilance could not wane for even a moment. Progressing along an ancient path, they found themselves flanked by dense forests where sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the ground. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying with it a refreshing fragrance. Luffy, how much longer do you think we must travel to discover a way to completely eradicate the dark forces? Naruto inquired as they walked. Luffy furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating for a moment before responding. I am uncertain, but we must persevere. As long as there exists even a glimmer of hope, we cannot relinquish our efforts. Just as he spoke, they were suddenly enveloped by a melodious tune, the song seeming to emanate from a distant realm, yet resonating clearly in their ears. What is that sound? Naruto inquired, his curiosity prompting him to glance around. Luffy grew vigilant, tightly gripping the sword of Thunderflame. Caution urged him, for the melody might be extraordinary. They followed the direction of the enchanting song and soon arrived at the edge of a beautiful lake. The water was crystal clear, revealing the bottom, and vibrant flowers adorned the surroundings. By the lakeside, a mysterious woman was singing, clad in a flowing white robe. Her long hair cascaded gracefully, and her voice, akin to a celestial melody, captivated all who heard it. Luffy and Naruto stood there in silence, captivated by the enchanting melody of the woman's voice. It seemed she sensed their presence, and her song gradually faded away. Who are you? What brings you to this place? The woman's voice was soft and melodious. Luffy stepped forward respectfully and inquired. We are warriors who have embarked on a journey to protect this world. May I ask who you are? What is this place? The woman smiled faintly and replied, I am the guardian of this lake. This is a realm imbued with mysterious powers. Naruto, filled with curiosity, asked, Mysterious powers? What kind of powers are they? The woman gestured towards the water, saying, This lake possesses healing properties that can mend any injury or ailment. However, it is exceedingly precious and must not be misused. Luffy and Naruto felt a surge of joy in their hearts, for they understood that this healing power might play a crucial role in the battles that lay ahead. May we take some of the lake's water? Luffy inquired. The woman hesitated for a moment before responding. Yes, but you must agree to one condition. What condition? Luffy and Naruto asked in unison. The woman's expression turned grave. You must use this lake water to aid those in need, and not for selfish desires. Luffy and Naruto nodded solemnly, affirming their agreement. The woman nodded in return, then gently waved her hand, causing a crystal-clear lake water to rise from the depths of the lake and flow into a bottle. She handed the bottle to Luffy, hoping that they would honor their promise. Luffy took the bottle with gratitude and said, Thank you, we shall undoubtedly honor our promise. They bid farewell to the woman and continued their journey. With the lake water in their possession, their confidence grew even stronger. Throughout their ensuing travels, they encountered numerous injured individuals and creatures. They employed the lake water to heal their ailments, garnering immense gratitude and respect from all. Yet, they were acutely aware that the forces of darkness still lingered. Their battle was far from over. They must press onward, in search of greater strength to eradicate the malevolent forces entirely and safeguard this world. Chapter 0850, Control after aiding numerous injured individuals and creatures. Luffy and Naruto continued on their arduous journey, their bottles filled with the miraculous lake water, seemingly brimming with countless hopes. They traversed a desolate desert, the relentless sun mercilessly scorching the earth, making each step exceptionally arduous. Yet, the conviction in their hearts resembled an oasis amidst the desert, bestowing them with the strength to persevere. Naruto, how many more challenges must we face before we can completely eradicate the forces of darkness? Luffy gazed into the distance, his eyes revealing a hint of weariness but predominantly steadfast determination. Naruto wiped the sweat from his brow, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails subtly pulsating around him. I do not know, but we cannot give up. We will surely find a way. As they pressed on with difficulty, an ominous cloud suddenly appeared in the sky. The cloud spread swiftly, obscuring the sun, plunging the entire desert into darkness. Be cautious. This cloud is unusual, Luffy warned, gripping the thunder flame sword tightly. Naruto instantly shifted into a combat stance, prepared to confront any potential danger. As the ominous cloud drew closer, an overwhelming aura of malevolence enveloped them. From within the cloud, a figure gradually descended. This was a mysterious individual cloaked in black, their eyes glimmering with a red light, emanating a chilling presence. You are the ones who have been seeking a way to eliminate the forces of darkness? The mysterious figure's voice was hoarse and foreboding. Luffy gazed at him unflinchingly, declaring, Indeed, we shall not permit the forces of darkness to wreak havoc upon this world. The mysterious figure let out a chilling laugh, exclaiming, You? How naive. The dark powers are insurmountable. Your defeat is inevitable. With a flick of his wrist, a wave of black energy surged toward Luffy and Naruto. They hastily evaded as the energy struck the desert, sending clouds of dust soaring into the air. Naruto, be cautious. This adversary is formidable, Luffy warned. Naruto nodded, his eyes ablaze with determination. Let us see just how strong he truly is. Once more, they unleashed their respective powers, engaging the enigmatic figure in a fierce battle. The mysterious one's attacks were both strange and powerful, plunging Luffy and Naruto into a desperate struggle. Yet, they did not waver. With their indomitable will and synchronized teamwork, they gradually regained their footing. Amidst the conflict, Luffy discerned a pattern in the mysterious one's assaults. After each formidable strike, there was a brief pause. Naruto, take heed of his rhythm. We shall strike when the opportunity arises, Luffy shouted. Naruto instantly grasped Luffy's intent. They bided their time. And when the mysterious figure unleashed another powerful attack, they launched their counteroffensive in unison. Luffy brandished the sword of thunder and flames, its blade entwined with fire and lightning, forming a colossal beam of light that sliced towards the mysterious man's vulnerabilities. Naruto unleashed the sage art, Super Giant Rasengan, its spiraling form aglow with golden brilliance. Imbued with immense power, the mysterious figure was struck by this unexpected assault, unleashing a pained roar as his body was propelled backwards by the overwhelming force, crashing heavily to the ground. However, the enigmatic adversary was not so easily vanquished. He swiftly regained his footing, his aura growing increasingly malevolent. Do you truly believe this will be enough to defeat me? Such naivety, he bellowed in fury. He then began to frantically absorb the surrounding dark energies, his form expanding and his presence growing ever more formidable. Luffy and Naruto gazed in astonishment at the transformation of the enigmatic figure before them. They understood that this mysterious individual had succumbed to madness, and if they did not act swiftly to halt him, the consequences would be dire. Naruto, we cannot allow him to continue absorbing dark powers, Luffy exclaimed. Naruto nodded in agreement, and they once more summoned their utmost strength, charging towards the mysterious figure. However, at that moment, the being had grown exceedingly powerful, rendering their attacks seemingly ineffective. In this critical juncture, Luffy suddenly recalled the enchanted lake water. He retrieved the vial from his pocket, a bold idea surging within him. Naruto, let us try the lake water, Luffy proposed. After a moment's hesitation, Naruto nodded in assent. They uncorked the vial and sprinkled the lake water upon the mysterious figure. The instant the water made contact, it emitted a blinding radiance. The mysterious figure let out a piercing scream as the dark powers enveloping him began to wane. As the shadows receded, the mysterious figure regained his sanity. He looked upon Luffy and Naruto with eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you for freeing me from the grip of the dark powers," he said. Luffy and Naruto let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 0851 Elimination. After successfully thwarting the mysterious individual's control by dark forces, Luffy and Naruto continued their journey through this enigmatic realm. They were acutely aware that, although they had temporarily triumphed, the threat of darkness had not been entirely eradicated. Progressing along a rugged mountain path, the surrounding scenery grew increasingly desolate. The howling winds whipped around them, causing their garments to flutter violently. "Luffy, where shall we venture next?" Naruto inquired, glancing around with a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. Luffy grasped the sword of Thunder Flame tightly, his brow furrowed in contemplation. "We must continue our quest to uncover the source of the dark power. Only by utterly obliterating it can this world attain true tranquility." As he spoke, they suddenly sensed a faint energy fluctuation emanating from the distance. Despite its subtlety, the wave sent a chill through their hearts. Something is afoot. Luffy immediately became alert. They followed the direction of the energy pulsation until they arrived at the entrance of an ancient cave. The cave exuded an aura of mystique that inspired reverence. "This cave may hold the clues we seek," Luffy remarked. Naruto nodded, his golden nine-tailed chakra subtly swirling around him. "Be cautious. There may be dangers within." They proceeded into the cave with utmost care. The interior was dark and damp, with faint glimmers of light dancing upon the walls. They advanced slowly, remaining ever vigilant. As they delved deeper, the energy fluctuations intensified. Eventually, they reached a vast hall. At the center stood an ancient altar, upon which lay a book radiating a mysterious luminescence. "What is that?" Naruto inquired, his curiosity piqued. Luffy stepped forward, meticulously examining the tome before him. This book possibly contained vital information regarding the dark forces. As they opened its pages, the text revealed itself to be ancient and enigmatic. After considerable effort, they finally deciphered the contents within. It transpired that this tome was a legacy from an ancient sage detailing the origins and vulnerabilities of the dark powers. These forces emanated from a sealed malevolent entity, which could only be vanquished by locating the site of the seal and employing a specific method. "We finally have a lead," Luffy exclaimed with enthusiasm. And Naruto mirrored his joy. "Then let us depart at once." Following the clues inscribed within the book, they commenced their quest to find the site of the seal. Throughout their journey, they encountered numerous trials and tribulations, perilous peaks, raging rivers, and mysterious magical formations. Yet, bolstered by their indomitable spirit and formidable strength, they surmounted each obstacle in turn. At long last, they discovered the site of the seal. It was a vast valley, shrouded in a dense aura of darkness. At its center lay an immense sealing formation. "This is the place," Luffy declared. They cautiously entered the valley, preparing to unravel the seal and eradicate the dark forces once and for all. However, they were acutely aware that an exceedingly arduous battle lay ahead. Standing before the sealing formation, they could feel the overwhelming presence of darkness. Luffy gripped the Raijin blade tightly, while Naruto summoned the chakra of the golden nine-tailed fox. "Are you ready?" Luffy inquired. Naruto nodded, his gaze resolute. "Let us bring this to an end together." They began to channel their powers in an attempt to break the seal. The brilliance of the sealing formation flickered, and a tremendous force rebounded, inflicting sharp pain upon them. Nevertheless, they persevered, continuing their struggle. After an arduous battle, they finally succeeded in unraveling the seal. As the seal broke, an immense wave of dark energy surged skyward. A colossal malevolent figure materialized from the shadows. "How dare you break the seal, truly? You seek your own demise," the sinister apparition cackled ominously. Luffy and Naruto gazed fearlessly at the malevolent figure before them. "We shall not allow you to wreak havoc upon this world once more." They unleashed their utmost powers, engaging in a breathtaking battle against the sinister presence. This confrontation proved to be more arduous than any they had previously encountered, yet their unwavering belief remained steadfast. Throughout the clash, they tirelessly sought the vulnerabilities of the dark entity. After a fierce exchange, they finally discerned the figure's fatal weakness. "Naruto, now is the time," Luffy exclaimed. In unison, they launched a decisive strike toward the malevolent figure's vulnerability. The dark entity let out an anguished roar before being utterly vanquished by their combined might. With the dissolution of the sinister presence, the dark forces were completely eradicated. Chapter 0852 Precious. After successfully vanquishing the dark forces, Luffy and Naruto stood quietly in the valley, savoring the long-awaited tranquility. Sunlight bathed them in warmth, as if celebrating their hard-won victory. "Naruto, we did it," Luffy softly remarked. The flames and lightning of the thunder flame soared, gradually subsiding, as if fulfilling their purpose. Naruto nodded, the golden chakra of the nine tails slowly retracting. Indeed. But we must remain vigilant. This world still harbors many unknowns, and perhaps new challenges await us. They resolved to leave the valley in search of a place to rest. Along the way, they witnessed numerous locations once plagued by darkness slowly regaining vitality. Flowers blossomed anew, rivers sparkled with clarity, and animals began to stir with life. Seeing this is truly delightful, Naruto exclaimed with a smile. Luffy also displayed a satisfied smile, for this was the culmination of their relentless efforts. Yet, they must not pause in their endeavors. They are tasked with the continued guardianship of this world. They arrived at a quaint town where the inhabitants, having heard of their deeds, emerged to greet them with warmth and enthusiasm. The townsfolk prepared a sumptuous feast and comfortable lodgings as a gesture of their profound gratitude. After resting for several days in the town, Luffy and Naruto embarked upon a new journey. Though the future remained shrouded in uncertainty, their hearts brimmed with courage and confidence. They traversed vast expanses of land, encountering a myriad of individuals and experiences. At times, they lent a helping hand to those in distress. At others, they ventured into enigmatic locales in search of greater strength and knowledge. On one occasion, they found themselves in an ancient forest, suffused with an air of mystery, as if concealing countless secrets. This forest feels rather unusual, Luffy remarked. Naruto nodded in agreement. Indeed, let us proceed with caution. They ventured deeper into the woods, treading carefully as they explored. In the heart of the forest, they stumbled upon an ancient temple. The entrance loomed before them, firmly sealed, yet emanating a formidable energy. There must be something of great significance within, Luffy asserted. They endeavored to pry open the temple doors, but regardless of their efforts, it remained steadfastly shut. Just as confusion began to envelop them, a brilliant light burst forth from the temple, illuminating their figures. From within the radiance emerged a mysterious voice. Brave warriors, your courage and conviction have moved me. Yet, to enter the temple, you must first overcome 3 trials. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a resolute glance before affirming, we shall embrace the trials. The first challenge tested their strength, requiring them to lift a colossal stone. With unwavering determination, both Luffy and Naruto summoned their utmost power and ultimately succeeded in raising the immense boulder. The second challenge assessed their intellect, demanding they unravel a complex riddle. After a period of contemplation, they emerged victorious, having deciphered the enigma. The third trial evaluated their courage, compelling them to confront their innermost fears. With bravery, Luffy and Naruto faced their anxieties and triumphed over them. Upon conquering the 3 trials, the grand entrance of the temple gradually swung open. They stepped inside, where an array of mysterious treasures and tomes awaited them. These are invaluable riches, remarked Naruto. Luffy nodded, expressing the resolve to make the most of these treasures and tomes to enhance their strength, striving diligently to safeguard this world. They dedicated a period of time to study within the temple, and then, armed with newfound power and wisdom, they resumed their journey. Chapter 0853, Leap. Luffy and Naruto, imbued with the strength and knowledge gleaned from the temple, once again embark on an uncharted journey. Their figures stand resolute against the vast expanse of sky and earth. The radiant sword of thunder and flame and the golden chakra of the nine-tailed fox shimmering with indomitable spirit. They traverse a meandering river, its gentle waters flowing as if whispering ancient tales. The scenery along the banks is picturesque, with verdant trees providing shade and blossoms exhibiting a riot of colors. Yet, a sense of vigilance lingers in their hearts, for they are acutely aware that beneath the surface of beauty in this enigmatic world often lies unforeseen peril. Luffy, what do you think we shall encounter next? Naruto gazes into the distance, his eyes brimming with anticipation and curiosity. Luffy furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before responding. I do not know, but regardless of what we encounter, we must face it with courage. Our mission is to safeguard this world, and we cannot afford the slightest negligence. Just as he spoke, they suddenly sensed a faint energy fluctuation emanating from afar. Though subtle, this disturbance sent a shiver down their spines. Be cautious, something is amiss. Luffy immediately became vigilant, gripping the thunder flame sword tightly. Naruto, too, summoned the chakra of the golden nine-tailed fox, prepared to confront any potential danger. They followed the direction of the energy fluctuation and soon arrived at the entrance of an ancient ruin. The site was enveloped in an air of mystery, with colossal stone pillars lying in disarray and walls adorned with ancient runes and patterns. These inscriptions emanated a soft glow, as if narrating tales of past splendor and glory. What place is this? Naruto inquired with curiosity. Luffy examined the ruins with great attention, slowly articulating, "It appears to be a remnant of an ancient civilization, perhaps concealing vital clues within." They cautiously stepped into the site, each stride imbued with vigilance. The ruins were enveloped in silence, with only the echo of their footsteps resonating through the air. Deep within the ruins, they stumbled upon a monumental stone door. Intricate patterns adorned its surface, emanating a powerful surge of energy. "There must be something of great significance behind this door," Luffy remarked. Naruto nodded in agreement, inquiring, "So, how shall we unlock this portal?" Luffy pondered for a moment before articulating, "We might attempt to utilize the power we acquired from the temple to unlock this door." They focused their energies, channeling the force gleaned from the temple into the stone door. The intricate patterns upon the door began to shimmer with light, and as their strength continuously flowed forth, the door gradually creaked open. Beyond lay an immense chamber, filled with an array of enigmatic artifacts and tomes. These objects and books exuded an ancient aura, evoking a deep sense of reverence. What could these be? Naruto inquired with curiosity as he picked up a tome, its script archaic and mysterious, and he strained to decipher the contents within. Luffy meticulously examined the artifacts and tomes, striving to uncover valuable clues within their depths. After considerable effort, they discerned that this site was a remnant of an ancient magical civilization, wherein the objects and texts chronicled formidable magical powers and profound knowledge. "If we can harness these magical abilities, our strength will ascend to new heights," Luffy declared. Naruto, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Then let us immerse ourselves in learning without delay." They commenced a diligent study of the magical forces and wisdom contained in the relics. Throughout their academic journey, they encountered numerous obstacles and challenges. However, fortified by their unyielding determination and steadfast belief, they overcame each one in turn. After a period of earnest study, they finally mastered several potent magical abilities. They felt an exhilarating surge of power, a remarkable transformation in their capabilities, filling their hearts with joy. "Now that our strength has grown, we are better equipped to safeguard this world," Naruto proclaimed. Luffy nodded, acknowledging the truth. "However, we must not succumb to arrogance. This world is fraught with countless unknown dangers that await us." They departed from the ruins and continued on their journey. Chapter 0854, Benefactor. Luffy and Naruto, imbued with newfound magical powers, confidently traversed this enigmatic realm. They wandered across an expansive prairie, where a gentle breeze caressed the verdant grass, resembling a lush green ocean undulating beneath their feet. "With these magical abilities, I feel we can confront even greater challenges," Luffy declared. Naruto gazed at his hands, where the golden chakra of the Nine Tails intertwined with the radiant glow of his newfound magic. Luffy nodded slightly, the flames and lightning on the sword of Thunderfire appearing even more formidable. "Yet, we must not let our guard down. The perils of this world are often unforeseen." Just as he spoke, they suddenly heard a cacophony of sounds emanating from a distance. Within that tumult, cries and the clamor of battle seemed to intertwine. "Let us investigate," Luffy said, his senses heightened as he and Naruto hurried towards the source of the commotion. As they drew nearer, they beheld a throng of individuals engaged in fierce combat against a horde of bizarre creatures. These beings, grotesque in appearance, exuded an aura of malevolence. Although the people fought valiantly, it was evident that they were at a distinct disadvantage. Luffy and Naruto joined the fray without a moment's hesitation. They unleashed their newly acquired magical powers, seamlessly combining the Thunder Flame Sword with the golden chakra of the Nine Tails, instantly altering the tide of battle. The peculiar creatures faltered and retreated under their onslaught. The onlookers gazed upon Luffy and Naruto with expressions of gratitude and admiration. "Thank you. You are our saviors." An elderly man stepped forward, expressing his heartfelt appreciation. Luffy waved his hand dismissively, indicating that there was no need for gratitude, as it was their duty. "Where did these creatures originate?" The elder sighed. "We are uncertain. They appeared out of nowhere and began assaulting our village. We have been resisting, yet their numbers continue to swell." Naruto furrowed his brow. "This is peculiar. These beings must have a source. We must uncover the reasons behind their emergence to prevent further attacks." Luffy and Naruto resolved to assist these individuals in investigating the origins of the mysterious beings. They conducted a meticulous search in the surrounding areas and uncovered several peculiar signs. In a secluded valley, they stumbled upon an enigmatic cave, emanating a sinister aura. This cave was likely connected to the creatures, Luffy remarked. They cautiously ventured into the cave, which was dim and damp, with walls shimmering with an eerie glow. Deep within the cave, they discovered a vast magical circle. "This is a summoning circle," Naruto declared. These creatures must have been summoned by this magical array. Luffy meticulously examined the magic circle, striving to uncover the means to deactivate it. After considerable effort, they finally discerned the key to shutting down the enchantment. Channeling their magical prowess, they successfully dismantled the circle. As the magic faded, the peculiar creatures ceased to emerge. The populace expressed profound gratitude towards Luffy and Naruto, hosting a grand celebration in their honor. During the festivities, Luffy and Naruto felt the warmth and kindness of the people. They recognized that their endeavors were not solely for the protection of this realm, but also for the safeguarding of these benevolent souls. Yet, they were acutely aware that their journey was far from over. In this world teeming with mystery and peril, numerous challenges awaited them. They would press on, wielding their strength and courage to defend this world. Luffy and Naruto, amidst the blessings of the people, embarked once more on their journey. Their figures gradually receded, leaving behind a series of legendary tales. Chapter 0855 End. After departing from the village they had just liberated, Luffy and Naruto continued their exploration in the enigmatic realm. They traversed an ancient mountain path, flanked by lush trees, as sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground. Naruto, we have sealed that summoning array. Yet we remain uncertain if other similar threats lurk in wait, Luffy remarked, gripping the sword of Thunder Flame tightly in his hand. Naruto nodded, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails gently swirling around him. Indeed, we must not let our guard down. This world is rife with the unknown, and we must always be prepared. As they conversed, they suddenly sensed a formidable surge of energy emanating from a distance. The intensity of this energy sent a shiver through them, prompting an immediate halt in their steps. This energy feels unusual, Luffy said, furrowing his brow. His gaze filled with vigilance. Naruto, too, sensed the potency of this force. Let us investigate. Perhaps a new challenge awaits us. They followed the direction of the energy wave and soon arrived at a vast valley. A thick mist enveloped the area, obscuring their view of what lay within. Be cautious. There may be danger ahead, Luffy warned. Naruto nodded in agreement, and they proceeded carefully into the valley. As they ventured deeper, the mist gradually dissipated, revealing a magnificent palace before them. The palace, grand and awe-inspiring, emanated an air of mystery. Its massive doors stood firmly shut, yet the powerful energy they had sensed originated from within. What is this place? Naruto inquired with curiosity. Luffy pondered for a moment, uncertain, yet aware that the surge of energy was formidable. Caution was imperative. They endeavored to pry open the grand doors of the palace, but despite their relentless efforts, the entrance remained immovable. Just as confusion enveloped them, a radiant beam suddenly emanated from the palace, illuminating their figures. Within the brilliance, a mysterious voice resonated. Brave warriors, your courage and strength command my admiration. However, to gain entry into the palace, you must first overcome 3 trials. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a resolute glance, and then firmly declared, we accept the challenge. The first trial was a test of strength, requiring them to push a massive boulder, drawing upon their utmost power. Luffy and Naruto exerted themselves, and, after considerable effort, successfully moved the stone. The second trial was a test of intellect, where they needed to unravel a complex riddle. Utilizing their keen wits, they triumphantly deciphered the enigma. The third trial was a test of courage, compelling them to confront their innermost fears. With valor, Luffy and Naruto faced their anxieties and ultimately conquered them. Upon passing the 3 trials, the grand gates of the palace slowly creaked open. They stepped inside, greeted by a resplendent interior adorned with a myriad of precious treasures and enigmatic tomes. What are all these? Naruto inquired, his curiosity piqued as he surveyed the surroundings. Luffy meticulously examined the treasures and tomes surrounding him, recognizing them as potentially invaluable assets of wealth and knowledge. We must utilize them wisely to enhance our capabilities. They ventured through the palace for a considerable time, acquiring new spells and skills. During this journey, they also sensed the presence of deeper secrets concealed within the palace. This palace undoubtedly harbors more mysteries awaiting our discovery, Luffy remarked. Naruto nodded in agreement, suggesting that they continue their exploration. They delved further into the palace, encountering various mechanisms and traps. However, through their strength and ingenuity, they overcame each challenge. In the innermost chamber of the palace, they stumbled upon a mysterious room. Within this room stood a colossal crystal orb, emanating powerful waves of energy. What is this crystal orb? Naruto inquired. Luffy meticulously scrutinized the crystal orb, which likely served as the heart of the palace. Within it lay a formidable power, yet it might also conceal immense peril. They approached the crystal orb with utmost caution, endeavoring to unravel its mysteries. The instant their hands made contact with the orb, a powerful force enveloped them. They were transported to a mysterious realm, teeming with peculiar sights and overwhelming energy. Where is this place? Naruto gazed in astonishment at the wonders surrounding him. Luffy was profoundly astonished, unsure of the circumstances, yet acutely aware of the need for caution. This place could be fraught with peril. As they ventured through this enigmatic realm, they encountered myriad challenges and trials. Nevertheless, they persevered, drawing upon their courage and strength, gradually acclimating to the environment surrounding them. Throughout this journey, they began to unveil the secrets of the crystal orb. It turned out that this orb served as a conduit connecting disparate worlds, imbued with immense energy, capable of aiding them in safeguarding their own realm more effectively. We must harness the power of this crystal orb wisely, Luffy declared. Naruto nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, we can utilize it to gain insights into other worlds and seek greater strength to defend our own. With a renewed understanding of the crystal orb, they departed from the mysterious space. Upon their return to the palace, they resolved to keep the secret of the orb under wraps, vowing to wield its power only when absolutely necessary. Chapter 0856. The Eyes. After leaving the palace, Luffy and Naruto continued their journey across the vast expanse of the world. Their steps were resolute and powerful, their hearts brimming with a desire for exploration and a profound sense of duty to protect the realm. They traversed a desolate desert, where the relentless sun mercilessly scorched the earth, each stride stirring up clouds of dust. This desert is truly scorching, Luffy remarked. Naruto wiped the sweat from his brow, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails gently swirling around him, as if shielding him from the oppressive heat. Luffy furrowed his brow slightly, gripping the Thunderfire sword tightly. Indeed, we cannot afford to halt our advance. Who knows what perils might be concealed within this desert? Just as he spoke, they suddenly felt the ground beneath them begin to tremble. Instantly, they became alert, scanning their surroundings. The tremors grew increasingly intense, and before long, a horde of colossal sandworms emerged from the sands. These monstrous creatures, with their menacing claws, exuded a fierce aura. Be careful, Luffy shouted, brandishing the Thunderfire sword, its flames intertwining with lightning to form a formidable barrier. Naruto swiftly employed the shadow clone technique, creating a multitude of clones that engaged in a fierce battle with the sandworms. The sandworms were ferociously aggressive, launching relentless attacks. Their bodies were as hard as iron, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary strikes to inflict damage upon them. This won't do. We must discover their vulnerabilities, Luffy declared while fending off the onslaught of sandworms. Naruto nodded in agreement, stating, I will draw their attention. You look for an opportunity to strike at their weaknesses. With that, Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, super large Rasengan, hurling it towards the swarm of sandworms. The Rasengan detonated, and the tremendous shockwave momentarily threw the sandworms into disarray. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy meticulously observed the movements of the sandworms and ultimately discerned that their abdomens were relatively soft, possibly their Achilles heel. Naruto, target their abdomens, Luffy exclaimed. Naruto instantly comprehended Luffy's intent, and alongside his clones, unleashed a flurry of attacks directed at the sandworms' vulnerable underbellies. After a fierce battle, they finally vanquished the creatures. Continuing their journey, they trudged through the desert with great difficulty. It was uncertain how long they had traveled, but at last, they emerged from the arid expanse and arrived at the edge of a breathtaking lake. The water was crystal clear, and it was surrounded by lush trees and vibrant flowers. How beautiful this place is, Naruto marveled. Luffy, having relaxed his vigilance, reveled in the breathtaking scenery. Little did they know, however, that behind this tranquil fade lurked a new peril. As they rested by the lakeside, preparing to continue their journey, an immense force suddenly surged from the depths of the water. A colossal sea monster emerged, its massive form radiating an aura of chilling dread. It opened its gaping maw, lunging towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto swiftly evaded the onslaught, unleashing their unique powers to engage in a breathtaking battle against the water monster. The creature's attacks were formidable, capable of unleashing powerful jets of water and summoning whirlpools. Despite the arduous struggle, Luffy and Naruto showed no signs of retreat. With their indomitable spirit and seamless coordination, they gradually regained their footing. During the skirmish, Luffy discerned that the monster's eyes appeared to be its Achilles heel. Each time they struck at the creature's eyes, it manifested palpable agony. Naruto, aim for its eyes, Luffy exclaimed. Without hesitation, Naruto invoked the shadow clone technique, sending his clones to assault the monster's eyes from various angles. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy brandished the Thunder Flame sword and launched his own assault. After a grueling confrontation, they ultimately triumphed over the water monster, which collapsed into the lake and slowly faded from view. Luffy and Naruto gazed at the tranquil lake, letting out a sigh of relief. Chapter 0857, The Legend. After defeating the aquatic monster, Luffy and Naruto took a brief respite before embarking on their journey once more. They traversed the path along the lake's edge, where a gentle breeze caressed them, offering a refreshing coolness that alleviated the weariness from their recent battle. Indeed, the perils of this world seem to be ever unfolding, Luffy remarked. Naruto gazed into the distance, his eyes reflecting both concern and unwavering resolve. Luffy nodded slightly, gripping the sword of Thunder Flame firmly. Indeed, we cannot falter. Our mission is to safeguard this world. As they journeyed deeper, they arrived at a dense forest. Towering trees loomed above, their lush foliage creating a canopy that allowed only scattered beams of sunlight to filter through. Upon entering the forest, they sensed an enigmatic aura enveloping the air. The tranquility here seemed to conceal an unknown peril. Be cautious. This forest is not to be taken lightly, Luffy cautioned. Naruto immediately heightened his vigilance, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails swirling subtly around him. They advanced cautiously through the woodland, ever alert to the sounds surrounding them. Suddenly, a rustling noise erupted from the thicket. Luffy and Naruto halted, their hearts racing as they focused intently on the source of the sound. Before them emerged a horde of peculiar creatures, each adorned with sharp claws and jagged teeth, their eyes glimmering with a crimson light. Upon spotting Luffy and Naruto, they launched an immediate attack. Luffy and Naruto swiftly reacted, unleashing their respective powers to mount a counterattack. Luffy brandished the Sword of Thunder and Flame. Its blade wreathed in a formidable conflation of fire and lightning, repelling the advancing creatures. Meanwhile, Naruto employed the Shadow Clone technique, summoning numerous duplicates to join him in launching an array of ninjutsu against the oncoming horde. However, the sheer number of these creatures proved overwhelming, their tenacity relentless. They continued to assault Luffy and Naruto, plunging them into a fierce struggle. This cannot continue. We must devise a strategy to uncover their weaknesses, Luffy declared, fending off the creatures' relentless attacks. Naruto nodded in agreement. I will divert their attention while you seize the opportunity to observe their vulnerabilities. With that, Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Supergiant Rasengan, hurling it towards the swarm of creatures. The Rasengan detonated spectacularly, its immense force momentarily throwing the creatures into disarray. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy meticulously observed the movements of these creatures. After careful scrutiny, he discerned a vulnerability in their backs, where their defenses were comparatively feeble. Naruto, strike at their backs, Luffy shouted. Instantly comprehending Luffy's intent, Naruto, along with his shadow clones, unleashed a barrage of attacks directed at the creatures' vulnerable spots. Following an intense battle, these peculiar beings were ultimately vanquished. The forest once again returned to a state of tranquility. Luffy and Naruto pressed onward, acutely aware that in this enigmatic realm, myriad challenges awaited them. They understood the necessity of incessantly enhancing their abilities to better safeguard this world. After traversing the dense forest for an extended period, they finally emerged into the open, revealing an ancient village. The townsfolk, upon catching sight of Luffy and Naruto, displayed expressions of astonishment, as if outsiders had not graced their presence in ages. Who are you? From whence do you hail? Inquired an elderly man, stepping forward with a curious demeanor. Luffy politely replied, We are warriors embarked on a journey to safeguard the world. We happen to pass through here and wish to rest for a while. The elder nodded in acknowledgement. Welcome to our small town. It has been quite some time since we had visitors. Luffy and Naruto took a respite in a quaint town, immersing themselves in the legends and tales of this world. They learned from the townsfolk of a nearby mountain that harbors a mysterious cave, rumored to conceal immense power within. Luffy and Naruto resolved to embark on an exploration of the enigmatic cave. Chapter 0858, Confrontation. After bidding farewell to the townsfolk, Luffy and Naruto set forth on their journey towards the enigmatic cave. They traversed the winding mountain path, the scenery around them becoming increasingly perilous. Steep peaks towered into the clouds, and mist swirled through the valleys, creating an ethereal atmosphere reminiscent of a fairyland. Luffy, what do you think awaits us in that cave? Naruto inquired curiously as they walked. Luffy furrowed his brow slightly, and, after a moment of contemplation, remarked, I am uncertain, but given the existence of such legends, it must be quite extraordinary. We should proceed with caution. With utmost care, they ascended the peak, each step imbued with vigilance. At last, They reached the summit and discovered the enigmatic cave. The entrance of the cave exuded an aura of mystery that instilled a sense of reverence within them. "This is indeed the fabled cave," Luffy declared. Naruto nodded, the golden chakra of the nine tails gently swirling around him. "Be cautious. There may be dangers within." As they ventured into the cave, they encountered a dim and damp atmosphere, with faint glimmers flickering upon the walls. Progressing slowly through the cavern, they remained ever watchful. As they delved deeper, the essence of the cave grew increasingly enigmatic. They stumbled upon numerous peculiar patterns and symbols adorning the walls, emanating an ancient energy, as if recounting tales from a time long past. "What do these patterns and symbols signify?" Naruto inquired with curiosity. Luffy scrutinized the intricate patterns and symbols, uncertain of their meaning, yet it was evident they held significant importance. "We must approach our study with caution." They pressed onward, soon arriving at a grand hall. At the center of the hall stood an ancient stone pedestal, upon which rested a tome radiating a mysterious glow. What could that be? Naruto inquired with curiosity. Luffy stepped forward, meticulously examining the tome before him. "This book might contain vital information. Let us see." They opened the volume, revealing text that was both ancient and enigmatic. After considerable effort, they finally deciphered the contents of the book. It turned out that this tome was left behind by an ancient sage, chronicling the secrets of a formidable power. This power could aid them in better safeguarding the world, yet to attain it, they must undergo a series of trials. "It seems we have a new challenge ahead," Luffy remarked. Naruto nodded, his gaze filled with determination. "Let us embrace the challenge." Following the guidance inscribed within the book, they commenced the first trial. This trial was a test of strength, requiring them to lift a massive stone. Luffy and Naruto approached the enormous stone, gazing at its impressive stature with a sense of astonishment. This colossal rock weighed several tons, a true marvel of nature. "This is quite an impressive sight," Naruto remarked. Luffy nodded, "But we must make the attempt." Together, they exerted their strength. They grasped the stone firmly and began to apply force. Initially, the stone remained immovable. Yet they did not relent, persevering in their efforts. Gradually, the stone began to shift slightly. Summoning all their might, they ultimately succeeded in lifting the stone. The first trial was overcome. Subsequently, they faced the second challenge, a test of intellect, requiring them to unravel a complex riddle. The riddle was as follows. In a darkened room, there are 3 lamps. Outside the door, 3 switches control these lamps. You may enter the room only once. How can you determine which switch corresponds to which lamp? Luffy and Naruto began to ponder the enigma earnestly. They explored various methods, yet none bore fruit. With each ticking second, a sense of anxiety enveloped them. "Do not fret. We shall undoubtedly devise a solution," Luffy assured. Naruto nodded in agreement, continuing his contemplation. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his eyes. "I have it. We can first activate one switch, wait for a while, then deactivate it and turn on another switch. After that, we can enter the room and feel the 2 unlit lamps. The one that is warm will correspond to the first switch. The one that is illuminated will be controlled by the second switch, and the remaining one will be governed by the third switch." Upon hearing this, Luffy displayed a smile of admiration. "What a splendid approach. We have successfully passed the second trial. The third trial is a test of courage, requiring them to confront the fears that reside within their hearts." They were led into a dimly lit chamber, suffused with an aura of terror. Suddenly, before their eyes, a myriad of horrifying visions materialized, enormous monsters, raging flames, and bottomless abysses, among others. "Is this a manifestation of our innermost fears?" Naruto inquired. Luffy nodded affirmatively, acknowledging the necessity of confronting their fears with bravery, refusing to be daunted by them. They commenced their arduous journey to surmount the trepidations that resided within. In the face of colossal monstrosities, they charged forth valiantly, wielding their strength and courage to vanquish the beasts. Confronted by the raging flames, they maintained their composure, seeking a path through the inferno. As they stood before the unfathomable abyss, they summoned their courage and leaped across. After a grueling struggle, they ultimately triumphed over their inner fears, successfully passing the third trial. Upon their completion of the 3 trials, a radiant beam of light emanated from the stone platform, illuminating them. Within this brilliance, a mysterious voice resonated. "Brave warriors, you have prevailed in your trials and attained formidable power. It is my hope that you will wield this power to safeguard the world and prevent it from falling into the clutches of malevolence." Luffy and Naruto felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through their bodies, marking a transformative leap in their strength. They understood that they bore an even greater responsibility. Leaving the cave behind, they resumed their journey. In this world, Rife with mystery and peril, their tale continued to unfold. They followed a narrow path and soon arrived at the threshold of an ancient castle. Towering and majestic, its walls were inscribed with enigmatic symbols and patterns. The castle's grand door stood resolutely shut, emanating an aura of formidable energy. "This castle appears most unusual," Luffy remarked. Naruto nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we must tread carefully. There may be dangers within." With utmost caution, they approached the castle, attempting to pry open the great door. Yet, despite their efforts, it remained immovable. Just as confusion began to set in, a deep, rumbling growl resonated from within the castle. "Be careful. Something is about to emerge," Luffy warned, instantly on high alert. Indeed. Moments later, a colossal creature burst forth from the castle. This beast was enormous, its body clad in tough scales, with eyes that glimmered ominously red. "What manner of creature is this?" Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. Luffy fixated on the creature, uncertain yet acutely aware of its formidable presence. Caution was imperative. The moment the monster laid eyes on Luffy and Naruto, it lunged forth with ferocity. Its gaping maw opened wide, charging towards them. Luffy and Naruto swiftly evaded its advance, the monster's claws carving deep gashes into the ground. They unleashed their respective powers, engaging in a fierce combat against the beast. Luffy brandished the Thunderfire sword. Its blade engulfed in intertwining flames and lightning, delivering a formidable strike aimed at the monster. Meanwhile, Naruto invoked the Sage Art, Super-Large Rasengan, a swirling sphere radiating golden brilliance and immense energy, hurling it towards the creature. Chapter 0859, the locale. The monster, sensing their onslaught, let out a deafening roar, bracing itself against their assault. The sheer force of the impact sent Luffy and Naruto hurtling backwards. Rising from the ground, they were enveloped in disbelief. The creature's strength was overwhelmingly potent, rendering their attacks seemingly ineffective. "What should we do? This monster is too powerful," Naruto murmured softly. Luffy gritted his teeth, resolute in their mission. "We cannot concede. We must uncover its weakness." They began to meticulously observe the creature's movements, searching for its vulnerabilities. After thorough scrutiny, they discerned that the monster's eyes appeared to be its Achilles heel. Each time they targeted its eyes, the creature manifested profound agony. "Naruto, aim for its eyes," Luffy commanded. Naruto instantly grasped Luffy's intent. They unleashed an array of assaults directed at the monster's eyes. The creature persistently evaded their strikes, yet they remained undeterred, persevering in their efforts. After a grueling confrontation, they ultimately succeeded in striking the monster's eyes. It let out a pained roar, its body beginning to sway. Seizing the opportunity, they intensified their onslaught, relentlessly attacking the creature's eyes. Its injuries deepened, and at last, it collapsed onto the ground. Breathing a sigh of relief, they surveyed the fallen beast. They ventured into the castle, where an ancient aura permeated the air. Cautiously, they explored its depths, uncovering numerous archaic chambers and corridors. In one particular room, they stumbled upon an ancient diary. The entries chronicled the history of the castle and hinted at a mysterious treasure. It revealed that this castle had once been the abode of a powerful sorcerer who had left behind a treasure imbued with formidable power, capable of aiding them in their quest to safeguard the world. "We must seek out this treasure," Luffy declared. Naruto nodded in agreement. "Very well. Let us pursue the clues within the diary." Following the entries, they embarked on their treasure hunting journey. Along the way, they encountered various formidable challenges: steep mountains, rushing rivers, and enigmatic magical circles. However, through sheer determination and formidable strength, they overcame each obstacle in succession. At long last, they discovered the treasure's location. Concealed within a vast underground cavern, the cave housed an array of precious artifacts and mystical tomes. Among the trove, they found a powerful weapon and a spellbook. The weapon, a radiant sword, bore intricate symbols and designs along its blade. The spellbook contained a potent magic capable of enhancing their abilities. As they grasped the sword and the spellbook, they felt a surge of immense power coursing through their bodies. They understood that these treasures would significantly aid them in their forthcoming battles. Departing from the underground cavern, they pressed onward. In this realm brimming with mystery and peril, their saga continued. Traversing a desolate desert, the relentless sun scorched the earth, each step raising clouds of dust. Within the arid expanse, they encountered a band of fearsome desert marauders. These brigands, mounted on swift steeds and armed to the teeth, charged menacingly towards them. Luffy and Naruto immediately heightened their vigilance, bracing themselves for the impending confrontation. The moment the marauders spotted Luffy and Naruto, they launched their assault. They brandished their weapons, charging towards them. Luffy and Naruto unleashed their respective powers, engaging in a fierce battle with the bandits. Luffy brandished the Sword of Thunderfire, its blade entwined with flames and lightning, unleashing a formidable wave of assault that repelled the advancing bandits. Naruto similarly executed the Shadow Clone technique, summoning countless duplicates that joined forces with his original self, employing an array of ninjutsu to assault the marauders. Though the bandits were fierce, they gradually found themselves at a disadvantage under the onslaught of Luffy and Naruto's combined might. Panic set in among them as they sought to flee. Luffy and Naruto afforded their adversaries no opportunity for escape, relentlessly launching their attacks until they vanquished the bandits entirely. From the defeated foes, they uncovered a trove of precious artifacts and a map. This map indicated the location of a mysterious site, rumored to conceal a formidable power. Luffy and Naruto resolved to embark on an expedition to this enigmatic place. Following the route delineated on the map, they soon arrived at a mystical valley. A thick mist enveloped the valley, obscuring their vision of the surroundings. Treading cautiously into the fog, each step was laden with vigilance. As they ventured deeper, the mist began to dissipate, revealing a magnificent palace before them. The palace stood grand and imposing, exuding an aura of mystery. Its grand doors were tightly shut, yet radiated a potent force. "What is this palace?" Naruto inquired with curiosity. Luffy pondered for a moment, uncertain, yet aware that this force was formidable, necessitating cautious handling. They endeavored to pry open the grand gates of the palace, but despite their relentless efforts, the doors remained immovable. Just as confusion began to envelop them, a sudden beam of light burst forth from within the palace, illuminating their figures. Within this radiance, a mysterious voice emerged. "Brave warriors, your courage and strength command my respect. However, to gain entry into the palace, you must first overcome 3 trials." Luffy and Naruto exchanged a resolute glance before affirming, "We shall embrace the trial." Once again, they embarked on a new challenge, unwavering in their commitment to safeguard the world. In this realm teeming with mystery and peril, their legendary tale continues to be inscribed. Chapter 0860, The Rocks. Luffy and Naruto resolutely embraced the trials of the palace. The first challenge was once again a test of strength. Before them loomed a colossal boulder, several times larger than the one they had encountered in the cave. Indeed, this was a formidable task. Naruto furrowed his brow slightly. Yet there was no hint of retreat in his gaze. With a firm grip on the Sword of Thunderflame, Luffy declared solemnly, "Together, we can surely achieve this." They began to exert their strength, concentrating all their might in their hands. Initially, the rock remained utterly immobile, yet they did not waver, continually adjusting their stances and points of force. Gradually, the stone began to tremble ever so slightly. Sweat trickled down their foreheads, splattering onto the ground. But their gazes remained resolute. After a prolonged struggle, they successfully pushed the rock aside, triumphing in the first trial. Next came the test of wisdom. They were ushered into a chamber filled with intricate mechanisms, where various riddles and traps awaited their resolution. Luffy and Naruto meticulously examined the layout of the room, exchanging thoughts and ideas. With their keen observation and clever intellect, they systematically unraveled the puzzles and evaded the traps. Throughout this endeavor, their synergy deepened significantly. Finally, they faced the trial of courage. They were led into a dark expanse, rife with terrifying illusions. Enormous monsters lunged at them with outstretched claws, fierce flames engulfed their surroundings, and bottomless chasms instilled dread in their hearts. Yet, they recalled their earlier triumph over fear within the cave, summoning the courage to confront these phantoms. With unwavering conviction and fearless bravery, they vanquished each horrifying vision. As they successfully passed through the 3 trials, the grand doors of the palace creaked open. They stepped inside, where resplendence reigned, emanating an aura of mystery and power. At the center of the palace stood a monumental crystal orb, shimmering with otherworldly radiance. "What is this?" Naruto inquired with curiosity, gazing intently at the crystal sphere. Luffy stepped forward, scrutinizing the crystal orb, which perhaps harbored a more formidable power. However, caution was imperative, for its effects remained uncertain. They endeavored to make contact with the orb, and the moment their hands grazed its surface, a surge of immense energy coursed through their bodies. They felt their strength significantly amplified, along with the acquisition of newfound knowledge and skills. "This crystal orb was indeed extraordinary," exclaimed Naruto with palpable excitement. Luffy nodded. "Yet we must not let our guard down. Such formidable power may also bring peril." They continued their exploration within the palace, uncovering deeper secrets about this world. It turned out that this realm had once endured a cataclysmic disaster, the origin of which was an insidious force. To prevent this malevolent power from rising again, they must persist in their efforts to safeguard this world. After departing from the palace, they pressed onward. Along their journey, they encountered an injured elder, who lay by the roadside, his breath faint. Luffy and Naruto hurried forward to tend to the elder's wounds. The old man gazed at them with gratitude, expressing, "Thank you, brave warriors. I possess a crucial message to impart to you. Not far from here, on a distant mountain, lies a mysterious garden, said to be home to a miraculous flower capable of curing any ailment and endowed with formidable powers. However, this garden is fiercely guarded by a host of malevolent creatures, rendering it exceedingly perilous." Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance, resolutely deciding to seek out the enigmatic garden. They ventured forth in the direction indicated by the elder. Soon arriving at the mountain summit, an aura of mystery enveloped the area, compelling them to cautiously search for the garden's entrance. After considerable effort, they ultimately discovered the entrance to the garden. Guarding the threshold was a cadre of malevolent creatures, their grotesque forms radiating an ominous presence. Luffy and Naruto stood undaunted, unleashing their respective powers to engage in a fierce battle against the malevolent creatures. Amidst the conflict, they discerned that although these beings were formidable, they possessed vulnerabilities. Capitalizing on these weaknesses, the duo gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, they triumphed over the sinister entities and ventured into the enchanting garden. The garden was a picturesque wonder, adorned with a kaleidoscope of vibrant flowers and exotic plants. At its heart stood a colossal bloom, radiating an enchanting light. "Is this the legendary flower?" Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. Luffy nodded, seemingly in agreement. "We must exercise caution. We cannot predict its response." As they approached the flower, it suddenly emitted a radiant glow, enveloping them within its luminous embrace. They felt a warm energy coursing through their bodies, instantly alleviating their fatigue and pain. Simultaneously, they were bestowed with the extraordinary abilities granted by the flower. "It was truly wondrous," exclaimed Naruto with exhilaration. Luffy also revealed a smile of contentment. "Now we possess greater confidence in safeguarding this world." With the strength bestowed upon them by the flowers, they continued on their journey. Chapter 0861, Fantasia. After leaving the enigmatic garden, Luffy and Naruto continued their journey through this fantastical realm. Their figures appeared resolute and valiant against the vast landscape. The brilliance of the thunder flame soared, intertwining with the luminous aura of the golden nine-tails chakra. They advanced along an ancient riverbed, the water gently flowing as if narrating the timeless tales of this world. The scenery on both banks unfolded like a painted scroll, featuring lush, verdant forests, strangely shaped rocks, and the occasional flight of mysterious creatures. "Luffy, what do you think we will encounter next?" Naruto gazed into the distance, his eyes brimming with anticipation and vigilance. Luffy furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating for a moment before speaking. "I do not know, but regardless of what we encounter, we must face it with courage. Our mission is to safeguard this world, and we cannot afford the slightest negligence." Just as he spoke, they suddenly sensed a powerful surge of energy emanating from afar. This surge tightened their hearts, prompting them to halt immediately. "Be cautious, something is amiss." Luffy gripped the thunder flame sword tightly, the flames and lightning upon its blade flickering slightly. Naruto also summoned the chakra of the golden nine tails, readying himself for battle. They followed the direction of the energy wave, soon arriving at the entrance of a vast canyon. A thick mist enveloped the gorge, obscuring their vision of what lay within. Yet, that formidable energy surge was indeed emanating from the canyon. "This canyon is quite unusual," Luffy remarked. Naruto nodded in agreement. "Yes, let us proceed with caution and investigate." They carefully ventured into the canyon. Inside, the atmosphere was dark and damp, with mysterious glimmers dancing upon the walls. As they delved deeper, the energy wave intensified. At last, they reached the depths of the canyon, where they beheld a colossal magic circle. The magic circle radiated immense power, warping the surrounding space as if it were being distorted. "What kind of magic circle is this?" Naruto inquired with curiosity. Luffy meticulously scrutinized the magical array, sensing an inherent danger that lingered within its intricate design. Caution was imperative. Just as they pondered their approach to this formidable enchantment, a blinding radiance erupted from the array. Within this luminous glow, a colossal figure gradually emerged, towering and imposing. It exuded an overwhelming aura of arcane power. Its eyes shimmered with an enigmatic light that sent chills down the spine. "Who are you? What brings you to this place?" boomed the figure, its voice resonating like thunder. Luffy gazed at him without fear, declaring, We are warriors fighting to protect this world. This magical array is perilous, and we must thwart it." The figure let out a chilling laugh, retorting, "You? How naive. This magical array is of my own creation, destined to grant me boundless power. You stand no chance of stopping me." With that, he waved his hand, unleashing a powerful magical assault aimed at Luffy and Naruto. They hastily evaded, the magic striking the ground and creating a massive crater. "Naruto, be cautious. This foe is formidable," Luffy warned. Naruto nodded, his eyes brimming with determination. "Come on. Let's see just how strong he truly is." They unleashed their respective powers, engaging in a fierce battle with the figure. His magical attacks were both bizarre and potent, plunging Luffy and Naruto into a grueling struggle. Yet, they did not waver. Bolstered by their indomitable spirit and seamless teamwork, they gradually regained their footing. During the clash, Luffy discerned that although the figure's magical strikes were formidable, they seemed to follow a certain pattern. He began to meticulously observe the figure's movements, searching for an opening. After a thorough examination, Luffy finally identified a vulnerability. Whenever he executed a specific magical attack, there would be a fleeting moment of hesitation. "Naruto, pay attention to that action of his. We shall seize the opportunity to counterattack," Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately grasped Luffy's intent. They bided their time. And when the figure unleashed that particular magical attack once more, they simultaneously retaliated. Luffy brandished the sword of thunder and flame. As the flames and lightning entwined to form a colossal beam of light, striking towards the figure's vulnerable point, Naruto unleashed the sage art, Super Giant Rasengan, a sphere pulsating with resplendent golden radiance, harboring immense power. The figure was struck by this unforeseen assault, letting out an anguished roar. He was propelled backwards by the overwhelming force, crashing heavily to the ground. Yet, the figure was not so easily vanquished. He swiftly regained his footing, and his aura grew increasingly malevolent. "How dare you harm me? You shall pay dearly for this," he bellowed. He began to frantically absorb the power of the magic array, his form expanding and his presence intensifying with each passing moment. Luffy and Naruto gazed at the transformation before them, their hearts brimming with astonishment. They understood that this figure had succumbed to madness, and if they did not act swiftly to halt him, the consequences would be dire. "Naruto, we cannot permit him to continue absorbing the power of the magic circle," Luffy exclaimed. Naruto nodded in agreement, and they summoned their utmost strength, charging towards the figure. However, at that moment, the figure had become overwhelmingly powerful, rendering their attacks seemingly futile. In this moment of peril, Luffy recalled the potent floral energy they had acquired from the mysterious garden. He resolved to take a bold risk. "Naruto, let us together harness the power of the flowers," Luffy declared. After a moment's hesitation, Naruto nodded in affirmation. They focused their minds, channeling the floral energy. A warm and formidable force radiated from them. Once more, they surged towards the figure, and this time, their assault was imbued with the strength of the flowers, unparalleled in might. The figure sensed this overwhelming power, a flicker of fear crossing his countenance. Yet, it was too late for him to evade. He was struck by Luffy and Naruto's onslaught. With a resounding explosion, the figure was obliterated, and the magic circle lost its potency, gradually fading away. Luffy and Naruto let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 0862, Stepping Forward. After successfully vanquishing the enigmatic figure and dispelling the threat of the magical array, Luffy and Naruto took a brief respite before embarking on their journey once more. They traversed a rugged mountain path, with the scenery alongside them shifting continuously. At times, imposing peaks loomed overhead, while at other moments, deep gorges yawned below. "Luffy," Naruto remarked, "we have once again averted a crisis, yet it seems that the dangers of this world are ever relentless." He gazed into the distance, his eyes reflecting both concern and unwavering resolve. Luffy nodded slightly, gripping the thunder flame sword tightly. "Indeed, we must not let our guard down. This world harbors countless unknown dangers awaiting our confrontation." As they walked, a melodious tune suddenly echoed from afar. The music was ethereal and enchanting, as if it originated from another realm. "What is this sound?" Naruto inquired curiously, scanning the surroundings. Luffy grew cautious, aware that the melody might be peculiar. "Let us investigate," he suggested. They followed the sound of the music and soon arrived at a breathtaking valley. The valley was adorned with an array of vibrant blossoms, while a crystal-clear stream babbled gently. In the center of the valley, a mysterious woman was playing an unusual instrument, clad in a flowing white robe. Her long hair danced in the breeze, and her eyes radiated warmth and enigma. Upon noticing Luffy and Naruto, she smiled softly. Who are you? What brings you to this place? Her voice resonated like enchanting music. Luffy stepped forward and respectfully proclaimed, "We are warriors embarked on a journey to protect this world. The sound of your music has drawn us near. May I inquire who you are? What is this place?" The woman gently set down her instrument and replied, "I am the guardian of this valley. It is a realm brimming with peace and tranquility, yet of late, I sense an ominous force approaching, one that may bring calamity to this world." Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance, a surge of responsibility swelling within their hearts. "We shall assist you in safeguarding this valley and thwarting the invasion of malevolent forces." The woman nodded appreciatively, expressing her gratitude. "However, this malevolent force is exceedingly powerful. You must exercise caution." They commenced their search for traces of the sinister presence within the valley. After a thorough exploration, they stumbled upon a dark cavern deep within the valley, emanating an aura of wickedness. "This cave is likely the source of the evil power," Luffy declared. Naruto nodded in agreement. "Then let us venture inside." They cautiously stepped into the cave, which was dim and damp, with the walls flickering with an eerie luminescence. Deep within the cavern, they uncovered a colossal magical array. "This resembles the magical array we encountered previously," Naruto remarked. Luffy meticulously scrutinized the magical array. Indeed, it was intricate and formidable. "We must proceed with utmost caution." Just as they contemplated how to unravel this enchantment, the array abruptly activated, unleashing a torrent of formidable dark energy. A colossal demonic figure emerged from the shadows. "How dare you intrude upon my domain? You are truly oblivious to your impending doom." The demon's voice resonated, deep and terrifying. Luffy and Naruto gazed fearlessly at the demon, resolute in their vow not to allow it to devastate their world. They unleashed their respective powers, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the malevolent entity. The demon's assaults were formidable and enigmatic, ensnaring Luffy and Naruto in a grueling struggle. Yet, undaunted, they drew upon their indomitable spirit and seamless synergy, gradually regaining their footing. During the fray, Luffy discerned that although the demon's strikes were potent, it appeared to possess a vulnerability. Following each of its powerful onslaughts, there was a brief moment of pause. "Naruto, be mindful of this weakness. We shall exploit it to strike back," Luffy exclaimed. Instantly, Naruto grasped Luffy's intent. They bided their time, and when the demon launched another fierce attack, they simultaneously mounted their counteroffensive. Luffy swung the Sword of Thunder and Flame, its blade entwined with flames and lightnings, creating a colossal beam of light that sliced toward the demon's vulnerability. Naruto, in turn, unleashed the Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, its swirling form aglow with golden luminescence, harboring immense power. The demon was struck by this sudden onslaught, letting out a pained roar as his body was propelled backward by the overwhelming force, crashing heavily to the ground. However, the demon was not so easily vanquished. He quickly regained his footing, his aura growing increasingly malevolent. "Do you truly believe this will defeat me?" Such naivety, the demon bellowed. He began to frantically absorb the power of the magical array, his form swelling larger and his presence becoming ever more formidable. Luffy and Naruto gazed in astonishment at the transformation of the demon before them. They understood that this demon had succumbed to madness, and if they did not act swiftly to halt him, the consequences would be dire. "Naruto, we cannot allow him to continue absorbing the power of the magic circle," Luffy exclaimed. Naruto nodded in agreement, and together they unleashed their utmost strength, charging toward the demon. However, at that moment, the demon had become exponentially powerful, rendering their attacks seemingly ineffective. In this critical juncture, Luffy suddenly recalled the music of a woman. He resolved to harness the power of music to combat the demon. "Naruto, let us together reminisce about the woman's melody. Perhaps it will aid us," Luffy proposed. After a moment's hesitation, Naruto nodded in assent. They closed their eyes, immersing themselves in the memories of the woman's music. Gradually, a sense of tranquility and strength filled their hearts. They charged once more at the demon, this time infusing their attacks with the power of music, which was unparalleled in potency. The demon sensed this formidable force, and a flicker of terror crossed his face. Yet, it was too late for him to evade. He was struck by the onslaught from Luffy and Naruto. With a resounding explosion, the demon was shattered into countless fragments, and the magic circle lost its power. Gradually fading away, Luffy and Naruto sighed in relief. They understood that, despite the arduous nature of the battle, they had once again succeeded in safeguarding this world. Emerging from the cave, they encountered the woman. Upon witnessing their triumph over the demon, A look of profound gratitude illuminated her face. "Thank you, brave warriors. You have not only protected this valley, but also shielded this world," she said. Luffy and Naruto shared a humble smile, acknowledging that it was their duty. They vowed to press on, fighting to safeguard this world. After bidding farewell to the woman, they resumed their journey. Chapter 0863, Realm of Illusions. After successfully vanquishing the demon, Luffy and Naruto continued their journey. However, unbeknownst to them, the wheels of fate were silently turning, ushering them into an entirely new anime realm, the fantasy domain. The moment they stepped into this world, a mysterious force enveloped them. The scenery around them transformed instantaneously. The once familiar mountains and rivers vanished, replaced by a fantastical world teeming with vibrant hues. Towering castles loomed amidst the clouds, dazzling magical lights flickered in the air, and an array of extraordinary creatures traversed the land. "Where are we?" Naruto marveled at the wonders surrounding him. Luffy tightly grasped the sword of Thunderfire, his gaze imbued with vigilance, acutely aware of the necessity for caution in this peculiar world. They began to explore this new realm, encountering a plethora of bizarre creatures and characters along the way. There were winged fairies, colossal magical beings, and sorcerers wielding formidable magical powers. In this world, magic was an immensely potent force. Individuals could acquire extraordinary abilities through the study of magic, such as flight, elemental control, and the healing of injuries. Both Luffy and Naruto were filled with curiosity regarding magic, prompting them to delve into the arcane knowledge of this realm. They soon encountered a benevolent sorceress named Alice. Upon seeing Luffy and Naruto, Alice sensed the immense power and aura of righteousness that enveloped them. She resolved to assist them in comprehending this world and imparting some magical wisdom. "Welcome to the realm of Fantasia, a place brimming with magic and wonder, yet fraught with perils. Exercise caution," Alice remarked with a warm smile. Luffy and Naruto gazed at Alice with gratitude, expressing their appreciation for her assistance. "We will exercise caution," they assured her. Alice then commenced to elucidate the magical system of this realm. In the fantastical domain of the fantasy god realm, magic is categorized into various attributes, such as fire, water, wind, earth, light, and darkness. Each magical attribute possesses its own distinct characteristics and applications. You may select a magical attribute to study based on your individual traits and preferences, Alice remarked. After a moment of contemplation, Luffy resolved to embrace the fire attribute magic. He believed that the fire magic, imbued with vigor and passion, would harmoniously complement his flame lightning sword. Naruto, on the other hand, opted for the wind attribute magic, feeling that its versatility and agility would synergize beautifully with his golden nine-tails chakra. Alice commenced their instruction on how to harness the magical forces. They were required to meditate and practice in order to sense the presence of magical elements and channel them into their own beings. Luffy and Naruto diligently dedicated themselves to their studies, and their hard work, combined with their innate talents, enabled them to swiftly acquire several fundamental magical skills. During their magical education, they also uncovered fragments of history and legends pertaining to their world. It was revealed that the realm of Fantasia once endured a cataclysmic disaster, as a nefarious force sought to obliterate it. In a courageous stand, a group of valiant heroes rose to confront this malevolent power, engaging in fierce battles. Ultimately, they triumphed over the evil force, rescuing the world from impending doom. "We must strive to protect this world, just like those heroes did," Naruto declared resolutely. Luffy nodded, affirming that they could not allow the forces of evil to rise again. As their mastery of magic grew increasingly adept, so too did their strength. They embarked on adventures throughout this world, aiding those in need and resolving various crises. On one occasion, they arrived at a small town shrouded in dark magic. The townspeople were ensnared by this malevolent sorcery, stripped of their self-awareness. Luffy and Naruto resolved to liberate them from the grip of this dark enchantment. They unleashed their magical prowess, engaging in a fierce battle against the dark magic. This malevolent force was formidable, capable of eroding the human spirit and plunging individuals into despair and fear. Yet, Luffy and Naruto remained undaunted by the darkness, through sheer willpower and formidable magical abilities. They gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, they successfully lifted the dark magic's control, rescuing the townsfolk. The people were filled with gratitude and admiration, and their renown began to spread throughout the realm. However, their actions drew the attention of sinister forces. An organization known as the Dark Alliance began to fixate on them. Comprised of malevolent sorcerers and dark creatures, the Dark Alliance sought to resurrect evil powers and dominate the world. They dispatched skilled assassins to confront Luffy and Naruto, each assassin wielding various sinister magics and weapons. Luffy and Naruto found themselves embroiled in a grueling battle. During the conflict, they discerned that the Dark Alliance's assassins shared a peculiar connection, enabling them to coordinate and unleash greater power. Realizing they must sever this link to overcome their adversaries, Luffy and Naruto devised a strategy to disrupt the assassins' connection using their magic. Luffy conjured a sea of flames, obscuring the enemy's vision, while Naruto summoned a tempestuous wind to scatter them. Through their combined efforts, the bond among the Dark Alliance's assassins was shattered, plunging them into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy and Naruto launched their counteroffensive, defeating their foes one by one. This confrontation illuminated the formidable nature of the Dark Alliance. They recognized the necessity of intensifying their training to combat this looming threat. Thus, they continued their adventures in the realm of fantasy, acquiring further magical knowledge and enhancing their abilities. In this journey, they forged bonds with like-minded companions, forming a powerful team. Their collective efforts initiated a series of actions against the Dark Alliance, striving to protect the peace of the world. Their endeavors garnered increasing attention and support, with many individuals joining their ranks to collectively oppose the Dark Alliance. As their strength flourished, they finally approached the ultimate showdown with the Dark Alliance. The leader of the Dark Alliance is a formidable sorcerer of malevolent power, possessing an unparalleled mastery of dark magic. In the climactic battle, Luffy and Naruto spearheaded their teams in an intense confrontation against the Dark Alliance. The clash of their magical forces reverberated through the air, producing thunderous sounds. The entire battlefield was engulfed in a radiant display of magic, obscuring the true nature of the conflict. Throughout the skirmish, Luffy and Naruto showcased their exceptional leadership and combat prowess. They orchestrated their team members to synergize effectively, leveraging their unique strengths and gradually gaining the upper hand. However, the leader of the Dark Alliance was unwilling to concede defeat. He began frantically absorbing the essence of dark magic, his form growing increasingly colossal and his aura more formidable. "Do you believe this will be enough to vanquish me? Such naivete," he roared. He unleashed a powerful spell of dark magic, shrouding the entire battlefield in shadows. The people fell into despair and terror, their powers suppressed by the encroaching darkness. Yet, Luffy and Naruto remained undaunted by the dark magic. They recalled their mission and responsibilities, resolved not to allow evil forces to dominate the world once more. They focused their energies, pushing their magical abilities to their utmost limits. Luffy unleashed the pinnacle of his fire magic, conjuring a vast sea of flames that gradually dispelled the dark magic. Meanwhile, Naruto summoned the apex of his wind magic, creating a fierce tempest that completely scattered the dark forces. Through their relentless efforts, the dark magic was ultimately eradicated. The leader of the Dark Alliance was struck by their combined assault and fell to the ground. With the defeat of the Dark Alliance's leader, the organization crumbled entirely. The people erupted in cheers, celebrating their hard-won victory. Luffy and Naruto felt an overwhelming sense of relief and pride. Chapter 0864, The Ceiling. After successfully vanquishing the Dark Alliance, Luffy and Naruto emerged as revered heroes within the realm of fantasy domain. Their renown spread across the world, evoking admiration and gratitude from the populace. Nevertheless, they remained humble and unpretentious, acutely aware that numerous unknown dangers and challenges still lurked in the shadows of this world. They understood the necessity of perpetual vigilance and the continual enhancement of their abilities to safeguard the peace and tranquility of their realm. In the ensuing days, Luffy and Naruto led their team in further explorations of the fantasy domain. They traversed many enigmatic locales, encountering a myriad of individuals and creatures. Each adventure bestowed upon them newfound knowledge and experience, progressively augmenting their prowess. On one occasion, they arrived at an ancient ruin imbued with an aura of mystery, its walls adorned with archaic runes and patterns. Luffy and Naruto sensed a potent force concealed within the depths of this ruin, a force that could significantly influence their future. With cautious steps, they ventured into the ruins, embarking on a quest to uncover its secrets. Deep within the ruins, they stumbled upon an ancient tome. The text within was both archaic and enigmatic, and they diligently endeavored to decipher its contents. After considerable effort, they gleaned some insights regarding the secrets of the ruin. It was revealed that this site was the remnant of an ancient magical civilization, once home to a formidable magical force capable of altering the fate of the world. However, this power was perilous. If wielded by malevolent individuals, it could unleash catastrophic consequences upon the world. We must locate this magical force and ensure its proper safeguarding, Luffy asserted. Naruto nodded in agreement. Indeed, we cannot allow such power to fall into the hands of evildoers. They commenced their search within the ruins for clues leading to this formidable magic. After much toil, they ultimately uncovered a hidden chamber. Inside lay a colossal crystal orb, radiating a powerful magical energy. Is this the magical force we seek? Naruto inquired. Luffy observed the crystal ball with great care. It held immense potential. However, we must exercise caution, for such power is formidable and could pose dangers. They approached the crystal ball with trepidation, endeavoring to uncover its secrets. The moment they made contact, a surge of potent energy coursed through their bodies. They felt a qualitative leap in their abilities, yet simultaneously bore a heavy sense of responsibility. We must wield this power wisely to safeguard our world, Luffy declared. Naruto nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, we cannot squander this strength. With the crystal ball in their possession, they departed the ruins, continuing their adventures in the realm of fantasy. Along the way, they encountered individuals who coveted the crystal ball's power. These adversaries attempted to seize it, but Luffy, Naruto, and their team successfully repelled them. As time passed, Luffy and Naruto discovered that the crystal ball's power was not merely a source of formidable magic. It harbored deeper secrets. They commenced an intensive study of the crystal ball's capabilities, seeking to unravel its mysteries. After considerable effort, they ultimately uncovered that the crystal ball could open a portal to another world, one filled with enigma and peril, yet potentially concealing even greater power and knowledge. Shall we venture into that world to explore? Naruto inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Luffy recognized the perilous nature of their decision. Yet they could not allow this opportunity to slip away. Perhaps within that realm, they could uncover more effective means to safeguard their world. Hence, they resolved to venture into that domain. Once adequately prepared, they harnessed the power of the crystal ball to unveil a passage and stepped into an entirely new world. This realm stood in stark contrast to the fantastical domain they knew, teeming with an array of peculiar creatures and enigmatic forces. Luffy and Naruto treaded cautiously, each step laden with vigilance. In this world, they encountered numerous challenges and adversities, including formidable monsters, intricate traps, and mysterious magical arrays. However, armed with unwavering determination and formidable strength, they surmounted these obstacles one by one. During their exploration, they forged bonds with new companions, each hailing from diverse races and backgrounds, yet united by a common purpose: the protection of this world. Together, they formed a more formidable team to jointly delve into the mysteries that lay ahead. As their exploration deepened, they gradually unveiled secrets of this realm. It became apparent that this world had once endured a cataclysmic disaster, an insidious force that nearly brought about its annihilation. In a bid to preserve the realm, valiant heroes had sealed away this malevolent power in a concealed location. Yet now, it seemed that the seal was weakening, and the evil force threatened to rise once more. We must locate the place where the malevolent power is sealed and reinforce the seal, Luffy declared. Naruto nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, we cannot allow this evil force to endanger our world again. They commenced their quest to find the location of the seal. Throughout this journey, they faced numerous hardships and challenges. Powerful monsters guarded the sacred site, and complex magical arrays obstructed their path. Nevertheless, they persevered, drawing closer to the seal with their indomitable will and mighty prowess. At long last, they discovered the site of the malevolent power's seal. It was a vast cavern, enveloped in an oppressive darkness. At the heart of the cave lay an enormous sealing array, flickering with a faint luminescence. Is this the place that seals the evil force? Naruto inquired. Luffy meticulously scrutinized the sealing array, and indeed, it had grown exceedingly feeble. It was imperative that they reinforce the seal without delay. They commenced to wield their magical powers, striving to strengthen the array. However, they soon realized that the intricacies of the sealing array were formidable, demanding both potent magical energy and exquisite skill to fortify it. After considerable effort, they ultimately succeeded in reinforcing the sealing array. The malevolent forces were once again confined, and tranquility was restored to the realm. Luffy and Naruto let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 0865, Communication. Upon their return to the fantastical realm, Luffy and Naruto's valiant exploits were recounted with admiration among the populace. Yet, they did not rest on their laurels, for they understood that the mission of safeguarding the world was an eternal journey. They commenced the task of organizing the knowledge and power they had acquired in this new world, sharing and exchanging insights with their comrades. Each individual drew invaluable lessons from this experience, thereby enhancing the team's overall strength. On a tranquil day, Luffy and Naruto were engaged in deliberations regarding their future plans. Suddenly, an unusual radiance appeared in the sky, seemingly imbued with a mysterious message. What could this be? Naruto gazed at the heavens with curiosity. Luffy furrowed his brow, his gaze imbued with wariness. He felt an unshakable sense of the unusual, though its nature remained elusive. Caution was imperative in their approach. They resolved to follow the guiding light in pursuit of its hidden secrets. As they advanced, the radiance intensified, eventually leading them to an enigmatic valley. An aura of mystery enveloped the valley, with its surroundings awash in fantastical hues. At the heart of the valley stood a colossal stone tablet, inscribed with ancient runes. "What is this monument?" Naruto inquired. Luffy carefully examined the stone tablet, realizing that it concealed vital information. They needed to devise a way to decipher it. They commenced experimenting with various methods to interpret the runes inscribed upon the stone. After considerable effort, they finally uncovered some profound secrets about this world. It turned out that a formidable force known as the Source Power existed within this realm. This power could bestow individuals with unimaginable strength, yet it was exceedingly perilous. If wielded by malevolent beings, it could usher in catastrophic consequences. "We must locate the Source Power and ensure it does not fall into the hands of evildoers," Luffy declared. Naruto nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, this is our responsibility." Thus, they embarked on a quest to seek clues regarding the Source Power throughout the world. Along their journey, they encountered numerous hardships and challenges. Powerful adversaries sought to thwart their progress, and intricate puzzles awaited resolution. However, Luffy and Naruto remained undaunted, drawing closer to the Source Power's location with their unwavering determination and intellect. At long last, they discovered the origin of the Source Power, a mysterious cavern pulsating with immense energy. "Is this where the Source Power resides?" Naruto inquired. Luffy cautiously surveyed the cave, acutely aware of the potential perils that lay within. They proceeded with utmost care into the cavern. The interior was shrouded in darkness and dampness, with enigmatic glimmers dancing upon the walls. Deep within the cave, they beheld a colossal crystal orb, emanating a formidable aura of primal energy. Could this be the source of that power? Naruto gazed at the crystal ball in astonishment. Luffy nodded, and it seemed to be so. However, we must not approach it lightly, for it may harbor dangers. They commenced their studies on how to safely harness the power of the source. After much contemplation, they resolved to first attempt to communicate with the source through magical energies. They conjured their own magical prowess in an effort to establish a connection with the source. Gradually, it appeared that the source sensed their goodwill and began to engage in dialogue with them. Through this exchange, they unraveled the true essence of the source. It was not merely a force, but rather the embodiment of life and soul within the world. Only those with pure hearts and unwavering convictions could truly master the source's power. "We must strive to become such individuals," Luffy declared. Naruto nodded in agreement, affirming that they must wield the source's power to safeguard the world. They embarked on a quest to elevate their spiritual realms, seeking to cultivate greater purity and resolve within themselves. Throughout this journey, they encountered numerous hardships and challenges, yet they persevered without faltering. At long last, they achieved the recognition of the source, which fused with their beings, bestowing upon them an even greater strength. Luffy and Naruto sensed a significant enhancement in their strength, brimming with confidence and courage. Chapter 0866, Source of Power. After acquiring the power of the source, Luffy and Naruto continued their journey through the realm of fantasy god domain. Their figures radiated strength and determination, bringing hope to all they encountered. They advanced along an ancient river, its waters shimmering like jewels, seemingly recounting the profound history of this world. The scenery on both banks was picturesque, with exotic flowers and plants blossoming in vibrant hues, while enigmatic creatures flitted through the woods. With the power of the source, we feel an even greater responsibility to protect this world, Luffy remarked. Naruto gazed into the distance, his eyes shimmering with unyielding resolve. Luffy nodded slightly, gripping the rein sword firmly. "Indeed, we must not squander this power. This world harbors numerous unknown dangers awaiting our confrontation." As he spoke, they suddenly sensed a faint energy fluctuation emanating from the distance. Though subtle, this wave of energy heightened their vigilance. "Be cautious, there is something amiss," Luffy warned, immediately on alert. Naruto also summoned the primordial power, preparing for battle. They followed the direction of the energy fluctuation and soon arrived at an ancient forest. The air was thick with an enigmatic aura, and the towering trees obscured the sun, creating an impression of stepping into a mystical realm. Deep within the forest, they uncovered a peculiar ruin. This ruin appears rather unusual, Luffy remarked. Naruto nodded in agreement. Yes, let us venture inside. They cautiously stepped into the ruin, which was adorned with ancient runes and patterns, emanating a mysterious glow. At the center of the ruin lay a colossal magic circle. What purpose does this magic circle serve? Naruto inquired with curiosity. Luffy meticulously scrutinized the magical circle, uncertain yet aware that it undoubtedly held significant importance. We must tread carefully in our exploration. They commenced their attempt to decipher the runes inscribed upon the magical array. After considerable effort, they finally uncovered some secrets pertaining to this ancient relic. It turned out that this site was an ancient magical laboratory, once the domain of a formidable sorcerer who conducted enigmatic experiments within its confines. This magical circle served as a tool for the creation of a powerful being. The notion of conjuring such a formidable entity? That sounds perilous, remarked Naruto. Luffy furrowed his brow, realizing that they could not allow this perilous experiment to persist. They had to discover a means to deactivate the magical array. Thus, they embarked on a quest to find a solution. Within the ruins, they encountered numerous mechanisms and traps, yet through their innate powers and wisdom, they surmounted each obstacle. At long last, they uncovered the key to disabling the magical array. Harnessing their powers, they successfully sealed the array, just as they believed everything had come to a conclusion. A sudden and violent tremor reverberated through the ruins. A colossal figure began to materialize from the magical array. What is this? Naruto inquired, astonished. Luffy fixed his gaze upon the figure, seemingly a creature conjured by the sorcerer. We must proceed with caution. This being, colossal in stature, emanated an overwhelming aura of magical energy. Upon spotting Luffy and Naruto, it launched an immediate assault. Luffy and Naruto swiftly unleashed the power of the source, engaging in a fierce battle with the creature. The creature's assaults were formidable, plunging them into a grueling struggle. Yet, they exhibited no signs of retreat. Armed with indomitable will and harmonious cooperation, they gradually stabilized their position. During the conflict, they discerned that despite the creature's might, it possessed vulnerabilities. They exploited these weaknesses, relentlessly attacking the being. After a strenuous confrontation, they ultimately triumphed over the creature, restoring tranquility to the ruins. Luffy and Naruto let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 0867, Vastness. After leaving the ancient ruins within the enigmatic forest, Luffy and Naruto resumed their journey. The power of the source flowed gently within them. Imbued with boundless vitality and strength, they traversed a vast expanse of grassland, where the verdant blades swayed gracefully in the breeze, resembling a lush green ocean. Yet, their vigilant gazes scanned the surroundings, as they were acutely aware that in this realm of fantasy and peril, tranquility often masks the tempest that looms. Luffy, do you sense something unusual about this grassland? Naruto inquired, a slight frown creasing his brow, his golden hair glimmering in the sunlight. Luffy gripped the Sword of Thunder, its blade shimmering in response to the primal force within. Indeed, I too sense an unusual presence. This place may appear tranquil, yet it conceals an extraordinary power. As they conversed, a sudden tempest arose upon the plains. The winds howled fiercely, causing the lush grass to bow down in submission. At the heart of the gale, a cadre of enigmatic knights materialized. Clad in obsidian armor, they sat astride imposing black steeds, their faces obscured beneath helmets, revealing only pairs of eyes that glowed with an eerie crimson light. Who are you? Why have you trespassed into our domain? One of the knights inquired, his voice deep and chilling. Luffy took a step forward, declaring, We are warriors journeying to protect this world. We harbor no ill intent. We merely pass through this land. The knights erupted into a chilling laughter, proclaiming, Regardless of your intentions, none who enter this meadow shall leave alive. With that, the knights raised their long spears, charging towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto immediately sprang into action. Naruto swiftly conjured wind-based magic, utilizing the gusts to propel himself high into the air, rotating his body as countless shadow clones surged towards the knights. Meanwhile, Luffy wielded the Thunder Flame Sword, merging the flames and lightning with the power of the source to unleash a formidable wave of attack, aimed at the knight charging at the forefront. The knights, undeterred by their onslaught, stood firm. The black gleam of their spears pierced through several of Naruto's shadow clones with ease. although Luffy's strike did make contact with one knight. The warrior was merely pushed back a few steps, his dark armor sustaining minimal damage. "These fellows are quite formidable," Naruto exclaimed. Luffy nodded. Realizing that they could not be underestimated, it was imperative to discover their vulnerabilities. Throughout the battle, Luffy meticulously observed the knights' movements. He noted that whenever the knights launched an assault, the black luminescence on their armor flickered momentarily, as if the defense of the armor weakened during that fleeting instant. "Naruto, pay attention to the flicker of their armor. It may reveal their weakness," Luffy exclaimed. Upon hearing Luffy's words, Naruto immediately focused intently. As the knights attacked once more, they seized the opportune moment and unleashed a fierce onslaught, targeting the areas where the knight's armor shimmered. Luffy's sword of thunder fire accurately pierced the vulnerable spot in a knight's armor, the force of the blade swiftly penetrating the metal. The knight emitted a pained roar as he fell from his steed. Naruto, in turn, unleashed the sage art, supermassive Rasengan, striking another knight at his weak point, reducing him to fragments. As they gradually discovered effective countermeasures, the knights began to find themselves at a disadvantage. Yet, these knights remained composed. They suddenly formed a circle, encircling Luffy and Naruto. Then, the knights began to chant an enigmatic incantation. As the words flowed forth, their black armor began to emanate a formidable dark energy, coalescing into a colossal vortex of shadow. What manner of sorcery is this? Naruto gazed in astonishment at the swirling darkness. Luffy's gaze was grave. No matter the circumstances, we must not allow ourselves to be ensnared. They endeavored to break free from the dark vortex, only to discover its formidable power binding them tightly within its grasp. The force within the abyss relentlessly eroded their bodies, seeking to deplete their source of strength. "We must unite our efforts to shatter it," Luffy proclaimed. Naruto nodded in agreement, and together they concentrated their source power, manifesting a radiant beam of light. Subsequently, they charged with all their might towards the most vulnerable point of the dark vortex. After a strenuous battle, they finally pierced through the shadowy whirlpool. The knights, witnessing the rupture of the dark vortex, were left in astonishment. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy and Naruto launched their final assault. They unleashed their most potent source power abilities, and an overwhelming force swept across the entire plane in an instant. The knights stood powerless against this might, succumbing one by one. As the last knight fell, tranquility once again enveloped the prairie. Chapter 0868, Flames of Fire. Luffy and Naruto continued their journey through the fantastical realm, where the essence of power flowed steadily and persistently within them, serving as an inexhaustible source of motivation for their ceaseless exploration and combat. They arrived at a quaint seaside town, brimming with vitality. The streets bustled with life as people busied themselves with their daily endeavors. The vibrantly colored houses stood charmingly scattered, while the air was imbued with the delightful aromas of seafood and blooming flowers. It was a scene of serene tranquility. "This place feels so peaceful," Naruto remarked, his spirits lifted by the town's enchanting ambience. Luffy's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Indeed, yet we must remain vigilant." As they strolled through the quaint town, they absorbed its unique cultural essence. The townsfolk, upon noticing the two strangers, regarded them with curiosity, yet greeted them with warm smiles. However, this tranquility did not endure for long. One fateful night, Luffy and Naruto were abruptly roused by a cacophony of noise and piercing screams. They hastily exited their lodging, only to behold a scene of chaos along the seaside, where flames erupted towards the sky, accompanied by a deep, terrifying roar. "This is bad. Danger lurks," Luffy exclaimed, and he and Naruto dashed towards the shore. Upon their arrival, they were met with a sight of sheer astonishment. A colossal sea monster emerged from the depths, its massive form resembling that of a small mountain, covered in sharp spikes, while flames spewed from its maw, devouring the coastal structures. Where could this creature have come from? Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. Luffy gripped his sword tightly, resolute in his determination to thwart the menace, regardless of its origin. Without a moment's hesitation, they charged towards the sea monster. Luffy was the first to strike, raising the thunder flame sword high, channeling formidable primal energy along its blade. A surge of fiery and electric sword aura cleaved through the air towards the creature. Meanwhile, Naruto unleashed a skill that fused wind magic with primal energy, his form resembling a whirlwind as he propelled himself towards the sea beast. The Rasengan in his hand swelled in size, ultimately transforming into a colossal golden spiral that hurtled towards the monster's head. The sea creature, sensing their onslaught, effortlessly swatted away Luffy's sword aura with its massive claw, simultaneously shifting its body to evade Naruto's Rasengan. It then opened its gaping maw, aiming to snap at Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto swiftly evaded, fully aware of the formidable strength possessed by the sea monster, as ordinary attacks would scarcely inflict any harm upon it. They commenced a meticulous search around the creature, seeking out its vulnerabilities. During the skirmish, Luffy discerned that after each fiery exhalation, the monster's abdomen would briefly reveal a patch of lighter skin, where the scales appeared notably sparse. Naruto, the abdomen of the sea monster may be its Achilles heel. Let us seize the opportunity to strike there, Luffy exclaimed. Naruto nodded in understanding. They continued to maneuver around the beast, biding their time for the opportune moment. At last, as the creature unleashed another torrent of flames, they seized this chance and charged towards its vulnerable abdomen in unison. Luffy unleashed a sword technique enhanced by the power of the source, the brilliance emanating from his blade nearly blinding the onlookers. Meanwhile, Naruto elevated the might of his sage art, Super Ultra Big Rasengan, to its zenith. The simultaneous strikes of the two heroes collided with the abdomen of the sea monster. It let out a tormented roar, its massive form convulsing violently, and its colossal tail swept across the shore, generating enormous waves. Luffy and Naruto were propelled backward by the force of the water. Yet they quickly regained their composure and charged once more towards the creature. This time, their assaults were even more ferocious, relentlessly targeting the monster's vulnerable underbelly. The sea beast began to falter, its attacks becoming erratic and disorganized. After an intense battle, the creature was left on the brink of collapse. Ultimately, Luffy and Naruto combined their strengths to unleash a formidable attack infused with the power of the source, annihilating the sea monster entirely. Its vast body gradually sank to the ocean floor, and the flames along the shore slowly extinguished. The townsfolk, witnessing the defeat of the beast, erupted into cheers. They gathered around Luffy and Naruto, their eyes brimming with gratitude and reverence. "Thank you, you are our heroes," an elderly man exclaimed with palpable excitement. Luffy and Naruto exchanged modest smiles, acknowledging that it was their duty. After resting for a few days in the quaint town, Luffy and Naruto set forth on their journey once more. Chapter 0869, The Bay. As Luffy and Naruto once again embarked on their journey amidst the gratitude and cheers of the townsfolk, they traversed the coastline. The sea breeze caressed their faces, carrying a hint of briny essence, as if whispering the enigmatic tales hidden within the depths of the ocean. "Luffy, what shall we encounter next?" Naruto gazed at the boundless sea, his eyes shimmering with curiosity and anticipation. Luffy squinted slightly, feeling the caress of the sea breeze. "I am uncertain. Yet no matter the challenges we encounter, we must confront them with our strength." They journeyed for a considerable time, arriving at a mysterious cove. The bay was encircled by steep cliffs, upon which grew an array of peculiar flora, emanating a faint luminescence. The waters within the bay were as tranquil as a mirror, yet they exuded a profound azure hue, as if concealing endless secrets. "This place feels rather extraordinary," Luffy remarked cautiously, tightening his grip on the Thunder Flame sword instinctively. Naruto nodded in agreement, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails subtly swirling around his form. "Indeed, let us proceed with caution." They cautiously ventured into the cove. The moment they stepped into the bay, the surrounding air seemed to solidify, and a formidable pressure enveloped them. "What is happening?" Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. Luffy furrowed his brows, sensing a formidable force guarding something within this realm. "We must proceed with caution." Just as they were poised to delve deeper into their exploration, a colossal whirlpool suddenly emerged upon the sea. The vortex spun with increasing velocity, emitting a thunderous roar as if it sought to engulf everything in its path. From the depths of the whirlpool, a figure gradually ascended. It was a magnificent humanoid entity composed of water elements, its form translucent and shimmering with a cerulean glow, wielding a trident forged from condensed water. "Who are you? Why have you trespassed upon my domain?" inquired the water elemental being in a deep and authoritative tone. Luffy stepped forward, declaring that they had come to explore this world and safeguard its peace. They bore no intention of causing offense, merely seeking to uncover the secrets of this place. The water elemental creature emitted a chilling laugh, stating that this bay was a realm of mystery, concealing formidable power within. Mortals such as themselves should not tread here. With that, the water elemental brandished its trident, unleashing a colossal wave toward Luffy and Naruto. They swiftly evaded the oncoming torrent, which crashed against the rocky shore, sending sprays of water soaring high into the air. It seemed that fighting was the only recourse, Naruto remarked, his gaze resolute. Luffy nodded cautiously, aware of the water elemental's aquatic assaults. We shall counter it with the power of the source. They unleashed the source's energy. As Luffy's Thunderfire sword blazed with intertwining flames and lightning, simultaneously enveloped in the radiance of the source, Naruto infused the source's power into his wind magic and shadow clone technique, sending forth countless shadow clones, imbued with the source's essence, charging towards the water elemental creature. Undeterred by their onslaught, the water elemental effortlessly dissolved Naruto's clones with the might of water, conjuring walls of liquid to thwart Luffy's strikes. "This creature is formidable," Naruto exclaimed. As Luffy launched his assault, he keenly observed the movements of the water elemental creature, noting that its strength appeared to be derived from the very waters of the bay. "We must devise a means to sever its connection to the water." In a moment of inspiration, Naruto exclaimed, "I have a plan." Luffy utilized the Thunderfire sword to generate a formidable electric field, while I will employ wind magic to disperse the electric field throughout the entire bay. Luffy discerned Naruto's intentions and promptly infused the Sword of Thunderfire with the power of the source, unleashing a formidable electrical force that enveloped the blade, creating a powerful electric field. Meanwhile, Naruto conjured wind-based magic, effectively disseminating the electric field across the entire bay. The water elemental creature sensed the potency of the electric field, causing its body to become increasingly unstable. As water is a conductor, the electric field disrupted its control over the water elements. "Now's our chance," Luffy exclaimed, seizing the moment. They launched a fierce assault. Luffy wielded the Sword of Thunderfire, unleashing a torrent of sword energy imbued with source power towards the water elemental. Simultaneously, Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, super large Rasengan, entwined with the energies of the source and the electric field, hurtling towards the water creature. Under their relentless onslaught, the water elemental gradually weakened. Ultimately, it emitted a defiant roar before dissolving into a puddle, merging with the bay. As the water elemental vanished, the pressure within the bay began to dissipate. Luffy and Naruto sighed in relief, aware that they had once again triumphed over a formidable adversary. They continued their exploration of the bay and stumbled upon a hidden cavern beneath the waves. The cave emanated a mysterious luminescence, enticing them to venture inside. Deep within the cavern, they beheld a colossal crystal orb, pulsating with a potent and pure energy that resonated with their source power. "What is this?" Naruto inquired, astonished. Luffy meticulously examined the crystal ball, recognizing it as a potentially invaluable source of energy that might aid them in mastering the power of the source. They approached the crystal ball with utmost caution, endeavoring to sense its energy. The moment their fingers brushed against its surface, a wave of warm and potent energy surged into their bodies, further enhancing and purifying their source power. "It was truly astonishing," exclaimed Naruto with exhilaration. Luffy also revealed a joyful smile, expressing our intention to fully harness the power of this crystal ball to make a greater contribution to the protection of this world. They departed the bay with the crystal ball in hand. Chapter 0870. The inhabitants Luffy and Naruto, bearing the enigmatic crystal orb acquired from the depths of an underwater cavern, pressed onward through the vast expanse of the Fantasia realm. Sunlight cascaded upon them, illuminating their resolute figures, as the power of the source intertwined with the orb's luminescence, seemingly narrating the new journey that lay ahead. They traversed a dense forest, where colossal, ancient trees loomed, their foliage so abundant that it nearly obscured the sky. A mysterious aura enveloped the woods, and the occasional echo of unknown beastly roars heightened the tension in the air. "Luffy, the atmosphere in this forest feels rather ominous," Naruto remarked, scanning their surroundings with vigilance, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails gently rippling across his body, ever ready to confront any impending peril. Luffy tightly gripped the blade of thunder and flame, its radiance flickering unpredictably. "Be cautious. There may be unforeseen perils lurking here," he warned. Just as he spoke, the ground before them began to tremble violently. In an instant, countless thick vines erupted from the earth, writhing like a multitude of frenzied serpents, surging toward them. "It's a trap," Luffy shouted, swiftly wielding the blade of thunder and flame to sever the encroaching vines. Flames and lightning erupted along the blade, scorching and repelling the tendrils. Naruto, equally resolute, unleashed his wind-based magic, conjuring a powerful gust that sent the vines tumbling in disarray. Simultaneously, he utilized the shadow clone technique, sending his clones to disperse and attack the roots of the vines from various angles. Yet, the vines seemed endless. For each batch they severed or repelled, more would surge forth. Moreover, the intensity of the vine's assault escalated, intertwining to form a massive web in an attempt to ensnare Luffy and Naruto. This is untenable. We must locate the source controlling these vines, Luffy declared, all the while fending off the relentless onslaught. Naruto nodded in agreement, focusing his energy as he entered Sage mode. In this heightened state, his perceptive abilities surged, and he swiftly identified the direction of the vine's power source. Over there, Naruto exclaimed, pointing toward the depths of the forest. Together, they coordinated their efforts, defending against the vine attacks while advancing toward the source. After a grueling battle and arduous journey, they finally arrived before a colossal tree hollow. A rich green luminescence enveloped the area, revealing that the relentless vines originated from within. Inside the hollow lay a massive green core, pulsating with an eerie glow, evidently the key to controlling the vines. This is the culprit, Naruto remarked. Luffy gazed at the verdant core, cautioning that it might possess formidable defensive mechanisms. They approached the green core with utmost care, poised to launch their assault. At that moment, the green core unexpectedly unleashed a powerful surge of energy, sending forth countless beams of emerald light towards them. Luffy and Naruto swiftly evaded, simultaneously invoking the power of the source for defense. A shield of this power materialized before them, blocking the onslaught of the green light. "We cannot allow it to continue its assault. Let us strike together," Luffy exclaimed. Both unleashed their most formidable attacks. Luffy infused the power of the source into the Thunderflame sword, causing the flames and lightning along the blade to rage with even greater ferocity. He leapt high into the air, aiming a full-force strike at the green core. Meanwhile, Naruto executed the Sage Art, Supermassive Rasengan, which was entwined with the power of the source and the golden chakra of the Nine Tails, charging toward the green core with cataclysmic momentum. Under the weight of their overwhelming assault, the green core could no longer withstand the pressure and shattered with a resounding crash. As the core disintegrated, the frenzied vines that had relentlessly attacked them instantly lost their vitality, wilting and collapsing. They had successfully navigated this crisis and continued onward. Upon exiting the forest, they arrived at an ancient town. The architectural style of the town was unique, imbued with the weight of history. However, the atmosphere within the town was exceedingly desolate, with scarcely a glimpse of its inhabitants. "What is so peculiar about this town?" Naruto inquired with a look of bewilderment. Luffy sensed that something was amiss. "Let us proceed with caution and first assess the situation," he suggested. They scoured the town and eventually stumbled upon a frail, old man. The elder lay within a dilapidated dwelling, his breath faint and feeble. Luffy and Naruto hurried forward to tend to the elderly man's wounds, administering a restorative potion to rejuvenate his strength. The old man gradually regained consciousness, gazing at them with gratitude. "Thank you, young ones," he uttered weakly. "Our town has been besieged by a band of malevolent sorcerers who have stolen our town's treasure and unleashed a curse that has afflicted most of our people." "The town treasure? What kind of treasure is it?" Luffy inquired. With great effort, the elder described the appearance of the treasure, stirring a sense of intrigue within Luffy and Naruto. They sensed that the treasure he spoke of might be intertwined with some mysterious forces they had encountered during their adventures. "We shall assist you in reclaiming your treasure and lifting the curse," Naruto declared resolutely. Hope flickered in the old man's eyes as he responded, "Thank you, brave young souls. Those wicked sorcerers reside in an ancient castle to the west of the town. Please, exercise caution." After bidding farewell to the old man, Luffy and Naruto made their way towards the castle located to the west of the town. The castle loomed high above, its walls entwined with dark vines, emanating an aura of malevolence. Upon reaching the castle, they found the grand door firmly shut. Luffy exerted his strength to push it, yet the door remained immovable. "It seems we must devise a way to open this door," Luffy remarked. Naruto surveyed the surroundings and discovered a concealed magical mechanism hidden within the wall. Drawing upon the arcane knowledge he had acquired during their adventures, he began to unravel the mechanism. After considerable effort, the mechanism was finally deciphered, and the door creaked open. An acrid scent assaulted their senses as the interior of the castle was permeated by a dark magical essence. Cautiously, they stepped inside, greeted by a chilling atmosphere. Eerie portraits adorned the walls, and green flames intermittently flickered from the ground. These malevolent sorcerers have undoubtedly committed numerous vile deeds within these walls, Naruto exclaimed with indignation. As they progressed down the castle's corridor, a sinister laugh echoed through the air. "Who is there? Show yourself," Luffy shouted, with the laughter reverberating. A group of cloaked sorcerers materialized before them, their eyes glinting with wickedness and black wands in hand. Are you the fools who have come to meet your demise? One of the sorcerers sneered. We have come to reclaim the town's treasure and lift the curse. Your evil schemes shall not prevail, Naruto declared. Instantly, a fierce battle erupted. The sorcerers unleashed a barrage of dark magic, with black flames, poisonous mists, and curses hurling towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto stood undaunted, wielding the power of the source along with their unique skills, engaging in a life-and-death struggle against the sorcerers. Luffy's thunder flame sword gleamed ominously in the darkness, each swing repelling a foe. Meanwhile, Naruto deftly maneuvered through the throngs of sorcerers with his wind-based magic and shadow clone technique, delivering heavy blows to his adversaries. However, the sheer number of sorcerers and the intensity of their magical assaults began to take a toll on them. We cannot continue like this. We must identify their vulnerabilities, Luffy declared. In the heat of battle, Naruto noticed that the sorcerers exhibited a brief pause when casting a formidable dark spell, during which their magical defenses weakened. Luffy, be vigilant when they invoke their dark magic. That is our moment of opportunity, Naruto shouted. They began to closely monitor the sorcerers' movements, biding their time for the right moment to strike. As a sorcerer prepared to unleash another powerful dark spell, Luffy and Naruto swiftly launched their counterattack. Luffy infused the Sword of Thunderfire with the power of the source, unleashing his most formidable sword technique. A blade of energy, imbued with the essence of the source, sliced through the air towards the mage. Simultaneously, Naruto manifested the Sage Art, Super-tailed Beast Rasengan. Its spiraling form enveloped in the power of the source and the golden chakra of the Nine Tails, hurtling towards the mage like a comet. Under the force of their combined assault, the mage was struck and instantly reduced to ashes. Witnessing their companion's defeat, the other mages began to panic. Luffy and Naruto seized the opportunity to launch a more ferocious assault, weaving through the ranks of sorcerers as if traversing an uninhabited realm, vanquishing them one by one. Ultimately, only a solitary sorcerer leader remained. Witnessing the defeat of his subordinates, fear flickered in his eyes. Stay away. I will not spare you, the sorcerer leader stammered, trembling. It is not too late to surrender. Reveal to us the location of the town's treasure and the method to lift the curse, Luffy replied coldly. The sorcerer leader hesitated for a moment before abruptly turning to flee. Luffy and Naruto immediately pursued him. They chased the sorcerer leader deep into the castle, ultimately arriving at a basement. A potent dark energy pervaded the subterranean chamber, where a chest emanating a black glow sat at its center, presumably the town's treasure. The sorcerer leader rushed to the chest, attempting to unlock it and unleash an even greater dark power. We cannot let him succeed, Naruto shouted. They quickened their pace, charging towards the sorcerer leader. Just as the sorcerer leader was about to open the chest, Luffy leaped forward, thrusting his thunder flame sword at him. The sorcerer leader had no time to evade and was struck by the blade, collapsing to the ground. They had successfully defeated the sorcerer leader, averting the town's crisis. Luffy opened the chest, and indeed, it contained the treasure spoken of by the elder. The treasure radiated a gentle glow, and upon their contact with it, a wave of warmth enveloped them, instantly alleviating their fatigue and pain. They returned to the town with the treasure and restored it to the residents. Chapter 0871, A Surprise. Upon successfully liberating the ancient town, Luffy and Naruto continued their adventurous journey through the fantastical realm. Their figures, akin to radiant stars, illuminated this enigmatic world with hope and courage. They traversed a winding mountain path, where the surrounding scenery transformed with each step they took. Towering peaks pierced the heavens, shrouded in mist, resembling gateways to a mystical domain. The streams nestled within the mountains flowed gently, crystal clear, occasionally revealing peculiar aquatic creatures frolicking in the water. Luffy, this world is truly brimming with surprises, Naruto exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he gazed upon the breathtaking landscape. Luffy nodded slightly, the thunder flame sword in his hand emanating a steady power. Indeed, we must not let our guard down. The perils of this world often lurk behind a facade of beauty. As he spoke, they suddenly sensed a formidable wave of magical energy emanating from the distance. This surge tightened their hearts, prompting them to halt immediately. Be cautious, something is amiss, Luffy warned, his gaze fixed warily in the direction of the disturbance. Naruto swiftly summoned the power within, readying himself for battle. They proceeded towards the source of the magical wave, soon arriving at the entrance of an immense valley. The air was thick with potent magical energy, creating an oppressive atmosphere. At the heart of the valley, a colossal magic circle was slowly rotating, radiating an overwhelming force. What is the purpose of this magic circle? Naruto inquired with curiosity. Luffy meticulously scrutinized the magic circle, sensing an undeniable complexity within its design. Caution was imperative. They approached the magic circle with great care, endeavoring to comprehend its function. As they drew near, the circle suddenly emanated a blinding radiance, enveloping them in its luminous embrace. Luffy and Naruto immediately felt an immense force drawing them in, as if they were destined to be engulfed by the magical array. They struggled against this overwhelming pull, yet their strength appeared feeble before the enchantment. What shall we do? We're being drawn in, Naruto exclaimed anxiously. Luffy gripped the sword of rebellion tightly, urging calmness, for they would undoubtedly devise a means to escape this magical circle. They began to contemplate their strategy. While striving against the pull, Luffy scrutinized the structure of the magic array, seeking to uncover its vulnerabilities. After a thorough observation, he discerned that the edges of the array flickered with a faint luminosity, indicating a potential weakness. Naruto, let us concentrate our strength to strike at the perimeter of the magic array, Luffy exclaimed. Naruto instantly grasped Luffy's intent, and they gathered the power of the source within their hands, launching an assault upon the array's edges. A tremendous force collided with the magic circle, causing a violent tremor. The array's pull momentarily diminished, yet soon regained its formidable strength. Undeterred, they pressed on with their attacks. After numerous attempts, the magic array finally began to crack. Let's give it our all, Luffy shouted. They unleashed another powerful strike, and this time, the magic array was finally shattered. The radiance vanished, and the pull dissipated along with it. Luffy and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief, having successfully extricated themselves from the confines of the magical array. Yet, they were acutely aware that the emergence of this enchantment was no mere coincidence. It undoubtedly concealed a far greater peril lurking beneath the surface. They pressed on in their exploration of the valley, uncovering a series of peculiar signs. On one side of the valley, they stumbled upon enormous footprints, seemingly left by a formidable creature. What kind of creature do these footprints belong to? Naruto inquired. Luffy furrowed his brow, uncertain. Yet he was certain that this creature possessed formidable strength. We must exercise caution. They followed the trail of footprints and soon arrived at the entrance of a vast cavern. A powerful aura emanated from within, sending chills down their spines. There must be something perilous lurking inside this cave, Naruto remarked warily. Luffy nodded, but we must not waver. We must venture inside to ascertain the situation. They cautiously entered the cave. The interior was dim and damp, with faint glimmers of light flickering upon the walls. Deep within the cave, they heard a low, rumbling growl. Be careful. Something is about to emerge, Luffy exclaimed. Indeed, before long, a colossal creature burst forth from the depths of the cave. This beast was immense, its body adorned with formidable scales, and its eyes shone with a menacing red glow. What manner of creature is this? Naruto inquired in astonishment. Luffy gripped the Thunder Flame sword tightly, declaring resolutely that no matter what it was, they must vanquish it. As the monstrous creature caught sight of Luffy and Naruto, it immediately launched an assault. With its gaping maw wide open, it lunged toward them. Luffy and Naruto swiftly evaded its strike, the creature's claws carving deep gashes into the ground. They unleashed their respective powers, engaging in a fierce battle against the beast. The creature's attacks were formidable, plunging them into a desperate struggle. Yet, they showed no sign of retreat. Bolstered by their indomitable spirit and seamless cooperation, they gradually regained their footing. During the skirmish, Luffy discerned that the creature's abdomen appeared vulnerable, potentially its Achilles heel. Naruto, target its abdomen, Luffy shouted. Without hesitation, Naruto executed the shadow clone technique, sending his clones to assault the creature's midsection from various angles. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy also swung the Thunder Flame sword to launch his own offensive. After an intense confrontation, they ultimately triumphed over the creature, which collapsed onto the ground, gradually losing its vitality. Luffy and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 0872. Observation. After a brief respite following their victory over the colossal beast, Luffy and Naruto resumed their journey. They ventured deeper along an alternate passage of the cave, where an enigmatic aura pervaded the air, instilling a sense of vigilance within them. Luffy, I wonder what dangers lie ahead, Naruto remarked as he walked, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails subtly swirling around his form. Luffy gripped the Thunder Flame sword tightly, its blade flickering with an enchanting dance of fire and lightning. Regardless of the dangers that lay ahead, we must confront them with unwavering courage. Our duty is to safeguard this world. They advanced cautiously through the corridor, each step imbued with vigilance. Suddenly, a faint buzzing sound reached their ears, seemingly emanating from the depths of the passage. "What is that sound?" Naruto inquired with curiosity. Luffy furrowed his brow, uncertain, yet aware that the sound was most peculiar. "Let us proceed with caution." They followed the direction of the sound, and soon arrived at a vast cavernous hall. The chamber shimmered with an extraordinary radiance, as countless magical runes flowed along the walls and floor. At the heart of the hall stood a colossal magical crystal, emanating a powerful glow accompanied by a resonant hum. "What is this?" Naruto exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the enchanted crystal. Luffy attentively examined the magical crystal, certain that it harbored immense power. Yet, its nature, whether benevolent or malevolent, remained shrouded in mystery. As they contemplated their response to this enigmatic crystal, it suddenly emanated a blinding radiance, enveloping them completely. In that moment, both Luffy and Naruto felt a surge of formidable energy coursing through their bodies, invigorating their innate powers with newfound vitality. "What is happening?" Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. Luffy endeavored to maintain his composure, as it appeared that this magical crystal was testing their resolve. They needed to proceed with caution. They began to attempt to harness the power within them, ensuring that this formidable force did not overwhelm their bodies. After considerable effort, they finally succeeded in stabilizing their inner strength. However, this was merely the inception of the trial. The magical crystal subsequently unleashed a barrage of magical assaults, encompassing flames, lightning, frost, and various elemental onslaughts. Luffy and Naruto were compelled to summon their utmost strength to counter these attacks. Throughout the skirmish, they gradually discerned that these magical assaults were not random. Rather, they adhered to a distinct rhythm and pattern. They commenced evading and retaliating based on these discernible sequences. After an arduous battle, they ultimately succeeded in repelling the magical crystal's onslaught. The crystal ceased its attacks, emanating a gentle radiance. "We have triumphed," Naruto exclaimed with exuberance. Luffy revealed a reassuring smile, "Yet we must remain vigilant. This magical crystal may present further trials." Indeed, the crystal subsequently emitted a radiant glow, within which appeared ancient characters and symbols. Luffy and Naruto scrutinized these inscriptions and designs, endeavoring to comprehend their significance. After thorough examination, they finally discerned the meaning behind the characters and symbols. It became evident that this magical crystal was an ancient artifact, possessing formidable power capable of aiding humanity and safeguarding the world. However, to harness the power of this artifact, one must undergo a series of trials and challenges. "It seems we have a long journey ahead," Luffy remarked. Naruto nodded in agreement, affirming that they would not relent. "We shall undoubtedly acquire the power of this artifact and fight to protect the world." They continued to face the trials set forth by the magical crystal. Chapter 0873, Illusion. Luffy and Naruto were intently confronting the trials presented by the magical crystal. As the challenges deepened, they increasingly sensed the immense potential and weighty responsibilities embodied within this ancient artifact. A brilliant light flashed, transporting them into an ethereal realm. This space was suffused with an enigmatic aura, and the surroundings shifted incessantly as if narrating ancient tales. Where could this be? Naruto gazed at the bizarre scenery around him, his heart brimming with confusion. Luffy gripped the Thunderfire sword tightly, his gaze resolute, determined to confront whatever challenges lay ahead. The trial before them was undoubtedly formidable. Suddenly, a myriad of ethereal creatures materialized in the space around them. These beings varied in form. Some resembled colossal beasts, while others appeared as graceful, fluttering sprites, emanating a potent aura of magic. "Prepare for battle," Luffy shouted, charging forth with fervor. He wielded the Thunderfire sword, its blade ablaze with intertwining flames and lightning, creating an immense force of attack. Naruto, not to be outdone, unleashed wind-based magic and a shadow clone technique, engaging fiercely with the spectral entities. The creature's attacks were incredibly elusive, capable of vanishing and reappearing in an instant, making them difficult to anticipate. Luffy and Naruto remained ever vigilant, relying on their keen instincts and swift reflexes to evade the onslaught. During the fray, Luffy discerned that these phantoms seemed to possess a core. Striking at this core would weaken their power. "Naruto, focus on the core of those creatures," Luffy exclaimed. Naruto immediately grasped Luffy's intention, and alongside his clones, he sought out the cores of the ethereal beings to mount an offensive. After a grueling battle, they finally discovered a method to assault the spectral creatures, gradually gaining the upper hand. However, these entities were not so easily vanquished. They began to merge, coalescing into a colossal monstrosity. This creature exuded tremendous strength, with each of its strikes causing tremors throughout the space. "This is going to be a tough adversary," Naruto remarked, furrowing his brow. Luffy took a deep breath, resolute in his determination. "We must not falter. We shall harness our strength and intellect to conquer this foe." They commenced deliberating on strategies to confront the colossal beast. Luffy observed the creature's movements and discerned that, although its assaults were formidable, they exhibited a certain pattern. He resolved to exploit this pattern to uncover its vulnerabilities. After a period of careful scrutiny, Luffy noticed that the monster paused briefly following its attacks. This moment presented the opportune time to strike. "Naruto, once the creature launches its assault, we shall jointly target its weakness," Luffy proclaimed. Naruto nodded, steeling himself for the impending confrontation. As the monster unleashed its next attack, they seized the moment, unleashing their most potent strikes. Luffy's thunder flame sword, imbued with the brilliance of primal energy, cleaved toward the creature's vulnerable point. Simultaneously, Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, supermassive Rasengan, enveloped in Golden Ninetales chakra and primal energy, hurtling toward the beast. Under the force of their combined assault, the monster emitted a wretched roar, its form beginning to disintegrate. Ultimately, they vanquished the creature completely, and the illusory realm gradually faded from existence. They returned to the cavern hall where the magical crystal resided. The crystal emanated a gentle glow, seemingly acknowledging their efforts. "Have we passed the trial?" Naruto inquired. Luffy gazed at the magical crystal, pondering its potential. However, the true extent of this artifact's power remained unknown to them. Just as they were immersed in thought, the crystal suddenly emanated a brilliant light, enveloping them in its radiance. They felt a surge of formidable energy coursing through their bodies, enhancing their primal strength to unprecedented levels. "Is this the true power of the magical crystal?" Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. Luffy nodded, as it seemed we had successfully harnessed the power of this divine artifact. Chapter 0874, Mightiness. After acquiring the power of the magical crystal, Luffy and Naruto continued their journey through the fantastical realm. Their strides grew more resolute, and their gazes brimmed with anticipation for the challenges that lay ahead. They traversed a desolate desert where the relentless sun scorched the earth, raising clouds of dust with every step. Yet, the formidable energy radiating from them seemed to transform the harsh surroundings into a more bearable landscape. "With the power of this magical crystal, I feel we can face even greater dangers," Luffy remarked. Naruto gazed at his own hands, where the golden chakra of the Ninetales intertwined with the radiant light of the magical crystal. Luffy nodded slightly, the flames and lightning upon the sword of Thunderfire appearing even more formidable. "Yet, we must not succumb to pride, for the perils of this world often exceed our imagination." Just as he spoke, they suddenly sensed a mysterious force emanating from the distance. This power was both unfamiliar and potent, tightening their hearts with unease. "Be cautious. A new development has arisen." Luffy immediately became vigilant. Naruto also summoned the strength within him, preparing for battle. They proceeded towards the direction of the enigmatic energy and soon arrived at the entrance of an ancient ruin. The massive door stood firmly shut, yet the very essence of the mysterious force radiated from within. Ancient runes and symbols adorned the door, exuding an aura of enigma. "This ruin appears rather extraordinary," Luffy remarked. Naruto nodded. "Indeed, we must tread carefully. We cannot ascertain what dangers lie within." They endeavored to open the door, but despite their efforts, it remained immovable. Just as confusion began to settle in, the magical crystal emitted a radiant beam of light upon the door. The runes upon the door began to shimmer, gradually parting. A powerful presence surged forth, prompting them to instinctively recoil a few steps. What could possibly be inside? Naruto inquired with curiosity. Luffy gripped the thunder flame sword tightly, uncertain yet aware of the need for caution. This aura was formidable, hinting at the presence of something exceedingly perilous within. They tread carefully into the ruins, which were suffused with an enigmatic atmosphere, the walls shimmering with a faint luminescence. Deep within the ruins, they stumbled upon a colossal magic circle, radiating immense power that seemed to warp the very fabric of the surrounding space. At the center of the circle lay a mysterious object, emanating an unusual glow. "What is that?" Naruto inquired. Luffy meticulously observed the enigmatic object, uncertain of its nature, yet he sensed that the magical array held significant meaning in relation to it. They needed to proceed with caution in their investigations. They began to decipher the runes inscribed upon the magical array and to study the mysterious object. After considerable effort, They unearthed some secrets pertaining to this ancient site. It turned out that this ruin was once a formidable magical laboratory, where a powerful sorcerer conducted perilous experiments. The mysterious object was a potent magical weapon, crafted by the sorcerer, possessing the power to annihilate the world. "We cannot allow this weapon to fall into the hands of malevolent individuals," Luffy declared. Naruto nodded in agreement, affirming their resolve to either destroy or seal it. They commenced their quest to discover a means of obliterating or sealing the magical weapon. Within the ruins, they encountered various mechanisms and traps. Yet with the strength of the magical crystal and their ingenuity, they surmounted each obstacle. At long last, they uncovered a method to seal the magical weapon. Channeling the power of the magical crystal, they confined the weapon within a unique realm. As the weapon was sealed, the magical array within the ruins lost its potency and gradually faded away. Chapter 0875, The Meadow. After successfully sealing the enigmatic magical weapon, Luffy and Naruto continued their journey in the realm of fantasy. Their figures appeared resolute and confident against the vast expanse of land. The brilliance of primal energy intertwining with that of the magical crystals, as if proclaiming their determination to the world. They traversed along an ancient river, its waters gently flowing and producing a melodious sound. The scenery along the banks unfolded like a picturesque scroll, adorned with lush forests, meadows blooming with rare and exotic flowers, and the occasional flight of mysterious creatures. "Luffy, this world is truly filled with surprises," Naruto exclaimed, his eyes shimmering with excitement as he gazed at the surrounding beauty. Luffy nodded slightly, firmly gripping the Thunderflame sword. "Indeed, we must not let our guard down. Dangers may emerge at any moment." Just as he spoke, they suddenly sensed a faint magical ripple emanating from afar. This ripple was unlike any force they had previously encountered, imbued with an air of mystery and antiquity. "Be cautious. Something is amiss," Luffy warned, instantly heightening his vigilance. Naruto also summoned the power within him, readying himself for battle. Following the direction of the magical disturbance, they soon arrived before an ancient temple. The temple stood tall and majestic, its walls adorned with enigmatic runes and patterns. The grand entrance was firmly shut, yet the magical aura radiated from within. "This temple appears rather unusual," Luffy remarked. Naruto nodded in agreement. "Yes, let us venture inside." They cautiously pushed open the temple's massive doors, and a powerful presence washed over them. The interior was spacious yet dimly lit, with only a few faint beams of light filtering through the cracks in the ceiling. At the center of the temple stood a colossal stone platform, upon which rested an ancient tome. "What is that book?" Naruto inquired with curiosity. Luffy meticulously examined the tome, acutely aware that it undoubtedly held profound significance. Caution was imperative. As they approached the stone pedestal, the instant their fingers grazed the book, an overwhelming force enveloped them. They felt their bodies being drawn by an enigmatic energy, transporting them into an ethereal realm. Within this surreal space, they beheld a series of ancient visions. These images depicted the origins and evolution of the fantastical realm, alongside breathtaking battles. Gradually, they comprehended that this book was a compendium chronicling the history of the world and its arcane powers. "We must study this tome diligently," Luffy proclaimed. Naruto nodded in agreement, and they began to scrutinize the text with utmost seriousness. As they delved deeper, they uncovered a formidable force known as sacred power. This power possessed the ability to purify malevolence and safeguard the tranquility of the world. "We must seek out the sacred power," Naruto asserted. Luffy nodded, affirming the truth. "Yet we remain oblivious to the whereabouts of the sacred power. We must continue our exploration of this world, driven by an insatiable thirst for the divine energy." They departed from the illusory realm and returned to the temple. There, they resolved to seek further clues regarding the sacred power. After a meticulous search, they stumbled upon an ancient map nestled in a corner of the temple. The map marked a mysterious location, rumored to conceal the secrets of the sacred power. "This could very well be our lead," Luffy remarked. Naruto gazed at the map, urging, "Then let us hasten our departure." Guided by the map's directions, they embarked on a new adventure. Throughout their journey, they encountered numerous formidable challenges, including treacherous peaks, turbulent rivers, and enigmatic magical circles. Yet, through unwavering determination and formidable strength, they surmounted each obstacle. At long last, they arrived at the enigmatic site indicated on the map. It was a tranquil and breathtaking valley, suffused with an aura of sanctity. "Is this truly the abode of the sacred power?" Naruto inquired. Luffy carefully attuned himself to the atmosphere surrounding him, sensing the possibility that lay ahead. With great caution, they embarked on their search. They meticulously explored the valley, and at last, deep within its confines, they stumbled upon a magnificent crystal fountain. The crystalline waters that cascaded from the fountain radiated a sacred luminescence. "Is this the power of the divine?" Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. Luffy nodded, appearing to agree. However, they remained uncertain about how to obtain it. They began to ponder the means of acquiring the divine power. After careful observation, they discovered that the ground surrounding the fountain was inscribed with enigmatic runes, which seemed to hold the key to accessing the divine energy. They commenced an in-depth study of these runes, endeavoring to decipher their significance. After considerable effort, they finally unraveled the secret of the runes. It turned out that acquiring the divine power required a specific ritual. Following the instructions of the runes, they initiated the ceremony. During the process, they felt a tremendous force surging into their bodies. Their source energy, the power of the magical crystals, and the divine energy intertwined, culminating in an entirely new and formidable strength. "We have succeeded," Naruto exclaimed with exhilaration. Luffy also revealed a smile of satisfaction. Chapter 0876, The Black Mist. After receiving the divine power, Luffy and Naruto were imbued with a profound sense of. They were acutely aware that this formidable strength existed solely to safeguard the fantastical realm and must never be misused. As they traversed a winding mountain path, the surroundings unfolded like a picturesque painting, yet concealed within were unknown perils. A gentle breeze caressed them, carrying a hint of freshness, as if urging them to remain ever vigilant. "Luffy, with this divine power, we feel an even greater burden of responsibility," Naruto remarked, gazing into the distance, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination. Luffy nodded slightly, firmly grasping the Raiden sword. "Indeed, we must harness this power to safeguard our world and thwart the ambitions of malevolent forces." As he spoke, they suddenly sensed a powerful surge of magic emanating from the distance. This disturbance was unlike any they had encountered before, exuding a sinister and frenzied aura that sent chills down their spines. "Be cautious, a formidable evil presence has emerged," Luffy warned, his vigilance heightened. Naruto summoned the divine energy within him, bracing himself for battle. They swiftly advanced in the direction of the magical disturbance and soon arrived at a shadowy valley. The air was thick with oppressive black mist, obscuring their view of the surroundings. The source of the ominous magical fluctuations emanated from within the murky shroud. This place reeked of malevolence, prompting a frown from Naruto. Luffy fixated intently on the ominous black mist, cautioning his companions of the formidable adversaries that might lurk within. They tread cautiously into the valley, and as they ventured deeper, the darkness thickened and the temperature plummeted sharply. Suddenly, a colossal figure emerged slowly from the swirling fog. This towering, grotesque silhouette exuded an aura of malevolence, its eyes gleaming with a crimson light that seemed capable of piercing the very essence of one's soul. "Who dares to intrude upon my domain?" The malevolent figure bellowed in a deep, resonant growl. Luffy gazed at it unwaveringly, declaring, "We are warriors fighting to protect the world. And you, this malevolent entity, shall surely be vanquished by us." Naruto echoed loudly, "Indeed, we will not allow you to wreak havoc upon this world." The sinister figure let out a chilling laugh, retorting, "Is that so? How naive of you. I possess formidable dark powers, and you are no match for me." With that, the malevolent entity waved its hand, unleashing a torrent of potent dark energy towards Luffy and Naruto. They swiftly evaded the attack, but the dark energy struck the ground, creating a massive crater. "This adversary is truly formidable," Naruto remarked. Luffy nodded, resolute in their determination not to retreat. They would harness the sacred power to combat it. They began to invoke this divine energy, a luminous radiance emanating from their beings, illuminating the entire valley. The malevolent figure, sensing the threat posed by the sacred force, launched a frenzied assault. Dark energy clashed with the divine light in the valley, producing resounding echoes. The battlefield was enveloped in overwhelming power, obscuring the true nature of the conflict. Amidst the chaos, Luffy and Naruto discerned that although the evil presence wielded formidable attacks, it appeared to possess a vulnerability. Following each large-scale onslaught, there was a brief moment of pause. "Naruto, take note of this weakness. We shall strike while the iron is hot," Luffy exclaimed. Naruto immediately grasped Luffy's intent. They awaited the opportune moment, and when the sinister entity unleashed another powerful strike, they simultaneously retaliated. Luffy brandished the sword of thunder and flame. Its blade suffused with divine power interwoven with flames and lightning, coalescing into a colossal beam of light that struck at the weak point of the malevolent figure. Naruto, too, unleashed the sage art, supermassive Rasengan, which shimmered with the brilliance of divine energy, harboring immense force within. The nefarious figure was caught off guard by this sudden onslaught, emitting a pained roar as it was sent reeling, crashing heavily to the ground. Yet, the evil apparition was not so easily vanquished. It swiftly rose to its feet, its aura growing increasingly sinister. "Do you truly believe this will be sufficient to defeat me?" Such naivety, the malevolent figure bellowed. It began to frantically absorb the surrounding dark energy, its form expanding and its presence becoming ever more formidable. Luffy and Naruto gazed in astonishment at the transformation of the malevolent figure before them. They understood that this adversary had succumbed to madness. If they did not act swiftly to halt its advance, the repercussions would be dire. "Naruto, we must not allow it to continue absorbing dark energy," Luffy exclaimed. Naruto nodded in agreement, and together they summoned their utmost strength, charging towards the sinister apparition. However, at that moment, the malevolent figure had grown immensely powerful, rendering their assaults seemingly ineffective. In this critical juncture, Luffy suddenly recalled the magical crystal they had acquired earlier. He resolved to take a risk, attempting to fuse the crystal's power with that of the divine. "Naruto, let us together channel the strength of the magical crystal," Luffy declared. After a moment's hesitation, Naruto nodded. They focused their minds, drawing forth the energy from the magical crystal and merging it with the divine power. A formidable and enigmatic force emanated from their beings. They charged once more at the evil figure, their attacks now imbued with the potent fusion of their combined power, striking with unparalleled might. The malevolent entity felt this overwhelming energy, and a flicker of terror crossed its visage. Yet, it was too late to evade, as Luffy and Naruto's assault found its mark. Following a tremendous explosion, the evil figure was obliterated, and the dark mist gradually dissipated, restoring tranquility to the valley. Luffy and Naruto let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 0877, Assistance. After successfully vanquishing the malevolent shadow, Luffy and Naruto continued their journey through the fantastical realm. Their figures appeared particularly resolute under the radiant sun, as the powers of origin, divine energy, and the luminous magic crystals intertwined, seemingly narrating their legendary saga. They traversed a vast expanse of grassland, where a gentle breeze caressed their faces, bringing with it a refreshing aroma. The flowers across the meadow bloomed in a vibrant array of colors, unfurling like a magnificent tapestry before their eyes. "Luffy, this world is truly beautiful," Naruto exclaimed, filled with awe at the breathtaking scenery surrounding them. Luffy nodded slightly, his eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. "Indeed, we must not forget our mission. There are numerous dangers in this world awaiting our confrontation." As he spoke, they suddenly sensed a faint magical fluctuation emanating from a distance. This wave was unlike the malevolent forces they had encountered before. It carried a mysterious and warm essence. "Be cautious, something is amiss," Luffy immediately alerted. Naruto also summoned the power within him, bracing himself for battle. They followed the direction of the magical fluctuation and soon arrived at a tranquil village. The houses within the village were arranged harmoniously, and the villagers busily went about their lives, their faces radiating happiness. The source of that enigmatic magical wave originated from the heart of the village. "This village appears to be quite peaceful," Naruto remarked. Luffy nodded. "Yet the magical fluctuations were rather peculiar, necessitating caution in our investigation." As they entered the village, the villagers regarded them with curious gazes. An elder approached them and inquired, "Who are you? From whence do you hail?" Luffy replied politely, "We are warriors embarked on a journey to safeguard the world. Passing through here, we sensed a mysterious magical disturbance, which prompted our investigation." Upon hearing their words, the villagers displayed expressions of astonishment. An elder villager spoke, "So you are indeed valiant warriors. This magical disturbance emanates from the sacred spring of our village. The sacred spring has long protected our community, yet of late its power has become unstable, and we are at a loss as to the cause." Luffy and Naruto exchanged glances and resolved to visit the sacred spring. Upon their arrival at the spring, they beheld the crystal-clear waters, emanating a mysterious radiance. However, the magical fluctuations within the water were undeniably erratic. What could be the cause of this? Naruto inquired. Luffy meticulously scrutinized the sacred spring, suspecting that an unseen force might be influencing its power. "We must uncover the cause." They commenced their investigation around the sacred spring. After considerable effort, they discovered what appeared to be a mysterious passage at the bottom of the spring. The passage emanated a faint magical glow, igniting a sense of curiosity within them. "Let us descend and explore," Luffy proposed. Naruto nodded in agreement, and they cautiously entered the passage. It was dark and damp within, with the walls adorned by flickering arcane runes. Deep within the corridor, they stumbled upon a colossal magical circle. This circle radiated formidable energy, distorting the surrounding space. At the center of the magical circle lay an enigmatic gemstone, shimmering with an otherworldly light. "What is this?" Naruto inquired, intrigued. Luffy meticulously examined the gem and the magical array, realizing that this gem might be the key to influencing the power of the sacred spring. "We must handle it with utmost care." They began to delve into the study of the gem and the magical array. After considerable effort, they finally uncovered some secrets regarding this magical formation. It turned out that the array was an ancient seal, with the gem serving as its core. However, due to the passage of time and certain unknown factors, the seal had begun to weaken, thereby affecting the power of the sacred spring. "We must re-establish the seal of this magical array," Luffy declared. Naruto nodded, yet expressed uncertainty about how to proceed. After a moment of contemplation, Luffy declared, "We can harness our strength alongside the power of the magical crystal to attempt to reseal the magic array." They commenced their endeavor. Luffy infused the sword of Thunder Flame with the source force and divine power, causing the blade to radiate with an even more resplendent glow. Naruto, too, summoned the strength within him, ready to assist Luffy. They plunged the sword of Thunder Flame into the heart of the magic array and simultaneously unleashed the power of the magical crystal. A formidable force surged into the magic array, causing the runes inscribed upon it to flicker, and the sealing power began to gradually restore. After considerable effort, they ultimately succeeded in resealing the magic array. The brilliance of the gem began to stabilize, and the power of the holy spring returned to its normal state. Upon learning of their success in resolving the issue, the villagers expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Chapter 0878, The Scroll. After resolving the issue of the village's sacred spring, Luffy and Naruto continued their adventures in the fantastical realm of the God Domain. They traversed an ancient path, surrounded by serene and breathtaking scenery, resembling a vivid painting. With each act of assistance, Luffy felt that their journey gained greater significance. Naruto gazed into the distance, his eyes shimmering with a sense of fulfillment. Luffy nodded slightly, gripping the sword of Thunderfire tightly. "Indeed, our mission is to safeguard this world, allowing more individuals to lead tranquil lives." Just as he spoke, they suddenly sensed a mysterious aura emanating from afar. This presence was both unfamiliar and potent, causing their hearts to tighten. "Be cautious, a new situation is unfolding," Luffy declared, immediately on high alert. Naruto also summoned the power within him, readying himself for battle. They followed the direction of the aura and soon arrived before an ancient castle. The castle loomed tall and majestic, its walls adorned with age-old vines, exuding an enigmatic essence. The grand entrance stood firmly closed, yet the mysterious aura emanated from within. "This castle appears rather extraordinary," Luffy remarked. Naruto nodded in agreement. "Yes, let us venture inside." They cautiously approached the castle's entrance, attempting to open it. However, no matter how hard they tried, the door remained immovable. Just as confusion settled in, the magical crystal suddenly radiated a beam of light upon the door. The runes etched upon the door began to shimmer and gradually swung open. A powerful presence surged forth, causing them to instinctively take a step back. "What lies within?" Naruto inquired with curiosity. Luffy gripped the sword of thunder fiercely, uncertain yet aware of the necessity for caution. This aura was overwhelmingly potent, suggesting the presence of something exceedingly perilous within. They ventured into the castle, where the interior was vast and shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by faint glimmers of light filtering through the windows. At the heart of the castle's grand hall lay a colossal magic circle, radiating an enigmatic glow. "What purpose does this magic circle serve?" Naruto inquired. Luffy meticulously scrutinized the magical array, uncertain of its precise significance, yet aware that it undoubtedly held profound importance. "We must approach our study with caution." They commenced their endeavor to decipher the runes inscribed upon the array. After considerable effort, they ultimately unraveled some secrets pertaining to the castle. It transpired that this castle was an ancient magical relic, once the domain of a formidable sorcerer who conducted perilous experiments within its walls. This magical array was a powerful teleportation circle he had crafted, capable of leading to a mysterious realm. "Shall we venture forth to explore this enigmatic place?" Naruto inquired. Luffy pondered for a moment. This could be a perilous decision, yet we cannot afford to let this opportunity slip away. Perhaps in that realm, we might uncover further secrets about this world. They resolved to take the risk and step into the teleportation array. After thorough preparation, they positioned themselves at the center of the magical circle. The array emitted a brilliant light that enveloped them completely. When the radiance faded, they found themselves in an unfamiliar locale. It was a world replete with an air of mystery, where the scenery was both bizarre and enchanting. Towering crystal mountains, shimmering lakes, and enigmatic forests surrounded them. What place is this? Naruto inquired in astonishment. Luffy meticulously surveyed his surroundings, feeling an unsettling sense of caution. This place teemed with unknown perils. They embarked on an exploration of this enigmatic realm, encountering a plethora of peculiar creatures and mysterious phenomena along the way. There were flowers that conversed, stones that soared through the air, and crystals radiating formidable magical energy. However, they soon discerned that this world appeared to be shrouded in a malevolent force. A chilling presence lingered in the air, sending shivers down their spines. "We must locate the source of this evil power and obliterate it," declared Luffy. Naruto nodded in agreement, affirming that they could not allow the sinister force to tarnish this beautiful world. They pressed onward, determined to uncover the origin of the dark energy. Throughout their journey, they continually honed their abilities, acquiring new magical skills to confront potential threats. At long last, they discovered the source of the malevolence, a colossal dark fortress emanating a potent aura of wickedness. "Is this truly the origin of the evil power?" Naruto inquired. Luffy gripped the Thunderfire sword tightly, sensing the gravity of the situation. Caution was imperative as they approached the foreboding dark castle. The castle's grand entrance was firmly shut, yet they could feel the palpable presence of formidable adversaries lurking within. Just as they prepared to breach the castle, a horde of dark creatures surged forth from its surroundings. These entities varied greatly in form. Some resembled colossal monsters, while others took on the guise of malevolent sprites, all radiating potent dark energy. "Prepare for battle," Luffy shouted, leading the charge. He swung the Thunderfire sword, its blade enveloped in intertwining flames and lightning, unleashing a formidable assault. Naruto, undaunted, conjured wind-based magic and employed shadow clones, engaging fiercely with the dark creatures. The onslaught from these beings was relentless, plunging them into a fierce struggle. Yet, they showed no signs of retreat. Bolstered by their indomitable will and synchronized teamwork, they gradually regained their footing. In the heat of battle, they discerned the presence of a leader among the dark creatures. It became clear that vanquishing this leader would weaken the remaining foes. "Naruto, focus on that creature's leader," Luffy urged. Understanding Luffy's intent, Naruto, alongside his clones, sought out the leader of the dark beings and launched an assault. After a grueling confrontation, they finally located the leader and succeeded in defeating it. With the leader's fall, the dark creatures descended into chaos. Seizing the moment, Luffy and Naruto unleashed a more ferocious onslaught, systematically overcoming each foe. Chapter 0879. Abdomen. As Luffy and Naruto stepped into the dark castle, a suffocating atmosphere enveloped them. The interior was eerie and dimly lit, with walls flickering with strange luminescence, as if narrating the terrifying tales that once unfolded within. "Luffy, this place feels so sinister," Naruto remarked, a slight frown creasing his brow, as the golden chakra of the Nine Tails swirled around him, ever poised to confront any impending danger. Luffy gripped the Thunderflame sword tightly, its blade entwined with flames and lightning, emanating a formidable power. "Exercise caution. There is undoubtedly immense peril lurking here." They proceeded cautiously through the castle, each step imbued with vigilant awareness. Suddenly, a deep, menacing roar resonated from the depths of the castle, a sound rife with anger and malevolence. "Something is about to emerge," Luffy whispered. Indeed, moments later, a colossal dark creature surged forth from the castle's inner sanctum. This beast was immense, exuding a dense aura of darkness, its eyes glimmering with a sinister red light. "What manner of creature is this?" Naruto inquired with astonishment. Luffy fixed his gaze upon the monstrous creature, resolute in the determination to vanquish it, regardless of its true nature. The moment the monster laid eyes on Luffy and Naruto, it launched a fierce assault. It opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of dark energy that surged towards them. Luffy and Naruto swiftly evaded the onslaught, as the dark energy struck the ground, creating a massive crater. They summoned their respective powers, engaging in a fierce battle against the beast. The creature's attacks were formidable, plunging them into a grueling struggle. Yet, they showed no signs of retreat. Through their indomitable will and seamless coordination, they gradually regained their footing. During the fray, Luffy discerned a faint glimmer emanating from the creature's abdomen, suggesting a potential weakness. "Naruto, strike at its belly," Luffy shouted. Without hesitation, Naruto executed the shadow clone technique, directing his clones to assault the monster's abdomen from various angles. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy brandished the Thunder Flame sword and launched his own attack. After a fierce confrontation, they ultimately triumphed over the creature, which collapsed to the ground, gradually succumbing to its injuries. However, there was no respite for them, as they were acutely aware that even stronger foes awaited them within the castle. They pressed onward, arriving at the core of the fortress. There, they beheld a colossal dark magic circle, radiating a potent aura of malevolence that sent shivers down their spines. "Is this the source of the evil power?" Naruto inquired. Luffy nodded, acknowledging the possibility. "We must devise a way to dismantle this magical array." They commenced their investigation into the means of shattering the dark enchantment. After considerable effort, they discerned that at the heart of the array lay a dark gem. Destroying this gem would consequently dismantle the entire formation. However, approaching the dark gem proved to be a formidable challenge. The array was safeguarded by potent dark energies that would inflict severe harm upon any who ventured too close. "What shall we do?" Naruto inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Luffy proposed that they harness the divine power and the might of the magical crystals to combat the dark energy. They began to channel the sacred forces within them, as well as the power of the enchanted crystals. A radiant light emanated from their beings, countering the encroaching darkness. Shielded by the divine energy and the crystalline magic, they gradually approached the dark gem. However, as they reached out to touch it, a formidable backlash force propelled them away. It seemed the task was not as facile as it appeared. Luffy rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Naruto also stood, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. "We cannot surrender. Let us try once more." They once again summoned their strength and charged towards the dark gem. This time, they meticulously controlled their power, gradually diminishing the gem's repulsive force. After enduring considerable hardship, they ultimately succeeded in shattering the dark gem. Consequently, the sinister magic circle collapsed, and the malevolent aura within the castle began to dissipate. Luffy and Naruto let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 0880, Influx. After successfully shattering the nefarious magical array of the Dark Castle, Luffy and Naruto continued their journey through the fantastical realm of Fantasy Domain. Their figures, illuminated by the radiant sunlight, appeared resolute, emanating a brilliance that seemed to proclaim their unwavering commitment to safeguarding peace. They traversed alongside a crystal-clear stream, its waters gently babbling and producing a melodious sound. The surrounding landscape resembled a picturesque painting, with verdant trees providing shade and blossoms bursting forth in vibrant colors, evoking a profound sense of tranquility. With each victory over malevolence, Luffy felt the world becoming increasingly beautiful. Naruto, gazing at the enchanting scenery, wore a beaming smile upon his face. Luffy nodded slightly, his eyes betraying a hint of satisfaction. "Indeed, our efforts have not been in vain. Yet, we must remain vigilant. This world harbors numerous unknown dangers awaiting us." As he spoke, they suddenly sensed a mysterious force emanating from afar. This energy was unlike any malevolent aura they had encountered before. It radiated a pure and formidable strength. "Be cautious, something is amiss," Luffy warned, instantly alert. Naruto summoned the power within him, readying himself for battle. They followed the source of the energy and soon arrived at an enigmatic valley. A veil of mist enveloped the valley, obscuring their view of what lay within. The mysterious force emanated from the depths of the valley. "This valley appears quite unusual," Luffy remarked. Naruto nodded in agreement. "Yes, let us venture inside." They cautiously entered the valley. As they delved deeper, the mist thickened, and the temperature began to drop. Suddenly, a colossal figure gradually emerged from the fog. The figure was tall and imposing, radiating a divine light. Its eyes sparkled like brilliant stars, making it difficult to gaze directly upon. "Who are you? What brings you here?" the figure intoned in a deep, resonant voice. Luffy respectfully responded, "We are warriors who have embarked on this journey to safeguard the world. Drawn by the enigmatic forces present here, we seek to explore." The figure nodded slightly, stating, "Your courage and determination are commendable. This is a sacred place, imbued with formidable power. However, such power also attracts the covetous gaze of malevolence. You must exercise caution in your guardianship." With that, the figure vanished into the mist. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance, their hearts brimming with uncertainty and vigilance. They commenced their search for the source of the mysterious power within the valley. After considerable effort, they eventually discovered a vast crystal cavern. The cave radiated a brilliant light, with countless crystal pillars shimmering in mysterious hues. Is this the source of the enigmatic power? Naruto inquired. Luffy meticulously surveyed the cavern, sensing its potential. Yet, the precise nature of this formidable force remained a mystery. As they ventured deeper into the cave, they could feel the overwhelming energy coursing through the air. At the heart of the cavern stood a colossal crystal orb, seemingly brimming with boundless power. Just as they were poised to delve further into their examination of the orb, a horde of dark creatures surged through the entrance. These entities exuded an aura of malevolence, evidently drawn to the orb's immense energy. "Prepare for battle," Luffy shouted. Leading the charge, he brandished the Thunder Flame sword, its blade entwined with flames and lightning, creating a potent offensive force. Naruto, undeterred, unleashed wind-based magic in the Shadow Clone technique, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the dark beings. The sheer number of adversaries and their ferocious attacks placed Luffy and Naruto in a dire struggle. However, they persevered, bolstered by their unwavering resolve and seamless coordination. Gradually regaining their footing, during the skirmish, they discerned that these dark creatures appeared to have a leader. Defeating this leader would significantly diminish their strength. "Naruto, focus on the leader of those creatures," Luffy exclaimed. Understanding his companion's intent, Naruto, along with his clones, sought out the leader of the dark beings and launched an assault. After a grueling battle, they finally located the leader and triumphed over it. With the leader's defeat, the dark creatures descended into chaos. Seizing the moment, Luffy and Naruto unleashed a more ferocious onslaught, vanquishing them one by one. They successfully eradicated the threat posed by the dark beings. Yet they were acutely aware that this victory was only temporary. They must devise a means to safeguard the crystal orb, preventing the resurgence of malevolent forces. They commenced their study of the orb's power, striving to discover a method to control it. After considerable effort, they unearthed that the orb's power could be directed and harnessed through a special ritual. Resolute, they decided to perform this ritual, intending to utilize the orb's energy for the protection of the world. During the ritual, they felt a surge of immense power coursing into their bodies as their source power. Divine power and the magic crystal's energy melded with that of the orb, culminating in the formation of a new, formidable force. Chapter 0881. Unraveled. After successfully mastering the power of the crystal ball, Luffy and Naruto continue their journey through the enchanting realm of the fantasy divine domain. Their figures exude determination and confidence, each step seemingly inscribing a legendary chapter. They ascend along an ancient mountain path, where peaks rise majestically into the clouds, shrouded in mist, resembling a gateway to a realm of mystery. Along the way, they encounter a myriad of extraordinary creatures and breathtaking natural landscapes. Luminous butterflies dance gracefully among the blossoms, while crystal-clear springs cascade down the mountainside, converging into a magnificent waterfall. Luffy, this world is truly brimming with wonder. Naruto gazes at the surrounding beauty, excitement shimmering in his eyes. Luffy nodded slightly, gripping the sword of Thunder Flame firmly. Indeed, we must not be beguiled by these enchanting vistas. Our mission is to safeguard this world, and we must remain vigilant at all times. They pressed on, ultimately reaching the summit. At the peak stood an ancient temple, its grand doors firmly shut, yet emanating an aura of mysterious power. "This temple appears quite extraordinary," remarked Naruto. Luffy meticulously surveyed the temple, sensing that it might conceal significant secrets. "Let us cautiously venture inside to investigate," he suggested. They gently pushed open the grand doors of the temple, and a formidable aura enveloped them. The interior of the temple was vast and dimly lit, with only a few faint rays of light filtering through the crevices of the ceiling. At the center of the temple stood a colossal stone platform, upon which rested an ancient tome. "What could that book be?" Naruto inquired curiously. Luffy approached the stone platform, meticulously examining the tome before him. Though its origins were shrouded in mystery, it was evident that this book held great significance. "We must conduct our research with utmost caution." As they turned the pages, they discovered ancient legends and enigmatic powers pertaining to the realm of Fantasia. With each word they absorbed, they gradually unearthed the harrowing truth that this world had once endured a cataclysmic disaster, wherein a malevolent force nearly annihilated all existence. In a bid to save their world, a courageous band of heroes rose to confront this dark power, engaging in a fierce battle. Ultimately, they succeeded in sealing away the evil, yet at a grievous cost. "We must inherit the will of those heroes and safeguard this world," Naruto asserted with unwavering determination. Luffy nodded, affirming their resolve. Indeed, they must not allow the forces of evil to rise again. They continued their exploration within the temple, uncovering a plethora of enigmatic runes and patterns. These symbols appeared to harbor immense power, yet their meanings remained elusive. Just as confusion began to set in, the magical crystals suddenly emitted a radiant glow, illuminating the runes and patterns. The symbols began to flicker, gradually revealing fragments of information. "This is an ancient magical language," Luffy remarked. They devoted themselves to deciphering this arcane tongue, and after considerable effort, they ultimately unearthed profound secrets about their world. It became evident that a formidable force known as the Genesis power existed within this realm. This power possessed the capacity to create and annihilate worlds, serving as the essence of their universe. "We must locate the Genesis power and wield it to safeguard our world," Naruto declared. Luffy nodded. Yet the whereabouts of the Genesis power remained elusive. They needed to continue their exploration of this realm in search of clues. Departing from the temple, they ventured forth into the enchanting world of the fantasy domain. Along their journey, they encountered numerous trials and tribulations. Fearsome monsters assailed them, intricate magical traps hindered their progress, and sinister forces sought to thwart their quest for the Genesis power. However, Luffy and Naruto were undeterred by these adversities. Through their indomitable spirit and formidable strength, they overcame each obstacle in turn. Their renown grew ever more resplendent within this realm, as many began to revere them, viewing them as heroes. On one occasion, they arrived at a quaint town shrouded in darkness. The townsfolk lived in a constant state of fear, for a malevolent creature roamed the night, preying upon them. "We must aid these people," Naruto declared. Luffy nodded, affirming their intention to first comprehend the situation and ascertain the nature of this malevolent creature. They commenced their investigation into the sinister being, engaging with the townsfolk to gather insights. Through their inquiries, they discovered that this wicked entity was a monster controlled by dark forces, possessing formidable strength and proving exceedingly difficult to vanquish. "We must devise a strategy to uncover its vulnerabilities," Luffy proclaimed. Their exploration around the town ultimately led them to the lair of the nefarious creature. The den was suffused with a palpable aura of darkness, instilling an unsettling chill. "Exercise caution. This place is perilous," Luffy cautioned. They treaded carefully into the lair, where numerous shadowy beings patrolled. Utilizing their abilities, they stealthily evaded these dark entities and ventured deeper into the abyss. At the deepest recesses of the lair, they finally encountered the leader of the malevolent creatures. This monstrous figure loomed large, emanating an overwhelming force of darkness. "Who dares to trespass upon my domain?" The sinister leader growled in a deep, resonant voice. Luffy gazed at it unflinchingly, declaring, "We are warriors fighting to protect the world. Your malevolent existence shall surely be vanquished by us." Naruto echoed resolutely, "Indeed, we will not allow you to inflict further harm upon these people." The sinister creature's leader let out a chilling laugh, retorting, "You think you can defeat me? How naive. I possess formidable dark powers, and you are utterly no match for me." With that, the leader waved a hand, unleashing a surge of potent dark energy towards Luffy and Naruto. They swiftly evaded, but the dark energy struck the ground, creating a massive crater. "This guy is formidable," Naruto remarked. Luffy nodded, resolute in the face of adversity. "We must not falter. We shall wield our strength to combat it." They commenced to unleash their powers, engaging in a fierce battle against the malevolent creature's leader. The leader's assaults were formidable, plunging them into a grueling struggle. Yet, they exhibited no sign of retreat, bolstered by their indomitable will and seamless cooperation, gradually regaining their footing. Amidst the fray, they discerned that the leader's eyes were its Achilles heel. Each time it launched an attack, its eyes would flicker, marking the opportune moment to strike. "Naruto, focus on its eyes. We shall seize the moment to counterattack," Luffy exclaimed. Naruto instantly grasped Luffy's intent. They awaited their chance, and as the malevolent leader struck once more, they launched a synchronized counteroffensive. Luffy brandished the sword of thunder and flame, its blade entwined with fiery embers and crackling lightning, coalescing into a colossal beam of light aimed squarely at the eyes of the malevolent creature's leader. Naruto, too, unleashed the sage art, supermassive Rasengan, its spiraling form gleaming with golden radiance, embodying immense power as it surged towards the creature's gaze. Chapter 0882, the leader struck by this sudden onslaught. The malevolent leader let out a tormented roar, its body propelled backward by the overwhelming force, crashing heavily to the ground. Yet, the wicked creature was not so easily vanquished. It swiftly regained its footing, its aura growing ever more sinister. "Do you truly believe this will defeat me?" "Such naivety," the malevolent leader bellowed. It began to voraciously absorb the surrounding dark energy, its form swelling in size and its presence becoming increasingly formidable. Luffy and Naruto gazed in astonishment at the transformation of the malevolent creature's leader. They realized that this adversary had succumbed to madness, and if they did not act swiftly to thwart it, the consequences would be dire. Naruto, we cannot allow it to continue absorbing dark energy, Luffy exclaimed. Naruto nodded in agreement, and they summoned their utmost strength to charge at the wicked leader. However, the creature had grown immensely powerful, rendering their attacks seemingly ineffective. In this critical moment, Luffy recalled the power of the crystal ball they had previously acquired. He resolved to take a risk and merge its power with their own. Naruto, let us harness the energy of the crystal ball together, Luffy proposed. After a brief moment of hesitation, Naruto nodded in assent. They focused their minds, channeling the crystal ball's energy to intertwine with their own. A formidable and enigmatic force emanated from them as they surged once more toward the malevolent creature's leader. This time, their assault bore the weight of their combined strength, striking with unparalleled might. The wicked leader felt this overwhelming power and displayed a flicker of fear upon its visage. Yet, it was too late to evade, and Luffy and Naruto's attack struck home. With a resounding explosion, the malevolent leader was annihilated, and the dark aura dissipated, restoring tranquility to the town. The townsfolk, upon learning of their victory over the malevolent creature, expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Luffy and Naruto shared humble smiles before continuing on their journey. They ventured forth in the fantastical realm, seeking clues to the Genesis power. Along the way, they encountered many like-minded individuals, forming a formidable team united in their quest to protect the world. On one occasion, they arrived at a mysterious island, permeated by an ethereal atmosphere that suggested entry into another realm. This island is quite extraordinary, Luffy remarked. Naruto nodded. Indeed, let us proceed with caution. On the island, they discovered an ancient ruin, filled with various enigmatic runes and patterns that radiated potent magical energy. There may be clues we seek within these ruins, Luffy suggested. They began their exploration, and after considerable effort, they finally uncovered some information regarding the Genesis power. It was revealed that the Genesis power was sealed within a mysterious location, and only through a special ritual could the seal be broken. We must locate that enigmatic place and unlock the Genesis power, Naruto declared. Luffy nodded. Yet the whereabouts of that enigmatic place remained unknown to us. We must persist in our quest for clues. They continued their exploration within the ruins and ultimately stumbled upon an ancient map. This map marked a mysterious location, rumored to be the site where the power of creation was sealed. This could very well be our lead, Luffy declared. Naruto gazed at the map and suggested, then let us embark at once. Following the map's guidance, they commenced a new adventure. Along the way, they encountered a myriad of formidable challenges, including treacherous peaks, tumultuous rivers, and enigmatic magical circles. However, armed with unwavering determination and formidable strength, they overcame each obstacle in turn. At last, they arrived at the mysterious place indicated on the map. It was a tranquil and picturesque valley, suffused with a sacred aura. Is this truly the site where the power of creation is sealed? Naruto inquired. Luffy attentively sensed the atmosphere surrounding him, a possibility looming. They cautiously searched, treading lightly through the valley, until they ultimately uncovered a colossal sealing array deep within. The array radiated an immense power, warping the very fabric of the space around it. Is this the sealing array that binds the power of creation? Naruto inquired. Luffy nodded, seemingly in agreement. However, we are uncertain about how to unravel this seal array. They commenced their examination of the seal array, endeavoring to discover a method to unlock it. After considerable effort, they finally uncovered certain secrets pertaining to the seal array. It turned out that to dismantle this seal array, a unique key was required. We must locate that key, Naruto declared. Luffy nodded, yet the whereabouts of the key remained a mystery to us. We must persist in our quest for clues. They continued their exploration within the valley and eventually uncovered several hints regarding the key's location. The clues led them to an ancient castle, rumored to harbor the key within its walls. Let us venture to that castle, Luffy suggested. Naruto nodded in agreement, and they set off in the direction of the castle. The castle loomed large and imposing, its walls adorned with ancient vines, exuding an air of enigma. They cautiously entered the castle, which was both spacious and dimly lit, with only a few faint beams of light filtering through the windows. In the center of the castle's grand hall stood a massive stone pedestal, upon which rested an ancient key. Could that be the key we seek? Naruto inquired. Luffy meticulously examined the key, recognizing its potential. However, Uncertainty loomed over whether this key could indeed unlock the seal array. They grasped the key, preparing to depart from the castle. Yet, as they reached the castle's entrance, a horde of dark creatures surged forth from the surrounding shadows. These beings emanated an aura of malevolence, evidently drawn by the key's power. "Prepare for battle," Luffy shouted. Charging ahead with fervor, he wielded the Thunderfire sword, its blade entwined with flames and lightning, manifesting formidable offensive prowess. Naruto, equally undeterred, unleashed wind-based magic and the shadow clone technique, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the dark entities. The sheer number of adversaries and their ferocious assaults overwhelmed them. Yet Luffy and Naruto exhibited unwavering resolve. Through tenacious will and synchronized coordination, they gradually stabilized their position. During the skirmish, they discerned the presence of a leader among the dark creatures. Vanquishing this leader would significantly diminish their strength. "Naruto, focus on the leader of those creatures," Luffy urged. Understanding Luffy's intent, Naruto, alongside his clones, sought out the leader and launched an offensive. After a grueling battle, they finally located the dark creature's leader and triumphantly defeated it. With the leader's fall, chaos ensued among the remaining dark entities. Seizing the moment, Luffy and Naruto unleashed a more vigorous assault, systematically overcoming each foe. Having successfully quelled the threat posed by the dark creatures, they returned to the valley, key in hand. Inserting the key into the seal array, it began to shimmer before gradually unlocking. A powerful aura emanated from the array as the force of creation was finally released. Luffy and Naruto felt an immense power surge into their beings. Their source energy, divine essence, magical crystal power, and the force of creation converged, forging a new and formidable strength. Chapter 0883, The Wind Dragon. In a dazzling display of light, Naruto and Luffy found themselves in an unfamiliar and fantastical realm, Teyvat. The air was suffused with an enigmatic elemental force, and ethereal islands floated in the sky. Yet, before they could fully appreciate the wonder of their surroundings, a formidable and sinister presence assailed them, the calamity wrought by the Wind Dragon. The Wind Dragon circled ominously above, its colossal form obscuring the sun. As its wings stirred the air into a tempest, its sharp claws and fearsome fangs instilled dread. The luminous gaze of its eyes surveyed the world below. Filled with a desire for destruction, Naruto regarded the Wind Dragon with unwavering courage, igniting a fierce determination within him. He swiftly summoned his chakra, a golden radiance flickering around him. "Luffy, let us go. This monster must be stopped from causing further devastation," Naruto proclaimed. Luffy gripped the sword of Thunderflame tightly, the power of the source coursing through the blade, emanating a formidable aura. "All right, let us vanquish it together," he proclaimed. The Wind Demon Dragon launched the first assault, opening its massive jaws to unleash a barrage of potent wind blades. These blades sliced through the air like razor-sharp daggers, carving deep gashes into the ground and severing trees with ease. Naruto swiftly employed a wind-based spell, merging it with his chakra, his form whirling like a tempest as he deftly evaded the onslaught of wind blades. Simultaneously, he utilized the shadow clone technique, sending forth countless duplicates towards the Wind Demon Dragon in an attempt to obscure its line of sight. Luffy wielded the Thunderflame sword, its flames intertwining with the power of lightning to form a formidable shield that repelled the slicing winds. Seizing the moment, he charged toward the Wind Demon Dragon, each leap leaving deep impressions upon the ground. As he neared the beast, he soared into the air, swinging the Thunderflame sword toward the dragon's claws. The force of his strike colliding with the dragon's scales and igniting a shower of sparks. The Wind Demon Dragon, sensing the onslaught, emitted a furious roar. It unfurled its colossal wings, summoning an even more powerful tempest. The gale was infused with sharp stones, sweeping towards Naruto and Luffy with relentless ferocity. The vastness and might of this assault ensnared them in peril. Focusing intently, Naruto entered Sage Mode. In this heightened state, his perception of the surrounding environment sharpened significantly. He unleashed the Sage Art, supermassive Rasengan, a colossal sphere swirling in his grasp, radiating a blinding brilliance. He hurled the Rasengan into the tempest, where its force collided with the winds, resulting in a violent explosion that momentarily dispersed part of the storm. Luffy harnessed the power of the source to fortify his physique, braving the howling winds as he trudged towards the Wind Demon Dragon. He understood that to mount a more effective assault, he must uncover the creature's vulnerabilities. As he drew nearer, he observed that after each of the dragon's formidable strikes, a scale beneath its neck would emit a faint glimmer, signaling a potential weakness. "Naruto, strike at the area beneath its neck," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing Luffy's command, Naruto promptly directed his clones to charge towards the dragon's vulnerable spot. He himself unleashed wind-based magic, propelling himself swiftly towards the wind demon dragon. Sensing their approach towards its weak point, the dragon attempted to thwart them with its claws and wings. However, Naruto adeptly evaded its strikes, while his clones persistently drew the dragon's attention away. As Luffy seized the opportune moment, he leapt high once more, channeling an even more formidable source of power into the Sword of Thunderflame. With all his might, he struck at the vulnerable point beneath the neck of the wind demon dragon. Upon contact with the dragon's scales, the flames and lightning erupted in a spectacular explosion. The wind demon dragon let out a pained roar, its body thrashing violently. In a frenzy, it launched itself recklessly at Naruto and Luffy. Seizing the fleeting moment of disarray following the dragon's injury, Naruto magnified the sage art, super large Rasengan, and unleashed it forcefully upon the wounded area of the dragon. The impact of the Rasengan triggered a colossal explosion, sending the dragon hurtling backwards from the shockwave. Though gravely wounded, the wind demon dragon refused to concede. It regained its composure midair, its eyes ablaze with fury. Gathering the surrounding wind elemental power, it prepared to unleash a cataclysmic attack. A massive vortex of wind elements formed around its body, brimming with potent energy, as if poised to engulf everything in its path. Not good. It's about to unleash its ultimate move, Luffy exclaimed. Naruto, sensing the impending onslaught, felt a surge of vigilance. Together, he and Luffy positioned themselves back to back, ready to confront this imminent threat. The wind demon dragon unleashed its attack, sending the colossal wind vortex spiraling toward them. Wherever the vortex passed, everything was shattered. In response, Naruto and Luffy manifested their most formidable defensive skills, merging the source of power, chakra, and magical forces to forge an impenetrable shield. The wind vortex collided with the shield, generating immense pressure. Cracks began to form under the strain of the overwhelming assault, and both Naruto and Luffy felt the tremendous weight bearing down upon them, their bodies trembling. Yet they steadfastly persevered. We cannot afford to lose, Naruto shouted, channeling more chakra into the shield. Luffy nodded, unleashing the source of his power to its fullest extent. Their unwavering belief and strength temporarily stabilized the shield. As the force of the wind element vortex began to wane, they seized the opportunity to counterattack. Luffy plunged the Thunder Flame sword into the ground, summoning a powerful surge of lightning that raced across the terrain towards the wind dragon. Meanwhile, Naruto unleashed a multitude of chakra-infused wind-style Rasengans, cascading like raindrops towards the wind dragon. Just as the creature had completed its formidable assault and had yet to recuperate, they struck with their counterattack. The explosive collision of lightning and wind-style Rasengans ravaged its form, inflicting severe damage once more. This time, the wind dragon could endure no longer. Its body plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring a cloud of dust. Naruto and Luffy had triumphed over the wind dragon. Chapter 0884, The Lord of the Running Wolves in the wake of their victory over the wind dragon. Luffy and Naruto scarcely had a moment to catch their breath when a more chilling presence approached from the distance. It was the aura of the North Wind Wolf King, imbued with bone-chilling cold and wild murderous intent. The North Wind Wolf King emerged, its immense form resembling a moving iceberg, its white fur glistening with a frosty sheen in the sunlight, as if each strand were a razor-sharp ice blade. Its eyes, reminiscent of a profound icy abyss, radiated boundless majesty and ferocity, while its gaping maw revealed sharp fangs adorned with glistening frost. Each step it took left deep ice imprints in the ground, causing the temperature to plummet and the cold wind to howl violently in all directions. Naruto felt the biting chill and shivered involuntarily, yet his gaze remained resolute. This adversary does not seem easy to handle, Luffy, he remarked, swiftly forming hand seals, attempting to harness chakra to fend off the cold. Luffy gripped the Sword of Thunder, its source of power surging through the blade, radiating warmth that starkly contrasted with the surrounding chill. Humph, no matter how formidable it may be, we shall not falter. The North Wind Wolf King seemed to sense their provocation, unleashing a deafening roar. This roar pierced the air like a winter gale, laden with frigid magic, assaulting the eardrums of Naruto and Luffy. Suddenly, it propelled itself off the ground, charging at them like a bolt of white lightning. As it dashed forward, the ground beneath froze rapidly, ice spikes erupting from the earth, extending towards the two. Observing this, Naruto swiftly invoked wind magic, leveraging the gusts to leap high into the air, evading the onslaught of ice spikes. Simultaneously, His shadow clones surged forth like a tidal wave towards the North Wind Wolf King, each clone emanating a powerful chakra fluctuation, attempting to assault the beast from all directions. As Luffy charged towards the Northwind Wolf King, he wielded the Thunder Flame sword, where flames intertwined with the power of lightning, creating a blazing arc of light. Upon nearing the Northwind Wolf King, he delivered a forceful strike. The arc collided with the Wolf King's icy claws, unleashing a surge of energy that melded fire and ice. Frost and sparks erupted, and the surrounding air transformed into swirling white mist due to the abrupt shift in temperature. Although Luffy's attack impeded the Northwind Wolf King, it remained unscathed. Its frigid gaze fixed on Luffy, a flicker of disdain glimmered in its eyes. With a fierce roar, the surrounding cold winds intensified, forming a series of icy blade tornadoes. These tornadoes surged towards Luffy and Naruto, the ice blades spinning at high velocity, obliterating everything in their path. Naruto, suspended in midair, invoked sage techniques, enveloped by a shimmering chakra shield. Harnessing wind-based chakra, he endeavored to navigate through the gaps of the tornadoes, seeking an opportunity to strike the Northwind Wolf King, continuously shifting his position. He gathered energy for the Sage Art, Super Ultra Big Ball Rasengan, poised to deliver a decisive blow to the Northwind Wolf King. On the ground, Luffy engaged in a fierce confrontation with the Ice Blade Tornado. He infused the Sword of Thunder and Flame with primal energy, causing its brilliance to intensify. Swiftly, he spun his body, creating a whirlwind of blades to counter the onslaught of the Ice Blade Tornado. With each clash between ice and sword, a crisp sound resonated through the air as his figure danced amidst the intertwining elements of ice and fire, relentlessly advancing towards the Northwind Wolf King. Observing Luffy's gradual approach, the Northwind Wolf King abruptly ceased its control over the tornado. It leaped into the sky, its massive form tracing a graceful arc as it lunged towards Luffy. During its descent, colossal ice spikes coalesced upon its claws, radiating an agonizing chill as they were hurled towards Luffy. Luffy felt the onslaught of the Northwind Wolf King, yet he exhibited not a trace of fear. He plunged the Sword of Thunder Fire into the ground, channeling the entirety of his source energy to unleash a formidable surge of power. This wave of energy surged toward the Northwind Wolf King, colliding with its icy spikes. In an instant, the brilliance of the energy illuminated the entire battlefield, and the overwhelming force scattered the surrounding icy blade tornadoes. Seizing this opportunity, Naruto dove from the sky toward the Northwind Wolf King. In his hand, he unleashed the Sage Art, Supergiant Rasengan, aimed directly at the creature's back. The power of the Rasengan clashed against the Wolf King's icy defenses, producing a cacophonous sound. Sensing the attack from behind, the Northwind Wolf King furiously twisted its body in an attempt to shake off Naruto. Simultaneously, it unleashed a chilling breath of frost toward Luffy, the icy mist rapidly spreading, intent on freezing him in place. Luffy swiftly drew the Thunderfire sword from the ground, once again unleashing a skill interwoven with flames and lightning in an attempt to dispel the frigid aura. However, this chilling presence was exceedingly cold, causing his movements to gradually slow. Noticing Luffy in distress, Naruto intensified the output of his Sage Art, Super Huge Rasengan, seeking to divert the attention of the Northwind Wolf King. Sensing the surge in Naruto's attack, the Wolf King was compelled to allocate some of its power to fend off Naruto's onslaught. At that moment, Luffy finally broke free from the icy grip. He charged towards the Northwind Wolf King, the Thunderfire sword now brimming with an even more potent source of power. He and Naruto coordinated to launch a surprise attack on the Wolf King. Confronted with the dual assault, the Northwind Wolf King remained unfazed. It let out another roar, causing the very air around it to seem as though it had frozen. A thick layer of ice armor enveloped its body, adorned with shimmering, mysterious runes that bolstered its defenses. Simultaneously, a more formidable icy elemental force began to coalesce upon its claws, poised to meet the impending assault from both foes. The battle grew increasingly fierce as Naruto and Luffy engaged in a heated clash with the Northwind Wolf King, their powers colliding with the Wolf King's icy might. Each strike was imbued with immense energy, enveloping the battlefield in a tempest of ice, fire, and lightning, resembling a cataclysmic tapestry. Chapter 0885. Ice Armor. Luffy and Naruto faced the Frost Wolf King, adorned in shimmering armor inscribed with enigmatic runes, without a moment's hesitation. Luffy raised the Thunderfire sword high above his head, reciting an ancient incantation, a mantra he had grasped through countless battles, capable of unlocking the deeper essence of his elemental power. As the incantation resonated, the flames and lightning enveloping the Thunderfire sword became increasingly frenzied, as if yearning to break free from their metallic confines. Flame Thunderbreak. Luffy bellowed, unleashing a colossal wave of fiery thunder sword energy towards the Frostwolf King. This formidable energy cleaved through the air with cataclysmic force, striking at the icy armor of the Wolf King. The ground beneath was rent asunder, a profound chasm forming in its wake, while the surrounding ice and snow vaporized instantaneously under the onslaught of searing heat and crackling electricity. Naruto, equally undeterred, summoned the full might of his sage art, super-large Rasen Shuriken. His form became a blur as he spun at high speed, the potent chakra swirling around him, conjuring a miniature tempest. With keen precision, he surged towards a densely inscribed point on the Frostwolf King's icy armor, poised to shatter its defensive core with the spiraling power of the Rasengan. The Frostwolf King, sensing the terrifying potency of their combined assault, exhibited a flicker of gravity in its icy gaze. With a powerful stomp, the runes upon its armor flared brilliantly, as a multitude of ice blocks surged forth from beneath its feet, rapidly coalescing into an immense wall of ice before it. This crystalline barrier, adorned with intricate ice patterns, resembled a masterfully crafted work of art, yet its formidable defensive capabilities were not to be underestimated. Luffy's Flame Thunder Sword Chi struck the ice wall first, unleashing a tremendous force that caused the wall to tremble violently. Flames ignited upon the icy surface, while lightning danced within, and cracks began to mar the once pristine barrier. Yet, the ice wall possessed formidable regenerative abilities. Under the influence of ancient runes, new shards of ice continuously emerged from the fissures, striving to mend the breaches. Just as the clash between the Flame Thunder Sword Chi and the ice wall reached a stalemate, Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, supermassive Rasengan, colliding with the icy barrier. The moment the Rasengan made contact, a thunderous roar resonated as potent chakra surged against the internal structure of the ice wall. The wind attribute chakra encircling the Rasengan sliced through the ice, rapidly exacerbating the cracks. Observing this, the North Wind Wolf King let out a furious howl, intensifying its energy output against the ice wall, which instantly augmented in thickness and strength. Simultaneously, it expelled countless ice spikes from its maw, these projectiles resembling lethal arrows, hurtling towards Luffy and Naruto. As the ice spikes sliced through the air, they fragmented, swiftly transforming into a torrential rain of ice, blanketing a vast expanse of the sky. Luffy and Naruto were compelled to momentarily cease their assault on the ice wall, evading the oncoming ice spikes. Luffy swiftly wielded his Thunder Flame sword, executing a dazzling display of swordplay that conjured a protective curtain of blades, successfully deflecting the ice spikes aimed at him. Each spike that collided with his sword unleashed a formidable shockwave, numbing his arm, yet he persevered with gritted teeth. Meanwhile, Naruto employed the Shadow Clone technique, summoning clones to establish a defensive perimeter. The clones bravely shielded themselves with their bodies, buying precious time for Naruto. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto unleashed wind-based magic, creating a swirling vortex shield around himself. The ice spikes struck against the whirlwind, becoming ensnared within, and were subsequently obliterated by the fierce gusts. Once the ice spike barrage subsided, Luffy and Naruto refocused their attention on the North Wind Wolf King. Although the ice wall remained sturdy, their combined efforts had revealed discernible weak points. "Let's do this again," Luffy proclaimed. Naruto nodded in agreement, and they charged towards the ice wall once more. This time, they intertwined their powers. Luffy's flame and thunder energy entwined with Naruto's chakra, giving rise to a brand new force. This energy radiated a spectrum of vibrant colors, imbued with immense power. With this amalgamated energy, they surged towards the ice wall, crashing into its vulnerable spot like two meteors. The ice wall, unable to withstand such a potent assault, crumbled in a brilliant explosion of light. The North Wind Wolf King, witnessing the destruction of the ice barrier, showed no signs of retreat. Its icy armor gleamed with intensified brilliance as it lunged fiercely at the two. During its charge, a chilling aura enveloped its form, materializing into sharp, menacing shapes that lunged towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto swiftly parted ways, launching their assault on the North Wind Wolf King from either flank. Luffy executed a series of exquisite sword techniques. The Thunder Flame sword in his grasp danced like a spirited sprite, each swing striking precisely at the vulnerable points of the icy aura, shattering it with remarkable precision. Meanwhile, Naruto relentlessly employed a combination of shadow clones and Rasengan, attacking the Wolf King's flanks from various angles in an attempt to divert its attention. Despite the coordinated onslaught from both combatants, the North Wind Wolf King remained agile, It deftly evaded several strikes while retaliating with its icy claws and fangs. Each swipe of its claws left trails of frost in the air. Imbued with potent elemental ice energy, capable of inflicting continuous damage upon its foes. As the battle escalated into a more intense phase, both sides unleashed their full capabilities. The battlefield transformed into a chaotic tapestry of snow and flame, interwoven with flashes of lightning, as energy waves relentlessly battered the surrounding environment. Luffy and Naruto understood that this confrontation with the North Wind Wolf King was yet another formidable trial on the Teyvat continent, and they knew they must give their all. Chapter 0886. The Dragon Amidst the fervent clash, the confrontation between Luffy, Naruto, and the North Wind Wolf King became increasingly fervent. Each assault and counterattack was accompanied by a powerful collision of energies, plunging the entire battlefield into chaos. As Luffy's Thunderfire sword engaged in a relentless clash with the Northwind Wolf King, subtle fissures began to manifest upon the blade. Yet, he exhibited no sign of retreat. His eyes blazed with indomitable spirit. Drawing a deep breath, he poured the essence of his power unreservedly into the sword, and under this nurturing force, the cracks gradually mended, while the Thunderfire sword radiated an even more resplendent glow. Seizing a fleeting opportunity amidst the Wolf King's onslaught, he surged forward with a swift lunge. The sword transforming into a streak of light, aimed directly at the beast's abdomen. This strike encompassed the entirety of his might, as flames and lightning intertwined upon the blade, forming a swirling vortex of energy, seemingly intent on engulfing the Wolf King. Sensing the ferocity of Luffy's assault, the massive creature twisted in midair, striving to evade this lethal thrust. However, Luffy's speed proved too formidable, and the blade still carved a deep gash along the Wolf King's flank. The icy armor shattered at the wound, and blood gushed forth, but as it escaped the Wolf King's body, it instantaneously froze into crystalline beads that scattered upon the ground. The Northwind Wolf King emitted a roar of anguish and rage, its voice akin to a biting gale, sweeping across the battlefield. Its eyes, now a deeper crimson, brimmed with lethal intent. With a sudden pivot, it unleashed a frigid storm of frost towards Luffy. This tempest contained myriad tiny ice blades, each resembling a meticulously honed dagger, radiating a piercing chill as they spun at high velocity. The frost storm surged toward Luffy with overwhelming force, fracturing the ground beneath and rendering the surrounding air as if it were solidified. As Luffy confronted the ferocious frost storm, he exhibited no semblance of fear. He planted the sword of Thunderfire into the ground, swiftly forming hand seals with both hands while uttering incantations. As his spells resonated, an immense shield of primal energy unfurled before him. The shield shimmered with enigmatic runes, which harmonized with the powers of the sword of Thunderfire. The frost storm collided with the shield, producing a thunderous roar. Ice blades relentlessly battered against the shield, creating a cascade of radiant ice blossoms. Despite the powerful onslaught causing fluctuations in the shield, Luffy gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength to maintain its stability. Simultaneously, Naruto was not idle. Observing Luffy ensnared in peril, he immediately unleashed his newfound skill. With palms pressed together, the chakra within him surged forth like a torrential river. He flawlessly fused wind chakra with that of the Ninetales, then abruptly spread his arms wide and shouted, "Wind release, Ninetales spiral shuriken." A colossal spiral shuriken materialized in his hands, distinct from any prior incarnation, encircled by 9 tails of chakra that danced like majestic dragons. Each tail harbored formidable wind chakra, amplifying the shuriken's power exponentially. With the wind release, 9 tails spiral shuriken in hand, Naruto charged towards the North Wind Wolf King. His figure darted through the air like lightning, leaving trails of afterimages. Leveraging his speed, he deftly evaded the Wolf King's frost storm and positioned himself behind the beast. Without hesitation, he brought the wind release, 9 tails spiral shuriken crashing down upon the Wolf King's back. Upon impact, the potent wind chakra erupted, slicing through the Wolf King's icy armor like a razor-edged blade. The 9 chakra tails writhed maniacally, ensnaring the Wolf King and constraining its movements. Sensing the immense threat from behind, the North Wind Wolf King attempted to break free from Naruto's grasp, but Naruto clutched the spiral shuriken tightly, denying any chance of escape. In its struggle, the Wolf King's icy armor was incessantly ravaged by the shuriken, and more blood flowed from its wounds, staining the surrounding snow with crimson. At that moment, Luffy also overcame the onslaught of the frost storm. Though his primal energy shield was battered and frail, he still retained formidable combat prowess. Seeing Naruto successfully restrain the North Wind Wolf King filled his heart with joy. He raised the Sword of Thunderfire once more and charged towards the Wolf King. This time, he unleashed his most potent sword technique, the Primal Flame Thunder Explosion Slash, a move he had serendipitously comprehended during previous adventures, requiring a substantial expenditure of primal energy. Yet wielding astonishing might, Luffy leapt high into the air, the Sword of Thunder Flame spinning above his head, forming a colossal sphere of energy. This sphere was infused with flames, lightning, and the primordial force, merging and compressing to emanate an aura of cataclysmic destruction. With a thunderous roar, Luffy hurled the energy sphere towards the North Wind Wolf King. As it soared, the sphere expanded, becoming as radiant as a miniature sun by the time it approached the North Wind Wolf King. Sensing an unprecedented danger, the North Wind Wolf King summoned all its strength to break free from Naruto's restraint. Turning to face Luffy's Source Flame Thunder Explosion Slash, it opened its maw wide and unleashed a massive crystal of ice, forged from its own life force and radiating an intensely frigid aura. The ice crystal hurtled towards the energy sphere, and upon their mid-air collision, a tremendous explosion ensued. The shockwave generated by the explosion radiated outward from the epicenter, causing the surrounding mountains to tremble violently, with snow cascading from their peaks to create massive avalanches. Trees in the forest were uprooted, and several small lakes were evaporated entirely. Luffy and Naruto were thrown backward by the force of the energy wave, rolling several times before regaining their footing. The North Wind Wolf King also suffered significant impact. Its enormous form propelled into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Its icy armor lay shattered, with blood flowing from its wounds, and its breath grew faint. Yet, its gaze remained fierce. It understood that the battle was far from over, and it could not succumb so easily. Luffy and Naruto rose to their feet, exchanging a resolute glance that conveyed unwavering conviction. Thus, they charged once more towards the North Wind Wolf King, bracing themselves for the ultimate showdown. Chapter 0887, Frost. Luffy and Naruto charged towards the weakened yet still ferocious North Wind Wolf King, their footsteps resonating with unwavering determination upon the ravaged battlefield. The howling gale swept through, carrying shards of ice and snow, seemingly amplifying the tense atmosphere of this final confrontation. The Sword of Thunderfire in Luffy's grasp radiated an indomitable light. Although the fissures on the blade had multiplied under the previous energy onslaught, the brilliance intensified, as if the power of origin erupted in the face of despair. His gaze was fixed intently on the Northwind Wolf King, akin to a cheetah stalking its prey, leaving no movement of the Wolf King unobserved. He initiated the assault, his form darting like lightning, the Thunderfire sword casting a dazzling array of light and shadows. Each strike was fierce and varied, aimed directly at the Wolf King's vital points. Flames danced upon the blade, while thunder crackled through the air, violently clashing with the frosty aura enveloping the Wolf King. In an instant, ice, fire, and lightning interwove to create a magnificent, yet perilous tableau. Naruto, standing alongside Luffy, synchronized his attacks with deft hand seals, causing the surrounding air to tremble violently. Multiple shadow clone technique, he shouted, and in an instant, countless shadow clones materialized on the battlefield. These clones mirrored Naruto's own fervent spirit, surging towards the Northwind Wolf King like a tidal wave. Each clone executed distinct ninjutsu. Some hurled wind release, spiraling shuriken, while others engaged the Wolf King in close combat, striving to divert its attention and grant Luffy a more favorable opportunity to strike. Despite its grievous injuries, the Northwind Wolf King, as the sovereign of this icy expanse, unleashed astonishing power driven by its primal instincts. Enduring the pain, it slammed its massive paw onto the ground, unleashing a formidable wave of frost that radiated outward from its center. This icy force instantly froze several approaching shadow clones, rendering them as lifeless as ice sculptures, glimmering with a chilling light under the sun. Simultaneously, it opened its maw wide, unleashing a barrage of ice spikes, which shot towards Luffy and Naruto like a torrential rain. The ice spikes moved at an incredible velocity, freezing the air in their wake, producing a hissing sound as they pierced through the atmosphere. Luffy brandished the Sword of Thunder and Flame, shattering the ice spears that were hurled towards him. Flames and lightning danced upon the blade, each collision with the ice spears generating a ripple of energy. His figure weaved effortlessly through the rain of ice, steadily advancing towards the North Wind Wolf King. Meanwhile, Naruto commanded his shadow clones to shift their formations. Some clones shielded themselves with their bodies against the ice spears, buying precious time for the others and his true self. The real Naruto continued to gather chakra, preparing to unleash a more potent ninjutsu. Just as Luffy was about to close in on the North Wind Wolf King, the beast let out a thunderous roar, resonating with an enigmatic power that caused the surrounding ice and snow to converge frantically upon it. In the blink of an eye, the Wolf King's form was encased in a thick layer of icy armor, adorned with sharp ice spikes that radiated an overwhelming chill. It appeared that the injuries sustained by the Wolf King were somewhat alleviated under this icy shell, and its breath became steadier. Humph, a desperate struggle, Luffy scoffed, unfazed. He leapt high into the air, raising the sword of thunder and flame above his head, channeling the source of power like a torrent into the blade. Flame and thunder. Shattering the void, he bellowed, bringing the sword down fiercely upon the North Wind Wolf King. This strike bore the weight of cataclysmic force. As the flames and lightning coalesced into a colossal energy dragon that surged towards the Wolf King's icy armor, the energy dragon clawed and snapped, distorting the very fabric of space in its wake. Witnessing Luffy's formidable assault, Naruto withheld no further restraint. He clasped his hands together, pushing his chakra to its utmost limit. Sage Art, true supermassive Rasen Shuriken. A gargantuan Rasengan materialized in his hands, surpassing any previous iteration. Enveloped by a radiant golden aura, a testament to the fusion of Ninetales chakra and sage power, Naruto charged towards the North Wind Wolf King, his speed reaching its zenith, leaving a long trail of golden light in his wake. Simultaneously, both he and Luffy unleashed their attacks upon the Wolf King, their combined force akin to two shooting stars colliding against the icy armor. The armor trembled violently under their united onslaught. Ice spikes began to shatter, and countless fissures appeared across its surface. The North Wind Wolf King sensed an unprecedented pressure and channeled its remaining strength into the icy armor, striving to withstand this lethal blow. However, the assault from Luffy and Naruto proved overwhelmingly powerful after a brief moment of resistance. The armor finally shattered in a burst of blinding light. The North Wind Wolf King was propelled backwards by the tremendous impact, crashing heavily to the ground, leaving a long trail in the snow. Its body bore multiple injuries, blood staining the surrounding snow. Yet, it still struggled to rise, its eyes filled with defiance and rage. Luffy and Naruto slowly approached the Frost Wolf King, their gazes devoid of any disdain, for they understood that this formidable beast still possessed an undeniable power even at this moment. They braced themselves for the Wolf King's final counterattack, as the climactic battle against the Frost Wolf King was on the brink of its ultimate conclusion. Chapter 0888, Defeating the Frost Wolf King. The Frost Wolf King, battered and bruised, struggled to rise, its massive form appearing increasingly desperate amidst the snow. Each breath it took was accompanied by labored gasps, and the blood seeping from its wounds swiftly crystallized in the frigid air. Yet it could not conceal the seething fury and defiance burning in its eyes. Its gaze, reminiscent of cold stars, fixated intently on Luffy and Naruto, while a deep growl emanated from the depths of its throat. This growl, akin to the most biting winter wind, howled across the battlefield, causing the very air around to tremble as if issuing a final challenge to these two formidable adversaries. Luffy gripped the Raiden sword tightly, his knuckles turning pale from the exertion. The flames and lightning entwined along the blade danced vibrantly, casting a fiery glow upon his resolute visage, reminiscent of a war deity descending upon the battlefield. His gaze was piercing, locking onto the North Wind Wolf King, each glance seemingly narrating his unwavering resolve for combat. Your reign of brutality shall end here. This land must no longer suffer from your tyranny. His voice resonated steadily and powerfully, akin to the beating of war drums, each word echoing through the air. With that, he took a deliberate step forward. Though seemingly ordinary, it was imbued with the surging primordial force within him. As his foot met the ground, a slight tremor rippled through the earth, emanating from his core, sending visible waves of energy radiating outward. The surrounding snowflakes were stirred by this might, swirling around him to create a diminutive white vortex. Beside Luffy stood Naruto, his hands swiftly forming intricate seals, leaving trails of afterimages in the air. As the final hand sign was completed, the Sage Art, true super-large Rasengan began to take shape in his grasp. This Rasengan was more colossal than ever before, radiating a resplendent chakra brilliance. Its brilliance shone like a golden sun, illuminating the blood-soaked snow that blanketed the ground, melting the frost and revealing the battered earth beneath, scarred by the ravages of battle. This is to safeguard the tranquility of this land, for the lives you have harmed, Naruto declared, his eyes filled with unwavering determination, his voice imbued with the essence of justice, each syllable carrying an undeniable conviction. The North Wind Wolf King seemed to sense the impending doom, unleashing a thunderous howl that echoed like an ancient lament across the valley, lingering in the air. As the howl resonated, the surrounding ice and snow appeared to respond to some primal summons, swirling towards it in a flurry. The snowflakes whirled around, coalescing into a formidable blizzard. Within this storm, the figure of the North Wind Wolf King flickered in and out of sight, its power reaching an apex in that moment. Suddenly, it lunged forward, propelling itself from the ground towards Luffy and Naruto. Each stride contained the weight of 1,000 forces, its massive claws carving deep gashes into the earth, each mark instantly cloaked in a thick layer of ice. As it charged, a pathway of ice formed beneath it, reflecting a cold light, reminiscent of a passage to death. Its claws coalesced with the last vestiges of ice elemental power, sharp as a blade and glimmering with a ghostly blue luminescence, as if poised to rend everything asunder. Luffy and Naruto exhibited no trace of fear as they charged simultaneously towards the North Wind Wolf King. Luffy, like a bolt of lightning, leapt high into the air, his figure tracing a graceful arc. In his hand, the Thunder Flame Sword danced, its blade ablaze with intertwining flames and lightning, forming a colossal, vivid energy dragon. This dragon, with its fearsome claws, bore scales of fire shimmering with intense radiance, while crackling lightning enveloped its body, each spark accompanied by a deafening roar. With all his might, Luffy struck at the head of the North Wind Wolf King, unleashing a sword infused with the essence of his power. This blade seemed destined to cleave the heavens, igniting the air in its wake and creating a resplendent corridor of flames. Meanwhile, Naruto surged forward like a golden meteor towards the North Wind Wolf King. The sage art, true supermassive Rasengan in his grasp spun rapidly, emitting a sharp whistle. The chakra surrounding the Rasengan surged like tumultuous waves, its golden brilliance blindingly radiant, nearly impossible to behold. Without hesitation, he propelled this orb, imbued with apocalyptic power, towards the abdomen of the North Wind Wolf King. As the Rasengan flew, the surrounding air was contorted and warped by its immense force, generating visible ripples that radiated outward. In a moment as dazzling as a solar explosion, Luffy's sword and Naruto's Rasengan struck the North Wind Wolf King simultaneously. Time seemed to freeze, followed by a thunderous explosion. A tremendous surge of energy erupted at the point of contact, forming a vast vortex of power. This vortex resembled a black hole in the cosmos, possessing an unfathomable pull that mercilessly drew everything around it into its depths. The winds howled, their ferocity surpassing even that of the previous blizzard. Wherever the tempest swept, massive ice blocks and solid rock were effortlessly lifted into the sky, only to be torn to shreds. Snowflakes, under the impact of the energy, were instantaneously reduced to powder, mingling with the rising dust and debris to create a chaotic tableau. The entire battlefield was enveloped by this force, the sky illuminated as if it were day, while the earth trembled as if the apocalypse had arrived. As the light gradually faded and the smoke cleared, the colossal form of the North Wind Wolf King collapsed like a crumbling mountain, crashing to the ground and sending up a vast cloud of snow mist. This mist spread out, shrouding everything in a veil of white obscurity. Its eyes slowly closed, the once mighty and fierce glint extinguished, while the elemental ice power within it receded like the ebbing tide. With the fall of the Wolf King, tranquility returned to the land, save for the howling winds that still recounted the thrilling battle that had just transpired. Luffy and Naruto stood in place, gasping for breath. Their bodies were adorned with wounds, blood seeping from their injuries, staining their garments crimson. Luffy's arm trembled slightly from the immense recoil he had endured, the Thunder Flame Sword embedded in the ground, supporting his weary frame. Naruto knelt on one knee, his face marred by a mixture of sweat and blood, yet his eyes sparkled with the joy of triumph. "We did it, Naruto," Luffy exclaimed, a weary yet contented smile gracing his lips. His voice was somewhat hoarse, a testament to the exertion of their fierce battle. Indeed, this foe was quite formidable. However, this land can enjoy a temporary peace, Naruto replied, relinquishing his sage mode as an overwhelming fatigue washed over him. He wiped the grime from his face, gazing at the battlefield gradually returning to calm, his eyes shimmering with relief. The surrounding ice and snow began to melt slowly under the sun's warm embrace, the trickling meltwater nourishing the war-torn earth. The rivulets of water coalesced, flowing along the ground's contours, producing a melodious sound, as if the very land were rejoicing in their victory. In the distance, the mountains re-emerged in serene and majestic outlines after the smoke cleared, the snow atop their peaks glistening in the sunlight, resembling crowns of brilliance adorning this victorious terrain. The sky was a deep azure, with fluffy white clouds drifting leisurely like cotton candy. Chapter 0889, Golden. After a brief respite, Luffy and Naruto began to survey the battlefield. The scene around them was one of utter devastation. The melting snow mingled with bloodstains, while shattered ice and jagged rocks intertwined, bearing witness to the brutality of the fierce battle that had just transpired. They approached the corpse of the North Wind Wolf King, each step infused with a profound respect for this formidable adversary. Although it had been their enemy, the power it had displayed and its indomitable fighting spirit were deserving of remembrance. As they drew closer, they could sense the lingering elemental power of ice radiating from the Wolf King's body, its chilling presence still palpable, yet no longer menacing. This battle had indeed been arduous, and they hoped the people of this land would be spared from its threat. With a sigh of reflection, Naruto knelt down and gently caressed the Wolf King's fur, his eyes filled with a complex array of emotions. Luffy nodded, acknowledging the truth of the matter. Indeed, he was a worthy adversary. We must forge ahead, unaware of how many such perils await us on this continent. He gazed into the distance, his eyes deep and resolute. The mountains stretched endlessly, shimmering with a golden glow under the sun, as if beckoning for unknown adventures. At that moment, they heard the faint sound of footsteps. Instantly, the two became vigilant, turning to face the source of the noise. Approaching them was a group of individuals clad in peculiar attire. Some wielded staffs while others carried bows and arrows, their eyes filled with awe and curiosity. "Who are you? Were you the ones who defeated the North Wind Wolf King?" A figure, seemingly their leader, called out, his voice echoing across the desolate battlefield. As Luffy stepped forward, he proclaimed, "We are but transient travelers passing through this land, unwilling to witness the continued reign of terror wrought by the Wolf King. Thus we intervened." Upon hearing this, the assembled crowd displayed expressions of astonishment and gratitude. The chieftain approached, bowing deeply to Luffy and Naruto, exclaiming, "We are profoundly grateful. The North Wind Wolf King has ravaged our homeland for far too long, and we have been powerless against it. You are our saviors." Naruto, scratching his head with a smile, replied, "No need for thanks. It is our duty." "Are you the inhabitants of this land?" he inquired. The chieftain nodded and began to recount the tale of their territory. It was revealed that this region was a borderland of Teyvat, where the people had once lived in tranquility until the emergence of the North Wind Wolf King. It brought with it unending cold and destruction, causing many to lose their homes and loved ones. They had attempted to resist, yet the Wolf King's might was overwhelming, inflicting severe losses upon them each time. "We once believed that our lives would be eternally shrouded in darkness, never expecting your arrival," the chieftain said, tears glistening in his eyes. Luffy gently patted the leader's shoulder and declared, "We shall continue to safeguard the peace of this land. Have you noticed any other unusual occurrences? Perhaps similar dangers arising elsewhere?" After a moment of contemplation, the leader responded, "Recently, we have heard whispers of rumors. In the northern mysterious forest, a strange power is stirring. Once our sacred ground, it now emanates peculiar sounds and beams of light, causing us to hesitate in approaching." Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance, each discerning the same resolve in the other's eyes. "Let us go and see," Naruto suggested. "Indeed, perhaps this is our next challenge," Luffy replied. After bidding farewell to the grateful residents, Luffy and Naruto journeyed northward. Along the way, they traversed valleys and rivers blanketed in ice and snow, the scenery growing increasingly cold and enigmatic. As they drew nearer to the mysterious forest, an aura of intrigue enveloped the air, as if countless eyes were watching them from the shadows. At last, they reached the forest's edge. The trees stood tall and ancient, their trunks adorned with strange runes and patterns. The branches intertwined, creating a natural barrier that shielded much of the sunlight, rendering the interior of the forest eerie and dark. "This place feels off," Luffy murmured, gripping the sword of rein tightly. Naruto, sensing the oppressive atmosphere, activated his sage mode and cautiously stepped into the forest. A thin veil of mist hung in the air, within which shadows of various shapes flickered, sending chills down their spines. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the depths of the forest, a sound akin to nails scraping across a chalkboard, sending shivers through them. Following that, a flock of black birds soared overhead, their eyes glinting with an eerie red light, their flight stirring a chilling wind that made Luffy and Naruto shudder involuntarily. "Be cautious. Something is about to emerge," Naruto warned, his body enveloped in golden chakra, ever ready to confront impending danger. Luffy nodded slightly, his source power surging within him, resonating with the radiant glow of the Thunder Flame Sword. They ventured deeper into the forest. Chapter 0890, vanishing as the piercing cries faded into silence. The forest succumbed to an eerie stillness, with only the sound of Luffy and Naruto treading upon the brittle branches and fallen leaves. The mist thickened, and the surrounding trees loomed like monstrous entities, their strange runes flickering in and out of visibility within the fog, seemingly whispering ancient curses. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently, and massive fissures spread beneath their feet. From these crevices emerged countless black vines, bristling with sharp thorns akin to steel needles, rapidly coiling towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy swiftly wielded the Thunder Flame sword, unleashing a surge of flames and lightning that severed the encroaching vines. The severed vines fell to the ground, writhing and oozing a viscous black liquid that, upon contact with the earth, hissed ominously and eroded small pits into the soil. Meanwhile, Naruto summoned his wind chakra, forming a formidable whirlwind that enveloped him. The tempest, sharp as a blade, shredded the advancing vines into mere fragments. Yet, the vines continued to surge forth from the crevices, seemingly inexhaustible. This predicament was untenable. We must locate the source of these vines, Luffy declared. Charging toward the densest cluster of tendrils, the Thunder Flame sword traced a radiant arc before him, carving a path through the chaos. Naruto followed closely behind, activating his shadow clone technique, dispatching countless clones in various directions to distract the vines. The original Naruto raced alongside Luffy deeper into the forest. As they sprinted, they stumbled upon a colossal tree hollow. The vines surrounding it were particularly robust, coiling around the entrance like a giant serpent. And it appeared that all the tendrils emanated from within this hollow. An overwhelming aura of darkness emanated from the depths, evoking a sense of standing at the threshold of hell. The source must lie within, Luffy stated, pausing to scrutinize the hollow with caution. Naruto nodded in agreement. Let us enter together, but tread carefully. They ventured cautiously into the hollow, discovering an expansive interior illuminated by eerie violet luminescence. Deeper within, a massive black crystal orb stood, its surface intricately etched with complex patterns, continuously exuding dark energy that fueled the rampant growth of the vines. This is the source of the trouble, Naruto frowned. Just then, the crystal orb unleashed a potent wave of dark energy, surging towards them. Luffy and Naruto swiftly dodged as the wave crashed against the walls of the hollow, leaving deep fissures in its wake. We must find a way to destroy this crystal orb, Luffy asserted, charging toward it with the Thunder Flame sword, channeling its power to the utmost as he aimed for the orb. Upon contact with the dark energy surrounding the orb, the sword trembled violently, as if met with immense resistance. Luffy gritted his teeth, exerting greater force, as flames and lightning clashed against the dark energy, sparking a dazzling display. Naruto also unleashed his sage art, Supergiant Rasengan, propelling himself toward the crystal. He struck the orb with all his might, combining the force of the Rasengan with that of the Thunder Flame sword to create a tremendous impact. In response to the assault, the orb's glow intensified, and dark energy surged forth like a tidal wave, seeking to engulf them. As Luffy and Naruto were enveloped by dark energy, they felt their bodies grow unbearably heavy, their movements becoming sluggish. We must not be subdued by it, Luffy exclaimed, concentrating fiercely and summoning all the power within him, striving to break free from the shackles of darkness. Naruto, too, fought valiantly, merging the chakra of the Nine Tails with his own to amplify his strength. Through their relentless resistance, the oppressive force of the dark energy gradually diminished. They launched another assault. Intricate patterns emerged on Luffy's Thunder Flame sword, signifying the ultimate compression of source energy. With a mighty leap, he unleashed his most formidable strike, the Source Flame Thunder Explosion Slash, aimed at the crystal sphere. This blow, imbued with cataclysmic force, cleaved through the surrounding dark energy, creating a breach. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto executed the Wind Release, Nine Tails Spiral Shuriken, propelling a gargantuan shuriken, forged from the fusion of Wind Chakra and Nine Tails Chakra, towards the opening in the crystal sphere. The shuriken spun violently as it flew, its immense power swirling the dark energy into chaos. Under the combined might of their assault, the crystal sphere could no longer withstand the onslaught. It erupted with a deafening crack and was riddled with countless fissures. As the cracks spread, the crystal ultimately shattered into myriad fragments, causing the dark energy to dissipate. Devoid of its sustaining force, the surrounding vines withered rapidly, cascading to the ground. The tremors in the tree hollow ceased, and tranquility returned to the environment. Luffy and Naruto let out a sigh of relief, having successfully navigated the crisis. Yet, they were aware that the secrets of this enigmatic forest remained partially concealed. With numerous enigmas awaiting their exploration, they continued their journey through the woods as the surrounding mist gradually dissipated, allowing sunlight to filter through the gaps in the foliage, casting dappled patterns upon the ground. The creatures of the forest seemed to sense the abatement of danger, stirring to life with the occasional melodious chirping of birds. However, after a short distance, they stumbled upon a new peculiar phenomenon. The trees ahead contorted in an unnatural manner, as if a colossal force had forcibly distorted their shapes. The runes etched into the trunks had grown increasingly intricate and arcane, emanating a faint luminescence that beckoned them towards a particular direction. It appeared that other mysteries lay hidden in this place. "Look at those glowing runes," Luffy remarked. Naruto nodded in agreement. "Let us follow these runes and see what we might uncover." They proceeded along the path indicated by the runes and soon arrived at the edge of a crystal-clear lake. The water shimmered with an unusual azure hue, and at its center lay a small island, crowned by an ancient stone tablet. The tablet was inscribed with myriad symbols and glyphs, radiating an aura of mystery that captivated their gaze. Luffy and Naruto performed a lightness technique, gliding over the lake's surface until they reached a small island. Approaching the stone tablet, they meticulously examined its inscriptions. After an extensive interpretation, they discovered that the tablet chronicled the origin of the forest and an ancient seal. It turned out that this forest had once served as a sanctuary for sealing malevolent forces, but over time, the seal had weakened, leading to the various anomalies they had previously encountered. "We must reinforce this seal," Luffy proclaimed. "But how do we accomplish that? Does the tablet mention a method?" Naruto inquired. They continued to study the tablet and uncovered that to strengthen the seal, they needed to locate 5 special gemstones, each concealed in different corners of the forest, safeguarded by various mechanisms and guardian beasts. "It seems we have a new quest ahead of us," Naruto chuckled wryly. "Let us embark on a search for these gemstones," Luffy declared. Thus, they departed from the island, commencing their search for the 5 extraordinary gemstones, and a new adventure unfurled before them. Chapter 0891. Reinforcement. Luffy and Naruto, guided by the clues inscribed on the stone tablet, embarked on a quest within the enigmatic forest to seek the 5 extraordinary gems. Although the forest no longer harbored the overt dangers it once did, an air of mystery pervaded every corner, with each step potentially concealing unforeseen challenges. They traversed a winding path, where the surrounding trees grew increasingly dense, allowing only scattered beams of sunlight to filter through the layers of leaves. Suddenly, Naruto halted in his tracks, crouching down to scrutinize some peculiar markings on the ground. "Luffy, look. These footprints appear quite strange, unlike those left by ordinary animals," he remarked, pointing at the ground. The footprints were immense, adorned with sharp claw marks, and the considerable distance between each print suggested that the creature responsible possessed an astonishing stride. Luffy furrowed his brow. This might have been left by the creature guarding the gemstone, and caution was imperative. He tightened his grip on the Thunderflame sword, casting a vigilant gaze towards the direction in which the footprints extended. They proceeded along the trail, and soon after, were met with a low, rumbling growl. The sound emanated from behind a thicket, accompanied by heavy breaths, as if a colossal creature lay in wait. Luffy and Naruto slowed their pace, cautiously approaching the thicket. As they parted the dense foliage, a colossal black beast materialized before their eyes. This creature, resembling a bear in stature, was enveloped in hard black scales that gleamed with a metallic luster. Its eyes blazed like 2 fiery orbs filled with primal ferocity and vigilance, while sharp fangs protruded from its maw, still stained with remnants of dried blood. Upon spotting Luffy and Naruto, the beast let out a deafening roar and lunged toward them with incredible speed, its massive form creating a tempestuous wind that sent nearby trees crashing to the ground. Luffy took the initiative to charge forward, leaping high into the air as the sword of Thunderfire ignited with blazing flames and crackling lightning. He swung the sword towards the beast's head, the force of his strike clashing against the creature's scales, sending sparks flying. However, the beast's scales proved to be extraordinarily resilient, rendering his attack relatively ineffective. Infuriated by Luffy's onslaught, the beast swung its massive claws down upon him. Luffy swiftly evaded, the claws crashing into the ground and creating a substantial crater, sending dirt and stones scattering. Meanwhile, Naruto seized the opportunity to unleash the Shadow Clone technique. Countless shadow clones surged towards the beast, launching an assault from all angles in an attempt to divert its attention. The original Naruto began to gather chakra, preparing to execute a powerful ninjutsu. The relentless attacks from the shadow clones left the beast somewhat overwhelmed, yet its sheer strength was formidable. Each swipe of its claws or flick of its tail scattered numerous clones. Nevertheless, the clones' diversionary tactics bought precious time for Luffy and Naruto. Luffy charged once more towards the formidable beast, this time channeling the power of the source into his sword, executing a novel sword technique. The flames and lightning of the Thunderfire sword intertwined, forming a swirling vortex of energy. He thrust towards the creature's abdomen, the energy vortex resembling a colossal drill, endeavoring to pierce through the beast's scaled defenses. The beast sensed the impending threat to its midsection and attempted to block Luffy's assault with its claws. At that moment, Naruto completed his ninjutsu preparation. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. He bellowed as the spiraling shuriken soared towards the beast. During its flight, the shuriken expanded continuously, spinning at high velocity, drawing the surrounding air into a powerful tornado. The whirlwind, enveloping the spiraling shuriken, surged towards the beast, creating a pincer movement alongside Luffy's attack. Caught between the two onslaughts, the beast faced a dilemma. In the fleeting moment of hesitation, Luffy's sword struck its abdomen. Although it did not fully penetrate the scales, it inflicted a painful wound. Almost immediately, the spiraling shuriken collided with its back, the tremendous force propelling it forward, crashing heavily to the ground. The black beast, severely wounded, refused to yield. It struggled to rise, roaring once more at Luffy and Naruto, the flames in its eyes burning even brighter, embodying its indomitable spirit. Luffy and Naruto remained utterly unyielding, acutely aware that this formidable beast posed a significant impediment on their quest for the gemstone. It was imperative that they vanquish it once and for all. With renewed vigor, they charged once more towards the creature, bracing themselves for an even fiercer battle. During the fray, Luffy discerned that after each of the beast's assaults, a scale beneath its neck quivered slightly, suggesting it might be its vulnerable spot. Naruto, strike at the area beneath its neck. Luffy bellowed. Upon hearing this, Naruto swiftly directed his shadow clones to rush towards the beast's neck, while he himself summoned wind chakra, harnessing the gusts to propel himself towards the creature's Achilles heel. Luffy continued to engage the ferocious beast head-on, wielding the sword of Thunderflame to relentlessly strike at the creature's head and claws, diverting its attention and creating an opportunity for Naruto. The beast, sensing their intentions, attempted to shield its vulnerable neck, yet Luffy's relentless assaults left it somewhat flustered. At that moment, Naruto's shadow clones and his true self launched a simultaneous assault, directing their full might towards the beast's weak spot beneath its neck. A brilliant flash erupted, accompanied by the creature's anguished roar, as their strikes successfully found their mark. A deep gash appeared on the beast's neck, blood gushing forth. Its body trembled several times before it collapsed with a resounding thud, falling silent forevermore. Luffy and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief, having successfully vanquished the guardian beast. Within the lair of the monstrous creature, they discovered the first of the special gemstones. This gem, a deep azure, emanated a gentle glow, its interior seemingly alive with twinkling stars, both beautiful and enigmatic. "We have found one, and there are 4 more to go," exclaimed Naruto with excitement. "Indeed, let us proceed," Luffy replied, carefully stowing the gemstone away as they embarked together on their quest for the remaining treasures. Navigating through the forest, they searched for their next target, guided by subtle hints. Along their journey, they encountered various mechanical traps, pits lined with sharp spikes, walls that suddenly launched poisoned arrows, and treacherous quicksand lurking beneath the surface. Yet, armed with their vast combat experience and the bond they shared, they deftly navigated each perilous challenge. After overcoming a series of obstacles, they arrived at a tranquil valley enveloped in a delicate mist, within which vibrant hues flickered and danced. They sensed that the second gemstone might be concealed within this very valley. As they ventured deeper, the surrounding fog thickened, and the colorful lights grew ever more resplendent. Suddenly, they found themselves ensnared within a colossal labyrinth, its walls crafted from a translucent crystal adorned with intricate patterns and shimmering lights that dazzled the eye. "This is a maze. We must be cautious not to become separated," Luffy cautioned. "Let us endeavor to locate the exit," Naruto suggested. They commenced their exploration of the labyrinth. Yet it seemed to possess an enigmatic force, causing them to circle endlessly in what appeared to be familiar spaces. Additionally, strange sounds echoed through the maze, whispers that resembled soft weeping, as if some mysterious entity were murmuring, sending chills down their spines. Luffy and Naruto were undeterred by the myriad challenges they faced. Within the labyrinth, they left behind distinctive marks in their quest to uncover an exit. During their exploration, they discerned a certain pattern in the shimmering light of the crystal walls, suggesting a possible connection between these luminous fluctuations and the pathways of the maze. After extensive observation and countless attempts, they finally unraveled the labyrinth's secrets. Guided by the ethereal glow, they ventured in a singular direction, gradually drawing closer to the heart of the maze. At the center, they stumbled upon a magnificent stone pedestal, upon which rested the second extraordinary gem. This gem, a vibrant green and shaped like a leaf, emanated a refreshing aura, as if infused with the essence of life itself. "Another gem found," exclaimed Naruto, joyfully grasping the treasure. We are one step closer to our goal, Luffy remarked. With 2 gems in their possession, they exited the Valley of the Labyrinth and continued their search for the remaining gems within the enigmatic forest. Chapter 0892, Concealed. Luffy and Naruto ventured deeper into the enigmatic forest, adorned with their newly acquired gem. The forest's allure grew increasingly inscrutable, with the very air around them seemingly whispering ancient secrets. They traversed a moss-laden path, flanked by ancient and towering trees. Their branches entwined in a majestic canopy that obscured the sky. Occasional shafts of sunlight struggled to penetrate the foliage, casting dappled shadows upon the ground, yet failing to dispel the eerie atmosphere that enveloped them. Before long, they were greeted by the gentle sound of flowing water. Following the melody, they stumbled upon a broad river. The water shimmered in an unusual shade of purple, its surface sparkling with an unsettling brilliance. Strangely, the river exhibited no signs of life, its stillness inducing a sense of unease. This water seems rather peculiar. How shall we cross? Naruto pondered, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the enigmatic river. Luffy meticulously surveyed his surroundings and discerned a series of elusive stones protruding from the river's surface, seemingly serving as stepping stones to cross the water. We can traverse these stones, but we must exercise caution. They may be rigged with traps, he remarked. They gingerly stepped onto the first stone when, suddenly, the river erupted with a colossal splash. From the tumultuous waters emerged a swarm of winged, fish-like monstrosities, their bodies semi-transparent, adorned with razor-sharp spines on their wings, and their eyes glimmering with an eerie red glow. These creatures lunged toward Luffy and Naruto with astonishing speed. Naruto swiftly conjured a gust of wind, forming a whirlwind that repelled the encroaching fish-like beasts. However, their numbers were overwhelming, surging forth from all directions. Luffy brandished his Thunderflame sword, the flames and electric energy emanating from it pushing back the assailants. Yet, the creatures appeared undeterred, relentlessly launching wave after wave of attacks. This won't suffice. We must find a way to cross the river swiftly, Luffy shouted. Naruto, gazing across the river, spotted a colossal stone tablet on the opposite shore, inscribed with peculiar runes that shimmered with light, seemingly resonating with the stones in the river. Luffy, look at the tablet across the river. Those runes may be the key to navigating these waters. Luffy followed Naruto's gaze and nodded. As they fended off the attacks of the fish-like monster, they made their way toward the stone tablet on the opposite bank. During their approach, they discovered that the stones in the river were inscribed with small runes, which emitted a faint glow when stepped upon. After a series of arduous battles and explorations, they finally reached the other side. Upon nearing the stone tablet, they found that the runes inscribed upon it formed an ancient combination of patterns and symbols, seemingly conveying some form of message. It appeared to be a riddle. We must decipher the meaning of these runes to locate the next gem, Luffy remarked, meticulously examining the runes for clues. Naruto, studying the runes beside him, noted that some bore resemblance to those he had encountered previously in the forest. These runes may be connected to the history of this woodland. We should integrate prior information to interpret them. After prolonged contemplation and analysis, they ultimately unraveled the riddle of the runes. According to their guidance, they learned that the next gem was concealed within a cave behind a waterfall. To reach that waterfall, they needed to traverse a path shrouded in magical mist. As they proceeded along the path, the surrounding mist thickened, rendering their vision increasingly obscured. Within the fog, they heard an array of peculiar sounds, howls, whispers, and what seemed to be agonizing moans, which sent chills down their spines. Suddenly, Naruto sensed a powerful suction emanating from beneath his feet. Looking down, he noticed dark whirlpools forming on the ground, attempting to draw them in. Luffy, be careful, Naruto shouted, channeling his chakra in a bid to break free from the pull. Luffy sensed the imminent danger, channeling the power of the source into his feet to steady his stance. They observed that the black vortices seemed to appear and move in a systematic manner, closely linked to the surrounding mists. Let us follow the direction of the vortices. Perhaps we can uncover a path to safety, Luffy suggested. Cautiously, they maneuvered along the trajectory of the black vortices, weaving through the fog. After a challenging exploration, they finally emerged from the magical mist. Before them lay a magnificent waterfall, its cascading waters resembling the Milky Way descending from the heavens, sending up sprays that echoed with a thunderous roar. Behind the waterfall, they discovered a concealed cave. They traversed through the waterfall and entered the cavern. The interior was dark and damp, with faintly glowing minerals twinkling on the walls. Deep within the cave, they found the third special gem. This gem, radiant and crimson, resembled a burning flame, exuding an intense warmth as if it possessed boundless energy. Another gem secured, Naruto exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, Only 2 remain. We must not relent, Luffy replied. With 3 gems in their possession, they exited the cave and continued onward into the unknown, in search of the remaining 2 gems. Chapter 0893, The Divergence. After departing from the cave by the waterfall, Luffy and Naruto traversed a winding and rugged mountain path. Surrounding them were rocks of various shapes. Some resembled crouching beasts, while others stood tall like giants, silently observing their every move. The path was strewn with pebbles and thorns, necessitating great caution with each step to avoid injury. After walking for a while, they arrived at a fork in the road. 3 paths diverged in different directions, each imbued with varying degrees of mystery. At the center of the intersection stood an ancient signpost, its inscription faded and barely legible, revealing only faint, peculiar symbols and patterns. This is quite troublesome. Which path should we take? Naruto scratched his head, pondering the dilemma presented by the 3-way junction before them. Luffy crouched down, meticulously examining the symbols on the signpost, striving to uncover some clues. These symbols bore a resemblance to those we had previously encountered on the stele and within the labyrinth. We must ponder this carefully, he remarked, furrowing his brows. After a moment of contemplation, Luffy discerned that the mysterious aura emanating from one of the paths mirrored that of the location where they had discovered the gem. Let us venture down this path, he indicated, pointing towards the central route. As they traversed the chosen path, the surrounding environment began to transform. The air grew increasingly frigid, and a delicate layer of frost blanketed the ground. The trees around them were adorned with ice and snow, cloaked in a silvery shroud, as if they had entered a realm of winter's embrace. Suddenly, a melodious flute tune wafted through the air from a distance. The ethereal and enigmatic melody resonated within the icy landscape, evoking a sense of being ensconced in a dreamlike state. Yet, they were acutely aware that in this mystical forest, even the most enchanting sights could conceal peril. This flute sound is rather peculiar. We must exercise caution, Luffy declared, gripping the Thunder Flame Sword tightly. His vigilance heightened as he surveyed their surroundings. Naruto also summoned the chakra within him, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. As the flute's melody drew nearer, they beheld a figure clad in a flowing white robe, appearing intermittently upon the distant ice field. The silhouette appeared graceful, reminiscent of a beautiful woman. Yet she exuded an elusive aura that was difficult to comprehend. As they approached, the woman in white ceased her flute playing and slowly turned to face them, revealing a visage of breathtaking beauty, yet imbued with an icy coldness. Her eyes resembled profound glacial lakes, devoid of any emotion. Who are you? Why have you trespassed into my domain? The voice of the woman in white was as frigid as the snow itself. Luffy stepped forward and proclaimed, "We have come in search of the gem to reinforce the forest seal. We mean no offense." The woman in white scoffed. "The gem? That belongs to me. You shall not succeed." With that, she waved her sleeve, and the surrounding ice and snow instantly transformed into a myriad of ice blades, hurtling towards Luffy and Naruto. The ice blades fell like a torrential downpour, swift and glinting ominously in the sunlight. Luffy swiftly brandished the Thunder Flame Sword, where fire and lightning intertwined to form a protective shield of flames and thunder, deflecting the oncoming ice blades. As the blades collided with the shield, they shattered into a flurry of ice petals. Meanwhile, Naruto executed the shadow clone technique, sending numerous clones rushing toward the woman in white in an attempt to disrupt her assault. The real Naruto, however, stood ready to unleash sage art from the sidelines. The woman in white regarded the approaching clones with an air of indifference. With a subtle lift of her hand, ice pillars surged forth from the frozen expanse, charging towards the clones and shattering them one by one. Recognizing the opportune moment, Luffy charged towards the woman clad in white. He leaped high into the air, channeling a formidable source of power into the Thunder Flame Sword, and aimed a decisive strike at her. The white-clad woman, unfazed, conjured an ice wall before her. The wall was crystalline and robust, effortlessly thwarting Luffy's assault. "Your strength is far too feeble," she remarked with disdain, observing the failure of Luffy's attack. Naruto unleashed the Sage Technique, Supermassive Rasengan, directing it forcefully against the ice wall. The Rasengan collided with the wall, producing a thunderous sound and causing several fissures to appear. The woman furrowed her brow slightly, intensifying the energy she infused into the ice barrier, which rapidly mended itself. Simultaneously, she gestured with her hands and murmured incantations, causing the temperature to plummet drastically as colossal hailstones began to descend from the heavens. These hailstones, each the size of a fist, rained down relentlessly upon Luffy and Naruto. Under the relentless assault of hail, Luffy and Naruto found themselves in a rather precarious predicament. They evaded the icy projectiles as best they could, yet some still struck, leaving them with a few scrapes and bruises. We must devise a strategy to breach her defenses. This approach is futile, Luffy exclaimed. Naruto nodded in agreement, his gaze fixed upon the woman clad in white. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Luffy, let us unite our efforts to assault her ice wall, concentrating our power at a single point. Luffy comprehended Naruto's intentions as they charged once more towards the ice wall. This time, they concentrated their powers into a singular force. Luffy's Thunder Flame Sword and Naruto's Sage Art Supergiant Rasengan struck the same point on the ice wall simultaneously. Under the immense combined assault, the ice wall finally succumbed, collapsing with a thunderous roar. The woman in white did not anticipate their ability to shatter her icy barrier, momentarily revealing a look of astonishment on her face. However, she swiftly regained her composure, conjuring an ice wand in her hand. The crystal atop it emanating a formidable magical energy. You have provoked me, declared the woman in white as she began to unleash even more potent ice and snow magic. The frost around her began to swirl violently, coalescing into a colossal ice giant, towering several dozen meters high. The ice giant radiated an excruciating chill as it advanced towards Luffy and Naruto, each heavy step causing the ground to tremble beneath them. As Luffy and Naruto confronted such a colossal foe, they exhibited no signs of retreat. Their eyes met in a silent understanding, and they commenced their assault. Luffy charged towards the legs of the ice giant, wielding the Thunder Flame Sword to relentlessly strike at the giant's ankles, striving to destabilize it. Naruto unleashed the wind release, spiraling shuriken, directing it towards the giant's head. As the shuriken sword, it expanded in size, its formidable wind chakra slicing through the giant's form. The ice giant swung its massive arms, attempting to swat Luffy and Naruto away. Luffy nimbly evaded the giant's strikes, noting that after each attack, the giant paused momentarily. Naruto, take note of its brief pauses after each attack. We shall exploit this opportunity to strike at its vital points, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto became increasingly vigilant of the giant's movements. In one of the giant's moments of stillness following an attack, they both launched a more ferocious offensive. Luffy aimed a powerful slash at the joint behind the giant's knee, while Naruto drove the wind release, spiraling shuriken directly into the giant's chest. The ice giant let out a pained roar, severely wounded. Its body began to tremble, and the surrounding ice and snow cascaded down. The woman in white, witnessing the giant's injury, shifted her expression and intensified her magical output in an effort to stabilize the giant. However, Luffy and Naruto denied her the opportunity, pressing their assault. Luffy unleashed another potent sword technique with the Thunder Flame Sword, targeting the giant's other leg, while Naruto utilized the Shadow Clone technique, with numerous clones attacking various parts of the giant's body simultaneously. Under their combined onslaught, the ice giant could no longer withstand the pressure and ultimately collapsed. A cascade of ice and snow fragments scattered across the ground, and the woman in white was thrust backward by the shockwave, landing heavily on the ground. Luffy and Naruto seized the opportunity to approach the woman clad in white. We harbor no desire to be your adversaries. Yet we must acquire the gem to strengthen the seal and safeguard this forest and the continent, Luffy proclaimed. The woman regarded them, a flicker of intricate emotions dancing in her eyes. After a moment's contemplation, she spoke softly, "Have you truly come for the purpose of sealing?" Naruto nodded affirmatively, "Indeed. We have located 3 gems and require 2 more." The woman fell into silence for a brief interval before retrieving a translucent blue gem from her breast. "This is one of the gems you seek. May you succeed in completing the seal and thwarting the resurgence of malevolent forces." Luffy took the gem and said, "We will certainly do so, thank you." The woman in white nodded slightly, then turned and vanished into the snow and ice. Luffy and Naruto, with the newly acquired gem in their possession, continue their journey in search of the final gemstone. Chapter 0894, The Venomous Bee. After bidding farewell to the woman in white, Luffy and Naruto pressed onward, bearing 4 precious gems. At that moment, the mysterious atmosphere of the forest grew increasingly dense, with each step seeming to tread on the very edge of the unknown. They advanced along a narrow path shrouded in vines and thorns, the surrounding trees thickening to the point where sunlight could barely penetrate the layers of foliage. The ground beneath their feet became soft and damp, emanating a scent of decayed leaves, as if it had long been deprived of the sun's warm embrace. As they walked, a low, ominous buzzing filled the air, reminiscent of some colossal insect beating its wings, lending an eerie quality to the stillness of the forest. With each step further into the depths, the buzzing intensified, and the surrounding air began to quiver slightly. Suddenly, a swarm of enormous venomous bees surged forth from all directions. These bees were the size of a human fist. Their bodies a deep purple-black, and their stingers glinting menacingly, while their wings beat with astonishing speed, stirring a noxious wind wherever they flew. "Be careful. These bees are formidable foes," Luffy shouted, brandishing the Thunder Flame sword. A protective circle of flames and lightning surged forth, repelling the encroaching swarm. The bees that were struck ignited in the fire, releasing a pungent, acrid scent. Naruto quickly formed hand seals, unleashing a powerful gust of wind with his wind release. Great breakthrough, which scattered the surrounding bees. Yet, the sheer number of them surged like a black tide, relentlessly coming in waves. "We cannot continue like this. We must locate their hive and eliminate them in one fell swoop," Naruto declared urgently, as they defended against the bees' onslaught. They observed the direction of their flight. After careful scrutiny, they discerned that the bees were emerging from a substantial tree hollow, situated in the midsection of a towering ancient tree, surrounded by a veritable swarm. "The hive must be within that hollow. We should charge ahead," Luffy proposed. They darted toward the tree hollow, but the bees' attacks intensified as they drew closer. Luffy's protective barrier was continually assaulted, and he felt his arms growing heavier. Some of the bees breached Naruto's defenses, stinging him multiple times, sharp pain radiating from the wounds. "Naruto, are you all right?" Luffy inquired with concern. "I'm fine. Just focus on taking these creatures down," Naruto gritted his teeth, pressing forward. Upon reaching the base of the tree hollow, they discovered a thick, purple haze surrounding it, an emanation of the bees' toxic gas. The gas was corrosive, and contact with the skin would induce a searing pain. Luffy infused the power of the source into the Thunder Flame sword, then forcefully plunged it into the ground, triggering a shockwave of energy that temporarily repelled the surrounding poisonous bees. "We must find a way to disperse this toxic gas," he declared. Naruto pondered for a moment before unleashing the fire release, Great Fireball technique. A colossal fireball soared toward the tree hollow, incinerating the toxic fumes in its path. However, the commotion enraged the bees' nest, and swarms of venomous bees emerged from the tree hollow. "There is no time. We must directly assault the nest," Luffy shouted. They simultaneously launched their most powerful attacks. Luffy leaped high, channeling all his strength into the Thunder Flame sword as he struck down toward the tree hollow. Meanwhile, Naruto executed the Sage Art, super large Rasengan, hurling the spiraling orb toward the hollow. Their combined onslaught obliterated the tree hollow, destroying the bees' nest. With their home shattered, the bees began to flee, their buzzing gradually diminishing. Just as they believed the crisis had passed, a more formidable presence emanated from the depths of the hollow. A colossal bee king emerged, its size several times that of an ordinary poisonous bee, its body a deep shade of purple, adorned with enormous compound eyes and sharp mandibles. The stinger at its rear resembled a spear, glistening with deadly venom. Enraged by the destruction of its nest, the bee king charged at Luffy and Naruto with astonishing speed, swiftly closing the distance before lunging at Luffy with its massive stinger. Luffy swiftly evaded, as the poisonous stinger plunged into the ground, the venom immediately corroding the surrounding earth into a vast pit. The queen bee then flapped her wings, unleashing a formidable sonic wave assault. The sound waves, sharp as tangible blades, surged towards them. Naruto executed the shadow clone technique, with numerous clones rushing toward the queen bee in an effort to disrupt her attack. Meanwhile, the original Naruto, alongside Luffy, prepared to confront the queen bee's next onslaught. The queen bee shattered the shadow clones one by one with her wings, and then launched another attack towards Luffy and Naruto. She expelled a cloud of violet toxic mist, which rapidly spread, enveloping them within its grasp. Luffy and Naruto held their breath, acutely aware that inhaling the toxic mist would yield catastrophic consequences. Luffy plunged the sword of Thunderfire into the poisonous haze, then rotated the blade, creating a vortex that drew the noxious fumes toward the weapon. Meanwhile, Naruto unleashed a gust of wind, conjuring a miniature tornado to disperse the toxic vapor. The beekeeper, witnessing the dissolution of the mist, became even more enraged. It charged directly at Luffy, its massive form resembling a fighter jet. Seizing the moment, Luffy swung the sword of Thunderfire with force just as the beekeeper drew near, the blade clashing against its body and igniting a shower of sparks. The beekeeper was pushed back a few steps but remained largely unscathed. "Its shell is too tough. We must discover its weakness," Luffy remarked. During their skirmish with the beekeeper, they observed that each time it launched an attack, its eyes would momentarily close, potentially revealing a vulnerability. "Naruto, aim for its eyes," Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded and, alongside his clones, charged at the beekeeper. At the instant the beekeeper attacked again and its eyes closed, Naruto executed the wind release, spiraling shuriken, hurling it toward the beekeeper's eyes. The beekeeper sensed the imminent danger but was too late to evade. The spiraling shuriken struck its eye, eliciting a piercing scream of agony. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy surged forward. Thrusting the sword of thunderfire into the beekeeper's wounded eye, the blade piercing directly into its head. The beekeeper struggled momentarily before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. With the demise of the beekeeper, the remaining toxic bees scattered. Amidst the ruins of the beekeeper's lair, they discovered the final special gemstone. This gem, radiant in golden hues, emitted a dazzling light akin to that of the sun, seemingly imbued with boundless vitality and strength. At last, we have found all the gems, Naruto exclaimed with excitement. Indeed. Let us swiftly reinforce the seal, Luffy responded. They hurriedly made their way toward the forest, where the seal awaited. Chapter 0895, The Recess. Luffy and Naruto, bearing 5 gemstones, hurriedly made their way toward the location of the seal hidden within the forest. As they traversed through the dense woods and rugged valleys, the scenery around them remained as enigmatic as ever, yet their hearts were solely fixated on one objective, reinforcing the seal. Approaching the site of the seal, they could distinctly sense a formidable force tugging at the surrounding space. This force seemed almost alive, pulsating continuously as if resisting their advance. The area was shrouded in a thick mist, within which glimmers of light flickered faintly, emanations of the seal's power, yet hinting at an unsettling instability. The fluctuations of power here are intense. It appears the seal has indeed weakened considerably, Luffy remarked, gripping the Thunder Flame's sword with a grave expression. Naruto nodded in agreement. We must act swiftly. We cannot afford to give the malevolent force any opportunity. As they stepped into the mist, they were immediately engulfed by an overwhelming pressure. This force seemed intent on crushing their very beings, demanding immense effort with each step they took. However, they gritted their teeth and pressed forward, inching closer to the heart of the seal. Within the fog, they beheld the entirety of the seal's structure, a colossal magical array inscribed with ancient runes and patterns. Their lights flickering in a rhythmic dance, with cracks already forming in various places. At the center of the array lay a vast void, reminiscent of the scars left by the encroaching evil, from which a dark aura slowly seeped. Where are we to place the gemstones? Naruto inquired. Gazing at the intricate magical formation, Luffy meticulously examined the magical array, discovering 5 unique recesses at its corners, each shaped perfectly to accommodate the gems they had unearthed. They were meant to be placed there. Thus, they split up. Each member cautiously approached a corner, delicately inserting the gems into the recesses. As the first gem nestled into place, the corresponding runes on the array blazed to life, as if reawakened. With each gem's placement, the array's power gradually intensified, its radiance becoming ever more resplendent, illuminating the entire ceiling ground with a kaleidoscope of hues. However, as they positioned the final golden gem, an unforeseen incident transpired. The dark forces seemed to sense their actions, and a formidable wave of black energy surged forth from the void, rushing towards them. This black energy resembled a swirling vortex, consuming the brilliance of the magical array wherever it passed. This is bad, Luffy shouted, raising the Thunder Flame sword and charging towards the encroaching darkness. The flames and lightning coursing through the blade erupted with full force, colliding with the black energy and producing a deafening roar. Yet, the malevolent energy proved overwhelming, sending Luffy hurtling backwards to the ground with a heavy thud. Witnessing Luffy's injury, Naruto immediately unleashed the Sage Art, super large Rasengan, hurling it toward the dark energy. The moment the Rasengan made contact, a tremendous explosion ensued, temporarily repelling the dark force. We must hasten, Naruto exclaimed. Despite their injuries, they pressed on towards the magical array. Just as they prepared to place the final gem into its recess, the black energy surged once more, this time even more potent than before. It coalesced into a colossal shadowy demon, boasting immense wings and razor-sharp claws, its eyes glowing with a malevolent crimson light. You insignificant insects dared to thwart my plans, the demon bellowed in a deep, gravelly voice. Luffy and Naruto stood side by side, unyielding in their resolve, prepared to confront the demon in a final battle. Luffy initiated the assault, elevating the power of the source to its zenith. The flames and lightning entwined upon the sword of Thunderfire, coalescing into a colossal energy dragon. Source Flame Thunder Dragon Slash, he proclaimed, directing the fearsome entity towards the demon. The energy dragon, with its menacing claws bared, surged forth, distorting the very fabric of space in its wake. Naruto, too, unleashed his most formidable ninjutsu, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Spiral Shuriken, Super combo. Countless immense spiral shurikens materialized in his grasp, each infused with potent wind chakra and the might of the nine tails. The spiral shurikens rained down upon the demon, creating a pincer attack alongside Luffy's energy dragon. In response to their onslaught, the demon erupted into maniacal laughter. With a mighty flap of its enormous wings, it generated a powerful gust, dispersing both Luffy's energy dragon and Naruto's spiral shurikens. Subsequently, it charged towards Luffy and Naruto, its massive claws poised to strike. Luffy and Naruto swiftly separated, evading the demon's onslaught. They understood that conventional attacks would yield little effect on this fiend. They needed to uncover its vulnerability. While dodging, they observed that each time the demon launched an assault, a black crystal embedded in its chest would shimmer momentarily, indicating it might be its weak point. Naruto, strike at the crystal on its chest, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto charged toward the demon without hesitation. He unleashed the shadow clone technique, summoning numerous replicas that attacked from various angles, drawing the demon's attention. Meanwhile, the Real Naruto sought an opportunity, poised to deliver a decisive blow to the crystal at the demon's core. Luffy relentlessly attacked the demon from the side, employing the techniques of the Thunder Flame Sword to restrain the creature, preventing it from fully countering Naruto's onslaught. After the demon launched an attack on Luffy, the moment its chest crystal flickered, Naruto seized the opportunity. He concentrated all his chakra, unleashing the Sage Art, True Ultra Ball Rasengan, Destructive Impact. This Rasengan was larger and more potent than any he had previously conjured. With immense force, Naruto struck the crystal on the demon's chest. Upon contact, the Rasengan emitted a blinding radiance. The demon let out a cry of agony, its body propelled backward by the overwhelming power. A fissure appeared on the crystal, and dark energy began to seep from the crack. As the opportune moment arose, Luffy once again unleashed the Source Flame Thunder Explosion Slash, targeting the crystal embedded in the demon's chest. This strike encapsulated the entirety of his strength, as the Thunder Flame Sword precisely struck the fissure upon the crystal. With a resounding explosion, the crystal shattered, and the demon let out a final roar before its form gradually dissipated, the dark energy vanishing alongside it. We have triumphed, Naruto exclaimed with exhilaration. Luffy also revealed a smile of contentment. Indeed, it was imperative to swiftly complete the seal. They placed the final gemstone into the groove, and in an instant, the magical array erupted with an unparalleled force. Radiance illuminated the entirety of the enigmatic forest, as the fissures in the seal began to mend rapidly. The ominous aura was thoroughly dispelled. The magical array stabilized once more, emanating a serene yet formidable power, safeguarding this forest and the continent of Teyvat. Luffy and Naruto sat wearily on the ground, their gazes fixed upon the re-established seal, their hearts brimming with a sense of accomplishment. Chapter 0896, Rugia. After completing their mission in the mysterious forest, Luffy and Naruto anticipated a brief respite. However, an overwhelming aura, seemingly emerging from the abyss, suddenly enveloped them. It was the presence of the Ryujin, imbued with an ancient and formidable sense of oppression, causing the very air around them to feel as though it had solidified. The Ryujin had manifested, its colossal form resembling a moving mountain, with each scale akin to impenetrable rock, glistening with a metallic sheen. Its eyes burned like molten lava, deep and fervent, exuding an air of boundless majesty and primal ferocity. Enormous claws carved deep gashes into the ground, as if with a mere flick it could rend the earth asunder. Naruto gazed at the Ryujin, his eyes devoid of any fear, igniting a fervent fighting spirit within him. He swiftly summoned the chakra within, a golden radiance flickering around his form, dazzling as the sun itself. Luffy, this adversary appears formidable, but we cannot falter, Naruto exclaimed, his hands swiftly forming seals, preparing to strike first. Luffy gripped the Thunder Flame Sword tightly, the source of power coursing through the blade, emanating a force that counterbalanced the aura of the Ruwa Tuwa Dragon King. Indeed, let it witness our might, he declared, propelling himself forward with a powerful push against the ground, charging towards the Ruwa Tuwa Dragon King. The dragon seemed to sense their provocation, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens and the earth, causing the surrounding trees to sway violently, their leaves cascading to the ground. With a sudden flick of its colossal tail, which resembled a mighty pillar, it swept towards Luffy with an overwhelming force. Where the tail passed, the air was compressed, producing a sharp, whistling sound, while its immense power stirred a tempest of dust and stones upon the ground. As Luffy observed the sweeping tail of the Ruwa Tuwa Dragon King, he did not hesitate for a moment. he leapt high into the air, brandishing the Thunder Flame sword, where flames intertwined with the power of lightning, forming a resplendent arc of light. He aimed to strike at the Ruatua Dragon King's tail. Upon collision, the arc of light erupted in a dazzling display accompanied by a powerful shockwave of energy. Sparks flew as the surrounding air distorted from the intense heat. Meanwhile, Naruto seized the opportunity to employ the shadow clone technique, with countless clones surging toward the Ruatua Dragon King. Each clone emanated a formidable chakra fluctuation, attacking from various angles, some targeting its head, others aiming for its legs, striving to divert its attention. The real Naruto, meanwhile, gathered chakra at the side, preparing to unleash an even more potent ninjutsu. Enraged by the assaults from Luffy and Naruto, the Ruatua Dragon King opened its gaping maw and unleashed a torrent of searing magma. The magma surged like a deluge toward Luffy, Naruto, and their clones, instantly melting the ground beneath it into a sweltering sea of fire. In midair, Luffy unleashed the power of the source, conjuring a protective shield around his body to withstand the onslaught of molten lava. The shield began to glow red under the intense heat, yet it valiantly continued to safeguard Luffy. Shielded by this barrier, he pressed onward towards the Dragon King, seeking an opportunity to strike. Naruto directed his shadow clones to evade the molten attacks, some of which were struck and instantly dissipated into smoke. However, the remaining clones pressed forward with unwavering determination, skillfully weaving through the gaps in the lava to launch their assaults on the Dragon King. Seizing the right moment, Naruto unleashed the wind release, spiraling shuriken. A massive shuriken spinning in his hand, surrounded by a formidable gale of wind chakra. He hurled the spiraling shuriken towards the Dragon King's abdomen, slicing through the air with a sharp, whistling sound. The Dragon King sensed the impending threat to its midsection and attempted to swat the shuriken away with its enormous claws. The impact of the claws against the spiraling shuriken generated a powerful surge of energy. Although the wind release, spiraling shuriken, was deflected, it still inflicted a deep gash upon the Dragon King's scales. With a fierce roar, the Dragon King summoned a rocky shield enveloping its form, adorned with sharp stone spikes that glimmered ominously, resembling lethal weapons. It charged towards Luffy and Naruto, each step resonating with tremors that shook the very earth beneath them. As Luffy beheld the approaching Road Dragon King, he plunged the Thunder Flame sword into the ground and began to chant incantations. With each syllable, chains of lightning materialized from the earth, extending towards the Road Dragon King in an attempt to ensnare its movements. Meanwhile, Naruto unleashed his sage techniques, surrounding himself with a protective chakra shield. He charged at the Road Dragon King, simultaneously directing his shadow clones to assault the rocky shield from various angles, seeking its weaknesses. Though the shadow clones' attacks struck the rocky barrier, causing slight tremors, they failed to shatter it. The Road Dragon King swiped its claws, dispersing the nearby clones before continuing its charge towards Luffy and Naruto. The lightning chains coiled around the Road Dragon King's form, yet its formidable strength caused the chains to emit a crackling sound, as if they could break free at any moment. Luffy intensified the flow of his source power into the chains, striving to maintain their grip. Suddenly, the Road Dragon King exerted a powerful tug, severing the lightning chains. It opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of air mixed with rock fragments towards Luffy. The blast shot forth like a cannonball, swift and immensely powerful. Luffy deftly evaded the assault, yet he was still struck by several fragments of rock, leaving him with a few wounds. Ignoring the pain, he once again raised the Sword of Thunder and Flame and charged towards the Rocktage Dragon King. He understood that in the face of such a formidable adversary, retreat was not an option. Naruto, witnessing Luffy's injuries, felt a surge of urgency within him. He unleashed a new ninjutsu, flawlessly merging wind chakra with that of the Ninetales. Wind style, Ninetales spiraling shuriken, he exclaimed as a colossal spiraling shuriken materialized in his hand, encircled by 9 tails formed of chakra, resembling 9 agile dragons. Each tail harbored potent wind chakra, amplifying the shuriken's power manifold compared to before. He hurled this magnificent spiraling shuriken towards the head of the Rocktage Dragon King, striving to avert its assault on Luffy. Sensing the formidable threat emanating from Naruto, the Rocktage Dragon King temporarily abandoned its attack on Luffy and turned to unleash a torrent of magma towards him. The magma collided with the wind style, Ninetales spiraling shuriken midair, igniting a fierce explosion. The energy released from the explosion radiated outward, engulfing everything in its vicinity. Trees were uprooted, the ground was shattered into craters, and a cloud of dust enveloped the battlefield, plunging it into chaos. Under the violent shockwave of the explosion, Luffy and Naruto were propelled backwards, tumbling several times on the ground before regaining their composure. Both bore varying degrees of injuries, yet their gazes remained resolute, fixed intently upon the formidable Rein, bracing themselves for the next round of battle. The fierce confrontation with Rein had merely commenced. Chapter 0897. The situation after Luffy and Naruto stabilized their positions, they exhibited no hesitation and launched another assault against the Raiwo Dragon King. They were acutely aware that, in the face of such formidable adversaries, it was imperative to maintain an aggressive stance. Luffy raised the sword of Thunderfire high above his head, the flames and lightning coursing violently along its blade. He took a deep breath, concentrating all his source energy, chanting an incantation as ancient words flowed from his lips, transforming into a mysterious force that infused the sword. As the final syllable resonated, the sword of Thunderfire erupted with an unprecedented radiance, its brilliance revealing flickering enigmatic runes. Source Flame Thunder Dragon Slash. Luffy bellowed, propelling himself forward like a blazing meteor toward the Roto Dragon King. His figure left a long trail of light in his wake, the air tearing apart violently, emitting a sharp whistle wherever the sword of Thunderfire passed. This strike contained the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth, the energy along the blade morphing into a colossal dragon of flame and thunder, clawing fiercely toward the Roto Dragon King. Each scale of the Thunder Dragon was interwoven with fire and lightning, its eyes glimmering like two resplendent stars, radiating a chilling light. Sensing the terrifying force of the strike, the Roto Dragon King crouched slightly, the stone spikes on its rocky shield elongating and sharpening. It opened its massive maw, releasing a deep, rumbling roar that seemed to shake the very air around it. Just as the Thunder Dragon was about to pounce, the Roto Dragon King stomped its foot, causing the ground to tremble violently. From the earth beneath, colossal rock spikes erupted, charging toward the Thunder Dragon. These stone spikes, resembling spears, were infused with immense earth energy, colliding with the Thunder Dragon and unleashing a deafening roar. The Thunder Dragon and the stone spikes clashed, energy bursting forth in every direction. Flames ignited upon the rocks, while lightning danced between the spikes. Both forces locked in a fierce stalemate. Luffy gritted his teeth, exerting even more strength. Veins bulged on his forehead, sweat fell like rain. Yet his gaze remained steadfast as a mountain. Naruto, witnessing Luffy's attack being thwarted, swiftly formed hand seals, his chakra surging like a torrential river within him. He seamlessly fused Wind Chakra, Ninetales Chakra, and Sage Power, preparing to unleash a brand new, formidable ninjutsu. Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales True Flame Spiral Shuriken, Naruto shouted. A colossal spiral shuriken materializing between his hands. Unlike any before, its core was a blazing golden flame, the true flame born of Ninetales Chakra. Surrounding the fire, layers of wind chakra spun like razor blades at high speed, amplifying the shuriken's power manifold beyond the previous wind release. Ninetales Spiral Shuriken. The edges of the spiral shuriken shimmered with mysterious sage power runes, bestowing an additional layer of mystique and strength to the ninjutsu. With the Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales True Flame Spiral Shuriken in hand, Naruto charged toward the Roto Dragon King. His speed reached its zenith, leaving a long golden trail behind, interspersed with the embers of flames. He deftly maneuvered to evade the energy shock waves generated by the collision of the Thunder Dragon and the stone spikes, positioning himself at the side of the Roto Dragon King. Without hesitation, he unleashed the Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales True Flame Spiraling Shuriken towards the rock shield of the Jotaro Dragon King. The moment the spiraling shuriken made contact with the rock shield, an overwhelming force erupted. Golden flames rapidly engulfed the rock shield, while the wind chakra sliced through it like a razor-sharp blade. The runes of sage power acted as seals, diminishing the defensive capabilities of the rock shield. Under the onslaught of this formidable power, the rock shield began to fracture, with flames and chakra seeping from the cracks. Sensing a tremendous threat from the side, the Jotaro Dragon King attempted to strike Naruto with its claws, yet the restraint from the Flame Thunder Dragon left it somewhat beleaguered. It could only summon greater earth power to reinforce the rock shield, striving to withstand Naruto's assault. At that moment, Luffy seized the opportunity of the Jotaro Dragon King's distraction, amplifying the power output to the Flame Thunder Dragon once more. With a fierce roar, the Flame Thunder Dragon's strength surged, breaking through the obstruction of the rock spikes and lunging toward the Jotaro Dragon King. The claws and teeth of the Flame Thunder Dragon viciously sank into the rock shield of the Jotaro Dragon King, tearing at it with wild ferocity. Under the dual assault of the Flame Thunder Dragon and the Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales True Flame Spiraling Shuriken, the rock shield of the Jotaro Dragon King could no longer endure. With a resounding crash, the rock shield shattered, fragments scattering like raindrops in all directions. The Jotaro Dragon King was also forced back several steps by the immense impact, its massive form leaving deep imprints on the ground. However, it did not lose its fighting spirit. Its molten lava-like eyes burned with a fierce rage as it roared once more, causing the ground beneath to tremble violently. Countless stones erupted from the earth, swirling around the Jotaro Dragon King, rapidly coalescing into a brand new suit of rock armor. This armor was sturdier than before, its intricate patterns glowing with a mysterious earth power, seemingly imbued with boundless strength. Donning the rock armor, the Jotaro Dragon King's presence grew even more formidable. It charged toward Luffy and Naruto, each step resonating with the force of a natural disaster. It swung its colossal claws, the rock armor enhancing their sharpness as if capable of rending anything asunder. It unleashed a relentless barrage of fierce attacks upon Luffy and Naruto, each strike accompanied by powerful earth fluctuations that distorted the very fabric of the surrounding space. Under the relentless assault of the Ruatua Dragon King, Luffy and Naruto continuously evaded, yet found themselves somewhat overwhelmed. The speed and power of the Dragon King's attacks had intensified beyond their previous encounters, compelling them to rely solely on their agile movements and seamless teamwork to seek opportunities for counterattacks. During one such evasive maneuver, Luffy discerned that after the Dragon King unleashed a series of strikes, the energy emanating from the joints of its armor flickered momentarily, suggesting a potential vulnerability. "Naruto, strike at the joints of its armor," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto instantly grasped Luffy's intent. He, along with his shadow clones, began to recalibrate their offensive strategy, directing their attacks toward the vulnerable joints of the Dragon King's armor. They unleashed a myriad of ninjutsu and physical techniques, endeavoring to uncover a method to breach the armor. Luffy continued to draw the attention of the Ruochuo Dragon King, engaging its claws with his Thunder Flame Sword, each clash igniting a cascade of sparks. He sought the moments of vulnerability in the Dragon King's attacks, preparing to coordinate with Naruto to deliver a significant blow. The battle escalated in intensity, enveloping the entire battlefield in the aftermath of their fierce confrontation. The surrounding mountains trembled violently, causing landslides as massive boulders tumbled down with thunderous roars. The sky was illuminated by the brilliance of their combat, the clouds in chaotic disarray, as if heralding the apocalypse. In this fierce struggle, Naruto led his shadow clones in a relentless assault on the joint of the Ruochuo Dragon King's armor. The shadow clones unleashed an array of ninjutsu. Some hurled Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken, while others engaged in close combat, striving to divert the Dragon King's attention and create an opportunity for the original. Meanwhile, Naruto gathered his full strength, rapidly forming hand seals and reciting incantations. Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken. With a mighty shout, a colossal spiraling shuriken materialized in his hands, composed of molten lava, radiating intense heat that warped the surrounding air. Seizing the moment, Naruto hurled the shuriken towards the connection point of the Dragon King's armor on its left shoulder, leaving a blazing trail akin to a shooting star as it soared toward its target. The Ruochuo Dragon King sensed the trajectory of Naruto's attack and attempted to block it with its claws. However, Luffy capitalized on this opportunity, channeling all his might into the Thunder Flame Sword. The flames and lightning intertwined to form a luminous barrier, temporarily immobilizing the Dragon King's movements. The Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken struck true at the joint of the Ruochuo Dragon King's armor, unleashing a powerful eruption of molten energy. The intense heat began to melt the rocky armor, rendering the joint a glowing red and frail, with visible cracks emerging. The Dragon King let out a pained roar, its left shoulder hindered by the damaged armor. "Now," Luffy shouted, seizing the fleeting opening caused by the Dragon King's agony. He leapt high, raising the Thunder Flame Sword above his head. The source of power surged into the blade like a torrential river, intensifying the flames and lightning. Flame Thunder Break Sky Slash. Luffy swung the sword down, unleashing a tremendous sword aura towards the armor joint on the Dragon King's right shoulder. This aura contained the cataclysmic force, tearing through space with resounding booms. Upon striking the joint of the Ruochuo Dragon King's right shoulder armor, the immense power triggered a violent explosion. The shockwave propelled the Dragon King backward, leaving extensive damage to its rocky armor at the shoulders, with fragments crashing to the ground and raising clouds of dust. Once stabilized, the fury in the Dragon King's eyes blazed even more fiercely. With a forceful stamp of its foot, the ground around him instantly fractured, unleashing a multitude of enormous boulders that surged forth from the earth, hurtling towards Luffy and Naruto. Each of these stones was the size of a house, imbued with formidable terrestrial energy. As they soared through the air, they collided and merged with one another, giving rise to even more colossal monoliths. Luffy and Naruto swiftly evaded, weaving through the crevices of the colossal boulders. As the stones crashed to the ground, they triggered a series of tremors, reshaping the surrounding landscape. The once pristine valley was leveled, and the rivers were obstructed, leaving chaos in their wake. "We must devise a way to completely shatter its armor," Naruto exclaimed. Luffy nodded and declared, "Let's go together." They charged once more towards the Ryujin. This time their assault was more harmonious. Luffy led the charge, drawing the attention of the Ryujin as he wielded the Thunderflame sword, executing a myriad of sword techniques that clashed fiercely against the beast's claws and tail. Each collision was accompanied by dazzling sparks and powerful waves of energy. Meanwhile, Naruto seized the opportunity to maneuver behind the Ryujin, employing the shadow clone technique, with numerous clones surrounding the creature's legs and back to launch their attacks. They unleashed wind-style, spiraling shuriken at the joints of the Ryujin's leg armor, attempting to destabilize it. The original Naruto focused on gathering chakra, preparing to execute a more potent ninjutsu. The Ryujin, beleaguered by the assaults from Luffy and Naruto, continually turned and swiped with its claws and lashed its tail in an effort to shake off their relentless attacks. However, Luffy and Naruto maintained a seamless coordination, granting it no respite. During the fray, Luffy discerned a momentary stretching of the armor on the Ryujin's abdomen when it turned to counterattack, revealing a relative vulnerability in its defenses. "Naruto, target its abdomen," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto swiftly commanded his clones to alter their focus. The shadow clones surged towards the Ryujin's abdomen, employing a variety of ninjutsu and taijutsu against the creature's armor. The original Naruto summoned Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, launching the spiraling orb towards the Ryujin's midsection. As it soared, the Rasengan expanded, enveloped in a formidable chakra, resembling a colossal energy sphere. Sensing the imminent threat to its abdomen, the Ryujin attempted to shield itself with its claws, but Luffy intensified his attacks, restraining its limbs. The Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan struck the Ryujin's abdominal armor, the immense force causing it to cave inward. The Ryujin let out a pained roar, suffering a grievous blow to its midsection, with shards of rock cascading from its armor. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Luffy surged forward, driving the Thunder Flame sword into the fissure of the armor on the belly of the Raktadragon King. With a vigorous thrust, he dislodged a substantial segment of rocky armor. The Raktadragon King's abdomen was now exposed to the air, revealing skin of a dark crimson hue, adorned with formidable scales. The Raktadragon King, consumed by rage, unleashed a torrent of molten lava towards Luffy, a force so intense that it melted everything in its wake. Luffy deftly evaded. Yet the edge of the lava still grazed him, igniting his garments and leaving burn marks upon his skin. Witnessing Luffy's injury, Naruto felt a surge of urgency within him. He unleashed the wind release, Nine-Tails Spiral Shuriken, hurling it towards the Raktadragon King's head in an attempt to divert its attention. The Raktadragon King swatted aside the wind release, Nine-Tails Spiral Shuriken with a claw and charged once more at Luffy, its speed astonishing as its massive form stirred up a tempestuous wind. Luffy gritted his teeth, enduring the searing pain of his burns. He raised the Thunder Flame sword, bracing himself for the imminent assault from the Dragon King of Jotaro. Just as the Dragon King was about to collide with Luffy, Naruto appeared at his side, and together they executed a joint defense. They merged their respective powers, creating a formidable shield. When the Dragon King struck the shield, a resounding crash echoed through the air. The shield developed cracks under the immense force, but managed to withstand the Dragon King's onslaught. "We can no longer remain passive. We must devise a strategy to vanquish it completely," Luffy declared. Naruto nodded in agreement. "Let's identify its weaknesses and launch a decisive strike." They once again engaged in a fierce battle with the Dragon King, diligently searching for its new vulnerabilities, preparing to deliver the final blow. Chapter 0899. The Vital Point. Luffy and Naruto, rejuvenated, once again engaged in a desperate battle against the formidable Jiao Long Wang. As they deftly evaded the tempestuous onslaught of the Dragon King, they meticulously observed its every movement, seeking the pivotal weakness that could deliver a fatal blow. Amidst the fierce clashes, Luffy discerned that each time Jiao Long Wang unleashed a powerful attack, the rocky armor upon its neck quivered ever so slightly, revealing an unusual fluctuation in energy, perhaps a subtle vulnerability born from its frequent exertion of power. "Naruto, pay attention to its neck. There may be a flaw," Luffy shouted. simultaneously wielding the Thunder Flame sword, executing intricate swordplay to divert Jiao Longwang's attention and create an opportunity for Naruto. Upon hearing Luffy's call, Naruto instantly grasped the implication. He swiftly formed hand seals, reciting a complex incantation as Sage Chakra surged within him. Sage Art, Magnetic Release, Spiraling Sphere. He bellowed, conjuring a spiraling sphere infused with peculiar magnetic energy. This sphere, composed of unique chakra, possessed formidable adhesive and destructive capabilities, capable of inflicting significant damage upon rocky structures. Seizing the moment, Naruto charged towards the vulnerable armor on Jiao Longwang's neck, his figure darting through the gaps in the Dragon King's ferocious strikes with the swiftness of lightning. Sensing Naruto's intent, Jiao Longwang attempted to swipe at him with its claws, but Naruto nimbly evaded the attack, employing the shadow clone technique to create multiple illusions that bewildered the Dragon King. Just as Jiao Longwang was momentarily distracted, Naruto positioned himself beneath its neck. With a powerful leap, he brought the Sage Art, Magnetic Release, Spiraling Sphere crashing down upon the weak point of the Dragon King's neck armor. Upon contact, the spiraling sphere unleashed a tremendous magnetic force, firmly adhering to the armor and commencing the destruction of its rocky structure. Cracks began to appear, quickly spreading like a spider's web across the entirety of the neck armor. Jiao Longwang, racked with excruciating pain emanating from its neck, thrashed violently in a frenzy, attempting to dislodge Naruto. Yet, Naruto clung tightly to the spiraling sphere, continuously channeling chakra to allow the magnetic force to further erode the armor. Simultaneously, Luffy seized the opportunity presented by Jiao Longwang's moment of vulnerability, unleashing a special skill of the Thunder Flame Sword, Flame Thunder Soul Locking Slash. He plunged the sword into the ground, the source power rapidly coursing through the earth, manifesting as chains woven from intertwining flames and lightning. These chains, akin to ethereal serpents, surged toward Jiao Longwang, wrapping around its limbs and body, restricting its movements. Jiao Longwang struggled, thrashing its limbs in a desperate bid to break free from the chain's hold. But the chains, bolstered by the source power, proved exceptionally resilient. Each futile struggle only intensified the torment of the lightning coursing through its body. Naruto, now is the time, Luffy urged, hearing Luffy's voice. Naruto intensified the output of the Sage Art, Magnetic Release, Spiraling Sphere. Under the overwhelming magnetic force and destructive power, the armor on Jiao Longwang's neck could finally withstand no more, shattering with a resounding crash. A multitude of rocky fragments scattered widely as the mighty Jachuo Dragon King emitted a thunderous cry of despair. The skin on its neck lay exposed, revealing a core that shimmered with an enigmatic light, seemingly the essence of its power. That is its Achilles heel, Naruto exclaimed. They understood that this presented an unparalleled opportunity to vanquish the Jachuo Dragon King. Luffy swiftly drew the Thunder Flame Sword from the ground and charged towards the core on the Dragon King's neck. He channeled the forces of origin, flame, and lightning into the blade, causing the Thunder Flame Sword to radiate a brilliance akin to the sun. Naruto, in tandem, unleashed the wind-style, nine-tails spiral shuriken, intertwining this formidable jutsu with his Sage Chakra, thereby amplifying its potency. Surrounding the spiral shuriken were 9 colossal golden dragons formed from chakra, each exuding immense power, transforming the shuriken into a cataclysmic artifact. Simultaneously, they launched their assault on the core of the Jachuo Dragon King's neck. Luffy's Thunder Flame Sword and Naruto's wind-style, nine-tails spiral shuriken streaked across the sky like 2 meteors, propelled by an indomitable momentum as they collided with the Dragon King's vital point. Sensing the imminent threat of death, the Dragon King struggled with all its might. It was ensnared by the Thunder Flame chains, restricting its movement. Terror flickered in its eyes as it endeavored to summon its final strength to resist this onslaught. It drew upon all the earth energy within, forming a thin shield of energy around its neck. However, Luffy and Naruto's assault was overwhelmingly potent. The Thunder Flame Sword and the Spiral Shuriken struck the energy shield in quick succession, shattering it in an instant, and the force directly impacted the Dragon King's core. A blinding radiance erupted, akin to a cosmic explosion, enveloping the battlefield in its might. The shockwaves from the energy collision radiated outward, leveling mountains, uprooting forests, and tearing the earth asunder with gaping chasms. The sky became shrouded in dark clouds, crackling with lightning, as if the very world trembled in response to this fierce confrontation. As the brilliance gradually faded and dust clouded the air, obscuring the battlefield, Luffy and Naruto were hurled backward by the immense force, crashing heavily to the ground. Their bodies marred by numerous injuries, blood seeping from their wounds. Yet their gazes remained steadfastly fixed on the direction of the Jachuo Dragon King, hearts brimming with tension and anticipation, uncertain whether they had succeeded in defeating this formidable foe. Chapter 0900, Gossamer. As the smoke dissipated like delicate gossamer, the apocalyptic visage of the battlefield gradually came into sharper focus for Luffy and Naruto. The once mighty form of the Jachuo Dragon King, towering like a mountain, still stood resolute. Yet it was no longer the invincible entity it once was. Its rocky armor, once indomitable and akin to a divine barrier forged by the earth, now lay shattered and unrecognizable. Massive boulders detached from its form, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, each fragment seemingly narrating the ferocity of the battle. The neck, once the very core of the Jotun Dragon King's power, now flickered with a feeble light, akin to a candle struggling against the wind. This luminescence pulsed erratically, as if engaged in a final struggle with the vanishing strength, or perhaps sending a signal of defiance to the world. Luffy and Naruto assisted each other, laboriously rising from the scarred ground. Their garments were tattered and stained with blood, each movement accompanied by excruciating pain. Luffy bore numerous abrasions and burns on his arms and legs, the wounds continuously oozing crimson that mingled with the dirt clinging to him, rendering him a pitiable sight. Yet, his gaze remained as sharp as that of a hawk, fixed intently upon the Rata Dragon King, the thunder flame sword in his grasp. Though no longer radiating its former dazzling light, flowed with primordial energy, a latent force ready to erupt in the face of impending danger. Naruto fared little better. His face bore several cuts inflicted by the Rata Dragon King's assault, and his hair lay in disarray. His body, weakened from the excessive use of chakra, did not betray a hint of retreat in his eyes, which burned with an indomitable spirit, akin to the most brilliant stars in the night sky. He furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze firmly locked on the Rata Dragon King, his heart brimming with vigilance towards this formidable creature. "Is it still alive?" Naruto inquired softly, his voice resonating with clarity in the oppressive silence of the battlefield. His words carried a note of tension, not stemming from a fear of death, but rather from an anxiety regarding the unknown. They were acutely aware of the Rata Dragon King's might, should it still possess the strength to retaliate. They would inevitably face yet another battle for their very lives. Luffy did not respond immediately, his brow furrowed more deeply, his gaze penetrating, missing not a single movement of the Ruatua Dragon King. Though uncertainty lingered, we could not afford to be complacent. His voice was low and hoarse, as if each word were forced through clenched teeth. Upon finishing his utterance, he instinctively tightened his grip on the Lei Yin sword, the rough texture of the hilt sharpening his focus. Under his guidance, the source of power began to emanate a faint halo around the blade, serving as a silent warning and their final bastion against the unknown. As they remained intently fixated on the Ruatua Dragon King, the massive creature's body suddenly quivered as though struck by an electric shock. This subtle movement, in the stillness of the atmosphere, was akin to a stone cast into a serene lake, instantly heightening Luffy and Naruto's vigilance. Their nerves tensed, muscles instinctively contracting, bracing for a potential onslaught. The Dragon King's eyes, once tightly shut, began to slowly open. Those orbs that had once blazed with fury and wild flames now appeared dim and devoid of light. The brilliance within them resembled an ancient scroll, eroded by the passage of time, stripped of vibrant hues, leaving only an endless fatigue and resignation. It regarded Luffy and Naruto, a low rumble emanating from deep within its throat. This growl was no longer the thunderous, intimidating roar of before. Instead, it resonated with a melancholic lament, steeped in the weight of ages and unfulfilled longings, as if narrating the endless regrets of its prolonged existence. Luffy and Naruto immediately tensed up, their bodies akin to taut bowstrings, poised once more in a combat stance. Luffy positioned the sword of thunder and flame before him, his feet slightly apart, knees gently bent, lowering his center of gravity in readiness to evade or strike at a moment's notice. His gaze was fixed intently on every movement of the Rata Dragon King, his eyes brimming with vigilance and resolve, reminiscent of a warrior guarding the last bastion. Naruto, too, was no exception. He swiftly formed hand seals. Though fatigue weighed upon him, causing his movements to appear somewhat sluggish, his eyes remained steadfast. Chakra surged within him, primed to unleash a countermeasure at the earliest opportunity. His feet subtly shifted upon the ground, adjusting to attain the optimal combat position, thereby creating a complementary defensive formation alongside Luffy. They understood that in this pivotal moment, even the slightest lapse in focus could lead to catastrophic consequences. However, to their astonishment, The Raktajava Dragon King did not launch an attack. It stood there quietly, gradually lowering its head. With this motion, the once undulating force of earth energy emanating from it began to wane rapidly, retreating like the receding tide. The surrounding rocks, bereft of the grounding energy support, cascaded from its form like autumn leaves, drifting down in soft flurries. Each stone's descent seemed to dismantle an ancient and enigmatic statue, symbolizing the gradual dissipation of the Raktajava Dragon King's once formidable power. It appeared to have relinquished the will to fight. Naruto remarked, his tone laced with surprise and uncertainty. He slightly relaxed his hand seals, yet his gaze remained fixed upon the Raktajava Dragon King. A tumult of emotion swirled within him. Rather than elation in victory over this once mighty foe, he felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy. Luffy nodded, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. They approached the Lord of the Dragons with utmost care, each step taken with great deliberation, as if traversing a minefield rife with traps. Their eyes darted between the Lord of the Dragons and the surrounding environment, leaving no corner unexamined for hidden perils. The air around them seemed to solidify, with only the faint sound of their footsteps resonating in the stillness of the battlefield. Upon reaching the Lord of the Dragons, they could distinctly sense the frail breath emanating from it. Its colossal head hung low, reminiscent of a crumbled mountain. A complex glimmer flickered in its eyes. A blend of regret, acceptance, and contemplation, as if reflecting on a long life lived and deliberating a final choice for the future. Why do you choose to battle me? The Lord of the Dragons spoke in a deep, hoarse voice, resonating as if it emerged from an ancient abyss, imbued with the weariness of ages. Each syllable quivered in the air, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. Luffy gazed upon the Rota Dragon King, his eyes devoid of any fear or hostility, radiating only a resolute sense of justice. You pose a threat to the peace and tranquility of this land. We must put a stop to you. His voice was steady and powerful, each word resonating as if proclaiming a mission, a conviction to protect at any cost. The Rota Dragon King fell silent for a moment, that fleeting silence seeming to span a millennium. Then, it spoke slowly. I was once a guardian of this land, but the passage of time has led me astray, consumed by rage and hatred. Now, witnessing your courage and determination, I realize my folly. Its words were laden with remorse, a profound self-reproach akin to a lost soul discovering a glimmer of hope amidst darkness. Naruto, upon hearing the Rota Dragon King's confession, felt a surge of sympathy within. He regarded the imposing yet somewhat forlorn figure of the dragon, a flicker of compassion crossing his gaze. What do you intend to do now? His voice was soft, imbued with inquiry and concern, as if conversing with a venerable elder weathered by time. The Rota Dragon King sighed, a sound reminiscent of a gentle breeze whispering through ancient woods, carrying an ineffable melancholy. I shall return to my slumbering abode, reclaiming my reason and purpose. I hope you will continue to safeguard this land, ensuring it remains forever vibrant and peaceful. With that, the Rota Dragon King's form began to fade gradually, the once solid outline becoming indistinct, akin to a canvas washed by rain. Its power flowed like a gentle stream into the earth, and the surrounding land, having absorbed this essence, seemed to awaken with newfound vitality. The previously ravaged mountains and forests began to regenerate, shattered trees sprouting tender green shoots, and the torn earth blossoming with a riot of colorful flowers. The parched rivers resumed their flow, the crystalline waters shimmering with golden reflections under the sun, as if the lifeblood of the earth was revitalizing itself. Luffy and Naruto gazed at the spot where the Rein had vanished, their hearts brimming with sentiment. Chapter 0901, Gentle Warmth. Luffy and Naruto continued their journey, their steps imbued with a sense of steadiness and determination born from the trials of battle. Each footfall left a delicate imprint on the land, which was gradually awakening to life, as if inscribing a new chapter in their legendary tale. As they ventured further away, the spot where the Dragon King had vanished was now entirely cloaked in vibrant foliage and flowing springs. The land, once ravaged and scarred by conflict, resembled a rejuvenated canvas, gently swaying in the breeze, its newly sprouted leaves exuding the essence of life. Flowers unfurled their brilliant hues beneath the sun, while butterflies danced gracefully among the blossoms, weaving a melodious symphony intertwined with the soothing sounds of the nearby waters, as if celebrating the rebirth of this continent. They traversed a winding path, flanked by increasingly dense trees, through which golden rays of sunlight filtered, casting shimmering spots upon the ground like scattered coins. Occasionally, small birds flitted past the branches, their clear chirps adding a touch of vivacity to the tranquil atmosphere. This battle was indeed arduous, but thankfully we triumphed. Naruto broke the silence. Gazing up at the sunlight streaming through the leaves, his eyes glimmering with a sense of relief. Luffy nodded. Indeed, while the Dragon King was formidable, they did not falter. He hoped that this land would enjoy a period of tranquility. As he spoke, he gently caressed the newly sprouted moss on the tree trunk beside him, feeling the resilient spirit of life. At that moment, a melodious song reached their ears from ahead. The ethereal and enchanting melody flowed like a crystal-clear stream through the mountains, effortlessly captivating their hearts. The song seemed to possess a mysterious allure, urging them to quicken their pace and advance. As they navigated around a thicket of lush bushes, they beheld a stunning lake. The water was so clear that one could see the bottom, resembling a vast mirror reflecting the surrounding mountains and sky. Giant pink lotus flowers floated gracefully on the surface, their petals swaying gently in the breeze like the skirts of young maidens. In the center of the lake stood a woman clad in a flowing white gown, her voice the very source of the enchanting melody. The sound was celestial, enveloping the entire lake in an aura of mystery and serenity. The woman possessed a cascade of hair that shimmered like silver in the sunlight. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, her skin as fair as snow, and her eyes, resembling the depths of the lake, radiated infinite warmth and enigma. In her hand, she held a slender willow branch adorned with a delicate blue ribbon that danced in the air with her movements. Upon noticing Luffy and Naruto, the woman ceased her singing and smiled at them, her smile reminiscent of flowers blooming in spring, warm and enchanting. Welcome, distant travelers, to this place. I am the guardian of this lake. You may call me Liyue. Her voice was as melodious as her song, imbued with a unique rhythm. Luffy and Naruto exchanged glances, sensing the absence of malice within the woman. Greetings, Liyue. We are mere travelers passing through this land, drawn here by the enchanting melody of your song, Luffy remarked. Liyue smiled gently. You are guided by fate. I am aware of your battle against the Dragon King, and your valiant deeds have already spread across this continent. You are the heroes of this land. Naruto scratched his head, a hint of bashfulness creeping into his smile. We merely fulfilled our duty. Protecting this continent is our mission. Liyue nodded slightly. Your mission is indeed noble. However, your journey is far from over, and many unknowns await you ahead. This lake may provide you with some assistance. With that, she waved the willow branch in her hand, causing the lotus flowers on the lake's surface to slowly shift, forming a path leading to the center of the lake. Luffy and Naruto gazed upon the lotus path before them, their hearts brimming with curiosity. As they traversed the path towards the heart of the lake, each step resonated with the gentle energy emanating from the lotus beneath their feet. Upon reaching Liyue's, she extended her hand, revealing two translucent crystals that shimmered with ethereal beauty. These crystals were the treasures of the lake, harboring enigmatic powers within. In your forthcoming adventures, there may arise moments when their essence will be indispensable. Liyue bestowed the crystals upon them. Luffy took the crystal, feeling the gentle power emanating from it. Thank you, Liyue. We shall make good use of it. Liyue smiled at them, hoping they would continue to safeguard the peace and tranquility of this land. Your journey is far from over, and this lake shall always offer its blessings to you. After bidding farewell to Liyue, Luffy and Naruto departed from the lake, carrying the crystal with them. Chapter 0902. The Great Bird. Luffy and Naruto, accompanied by the crystal gifted from Liyue, continued their journey along the winding path. The sunlight bathed them in warmth, stretching their shadows into elongated forms, reminiscent of two giants in pursuit of hope. As they traveled, the surrounding scenery transformed continuously, transitioning from lush, verdant forests to an expansive prairie. On this prairie, tender green grass swayed gently in the breeze, resembling undulating waves of emerald. A riot of colorful wildflowers adorned the landscape, with reds as fiery as flames, pinks reminiscent of dawn, and whites as pure as snow, all dancing gracefully in the wind, releasing delightful fragrances. In the distance, herds of cattle and sheep grazed leisurely, their silhouettes harmonizing with the azure sky and fluffy clouds, together forming a picturesque tableau of tranquility. How beautiful it is here! Exclaimed Naruto, spreading his arms wide, relishing the gentle caress of the breeze on his cheeks, his face aglow with an innocent smile. Luffy was captivated by the breathtaking scenery before him, taking a deep breath as the crisp air invigorated his spirit. Indeed, this continent is perpetually filled with surprises. However, one must not be beguiled by the beauty, for we remain unaware of what lies ahead. His gaze remained vigilant, though tranquility enveloped the moment. They had endured countless battles and understood that beneath the calm often lurked unknown perils. Just as they reveled in the picturesque view, a shadow suddenly loomed in the sky. They looked up to witness a flock of enormous birds soaring towards them. These magnificent creatures boasted a colossal wingspan, stretching several dozen meters. Their plumage displaying a kaleidoscope of colors that shimmered with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. Their eyes sparkled like rubies, exuding an aura of mystery. The birds circled above Luffy and Naruto, emitting sharp cries that shattered the serenity of the prairie like an alarm. These avian beings seemed formidable. Caution was imperative. Luffy gripped the Thunder Flame sword tightly, sensing the sword's power tremble within the blade, poised to counter any impending assault. Naruto too readied himself, swiftly molding hand signs as chakra surged within him. Indeed, they appeared to be approaching us. Suddenly, one of the birds dove towards them with astonishing speed. Like a streak of colorful lightning. As it neared, it unfurled its massive claws, the razor-sharp talons glinting ominously in the sunlight, aiming directly for Luffy. Luffy swiftly sidestepped, simultaneously swinging his sword to strike at the claws of the avian foe. The Thunder Flame sword collided with the talons, resulting in a shower of sparks. Although Luffy's formidable strength momentarily repelled the creature, it promptly adjusted its stance and launched another assault. Observing this, the other birds surged forward, filling the sky with their silhouettes, their attacks descending like a torrential downpour. Naruto executed the shadow clone technique, sending forth countless clones to charge at the birds. A fierce battle erupted in the air, with some clones grappling the bodies of the birds in an attempt to thwart their offensive, while others engaged in a relentless chase, exchanging blows. Meanwhile, Naruto remained grounded, keenly observing the unfolding situation. He discerned that the birds appeared to be attacking in a specific formation, coordinating their movements with remarkable precision. Luffy, these birds are organized. We must locate their leader, Naruto exclaimed. As Luffy defended against the relentless assault of the birds, he responded, I too have noticed this. Let us first attempt to disrupt their formation. With that, Luffy leapt high into the air, plunging the sword of thunder fire into the ground, allowing the source of power to radiate outward. In an instant, waves of energy, intertwined with flames and lightning, surged forth toward the birds. Wherever these energy waves traversed, the verdant grass ignited, the earth charred, and some birds were struck by the waves, their feathers singed as they plummeted to the ground. The birds' formation was thrown into disarray by Luffy's onslaught, causing a moment of panic among them. Yet, they swiftly regrouped, resuming their assault on Luffy and Naruto. Seizing the opportune moment, Naruto unleashed the sage art, supermassive Rasengan. He hurled the Rasengan toward the most densely packed cluster of birds, and as it soared, it expanded, its formidable power distorting the very air around it. Upon striking the avian swarm, it detonated with a violent explosion. The shockwave sent numerous birds careening away, their bodies severely injured in the cataclysm as a kaleidoscope of feathers filled the sky. Amidst the chaos, Luffy spotted a singular bird, larger and more resplendent than the others, commanding them from the rear. This majestic creature bore an elongated, colorful crest that billowed in the wind, exuding an air of authority. That must be the leader, Luffy exclaimed, pointing at the magnificent bird. Let us charge together, Naruto replied. They surged toward the avian commander, but the other birds quickly attempted to thwart their advance. Undeterred, Luffy and Naruto broke through the avian defenses, drawing nearer to the leader. The bird leader, upon witnessing their approach, emitted a piercing cry. It flapped its colossal wings, unleashing a powerful gust of wind toward Luffy and Naruto. This turbulent stream was laced with razor-sharp feathers, striking at them like concealed weapons. Luffy wielded the sword of thunderfire, conjuring a blazing shield of flame and lightning that deflected the feathers raining down upon him. Meanwhile, Naruto employed wind release to disperse the feathers aimed at him. Having successfully withstood the feather assault, they advanced closer to the avian leader. The avian leader launched another attack, swiping at Luffy with its enormous claws while simultaneously unleashing a powerful whirlwind with its wings, directed towards Naruto. Luffy adeptly evaded the onslaught of claws, seizing the opportune moment to thrust his sword toward the talons of the avian leader. The blade made contact, inflicting minimal harm yet enough to elicit a pained reaction from the leader, momentarily halting its ferocious assault. Meanwhile, Naruto, amidst the swirling tempest, executed the shadow clone technique, his clones joining him in resisting the formidable winds. Together they labored through the storm, inching closer to the avian commander, poised to launch a coordinated strike alongside Luffy. The fierce battle with the birds unfolded tumultuously across the plains, sending the surrounding cattle and sheep into a frenzy as they scattered in fear. The once tranquil landscape was irrevocably shattered, replaced by the exhilarating chaos of combat. In Chapter 0903, Pause, Naruto and his clones united their strengths, gradually breaking free from the cyclone's grip. The original Naruto leaped high into the air, his hands forming quick seals as he chanted, "Wind release, spiraling shuriken." A colossal spiraling shuriken materialized in his grasp, enveloped by rapidly rotating wind chakra, resembling a formidable cutting tool. He hurled the shuriken toward the avian leader, which sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, aimed directly at the leader's flank. Sensing the imminent threat, the avian leader attempted to deflect the spiraling shuriken with its wings. However, the power of the shuriken was immense. Upon contact, the wind chakra sliced through its wings like a blade. Feathers scattered in a flurry, and blood seeped from the wound, destabilizing the leader's flight. Witnessing their leader's injury, the other birds became frenzied, charging at Luffy and Naruto in a desperate bid to shield their commander. They surged from all directions, colliding with Luffy and Naruto while launching attacks with their claws and beaks. As Luffy battled the avian leader, he simultaneously faced the relentless assaults of surrounding birds. A dire situation indeed. Yet, his gaze remained resolute, and his sword of thunder and flame sliced through the air with unwavering precision, each swing repelling several birds. "Naruto, deal with these creatures first," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto commanded his shadow clones to disperse and engage in chaotic combat with the surrounding birds. The clones unleashed a variety of ninjutsu. Some engaged in close-quarters combat utilizing taijutsu, while others executed small-scale wind and fire techniques to drive the birds away. The battlefield on the grassland was filled with the sights of combat and the brilliance of energy collisions, while Naruto occupied the other birds. Luffy seized the opportunity to launch another attack on the avian leader. He charged forward, channeling all his strength into the Thunder Flame Sword, unleashing the Flame Thunder Slash. This strike, imbued with cataclysmic might, manifested a colossal energy dragon woven from flames and lightning, surging toward the head of the avian leader. Just as the leader regained its balance, it beheld Luffy's formidable strike with a flicker of dread in its eyes, hastily flapping its wings to retreat. However, the energy dragon, swift as the wind, caught up to it, sinking its fangs into the leader's neck. Flames engulfed its throat while lightning ravaged its form, causing the leader to emit a pained roar as its strength waned under the impact of the overwhelming assault. After dispatching several birds, Naruto rushed toward the avian leader once more. With hands clasped together, he maximized his chakra reserves, preparing to unleash one of his most potent techniques. Sage Art, True Nine-Tails Raisin Shuriken. He bellowed, summoning an enormous spiraling shuriken in his hands. This shuriken towered larger than any previous iteration, encircled by 9 tails formed from chakra, resembling 9 majestic serpents. Each tail brimmed with formidable chakra, amplifying the shuriken's power manifold. He charged toward the avian leader, and as he neared, he brought the Sage Art, True Nine-Tails Raisin Shuriken crashing down upon the leader's wounded neck. The combined might of the spiraling shuriken and the energy dragon delivered a devastating blow to the avian leader. Under the dual assault, the leader could withstand no more. Its neck was severely burned and torn, and its body plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the grassland and kicking up a cloud of dust. With the leader's fall, the remaining birds seemed to lose their anchor, ceasing their attacks and scattering in a frenzy. Luffy and Naruto landed on the ground, gasping for breath. Each bore varying degrees of injury, yet they had successfully triumphed over the assault of the avian foes. At last, it was resolved. These adversaries were indeed formidable. Naruto wiped the sweat and blood from his face. "However, we cannot linger too long. We must continue our journey," Luffy remarked, gazing into the distance. After a brief respite, they resumed their expedition. The prairie, having endured the recent conflict, gradually returned to tranquility, with only the charred earth and scattered feathers bearing witness to the heart-stopping battle that had just transpired. Chapter 0904, Form. Luffy and Naruto continued their journey deeper into the grassland, where a gentle breeze caressed them, bringing a refreshing essence that seemed to alleviate their post-battle fatigue. The silhouettes of the two figures gradually receded into the vast expanse of the prairie, leaving behind a trail of footprints, some deep, some shallow, emblematic of their indomitable spirit. As they walked, a faint yet persistent rumble reached their ears, a deep sound that resonated like the heartbeat of the earth itself. With every step they took, the rumbling grew clearer, and the air around them began to quiver softly, as if the very ground beneath their feet was responding to this enigmatic force. "This sound is rather peculiar. We must exercise caution," Luffy declared, gripping the Thunder Flame Sword tightly, his gaze scanning the surroundings with the keen sharpness of a hawk. Missing not a single rustle in the grass, Naruto nodded in agreement, channeling his chakra in preparation for any impending danger. It feels as if something colossal is lurking nearby, he remarked, his eyes fixed intently in the direction from which the sound emanated. Upon cresting a small hill, they were met with a sight that left them utterly astonished. Before them lay a colossal vortex, situated at the heart of the grassland, with a diameter spanning several hundred meters. Dust swirled within the vortex, the winds howled fiercely, and the surrounding grass and wildflowers were drawn into its powerful pull, vanishing in an instant. The air around the vortex appeared distorted, as if the very fabric of space was being affected by this formidable force. What on earth is this? It appears exceedingly perilous, Naruto murmured, his brow furrowed in concern. Luffy observed the swirling vortex intently, noticing peculiar flashes of light within, reminiscent of ancient ruins. This could be a magical formation of sorts. It would be prudent for us to maintain our distance, he remarked. However, as they prepared to circumvent the vortex, its gravitational pull suddenly intensified. Luffy and Naruto felt an overwhelming force tugging at them, compelling them to stabilize their stances and channel their strength into the earth beneath their feet. Yet, the vortex's suction grew ever stronger, gradually lifting their feet from the ground and drawing them closer to its center. This is bad, Luffy exclaimed, brandishing the Thunder Flame sword. He launched a tether of primal energy towards the ground, which embedded itself deeply, momentarily anchoring their positions. Naruto, in turn, employed the shadow clone technique, with numerous clones pulling in the opposite direction in a valiant attempt to resist the vortex's might. However, the vortex's force was far too formidable. The tether began to fracture, and the clones were successively drawn into the swirling abyss. This cannot continue. We must devise a means to dismantle this vortex, Luffy declared. Naruto, gazing at the vortex, suddenly conceived an idea. Luffy, let us assault the center of the vortex together, utilizing our combined strength to disrupt its equilibrium. Luffy nodded, and in unison, they exerted their strength, breaking free from the constraints of the ropes and shadow clones. He raised the Thunder Flame sword high above his head, channeling the primordial energy into the blade like a mighty river, causing the Thunder Flame sword to radiate a dazzling brilliance. Flame Thunder Eruption Slash, he exclaimed, unleashing a colossal wave of fiery thunder energy toward the heart of the vortex. The energy surged forth like a blazing comet, slicing through the air as it raced toward the swirling center. Meanwhile, Naruto invoked the Sage Art, super large Rasengan, hurling the spiraling sphere toward the vortex's core. As it traversed the air, the Rasengan expanded dramatically, its formidable chakra fluctuations causing the surrounding atmosphere to tremble violently. The flame thunder energy in the Rasengan struck the center of the vortex in succession, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. The force unleashed by the explosion radiated outward, momentarily diminishing the vortex's formidable pull. Luffy and Naruto seized the opportunity to escape the vortex's grasp, landing on the ground as they gasped for breath. Yet, before they could fully exhale in relief, the vortex, after a flicker of light, resumed its pull with even greater intensity than before. How is this relentless creature still at it? Naruto exclaimed with a hint of irritation. Luffy gazed intently at the swirling vortex, his brow furrowed in deep concentration. He observed that as the vortex regained its suction, the luminescence of the runes became even more pronounced. These runes might hold the key. We must devise a way to decipher them, he remarked. They approached the vortex once more, this time with heightened caution. Luffy attempted to touch the edge of the vortex with the Thunder Flame sword, seeking to sense the power of the runes. Upon contact, a torrent of ancient knowledge and magical secrets surged into his mind, yet the information was chaotic and required time to organize. Naruto stood beside him, providing protection as he unleashed the wind release, Spiral Shuriken, severing the encroaching currents of suction. However, as time elapsed, the suction intensified, rendering their situation increasingly perilous. I believe I have grasped something, Luffy suddenly declared, beginning to sketch corresponding runes on the ground with the Thunder Flame sword, guided by the information forming in his mind. As he inscribed these runes, they emitted a faint glow, resonating with the runes within the vortex. With each rune Luffy added, the brilliance of the vortex's runes began to exhibit instability. The suction fluctuated, alternately surging and waning. Naruto, let us strike once more, Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded in agreement, and they launched their attack towards the heart of the vortex anew. This time, their assault was more precise, aimed directly at the area where the rune's luminosity was most erratic. Under their combined onslaught, the vortex could no longer withstand the pressure. With a resounding explosion, it detonated, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that engulfed everything in its vicinity. Luffy and Naruto were propelled backward by the force, tumbling several times before regaining their footing. As the dust settled, they discovered a vast pit where the vortex had once been, emanating a mysterious glow. At the center of the pit lay an ancient treasure chest, intricately adorned with complex patterns and runes, exuding an aura of antiquity and enigma. What might lie within? Naruto inquired with curiosity as he approached the chest. Luffy followed suit, and they cautiously opened the treasure chest. A formidable force surged forth from within, yet no danger was present. Inside the chest lay an ancient scroll and a gem that radiated an extraordinary luminescence. These appeared to be items of great significance. Naruto picked up the scroll, only to find the inscriptions perplexing and difficult to decipher. Luffy picked up the gemstone, feeling the immense power contained within it. Such treasures may prove beneficial for our journey. Let us secure them for now, he remarked. After they carefully stowed away the treasures from the chest, they continued their trek towards the edge of the grassland. Chapter 0905, Stifling Heat. Luffy and Naruto, bearing their newly acquired treasure, continued their journey across the expansive grasslands, where the horizon gradually revealed a dense and lush jungle. The verdant foliage of the forest towered majestically, with ancient trees whose intertwined branches formed a natural barrier, obscuring their view and emanating an aura of enigmatic allure. As they approached the jungle, a wave of humid, stifling air enveloped them, infused with the fragrances of various blossoms and the earthy scent of decaying leaves. The harmonious chorus of chirping birds and buzzing insects intertwined, creating a unique symphony. Yet, beneath this seemingly tranquil ambience lay an inexplicable tension. This jungle appears rather treacherous, Naruto remarked, gazing at the dense undergrowth. He reached out to push aside a cluster of obstructing vines, which were adorned with tiny thorns, capable of inflicting wounds if one were not cautious. Luffy nodded, gripping the sword of Thunderfire tightly as he cautiously forged a path ahead. Everyone, tread carefully. Various dangers may lurk here. His vigilant gaze swept the surroundings, the power within him flowing steadily, ready to confront any unforeseen circumstances. They had barely ventured into the jungle when a deep, resonant roar echoed through the air. This roar seemed to emanate from the depths of the forest, heavy and authoritative, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The nearby birds scattered in fright, and the once lively chirping of insects abruptly ceased. There's a formidable creature nearby. Prepare for battle, Luffy whispered, halting in his tracks, fully focused on the direction from which the sound originated. Naruto also readied himself for confrontation, swiftly forming hand seals as chakra surged within him. As the roar drew nearer, they beheld a colossal black panther slowly emerging from the shadows of the jungle. Its size dwarfed that of an ordinary leopard, its coat an inky black, with eyes gleaming like two cold gemstones of icy blue. The muscular contours beneath its fur hinted at immense strength, each step exuding a regal authority. Upon noticing Luffy and Naruto, the panther paused, crouching slightly, and emitted a series of low, menacing growls, as if to warn them not to approach. This panther appears formidable. We should avoid provoking it, Luffy murmured, refraining from launching an attack, instead attempting to maintain a delicate standoff. However, the panther seemed resolute in its intent. Suddenly, it surged forward, lunging at Luffy and Naruto with astonishing speed, like a streak of black lightning weaving through the jungle, closing the distance in an instant. The panther opened its gaping maw, sharp fangs glinting ominously in the sunlight, aimed directly at Luffy. Luffy swiftly sidestepped, simultaneously wielding his sword towards the Black Panther. The blade of the thunder flame sword grazed the panther's fur, igniting a shower of sparks. The panther's hide proved remarkably resilient. Luffy's strike inflicted only a superficial white mark along its flank. Enraged by the assault, the panther pivoted and lunged at Luffy once more, this time raking its sharp claws towards his chest. With no time to evade, Luffy could only brace himself with the thunder flame sword held horizontally before him. The panther's might was immense, and Luffy was forced back several steps, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground. Witnessing Luffy in peril, Naruto immediately invoked the shadow clone technique. Numerous shadow clones surged towards the panther, attacking from all directions in an effort to distract it. Meanwhile, the original Naruto readied himself to unleash a sage technique. The onslaught of clones momentarily overwhelmed the panther, which flailed its claws and tail to disperse the encroaching figures. Yet, the sheer number of clones made it difficult for the panther to extricate itself from their grasp. Seizing the opportunity while the panther was preoccupied, Naruto unleashed the sage art, super large Rasen Shuriken. He hurled the spiraling orb towards the panther's back, its size expanding as it soared through the air, the potent chakra waves distorting the surrounding atmosphere. Upon impact, the Rasen Shuriken struck the panther's back with tremendous force, sending it sprawling forward. It crashed heavily to the ground. A large patch of its back charred and blackened by the attack. Nevertheless, the panther did not succumb to defeat. It swiftly rose, the flames of fury burning even more fiercely in its eyes. Turning to face Naruto, it emitted a furious roar before charging at him again, its speed surpassing that of its previous assault. Naruto, taken aback by the panther's remarkable burst of power following its injury, hastily dodged. Yet the panther's claws still grazed his arm, blood seeping from the wound. Upon witnessing Naruto's injury, Luffy felt a surge of urgency within him. He raised the Thunder Flame Sword and charged towards the Black Panther. "How dare you harm Naruto?" he bellowed in fury. Luffy unleashed the unique skill of the Thunder Flame Sword, known as the Flame Thunder Break Wind Slash. He concentrated the primordial power, the essence of fire, and the force of lightning into his sword, causing the Thunder Flame Sword to radiate a brilliant glow, as dazzling as the sun itself. He swung the blade towards the head of the Black Panther, this strike imbued with formidable strength, as the energy along the sword transformed into a colossal Flame Thunder Tiger. Lunging toward the Black Panther, the Flame Thunder Tiger and the Black Panther collided in midair, engaging in an intense struggle. The tiger, with its razor-sharp claws and fangs, tore at the panther, while the panther deftly evaded the tiger's assault, utilizing its power and speed to counterattack. In that moment, the jungle was ablaze with light, energy rippling outward like waves, causing the surrounding trees to sway perilously, as the standoff between the Flame Thunder Tiger and the Black Panther continued. Luffy and Naruto simultaneously launched their assaults on the panther. Luffy thrust the Thunder Flame Sword into the panther's abdomen, while Naruto unleashed the Wind Release, spiraling shuriken, targeting the panther's legs. Caught in a pincer attack, the Black Panther could no longer evade. Luffy's sword pierced its abdomen, blood gushing forth, while Naruto's spiraling shuriken struck its leg, inflicting injury and hampering its movements. The panther let out a pained roar, acutely aware of its disadvantage. Yet, it refused to surrender, still striving to retaliate. With its last vestiges of strength, it lunged at Luffy, its eyes ablaze with an indomitable flame, determined to fight to the bitter end. Even in its final moments, Luffy and Naruto remained undeterred, launching yet another assault aimed at the vital points of the Black Panther. After an intense clash, the Black Panther finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground, its body gradually growing cold, and its once vibrant azure eyes losing their luster. Luffy and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief, having triumphed over the formidable Black Panther. However, they were acutely aware that further perils awaited them in the depths of the jungle, compelling them to press onward to confront the unknown challenges ahead. After a brief respite to tend to their wounds, they resumed their journey deeper into the verdant wilderness. Chapter 0906, Withered Branches. Luffy and Naruto continued their journey deeper into the jungle. As they ventured further, the light grew increasingly dim. The dense foliage nearly obscured the sun's rays, allowing only a few scattered beams to filter through the layered leaves, casting delicate patterns upon the ground strewn with fallen leaves and dry twigs. After traversing a short distance, they soon heard the gentle sound of flowing water. Following the sound, they soon encountered a crystal-clear stream before them. The water danced among the stones, producing a melodious sound that seemed to play a cheerful tune. However, Luffy and Naruto remained vigilant, aware that in this enigmatic jungle, every seemingly tranquil scene could conceal hidden perils. Just as they prepared to cross the stream and proceed, a sudden eruption of water splashed forth. A massive crocodile surged from the depths, its body covered in hard scales glimmering with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. The creature opened its gaping maw, revealing a terrifying array of sharp fangs, and lunged towards Luffy. Luffy reacted with remarkable swiftness, leaping high into the air as he wielded the Thunder Flame Sword. The flames and the power of lightning erupted from the blade in an instant, aiming for the crocodile's head. Sensing the impending danger, the crocodile twisted its massive body midair in an attempt to evade Luffy's onslaught. However, the Thunder Flame Sword still managed to carve a deep gash along its back, blood seeping from the wound and staining the surrounding stream crimson. In agony, the crocodile plunged into the water, swiftly swimming and creating splashes all around. Moments later, it surged back to the surface from the opposite side, launching another assault on Luffy. This time, its speed was even greater, and its force more formidable, as its enormous tail struck the water, propelling it upward to collide fiercely with Luffy's chest. Luffy steadied himself, plunging the Sword of Thunder Fire into the ground, murmuring incantations. In an instant, a series of shields crafted from the power of the source materialized before him. The crocodile collided with the shields, producing a resounding crash. While the shields bore some cracks, they successfully thwarted the beast's assault. Observing this temporary reprieve, Naruto swiftly formed hand signs, invoking the shadow clone technique. Countless shadow clones surged toward the crocodile, some attacking from the front while others circled around to divert its attention. The original Naruto concentrated chakra nearby, preparing to unleash a more formidable jutsu. The shadow clones executed a myriad of ninjutsu and taijutsu, bombarding the crocodile. Some hurled wind release, spiraling shuriken, while others engaged in close combat. The crocodile, overwhelmed by the multitude of clones, struggled to cope. However, its immense strength was undeniable, as each swing of its tail or snap of its jaws shattered nearby clones. At that moment, the original Naruto completed his jutsu preparation. Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken. He bellowed, conjuring a colossal shuriken crafted from molten lava. The shuriken radiated intense heat, warping the surrounding air. Seizing the opportune moment, he hurled the spiraling shuriken toward the crocodile's abdomen. As it soared, it left behind a blazing trail, akin to a meteor striking the crocodile's belly. Sensing the impending threat, the crocodile attempted to block with its tail, but it was too late. The lava release, spiraling shuriken accurately struck the crocodile's abdomen, the searing lava instantly melting some of its scales. The tremendous force sent the crocodile hurtling backward, crashing heavily into the water and creating a colossal splash. After struggling for a moment beneath the surface, the crocodile resurfaced, its abdomen grievously wounded, blood seeping from the gaping wound. Yet, the ferocity in its eyes remained undiminished as it fixed its glare upon Luffy and Naruto, clearly unwilling to concede defeat. It launched another assault, this time no longer recklessly charging forward, but gliding slowly in circles around Luffy and Naruto, seemingly searching for their weaknesses. Both Luffy and Naruto remained vigilant, keenly observing the crocodile's every move, poised to counter its next strike. Suddenly, the crocodile accelerated rapidly, charging toward Naruto. It opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of water that shot forth like a cannonball aimed directly at Naruto. He quickly dodged, but the torrent struck a nearby large tree, uprooting it with a thunderous crash. As Luffy beheld the crocodile assaulting Naruto, he swiftly charged towards the beast, the flames and lightning coursing through his thunder flame, sword erupting once more. He unleashed the Inferno Thunder Cleave, directing his blade towards the crocodile's head. This strike harbored cataclysmic power, the energy along the sword morphing into a colossal dragon of flame and thunder, lunging ferociously at the crocodile. Upon their collision, a fierce battle ensued between the Inferno Thunder Dragon and the crocodile. The dragon clawed and bit at its foe, while the crocodile, leveraging its strength and agility, evaded the dragon's onslaught and sought to retaliate. As the skirmish progressed, the Inferno Thunder Dragon gradually gained the upper hand, inflicting numerous wounds upon the crocodile's formidable form. In the midst of this deadlock, Naruto seized the opportune moment to invoke the wind release, Nine-Tails Spiral Shuriken. He harmonized this formidable ninjutsu with his Sage Chakra, amplifying the power of the shuriken to unprecedented heights. Surrounding the spiraling shuriken were 9 ethereal tails formed from chakra, resembling 9 agile dragons. Each tail brimmed with potent chakra, elevating the shuriken's might manifold. Naruto hurled the wind release, Nine-Tails Spiral Shuriken towards the crocodile's neck, its size expanding as it soared. The fierce wind chakra slicing through the crocodile's flesh. Sensing the imminent threat to its neck, the crocodile attempted to block with its claws, but it was too late. The shuriken struck true, delivering a tremendous force that sent the crocodile crashing forward, collapsing heavily to the ground. The crocodile struggled momentarily before succumbing to silence. Its enormous body lay sprawled on the earth, blood staining the surrounding land in stream crimson. Luffy and Naruto exhaled with relief, having successfully vanquished the ferocious crocodile. However, they were acutely aware that the jungle held even more perils awaiting their arrival, compelling them to press onward and confront the unknown challenges ahead. They stepped over the carcass of the crocodile, continuing their journey along the stream. As they delved deeper, the surrounding environment grew increasingly enigmatic, with a faint mist permeating the air, within which something seemed to flicker, sending chills down their spines. Chapter 0907, The Resemblance. Luffy and Naruto continued their journey along the stream, the faint mist thickening around them, gradually enveloping their figures. Everything in the surroundings grew indistinct, leaving only the gentle sound of flowing water and the rustling of leaves and twigs beneath their feet. Amidst the encroaching fog, they suddenly sensed an elusive chill, one that seemed to penetrate to the marrow of their bones, causing involuntary shivers. Luffy gripped the lightning flame sword tightly, the primal energy coursing along its blade. ever prepared to confront any impending peril. Naruto, too, summoned the chakra within him, his vigilant eyes scanning the obscured surroundings, despite the overwhelming white haze before them. At that moment, a sinister laughter echoed through the mist, sharp and eerie, sending shivers down their spines. The laughter appeared to emanate from all directions, making it impossible to pinpoint its source. "Who goes there? Show yourself," Luffy called out, his voice cutting through the fog only to be swallowed by an unseen force. Yielding no response, only the haunting laughter persisted. Naruto furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss in this place. "Everyone, be cautious," he murmured, his hands discreetly forming seals, ready to unleash a jutsu at a moment's notice. Suddenly, several shadowy figures lunged forth from the mist, their speed akin to phantoms, darting toward Luffy and Naruto. Before they could discern the nature of these entities, they instinctively evaded the impending threat. Luffy wielded the Thunderflame sword, its blade enveloped in a protective circle of fire and lightning, repelling the encroaching shadows. Upon contact with the barrier, the shadows emitted a crackling sound, akin to being struck by lightning, before vanishing into the mist. Meanwhile, Naruto employed the shadow clone technique, dispatching numerous clones towards the various shadows, intent on confronting them directly to discern their true nature. The original Naruto observed the unfolding situation closely, continuing to gather chakra in preparation for a more potent ninjutsu. The clones engaged in a fierce battle with the shadows amidst the swirling mist. These apparitions moved with an elusive grace, their agility making it exceedingly difficult for the clones to land a decisive blow. Moreover, whenever a clone-s attack nearly connected, the shadows would abruptly vanish, re-emerging from another location to launch their own strikes. After a series of exchanges, Luffy finally discerned the true form of these shadows. They bore a humanoid shape, yet were shrouded in a veil of black mist, obscuring their features save for pairs of eyes that glimmered with an eerie green light, exuding both malice and malevolence. "What exactly are these creatures?" Luffy inquired, furrowing his brow. He intensified the output of power from the Thunderflame sword, causing the barrier's radiance to become even more resplendent, repelling more of the approaching shadows. On Naruto's side, despite the relentless assaults of the clones, their efforts yielded little success. However, through contact with the shadows, Naruto gleaned some of their characteristics. They seemed capable of traversing the mist with ease, and their attacks possessed a paralyzing force. He shouted to Luffy, just as they found themselves locked in a stalemate with the shadows. Laughter echoed through the mist once more, this time louder, as if mocking their impotence. With the laughter, the mist began to churn violently, and from its depths emerged a towering figure. This entity was significantly larger than the shadows, similarly cloaked in black mist, yet emanated a far more potent aura of evil. It bore a pair of enormous curved horns atop its head, and its eyes blazed like two burning green flames, radiating boundless malevolence. In its grasp was a black staff, crowned with a massive purple gem that pulsated with a strange, flickering light. "You intruders dare to trespass into my domain. How foolishly reckless you are," the towering figure intoned in a deep, gravelly voice, resonating as though it were summoned from the depths of hell, sending chills down the spine. Luffy stepped forward fearlessly, the sword of Thunderflame aimed at the sinister figure before him. "We merely passed through this place with no intention of causing offense. However, should you choose to obstruct our path, do not blame us for our lack of civility." His voice was steady and powerful, imbued with an undeniable resolve. Naruto stood resolutely by Luffy's side, his hands swiftly forming intricate seals, the sage chakra surging within him. "Indeed, we are not intimidated by the likes of you," he declared loudly. The malevolent figure let out a cold laugh. "Then let me show you the extent of my power." With that, it raised the black staff in its hand, murmuring incantations. As its spell took effect, the surrounding mist thickened, and shadows seemed to respond to an unseen summons, rushing towards Luffy and Naruto with greater speed and ferocity than before. Luffy wielded the sword of thunder and flame, executing a myriad of sword techniques that repelled the encroaching shadows one by one. His swordsmanship flowed with the grace of a serene stream, each strike imbued with formidable primal power. Flames and lightning intertwined in the mist, casting a resplendent glow that illuminated a small area around him. Meanwhile, Naruto unleashed the sage art, super-tailed beast Rasengan, hurling the spiraling orb towards the most densely clustered shadows. As it soared, the Rasengan expanded, its potent chakra waves causing the surrounding air to quiver. Upon striking the mass of shadows, it detonated violently, the force of the explosion scattering many of them. However, they quickly regrouped, resuming their assault. The malevolent figure, witnessing Luffy and Naruto's unwavering resistance, was momentarily seized by a flicker of rage. It raised its scepter once more, the purple gem at its apex radiating with brilliant light. A wave of dark energy surged forth from the gem, sweeping towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto felt the overwhelming power of the dark energy wave, prompting them to evade hastily. The wave struck several towering trees behind them, obliterating them in an instant and scattering wood shards and debris in all directions. This adversary is formidable. We must devise a strategy to breach its defenses and assault it directly, Luffy declared with conviction. Naruto nodded in agreement. I share the same sentiment. Let us charge together. They disregarded the encroaching dark shadows, focusing instead on the malevolent figure ahead. Luffy raised the thunder flame sword high above his head, channeling the source power into the blade like a flowing river. The sword radiated a dazzling brilliance. Flame thunder explosive slash, he shouted, aiming for the head of the sinister being. This strike harbored world-shattering might, as the energy coalesced into a colossal dragon of flame and thunder, ferociously lunging at the dark figure. Meanwhile, Naruto unleashed the wind release, Nine-Tails spiraling shuriken, merging this potent ninjutsu with his sage chakra, thereby amplifying the shuriken's power exponentially. Surrounding the spiraling shuriken were 9 tails formed from chakra, akin to 9 agile dragons. Each tail brimmed with formidable chakra, enhancing the shuriken's potency severfold. He hurled the spiraling shuriken towards the abdomen of the malevolent entity, which expanded in size during its flight, with the powerful wind chakra slicing through the figure's form. Observing Luffy and Naruto charging forth, the malevolent figure calmly raised its staff, conjuring a black energy shield before itself. The flame thunder dragon and the spiraling shuriken struck the shield in succession, producing a thunderous roar. The shield cracked under the immense force of the assault, but remained unbroken. How naive of you to think you could shatter my defenses, the malevolent figure scoffed disdainfully. Luffy and Naruto, undeterred by a single unsuccessful assault, resolutely continued their offensive. Luffy unleashed the formidable technique of Thunder Flame Sword, aiming a decisive strike at the leg of the malevolent figure. Meanwhile, Naruto executed the Shadow Clone technique, sending numerous clones to launch a barrage of attacks upon the back of the sinister entity. Under the force of their combined onslaught, the malevolent figure's shield ultimately succumbed to their relentless assault. With a resounding crash, the shield shattered, its fragments scattering like raindrops in all directions. The malevolent figure was also propelled backward by the overwhelming force, tumbling several times upon the ground before regaining its composure. Luffy and Naruto seized the opportunity to charge towards the malevolent figure, poised to deliver the final blow. However, just as they were nearing the sinister presence, it abruptly rose from the ground, emanating an even more potent aura of evil. With its mouth agape, it unleashed a torrent of black flames, the intensity of which incinerated everything in its path. Luffy and Naruto swiftly evaded, the black flames grazing their bodies, leaving them with a searing pain. Yet undeterred, they pressed on, launching their assaults against the malevolent figure. This fierce battle unfolded amidst the fog-laden jungle, where every element around them was affected by the tumultuous aftermath of their clash. Great trees were uprooted, the ground was torn asunder, creating deep chasms, and the mist was thrown into disarray. Chapter 0908, The Fiery Thunder Slash. After evading the black flames, Luffy and Naruto, without a moment's hesitation, charged once more towards the malevolent figure. Luffy wielded the sword of thunder and flame with an impenetrable rhythm, each swing conjuring waves of energy interwoven with fire and lightning. He adeptly utilized the surrounding devastated environment as cover, swiftly closing in on the sinister silhouette. Meanwhile, Naruto commanded his shadow clones to encircle from various angles, akin to elusive specters weaving through the chaotic battlefield. The original Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, his chakra surging within him. Senjutsu, magnet release, spiraling sphere, he proclaimed. As a formidable spiraling sphere emanating powerful magnetic force materialized in his hand. This sphere was enveloped in a peculiar radiance, causing the very fabric of space around it to appear slightly distorted. A potent gravitational pull radiated from the sphere, drawing in nearby debris and branches, thereby amplifying its destructive potential. Upon witnessing their renewed assault, a flicker of panic flashed in the eyes of the malevolent figure, swiftly replaced by rage. It forcefully thrust its black staff into the ground, murmuring incantations as the earth trembled violently. Black stone pillars erupted from beneath the surface, launching towards Luffy, Naruto, and their shadow clones. These pillars were adorned with sharp spikes, each imbued with nefarious power, causing any trees pierced by them to wither instantly, as if their very life essence had been siphoned away. Luffy nimbly weaved through the stone pillars, meticulously eyeing the gaps between them as he charged towards the malevolent figure. As he approached, he leaped high into the air. The power of the thunder flame sword converging to its zenith. Flame, thunder, cleaving slash. He swung the sword downward, unleashing a colossal blade of fiery thunder that cleaved towards the top of the wicked silhouette. Wherever the sword aura passed, the air ignited instantaneously, forming an elongated tunnel of flames, while the surrounding black stone pillars shattered under the force of the sword's impact. On Naruto's side, his shadow clones adeptly dodged the assaults of the stone pillars, though some unfortunate clones were struck and dissipated into clouds of smoke. Nevertheless, the original Naruto pressed onward towards the sinister figure, launching the Sage Art, Magnet Release, spiraling sphere towards its midsection. As the sphere soared, it attracted a multitude of fragments from the black stone pillars, growing in size to resemble a massive black magnetic orb, hurtling towards the malevolent entity with an aura of annihilation. Sensing the dual threat of the approaching attacks, the dark figure abruptly brandished its black staff, the purple gem atop it radiating a brilliant light. It swung the staff, conjuring a black barrier in front of itself in an attempt to thwart Luffy and Naruto's onslaught. The flame thunder sword aura and magnet release, spiraling sphere struck the black barrier in succession, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion. The energy from the detonation radiated outward, dispersing the surrounding mist and revealing a ravaged battlefield. The ground was rent asunder, forming a vast crater, while the trees around were leveled, leaving only charred remnants smoldering in the aftermath. The evil figure was propelled backward by the force of the explosion, its black barrier now riddled with cracks, and its form sustaining considerable damage. The dark mist enveloping it grew increasingly tenuous, revealing parts of its desiccated limbs adorned with peculiar runes, which flickered with an eerie luminescence, as if sustaining its very existence. Luffy and Naruto seized the opportunity to launch their assault. Luffy propelled himself off the ground, akin to an arrow released from its bow, charging towards the malevolent figure. The flames and lightning from his Thunderfire sword erupted once more. He executed the flame and thunder chain slash, unleashing a series of fiery lightning sword energies aimed at the chest of the sinister apparition. The sword energies streaked through the air like meteors, their velocity astounding and their force immense. Meanwhile, Naruto unleashed the wind release, spiraling shuriken, hurling the spiraling shuriken towards the legs of the dark entity. As it soared, the shuriken expanded, enveloped in a potent gust of wind chakra, resembling a colossal cutting instrument. The aim of the wind release, spiraling shuriken, was to sever the malevolent figure's legs, incapacitating its mobility. After enduring the onslaught, the dark figure appeared somewhat disheveled. It barely managed to deflect a portion of Luffy's fiery lightning sword energies with its staff, yet several strikes still found their mark on its chest, leaving deep gashes from which dark blood oozed, sizzling as it dripped onto the ground and corroded small craters. The wind release, spiraling shuriken, also successfully struck the figure's legs. Although it did not sever them completely, it inflicted severe injury, hampering its movements. With a pained roar, the malevolent entity's cries reverberated across the desolate battlefield, seemingly a furious retort to Luffy and Naruto's relentless assault. "You wretched beings, I shall make you pay dearly," the dark figure bellowed, undeterred by its leg wounds, as it raised its staff once more, preparing to unleash an even more formidable attack. Luffy and Naruto did not grant it an opportunity. They simultaneously charged towards the malevolent figure. Luffy drove the sword of Thunderfire into the ground, and the source power swiftly spread along the earth, forming chains woven from flames and lightning. These chains, akin to ethereal serpents, soared towards the sinister silhouette, instantly coiling around its form and constraining its movements. Meanwhile, Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, supermassive Rasengan, propelling the spiraling orb towards the malevolent figure's head. As it traversed the air, the Rasengan expanded dramatically, enveloped by an overwhelming chakra, resembling a colossal sphere of energy. Bound by the chains, the evil figure found itself unable to evade Naruto's assault. The Sage Art, supermassive Rasengan, accurately struck the figure's head, the tremendous force causing it to tilt backward, while its body swayed precariously under the immense impact. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy surged forward, raising the Thunderflame sword and delivering a powerful strike to the neck of the malevolent figure. This blow encapsulated all his strength, and the Thunderflame sword effortlessly severed the head from the evil entity, which then tumbled to the ground, its body collapsing in unison. The surrounding black mist swiftly dissipated, and the shadows that had lingered in the vicinity vanished like wisps of smoke following the annihilation of the dark figure. Luffy and Naruto triumphed over the malevolent existence, standing wearily upon the battlefield, their bodies adorned with scars, yet their eyes gleaming with the joy of victory. At last, it is resolved. This adversary proved to be quite formidable. Naruto wiped the sweat and blood from his brow. Indeed, however, this jungle harbors many unknowns. We must press onward, Luffy replied. After a brief respite, they readied themselves and ventured deeper into the heart of the jungle. Chapter 0909, The Deep Forest. Luffy and Naruto continued their journey deeper into the jungle, the air around them still thick with the scent of battle. Their footsteps were heavy, their wounds throbbing with pain. Yet their gazes remained resolute, akin to twinkling stars in the night sky. As they ventured further, the jungle's environment grew increasingly intricate. The canopy above became denser, sunlight barely penetrating, leaving a dim play of shadows. The ground beneath their feet turned treacherously muddy, each step demanding greater effort, as though an unseen force were dragging them back. Suddenly, an unusual fragrance wafted towards them, rich and alluring, instantly uplifting their spirits. However, Luffy and Naruto immediately became wary. They were acutely aware that in this perilous jungle, even the most enchanting elements could conceal significant dangers. There is something amiss with this scent. We must be cautious, Luffy murmured, tightening his grip on the Thunder Flame sword, its power subtly vibrating, ready to confront any imminent threats. Naruto nodded in agreement, channeling his chakra, his eyes scanning their surroundings with vigilance. We cannot allow ourselves to be deceived by it, carefully following the direction of the fragrance. They soon stumbled upon a meadow adorned with vibrant blossoms. The flowers were resplendent, their petals glistening with crystalline dewdrops, appearing especially radiant against the dim backdrop of the jungle. The aroma emanating from the blossoms was indeed the same they had just encountered, wafting through the air as if infused with a bewitching charm that beckoned them closer. As they observed the flowers, a faint rustling sound emerged from the surrounding foliage. The noise intensified, suggesting that something was swiftly approaching. Luffy and Naruto immediately assumed defensive stances, their focus entirely on the underbrush. Suddenly, a group of fox-like creatures leapt from the thicket, adorned with multicolored fur. Each strand shimmered with an enchanting luster. Their eyes sparkled like precious gems, radiating a cunning glimmer. They circled around Luffy and Naruto, bounding and darting, seemingly assessing these unexpected guests. These foxes appear to be formidable. We should be on our guard, Luffy cautioned, raising his Thunder Flame sword slightly in a defensive posture. Naruto, too, prepared himself, swiftly forming hand seals to unleash his ninjutsu. It seems they are plotting something. In an instant, one of the foxes lunged at Luffy with astonishing speed, like a flash of colorful lightning. Luffy deftly sidestepped, evading the creature's attack, and swung his sword towards it. The fox nimbly dodged the blow, executing a swift turn in midair to pounce at Luffy once more. The other foxes, sensing the commotion, launched their own assaults. Some charged at Naruto, while others flanked Luffy, encircling them in a fierce battle. Though small in stature, these foxes displayed remarkable agility, and they appeared to coordinate their movements, forming a unique offensive strategy. Luffy and Naruto found themselves somewhat overwhelmed by their relentless assault. Luffy wielded the Thunder Flame sword, executing a myriad of sword techniques in an effort to repel the onslaught of the foxes. His blade sliced through the air, leaving behind shimmering trails of light, each strike imbued with formidable power. Yet, the foxes adeptly evaded his assaults, seizing the opportunity to counterattack when he least expected it. Meanwhile, Naruto utilized the Shadow Clone technique, sending forth countless clones to charge at the foxes. The clones engaged in fierce combat with the foxes. Some grappled with the creatures, striving to thwart their attacks, while others pursued them in the air, exchanging blows. In the midst of battle, Luffy discerned that these foxes appeared to harbor a certain trepidation toward the energy emanating from his Thunder Flame sword. Whenever his blade approached, the foxes would swiftly retreat, unwilling to make direct contact. Naruto, these foxes fear the energy of my sword. We can exploit this to our advantage, Luffy exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately grasped Luffy's intent. He directed the clones to lure the foxes closer to Luffy, who then swung the Thunder Flame sword, conjuring an energy circle woven from flames and lightning around him. The foxes sensed the threat of the energy circle and attempted to flee, but the clones obstructed their escape routes. Some foxes tried to break through the energy circle, yet upon contact with its power, they were struck by flames and lightning, emitting cries of anguish. Their vibrant pelts were singed, and their bodies sustained varying degrees of injury. Witnessing their comrades in pain, the foxes began to succumb to panic. Their previously coordinated attacks faltered, devolving into disarray as each sought an opportunity to break free. As Luffy and Naruto seized the opportunity, Luffy unleashed several fiery thunder sword strikes towards the most concentrated cluster of foxes. The sword energy soared through the air like blazing meteors, aiming directly at the foxes. Meanwhile, Naruto executed the sage art, Super Giant Rasengan, hurling the spiraling orb towards one side of the fox horde. As it traversed through the air, the Rasengan expanded in size, its formidable chakra fluctuations causing the surrounding atmosphere to tremble. The fiery sword energy and Rasengan struck the foxes in succession, resulting in a violent explosion. The force of the blast sent numerous foxes flying, their bodies severely injured amidst the chaos, as colorful fur flew through the air. In the ensuing turmoil, the foxes began to scatter in all directions. Luffy and Naruto, not wishing to squander this chance, continued their pursuit of the fleeing foxes, intent on driving them back completely. During their chase, they noticed that the foxes were heading towards a specific direction, seemingly escaping to a particular place. They appear to be running towards a location. "We should follow them," Luffy remarked. Naruto nodded in agreement, suggesting that there might be something significant there. Perhaps they're dead. They trailed after the foxes, soon arriving at the mouth of a vast cave. The entrance was surrounded by vines and overgrown grass, emanating an aura of mystery. The vibrant foxes swiftly darted into the cave, disappearing from sight. "This cave seems extraordinary. It may harbor dangers, but we must venture inside to investigate," Luffy stated. Gazing intently at the cave, Naruto smiled. "Indeed, let us proceed." Cautiously, they entered the cave, which was dim and damp. The walls glimmered with faintly glowing minerals, barely illuminating their surroundings. A pungent odor pervaded the air, a mingling of fox urine and other unidentified substances. As they advanced along the cave's passage, it grew increasingly narrow, the atmosphere becoming heavier with each step. Suddenly, a deep roar echoed from within the depths of the cave, reverberating through the passage and sending chills down their spines. "There are more formidable creatures within. We must be prepared," Luffy whispered, tightening his grip on the Thunderflame sword, the source of his power surging within him, ready to face the impending challenge. Naruto likewise summoned his chakra, his hands discreetly forming seals, poised to unleash his ninjutsu at a moment's notice. Resolutely, they pressed deeper into the cave. Chapter 0910. The Great Fox. As Luffy and Naruto ventured deeper along the narrow passage of the cavern, the deep rumbling grew increasingly louder, causing the surrounding walls to tremble subtly. The air within the tunnel became oppressively thick, and with each breath, they could discern the pungent scent intensifying. As they approached, a faint glimmer of light emerged ahead, within which a colossal silhouette swayed. They slowed their pace, moving forward with heightened caution, and upon advancing closer, the scene before them became clear. Before them lay an immense fox, its size dwarfing that of the previously encountered colorful foxes by several folds. Its fur radiated a dazzling array of colors, as if it had amalgamated every hue of the world, each strand shimmering with a luminescent quality, exuding both beauty and an indescribable air of majesty. Its eyes resembled twin moons, emitting an ethereal blue glow. The gaze conveyed wisdom and wildness, instilling a sense of trepidation. Surrounding it, the multicolored foxes encircled their sovereign, as if seeking protection from their king. Upon noticing Luffy and Naruto's presence, the giant fox let out another roar, reverberating through the cavern like thunder, causing pain to resonate in the eardrums of both adventurers. It rose to its full height, its massive form nearly touching the ceiling of the cave, gazing down upon them with palpable hostility. "How dare you harm my kin? Today marks the end of your days," it articulated in a deep, authoritative voice, resonating throughout the cavern, imbued with an undeniable fury. Luffy stepped forward, his sword of thunderfire aimed at the colossal fox. "We merely act in self-defense. It was your subjects who first assailed us. We harbor no intention of enmity. Yet should you seek to impede our passage, we shall not falter." His voice resonated with a steady confidence, undaunted by the formidable adversary before him, his gaze betraying not a trace of trepidation. Naruto positioned himself beside Luffy, arms crossed, addressing the giant fox. "Indeed, we are but travelers traversing this jungle, wishing to avoid trouble, yet unafraid of it." The chakra within him surged quietly, poised for battle. The giant fox, upon hearing their words, flashed a glimmer of disdain. "Do not attempt to feign innocence. You have trespassed into my domain and must face the consequences." With that declaration, it violently swept its tail, and the vibrant foxes surrounding them, as if receiving a command, lunged once more at Luffy and Naruto. Under the giant fox's influence, These colorful creatures attacked with even greater ferocity. They surged forth like bolts of multicolored lightning from all directions, their sharp cries piercing the air. Luffy wielded the sword of thunder and flame, its blade entwined with arcs of fire and lightning, repelling the approaching multicolored foxes. With each swing of the sword, a fox was sent flying, their bodies emitting agonized wails as they were scorched by the searing flames and crackling electricity. Meanwhile, Naruto employed the shadow clone technique, sending numerous clones charging toward the throng of colorful foxes. The clones engaged in a fierce battle with the foxes, utilizing their agility and a variety of ninjutsu to outmaneuver them. The real Naruto observed the unfolding situation, seeking an opportunity to strike the colossal fox. After fending off a wave of fox attacks, Luffy seized the moment and dashed toward the giant fox. He leaped high into the air, channeling immense primal energy into the sword of thunder and flame, aiming a decisive strike at the fox's head. This blow carried a cataclysmic force, as the energy coalesced into a gigantic bird of flame and thunder, hurtling toward the giant fox. Unperturbed, the giant fox raised a paw and gently swiped, unleashing a wave of colorful energy that met the fiery avian apparition. The collision sparked a violent explosion, the shockwave sending Luffy reeling backward. Nevertheless, he regained his composure midair and charged once more at the giant fox. Observing Luffy's attack thwarted, Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, chanting incantations. Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken. He shouted, conjuring a massive shuriken of molten rock. This spiraling weapon radiated intense heat, warping the surrounding air. Naruto hurled the shuriken at the giant fox's abdomen, leaving a blazing trail akin to a meteor as it sped toward its target. Sensing the imminent threat, the giant fox crouched slightly before leaping gracefully into the air, evading Naruto's spiraling shuriken. The shuriken struck the cavern wall behind the giant fox, the molten lava instantly melting the rock, creating a gaping hole as debris cascaded down. As Luffy seized the opportunity while the giant fox evaded the spiral shuriken, he launched a renewed assault. He unleashed the unique skill of the Thunder Flame Sword, the Flame Thunder Breaking Wind Slash. Channeling the forces of origin, flame, and lightning into his blade, the Thunder Flame Sword radiated with a brilliant light, dazzling like the sun. He aimed for the legs of the giant fox, striving to incapacitate it. The giant fox, sensing Luffy's intent, swiftly landed and lashed out with its tail, imbued with formidable power, colliding with Luffy's Thunder Flame Sword. The clash produced a resounding boom, sending powerful shock waves that reverberated outward, causing the surrounding colorful foxes to stagger and falter. In the midst of their fierce confrontation with the giant fox, Luffy and Naruto discerned that this creature was not only immensely strong, but also seemed adept at harnessing the surrounding energy. Each of its attacks and defenses exuded an enigmatic force, rendering their assaults ineffectual. This opponent is formidable. We must devise a strategy to uncover its weaknesses, Luffy exclaimed, once again brandishing the Thunder Flame Sword to parry the strikes of the colorful foxes while keenly observing the giant fox's every movement. Naruto nodded in agreement. Indeed, I, too, am monitoring its actions. It appears as though there is an energy shield enveloping its body. We must find a way to penetrate it. As they battled the colorful foxes and the giant fox, they searched for an opening. During the fray, Naruto noticed that after the giant fox unleashed a powerful attack, its radiance flickered momentarily, perhaps indicating a brief vulnerability in its energy shield. Luffy, watch for the instant after its attack. Its shield may weaken then, Naruto called out. Upon hearing this, Luffy immediately grasped Naruto's intention. They began to adjust their battle strategy, deliberately luring the colossal fox into launching an attack, and then seizing the moment to counterstrike. Once more, the giant fox swung its paw, unleashing a powerful wave of energy directed at Luffy. The energy wave surged towards him, but Luffy swiftly evaded it while meticulously observing the fox's condition. After the fox unleashed the energy wave, a brief flicker of light emanated from its body. Now is the moment, Luffy shouted, charging towards the giant fox with the power of the Thunder Flame Sword heightened to its zenith. Simultaneously, Naruto unleashed the Wind Release, Ninetales spiraling shuriken, propelling himself towards the fox. Their attacks converged upon the fox, aimed at its neck, a region where they had discerned the energy shield to be comparatively feeble. The giant fox sensed the impending danger, yet it was too late to evade. Luffy's Thunder Flame Sword and Naruto's Wind Release, Ninetales' spiraling shuriken struck the energy shield around its neck in succession. Under the force of their tremendous assault, the energy shield displayed significant cracks, and the giant fox was jolted backwards by the sheer impact. "Let us continue the assault," Luffy cried out, as he and Naruto charged once more at the giant fox, poised to deliver a more devastating blow, hoping to breach its defenses and ultimately vanquish this formidable adversary. Chapter 0911. Rise up, taking advantage of the moment when the giant fox retreated after its shield was shattered. Luffy and Naruto charged forward once more like fierce tigers pouncing on their prey. Luffy raised the sword of Thunderfire high, the power of the source surging within like a torrent of a mighty river. The flames and lightning coursed wildly along the blade, intertwining to create an even more resplendent and ferocious radiance. Flame and thunder shattering the sky, he bellowed, transforming into a streak of light, propelled by an earth-shattering momentum as he aimed for the energy shield around the giant fox's neck, which was already showing signs of fissures. With this strike, the air was instantaneously rent asunder, emitting a sharp, piercing whistle, as if the very cave trembled under the onslaught of this force. Naruto, undeterred, swiftly formed seals with his hands, his chakra surging forth with a roaring vigor, converging in his palms like a flood breaching its dam. "Senjutsu, wind release, Ninetales' true flame spiral shuriken," he shouted, and in his grasp appeared an unprecedentedly colossal spiral shuriken. At its core blazed a fierce golden true flame, born of the nine-tailed chakra, surrounded by layers of wind attribute chakra that spun like razor-sharp blades at high velocity, the edges shimmering with enigmatic sage power runes, amplifying the potency of this jutsu several-fold beyond any previous iteration. He hurled the spiral shuriken towards the same vulnerable spot on the giant fox's neck, which sliced through the air, leaving behind a blazing, luminous trail akin to a meteor ablaze as it hurtled toward its target. The giant fox sensed the lethal threat posed by the two, a flicker of panic flashing through its azure eyes, quickly replaced by a resolute determination. It let out a thunderous howl that reverberated within the cave, causing the surrounding rocks to tremble and crumble. With a surge of its entire being, it endeavored to reinforce the already damaged energy shield around its neck. The flame and thunder shattering the sky and the Senjutsu, wind release, Ninetales' true flame spiral shuriken struck the energy shield nearly simultaneously. In an instant, a dazzling light erupted, so brilliant it was blinding, accompanied by a deafening roar, as if the very cave would be overturned by this immense force. The energy shield could withstand the dual onslaught no longer, shattering with a crisp crack, disintegrating into countless glimmering fragments that scattered in all directions. The giant fox's neck was now exposed to the air, its fur, once protected by the shield, now in disarray. Without a moment's hesitation, Luffy and Naruto launched their next wave of attacks. As Luffy's figure flickered, he swiftly closed the distance to the colossal fox. Thrusting the thunder flame soared fiercely towards its neck. The flames and lightning coursing along the blade ignited and seared the fox's fur upon contact, inflicting excruciating pain upon its flesh. The giant fox writhed in agony, attempting to evade Luffy's strike, yet he relentlessly pursued, keeping the sword poised at the vulnerable point of its neck. Meanwhile, Naruto employed the shadow clone technique, dispatching countless clones to assail the fox from various angles. Some clones clung to its limbs, striving to restrain its movements, while others launched attacks towards its back and abdomen, employing fists, feet, and ninjutsu to distract the fox, thereby creating optimal conditions for Luffy's assault. The real Naruto stood nearby, his hands weaving seals with remarkable speed, preparing to unleash a more formidable ninjutsu to deliver a decisive blow at a critical moment. Under the combined onslaught of Luffy and the multitude of clones, the giant fox appeared increasingly beleaguered. It struggled and twisted, retaliating with its claws and tail against the clones. Yet their sheer number made it difficult for it to shake them off. Just as Luffy's sword was poised to penetrate deeper into the fox's neck, the creature suddenly erupted with immense power. Its fur bristled, each hair shimmering with a brilliant light, transforming into countless sharp needles. With a mighty shake, a powerful wave of energy radiated outward from its core. This energy wave instantly sent the clones clinging to its limbs flying, while those attacking its back and abdomen were scattered in disarray. Luffy was not spared from the impact. The force of the wave pushed him backward, and despite his efforts to maintain his balance, he slid along the ground for a considerable distance before coming to a halt. This creature truly exhibits tenacity. Luffy gritted his teeth, his resolve hardening as he tightened his grip on the Thunderflame sword, preparing to launch another attack. Observing the disarray of his clones, Naruto remained undeterred. He swiftly formed seals with his hands, murmuring incantations as chakra surged within him once more. Sage art, lava release, spiraling shuriken, he shouted, conjuring a colossal spiraling shuriken composed of molten lava. This shuriken radiated intense heat, warping the air around it due to the elevated temperature. Seizing the moment while the fox was still reeling from its previous exertion, he hurled the spiraling shuriken towards its abdomen. As it flew, the shuriken left a blazing trail, akin to a meteor hurtling towards the fox's midsection. The giant fox sensed the imminent threat to its abdomen and attempted to evade. Yet the recent energy explosion had drained a significant portion of its stamina, rendering its movements somewhat sluggish. The lava release, spiraling shuriken struck true, piercing the fox's abdomen, where the intense heat instantly melted away a portion of its fur and flesh. A pained roar erupted from the fox as a massive wound was seared into its belly, blood gushing forth from the injury. As Luffy beheld the injured giant fox, he seized the opportunity and charged towards it once more. He elevated the power of the Thunderfire sword to its utmost limit, unleashing the Flame Thunder Skybreaker slash. He aimed for the fox's head, this strike imbued with formidable strength. As the energy along the blade transformed into a colossal dragon of flame and thunder, clawing and gnashing its teeth as it lunged at the giant fox. The Flame Thunder Dragon and the giant fox clashed in a fierce battle. The dragon raked its claws and bit down upon the fox, while the fox, despite its injuries, attempted to evade the dragon's onslaught and counterattack with its might and speed. However, with its abdomen wounded, the giant fox's movements were no longer as agile as before, gradually succumbing in the standoff against the Flame Thunder Dragon. While the dragon occupied the giant fox, Naruto once again employed the shadow clone technique, sending numerous clones racing towards the fox's legs. They unleashed a myriad of ninjutsu and taijutsu strikes upon its limbs, striving to incapacitate its mobility. Caught between the two assaults, the giant fox found itself increasingly beleaguered. Its legs bore the marks of relentless attacks from the clones, its movements growing ever more sluggish. Aware of its dire predicament, the fox refused to yield, its eyes ablaze with an indomitable spirit as it continued to engage in a life-or-death struggle against Luffy and Naruto. Let us muster all our strength. We must vanquish it completely, Luffy cried out. Naruto nodded in agreement. All right, together. They launched another assault on the giant fox, with Luffy thrusting the Thunderfire sword towards its vulnerable neck, while Naruto executed the wind release, Nine-Tails Spiral Shuriken, hurling it towards the fox's heart. The giant fox sensed the looming specter of death, struggling with all its might, yet its strength had significantly waned due to its grievous wounds. The Thunderfire sword penetrated the fox's neck with precision, blood gushing forth. Simultaneously, the wind release, Nine-Tails Spiral Shuriken struck true at the heart, the immense force sending the giant fox tumbling backwards, crashing heavily to the cave floor and raising a cloud of dust. The fox's body convulsed a few times upon impact, its azure eyes dimming gradually, ultimately extinguishing its life. With the demise of the giant fox, the colorful foxes surrounding it seemed to lose their anchor, ceasing their attacks and scattering in a panic, swiftly vanishing into the depths of the cave. Luffy and Naruto triumphed over the colossal fox, their bodies weary and adorned with scars, yet their eyes gleamed with the joy of victory. At last, they had vanquished this formidable foe. Naruto wiped the sweat and blood from his face. However, there may be other dangers lurking within this cave. We must press onward, Luffy replied. After a brief respite, they gathered their strength and ventured deeper into the heart of the cavern. Chapter 0912, Lotus. After a brief respite, Luffy and Naruto continued their journey deeper into the cavern. The atmosphere within the cave was thick with a solemn silence, punctuated only by the echo of their footsteps resonating through the dimly lit passage, as if recounting the remnants of the fierce battle they had just endured. As they ventured further, the air grew increasingly humid, with droplets of water trickling down the walls, forming small puddles on the ground. Occasionally, the rhythmic sound of dripping water pierced the stillness, amplifying the eerie ambience of the cavern. After traversing a considerable distance, they discerned a faint glimmer ahead. This light was unlike the vibrant hues emitted by the colossal fox. Rather, it exuded a soft, mysterious radiance. Exchanging a glance, a sense of apprehension gripped their hearts, for they understood that an unknown entity awaited them ahead. Yet, they harbored no intention of retreat, resolutely advancing towards the source of the light. As they approached the luminous origin, the sight before them compelled them to widen their eyes in astonishment. Before them lay a vast, circular pool of water, its surface shimmering with an extraordinary pale blue hue, as if it had captured the essence of the sky itself. The water lay still as a mirror, reflecting all that surrounded it, yet it emanated an ineffable depth, as though concealing boundless secrets. Encircling the pool stood an ancient ring of stone pillars, each etched with an array of enigmatic runes and patterns. These inscriptions emitted a faint glow, harmonizing with the azure light of the pool, as if engaged in a silent dialogue. Atop the pillars rested crystalline orbs, radiating a gentle luminescence that intertwined to form the enigmatic illumination enveloping the pool. This place exuded an aura of mystery. The purpose of these runes and crystal spheres remained an enigma. Naruto surveyed the surroundings with keen curiosity, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Luffy furrowed his brow, observing intently. He could sense that the runes and the crystal orb contained immense energy, yet the specifics eluded him for the moment. We must tread carefully. There may well be hidden mechanisms or traps here. He tightened his grip on the Thunder Flame sword, the primal energy coursing subtly along the blade, ever prepared to confront any unforeseen circumstances that might arise. Just as they were poised to delve deeper into the area surrounding the pool, the water within began to ripple unexpectedly. Initially, the undulations were subtle, but soon they swelled, forming concentric circles that spread outward in a relentless motion. Simultaneously, a deep, resonant hum emanated from the depths of the pool, a sound that seemed to rise from the very bottom, imbued with an ancient and mysterious cadence. Luffy and Naruto immediately heightened their vigilance, their focus intently fixed upon the shimmering pool, discreetly preparing their respective offensive strategies. As the water rippled, a colossal object gradually emerged from the center of the pool. It was a magnificent platform resembling a lotus, crafted from a jade-like stone that emanated a soft azure glow, exuding unparalleled beauty. At the heart of the lotus platform lay a massive blue gem, its brilliance dazzling and far more radiant than the surrounding crystal spheres and the azure light of the pool. Its luminosity resembled that of a lighthouse, illuminating the entire cavern and rendering everything around Luffy and Naruto strikingly clear. "Wow, what a gigantic gem!" Naruto exclaimed in awe, his gaze irresistibly drawn to the jewel, a surge of longing to reach out and touch it swelling within him. Luffy seized him, urging restraint. The appearance of this gem was too peculiar and certainly not as simple as it seemed. His gaze reflected a cautious wisdom, fully aware that within this land brimming with mystery and peril, any seemingly enticing treasure could conceal enormous dangers. Just as they conversed, the blue gem upon the lotus platform suddenly radiated a brilliant light, beams of azure energy shooting forth like arrows towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy reacted swiftly, wielding the sword of thunder and flame, which conjured a shield woven from intertwining fire and lightning before him. As beams of light struck the shield, they erupted with a cacophony reminiscent of raindrops pattering against metal, yet the shield successfully thwarted the onslaught. Naruto, undeterred, swiftly formed hand seals, invoking the shadow clone technique. Countless clones surged toward the source of the light, striving to shield their original from harm. Some clones were struck by the beams, instantly dissipating into clouds of smoke. Yet others pressed onward, bravely advancing toward the gemstone. "We must find a way to approach that gemstone and see if it can aid us on our journey," Luffy shouted, fending off the light's assault while contemplating their next move. Naruto nodded in agreement. "All right, I will attempt to break through its attacks with my ninjutsu." With that, the original Naruto swiftly formed hand seals once more, reciting an incantation. "Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine-Tail Spiral Shuriken." He bellowed as a colossal spiral shuriken materialized in his hand. Surrounding it were 9 tails, each formed from chakra, resembling 9 agile dragons. Each tail brimmed with potent chakra, amplifying the shuriken's power several-fold. He hurled the spiral shuriken toward the gemstone, which expanded as it soared through the air, the fierce wind chakra slicing through the atmosphere with a sharp whistling sound. The spiral shuriken collided with the light emanating from the gemstone, triggering a violent explosion. The energy from the blast radiated outward, temporarily dispersing some of the beams and causing the lotus platform to tremble slightly. Seizing this opportunity, Luffy and Naruto dashed toward the platform, deftly evading the remaining beams of light while hastening toward their objective. Upon reaching the base of the lotus platform, they discovered it was elevated above the ground, necessitating a means to ascend in order to grasp the gemstone. Luffy surveyed the surroundings and noted that the stone pillars were etched with subtle grooves suitable for climbing. Though not immediately apparent, they offered a viable path. "Let's climb the stone pillars," Luffy suggested as he approached one, gripping the grooves with both hands and beginning the arduous ascent. Naruto followed suit, exhibiting remarkable agility akin to a monkey as he deftly scaled the pillar. Throughout their climb, beams of light relentlessly targeted them, compelling them to dodge while continuing their ascent, rendering their endeavor perilous with each step fraught with danger. After considerable effort, they finally reached the lotus platform. At that moment, the immense blue gemstone loomed before them, tantalizingly within reach. The radiance emanating from it enveloped them, making them feel as though they were immersed in a vast azure ocean. The glow was both warm and enigmatic, evoking an irresistible desire to become entranced. Be cautious. Do not let its brilliance deceive you, Luffy cautioned. Although he too was captivated by the gem's luminosity, his vigilance remained unwavering. Naruto nodded in agreement and reached out, yearning to touch the gem. Just as his fingers were about to make contact, the gem unleashed a powerful surge of electricity, coursing through his arm and radiating throughout his body. Naruto was suddenly seized by excruciating pain, causing him to involuntarily stagger backward. Naruto, Luffy shouted, quickly extending his hand to grasp Naruto, pulling him close. That hurts so much. How can this gem be so formidable? Naruto grimaced, his arm still trembling slightly. Clearly having endured considerable suffering from the recent shock, Luffy scrutinized the gem meticulously, noting that it seemed to be enveloped in an invisible energy field, the very source of the electric currents they had just witnessed. This gem possesses a protective barrier. We must devise a means to breach it in order to claim it, he declared. They commenced a thorough examination of the energy field surrounding the gem, endeavoring to uncover a method of penetration. During their observations, Luffy discerned that the energy field exhibited a brief fluctuation following the gem's attack, which could very well be its vulnerable point. Naruto, after its next assault, we shall strike at that point of fluctuation together. Perhaps we can shatter its defenses, Luffy suggested. Naruto nodded in agreement. All right, I am prepared. They readied themselves once more, awaiting the gem's imminent strike. Before long, the gem unleashed another beam of light in an attack, and they employed their previous strategy, utilizing shields and shadow clones to deflect the onslaught. Once the light assault concluded, a distinct fluctuation in the energy field became apparent. Now is the moment, Luffy exclaimed, channeling the full might of the Thunder Flame Sword and cleaving towards the area of disturbance in the energy field. Simultaneously, Naruto unleashed his Sage Art, Super Giant Rasen Shuriken, propelling it towards the point of fluctuation. Their attacks collided with the trembling energy field, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion. The surge of energy radiated outward, and under the immense pressure, the energy field surrounding the gem ultimately succumbed, producing a crisp shattering sound as it disintegrated into countless minute shards of energy that scattered in all directions. With the demise of the energy field, the magnificent blue gem lay unguarded upon the lotus platform, emanating a resplendent glow, as if beckoning them to retrieve it. As Luffy and Naruto exchanged a knowing smile, they had successfully deciphered the protective enchantments surrounding the gemstone, and at last, they could claim this enigmatic jewel as their own. They approached with caution, delicately lifting the gemstone. The moment their hands made contact with its surface, a surge of formidable energy coursed through their bodies, invigorating them with an overwhelming sense of strength. The power of this gemstone is astonishing. It may prove invaluable for our future adventures, Naruto exclaimed with enthusiasm. Indeed. Let us secure it safely, and then press onward, Luffy replied. After carefully stowing the gemstone away, they descended from the lotus platform and continued their journey deeper into the cavern. Chapter 0913, The Verdant Shade. Luffy and Naruto, bearing the enigmatic blue gemstone, ventured deeper into the cavern. Although their steps were tinged with fatigue, their spirits soared with the thrill of their newfound treasure. The cave grew increasingly profound, the light dimmer, with only the feeble glow emanating from their hands barely illuminating a meager stretch of path ahead. The surrounding air felt as though it had solidified, oppressive enough to render one breathless, while the steady drip of water echoed languidly, starkly contrasting the silence of the environment. As they pressed on, an indistinct murmur suddenly reached their ears. The sound seemed to originate from an immeasurable distance, yet it also felt as if it whispered directly beside them, elusive and unclear, yet imbued with an air of mystery and eeriness. Did you hear that? It sounds as though someone is speaking, Naruto remarked in a hushed tone. His vigilance heightened as he scanned their surroundings. Unconsciously, his hands formed seals, poised to confront any impending peril. Luffy nodded gravely, acknowledging the peculiar sound that permeated the air. Everyone, exercise caution, he urged, gripping the Thunder Flame Sword tightly, as the source power coursed steadily along its blade, ready to unleash an attack at a moment's notice. As they advanced, the whispers grew increasingly discernible, yet the words remained elusive. Simultaneously, indistinct figures began to materialize from the encroaching darkness ahead. These phantoms drifted with an ethereal grace, flickering in and out of sight like specters, instilling a sense of dread. As they drew closer, Luffy and Naruto finally discerned their true forms. They were a group of humanoid beings clad in tattered robes, their features obscured beneath hoods, rendering their appearances indiscernible. Only pairs of eyes, glowing with an eerie green luminescence, pierced the darkness, flickering ominously like will-o'-the-wisps. What manner of creatures are these? They appear quite terrifying, Naruto remarked, striving to maintain his composure, though a hint of tension was unmistakable in his voice. Luffy remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon the enigmatic creatures, ever prepared to counter their onslaught. In that moment, the mysterious beings surged forth, akin to a relentless tide, advancing towards Luffy and Naruto with remarkable speed and an unsettlingly synchronized motion, as if orchestrated by a singular, commanding force. Luffy was the first to launch an assault. Wielding the Thunder Flame Sword, which erupted with a conflagration of fire and the power of lightning, striking towards the foremost of the enigmatic creatures. The blade sliced through the air, emitting a piercing whistle, igniting flames wherever it passed, accompanied by the crackling of thunder. However, when the sword struck the mysterious beings, it felt as though it had merely sliced through the air, creating only a slight ripple. The creatures sustained no tangible harm. Naruto, witnessing this, also employed the shadow clone technique. Countless clones surged forward towards the throng of mysterious entities, attempting to engage them with fists, feet, and ninjutsu, in hopes of uncovering their vulnerabilities. Some clones unleashed taijutsu, delivering powerful strikes, while others utilized wind release and fire release techniques to hurl flames and fierce gales at the foes. Yet, the outcome mirrored Luffy's experience. These attacks appeared futile against the enigmatic beings, which continued to surge forward like an unstoppable tide, showing no signs of abating. These adversaries proved to be formidable, seemingly lacking a corporeal form. Luffy shouted, continuing to wield the Thunder Flame Sword to fend off the approaching creatures, while contemplating a strategy. Naruto also recognized this peculiarity, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "What should we do? Standard attacks are ineffective against them." Just as their anxiety began to mount, Luffy suddenly conceived a solution. He recalled a previous encounter where he had successfully utilized energy counteraction to breach certain unique defenses. Thus, he resolved to give it a try. Luffy thrust the Sword of Thunder and Flame into the ground, murmuring incantations under his breath. The source power swiftly spread along the surface, weaving intricate chains of energy intertwined with fire and lightning. These chains, resembling ethereal serpents, surged towards the enigmatic creatures, instantly ensnaring them. Then, Luffy exerted his strength, continuously infusing the chains with source power, endeavoring to influence these mysterious beings through the clash of energies. Indeed, as the energy chains coiled around the enigmatic creatures, their forms began to exhibit fluctuations, their once illusory silhouettes becoming increasingly indistinct, as if subjected to some form of disturbance. Naruto, witnessing this scene, immediately grasped Luffy's intent. He swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing the sage art, supermassive Rasengan. He hurled the spiraling orb towards the group of creatures ensnared by the energy chains, the Rasengan expanding in size during its flight, its formidable chakra waves causing the surrounding air to tremble. Upon impact, the Rasengan triggered a violent explosion. The energy released from the explosion radiated outward, interacting with the flames and lightning of the energy chains, further amplifying its effect on the mysterious beings. This time, noticeable fissures appeared on the bodies of the creatures, resembling shattered glass, with a ghostly green luminescence seeping from the cracks, causing their movements to slow. "It's effective. Let us continue the assault," Luffy shouted. They pressed on with their attack, Luffy once again wielding the Sword of Thunder and Flame, cleaving towards the creatures with visible cracks in their forms. This time, the sword struck true, each slash reducing some of the enigmatic beings to countless tiny fragments that shimmered momentarily in the air before vanishing. Naruto also unleashed the wind release, Ninetales Raisen Shuriken, merging this potent ninjutsu with his Sage Chakra, thereby enhancing the Raisen Shuriken's power exponentially. Surrounding the spiraling shuriken were 9 tails formed from chakra, akin to 9 agile dragons. Each tail contained immense chakra, significantly amplifying the overall potency of the Raisen Shuriken. He directed it towards the densest cluster of mysterious creatures, the shuriken enlarging as it flew, the powerful wind chakra slicing through the air with a piercing howl. When the wind release, Ninetales Raisen Shuriken struck the swarm of creatures, another violent explosion ensued. The energy from the blast spread outward, shattering more of the mysterious beings into pieces. Under their combined assault, The numbers of these enigmatic creatures steadily dwindled, their previously synchronized movements descending into chaos. However, just as they believed they were on the verge of completely annihilating the remaining creatures, the survivors abruptly halted. They ceased their attacks and began to retreat slowly, regrouping to form a massive circular array. The ghostly green light emanating from their bodies intensified, as if they were amassing a formidable force. What are they doing? It seems they are preparing for some grand move. Naruto furrowed his brow as he spoke, his gaze fixed upon the enigmatic creatures before him, a wave of unease swelling within his heart. Luffy gazed solemnly at the scene before him, gripping the thunder flame sword tightly. Whatever their intentions may be, we must be prepared and ensure they do not succeed. At that moment, the mysterious creatures simultaneously spread their arms wide, emitting a low, eerie roar. As the sound reverberated, the ghostly green light emanating from their bodies converged, forming a colossal sphere of green energy. This energy orb slowly rotated above their heads, exuding a formidable aura of malevolence, as if it sought to engulf everything in its vicinity. This appears perilous. We must devise a means to shatter it, Luffy exclaimed. Naruto nodded in agreement. All right. Let's strike together. They charged towards the massive green energy sphere. Luffy raised the thunder flame sword high above his head, channeling the sword's power like a rushing river into the blade, which radiated a brilliant light. Flame thunder shattering slash, he shouted, cleaving towards the center of the energy orb. The sword strike embodied a cataclysmic force as the energy transformed into a gigantic dragon of flame and thunder, lunging fiercely at the energy sphere. Meanwhile, Naruto unleashed the sage technique, lava release, spiraling shuriken. With a powerful shout, he manifested a colossal shuriken composed of molten rock. This spiraling shuriken emitted an intense heat that distorted the surrounding air. He hurled it towards the base of the energy sphere, leaving a blazing trail akin to a meteor. As it collided with the orb, the flame thunder shattering slash and the lava release, spiraling shuriken struck the green energy sphere in succession, unleashing a tremendous explosion. The force of the explosion radiated outward, causing the very air around them to tremble. However, to their astonishment, the green energy sphere remained largely intact, merely swaying slightly while continuing its slow rotation and emanating its sinister aura. This thing is incredibly resilient, Naruto remarked with a hint of frustration. Luffy furrowed his brow as he gazed upon the emerald energy sphere. He noticed that after being attacked, peculiar runes emerged on its surface, seemingly absorbing the surrounding energy as if engaged in a process of self-repair. These runes pose a significant challenge. We must devise a means to decipher them in order to truly dismantle this energy sphere, Luffy remarked. They approached the green energy sphere once more, this time with heightened caution. Luffy attempted to touch the surface runes with the Thunder Flame sword, striving to sense their power. Upon contact, a torrent of formidable information surged into his mind, fragments of ancient knowledge and arcane secrets, though chaotic and in need of time for organization. Meanwhile, Naruto stood guard beside him, employing wind release, spiral shuriken to sever the encroaching energy waves. Yet, as time elapsed, the energy sphere's power intensified, rendering their situation increasingly perilous. I believe I am beginning to grasp something, Luffy suddenly declared. He commenced inscribing corresponding runes upon the ground with the Thunder Flame sword, based on the knowledge forming in his mind. Once drawn, these runes emitted a soft glow, resonating with the symbols on the energy sphere's surface. As Luffy inscribed more runes, the luminescence of the energy sphere's runes began to exhibit disarray, the absorption of energy growing unstable, fluctuating between strength and weakness. Naruto, let us strike once more, Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded in agreement, and they launched another assault on the green energy sphere. This time, their attacks were more precise, targeting the area where the rune's glow was most chaotic. Under the force of their combined onslaught, the green energy sphere could no longer withstand the pressure. With a resounding explosion, it detonated, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that engulfed everything in its vicinity. Luffy and Naruto were propelled backward by the shockwave, tumbling several times before regaining their footing. As the dust settled, they discovered that the enigmatic creatures had vanished, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. The cave's walls bore various degrees of damage. Cracks marred some areas, while others had even collapsed entirely. At last, we have dealt with those fiends, Naruto said, wiping the sweat and blood from his face. However, there are undoubtedly more dangers lurking within this cave. We must press onward, Luffy replied. After a brief respite to regroup, they steeled themselves and ventured deeper into the cavern. Chapter 0914, The Counterattack. After a brief respite, Luffy and Naruto resumed their journey deeper into the cave. The cavern, having been tempered by the fierce battle that had just transpired, was enveloped in a mingling scent of dust and dampness. Water droplets from the walls occasionally fell onto the ground littered with debris, creating a rhythmic sound that resonated through the stillness of the environment. They proceeded cautiously along the winding passage, their footsteps light, wary of provoking any unforeseen dangers. As they ventured further, the temperature appeared to drop slightly, a chill beginning to permeate the air, causing them to shiver involuntarily, yet their gazes remained resolutely fixed ahead. Not long after, a faint glimmer emerged before them, distinct from any light they had encountered previously. It bore a spectral hue, as if emanating from an icy realm. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a knowing glance, attention rising within them, aware that another challenge awaited. However, they felt no inclination to retreat. Instead, they quickened their pace towards the source of the light. As they approached, they were met with an expansive ice lake that dominated a vast area of the cave. The surface of the lake resembled a colossal mirror, smooth and unyielding, reflecting everything around it. The water exhibited a deep, enigmatic blue, as if it could draw in one's very soul, exuding an aura of inscrutable mystery. At the center of the lake stood an imposing ice sculpture, a towering giant wielding a massive ice axe, radiating an air of authority. Even as a mere sculpture, it conveyed an intangible sense of pressure. Surrounding the ice figure was a delicate halo of blue light, shimmering across the ice surface, as if bestowing upon the sculpture a semblance of mystical vitality. The grandeur of the ice sculpture was awe-inspiring, leaving Naruto filled with curiosity about the secrets it might conceal. Luffy furrowed his brow, vigilantly surveying his surroundings. Be cautious. This place feels unusual, and there may be hidden dangers lurking. He tightened his grip on the Thunder Flame sword, the source of power coursing steadily along its blade, ever prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Just as they were about to further investigate the ice lake and the ice sculpture, the surface of the lake suddenly rippled. Initially, it was merely a subtle disturbance, but soon the ripples grew larger, forming concentric circles of water that spread outward. Simultaneously, a deep, resonant humming emanated from the ice lake, as if the sound were rising from the depths below, infused with an ancient and mysterious cadence. As the waves undulated, the ice sculpture at the center of the lake seemed to awaken. The giant ice figure slowly raised the ice axe in its hand, as if preparing to launch an assault on Luffy and Naruto. The blue aura surrounding it intensified, casting an ethereal glow that illuminated the entire ice lake in a haunting azure light. This ice sculpture has come to life, Luffy shouted, quickly reacting by brandishing the Thunder Flame sword and charging towards the ice giant. The flames and lightning power erupted from the sword, tracing a brilliant arc through the air as he aimed for the creature's leg, attempting to hinder its movement. Naruto, not to be outdone, swiftly formed hand seals, his chakra surging within him. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. He bellowed, conjuring a massive spiraling shuriken enveloped in powerful wind chakra, akin to a colossal cutting instrument. He hurled the spiraling shuriken towards the ice giant's abdomen, hoping to inflict some damage. The ice giant showed no inclination to evade their assaults. Luffy's Thunder Flame sword struck its leg, producing a sharp clang, yet only leaving a faint white mark. It suffered no significant injury. Naruto's wind-imbued shuriken struck the giant's abdomen, merely causing a few minute cracks that rapidly mended themselves. This creature is incredibly resilient. It seems ordinary attacks are futile, Naruto remarked. Frowning, Luffy also recognized this fact. While he continued to wield the Thunder Flame sword to fend off the attacks of the ice-carved giant, he pondered a strategy. We must find a way to uncover its weakness, otherwise, this stalemate cannot persist. Just as they were locked in a deadlock with the ice-carved giant, Luffy suddenly noticed that every time the giant launched an attack, raising its ice axe, a faint energy fluctuation appeared at its shoulder joint, which might reveal its vulnerability. Naruto, pay attention to its shoulder joint. That may be its weak point, Luffy exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately grasped Luffy's intent. He began to adjust his attack strategy, refraining from mindlessly assaulting the giant's abdomen and legs, and instead waited for the ice-carved giant to raise its ice axe to strike. Seizing the moment, he aimed for the shoulder joint. Once more, as the ice-carved giant lifted its axe to strike at Luffy, he swiftly dodged to the side and shouted, "Now is our chance." Naruto, seizing the opportunity, swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed the Sage Art, super large Rasen Shuriken. He hurled the spiraling sphere towards the giant's shoulder joint, which expanded in size during its flight, the potent chakra waves causing the surrounding air to tremble. The Sage Art, super large Rasen Shuriken struck true at the shoulder joint of the ice-carved giant, the tremendous force creating noticeable fissures there. The giant let out a low, thunderous roar, its attacks becoming sluggish due to the injury to its shoulder joint. It's working. Let us continue our assault, Luffy shouted. They pressed on with their offensive. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame Sword once more, targeting the other shoulder joint of the ice-carved giant. This time, the sword successfully carved a deeper crack into the joint. Meanwhile, Naruto executed the Wind Release, Nine-Tails Rasen Shuriken, merging this formidable ninjutsu with his Sage Chakra, amplifying the Shuriken's power exponentially. Surrounding the Shuriken were 9 tails formed from chakra, akin to 9 graceful dragons, each imbued with potent chakra, enhancing the overall might of the Shuriken several-fold. He launched the Shuriken towards the giant's waist, hoping to further compromise its structural integrity and incapacitate it. Under their combined assault, the shoulder and waist joints of the ice-carved giant endured severe damage, its movements growing increasingly sluggish, and its attacks lost their former ferocity. However, the ice-carved giant did not surrender easily. Although it moved slowly, it continued to swing its ice axe, attempting to strike at Luffy and Naruto. The blue aura enveloping it flickered incessantly as if gathering some latent power, preparing for a final counterattack. We cannot afford to let it retaliate. We must defeat it utterly, Luffy urged. Naruto nodded in agreement. All right, let us go all out. They launched another assault on the ice-sculpted giant, with Luffy raising the Sword of Thunder and Flame high above his head. The power of the source flowed into the blade like a mighty river, causing the Sword of Thunder and Flame to radiate a brilliant light. Flame thunder shattering slash, he bellowed, striking down towards the giant's head. This strike embodied a cataclysmic force, as the energy along the blade transformed into a colossal dragon of flame and thunder, clawing its way towards the ice giant. Meanwhile, Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken. With a fierce cry, a shuriken composed entirely of molten lava materialized in his hand, exuding an intense heat that distorted the surrounding air. He hurled the spiraling shuriken at the giant's heart, hoping to deliver a fatal blow. The flame thunder shattering slash and the lava release, spiraling shuriken struck the giant's head and heart in succession, unleashing a tremendous explosion. The energy from the blast radiated outward, causing the very air to tremble with its overwhelming force. Under the weight of this dual assault, the ice giant could no longer withstand the onslaught. Its head and heart suffered grave damage. Fissures began to mar its body, swiftly spreading across its form. With a resounding crash, the ice giant collapsed, shattering into countless shards of ice that scattered across the frozen lake, creating a splash. Luffy and Naruto successfully vanquished the colossal ice giant. They stood exhausted by the edge of the frozen lake, their bodies adorned with wounds, yet their eyes sparkled with the joy of victory. At long last, they had dealt with this formidable foe. Naruto wiped the sweat and blood from his face. However, there may be other dangers lurking within this cave. We must press on, Luffy replied. After a brief respite, they gathered themselves and ventured deeper into the cavern. Chapter 0915. The portal. Luffy and Naruto navigated around the icy lake, continuing deeper into the cavern. Inside the cave, the temperature plummeted, and their breath crystallized into wisps of white mist in the frigid air. The surrounding walls began to reveal peculiar ice crystals, each exhibiting a myriad of shapes, some resembling sharp blades, others blooming like flowers, blending with a chilling radiance as they passed by. After traversing a distance, they were greeted by a melodious chime of bells. The sound resonated through the stillness of the cave, ethereal and enigmatic, as if imbued with an invisible enchantment, beckoning them towards the source of the sound. As they drew closer, the tinkling grew increasingly distinct, and ahead of them emerged a portal shimmering with an extraordinary luminescence. The frame of the portal was sculpted from massive ice blocks, within which something appeared to be flowing, emanating a kaleidoscope of colors. Countless delicate silver bells adorned the frame, producing the very chime that had captivated their attention. At the center of the portal was a swirling curtain of light, within which shadowy images flickered, reminiscent of scenes from another realm. This portal seems so mysterious, it feels as if something within is calling to us, Naruto remarked, unable to resist the urge to reach out and touch the flickering curtain of light. Luffy hastily halted him, urging him to refrain from acting impulsively, for the portal's destination remained unknown, and venturing forth recklessly could invite peril. He scrutinized the vicinity of the portal, endeavoring to uncover any clues. At that moment, the luminescent veil of the portal began to undulate violently, accompanied by the frantic and cacophonous ringing of bells. From within the shimmering barrier, several translucent arms emerged, as clear as crystal and exuding a chilling aura, reaching out towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy reacted swiftly, wielding the sword of thunder and flame. As the fiery and electric energies erupted from the blade, cleaving towards the transparent arms, flames engulfed the appendages, while lightning danced upon them. Upon contact with the power of thunder and flame, the arms retreated rapidly into the luminous barrier. It seemed that this portal did not welcome us. Naruto remarked with a furrowed brow. We must devise a means to traverse this portal. I sense something of great significance lies beyond, Luffy stated. His gaze fixed resolutely upon the gateway. They began to contemplate methods for penetrating the portal. Luffy attempted to strike the ice upon the doorframe with the sword of thunder and flame, hoping to shatter the seal of the portal. As the blade met the ice, fissures appeared, but they swiftly mended themselves, as though endowed with a self-repairing ability. Meanwhile, Naruto employed the shadow clone technique, sending his duplicates to attempt passage through the barrier. The moment the clones made contact, they were repelled by a formidable force, dissolving into a cloud of smoke. This portal's defenses are formidable. We must join our efforts, Luffy declared. They resolved to launch a simultaneous attack. Luffy plunged the sword of thunder and flame into the ground, channeling his primal energy to disrupt the energies surrounding the portal. Naruto, on the other hand, unleashed the Sage Art, Supergiant Rasengan, hurling the spiraling orb towards the barrier while propelling himself forward, ready to break through with the force of the Rasengan. Upon impact, the Rasengan detonated, triggering a violent explosion. In that instant of chaos, Luffy and Naruto surged towards the barrier, their bodies enduring immense pressure, yet they persevered with gritted teeth. Under their combined assault, a fissure began to appear in the barrier, and the surrounding chimes grew sharper, as if the portal were emitting a cry of anguish. With renewed vigor, Luffy shouted. Pouring all his primal energy into the sword of thunder and flame, he struck at the fissure. Naruto, too, pushed his chakra to its limits, unleashing the Sage Art, Supergiant Rasengan once more, aiming it at the crack. With their relentless barrage, the fissure widened, and ultimately, they succeeded in breaching the barrier. Stepping into the portal, upon crossing through the barrier, they found themselves in a world blanketed in ice and snow. Fluffy snowflakes drifted from the sky, while beneath their feet lay a thick layer of snow, surrounded by towering ice mountains that pierced the clouds. The cold here surpassed that of the previous cave, chilling their very blood. It is freezing. We must find a way out of here quickly, Naruto shivered. Though Luffy's face had turned pale from the cold, he remained vigilant. Look, there's a glowing spot over there, he remarked, pointing towards the radiant light emanating from the midpoint of a distant iceberg. They trudged towards the luminescence, each step demanding immense effort as the snow nearly reached their knees. After a strenuous journey, they finally arrived at the source of the light. It was a cave, shrouded in ice and snow, with a colossal crystal at its entrance, emanating a warm glow that had drawn them in. Upon entering the cave, they felt the warmth from the crystal, gradually regaining some sensation in their bodies. The walls of the cave were adorned with ancient murals, depicting scenes of battle, where various bizarre creatures clashed, alongside figures that resembled sorcerers wielding formidable magic. The colors of the murals remained vibrant, as if freshly painted. These illustrations seemed to narrate a tale. Perhaps they could uncover clues to escape this place. Luffy observed the murals intently, stating, "Let us examine them closely." They walked along the cave's walls, gazing at each mural. Deep within the cave, they discovered a particularly striking mural. It depicted a massive eye, glimmering with a mysterious light, surrounded by peculiar symbols. Beneath the eye, there was a pattern resembling a keyhole. This eye and keyhole appeared significant. Could they be related to their escape? Naruto speculated. Luffy reached out to touch the eye depicted in the mural. As his finger made contact, the eye's radiance suddenly intensified, and a beam of light emanated from it, illuminating the far side of the cave. They approached to investigate and discovered a small indentation at the spot where the light fell, perfectly shaped like the keyhole in the mural. "It seems we need to find a key," Luffy remarked. They searched the cave meticulously, scouring every nook and cranny, yet the elusive key remained unfound. Just as frustration began to set in, Naruto suddenly spotted a small box, concealed beneath a layer of ice and snow, beneath the crystal. They delicately cleared away the frost and opened the box, revealing a glimmering ice key, intricately engraved with symbols identical to those in the mural. "This is it," Naruto exclaimed, excitement surging as he grasped the key. They approached the indentation and inserted the key. As it slid into place, the entire cave began to tremble violently, and the luminous murals glowed ever more brilliantly. A fissure appeared in the cave ceiling, allowing a stream of bright light to seep through. "We are getting out," Luffy shouted. They dashed towards the crack, managing to escape the icy realm just before the cave collapsed entirely. To their relief, they found themselves in another passage of the cave, where the chill was replaced by a warm current of air. I wonder what awaits us ahead, Naruto mused, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Whatever it is, we shall press on, Luffy declared, gripping the thunder flame sword as they ventured deeper into the passage, with Naruto following closely behind, their figures gradually fading into the depths. Embarking on a journey into the unknown. Chapter 0916. The Siege. Luffy and Naruto continued their journey along the warm passageway, where the walls began to reveal luminescent moss, emanating a gentle green glow that illuminated their surroundings. As they progressed, the passage gradually widened, and a cacophony of sounds reached their ears, reminiscent of myriad creatures and lively activity. Upon reaching the end of the passage, they were greeted by a vast subterranean cavern. The cave was abuzz with life, home to an array of extraordinary beings. Some creatures were colossal, boasting robust shells and sturdy limbs, as if they had emerged from ancient legends. Others were diminutive and delicate, adorned with transparent wings that danced through the air, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. These beings appeared to possess their own societal structures, some engaged in trade, haggling in a peculiar dialect, while others showcased their skills, demonstrating astonishing strength and magical prowess. It was truly a wondrous place. Naruto gazed in awe at the scene before him, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Luffy was equally astonished by the scene before him, yet he remained vigilant. There are numerous creatures here. We must not draw attention too hastily. Let us observe for a moment, he whispered. Nevertheless, their presence did attract the notice of some nearby beings. A small creature, adorned with 3 eyes, scampered towards them, its body cloaked in soft fur that shimmered in various colors with each step it took. The little beast circled around them curiously, sniffing inquisitively before emitting a series of bright, melodic calls. This sound seemed to serve as a signal, causing the surrounding creatures to halt their activities and direct a multitude of gazes towards Luffy and Naruto, some filled with curiosity, others with caution, and a few brimming with hostility. It appears we have been discovered. Prepare for any potential developments, Luffy cautioned, gripping the sword of thunder flame tightly. Naruto nodded in agreement, stealthily forming hand seals, ready to unleash his ninjutsu at a moment's notice. At that moment, a colossal creature emerged from the depths of the cave. Its form bore a resemblance to a human, yet its head was that of a gigantic rhinoceros, clad in heavy metallic armor that caused the ground to tremble slightly with each step. It looked down upon Luffy and Naruto, its eyes glinting with an air of authority. Who are you? From whence do you come? Why have you intruded upon our territory? The immense creature inquired in a deep voice, its tone echoing throughout the cave, laden with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Luffy stepped forward, lifting his gaze to address the colossal creature before him. We are mere travelers passing through. Harboring no intention of offense, we have simply arrived here whilst exploring this cavern. The immense being fixed its gaze upon Luffy for a moment, seemingly deliberating the veracity of his words. Humph, humanity is ever untrustworthy. Surely, you harbor some ulterior motive, it retorted, prompting a chorus of murmurs from the surrounding creatures. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Naruto, feeling anxious, interjected, "We truly mean no harm. We are merely adventurers journeying through this place." The gigantic creature dismissed Naruto's explanation, raising its formidable warhammer. "Regardless of your intentions, trespassing upon our territory is a capital offense." With that declaration, it charged towards Luffy and Naruto, the warhammer slicing through the air with a deafening roar as it descended upon them. Luffy and Naruto swiftly separated to evade the onslaught. Luffy brandished the Thunderfire sword, aiming a decisive strike at the colossal creature's leg. The blade clashed against the metallic armor, sending a shower of sparks flying. Yet it merely left a shallow mark upon the armor. Meanwhile, Naruto employed the shadow clone technique, summoning a multitude of clones that surged toward the enormous beast. These clones attacked from every conceivable angle. Some clung to its limbs while others aimed for its eyes. However, the creature's strength was overwhelming, and with a mere flick of its arm, it scattered many of the clones effortlessly. "This creature is formidable. We must devise a strategy to uncover its weakness," Luffy exclaimed, continuing his assault on the beast's leg while keenly observing its movements. During the skirmish, Luffy discerned that each time the creature swung its warhammer, a slight gap appeared at the junction of its armor on the back, potentially revealing its vulnerability. "Naruto, strike at its back. There's a weakness there," Luffy shouted with urgency. Upon hearing this, Naruto promptly directed his clones to charge toward the creature's back. The original Naruto then unleashed the sage art, super giant Rasengan, launching the spiraling sphere toward the gap in the creature's armor. As it traveled, the Rasengan expanded, its immense chakra fluctuations causing the surrounding air to tremble. The colossal beast sensed the impending threat to its back and attempted to pivot and block with its war hammer, but it was already too late. The Sage Art, supergiant Rasengan struck true, hitting the gap with tremendous force, causing it to widen further and sending fragments of armor flying. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy surged forward, channeling the full might of the Thunderfire Sword as he aimed for a gap in the massive creature's back. The blade pierced successfully, eliciting a pained roar from the beast, whose body began to convulse violently. The surrounding creatures, witnessing their leader's injury, erupted in furious howls and charged towards Luffy and Naruto. In an instant, they found themselves besieged by a multitude of foes. "Naruto, we must break through," Luffy shouted, wielding the Thunderfire Sword to conjure a protective circle of intertwining flames and lightning, momentarily halting some of the creature's attacks. Naruto, in turn, unleashed the Wind Release, spiraling shuriken, repelling the encroaching beasts. Back to back, they fought their way toward a direction leading out of the cave. During their escape, they continuously employed ninjutsu and swordsmanship, engaging in fierce combat with the relentless creatures. After a grueling struggle, they finally broke free from the onslaught and dashed towards another exit of the cave. The creatures pursued them relentlessly, yet Luffy and Naruto did not look back. They poured every ounce of their strength into reaching the exit. Upon emerging from the cave, they found themselves in a valley enveloped in a delicate mist, surrounded by lush trees and blooming wildflowers. A crystal-clear stream meandered through the valley, producing a melodious sound as the water flowed. "At last, we've eluded them. This place seems considerably safer," Naruto panted. "Indeed, yet we must remain vigilant. This valley may harbor other dangers," Luffy replied. After a brief respite, they began to explore the valley along the stream. Chapter 0917. Manipulation. Luffy and Naruto traversed alongside the babbling brook, as the mist within the valley swirled around them like delicate gossamer. The fragrant aroma of wildflowers mingled with the earthy scent of the soil, creating an atmosphere that was both refreshing and uplifting. However, they were acutely aware that within this seemingly tranquil setting, lurking dangers often lay in wait. As they continued their journey, they noticed that the fog ahead thickened considerably, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. The gentle sound of the flowing stream became their sole guide through the obscurity. Suddenly, Naruto felt his foot come into contact with an object beneath him. Looking down, he discovered a stone slab inscribed with peculiar runes. "Luffy, take a look at this," Naruto said, crouching down to examine the slab closely. Luffy approached with keen interest, his brow furrowing as he examined the runes etched upon the stone tablet. These symbols were unfamiliar to him, yet a profound sense of significance enveloped them, suggesting they might hold clues to the mysteries of this place. As they delved deeper into their study, the surrounding mist began to churn violently, and indistinct figures flitted through the haze. An eerie laughter echoed throughout the valley, sending chills down their spines. "Who goes there? Show yourself," Luffy bellowed, and the flames and lightning of the Thunderfire Sword ignited instantaneously, dispersing a small portion of the fog. The laughter ceased abruptly, and from the mist emerged a group of enigmatic figures cloaked in black robes. Their faces remained shrouded beneath the hoods, revealing only pairs of eyes that glowed with an unsettling red light. Each of these mysterious individuals wielded staves of peculiar shapes, adorned with gemstones that flickered ominously. "You two outsiders dare to intrude upon our secrets. Today marks your demise," one of the cloaked figures rasped ominously. "Humph, is that so? Just the likes of you?" Luffy retorted fearlessly, raising the Thunderfire Sword, poised for battle. The mysterious figures exchanged no further words. Instead, they simultaneously raised their staves, chanting incantations. In an instant, dark beams of energy shot forth from the tips of their staves, hurtling towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy brandished the Sword of Thunderfire, conjuring a shield woven from flames and lightning that deflected the incoming black beams of light. As the beams struck the shield, they emitted a hissing sound, reminiscent of a venomous serpent flicking its tongue. Meanwhile, Naruto executed the shadow clone technique, sending forth numerous clones that charged toward the enigmatic figures. The clones engaged in close combat with the mysterious adversaries. Some attempted to seize their staffs, while others launched assaults with fist and feet. However, these adversaries exhibited remarkable agility, easily evading the clones' attacks while unleashing various spells from their staffs, dispersing the nearby clones into nothingness. "These foes are formidable. We must alter our strategy," Luffy proclaimed. "Very well. I have an idea," Naruto replied. Swiftly forming hand seals, he unleashed the Sage Art, Wind release, Nine Tails Raisin Shuriken. He hurled this potent ninjutsu toward the assembly of mysterious figures. The spiraling shuriken expanded as it soared, encircled by 9 tails formed of chakra, resembling 9 lively dragons. Each tail contained immense chakra, amplifying the shuriken's power several-fold. Upon witnessing the approaching shuriken, the mysterious figures concentrated their energies, erecting a colossal barrier of black light to counter the assault. When the shuriken collided with the barrier, a violent explosion ensued. The force of the blast dispersed the surrounding mist and revealed a fissure in the mysterious figure's barrier. As the opportune moment presented itself, Luffy charged towards the fissure in the barrier. He heightened the power of the Raijin sword to its utmost limit, unleashing the flame thunder-shattering slash. A colossal dragon of flame and thunder erupted from the blade, hurtling towards the crack. The flame thunder dragon tore through the breach in the barrier, rampaging towards the enigmatic figures, swiftly engulfing several of them, who let out anguished cries as they were scorched by the searing might of the flame and thunder. Observing this, the leader of the mysterious figures roared in fury, "You insufferable wretches, you have awakened my wrath." He raised his staff, and with a vigorous sweep, the surrounding mist rapidly converged upon him, coalescing into a gigantic beast of black fog. The mist beast, immense in size, bore sharp claws and a gaping maw, charging towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto showed no signs of retreat, charging once more towards their adversaries. Luffy engaged in a direct confrontation with the mist beast, deftly evading its assaults while retaliating with the sword of thunder and flame. Each clash of his blade against the mist beast dispersed a portion of the fog, though it swiftly reformed. Meanwhile, Naruto unleashed the lava release, spiraling shuriken, targeting the enigmatic leader. The fiery shuriken, imbued with molten heat, soared towards the leader in an attempt to breach his defenses and thwart his control over the mist beast. The mysterious leader conjured a black barrier with his staff to intercept the lava release, spiraling shuriken. The collision sparked intense heat and energy fluctuations, scorching the surrounding trees and wilting the wildflowers in an instant. Amidst the fierce battle with the mist beast, Luffy discerned that its core resided in its abdomen, where a swirling black energy sphere sustained its existence. "Naruto, strike at the mist beast's abdomen. That is its core," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto promptly adjusted the trajectory of his attack. He executed the sage art, Super Giant Rasengan, hurling it towards the mist beast's midsection. As it flew, the Rasengan expanded, racing towards the core within the beast's abdomen. The mist beast sensed the impending danger, attempting to shield its core with its claws and body, but Luffy intensified his assault, restraining the creature's movements. The sage art, Super Giant Rasengan, successfully struck the core, causing cracks to appear in the black energy sphere under the sheer force of the attack. The mist beast emitted a pained roar, its body beginning to destabilize as the surrounding fog surged violently. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy unleashed the Inferno Thunder Slash, sending a series of fiery thunder sword energies toward the core of the fog beast's abdomen. Under their combined assault, the core could no longer withstand the onslaught and shattered completely. The fog beast let out a final roar before dissipating into a wisp of mist in the air. The leader of the mysterious figures, witnessing the demise of the fog beast, momentarily displayed a flicker of panic in his gaze. However, he quickly regained his composure and continued directing his followers to launch an attack against Luffy and Naruto. "We must not grant them a moment's respite. We shall annihilate them in one fell swoop," Luffy cried out. They charged towards the mysterious figures, engaging in a desperate final battle. In the heat of the fierce conflict, Luffy and Naruto showcased their formidable prowess, their attacks growing increasingly ferocious as they gradually gained the upper hand. After a grueling struggle, the mysterious figures fell one by one, leaving only their leader to stubbornly resist. His black cloak tattered and his body marked with numerous wounds. The madness in his eyes intensified. "You shall not succeed. Our plan will not be thwarted by you," the leader of the mysterious figures bellowed, raising his staff in preparation for a final, desperate strike. Luffy and Naruto offered him no respite, launching their most formidable assaults simultaneously towards the enigmatic leader. Luffy's Thunder Flame Sword converged with Naruto's Sage Art-enhanced Raisin Shuriken, striking the mysterious figure with an immense force. With a thunderous crash, the leader was propelled through the air, crashing heavily to the ground, rendered motionless. Gradually, the surrounding mist began to dissipate, restoring the valley to its original tranquility. Luffy and Naruto stood wearily upon the battlefield, their bodies adorned with scars. yet their eyes sparkled with the joy of victory. At last, it was resolved. This valley was indeed fraught with peril. Naruto wiped the sweat and blood from his face. Well, our adventure continues. I wonder what awaits us ahead. Luffy replied. After a brief respite, they pressed onward through the valley. Chapter 0918, The Temple. Luffy and Naruto continued their journey through the valley, their steps somewhat heavy after a fierce battle with a mysterious foe, yet their gazes remained resolute. The mist within the valley had dissipated entirely, allowing sunlight to filter through the leaves, casting a dappled golden glow upon the ground, akin to a resplendent carpet. As they ventured deeper, the trees grew increasingly dense, and they occasionally caught sight of rare herbs flourishing in the underbrush. These herbs emitted a faint luminescence, clearly possessing extraordinary medicinal properties. Naruto, intrigued, leaned in closer to examine them, only to be swiftly restrained by Luffy. Hold on, don't act recklessly. There may be protective mechanisms or other dangers surrounding these herbs, Luffy cautioned with a note of vigilance. At that moment, a melodious flute tune wafted through the air. The music was ethereal and captivating, as if infused with a sorcery that could banish fatigue and pain. However, Luffy and Naruto immediately became alert. Acutely aware that in this enigmatic land, even the most enchanting sights might conceal peril. They followed the direction of the flute's sound and soon arrived at a clearing in the woods. There, seated gracefully, was a woman clad in a flowing white robe. Her beauty breathtaking, with skin as pale as snow and hair cascading like black silk upon the ground. In her hands, she held a jade flute, enchanting the air with her mesmerizing melody. Surrounding her were vibrant butterflies fluttering in a dance, creating a dreamlike tableau. Upon noticing Luffy and Naruto, the woman ceased her playing, smiling gently at them, her eyes radiating warmth and mystery. Dear travelers from afar, your arrival here is a twist of fate, she spoke, her voice akin to the clear mountain spring, crisp and melodious. With a furrowed brow, Luffy inquired, "Who are you? What brings you here?" The woman gracefully rose, her white robe billowing in the breeze. "I am the guardian of this valley. You may call me Liyue. I have been awaiting a destined encounter, and you, indeed, are the ones I have been waiting for." Naruto scratched his head, a look of confusion crossing his face as he asked, "Waiting for us? Why?" Liyue approached them with a gentle smile. "Because you bear a unique mission, one that will profoundly influence the fate of this continent. I shall guide you on your journey." Luffy remained vigilant, questioning, "What reason do we have to trust you?" Liyue gently smiled, extending her hand to reveal a crystal orb radiating a soft luminescence. Within the orb, vivid scenes materialized, showcasing the past adventures of Luffy and Naruto, battles against the Rock to Java Dragon King, fierce skirmishes with avian foes on the grasslands, and various encounters within the cavernous depths. Surely, this suffices to validate my words. I am well aware of all your endeavors. Luffy and Naruto exchanged glances, their hearts still tinged with uncertainty, yet the wonders displayed by Liyue undeniably astonished them. "Pray tell, how shall you guide us in this endeavor?" Luffy inquired. Liyue stowed away the crystal orb and gestured towards the depths of the valley. At the valley's end lies an ancient temple, within which resides a sacred artifact, essential for the fulfillment of your mission. However, to reach the temple, you must navigate through numerous trials, challenges that will test both your strength and intellect. Naruto exclaimed with excitement, "An artifact? It must be extraordinary. We shall undoubtedly acquire it." Liyue nodded subtly, "Yet, be wary. Along the path to the temple, you will encounter many creatures corrupted by dark forces, relentless in their attempts to thwart your progress. Moreover, the temple itself is fortified with formidable defenses." Luffy gripped the sword of Thunder Flame resolutely, declaring that no matter the challenges ahead, they would not falter. Liyue gazed at them with a smile, expressing her unwavering faith in their abilities. "Here are some herbs," she said, "which will aid you in restoring your stamina and healing your wounds." With that, she presented them with several rare herbs they had encountered earlier. Luffy and Naruto received the herbs, feeling the formidable energy contained within. Upon consuming the herbs, they instantly sensed a significant alleviation of their fatigue and injuries. "Thank you," Luffy expressed gratefully. "Go forth. May you succeed in obtaining the divine artifact and safeguarding this land," Liyue proclaimed. They bid farewell to Liyue and ventured deeper into the valley. Along the way, they indeed encountered numerous creatures corrupted by dark forces. These beings varied in form. Some were once adorable little animals, now grotesquely transformed with fierce visages and eyes gleaming with a crimson light. Others were once gentle treants, now brandishing thick branches in a frenzied assault against them. Luffy and Naruto stood undaunted, engaging in a fierce battle against the dark creatures. Luffy wielded the sword of thunder and flame, each swing unleashing a formidable force of fire and lightning that repelled the encroaching shadows. Meanwhile, Naruto executed a variety of ninjutsu, employing techniques such as the shadow clone jutsu and the Rasengan with remarkable finesse, driving the dark beings into retreat. During the skirmish, they discerned that these sinister entities appeared to be controlled by a dark aura. By destroying the dark cores within them, they could restore them to their former selves. Consequently, they adjusted their strategy, opting not merely to assault the creature's physical forms but to seek out and obliterate the dark cores. After a grueling struggle, they gradually ventured deeper into the valley, drawing ever closer to the temple. However, as they approached, the surrounding darkness thickened, and a massive dark barrier materialized ahead, crackling with ominous energy as if warning them to halt. This was likely the final obstacle to the temple. Luffy gazed at the dark barrier and declared, "Let us shatter it together." Naruto, brimming with determination, replied, "Absolutely." They advanced toward the barrier, poised to launch their assault. Luffy drove the sword of thunder and flame into the ground, channeling a continuous flow of primal energy into the blade, which then radiated a brilliant light. Simultaneously, Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Super Ultra Big Ball Rasengan, propelling it toward the dark barrier. Their attacks collided with the barrier, triggering a violent explosion. The energy released from the blast surged outward, causing fissures to appear in the dark barrier. Yet, these cracks soon began to mend themselves. This barrier possesses self-repairing abilities. We must maintain our onslaught, Luffy shouted. They renewed their assault, striking the dark barrier repeatedly. Through their relentless efforts, the cracks multiplied and widened until, with a resounding crash, the barrier shattered completely, dissolving into countless fragments of darkness that vanished into the air. Having successfully breached the dark barrier, the temple loomed before them, ancient and majestic, adorned with colossal stone pillars etched with enigmatic runes. The grand entrance stood sealed, exuding an air of profound mystery. "At last, we have arrived. Let us enter," Naruto exclaimed eagerly. "Indeed, but exercise caution. We do not know what dangers lie within," Luffy cautioned in response. As they approached the temple's entrance, the runes upon the door suddenly illuminated, seemingly presenting them with a final trial. Chapter 0919. Artifact. Luffy and Naruto came to a halt, gazing intently at the flickering runes upon the grand door, endeavoring to decipher the means of entering the temple. These runes exuded an aura of ancient mystery, their luminescence oscillating as if conveying some profound message. The intricate patterns of the runes appeared to challenge their intellect. Frowning, Luffy remarked as he scrutinized the shapes and arrangements of the symbols, seeking to uncover the underlying order. Naruto approached as well. Though his understanding of the runes was not as profound as Luffy's, he was determined to search for clues, relying on his keen intuition. "I sense a connection among these runes, much like the mechanisms we deciphered before," he mused, just as they were deep in contemplation. The runes on the door suddenly blazed forth with brilliance, beams of light shooting from them and intertwining before them to form a magnificent tapestry of light and shadow. Within this luminous display, indistinct images emerged, reminiscent of ancient battle scenes and enigmatic ritual ceremonies, eluding their grasp. "Is this offering us a hint?" Naruto inquired. A look of confusion etched upon his face. As Luffy pondered for a moment, he remarked, "I believe these images are likely connected to the history of the temple or the information regarding the artifact. We must observe them meticulously." They focused intently on the shifting patterns of light and shadow, gradually uncovering that this temple had once served as a vital source of power safeguarding the continent. However, it had since been coveted by a malevolent force, resulting in the artifact being sealed within to prevent its acquisition by evil. To unlock the artifact seal, one must pass the trials set forth by the runes on the grand door, demonstrating sufficient strength and a righteous heart to protect the artifact. Thus, we must endure the trials to obtain the artifact, Luffy declared resolutely. As the patterns of light faded, the runes on the door transformed once more, revealing a series of intricate puzzles. These enigmas encompassed mathematics, logic, and an understanding of the ancient culture of this land. Luffy and Naruto diligently began to solve the puzzles, utilizing their combined intellect and past adventures to gradually unravel the challenges posed by the runes. When the final puzzle was deciphered, the runes on the door emitted a dazzling brilliance before slowly opening. A formidable energy surged forth from within the temple, enveloping them in the artifact's powerful aura. They stepped into the temple, which was spacious and illuminated, its walls adorned with various gemstones radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. At the center of the temple stood a stone pedestal upon which rested an artifact emanating a gentle glow. The artifact resembled a sword, yet its blade was composed of flowing energy, and the hilt was embedded with a colossal blue gemstone that seemed to contain boundless power. "This is the artifact we seek," Naruto exclaimed with exhilaration, unable to resist the urge to step forward and grasp the artifact. Luffy, however, intercepted him, urging restraint, for the artifact might be surrounded by additional defensive mechanisms, and caution was imperative. Just as they approached the stone platform, several phantoms abruptly materialized around them. These apparitions, though insubstantial, emanated an overwhelming aura of power. Armed with weapons, they launched an assault upon Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto swiftly assumed a combat stance, with Luffy wielding the Thunder Flame sword, engaging in an intense swordsmanship duel with the phantoms. He discerned that the attacking techniques of these phantoms were extraordinarily sophisticated, constantly altering their methods of assault, rendering them elusive. Meanwhile, Naruto deployed the Shadow Clone technique, summoning numerous clones to engage the phantoms in close-quarters combat. Through the collaboration of his clones, he endeavored to uncover the phantoms' vulnerabilities. During the skirmish, Naruto observed that the phantoms exhibited brief pauses in their attacks, which could potentially be their Achilles heel. "Luffy, pay attention to their pauses during the attack. That is their weakness," Naruto shouted emphatically. Upon hearing this, Luffy immediately adjusted his combat strategy. At the moment when the phantoms halted their assault, he launched a fierce counterattack. The Thunder Flame sword struck the phantoms repeatedly, rendering their forms increasingly ephemeral. After a grueling battle, they ultimately triumphed over the phantoms. With the vanishing of the phantoms, the defensive mechanisms surrounding the artifact were also dismantled. As Luffy and Naruto approached the stone platform, they cautiously grasped the divine artifact. The moment their hands made contact with the relic, an overwhelming surge of power coursed through their bodies, filling them with an exhilarating strength. "The power of this artifact is immense. We must wield it wisely," Luffy declared. "Indeed. With it, we shall better safeguard this continent," Naruto responded with palpable excitement. Exiting the temple with the artifact in hand, the valley seemed to blossom with newfound vitality, as if invigorated by the presence of the sacred relic. Chapter 0920, The Helmet. As Luffy and Naruto emerged from the temple, wielding the divine artifacts, an overwhelming sense of purpose surged within their hearts. They understood that these relics were not merely symbols of power, but pivotal elements entwined with the fate of the entire continent. A gentle breeze wafted through the valley, carrying the fragrant essence of the surrounding flora, as if celebrating their imminent triumph. Yet, they did not linger too long in this fleeting tranquility, for they were acutely aware that the forces of evil would not remain passive in the face of their acquisition of such power. Greater challenges loomed ahead. As they ventured deeper into the valley, the environment began to transform ominously. Once lush trees were now withering, their leaves turning a sickly yellow, as if vitality had been siphoned away. The ground beneath their feet cracked and desolated, fissures sprawling like a spider's web. A putrid stench permeated the air, inducing nausea. Something malevolent was drawing near. Furrowing his brow, Luffy tightened his grip on the Thunder Flame sword, feeling the artifact's power coursing through him, ready to confront the impending peril. Naruto, too, heightened his vigilance, swiftly forming hand seals to enter Sage mode, a powerful chakra aura swirling around him. "Everyone, be cautious. I sense a formidable dark force approaching." As they pressed onward, the sky suddenly darkened, shrouded by ominous clouds that obscured the sun, plunging the valley into darkness. Within this gloom, a low, menacing roar echoed, reminiscent of a sound from the depths of hell, sending shivers down their spines. In an instant, a horde of grotesque monsters surged forth from all directions. These creatures loomed large, some with razor-sharp claws and gaping maws belching black flames. Others were encased in tough scales, their eyes glowing with a sinister red light, each step resonating through the ground. It appeared these were beings corrupted by dark forces, and their numbers were considerable. Luffy surveyed the monstrous throng before him, his expression betraying a mix of gravity and unwavering resolve. "Fear not. We possess the divine artifacts. We shall surely vanquish them," Naruto proclaimed, his voice brimming with confidence. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance, then simultaneously charged towards the horde of monsters. Luffy wielded the Sword of Thunder and Flame. As the flames and lightning merged with the energy of the artifact, creating a force of unparalleled potency, he unleashed the Flame Thunder Demonic Slash, a colossal wave of fiery lightning that cleaved through the throng of monsters. Those struck were repelled, some even severed in twain. Meanwhile, Naruto invoked the Sage Technique, Super Big Rasen Shuriken, amalgamating the power of the Shuriken with that of the artifact, exponentially augmenting its might. He hurled the spiraling projectile into the densest cluster of monsters, which expanded dramatically in flight, ensnaring surrounding foes in its formidable force and triggering a cataclysmic explosion. The shockwave from the detonation radiated outward, sending numerous monsters flying. However, the creatures appeared inexhaustible. Despite the devastation wrought by their attacks, more monsters continued to surge forth. Furthermore, they seemed to sense the artifact's immense power, concentrating their efforts to assault Luffy and Naruto in a bid to seize it. This cannot continue. We must devise a strategy to break through, Luffy exclaimed, fending off the relentless onslaught while contemplating their next move. Observing the swarm around them, Naruto suddenly conceived an idea. Luffy, we can harness the artifact's energy to create a protective shield, allowing us to break through in a single direction. Luffy nodded in agreement, acknowledging it as a splendid idea. They concentrated the power of the artifact, creating a colossal energy shield that enveloped them in a magnificent glow. With determination, they charged toward a relatively vulnerable direction among the horde of monsters. Sensing their attempt to break free, the creatures encircled them, launching vicious assaults with their claws and teeth against the shimmering energy shield. The shield flickered under the relentless onslaught, developing a few cracks, yet it persevered with unwavering resilience. Luffy and Naruto relentlessly infused power into the shield, while simultaneously wielding their weapons and employing ninjutsu to fend off the encroaching monsters. Through their unwavering efforts, they ultimately succeeded in breaking free from the encirclement of the monstrous horde and raced towards the valley's exit. Upon emerging from the valley, they were met with a world in disarray. The once tranquil and harmonious village was engulfed in flames, as villagers fled in panic, their cries and shouts intertwining in a cacophony of despair. The fields lay ravaged, crops destroyed, and livestock brutally slaughtered, painting a scene of utter devastation. These despicable creatures have unleashed chaos upon the outside world, Naruto exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with fury, as Luffy beheld the scene before him. His heart brimmed with sorrow and indignation. We must act swiftly to thwart their malevolence. We cannot allow them to perpetuate their wickedness any longer. They dashed towards the village, intent on rescuing the suffering inhabitants. However, a formidable Dark Knight emerged on their path. Enshrouded in ominous black armor, the Dark Knight wielded a colossal black sword, emanating a potent aura of darkness. Do you truly believe you can escape so easily? Surrender the artifact, the Dark Knight intoned in a deep, gravelly voice. Luffy and Naruto disregarded his demands, charging directly towards the Dark Knight. Luffy was the first to launch an assault, swinging the Thunder Flame sword towards the Dark Knight's head. The Dark Knight effortlessly parried Luffy's strike with his longsword, then retaliated with a swift thrust aimed at Luffy. With a nimble sidestep, Luffy evaded the Dark Knight's attack and renewed his offensive. Meanwhile, Naruto unleashed the Shadow Clone technique, summoning numerous clones that surged towards the Dark Knight. The Shadow Clones attacked from all angles, striving to divert his attention. The original Naruto, on the other hand, focused on gathering chakra, preparing to unleash a more potent ninjutsu. Unfazed by the onslaught of clones, the Dark Knight wielded his longsword with precision, repelling the approaching shadows one by one. Suddenly, he invoked a dark magic, unleashing a wave of black energy that radiated from his form, shattering all nearby clones. This foe is formidable. We must exercise caution, Luffy exclaimed, realizing they faced a powerful adversary. The battle continued, and Luffy observed that the Dark Knight's armor bore peculiar patterns that emitted a glow during his attacks. This could very well be his vulnerability. Naruto, pay heed to the patterns on his armor. That may be his weak point, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto promptly adjusted his attack trajectory. He executed the Sage Art, Lava Style, Spiraling Shuriken, hurling the Spiraling Shuriken towards the patterns on the Dark Knight's armor. The Shuriken, infused with searing molten energy, soared through the air towards the Dark Knight. Sensing the imminent threat, the Dark Knight attempted to deflect the Spiraling Shuriken with his longsword. However, the Shuriken's might was overwhelming. Upon collision with the sword, it continued its trajectory towards his armor. Ultimately, the Spiraling Shuriken struck the patterns on the Dark Knight's armor, the tremendous force fracturing the designs, causing the Dark Knight to stagger backwards several paces. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy surged forward, merging the power of the Lightning Flame Sword with that of the Divine Artifact, unleashing the cataclysmic Flame Thunderstar Slash. This strike, imbued with the capacity to obliterate the heavens and the earth, descended upon the head of the Dark Knight. Having yet to fully recover from the assault of the melting escape, Spiral Shuriken, the Dark Knight found himself unable to evade Luffy's formidable blow. The cataclysmic flame thunderstar struck true, shattering the Dark Knight's helmet, and under the immense force, his body collapsed, dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. Vanishing from sight, Luffy and Naruto successfully vanquished the Dark Knight, and they pressed onward towards the village. Chapter 0921, Overturn. Luffy and Naruto hastened towards the village, their path marked by the devastation surrounding them, which only fortified their resolve to thwart the malevolent forces. Upon entering the village, they were met with the cacophony of a fierce battle. Following the din, they beheld a cadre of dark sorcerers clad in black robes engaged in a fierce conflict with a group of villagers defending their home in the central square. The dark sorcerers unleashed torrents of black magical flames and nefarious curses, while the villagers, despite their valiant efforts, suffered grave losses due to the overwhelming disparity in strength. Without hesitation, Luffy plunged into the battlefield, wielding the sword of thunder and flame, unleashing torrents of fire and lightning that dispersed the dark magic threatening the villagers. He conjured the guardian array of flame and thunder, enveloping the villagers in a radiant energy shield, temporarily thwarting the assaults of the dark sorcerers. Naruto swiftly joined the fray, his hands weaving intricate seals as he invoked the sage art, Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken. The colossal spiraling shuriken, infused with potent chakra, soared towards the most concentrated cluster of dark sorcerers. Wherever it struck, the dark mages were sent flying, their black robes tattered, and dark blood oozing from their lips. Yet, the dark sorcerers did not falter. They quickly regrouped, chanting incantations to summon a more formidable dark fusion magic. From the tips of their staffs, immense spheres of black energy coalesced, merging into a gigantic vortex of darkness, exuding an ominous pull and a sense of impending doom. Be cautious. This magic holds great power, Luffy warned, channeling the artifact strength into the Sword of Thunder and Flame, bracing for the impending onslaught. Naruto summoned numerous shadow clones, encircling the dark vortex in a frenzied dash to disrupt the sorcerer's incantations. Meanwhile, the original Naruto concentrated Sage Chakra, preparing to deliver a decisive strike. As the dark vortex took shape, it surged violently toward Luffy and the villagers. Luffy leaped high, the flames and lightning coursing through the Sword of Thunder and Flame reaching their zenith, executing the flame thunder-breaking slash. He unleashed a tremendous wave of sword energy towards the dark vortex, resulting in a cataclysmic clash that resonated with earth-shattering thunder. In that moment, light and darkness intertwined, powerful energy waves radiating outward, toppling nearby houses and tearing the ground into deep fissures. At the standoff between Luffy and the dark vortex, Naruto seized the moment. Casting Sage Art, Lava Release, True Flame Spiraling Shuriken, he hurled this jutsu, a fusion of lava release, sage techniques, and his formidable chakra, towards the dark sorcerers. The spiraling shuriken blazed like a burning sun, bearing cataclysmic heat and immense power as it hurtled toward the dark mages, preoccupied with maintaining the dark vortex. The sorcerers were unable to attend to the spiraling shuriken. It struck true, igniting a massive explosion. The searing heat and shockwave engulfed the dark sorcerers, their anguished screams echoing as their bodies were reduced to ashes amidst the flames. With the dark sorcerers vanquished, tranquility momentarily returned to the village. Luffy and Naruto began assisting the villagers and tending to the wounded and repairing homes. The villagers, overwhelmed with gratitude, presented their finest foods and belongings in appreciation. "Thank you. If not for you, our village would have perished," the village chief said, tears of joy brimming in his eyes. With a smile, Luffy remarked, "It is our duty to protect this land. It is our mission." Meanwhile, Naruto devoured his food voraciously, mumbling, "As long as everyone is safe, that's all that matters." After resting for a night in the village, Luffy and Naruto resumed their journey. They traced the lingering essence of dark forces, eventually arriving at a desolate desert. The winds howled fiercely, swirling yellow sands into the air, while the scorching sun baked the earth beneath them. In the heart of the desert, they stumbled upon a colossal dark fortress. The castle emanated a potent aura of malevolence, its walls teeming with various wicked creatures and dark soldiers. The gates of the fortress stood resolutely shut, surrounded by formidable magical traps and defensive mechanisms. "It appears this is the lair of the evil forces. We must proceed with caution," Luffy said, his expression grave as he gazed at the dark castle. Naruto nodded in agreement, asserting, "Indeed. We must eradicate them once and for all." They approached the dark fortress with utmost care, seeking a way to breach its defenses. Suddenly, a massive wave of sand surged from the desert, revealing a gigantic sandworm. The creature loomed large, its body clad in a tough, sandy exoskeleton, and its mouth filled with sharp teeth as it swiftly crawled toward Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto immediately assumed a combative stance. Luffy brandished his Thunderflame sword, aiming a strike at the head of the sandworm. Sensing imminent danger, the sandworm swiftly submerged its head into the sand, only to emerge from Luffy's flank, opening its gaping maw to bite. Luffy deftly sidestepped, and with a fluid motion, he slashed at the sandworm's body with the Thunderflame sword, leaving a faint mark upon its sandy armor. Meanwhile, Naruto employed the shadow clone technique, sending numerous clones rushing towards the sandworm. Some clones clung to the sandworm's body, while others targeted its eyes in an attempt to divert its attention. The original Naruto, standing aside, gathered chakra in preparation for a formidable jutsu. Incensed by the onslaught of the clones, the sandworm thrashed its body forcefully, flinging the clones away, and charged towards Naruto. Unperturbed, Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, invoking the powerful technique, Sage Art, Earth Release, Rock Pillar Prison. He summoned several colossal rock pillars in the path of the advancing sandworm, ensnaring it and rendering it immobile. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy surged forward, merging the power of the Thunder Flame Sword with that of the Divine Artifact, unleashing the devastating Inferno Thunder Annihilation Slash. This strike, imbued with formidable might, cleaved towards the head of the sandworm. The Inferno Thunder Annihilation Slash struck true, severing the sandworm's head, causing its massive body to collapse with a thunderous crash, sending a cloud of yellow sand into the air. With the sandworm vanquished, they pressed onward toward the dark castle. As they approached the castle gates, the magical traps surrounding it were triggered. Dark magical beams shot forth from the ground, hurtling towards them. Luffy and Naruto swiftly evaded, darting left and right amidst the onslaught of magical rays, seeking a way to navigate through the traps. During their evasive maneuvers, Luffy discerned a pattern in the emanation of these magical beams. They appeared to operate according to a specific formation. Naruto, these magical rays follow a pattern. Let us exploit the formation's flaws, Luffy exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately grasped Luffy's intent. They began to meticulously observe the sequence of the magical beams, then cautiously advanced toward the castle gates, exploiting the weaknesses in the formation. Through their concerted efforts, they ultimately succeeded in traversing the magical traps and arrived at the castle doors. The gates stood resolutely shut, adorned with various sinister runes and designs. Luffy and Naruto attempted to force the doors open with their strength, but the gates were remarkably sturdy, rendering their assaults ineffective. It seems this door requires a specific method to be opened. Let us search for clues, Luffy remarked. They commenced a thorough investigation around the castle gates, and after an exhaustive search, they discovered some peculiar symbols inscribed on a stone tablet beside the door. These symbols bore a resemblance to the runes they had previously encountered in the temple, yet they were not entirely identical. Luffy and Naruto commenced their exploration of the enigmatic symbols, endeavoring to uncover a method to unlock the Grand Portal. Throughout their investigation, they gradually discerned that these symbols constituted an ancient cipher, requiring a specific force and sequence to be deciphered. I believe I have discovered the key to opening the door, Luffy suddenly proclaimed, as he drove the Thunder Flame sword into the ground. The artifact's power surged through the blade, resonating with the symbols etched upon the stone tablet. Naruto, following Luffy's lead, infused his chakra into the tablet. Adhering to Luffy's instructions, they activated the symbols in the prescribed order and intensity. As the symbols came to life, the castle's grand entrance creaked open, releasing a palpable wave of dark energy from within. At last, it is open, let us proceed, Naruto exclaimed with palpable excitement. They stepped into the abyss of the dark castle. Chapter 0922. A single strike as Luffy and Naruto entered the dark castle. A nauseating blend of decay and malevolence assaulted their senses. The interior was shrouded in damp shadows, with walls flickering ominously in a ghostly green luminescence, as if countless eyes lurked in the darkness, watching them intently. They cautiously advanced along the narrow corridor, the stone tiles beneath their feet echoing with a dull thud, reminiscent of treading upon the very bones of the castle. Suddenly, a cohort of dark soldiers emerged before them, clad in heavy black armor and wielding sharp blades, their hollow gazes brimming with malice. Prepare for battle, Luffy urged in a hushed tone, as the sword of Thunder Flame erupted into a blazing inferno, crackling with blinding lightning. Naruto swiftly performed hand seals, invoking the Shadow Clone technique. Dozens of shadow clones materialized in an instant, charging towards the dark soldiers. The clones engaged in fierce close-quarters combat with the soldiers, flashes of blades and glimmers of steel dancing in the dimly lit corridor. Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Strike, darting through the ranks of dark soldiers like a bolt of lightning. Wherever the sword of thunder and flame struck, the armor of the dark soldiers was effortlessly torn asunder, their bodies charred by fire and electricity. Yet, these dark soldiers appeared inexhaustible. Even when a group was vanquished, fresh soldiers surged forth from the depths of the castle. This situation was untenable. We must locate their commander, Luffy shouted as he fended off the relentless attacks. Naruto nodded, swiftly forming hand seals to cast the Sage Art, Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken. The colossal spiraling shuriken soared towards the most densely packed cluster of dark soldiers, its formidable force sending a group of them flying and momentarily creating a passageway. They pressed onward through the passage, encountering various traps and obstacles along the way. In some areas, the ground would suddenly erupt with black flames, while in others, massive spikes would protrude from the walls. Utilizing their keen perception and agile movements, Luffy and Naruto adeptly evaded these perils time and again. At last, they arrived at the castle's hall. The expansive and eerie chamber was flanked by towering black stone pillars, each inscribed with malevolent runes. In the center stood a dark sorcerer clad in a black robe, gripping a staff that emanated a potent aura of darkness. His face obscured by a grotesque mask that revealed only his eyes, which glimmered with a sinister red light. At last, you have arrived, foolish mortals. The dark sorcerer intoned in a deep, raspy voice. Today marks your demise. The artifact shall be mine. Not if I have anything to say about it, Luffy bellowed, directing the sword of thunder and flame at the dark sorcerer. The sorcerer sneered, brandishing his staff as the dark energy coalesced around the hall, forming a horde of dark phantoms. These phantoms, ethereal in form and exuding a chilling aura, lunged toward Luffy and Naruto with clawed hands. Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Melting Release, Spiraling Shuriken, sending the searing shuriken towards the swarm of dark phantoms in an attempt to disperse them. However, the dark phantoms effortlessly evaded the spiraling shuriken's assault, continuing their advance. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Luffy combined the power of the Thunder Flame Sword with that of the divine artifact to unleash the sacred Flame Thunder Slash. A blade of sacred energy surged forth, slicing through the horde of dark specters, whose anguished cries echoed as their forms gradually disintegrated, enraged by the effortless dispersal of his summoned dark spirits. The dark sorcerer gripped his staff tightly, muttering incantations as he began to cast a formidable dark forbidden spell. As his words resonated, the ground of the hall trembled violently, and immense fissures emerged, exuding a powerful gravitational pull that sought to draw Luffy and Naruto into their depths. Be careful, Luffy shouted, plunging the Thunder Flame sword into the ground. The artifact's energy surged through the blade, forming a stable energy shield that temporarily resisted the pull of the dark crevices. Meanwhile, Naruto invoked the Sage Art, Supermassive Rasengan, hurling the spiraling orb towards the dark sorcerer in an attempt to disrupt his incantation. As the Rasengan soared, it expanded, its potent chakra fluctuations causing the surrounding air to quiver. The dark sorcerer was compelled to momentarily cease his spellcasting, raising his staff to counter Naruto's Rasengan. The collision between the Rasengan and the staff produced a thunderous roar, the overwhelming force propelling the dark sorcerer backward. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy surged forward, unleashing the Flame Thunder Dominator Slash. This strike encapsulated the entirety of his might as it cleaved toward the head of the dark sorcerer. In a flurry of panic, the dark sorcerer exerted all his strength to swing his staff in defense. The clash between the Thunder Flame sword and the staff ignited a cascade of formidable energy sparks. Amidst the fierce confrontation, both Luffy and the dark sorcerer were forcefully repelled by the overwhelming power. Naruto swiftly approached Luffy's side and inquired, "Are you all right?" Luffy wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and declared, "I'm fine. We must defeat him quickly." Once the dark wizard steadied himself, he waved his wand again, summoning a colossal creature of darkness. The beast towered like a mountain, its body cloaked in black scales, spewing forth a noxious black venom with each step that reverberated through the ground. "What manner of monster is this?" Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. "No matter what it is, we shall conquer it," Luffy asserted resolutely. They charged once more toward the foe, and Luffy engaged in a fierce confrontation with the dark beast. He deftly evaded its assaults while relentlessly striking at its eyes and mouth with the Thunder Flame sword. Meanwhile, Naruto employed the shadow clone technique, directing his clones to encircle the dark creature in search of an opportunity to strike. Amidst the battle, Luffy noticed that one of the scales on the beast's abdomen was of a slightly different hue. The defense there appeared comparatively weak. "Naruto, strike its abdomen," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded his clones to launch an assault on the beast's underbelly. The original Naruto then unleashed the sage art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiraling Shuriken, hurling this formidable ninjutsu toward the monstrous creature's abdomen. Sensing the imminent threat to its belly, the dark beast attempted to shield itself with its foreclaws. But Luffy intensified his onslaught, restraining its movements. The sage art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiraling Shuriken successfully struck the creature's abdomen, shattering the relatively vulnerable scale. The dark beast let out a pained roar, its body beginning to tremble. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy unleashed the Inferno Thunder and Slash. Channeling the utmost power of the Thunder Flame sword, he struck towards the heart of the dark behemoth. This formidable strike contained immense strength, successfully piercing through the heart of the dark creature, which then collapsed with a thunderous roar, raising a cloud of dust. The Dark Sorcerer, witnessing the defeat of the monstrous entity he had summoned, was consumed by despair and fury. In a frenzy, he brandished his staff, infusing it with his very life force, preparing to launch a final, desperate assault. "You shall all perish," the Dark Sorcerer bellowed. At the tip of his staff, a colossal sphere of dark energy coalesced, emanating an aura of annihilation as it hurtled towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto showed no sign of retreat. They seamlessly fused the power of the divine artifact with their own strength, executing their most formidable combined attack. Luffy's Thunder Flame Sword and Naruto's Spiral Shuriken, imbued with sage techniques and the might of the divine artifact, hurtled towards the sphere of dark energy. With a thunderous roar that resonated through the air, their assaults collided with tremendous force. A powerful wave of energy surged outward, causing the entire dark castle to tremble violently under the impact. Cracks began to appear in the walls, and stone columns toppled one after another. Amidst the fierce clash of energies, Luffy and Naruto gritted their teeth, fueled by a singular conviction to conquer the Dark Sorcerer and protect this land. Ultimately, their combined might began to prevail, gradually forcing the dark energy sphere back. With a resounding explosion, the Dark Sorcerer was sent flying by the overwhelming power, crashing to the ground in a lifeless heap. The Dark Castle, too, began to crumble in the wake of this intense battle. Luffy and Naruto successfully vanquished the Dark Sorcerer, bringing destruction to the ominous castle. They stood amidst the ruins. Weariness etched on their faces, yet their eyes sparkled with the joy of victory. At last, it was over. Naruto exhaled deeply. "No, this is merely a temporary reprieve. There may still be other malevolent forces lurking within this land, but as long as we are here, evil shall not prevail," Luffy declared resolutely. With the artifact in their possession, they departed from the desolate remnants. Chapter 0923, Turmoil. Luffy and Naruto, bearing the weight of exhaustion intertwined with the glory of victory, stepped out of the once formidable dark castle, now reduced to ruins. The artifact in their grasp shimmered faintly, as if it too were exhaling in relief at the arduous triumph they had achieved. They traversed the desolate path, the surrounding scenery gradually transforming from the sinister gloom of the castle to a stark, lifeless wilderness. The howling wind swept through, stirring up clouds of yellow sand that obscured the faint rays of sunlight above. "This relentless battle has truly taken its toll on me," Naruto remarked, massaging his shoulder, a wry smile appearing on his face. Luffy nodded slightly. "Indeed, but we must not falter. This land still requires our guardianship." As they traversed the desolate wilderness, they uncovered traces of a dark force that had corrupted the surroundings. Once vibrant meadows had turned a parched yellow, and the trees stood bereft, reduced to mere skeletal branches, as if their very souls had been siphoned away. The lifeless bodies of small creatures lay scattered by the roadside, their eyes vacant and devoid of life. Their forms twisted and contorted, clearly having endured immense suffering before their demise. Such malevolent dark powers are utterly abhorrent, wreaking havoc upon this once flourishing land. Naruto clenched his fists in anger. As Luffy gazed upon the desolate scene before him, his eyes brimmed with determination. "We must discover a means to utterly eradicate these dark forces and restore vitality to this land." Continuing their journey, they arrived at a quaint village. At the entrance, a subtle aura of darkness lingered, instilling a sense of unease. Upon entering the town, they observed the residents, their spirits languid, eyes filled with fear and despair. "Who are you? What brings you here?" An elderly man scrutinized them with caution. Luffy stepped forward and declared, "We have come to combat the forces of darkness, seeking to restore the tranquility of the past." The elder, after listening, gently shook his head. "You should leave. This place has been shrouded in darkness for far too long. No one can alter this fate." Naruto, undeterred, retorted, "We will not give up. There must be a way to resolve this." Just then, a commotion erupted in the heart of the town. They hurried towards the source, only to witness a horde of dark puppets attacking the townsfolk. These puppets, towering and forged from black metal, glimmered with ominous red lights in their eyes. Wielding sharp weapons, they left chaos in their wake. "Cursed fiends!" Luffy bellowed, drawing the Thunderfire sword in an instant, charging towards the throng of dark puppets. He unleashed the Flame Thunder Wind Slash, sending waves of fiery sword energy towards the puppets, tearing through their metallic exteriors and igniting showers of sparks. Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, invoking the Shadow Clone technique. Dozens of Shadow Clones materialized, engaging in fierce combat with the dark puppets. Meanwhile, the original Naruto gathered chakra, preparing to unleash a formidable jutsu. During the fray, Luffy discerned that the dark puppets seemed to be controlled by a central core. Destroying this core would render them immobile. "Naruto, target their core," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto promptly directed his clones to locate and assault the core devices of the dark puppets. The clones adeptly navigated between the puppets, some grappling the bodies while others struck at their vital points. The original Naruto executed the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, hurling it towards one puppet's core. The Spiral Shuriken struck true, obliterating the core device, causing the puppet to cease movement and collapse into a heap of scrap metal. Through their combined efforts, the dark puppets were systematically vanquished. Witnessing this spectacle, the townsfolk felt a rekindling of hope. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, we truly would not have known what to do," the elder expressed with heartfelt gratitude. Luffy smiled and remarked, "This is our duty. However, we must ascertain the origin of the dark forces here to resolve the issue completely." After thorough investigation, they discovered that the source of the town's malevolent energy stemmed from an ancient well. This well, once the town's water supply, had been tainted by dark forces at some unknown time, becoming the epicenter of the darkness. "We must purify this well," Luffy declared. They approached the well, sensing a formidable aura of darkness emanating from its depths. Luffy plunged the Thunder Flame sword into the ground, channeling the artifact's power beneath the surface in an attempt to dispel the malevolent energy. Naruto, in turn, invoked Sage techniques, infusing chakra into the well, harmonizing with Luffy's strength. Through their combined efforts, the dark forces within the well gradually dissipated and the water began to clear. As the well was purified, the ominous presence in the town slowly receded, and the townsfolk revealed long-lost smiles upon their faces. "We have finally succeeded," Naruto exclaimed joyfully. As Luffy gazed upon the revitalized town, his heart swelled with contentment. This was merely a beginning, for there were countless places still in need of salvation. They bid farewell to the townsfolk and resumed their journey. Chapter 0924, The Ancient City. After departing from the small town, Luffy and Naruto ventured towards the distant, elusive aura of darkness. They traversed a dense forest, where the trees, tainted by the encroaching malevolent force, exhibited twisted and withered branches, while the fallen leaves exuded a scent of decay. The extent of this dark influence was far more pervasive than we had anticipated. Luffy furrowed his brow and gripped the Thunder Flame sword tightly, remaining ever vigilant of the dangers that might lurk around them. Naruto, equally grave, affirmed, "Indeed, we cannot falter. We must eradicate all traces of this dark power." Suddenly, an eerie laughter echoed from the depths of the woods, sending chills down their spines. Almost immediately, a group of shadowy ninjas descended from the trees, encircling them. Clad in dark stealth attire and wearing menacing masks, they brandished glinting blades that shimmered ominously. "Did you truly believe you could effortlessly thwart our plans? This shall be your final resting place." One of the dark ninjas snarled menacingly. Luffy, undeterred by the impending danger, brandished the Thunderfire sword as flames and lightning erupted from its blade, surging forth towards the dark ninjas. "Flame Thunderstrike," he bellowed, the sword transforming into a streak of light, swiftly cleaving through the nearest dark ninjas. Though the dark ninjas attempted to evade, several were still struck by the searing power of Thunderfire, their bodies charred as they emitted anguished cries. Naruto, too, unleashed the shadow clone technique, engaging in fierce combat with the dark ninjas alongside his numerous shadow clones. The clones adeptly maneuvered through the forest, utilizing the cover of the trees to launch their assaults on the dark ninjas. Meanwhile, Naruto himself swiftly formed hand seals, poised to execute a formidable ninjutsu. Sage Art, Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken. With a mighty shout, he conjured a colossal spiraling shuriken in his hands, hurling it towards the thickest cluster of dark ninjas. As it soared through the air, the shuriken expanded, the potent wind chakra slicing through the atmosphere with a piercing howl. Upon witnessing the approach of the spiraling shuriken, the dark ninjas scrambled to evade its trajectory. However, the shuriken's might proved overwhelming, ensnaring several dark ninjas and tearing their bodies apart. Nevertheless, these dark ninjas, well trained and disciplined, swiftly adapted their tactics. A faction continued to engage Luffy and Naruto, while another stealthily maneuvered behind them, seeking to launch a surprise attack. "Watch your back," Luffy shouted. Sensing the movement behind them, Naruto quickly pivoted, employing the Sage Art, Melting Release, Spiraling Shuriken, directing it towards the dark ninjas lurking behind. The intense heat of the molten spiraling shuriken deterred the dark ninjas from advancing, forcing them to retreat and evade its onslaught. In the midst of battle, Luffy discerned that the movements of these dark ninjas seemed orchestrated by a particular formation, their attacks and defenses synchronized with precision. "Naruto, these dark ninjas operate under a formation. We must disrupt their rhythm," Luffy exclaimed. Naruto nodded in agreement, deploying the multiple shadow clone technique, saturating the entire forest with countless clones. The clones attacked the dark ninjas from varied directions and tempos, effectively unraveling their formation. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunderbreaker Slash, channeling the full might of the Thunder Flame sword towards the heart of the dark ninja horde. This singular strike was imbued with formidable power, successfully shattering the defenses of the dark ninjas and dispatching several of them. As the dark ninjas continued to suffer casualties, their formation was utterly disrupted. The remaining dark ninjas began to descend into chaos, no longer fighting with the same cohesion as before, but instead engaging in disarrayed skirmishes. Luffy and Naruto seized the opportunity to continue their onslaught. They combined the power of the artifact with their own strength, unleashing a more formidable series of attacks. Under the intensity of their assault, the dark ninjas fell one after another, until they were all vanquished. "Phew, we've finally dealt with these fiends." Naruto wiped the sweat from his brow. "Yet, we must remain vigilant. Greater challenges await us ahead," Luffy remarked. They pressed onward and soon arrived at an abandoned ancient city. The city walls were in ruins, and a thick aura of darkness pervaded the air. At the center of the ancient city stood a colossal dark altar, emanating a chilling energy of malevolence. "It appears this is a significant stronghold of dark power. We must tread carefully," Luffy said, gazing solemnly at the dark altar. Naruto nodded, affirming, "Indeed, we must obliterate this place thoroughly." They approached the dark altar with caution when, suddenly, the dark energy surrounding the altar surged, forming multiple barriers of shadow. These dark barriers obstructed their path, preventing them from drawing near to the altar. "This barrier seems quite formidable. We must devise a way to shatter it," Luffy declared. They began to analyze the weaknesses of the dark barriers. After careful observation, they discovered that the barriers exhibited brief fluctuations when absorbing dark energy, which might be their Achilles heel. "Naruto, let us strike when the barriers waver," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately prepared himself. When the dark barrier fluctuated once more, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Shattering Slash, the flames and lightning from his sword cleaving towards the point of fluctuation. Naruto simultaneously executed the Sage Art, Supermassive Rasengan, propelling the spiraling orb in the same direction. Their attack struck the barrier at the moment of its fluctuation, unleashing a tremendous explosion. The energy from the blast radiated outward, causing cracks to appear in the dark barrier. "Continue the assault," Luffy bellowed. They launched their attacks again and again, relentlessly battering the dark barrier. With their unwavering determination, the cracks multiplied and widened, and finally, with a resounding crash, the dark barrier shattered completely, disintegrating into countless fragments of shadow that vanished into the air. They had successfully breached the dark barrier and stood before the dark altar. At that moment, the dark energy upon the altar intensified, as if resisting their approach. "How do we destroy this altar?" Naruto inquired, gazing at the dark altar with a hint of uncertainty. After a moment of contemplation, Luffy remarked, "I believe we must amalgamate the power of the artifact with our own assault to dismantle it from within." They placed the artifact upon the altar, clasping it with both hands, infusing it with their inner strength. Under their contributions, the artifact commenced to radiate a resplendent luminescence. This brilliance gradually enveloped the entire altar, fiercely contending against the encroaching dark energy. Amidst the clash between light and shadow, Luffy and Naruto gritted their teeth, resolutely persevering as they continuously channeled their power into the artifact, striving to subdue the malevolent force. As their strength amplified, the dark energy began to wane. Ultimately, with a thunderous roar, the sinister altar was utterly obliterated. The dark energy dissipated into the ether, and the ancient city began to awaken, gradually revitalizing. Luffy and Naruto successfully obliterated the dark altar, standing wearily amidst the ancient city, yet their eyes sparkled with the joy of triumph. Once more we have emerged victorious. We are one step closer to eradicating the dark forces completely, Naruto exclaimed with delight. Indeed, yet we must not let our guard down. There may still be other concealed dark powers lurking in this land, Luffy replied. With the artifact in their possession, they departed from the ancient city. Chapter 0925, The Temple. Luffy and Naruto bid farewell to the ancient city, continuing their journey towards the direction where the darkness loomed most ominously. They traversed a foul-smelling swamp, from which enormous black tentacles occasionally emerged, attempting to drag them into the mire's depths. Luffy wielded the Thunder Flame sword, severing the approaching tentacles one by one, as the flames and lightning unleashed a cacophony of thunderous roars and rising steam within the swamp. Meanwhile, Naruto utilized the Shadow Clone technique to divert the tentacles' attention while his true form gathered Sage Chakra, casting Sage Art, Earth Release, Mudslide Pressure to compact the swamp and carve out a safe passage. After enduring considerable hardship, they ascended a mist-shrouded peak. At the summit, a dark temple loomed, its eerie aura palpable in the air. The temple's grand doors stood firmly shut, flanked by colossal statues of dark demonic deities, their eyes glimmering with an unsettling crimson light, as if scrutinizing their every move. This temple undoubtedly conceals formidable dark powers. We must tread carefully, Luffy warned. Cautiously channeling the artifact's energy, the brilliance of the Thunder Flame sword intensifying. Naruto nodded, entering Sage mode as a powerful chakra surged around him. No matter what lies ahead, we shall face it together. As they approached the temple's entrance, the two statues suddenly sprang to life, wielding immense weapons that swung menacingly towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy quickly sidestepped, aiming his Thunder Flame sword at one statue's legs. However, the statue's body was impervious, leaving only a shallow mark on its surface. Observing this, Naruto unleashed Sage Art, Wind Release, spiraling shuriken towards one statue's head. The shuriken struck with a dull thud, causing the statue to sway slightly. Yet it continued its relentless assault. These statues are formidable. Where lies their weakness? Luffy pondered while fending off the statue's attacks. In the heat of battle, Luffy noticed that a gem embedded in each statue's chest emitted a flickering light during their strikes, seemingly their energy core. Naruto, target the gems in their chests, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to assault the gems. Meanwhile, Naruto himself executed Sage Art, Lava Release, spiraling shuriken, hurling it towards one statue's chest. The lava-infused shuriken struck the gem, causing it to fracture and the statue's movements to slow. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Break Slash, directing the fire and lightning from the Thunder Flame sword towards the gem with all his might. The gem shattered under the powerful assault, and the statue crumbled to the ground. The remaining statue, witnessing its companion's destruction, became even more frenzied, swinging its weapon and shattering the surrounding rocks as it charged towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto coordinated seamlessly, evading the onslaught of the statues while persistently seeking an opportunity to strike at the gem embedded in its chest. After a fierce battle, they ultimately succeeded in shattering another statue. As it collapsed, the grand doors of the temple creaked open, releasing a palpable wave of dark energy. Without hesitation, they stepped into the temple, where the atmosphere was dim and damp, and the walls were etched with an array of sinister runes and patterns, each pulsating with an eerie green glow, as if recounting a tale of dark history. At the center of the temple lay a colossal dark magic circle, within which hovered a black crystal orb. This orb emanated a formidable dark power, the very essence they had been pursuing along their journey. They had finally discovered it. If they could destroy this crystal, the dark energy in the area would be eradicated, Luffy declared. However, as they approached the magic circle, a swarm of dark specters suddenly materialized around them. These ethereal apparitions exuded a chilling aura as they lunged at Luffy and Naruto with clawed hands. Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Super Otama Rasengan, hurling it towards the gathering of dark specters in an attempt to disperse them. Yet, the malevolent spirits effortlessly evaded the spiraling shuriken, closing in on them relentlessly. Upon witnessing the dire situation, Luffy combined the power of the Thunder Flame Sword with the might of the artifact, unleashing the Sacred Flame Thunder Slash. A blade of sacred energy surged forth, cleaving through the horde of dark phantoms, who shrieked in agony, their forms dissolving with each strike. Yet, more dark phantoms continued to surge forth from the magical array. As if they were inexhaustible, Luffy and Naruto found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle, employing formidable techniques in a desperate attempt to break free from the encirclement of the dark phantoms. During the fray, Luffy discerned that the movements of these dark phantoms seemed to be controlled by a crystal orb. Shattering it would cease the relentless emergence of the phantoms. Naruto, we must shatter that crystal orb without delay, Luffy proclaimed. They began to carve a path towards the orb, with Luffy leading the charge, wielding the Thunder Flame Sword to disperse the encroaching phantoms. Meanwhile, Naruto provided cover from behind, employing various ninja techniques to repel the pursuing dark phantoms. After a grueling struggle, they finally stood before the crystal orb. Luffy and Naruto fully fused the power of the artifact with their own, executing their most potent combined attack. Luffy's Thunder Flame Sword harmonized with Naruto's spiraling shuriken, infused with sage arts and artifact power, soaring towards the orb. In a cataclysmic clash, their attacks collided, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy that radiated outward, causing the entire dark temple to tremble violently. Cracks began to form in the walls, and stones from the ceiling plummeted down. Amidst the tumultuous energy collision, Luffy and Naruto gritted their teeth, driven by a singular conviction to annihilate the crystal orb and safeguard this land. Ultimately, their combined strength began to gain the upper hand, and the orb cracked under their overwhelming assault before shattering completely. With the destruction of the crystal orb, the dark phantoms dissipated, and the dark magical array ceased its operations. The malevolent aura within the dark temple gradually faded, and sunlight streamed through the gaps in the ceiling, illuminating the entire sanctuary. Luffy and Naruto successfully shattered the dark crystal orb, standing wearily within the temple, yet their eyes shimmered with the joy of triumph. We did it. The dark forces in this region have finally been vanquished, Naruto exclaimed with enthusiasm. Indeed, but this is merely a fraction of the continent. We have a long journey ahead of us, Luffy replied. With the artifact in their possession, they departed from the Dark Temple. Chapter 0926. Similar. As Luffy and Naruto emerged from the Temple of Darkness, sunlight bathed their figures, bringing forth a long-awaited warmth and radiance. Yet, they were acutely aware that the dark forces pervading this land still loomed over many regions like a persistent shadow, and their mission remained far from complete. As they descended the path, they observed that the once desolate forest, shrouded in the ominous aura of darkness, was gradually regaining a semblance of vitality. Tender green shoots began to sprout from the branches of the trees, and birds once again filled the air with their melodious songs, as if nature itself rejoiced at the expulsion of the dark powers. However, before long, a heavy rumble echoed from afar, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath their feet. They exchanged a glance, their expressions shifting to one of alertness as they quickened their pace toward the source of the sound. Upon cresting a small hill, a scene unfolded before them that tightened their hearts. A massive dark rift gaped within the valley, from which billowing tendrils of black mist emerged, radiating an intensely malevolent aura. The dark vapor spread through the valley, causing flowers, grass, and trees to wither at its touch, while small creatures scurried in panic to escape its grasp. What new trouble is this? Naruto furrowed his brow and remarked. Luffy gripped the Thunder Flame Sword tightly, his expression grave. Regardless of what lay ahead, we must investigate. We cannot allow this dark force to continue its rampage. They cautiously approached the dark rift, but before they could draw near, several enormous dark beasts suddenly sprang forth from the chasm. These creatures towered like mountains, their bodies cloaked in black scales, exhaling dark flames, and their eyes glinting with a menacing crimson light. Just in time, let us commence with you, Luffy bellowed, charging towards one of the dark beasts. The flames and lightning coursing through the Thunder Flame Sword erupted instantaneously as he unleashed the Flame Thunder Dominator Slash, aiming for the beast's head. This strike was imbued with formidable power, as the energy along the blade transformed into a colossal dragon of flame and thunder, lunging ferociously at the beast. Naruto, not to be outdone, swiftly formed hand seals, invoking the Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiraling Shuriken. The massive spiraling shuriken, pulsating with potent chakra waves, soared towards another dark beast. As it flew, the shuriken expanded continuously, encircled by 9 tails of chakra, resembling 9 agile dragons. The dark beasts sensed the impending threat and opened their gaping maws wide, lunging towards Luffy and Naruto. Their movements were incredibly swift, each strike generating a gale that suffocated the surrounding air. Luffy deftly evaded the assaults of the monstrous beast while relentlessly retaliating with his Thunder Flame sword. He observed that despite their colossal size, these creatures exhibited remarkable agility, and their formidable defenses rendered ordinary attacks nearly ineffective. Naruto, focus on their underbellies. The scales there appear to be relatively weak, Luffy shouted amidst the fray. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately adjusted his assault strategy. He directed his shadow clones to distract the other beasts, while his own form unleashed the sage art, lava release, spiraling shuriken, hurling it towards the abdomen of one of the monstrosities. The searing lava release spiraling shuriken soared towards the creature's underbelly, leaving a trail of flames in its wake. It struck the beast's abdomen with precision, shattering the comparatively fragile scales, eliciting an anguished roar from the creature as its body began to sway. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Execution Slash, channeling the full might of the Thunder Flame sword towards the heart of the beast. This strike, imbued with formidable power, successfully pierced the creature's heart, causing it to collapse with a thunderous crash, sending dust swirling into the air. Witnessing the defeat of their comrade, the other dark beasts descended into a frenzy, recklessly launching an assault on Luffy and Naruto, utterly disregarding their own safety. Luffy and Naruto joined forces, continuing their fierce battle against the remaining dark beasts. They unleashed a series of formidable attacks, gradually gaining the upper hand. After a strenuous fight, they finally vanquished all the dark creatures. These adversaries were indeed challenging. Naruto wiped the sweat from his brow. However, this is merely the beginning. We must devise a means to seal this dark rift, Luffy remarked, gazing at the crack that incessantly emitted dark mist, contemplating their strategy. They approached the ominous fissure, attempting to seal it with their combined strength. Luffy plunged the blade of thunder and flame into the ground, channeling the artifact's power into the earth, aiming to sever the connection between the dark rift and the subterranean forces of darkness. Meanwhile, Naruto employed sage techniques, infusing the soil surrounding the rift with chakra, seeking to stabilize the ground and prevent the dark mist from continuing its escape. Nevertheless, despite their earnest efforts, the dark rift continued to spew forth its malevolent vapors and showed signs of expansion. This approach is futile. We must uncover the source of the rift's creation. Luffy furrowed his brow, expressing his concern. Just as they were deep in thought, a low, sinister laughter echoed from the rift. The chilling sound reverberated through the valley, sending shivers down their spines. Do you truly believe you can easily seal the rift I have conjured? You are woefully naive, foolish mortals. A foreboding voice emanated from the crevice. Suddenly, a mysterious figure cloaked in black rose slowly from the rift. His face was obscured by a grotesque mask, revealing only a pair of eyes that glimmered with an eerie purple light. In his hand, he wielded a staff radiating a potent aura of darkness, topped with a massive black gemstone that emanated a faint, sinister glow. Who are you? Luffy demanded loudly, gripping the blade of thunder and flame tightly, preparing for combat. I am the harbinger of darkness, the purveyor of dark power across this land. Your presence has disrupted my plans. Today marks your demise. The enigmatic figure declared menacingly. Humph. Let us see whose demise it truly is. Naruto shouted, rapidly forming hand seals to enter sage mode, a powerful aura of chakra swirling around him. The mysterious figure scoffed, brandishing his staff and muttering incantations. Instantly, the dark mist surging from the rift coalesced around him, forming a colossal dark beast. The creature towered ominously, its body encased in black scales, spewing forth venomous ichor, its every step causing the ground to tremble. Another monstrous foe, bring it on, Luffy declared fearlessly, wielding the blade of thunder and flame as he charged towards the dark behemoth. Naruto also utilized the shadow clone technique, sending numerous clones toward the monstrous entity. The clones engaged in a fierce battle with the dark beast, some grappling its limbs while others targeted its eyes, attempting to distract it. Meanwhile, the original Naruto concentrated chakra at the side, preparing to unleash a powerful jutsu. The dark beast, confronted with the onslaught from Luffy and the shadow clones, exhibited ferocity beyond measure. It twisted its body with great force, flinging the shadow clones aside and lunged toward Luffy. Luffy sidestepped nimbly, his thunder flame sword slicing through the air to carve a shallow mark upon the beast's scales. In the midst of battle, Luffy discerned a scale on the back of the dark beast that bore a slightly different hue, indicating a vulnerability in its defenses. "Naruto, strike its back," Luffy exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Naruto promptly commanded his shadow clones to launch an assault on the dark beast's rear. Meanwhile, the original Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken, hurling this formidable ninjutsu towards the creature's vulnerable back. The dark beast, sensing the impending threat, attempted to shield its rear with its forepaws, but Luffy intensified his assault, restraining its movements. The Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken successfully struck the dark beast's back, shattering the relatively weak scale. The creature emitted a pained roar, its body beginning to sway. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Sky-Splitting Slash, channeling the utmost power of the Thunder Flame sword as he struck towards the heart of the dark beast. This formidable blow contained immense strength, successfully piercing the heart of the dark creature, which collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending a cloud of dust into the air. The mysterious figure, witnessing the defeat of the dark beast he had summoned, was consumed by rage. He wildly brandished his staff, infusing it with all his vitality, preparing to unleash a final desperate attack. "You shall all perish," the mysterious figure bellowed. At the tip of his staff, a colossal sphere of dark energy coalesced, emanating an aura capable of annihilating everything in its path, hurtling towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto exhibited no semblance of retreat. They harmoniously fused the power of the divine artifact with their own innate abilities, unleashing their most formidable joint assault. Luffy's Thunder Flame Sword and Naruto's Spiral Shuriken, imbued with sage techniques and the power of the divine artifact, surged towards the sphere of dark energy. In a cataclysmic roar that resonated through the air, their attacks collided. A formidable wave of energy radiated outward, causing the entire valley to tremble violently under the force of this impact. Fissures marred the ground, and surrounding hills crumbled. Amidst the fierce clash of energies, Luffy and Naruto gritted their teeth, driven by a singular conviction: to vanquish this dark emissary, seal the Rift of Darkness, and safeguard this land. Ultimately, their strength began to prevail, gradually forcing the dark energy sphere back. With a resounding explosion, the dark emissary was propelled away by the overwhelming force, crashing heavily to the ground, rendered silent. The dark rift, too, diminished throughout this intense battle, eventually sealing completely. With no more tendrils of dark mist emerging, Luffy and Naruto successfully vanquished the Dark Messenger, sealing the Rift of Darkness. Exhausted, they stood in the valley. Yet their eyes sparkled with the joy of victory. At last, the significant trouble had been resolved. Naruto let out a long sigh. Indeed, there may be other similar dangers lurking across this continent. We must press onward, Luffy remarked. With the artifact in hand, they departed from the valley. Chapter 0927, Alarm. With the echoes of victory still resonating in their hearts, Luffy and Naruto pressed onward into the unknown expanse. They meandered along the winding paths that wove through the forest, which had gradually regained its former vitality. The melodious chirping of birds filled the air, seemingly composing an ode to their valiant deeds. Yet, they remained vigilant, acutely aware that the dark forces of this land proliferated like weeds. No sooner had one been eradicated than another would quietly emerge elsewhere. Upon reaching a brook, the water was crystal clear, revealing fish joyfully darting beneath the surface. Just as Luffy and Naruto prepared to pause and replenish their hydration, the water's flow abruptly surged, strange black ripples disturbing its tranquility. Something is amiss. Be cautious. Luffy sprang to his feet, gripping the Thunder Flame Sword once more. Naruto swiftly adopted a battle-ready stance, his hands forming clandestine seals. In an instant, a swarm of peculiar dark creatures erupted from the brook. They bore a resemblance to fish, yet possessed sharp claws and jagged fangs, enveloped in a shroud of ominous black mist that exuded a palpable aura of malevolence. Not these fiends again. It seems our respite is once more thwarted, Naruto remarked, his brow furrowed in concern. Luffy remained silent, directly wielding the Thunder Flame Sword as he charged into the throng of enemies. Inferno Thunder Slash, he bellowed, as the flames and lightning coursing through the blade erupted in an instant, unleashing waves of fiery Thunder Sword energy upon the dark creatures. Wherever the sword energy struck, the dark entities were repelled, some even cleaved in two, their black blood splattering into the stream, instantly tainting the waters a deep shade of black. Meanwhile, Naruto employed the shadow clone technique, as numerous clones leapt into the stream, engaging in fierce combat with the dark beings. The original Naruto remained on the shore, gathering chakra in preparation to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a decisive strike. In the midst of the battle, Luffy discerned that these dark creatures appeared to rely on a certain energy connection among themselves to coordinate their attacks. Disrupting this connection would throw their assault into disarray. Naruto, find a way to sever their energy link, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately grasped Luffy's intent. He directed his clones to search for the critical nodes of energy connection among the dark creatures within the water. The original Naruto then executed the sage art, wind release, spiraling shuriken, launching the spiraling shuriken towards those pivotal nodes. The shuriken traced a brilliant arc through the water, accurately striking its target. As the energy connection was severed, the dark creatures indeed fell into chaos. They no longer attacked in an organized manner, instead resorting to fighting amongst themselves. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy and Naruto intensified their assault. Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Breaking Demon Slash, elevating the power of his Thunder Flame Sword to its zenith, sweeping it toward the chaotic horde of dark creatures. Meanwhile, Naruto executed the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, hurling the searing molten shuriken into the dense cluster of dark beings. Under their combined onslaught, the dark creatures fell one after another, their black blood staining the stream a deep shade of ebony. As the last dark creature was vanquished, the waters of the stream gradually regained their clarity, though a lingering malevolent aura still permeated the air. Truly, not a moment of peace to be found. Naruto wiped the sweat from his brow and sighed in resignation. There is no helping it. After all, we bear the responsibility of safeguarding this continent, Luffy replied. After a brief respite, they pressed on. As they advanced, they stumbled upon a bustling town ahead. The streets were teeming with people, alive with a cacophony of vibrant shops, the sounds of haggling and laughter intertwining, painting a picture of harmony. It's been ages since I've seen such a lively place, Naruto exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Luffy revealed a faint smile of relief, yet his vigilance remained intact. It is wise to exercise caution, although the surroundings appeared serene. One could never ascertain the presence of hidden dangers. As they ventured into the town, curious glances were cast upon them by the townsfolk. Luffy and Naruto navigated through the bustling streets, savoring the long-lost ambience of life. However, upon passing a narrow alley, they discerned a faint cry for help. "Save me." The voice resonated with palpable terror. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance and immediately rushed towards the source of the commotion. Upon turning a corner, they beheld a group of black-clad bullies menacing an elderly man and a young girl. The old man lay on the ground, while the little girl cowered behind him, her eyes brimming with tears of terror. "Enough," Luffy bellowed, as the sword of thunder and flame was swiftly drawn, radiating an imposing aura. The black-clad thugs were taken aback by this sudden rebuke and turned to face them. However, instead of fear, a smug grin spread across their faces. Well, who are these two brats daring to meddle in our affairs? Are you tired of living?" One of the bullies sneered menacingly. Naruto furrowed his brow and retorted angrily. "It is utterly intolerable for you to bully the elderly and children." "Humph, we shall do as we please. What can you possibly do about it?" Another bully taunted provocatively. Luffy ceased to engage in further banter with his adversaries and boldly brandished his Thunder Flame Sword, charging towards the bullies. Perceiving his advance, the thugs hastily unsheathed their weapons, steeling themselves for combat. Yet, they were no match for Luffy and Naruto. With a deft flick of his Thunder Flame Sword, Luffy severed one thug's weapon with ease, swiftly following up with a thrust aimed at the thug's chest, who collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Meanwhile, Naruto employed the Shadow Clone technique, summoning numerous clones that encircled the remaining bullies. The clones engaged in fierce hand-to-hand combat, some thugs left battered and bruised, while others were unceremoniously thrown to the ground. The original Naruto stood to the side, his hands moving swiftly to weave intricate seals, preparing to unleash a formidable ninjutsu. "Senjutsu, Supergiant Rasengan," he bellowed, conjuring an enormous Rasengan in his grasp. He hurled the spiraling sphere towards one of the bullies. As it soared through the air, it grew in size, the immense chakra fluctuations causing the very atmosphere to tremble. The thug, witnessing the approaching Rasengan, turned pale with fear, attempting to evade but finding it too late. The Rasengan struck him with precision, propelling him backward with tremendous force, crashing against the wall before slowly sliding down, his fate uncertain. The remaining bullies, horrified by their companion's plight, were paralyzed with fear, discarding their weapons and kneeling in supplication. "Spare us, noble hero. We shall never dare again," they cried out in desperation. Luffy sheathed the Thunder Flame sword and coldly proclaimed, "Scram! Should I ever witness you bullying others again, I shall show no mercy." The bullies, as if granted a reprieve, scurried away in a frenzied haste. Luffy and Naruto turned to assist the elderly man and the little girl. "Thank you. You are truly kind-hearted individuals," the old man said, his voice laden with gratitude. The little girl timidly added, "Big brothers, thank you for rescuing me and my grandfather." "It is nothing. It is our duty," Luffy replied with a warm smile. "Where do you come from? How is it that you are so remarkably strong?" The little girl inquired with a sense of wonder. Luffy and Naruto exchanged glances, and then Luffy spoke. "We have journeyed from afar, embarking on adventures across this land to protect everyone and shield them from the malice of evildoers." The little girl's eyes sparkled with admiration as she exclaimed, "Wow! So you are heroes." Naruto scratched his head, chuckling, "Haha, I suppose that could be one way to look at it." Just then, a sudden alarm echoed through the town, its urgent and piercing sound shattering the previously tranquil atmosphere. "What is happening?" Luffy inquired with a furrowed brow. They turned their gaze toward the source of the alarm and beheld a vast expanse of dark clouds looming over the town, crackling with lightning and pulsating with ominous flashes of black light. "This is bad. The forces of darkness are at work again," Naruto shouted. Luffy tightened his grip on the Thunder Flame sword and said, "Let us embark and see." Chapter 0928, A State of Disarray. Luffy and Naruto raced towards the area enveloped in dark, ominous clouds above the town. Along the way, panic-stricken townsfolk scurried in all directions, their cries and wails intertwining, plunging the once vibrant and peaceful town into chaos and fear. As they drew closer to the darkened clouds, they observed ominous black lightning continually striking down from above. Each bolt that struck the ground unleashed a violent explosion, creating deep craters and causing nearby buildings to sway precariously, some collapsing into mere ruins. "This dark force is exceedingly formidable. We must tread carefully," Luffy warned, raising the sword of Thunderfire high above his head. The power of the artifact flowed steadily along the blade, poised to confront any imminent danger. Naruto, his expression grave, nodded in agreement and swiftly formed hand seals. Entering Sage Mode, a powerful aura of chakra surged around him, enveloping him like a protective shield. At that moment, several enormous dark puppets descended slowly from the clouds. Towering at several dozen meters, these figures were crafted from black metal, their joints flickering with eerie red light. With each step they took, the ground trembled beneath them. In their grasp, they wielded massive weapons, some with long swords, others with gigantic axes, radiating a chilling glimmer. "These fiends again. It seems we are in for a fierce battle," Naruto remarked, furrowing his brow. Luffy remained unresponsive, charging directly towards one of the dark puppets. "Flame Thunder Dominator Slash," he bellowed, as the flames and lightning emanating from his sword erupted with unparalleled intensity, transforming into a colossal torrent of flame and thunder that descended upon the legs of the dark puppet. This strike, imbued with formidable power, successfully left a deep gash upon the metallic surface of the puppet's leg, albeit only momentarily hindering its movement. Observing this, Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine Tails Raisin Shuriken. The immense spiraling shuriken, resonating with a powerful chakra pulse, soared towards another dark puppet. As it traversed the air, the shuriken expanded, encircled by 9 tails composed of chakra, resembling 9 graceful dragons in flight. The spiraling shuriken struck the dark puppet's abdomen with precision, producing a resounding thud. The metallic surface of its midsection dented slightly, yet it remained steadfast in its stance. Upon being attacked, the dark puppets emitted deep, guttural roars, then launched a fierce assault against Luffy and Naruto. Wielding their massive weapons, they swept towards the two with an overwhelming force, as if intent on obliterating everything beneath their might. Luffy and Naruto deftly evaded the assaults of the dark puppets while persistently searching for their vulnerabilities. Amidst the tumultuous battle, Luffy discerned that the heads of these dark puppets appeared to be their pivotal points, with energy fluctuations emanating most intensely from that region during each strike. "Naruto, target their heads," Luffy shouted emphatically. Upon hearing this, Naruto swiftly commanded his shadow clones to launch an assault on the dark puppets' heads. Meanwhile, Naruto himself executed the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, hurling it towards the head of one of the dark puppets. The searing Lava Release Spiraling Shuriken soared towards its target, leaving a trail of flames in its wake. It struck the dark puppet's head with precision, causing the previously impenetrable metal to fracture under the intense heat of the lava release, the cracks rapidly spreading across its surface. The movements of the dark puppet grew sluggish, and the red glow in its eyes began to flicker erratically. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Terminus Slash. Amplifying the power of the Thunder Flame soared to its utmost potential as he struck fiercely at the head of the dark puppet. This blade, imbued with formidable might, shattered the puppet's head, causing its colossal form to crash down, raising a cloud of dust. Witnessing the defeat of their comrade, the other dark puppets descended into a frenzy, disregarding their own safety as they launched an even more ferocious assault on Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto continued their fierce collaboration, engaging in a relentless battle against the remaining dark puppets. They unleashed a series of formidable attacks, gradually gaining the upper hand. After an arduous struggle, they succeeded in annihilating all the dark puppets. However, just when they believed the crisis had been averted, a deep, thunderous roar erupted from the ominous clouds above. This deafening roar, reminiscent of something from the depths of hell, instilled a profound sense of dread. Subsequently, a colossal dark beast emerged slowly from the swirling clouds. Towering like a mountain, its body was cloaked in black scales, each glimmering with an eerie sheen, seemingly harboring boundless dark power. Its head resembled that of a dragon, adorned with massive horns and a cavernous maw, from which black flames occasionally erupted. Its eyes, a blood-red hue, radiated a menacing glare. What manner of creature is this? It appears immensely formidable, Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. Luffy tightened his grip on the Thunderfire sword, his expression grave as he declared, regardless of what it may be, "We must vanquish it to safeguard this town." Without a moment's hesitation, they charged towards the dark beast. Luffy was the first to launch an assault, wielding the Thunderfire sword as he aimed for the creature's eyes. He understood that the eyes are often the vulnerable points of such colossal monsters. A successful strike could inflict substantial harm. The dark beast sensed the impending danger and swiftly twisted its massive form to evade Luffy's attack, subsequently swinging its gigantic tail towards him. The tail whistled through the air, akin to a colossal whip lashing out at Luffy. Luffy swiftly sidestepped, his sword of thunder and flame slicing towards the tail of the dark beast. The blade clashed against the scales, igniting a flurry of sparks. Yet it only left a faint mark upon the surface. Meanwhile, Naruto unleashed the Shadow Clone technique, a multitude of clones surging towards the dark creature. Some of the clones grasped the beast's limbs, while others struck at its abdomen, striving to divert its attention and create a more favorable opportunity for Luffy's assault. The original Naruto, standing aside, rapidly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a formidable ninjutsu. In the course of battling the dark beast, Naruto observed that each time it launched an attack, a particular scale on its back would slightly lift, indicating a relative vulnerability in its defense. "Luffy, strike at its back. The scales there seem to be weaker," Naruto shouted. Upon hearing this, Luffy immediately adjusted his attack direction. He maximized the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and unleashed the Flame Thunder Sky Breaking Slash, aiming for the protruding scale on the back of the dark beast. This strike, imbued with formidable strength, successfully shattered the scale, eliciting a painful roar from the dark beast as its body began to sway. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto executed the Sage Technique, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiraling Shuriken, hurling this potent ninjutsu towards the heart of the dark beast. The spiraling shuriken expanded as it flew, surrounded by 9 tails formed from chakra, resembling 9 graceful dragons. Sensing the imminent danger to its heart, the dark beast attempted to shield itself with its forepaws. Yet Luffy intensified his assault, restraining its movements. The Sage Technique, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiraling Shuriken struck true, delivering a powerful blow that sent the dark beast tumbling backward, crashing heavily to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. The dark beast struggled momentarily on the ground, the light in its crimson eyes gradually fading until it ultimately succumbed to lifelessness. With the demise of the dark beast, the ominous dark clouds that had shrouded the town began to dissipate. Sunlight once again poured into every corner of the town as people emerged from their hiding places, gazing up at the sky with expressions of relief and joy at having survived the ordeal. At long last, it was resolved. This had indeed been a harrowing experience. Naruto wiped the sweat from his brow. However, we must not let our guard down. The dark forces on this continent could re-emerge at any moment, Luffy remarked. Chapter 0929, Maintain. Luffy and Naruto bid farewell to the town that had just endured calamity, embarking once again on their journey across the enigmatic Guardian Continent. They traversed a winding path, passing through an expansive meadow. The verdant grass carpeted the landscape, swaying gently in the breeze, undulating like waves, while a myriad of wildflowers adorned the scene, creating the illusion of a vibrant tapestry unfolding before their eyes. Yet, Luffy and Naruto found no pleasure in this picturesque vista. They remained ever vigilant, acutely aware that dark forces could re-emerge in this seemingly tranquil realm at any moment. As they ventured deeper into the meadow, a low, ominous buzzing suddenly reached their ears, emanating as if from beneath the earth. Initially faint, the sound quickly intensified, causing the very ground beneath their feet to tremble slightly. Something was amiss. It seemed as though something was about to emerge. Luffy furrowed his brow, gripping the Thunder Flame sword, the artifact's power pulsating subtly along its blade. Naruto halted as well, swiftly performing hand seals to activate Sage Mode, a potent aura of chakra enveloping him in preparation for the impending confrontation. Before he could finish speaking, the ground of the meadow abruptly heaved, forming immense mounds of earth, from which colossal dark earthworms burst forth. These creatures were encased in hard, black exoskeletons. Adorned with sharp spines, their heads sporting massive mandibles from which a viscous black slime oozed, exuding a pungent stench. Not these repulsive creatures again, Naruto grimaced in disdain. Without a word, Luffy charged directly at a dark earthworm. The flames and lightning from the Thunder Flame sword erupted instantaneously, unleashing the Inferno Thunder Slash. A blade of fiery thunder surged towards the dark earthworm, striking its shell and scattering sparks. Though it left a mark upon the shell, it failed to inflict any significant damage. Upon witnessing this, Naruto utilized the Shadow Clone technique, and numerous clones surged towards the swarm of dark earthworms. Some of the clones clung to the bodies of the earthworms, while others attempted to attack their mandibles, striving to divert their attention. Meanwhile, Naruto concentrated chakra at the side, preparing to unleash a formidable ninjutsu for a decisive blow. During the skirmish with the dark earthworms, Luffy observed that when they attacked, their abdomens slightly contracted, suggesting that this was where their energy was concentrated, possibly a relatively vulnerable point. "Naruto, target their abdomens," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto promptly directed his clones to assault the abdomens of the dark earthworms. Naruto himself executed the sage art, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, hurling it towards one of the earthworm's abdomens. The high-temperature Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken soared towards the worm's abdomen, leaving a trail of flames in its wake. The Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken accurately struck the dark earthworm's abdomen, and the relatively weak area succumbed to the intense heat, instantly developing cracks from which black, viscous fluid gushed forth. The dark earthworm emitted a pained roar, its body beginning to tremble violently. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Break Demon Slash, channeling the full force of the Thunder Flame sword to deliver a powerful strike to the abdomen of the dark earthworm. This strike, imbued with formidable strength, successfully shattered the tough shell of the earthworm, causing its massive body to crash to the ground, creating a large crater on the grassland and stirring up a cloud of dust. Witnessing the defeat of their companion, the other dark earthworms became increasingly frenzied. They recklessly launched themselves at Luffy and Naruto, with some earthworms even leaping high into the air in an attempt to ensnare the two with their mandibles. Luffy and Naruto, in perfect harmony, continued their fierce battle against the remaining dark earth insects. They unleashed powerful attacks, gradually gaining the upper hand. After a grueling struggle, they finally eradicated all the dark earth insects. However, just as they took a moment to catch their breath, a peculiar dark vortex suddenly emerged in the sky. The vortex spun languidly at first, but then accelerated rapidly, resembling a colossal black hole that relentlessly devoured the surrounding light. From within the dark vortex, an eerie laughter echoed, sending chills down their spines. What on earth is that? Naruto gazed at the ominous vortex in the sky, furrowing his brow. Luffy spoke with a grave expression. Whatever it may be, it undoubtedly represents a new manifestation of dark power, and we must approach it with caution. As the dark vortex spun, beams of black light shot forth from its depths, hurtling towards Luffy and Naruto. These black rays traveled at an astonishing speed, causing the grass on the prairie to wither instantly, and the land to crack beneath their ominous passage. Luffy wielded the Sword of Thunder and Flame, conjuring a shield of intertwining fire and lightning before him, striving to deflect the incoming black beam of light. Upon impact, the black beam struck the shield, emitting a sizzling sound akin to a serpent flicking its tongue. Meanwhile, Naruto invoked the Shadow Clone technique, dispatching numerous clones towards the source of the black light, seeking to shield his original self. Some of the clones were struck by the black beam, instantly dissipating into a cloud of smoke, yet others pressed onward, relentlessly advancing towards the dark vortex. As they defended against the black beam, Luffy and Naruto contemplated their strategy. Luffy observed that after the black beam emerged from the vortex, A brief fluctuation of energy occurred at its center, possibly a critical weakness. Naruto, once the black beam is unleashed again, we shall strike at the heart of the dark vortex together, Luffy proclaimed loudly. Upon hearing this, Naruto promptly prepared himself. When the next black beam was fired, Luffy unleashed the flame thunder shatter slash, directing the fiery and electric power of his sword toward the vortex's core. Concurrently, Naruto executed the sage art, supermassive Rasengan, launching the swirling sphere in the same direction. Their assaults collided with the center of the dark vortex simultaneously, unleashing a powerful explosion. The energy from the explosion radiated outward, causing cracks to appear in the vortex, its rotation gradually slowing. Continue the assault, Luffy shouted. They attacked once more, striking the dark vortex repeatedly. Through their relentless efforts, the cracks multiplied and widened until, with a resounding boom, the vortex shattered completely, disintegrating into countless black fragments that dispersed into the air. In the instant the dark vortex shattered, a mysterious figure cloaked in black emerged from the debris. His face was obscured by a sinister mask, revealing only a pair of eyes gleaming with an eerie violet light. In his hand, he wielded a staff exuding a potent aura of darkness, topped with a massive black gem that radiated a faint, ominous glow. Did you truly believe you could so easily dismantle my masterpiece? Foolish mortals, the mysterious figure snarled. Again. It's you, wretched being. Haven't you learned your lesson from our last encounter? Naruto recognized this entity as the dark envoy they had previously faced at the Rift of Darkness, his voice brimming with indignation. Last time, I merely allowed you to escape by chance. This time, fortune shall not favor you. The dark envoy scoffed, waving his staff and chanting incantations. In an instant, the surrounding air turned frigid, a darkness coalescing to form a horde of shadowy specters. These ethereal entities exuded an icy chill, their claws outstretched as they lunged toward Luffy and Naruto. Naruto unleashed the sage art, supermassive Rasengan towards the swarm of dark specters, attempting to disperse them. However, the dark specters effortlessly evaded the spiraling attack, continuing their advance upon the duo. Upon witnessing the dire situation, Luffy combined the power of the Thunder Flame Sword with that of the divine artifact to unleash the sacred Flame Thunder Slash, a blade of sword energy, imbued with sacred power, sliced through the throng of dark phantoms, eliciting anguished cries from them as their forms gradually dissipated. Yet, an endless tide of dark phantoms continued to surge forth from around the dark messenger, as if inexhaustible. Luffy and Naruto found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle, relentlessly executing formidable attacks in an attempt to break through the encirclement of the dark phantoms. During the fray, Luffy discerned that the movements of these dark phantoms appeared to be under the control of the dark messenger. Thus, defeating him would halt the incessant emergence of these spectral foes. Naruto, we must vanquish this dark messenger swiftly, Luffy exclaimed. They commenced their assault towards the dark messenger, with Luffy leading the charge. As he wielded the Thunder Flame Sword, the flames of thunder dispersed the approaching dark phantoms. Meanwhile, Naruto provided cover from behind, employing various ninjutsu techniques to combat the pursuing phantoms. After a grueling struggle to break free, they finally stood before the dark messenger. Luffy and Naruto fully merged the power of the artifact with their own, executing their most potent combined attack. Luffy's Thunder Flame Sword soared alongside Naruto's Spiral Shuriken, infused with Sage Arts and the artifact's power, both aimed at the dark messenger. In a cataclysmic clash, the two forces collided, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that rippled across the plains. The ground trembled violently under the impact, fissures cracking open, while wildflowers and grasses were uprooted in the chaos. Amidst the fierce exchange of energy, Luffy and Naruto gritted their teeth, driven by a singular conviction to defeat the Dark Messenger and protect their homeland. Ultimately, their strength began to gain the upper hand, gradually overpowering the Dark Messenger under the weight of their relentless assault. With a resounding explosion, the Dark Messenger was propelled backward by their formidable might, crashing heavily to the ground, rendered motionless. With the fall of the Dark Messenger, all the Dark Phantoms dissipated into nothingness. Luffy and Naruto successfully vanquished the Dark Messenger. Exhausted, they stood upon the verdant expanse, yet their eyes sparkled with the joy of triumph. Once again, we have defeated this foe. The dark forces of this continent have diminished yet again, Naruto exclaimed with delight. Indeed, however, we must remain vigilant. There may be other concealed dark powers lurking within this land. We must press onward, Luffy replied. With the sacred artifacts in hand, they departed from the grassy plain. Chapter 0930. The jungle exhausted yet resolute after their hard-won victory, Luffy and Naruto pressed onward into the horizon. They traversed vast grasslands before stepping into a dense jungle, where towering trees soared towards the heavens. The interlacing branches and leaves allowed only fragmented rays of sunlight to filter through, casting a patchy mosaic of light and shadow that rendered the entire forest somewhat ominous. As they proceeded, an unusual rustling sound echoed around them, as if some unseen creature was weaving through the underbrush. Instinctively, Luffy and Naruto heightened their vigilance, slowing their pace to carefully scrutinize their surroundings. "Be cautious. We cannot predict what dangers this jungle may conceal," Luffy murmured, gripping his sword, the Sword of Thunderfire, tightly in hand, feeling the latent power of the artifact begin to surge. Naruto nodded in silent agreement, his hands discreetly forming seals, poised to unleash his ninjutsu at a moment's notice should a crisis arise. Suddenly, massive black vines descended from the trees, resembling thick serpents, their surfaces bristling with sharp thorns and emanating a foul, putrid odor. The vines rapidly coiled towards Luffy and Naruto, attempting to ensnare them tightly. Luffy swiftly brandished the Sword of Thunder and Flame, its blade engulfed in blazing fire and crackling lightning. He unleashed the Inferno Thunder-severing slash, sending forth waves of fiery, thunderous sword energy towards the encroaching black vines. Wherever the sword energy struck, the vines were severed, and dark sap splattered onto the ground, hissing as if it were corroding the very earth beneath. Meanwhile, Naruto invoked the Shadow Clone technique, dispersing numerous clones, some charged up into the trees, seeking the source of the vines, while others remained on the ground to assist Luffy in fending off the relentless assaults of the creeping tendrils. The original Naruto stood to the side, gathering chakra, preparing to unleash a formidable ninjutsu for a decisive blow. In the midst of the battle against the black vines, Luffy discerned that these tendrils seemed to extend from some deep recess of the jungle, their roots likely holding the key to their destruction. If they could obliterate the roots, perhaps the threat of the vines could be eradicated entirely. "Naruto, we must locate the roots of these vines and uproot them," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his clones to delve deeper into the jungle in search of the vine's roots. After a thorough exploration, the clones eventually discovered a vast thicket of black vines nestled within a concealed valley. These vines intertwined and were deeply anchored into the valley's soil. At the heart of this tangle lay a colossal black crystal, exuding a potent aura of darkness, seemingly providing an endless source of energy for the vines. "Luffy, we found it. There is a black crystal here, which must be the source of the vine's power," Naruto exclaimed loudly. Upon hearing this, Luffy swiftly made his way towards the valley. Upon arrival, he beheld the ominous black crystal surrounded by a dense tangle of vines. Understanding that this was the crux of their dilemma, "Let us work together to obliterate this crystal," Luffy declared. The two of them unleashed their powers simultaneously. Luffy maximized the energy of the Thunder Flame Sword, executing the Flame Thunder Shattering Slash directed at the black crystal. Meanwhile, Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, hurling the searing Molten Shuriken towards the black crystal. Their attacks struck the black crystal in unison, unleashing a tremendous explosion. The energy from the explosion radiated outward, causing the black crystal to fracture under the immense force, while the surrounding vines trembled violently in response to the shockwave. "Continue the assault," Luffy shouted. They renewed their onslaught, striking the black crystal again and again. Through their relentless efforts, the fissures in the black crystal grew more numerous and expansive, until, with a resounding crash, the black crystal shattered completely, disintegrating into countless ebony shards that dispersed into the air. As the black crystal crumbled, the entwined dark vines instantly lost their vitality, wilting and falling, no longer posing any threat. "Phew, we have finally dealt with those pesky vines," Naruto wiped the sweat from his brow. "Indeed. But there may be other dangers lurking in this jungle. We must proceed with caution," Luffy replied. They continued their journey through the thicket and soon encountered a group of peculiar dark creatures. These beings were diminutive and humanoid in shape, their bodies cloaked in black scales, adorned with sharp horns upon their heads, their eyes glimmering with an eerie crimson light, and wielding crude weapons seemingly fashioned from bone and stone. "Not these creatures again. It seems we must prepare for battle once more," Naruto remarked, furrowing his brow. Luffy remained unresponsive, charging directly towards one of the dark creatures. The flames and lightning of the Thunder Flame Sword erupted instantaneously, unleashing the Flame Thunder Flash Slash. A surge of fiery lightning energy cleaved towards the dark entity, leaving a mark upon its scales, yet failing to inflict any substantial harm. Observing this, Naruto employed the Shadow Clone technique, dispatching numerous clones to swarm the dark creatures. The clones engaged in fierce close-quarters combat, some grappling the dark beings while others attempted to seize their weapons, striving to divert their attention. Meanwhile, the original Naruto gathered chakra at the side, preparing to unleash a formidable jutsu for a decisive strike. Amidst the fray, Luffy discerned that although these creatures were not robust in size, they exhibited remarkable coordination, seemingly operating in a specific formation. Furthermore, their leg joints appeared relatively vulnerable. Naruto, target their leg joints, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto promptly commanded his clones to assault the leg joints of the dark creatures. The original Naruto then executed the sage art, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Raisin Shuriken, hurling it towards the leg joint of one dark entity. The spiraling shuriken struck precisely at the creature's vulnerable joint, and under the tremendous impact of chakra, cracks instantly formed in that weak point. The dark creature let out a pained roar, its body beginning to sway. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Break Demon Slash, channeling the full extent of the power from the Thunder Flame Sword. With unwavering determination, he struck at the joint of the dark creature's leg. This powerful blow shattered the joint, causing the colossal dark entity to crash to the ground with a thunderous roar, raising a cloud of dust. Witnessing their comrades' defeat, the other dark beings descended into a frenzy. Recklessly, they launched an assault on Luffy and Naruto, with some even disregarding their own safety as they charged forward, intent on delivering a blow with their weapons. Luffy and Naruto collaborated seamlessly, continuing their fierce battle against the remaining dark creatures. With relentless and powerful assaults, they gradually gained the upper hand. After a strenuous struggle, they finally vanquished all the dark beings. These adversaries were indeed formidable. Naruto wiped the sweat from his brow. However, we must remain vigilant. There may be other hidden dark forces lurking on this continent. We must press on, Luffy declared. They advanced further into the jungle, drawing closer to its edge. Yet, just as they were about to emerge from the thicket, a colossal dark barrier suddenly manifested before them, towering into the clouds. It exuded an intense aura of darkness, completely obstructing their path. What is the situation? Naruto inquired, furrowing his brow. With a solemn expression, Luffy remarked, "It appears that this dark force has erected yet another obstacle. We must devise a means to overcome it." Approaching the dark barrier, they began to scrutinize its characteristics. After a thorough examination, they discerned that the barrier exhibited brief fluctuations while absorbing the surrounding dark energy, which might reveal its vulnerability. "Naruto, when the barrier fluctuates, we shall strike together," Luffy proclaimed loudly. Upon hearing this, Naruto promptly readied himself. As the dark barrier wavered once more, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Shatter Slash, directing the fiery and electric might of his sword towards the point of fluctuation in the barrier. Simultaneously, Naruto executed the Sage Art, Super Large Rasengan, hurling the spiraling sphere in the same direction. Their assaults converged upon the barrier's point of fluctuation, unleashing a tremendous explosion. The energy from the explosion radiated outward, and under the immense force, cracks began to form in the dark barrier. "Continue the assault," Luffy urged. They launched their attacks repeatedly, battering the dark barrier time and again. Through their relentless efforts, the fissures in the barrier multiplied and widened until, with a resounding crash, the dark barrier shattered completely, dispersing into countless fragments of darkness that vanished into the air. They had successfully breached the dark barrier and emerged from the thicket. Chapter 0931, The Shell. As Luffy and Naruto ventured into the searing expanse of the desert, each step they took left deep imprints in the golden sand, only to be swiftly concealed by the howling winds that swept through the landscape. The blazing sun hung mercilessly in the sky, scorching the earth and distorting the very air around them, rendering the heat almost unbearable. They trudged through the desert with great difficulty, ever vigilant for the dangers that might lurk in their surroundings. Suddenly, a low, thunderous rumble echoed from behind a distant sand dune, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath them. "Be cautious. It seems a formidable creature is about to emerge," Luffy remarked. His brow furrowed as he tightened his grip on the Thunder Flame Sword, the power of the divine artifact coursing through the blade, ready to confront any unknown threat. Naruto halted as well, his hands moving swiftly to form seals, activating Sage Mode. A powerful aura of chakra surged around him, enveloping him like an invisible shield. Before long, a colossal dark sandworm slowly slithered out from behind the dune. Its body was covered in a tough, black exoskeleton, adorned with sharp spines, each segment as robust as a massive freight car. Its triangular head bore two enormous compound eyes that glimmered with an eerie red light, and its maw was lined with razor-sharp fangs. oozing a viscous black slime that emitted a nauseating stench. "This creature certainly appears to be formidable," Naruto exclaimed, gazing at the ominous sandworm before him, taken aback by its imposing presence. Luffy remained unresponsive, charging directly towards the dark sandworm. The flames and lightning upon the Thunderfire sword erupted instantaneously, unleashing the Flame Thunder Dominator Slash. A colossal wave of fiery, thunderous energy surged towards the head of the dark sandworm, rending the air with a piercing shriek as it tore through. Yet, this strike merely left a faint mark upon the creature's exoskeleton, inflicting no substantial harm. In reaction to the assault, the dark sandworm emitted a deep, resonant roar, then swiftly twisted its massive form, advancing rapidly towards Luffy. Its speed was astonishing, kicking up clouds of yellow sand that billowed around it, creating a tumultuous wave of sand sweeping towards Luffy. Upon witnessing the scene, Luffy deftly sidestepped, and with a fluid motion, the sword of Thunderfire sliced towards the side of the dark sandworm's body. The blade collided with the creature's shell, igniting a flurry of sparks. However, it merely left a few superficial scratches on the hardened exterior. At that moment, Naruto unleashed the Shadow Clone technique, causing numerous clones to surge towards the dark sandworm. Some clones clung to the creature's body, striving to impede its crawling speed, while others targeted its eyes, attempting to divert its attention. Meanwhile, the original Naruto concentrated chakra at the side, preparing to unleash a potent ninjutsu for a decisive strike. In the midst of the battle against the dark sandworm, Luffy discerned that whenever the monster twisted its body in preparation for a powerful attack, a section of its underbelly exhibited a slightly different coloration, suggesting a relative weakness in its defenses. "Naruto, strike at the shell beneath its abdomen," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto promptly commanded his clones to assault the vulnerable area of the dark sandworm's underbelly. The original Naruto then executed the sage art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, hurling it towards the targeted shell. The searing Lava Release Spiraling Shuriken, infused with blazing molten rock, soared towards the creature's underbelly, leaving a trail of flames in its wake. With pinpoint accuracy, the Lava Release Spiraling Shuriken struck true, causing cracks to appear instantly on the relatively weak shell beneath the intense heat of the lava release. Black, viscous liquid gushed forth from the fissures, and the dark sandworm emitted a pained roar, its body beginning to tremble violently. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Annihilation Slash, channeling the full power of the Thunder Flame sword to strike forcefully at the already cracked shell beneath the abdomen of the dark sandworm. This single stroke, imbued with immense strength, shattered the shell, causing the colossal form of the dark sandworm to crash down, raising a massive wave of sand that engulfed everything in its vicinity. Just as they believed they had vanquished this dark sandworm, ominous rumblings echoed from the depths of the desert, growing increasingly louder, as if a horde of similar monsters was approaching. "This is bad. It seems there are more dark sandworms," exclaimed Naruto, his expression shifting with alarm. Luffy nodded gravely, sensing that a fierce battle was imminent, and we must prepare ourselves. Indeed, it was not long before a swarm of dark sandworms began to crawl towards them from every direction of the desert. These sandworms varied in size, yet each exuded a potent aura of darkness, casting an ominous shadow over the entire desert. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a fleeting glance before simultaneously charging towards the swarm of dark sandworms. They were acutely aware that in the face of such numerous adversaries, only through a proactive assault could they hope to gain the upper hand in this battle. Luffy wielded the Thunder Flame Sword, continuously unleashing a myriad of fiery and thunderous attack techniques, such as Flame Thunder Flash Slash and Flame Thunder Demon Break Slash. Waves of fiery thunder, sword energy surged forth, cleaving through the dark sandworm horde, each strike leaving indelible marks upon the creature's exoskeletons or outright slaying some of the smaller sandworms. Meanwhile, Naruto employed the Shadow Clone technique, saturating the desert battlefield with countless clones. These shadowy replicas engaged in fierce close-quarters combat with the dark sandworms, some wrapped around the bodies of the creatures. Others targeted their eyes, while others endeavored to breach the sandworm's tough exoskeletons, employing every conceivable strategy to hinder the sandworm's movements. The original Naruto, on the other hand, concentrated chakra at the periphery, preparing to unleash a more potent ninjutsu to deliver a decisive blow to the enemy. Amidst the tumult of battle, Luffy and Naruto gradually discerned a shared vulnerability among the dark sandworms. The junction at their tails was notably weaker. By focusing their efforts on this specific area, they could inflict significant damage. Naruto, concentrate your attacks on their tail junctions, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto promptly directed his clones to amend their assault strategy, shifting their primary target to the tail connections of the dark sandworms. The original Naruto also executed the sage art, wind release, nine tails raisin shuriken, hurling it at the tail junction of a larger dark sandworm. The spiraling shuriken struck its mark, shattering the tail connection and causing the massive sandworm to lose its balance, its colossal form crashing down and creating a vast pit in the desert. Witnessing the fate of their comrade, the other dark sandworms did not retreat in fear. Instead, they became even more frenzied. They launched reckless attacks towards Luffy and Naruto, with some even leaping high from the swarm, attempting to crush the duo beneath their immense weight. Luffy and Naruto collaborated seamlessly, continuing their fierce battle against the swarm of dark sandworms. They unleashed formidable attacks, gradually gaining the upper hand. After a strenuous struggle, they succeeded in vanquishing all the dark sandworms. Phew, we finally dealt with those creatures. It was no easy feat, Naruto exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow. Panting heavily. Indeed, we must not let our guard down. There may be other dangers lurking in this desert. We must press on, Luffy replied, gazing out over the vast expanse of sand, fully aware that their journey of guardianship was far from over. After a brief respite, they continued their trek through the desert. As they ventured deeper, the temperature soared and the air grew increasingly arid, making each breath feel as though they were inhaling flames. Suddenly, a colossal dark pyramid emerged before them. The pyramid emanated a potent aura of darkness, its surface etched with various sinister runes and patterns that shimmered eerily in the sunlight, as if recounting ancient and malevolent tales. This pyramid looks ominous. It surely conceals something formidable within, Naruto remarked, his brow furrowed in concern. With a grave expression, Luffy declared, regardless of what lies within, we must venture inside. It may very well be a significant stronghold of the dark forces. They cautiously approached the ominous pyramid. And as they drew nearer, the surrounding air seemed to solidify, an intangible pressure enveloping them, instilling a profound sense of oppression. The entrance to the pyramid stood tightly sealed, adorned with intricate runes that exuded a sinister aura, deterring any inclination to touch them. How do we open this door? Naruto inquired, gazing at the firmly shut portal with a look of bewilderment. Luffy meticulously examined the runes inscribed upon the door, endeavoring to discern a method to unlock it. After a thorough investigation, he surmised that these runes appeared to be arranged in a specific sequence, requiring a certain amount of energy to be activated. I believe I have discovered how to open this door, Luffy exclaimed suddenly. He drove the thunder flame sword into the ground, channeling the artifact's power through it into the earth, causing a resonance with the runes on the door. Naruto also infused his chakra into the runes, and following Luffy's guidance, they activated the runes in a precise order and with the appropriate intensity of energy. As the runes came to life, the grand door of the pyramid slowly creaked open, releasing a potent wave of darkness that surged forth from within. Without hesitation, they stepped into the pyramid. Chapter 0932, Disperse. As Luffy and Naruto stepped into the dark pyramid, a rancid and stale odor permeated the air. The walls flickered with eerie green phosphorescence, the faint light barely illuminating their path forward. This place is truly unsettling, Naruto remarked, wrinkling his nose. They proceeded cautiously along the corridor when, suddenly, countless black spikes shot forth from the shadowy recesses of the walls, raining down upon them. Luffy swiftly brandished the thunder flame sword, the flames and lightning entwining to form a protective barrier that deflected the onslaught of spikes. Everyone be careful. This pyramid is rife with traps, he warned. Naruto then utilized the shadow clone technique, dispatching numerous clones to spread out along the corridor, aiming to trigger and uncover any additional hidden mechanisms. Not far into their advance, the clones relayed a message. Ahead lay a massive pit filled with sharp stone spikes, while the bridge above was precariously constructed from crumbling rocks, seemingly ready to collapse under the slightest weight. We must tread lightly across the bridge, Luffy advised, stepping onto the structure with the lightness of a feather, simultaneously using the thunder flame sword to gauge the stability of the stones ahead. Naruto followed closely behind. But as they reached the center of the bridge, a surge of dark power erupted from below, transforming into enormous black hands reaching out to grasp them. Luffy immediately plunged the thunder flame sword into the bridge, unleashing a tremendous energy to stabilize himself and sever the approaching hands. Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, declaring, Sage Art, Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken. He hurled the spiraling shuriken towards the source of the dark power beneath the bridge, resulting in a thunderous explosion that temporarily dispersed the malevolent force. They successfully crossed the pit and advanced into a spacious hall. In the center of the hall stood a colossal circular stone platform, atop which rested a black crystal orb emanating a powerful aura of darkness. Surrounding the orb were statues of dark sorcerers, each gripping a staff, their eyes glimmering with a sinister red light. This crystal orb is undoubtedly the key. We must destroy it, Luffy declared. Just as they approached the stone platform, the surrounding statues sprang to life, the dark sorcerers beginning to cast their nefarious spells. Strands of black magical energy shot forth from their staffs, intertwining to form a massive net of darkness that enveloped Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto swiftly separated, with Luffy unleashing the Flame Thunder Demon Slash. The flames and lightning energy of the sword erupted with full force, striking towards the Dark Mage statues. Meanwhile, Naruto employed the Shadow Clone technique, sending numerous clones charging towards the Dark Mage statues in an attempt to disrupt their spellcasting. The original Naruto gathered chakra from the side, preparing to execute a powerful ninjutsu. Amidst the fierce battle, Luffy discerned that the power of the Dark Mage statues seemed to be sustained by a crystal sphere. Shattering it would weaken their strength. Naruto, concentrate your efforts on the crystal sphere, Luffy exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Naruto quickly commanded his clones to restrain the Dark Mage statues, while the original Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, hurling it towards the crystal sphere. The searing Lava Release Spiral Shuriken soared towards the sphere, leaving a trail of flames in its wake. However, the Dark Mage statues sensed Naruto's intent and collectively cast a formidable magical shield, enveloping the crystal sphere within. The Lava Release Spiral Shuriken struck the magical shield, triggering a violent explosion, yet the crystal sphere remained unscathed. This shield is incredibly strong. We must devise a way to breach it, Luffy remarked, his brow furrowed. They continued to engage the Dark Mage statues in combat, during which Luffy observed that whenever the statues activated their shield, a brief fluctuation in their energy connection occurred, potentially revealing a vulnerability. Naruto, when the statues cast their shield again, strike at the points of their energy connection, Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded, and they awaited their opportunity. When the statues summoned their shield once more, Luffy executed the Flame Thunder Explosive Slash, targeting the energy connection point, while Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Supergiant Rasengan, launching it in the same direction. Their attacks simultaneously struck the energy connection point, causing the magical shield to fracture before shattering completely. The Dark Mage statues, too, suffered a backlash from the shield's destruction. Their power significantly diminished. As Luffy and Naruto seized the opportunity to charge towards the crystal sphere, they fused the power of the artifact with their own, unleashing their most formidable joint attack. Luffy's Thunder Flame Sword, combined with Naruto's Spiral Shuriken infused with Sage techniques and artifact energy, soared towards the crystal sphere. With a resounding clash that reverberated through the air, their attacks collided. A tremendous surge of energy radiated outward, causing the entire hall to tremble violently. Fissures began to appear in the walls, and chunks of stone fell from the ceiling. In the midst of this fierce exchange of energy, Luffy and Naruto gritted their teeth, fueled by a singular conviction to shatter the crystal sphere and safeguard this land. Gradually, their combined might began to gain the upper hand, and the crystal sphere cracked under the relentless assault before ultimately shattering into countless pieces. With the destruction of the crystal sphere, the statues of the dark sorcerers ceased their movements, transforming into mere ordinary stone figures. At last, the ordeal was over. Naruto exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, there may be other perils lurking within this pyramid. We must remain vigilant, Luffy remarked. They pressed on, exploring the depths of the pyramid, where they stumbled upon an ancient tome in a shadowy corner. The pages of the book chronicled secrets regarding dark powers and the historical battles this land had waged against such malevolence. Luffy and Naruto pored over the text, hoping to uncover further insights and strategies to combat the dark forces. It appears this dark power has lingered in this realm for quite some time. We must eradicate it completely, Luffy declared, clenching his fist. Indeed, we shall prevail, Naruto replied with unwavering confidence. With the tome in hand, they departed the hall and delved deeper into the pyramid. Chapter 0933. Command Luffy and Naruto continued their exploration of the ancient tome within the shadowy pyramid. As they navigated the winding corridors, a low, ominous growl reverberated through the narrow passages, sending chills down their spines. What other horrors await us? Luffy tightened his grip on the rein blade, his gaze reflecting both vigilance and resolve. Upon rounding a corner, they encountered a colossal dark hellhound. This beast loomed like a small mountain, its body cloaked in ebony fur that shimmered with eerie runes. Its gaping maw, filled with sharp fangs, continuously emitted black flames, while its paws carved deep grooves into the ground, causing the earth to tremble with each step. A fearsome howl erupted from the hellhound upon spotting Luffy and Naruto, and in an instant it lunged at them like a bolt of lightning. Luffy, undaunted, charged towards the dark hellhound, the flames and lightning coursing fiercely along the blade of the Thunderfire sword. Flame and Thunder Dominator slash! He bellowed, unleashing a powerful strike, sending forth a colossal sword aura of fire and thunder aimed at the creature's head. However, the dark hellhound was extraordinarily agile. It deftly sidestepped Luffy's assault mid-air, landing gracefully before swiftly pivoting and lunging at Luffy once more, its razor-sharp claws aimed menacingly at his chest. Luffy sidestepped and swung the Thunder Flame sword towards the leg of the dark hound. The blade made contact, igniting a shower of sparks. Yet it merely left a faint scar on the beast's leg, revealing its formidable defenses. Observing Luffy ensnared in a fierce struggle, Naruto immediately employed the shadow clone technique. Numerous clones surged forth like a relentless tide against the shadowy hound. Some clung to its body, while others targeted its eyes, striving to divert its attention. Meanwhile, the real Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu. Senjutsu, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiraling Shuriken, he proclaimed, as a colossal spiraling shuriken materialized in his hand, which he hurled towards the dark hound. As it soared through the air, the shuriken expanded, encircled by 9 tails crafted from chakra, resembling 9 agile dragons, charged with immense power, racing towards the beast. Sensing the impending threat from behind, the dark hound violently shook its body, casting off all the clones that clung to it, before turning to unleash a torrent of black flames towards the spiraling shuriken. The flames collided with the shuriken, resulting in a violent explosion that dispersed the surrounding clones. In the midst of the battle, Luffy noticed that when the dark hound launched its fiery assault, its abdomen briefly became exposed, revealing a seemingly weaker defense. Naruto, target its abdomen, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto promptly commanded his clones to alter their strategy, focusing all efforts on attacking the dark hound's underbelly. The real Naruto then executed Senjutsu, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, propelling it towards the hound's abdomen. The lava-infused shuriken struck true, searing the dark hound's belly. It let out a pained roar as its fur was charred, and a wound opened, from which dark blood began to flow. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy unleashed the Inferno Thunder and Slash, channeling the full power of the Thunder Flame sword to deliver a decisive strike to the wound on the belly of the dark hound. This blade, imbued with formidable strength, successfully pierced the beast's abdomen, causing its massive form to crash to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. However, before they could catch their breath, a surge of dark, viscous liquid suddenly erupted from the surrounding walls. This sludge surged towards them like a relentless tide, corroding the ground beneath and creating deep pits wherever it flowed. What on earth is this? Naruto exclaimed, furrowing his brow. Luffy swiftly devised a strategy. Realizing that the viscous substance appeared to be seeping from numerous small holes in the wall. Naruto, target those apertures and halt the flow of the slime. Naruto nodded in agreement, employing the shadow clone technique. The clones launched an assault on the small openings in the wall. Some utilized their fists and feet, while others invoked ninjutsu in an effort to seal the holes. In the forefront, Luffy wielded the Sword of Thunder Flame to carve a path, vaporizing the encroaching slime. However, the slime continued to surge forth relentlessly, leaving them in a perilous predicament. During the battle, Luffy discerned that the flowing slime formed vortices, the centers of which appeared to be points of energy convergence. If they could dismantle these vortices, perhaps they could halt the slime's advance. Naruto, strike at the core of the slime vortices, Luffy commanded. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to launch an assault on the centers of the slime vortices. The original Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, supermassive Rasen Shuriken, hurling it toward a larger vortex's core. The Rasen Shuriken struck true, causing the vortex to dissipate instantly and halting the surrounding slime. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy maximized the power of his Sword of Thunder Flame, cleaving through the centers of the remaining slime vortices one by one. After a fierce struggle, they ultimately succeeded in thwarting the assault of the dark slime. The dangers within this pyramid are relentless, Naruto remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. Indeed, We must expedite our search for an exit and escape this cursed place. Luffy replied. They continued their quest for an exit within the pyramid, and at the apex of a grand hall, they discovered a colossal dark portal. The portal emanated a potent aura of darkness, encircled by enigmatic runes. This portal appears rather dubious. I wonder where it leads, Luffy mused. Regardless of its destination, we must investigate. It may hold the key to our escape from the pyramid, Naruto asserted. Cautiously, they approached the portal, but as they drew near, a tremendous suction force erupted from it, drawing them in. Luffy and Naruto had no time to resist before they were engulfed by the portal. After a moment of disorientation, they found themselves in an unfamiliar realm, shrouded in thick, dark mist, with eerie glimmers flickering within the haze. Where are we? Luffy inquired, warily surveying their surroundings. At that moment, a voice echoed in their ears, "Welcome to the abyss of darkness. You shall remain here forever." Chapter 0934. The unfamiliar. In this unfamiliar realm shrouded in a suffocating darkness, Luffy and Naruto stood vigilant, acutely aware of their surroundings. An eerie voice reverberated around them. Yet the source remained elusive. "Whoever you may be, do not think you can ensnare us," Naruto shouted. Swiftly forming hand seals to unleash the sage art, wind release, spiraling shuriken, hurling it towards the direction of the voice. The spiraling shuriken whirled through the murky gloom, churning the fog violently in its wake, yet it failed to strike any tangible form. Suddenly, countless black tendrils emerged from the shadows, writhing like serpents as they rapidly coiled towards them. Luffy brandished his thunder flame sword, the flames and lightning intertwining in a dazzling display, and executed the flame thunder slash. He swung his blade at the encroaching tendrils, severing them with arcs of fiery lightning, black ichor splattering to the ground with a hissing corrosive sound. However, more tendrils surged forth from every direction, seemingly endless. Recognizing the peril, Naruto utilized the shadow clone technique, dispersing numerous clones to join Luffy in fending off the relentless assault. Amidst the chaos, Luffy discerned that the roots of these tendrils were concealed deep within the oppressive fog. Unless they eradicated the source, liberation would remain elusive. "Naruto, we must locate the roots of these tendrils and eliminate them once and for all," Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded, directing his clones to carve a path forward in search of the tendrils' origin. Meanwhile, the original Naruto concentrated chakra, preparing to unleash a more formidable jutsu. After a strenuous search, they finally discovered a colossal dark core at the heart of the obscurity. This core emanated a potent aura of darkness, with the tendrils extending from it. "This is it," Luffy exclaimed. Both warriors channeled their energy. Luffy maximized the power of his thunder flame sword, unleashing the flame thunder explosive slash, a massive blade of fiery lightning aimed at the dark core. Simultaneously, Naruto invoked the sage art, lava release, spiraling shuriken, sending a searing, molten shuriken ablaze towards the core. Their attacks collided with the dark core, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. The energy from the blast radiated outward, dispersing the dark mist and causing the tendrils to wither and vanish. As the gloom lifted, they beheld a figure cloaked in black, suspended in midair. The visage of the cloaked individual was obscured by shadows, revealing only a pair of eyes glowing with a haunting violet light. "Did you truly believe you could so easily dismantle my trap?" "Such naivety," the figure uttered coldly. "Are you the mastermind behind all of this?" Luffy demanded, glaring at the figure. "Humph, you need not concern yourselves with my identity, for you are about to meet your demise here," the cloaked figure declared, gesturing with both hands and chanting incantations. Instantly, the surrounding space began to warp and distort, fissures of darkness materializing, emanating a powerful pull, attempting to draw Luffy and Naruto into the abyss. Luffy and Naruto immediately unleashed their respective powers to counteract the gravitational pull. Luffy plunged the sword of Thunder Flame into the ground, channeling the artifact's energy through the blade, thereby creating a stable energy shield. Meanwhile, Naruto executed the Shadow Clone technique, with numerous clones linking hands to form a circle, working in tandem with Luffy's shield to resist the sucking force of the spatial rift. As they braced against the pull, both Luffy and Naruto pondered their strategy. They observed that when the cloaked figure cast spatial magic, a fleeting fluctuation of dark energy emanated from around his body, which could be the key to exploiting his vulnerability. "Naruto, when he conjures his spatial magic again, strike at the point where the dark energy fluctuates around him," Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded, and they awaited their moment. When the cloaked figure cast his spatial magic once more, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Flash slash, targeting the area of dark energy fluctuation surrounding the figure. Simultaneously, Naruto released the Sage Art, super large Rasengan, propelling it in the same direction. Their attacks converged upon the fluctuating dark energy, striking true. The cloaked figure let out a muffled grunt as the dark energy around him became chaotic. The expansion of the spatial rift halted, and the gravitational pull gradually weakened. Luffy and Naruto seized the opportunity to charge towards the figure cloaked in black. Upon noticing their advance, the dark-robed man swiftly retrieved a sinister black staff from within his garments. Atop the staff rested a colossal black gem, emanating a malevolent glow. He brandished the staff, unleashing a barrage of dark magical rays directed at Luffy and Naruto. Luffy brandished the sword of Thunder Flame, parrying the incoming magical beams one after another. Meanwhile, Naruto executed the shadow clone technique, sending his clones charging towards the cloaked figure from various directions. Attempting to disrupt his incantations, the original Naruto stood to the side, gathering chakra, preparing to unleash his ultimate ninjutsu. Amidst the fierce battle, Luffy discerned that the cloaked figure was heavily reliant on his staff. If they could shatter it, they could significantly diminish his power. Naruto, find a way to destroy his staff, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded his clones to launch a full-scale assault on the cloaked figure's staff. The original Naruto then unleashed the Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Raisin Shuriken, hurling it towards the staff. The spiraling shuriken, imbued with tremendous force, hurtled towards the cloaked figure's staff. The cloaked figure attempted to defend with his staff, but the might of the Raisin Shuriken was overwhelming, shattering the staff entirely. With the loss of his staff, the cloaked figure's strength waned considerably. He roared in fury, as dark energies surged around him in a frenzied attempt at a final struggle. Luffy and Naruto afforded him no opportunity. They seamlessly merged the power of the divine artifact with their own strength, unleashing their most formidable combined assault. Luffy's Thunder Flame Sword and Naruto's spiraling shuriken, infused with sage techniques and the artifact's might, hurtled toward the cloaked figure. In a cataclysmic roar, their attacks collided with tremendous force. A powerful wave of energy radiated outward, causing the very fabric of space to tremble violently, as if on the brink of collapse. Amidst the fierce clash of energies, Luffy and Naruto gritted their teeth, fueled by a singular conviction, to vanquish the cloaked figure and safeguard this land. Ultimately, their combined might began to prevail, gradually overpowering the cloaked adversary. With a resounding explosion, the cloaked figure was hurled backward by the overwhelming force, crashing to the ground in silence. As the cloaked figure fell, the unfamiliar realm began to disintegrate. Luffy and Naruto understood the urgency of finding an exit and fleeing this perilous place. They scoured the crumbling space until they finally spotted a faint glimmer of light. They raced toward it, and in the final moment before the complete collapse of the space, they successfully escaped. Upon their reemergence, they found themselves outside the Dark Pyramid once more. Chapter 0935, Mountain Bandits. After Luffy and Naruto distanced themselves from the ominous Black Pyramid, they ventured along the periphery of the desert. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, parching their throats, yet they dared not exhibit the slightest relaxation. Upon reaching the vicinity of an oasis, which ought to have been a thriving sanctuary, they were instead enveloped by an eerie stillness. The waters of the oasis had turned murky and foul, the surrounding trees bore withered leaves, and the flowers and grasses lay in despondence. This place too had succumbed to the encroaching darkness. Furrowing his brow, Luffy tightened his grip on the Thunder Flame Sword and cautiously advanced into the depths of the oasis. Naruto trailed closely behind, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Suddenly, several enormous dark water monsters erupted from the lake. These creatures, resembling crocodiles, were equipped with formidable pincers and tails adorned with sharp spikes, exuding a sinister black mist that seemed to reveal ghostly faces within, emitting chilling roars. Once again confronted by these monstrosities, it appeared imperative to teach them a lesson. Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, invoking the shadow clone technique. Numerous shadow clones surged forth like a tidal wave towards the dark water creatures, some ensnaring their limbs, while others aimed for their eyes. Luffy brandished the Sword of Thunder and Flame, unleashing the Inferno Thunder demonic slash, with flames and lightning surging towards the water monster. However, the creature's exterior proved exceedingly resilient, leaving only faint marks from the elemental assault. Its hide is too thick. This is quite troublesome, Luffy exclaimed. During the skirmish, Naruto discerned that the water monsters briefly exposed a patch of white scales on their abdomens when launching an attack, revealing a seemingly vulnerable defense. Luffy, strike at the white scales on their bellies, Naruto called out loudly. Upon hearing this, Luffy promptly adjusted his attack direction. He leaped high into the air, channeling the full extent of power into the Thunder Flame Sword, executing the Inferno Thunder Dominator / aimed at the white scales on the abdomen of a water monster. This strike, imbued with formidable strength, successfully breached the creature's abdominal defenses, eliciting a pained roar from the water monster as a torrent of black blood gushed forth. Witnessing their comrade's injury, the other water monsters descended into a frenzy. They launched themselves recklessly at Luffy and Naruto, their massive pincers swinging wildly, stirring a gust of foul wind. Observing the chaos, Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Molten Release, spiraling shuriken, hurling it towards the head of one water monster. The searing molten shuriken, engulfed in flames, struck the creature's head with precision, scorching it and causing its body to sway before collapsing into the lake, creating a tremendous splash. After a fierce battle, they ultimately eradicated all the dark water monsters. However, the oasis lay in ruins, riddled with wounds, and reviving its vitality would prove to be a daunting task. "We must find a way to purify the dark forces here," Luffy declared. They searched within the oasis for the source of the dark power and discovered a black crystal at the center of the lake, emanating a sinister aura. This crystal perpetually released dark energy, tainting the entire oasis. "This must be it. We must destroy it," Naruto asserted. As Luffy and Naruto unleashed their powers simultaneously, Luffy fused the might of the Thunder Flame Sword with that of the divine artifact, executing the sacred flame thunder slash. Meanwhile, Naruto conjured the Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, directing their combined assaults toward the obsidian crystal. With a resounding crash, their attacks collided with the dark crystal. A formidable wave of energy radiated outward, and cracks began to form upon the surface of the crystal. Undeterred, they pressed on, assaulting the crystal time and again. Ultimately, under the weight of their joint onslaught, the obsidian crystal shattered completely, disintegrating into countless dark shards that dissipated into the air. As the crystal fractured, the malevolent aura within the oasis gradually faded. The waters of the lake began to clear, and the trees and flowers slowly regained their vitality. "Wonderful! The oasis has been saved," exclaimed Naruto with delight. "Indeed. But this is merely a small step. There are still many places we must venture," Luffy replied. After departing from the oasis, they entered a mountainous region. The mountains were rugged and treacherous, with paths difficult to navigate. While ascending a peak, they encountered a band of dark mountain bandits, clad in black attire. Their faces obscured by grotesque masks, they wielded an array of weapons, blocking the traveler's path. "This road is mine, this tree is mine, if you wish to pass. You must pay the toll," bellowed the leader of the bandits. "You ruffians, how dare you commit such misdeeds here?" Naruto retorted angrily. Spare us the chatter, no money, no passage," the bandit leader declared, brandishing his sword. Luffy disregarded their threats and charged forward with the Thunder Flame Sword, which erupted with flames and lightning, repelling the nearby bandits. Naruto also unleashed the Shadow Clone technique, engaging in fierce combat with the marauders. Meanwhile, the original Naruto gathered chakra, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a decisive strike. In the midst of battle, Luffy observed that although the bandits were numerous, their attacks lacked coordination, and their leader remained at the rear, directing them. Defeating the leader would shatter their offensive. "Naruto, focus on taking down their leader," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately instructed his clones to hold back the other bandits, while he executed the Sage Art, Wind Release, Tailed Beast Spiral Shuriken, hurling it towards the bandit leader. The spiraling shuriken expanded as it flew, imbued with immense power. The bandit leader, upon seeing the shuriken approach, turned pale with fear, attempting to evade. But it was too late. The shuriken struck him accurately, sending him crashing backward into a massive boulder, his fate uncertain. The remaining bandits, witnessing their leader's defeat, dropped their weapons and fled in disarray. "These fellows are truly weak," Naruto scoffed. "Do not underestimate them. There may be other dangers lurking in these mountains," Luffy cautioned. They continued their ascent and discovered an ancient temple at the summit. The temple's grand doors stood firmly shut, enveloped in an aura of mystery. "This temple appears quite old. I wonder what secrets lie within," Luffy remarked. "We'll find out once we enter," Naruto replied. They pushed open the temple's doors and stepped inside. The interior was dim and damp, adorned with ancient Buddha statues, each with eyes gleaming with an eerie red light. "These statues seem off," Luffy warned, his senses heightened. Suddenly, the statues sprang to life, lunging towards Luffy and Naruto. Their bodies were as hard as iron, and each strike carried formidable strength. Luffy and Naruto swiftly entered a state of combat, engaging in a fierce struggle against the Buddha statues. During the battle, they discovered an energy core behind each statue. By destroying this core, they could halt the statue's movements. "Naruto, target the energy core behind the statues," Luffy exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Naruto promptly commanded his shadow clones to assault the energy cores. The original Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, hurling it towards the energy core of one of the statues. The Lava Release Spiraling Shuriken struck the energy core with precision, causing the statue to freeze in its tracks before gradually toppling over. Utilizing the same method, they vanquished all the statues. Deep within the temple, they stumbled upon an ancient scripture. This tome contains secrets about the land and a method for cultivating a powerful purifying force. "This scripture could prove invaluable to us," Luffy remarked. With the scripture in hand, they departed from the temple. Chapter 0936. Aftermath. Luffy and Naruto continued to traverse the mountainous terrain, carrying with them an ancient scripture. As dusk approached, they resolved to take refuge in a nearby cave, seeking to replenish their strength for the challenges that lay ahead. A subtle chill pervaded the cave, prompting Naruto to gather some dry twigs to kindle a fire for warmth. Meanwhile, Luffy set up rudimentary defenses at the cave's entrance to thwart any potential nocturnal ambushes. As the flames flickered to life, casting a warm glow throughout the cave, Luffy opened the ancient tome and began to study its contents intently. Naruto leaned in closer, his curiosity piqued by the archaic and enigmatic symbols inscribed within. The methods for cultivating the power of purification appear quite intricate. They demand our utmost focus to comprehend, Luffy remarked, furrowing his brow. "Fear not. We shall decipher it together. I am certain we will understand," Naruto replied confidently. Under the flickering light of the fire, they endeavored to follow the guidance of the scripture, attempting to channel and harmonize the energy within themselves. Initially, their progress was sluggish, the flow of energy proving somewhat obstructed. However, undeterred by their challenges, they persisted, and after numerous attempts, they finally sensed a faint yet tangible essence of purification beginning to coalesce within. Just as they became engrossed in their training, an uproar of heavy footsteps and low growls erupted from outside the cave. Instantly alert, Luffy extinguished the flames, grasped his weapon tightly, and cautiously approached the entrance to assess the situation. Before them emerged a horde of shadowy creatures, their forms reminiscent of wolves, but significantly larger. With blood-red eyes glinting ominously and black saliva dripping from their jaws, exuding a nauseating stench. "It appears that tranquility will elude us once more this night," Luffy murmured. "Then let us ensure they return whence they came," Naruto declared, his fists clenched and his resolve unwavering. Luffy was the first to burst forth from the cave, the sword of thunder flame igniting with a blazing inferno and dazzling lightning. He unleashed the flame thunder flash slash, slicing towards the nearest dark creatures. The fiery blade of energy cleaved through the night sky, forcing the dark beings back several steps. Yet they swiftly regrouped and lunged forward once more. Naruto subsequently employed the shadow clone technique, with numerous clones engaging in fierce close combat with the dark entities. Meanwhile, the original Naruto swiftly formed seals, preparing to unleash a formidable jutsu. Senjutsu, Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken. He bellowed as the colossal spiraling shuriken soared toward the most concentrated cluster of dark creatures. As it traversed the air, the shuriken expanded exponentially, its immense power drawing in the surrounding dark beings, culminating in a violent explosion. However, these dark entities appeared inexhaustible. Despite the devastating toll inflicted by their attacks, even more surged forth from every direction. Moreover, they began to adopt a tactical assault strategy, attempting to ensnare Luffy and Naruto in a trap. "This cannot continue. We must devise a plan to break free," Luffy declared, fending off the onslaught of dark creatures while contemplating a strategy. Glancing around at the encroaching dark beings, Naruto suddenly had a revelation. "Luffy, we can exploit their coordinated assault, luring them into a narrow valley, where we can leverage the terrain to eliminate them." Luffy nodded in agreement. "A splendid idea indeed. Let us give it a try." They deliberately exposed vulnerabilities, retreating while engaging towards a valley. The dark creatures, perceiving their apparent flight, pursued them relentlessly, soon being lured into the valley. The cliffs on both sides of the valley loomed steeply, narrowing the path and constraining the movements of the dark beings. Luffy and Naruto halted, turning to confront their adversaries. "Now it is our turn to counterattack," Luffy bellowed, driving the Thunderfire sword into the ground. The artifact's power surged through the blade, triggering a tremor beneath the earth. The ground within the valley began to quake violently, causing many dark creatures to lose their footing and tumble to the ground. Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Lava Release, spiraling shuriken, hurling it towards the valley's entrance. The searing heat of the lava release spiraling shuriken sealed the entrance, preventing further dark beings from entering. They engaged in a final battle against the trapped dark creatures within the valley. Luffy wielded the Thunderfire sword, executing an array of flame and thunder techniques, dispatching the dark beings that drew near. Meanwhile, Naruto utilized the Shadow Clone technique and ninjutsu to launch a comprehensive assault on the dark creatures. Amidst the fierce combat, they discovered that the heart region of these dark beings was their Achilles heel. A targeted strike there would deliver lethal damage. Naruto, strike at their hearts, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto promptly directed his shadow clones to attack the heart regions of the dark beings. The original Naruto then performed the sage art, Supergiant Rasengan, propelling it towards the heart of a larger dark creature. The Supergiant Rasengan struck true, hitting the creature's heart, which let out a pained roar before its massive form collapsed. After a grueling battle, they finally succeeded in vanquishing all the dark creatures in the valley. At that moment, the eastern sky began to glow with the pale light of dawn, heralding the arrival of a new day. At last, this battle is over. We must continue our journey, Luffy remarked. Indeed, I hope we can uncover more clues about the dark forces today, Naruto replied. They departed the valley, resuming their exploration of the mountains. As they delved deeper into the range, they stumbled upon a hidden cave concealed behind a waterfall. The cave emanated a peculiar radiance, beckoning them to investigate. Upon entering, they discovered it adorned with various extraordinary crystals and runes. At the cave's center lay a colossal magic circle, within which floated a black sphere exuding a potent aura of darkness. What manner of entity is this? It appears exceedingly perilous, Luffy observed warily. Regardless of its nature, we must prevent it from continuing to emit this dark essence, Naruto stated. Cautiously, they approached the magic circle, endeavoring to uncover a means of breaking the enchantment. Suddenly, the runes surrounding the magic circle began to flicker, and beams of black light shot towards them. Luffy and Naruto swiftly evaded the onslaught of light, darting left and right in search of an opportunity to breach the defensive line. During their evasive maneuvers, Luffy discerned a certain pattern in the emission of these beams. They seemed to operate according to a specific formation. Naruto, these beams follow a pattern. Let us exploit the flaws in the formation, Luffy exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately grasped Luffy's intent. They began to meticulously observe the sequence of the light's emission, cautiously making their way towards the magic array by exploiting its vulnerabilities. Through their concerted efforts, they successfully navigated past the barrage of light and arrived at the forefront of the magical array. They attempted to forcibly dismantle the magic array and the dark sphere with sheer strength, only to find the defenses of the array remarkably formidable, rendering their assaults utterly ineffective. It seems that a special method is required to unravel this, Luffy remarked. They commenced their search for clues within the cavern, and after a thorough examination, they discovered peculiar symbols etched into the walls. These symbols bore a resemblance to those they had encountered in the temple scriptures, yet they were not entirely identical. Luffy and Naruto commenced their exploration of the enigmatic symbols, endeavoring to unearth a method to decipher the magical array. Throughout their investigation, they gradually discerned that these symbols constituted an ancient cipher, requiring specific forces and sequences for unraveling. I believe I have discerned the solution, Luffy suddenly proclaimed, as he plunged the thunder flame sword into the ground. The artifact's power surged through the blade, resonating with the symbols etched upon the cavern walls. Naruto, too, channeled his chakra into the symbols, following Luffy's guidance. Together, they activated the symbols in a precise order and with deliberate force. As the symbols ignited, the magical array gradually ceased its operations, and the obsidian sphere began to lose its luminescence. They had successfully unraveled the magical array, dispelling the source of the dark aura. Deep within the cavern, they stumbled upon a crystal radiating a gentle glow. This crystal harbored a formidable purifying power, the very key to their cultivation of purification energy. Splendid. With this crystal, we shall enhance our cultivation of purification energy, Luffy exclaimed with elation. Indeed, this will enable us to combat the dark forces more effectively, Naruto responded. With the crystal in hand, they exited the cavern and continued their journey through the mountains. Chapter 0937. Collapse. Luffy and Naruto continued their exploration through the mountains, bearing the purifying crystal. The path became increasingly rugged and steep, with the biting cold wind howling past them, slicing against their faces like a razor's edge. Upon reaching a hollow in the mountains, they were enveloped in a thick shroud of darkness, from which faint, anguished moans could be heard. with heightened vigilance. They slowed their pace and approached cautiously. As the mist gradually dissipated, a harrowing sight emerged. A group of villagers, corrupted by the forces of darkness. Their eyes were hollow, their faces contorted, and their bodies were entwined with a sinister aura, mindlessly attacking one another. "These villagers are so pitiable. We must save them," Naruto exclaimed, his face reflecting deep compassion. Luffy nodded, yet cautioned that they must remain vigilant. The villagers were currently ensnared by darkness and might resort to reckless aggression against them. With that, Luffy brandished the sword of Thunderfire, unleashing a gentle force in an attempt to dispel the ominous aura surrounding the villagers. However, the darkness proved remarkably tenacious, retreating only slightly before once again ensnaring them. Witnessing this, Naruto employed the shadow clone technique, dispersing his clones swiftly to isolate the villagers and prevent them from inflicting harm upon one another. Meanwhile, the original Naruto rapidly formed hand seals, invoking the sage art, wind release, spiraling shuriken. He hurled the spiraling shuriken skyward, its rapid rotation generating a powerful gust that gradually dissipated a portion of the dark mist, thereby rendering the area's visibility somewhat clearer. In the midst of the fray, Luffy discerned a dark mark upon the foreheads of the villagers, which appeared to be the focal point of the dark power. "Naruto, concentrate your attacks on the black marks upon the villagers' foreheads," Luffy exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Naruto promptly directed his clones to alter their assault strategy, targeting the dark marks on the villagers' foreheads. The original Naruto then executed the sage art, lava release, spiraling shuriken, aiming it at the forehead of a nearby villager. The lava release, spiraling shuriken struck the mark with precision, causing the dark aura enveloping the villager to dissipate significantly, and a glimmer of clarity began to return to their eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed the purifying slash of thunder and flame, channeling the energies of the thunder flame sword into a force of purification, striking the dark marks upon the foreheads of the other villagers one by one. This blade, imbued with formidable purifying power, successfully dispelled the dark energies afflicting the villagers, who collapsed to the ground, their faces reflecting a mixture of exhaustion and relief. "Who are you? Where is this place?" a villager weakly inquired. "We have come to assist you. You were tainted by dark forces, but all is well now," Luffy reassured. The villagers, overwhelmed with gratitude, expressed their heartfelt thanks. Through their conversation, they learned of a dark castle deeper within the mountains, the very heart of the dark power in the region, relentlessly emanating malevolence and corrupting everything in its vicinity. "It seems our next objective is that dark castle," Luffy declared. After bidding farewell to the villagers, they proceeded towards the ominous fortress. As they drew nearer, the oppressive aura of darkness intensified, and the surroundings grew increasingly desolate. At last, the dark castle loomed before them, towering and foreboding, its walls adorned with sharp, black spikes. A cadre of dark soldiers, clad in heavy black armor and wielding gleaming long knives, stood at the entrance, their eyes betraying cold cruelty and wickedness. "Prepare for battle," Luffy tightened his grip on the thunder flame sword. "Right," Naruto responded, forming hand seals to activate Sage Mode. They charged towards the dark castle. Luffy darted into the midst of the dark soldiers like a bolt of lightning, the thunder flame sword sweeping through the air as the forces of thunder and purification intertwined, rending the soldiers' armor and scorching their bodies with purifying flames. Meanwhile, Naruto utilized the shadow clone technique, engaging in fierce combat with the dark soldiers through his numerous clones. The real Naruto concentrated chakra nearby, readying a powerful jutsu for a decisive blow. "Sage Art, Supergiant Rasengan," he shouted as the colossal Rasengan surged forth towards the most densely packed group of dark soldiers. As it flew, the Rasengan expanded, its immense force sending the dark soldiers flying. However, more dark soldiers soon poured forth from the castle, seemingly endless in number. Among them were dark sorcerers, perched atop the castle walls, chanting incantations and casting waves of black magic towards Luffy and Naruto. The black magic fell like dark lightning, scorching the ground and shattering rocks in its wake. Luffy and Naruto nimbly evaded the magical onslaught while continuing to battle the dark soldiers. In the midst of the fray, Luffy discerned that the dark sorcerers depended on their wands to harness dark energy, with the black gem atop each wand serving as the focal point of their power. "Naruto, target the gems atop the dark sorcerers' wands," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto promptly directed his shadow clones to charge at the dark sorcerers, aiming to strike their wands. Naruto unleashed the sage art, wind release, tailed beast spiral shuriken, hurling it towards the tip of a dark sorcerer's wand. The spiral shuriken struck the gemstone adorning the wand with remarkable precision, shattering it instantaneously. As a result, the sorcerer's magic dissipated, and he coughed up blood before plummeting from the castle wall. The other dark sorcerers, witnessing the fate of their comrade, were momentarily startled. Yet they persisted in casting their spells. Luffy and Naruto coordinated their efforts, relentlessly assaulting the wands of the dark sorcerers, gradually diminishing their offensive capabilities. After an arduous battle, they successfully vanquished the dark soldiers at the castle gate and a majority of the dark sorcerers. They ventured deeper into the castle, which was shrouded in darkness and dampness. The corridors permeated with a foul odor, while eerie lights flickered upon the walls. Within the castle's grand hall, they beheld a colossal dark magic array, at the center of which floated a massive dark crystal. This crystal exuded a potent aura of darkness, serving as the very core of the castle's malevolent power. "If we destroy this crystal, we can obliterate the dark castle entirely," Luffy proclaimed. As they approached the magic array, several dark shields suddenly materialized around them, barring their entry. They endeavored to breach the shields with sheer force, but the barriers proved exceptionally resilient. Their strikes merely created ripples upon the surface, failing to inflict any significant damage. "These shields are formidable. We must devise an alternative strategy," Luffy remarked with a furrowed brow. They commenced a search for clues within the hall, and after an exhaustive exploration, they discovered peculiar symbols inscribed on one of the hall's pillars. These symbols bore a resemblance to those encountered earlier in the cave, seemingly holding the key to dismantling the shield. Luffy and Naruto commenced their study of the enigmatic symbols, endeavoring to unearth a method to dismantle the formidable shield. Throughout their examination, they gradually discerned that these symbols required specific forces and sequences to be activated, thereby breaking the protective barrier. "I believe I have discerned the means to shatter the shield," Luffy exclaimed suddenly as he plunged the Thunder Flame sword into the ground. The artifact's power surged through the blade, resonating with the symbols inscribed upon the pillars. Naruto, too, infused his chakra into the symbols, and under Luffy's guidance, they activated the symbols in the designated order and with the requisite force. As the symbols came to life, the dark shield began to dissolve. They had successfully breached the barrier and raced towards the dark magic crystal. Merging the power of the artifact with their own, they unleashed their most formidable combined attack. Luffy's Thunder Flame sword harmonized with Naruto's Spiral Shuriken, imbued with sage techniques and the artifact's might, soaring towards the dark magic crystal. In a cataclysmic clash, their assaults collided, sending powerful energy waves rippling outward. The entire dark castle trembled under the onslaught, walls fissuring and stones from the ceiling cascading down. Amidst the fierce energy confrontation, Luffy and Naruto gritted their teeth, driven solely by one unwavering conviction: to obliterate the dark magic crystal and safeguard their continent. Ultimately, their strength began to prevail, and cracks appeared in the dark magic crystal under the immense assault, leading to its complete shattering. With the destruction of the dark magic crystal, the dark castle crumbled as well. In the final moments of the castle's collapse, Luffy and Naruto successfully escaped. Chapter 0938, The Mine. After departing from the crumbling dark castle, Luffy and Naruto journeyed towards another part of the mountains. They traversed a narrow valley, where the eerie whispers of the wind echoed ominously, reminiscent of the anguished roars of dark forces unwilling to relent. As they ventured deeper into the valley, they stumbled upon a mysterious relic. This relic was constructed from immense stone blocks, each inscribed with ancient and obscure runes, which emitted a faint luminescence, as if narrating tales of yore. The relic appeared quite extraordinary, possibly concealing something of great significance. Luffy gazed intently at the structure and spoke. Intrigued, Naruto approached one of the stones and reached out to touch the runes. The moment his fingers made contact, a blinding light erupted from the relic, enveloping them entirely. When the radiance dissipated, they found themselves within a peculiar realm. The atmosphere was thick with colorful mist, within which ethereal images flickered, depicting scenes of this land's former battles against the dark forces. "Is this a memory of the past?" Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. They navigated through this realm, seeking an exit and additional clues regarding the dark power. Suddenly, a cadre of luminous guardian spirits materialized before them. These guardians took on diverse forms. Some resembled agile birds, while others appeared as fierce beasts, all radiating potent energy waves. "Intruders, you shall not trespass here," proclaimed a guardian resembling a Chilan in a commanding tone. "We mean no offense. We are merely searching for ways to combat the dark forces," Luffy clarified. "To pass, you must undergo our trial," the guardian responded. The trial commenced immediately, as the guardians unleashed their assaults. They cast various light spells, such as light arrows, light shields, and light explosions, charging towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy brandished the Sword of Thunder and Flame, as the fiery blade clashed with the electric force and radiant spells, sending forth showers of energy sparks. Meanwhile, Naruto unleashed the Shadow Clone technique, dispersing his clones to engage in close combat with the guardian spirits, seeking to uncover their vulnerabilities. Amidst the fray, Luffy discerned that these guardian spirits entered a brief recovery phase following their potent assaults, rendering their defenses comparatively feeble. Naruto, exploit the opening after their attack, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto promptly directed his clones to seize the opportunity. The original Naruto then executed the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, hurling it towards a guardian spirit that had just unleashed a formidable burst of light. The Lava Release Spiral Shuriken struck true, causing the guardian spirit's form to flicker with brilliance before revealing a slight crack. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Spirit Slash, channeling the full extent of power from his Thunder Flame sword as he struck forcefully at the fissure of the guardian spirit. This strike, imbued with immense strength, successfully shattered the guardian spirit into countless shards of light that dissipated into the air. Witnessing the defeat of their comrade, the remaining guardian spirits intensified their assault. However, Luffy and Naruto, in perfect synchronization, gradually discovered the rhythm needed to counter the onslaught of the guardians. After a fierce battle, they ultimately triumphed over all the guardian spirits. As the guardians disintegrated, the colorful mist in the space began to coalesce, forming a colossal orb of light. From within this orb, a tome radiating a golden glow slowly emerged. Luffy and Naruto approached the radiant orb, lifting the ancient tome. As they turned its pages, they discovered an ancient and formidable sealing technique, specifically designed to target the very source of dark powers, capable of sealing it away permanently. This is precisely what we need, Luffy exclaimed with enthusiasm. Just as they prepared to delve deeper into the intricacies of the sealing technique, the space around them began to tremble violently. Fissures appearing in the air. This is bad. The space is collapsing. We must leave at once, Naruto shouted. They retraced their steps, guided by memory, in search of an exit. In the moment just before the space completely gave way, they successfully located the exit and escaped. Once outside the ruins, they perched upon a stone, diligently studying the sealing technique inscribed in the golden tome. After considerable research, they gradually grasped the fundamental principles and methods for casting the seal. Though to truly execute it successfully, they would need to procure some rare materials and find an appropriate location for the sealing. It seems we have a new mission ahead. Let us seek out the materials, Luffy declared. Following the hints provided in the tome, they ventured toward a mysterious vein within the mountains, rumored to harbor a unique mineral essential for the sealing technique. En route to the mine, they encountered an unusual landslide, as a cascade of boulders tumbled down the mountainside. Rushing towards them with great force, Luffy swiftly drove the Sword of Thunder Flame into the ground, channeling the artifact's power through its blade to forge a robust energy shield that repelled the falling boulders. Meanwhile, Naruto employed the Shadow Clone technique, with the clones assisting Luffy in reinforcing the shield, while the original Naruto sought the cause of the landslide. After a thorough investigation, they discovered that a colossal creature of darkness, known as the Earthwalker Beast, was roaming the mountains, its power fluctuations destabilizing the terrain. This formidable beast was immense, enveloped in a shell of obsidian, boasting enormous tusks and stout limbs, each step reverberating through the earth. Another dark creature. This time, it shall not escape, exclaimed Luffy. They charged towards the Earthwalker Beast. Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Dominator Slash, aiming for the beast's head. The creature countered with its massive tusks, the blade clashing against them and igniting a shower of sparks. Naruto then executed Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Spiraling Shuriken, hurling it towards the beast's abdomen. Sensing imminent danger, the Earthwalker Beast attempted to evade, but Luffy intensified his assault, restraining its movements. The spiraling Shuriken accurately struck the beast's belly, eliciting a pained roar as its shell shattered, dark blood gushing forth. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Final Slash, channeling the full might of the Thunderfire sword as he struck with unwavering determination towards the heart of the Earth Beast. This formidable blade, imbued with immense power, successfully pierced the creature's heart, causing its massive form to collapse with a thunderous crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. Having vanquished the dark Earth Beast, they pressed onward towards the mine. At long last, they discovered the elusive and mysterious vein. Within the mine, after diligent excavation and searching, they successfully unearthed the special ores required for the sealing technique. With the materials secured, the next task was to find a suitable location for the seal, Luffy remarked. They departed the mine, oars in hand. Chapter 0939, Summit of the Mountain. Luffy and Naruto, bearing extraordinary minerals, continued their quest for a suitable sealing site amidst the mountains. They traversed the rugged path, the surrounding environment growing ever more perilous, with steep cliffs and seemingly bottomless ravines manifesting at every turn. Upon reaching the summit of a mist-shrouded peak, they sensed a powerful and malevolent aura ebbing and flowing in the atmosphere. The sky here was perpetually overcast, thick with dark clouds, occasionally illuminated by an eerie flash of lightning. Could this ominous presence be the clue to the sealing location? Luffy furrowed his brow, gripping the thunder flame sword tightly as he cautiously approached the source of the aura. Naruto followed closely behind, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Upon arriving at a platform on the peak, they discovered a massive dark vortex at its center, emanating a potent essence of darkness, as if it sought to engulf everything within its grasp. This must be the convergence point of dark power. We shall perform the sealing technique here, Luffy declared. However, just as they prepared to arrange the sealing array, a swarm of dark specters suddenly surged forth from the vortex. These phantoms were insubstantial, radiating a bone-chilling cold, and they lunged at Luffy and Naruto with menacing ferocity. Those wretched beings are here to disrupt us again, Naruto exclaimed, swiftly forming hand seals to invoke the shadow clone technique. Numerous shadow clones engaged in fierce combat with the dark specters, attempting to thwart their advance towards Luffy. Luffy wielded the Sword of Thunder Flames, unleashing the sacred flame thunder slash. Waves of sword energy imbued with divine power surged forth, cleaving through the ranks of the dark phantoms. Wherever the sword energy struck, the dark phantoms emitted anguished wails as their forms gradually dissipated. However, the dark phantoms continued to emerge ceaselessly from the abyssal vortex, as if they were inexhaustible. Amidst the fray, Luffy discerned that the movements of these dark phantoms appeared to be governed by some unseen force emanating from the vortex's core. Thus, if they could dismantle this core power, they would halt the phantom's relentless emergence. Naruto, let us first assault the heart of the dark vortex, Luffy proclaimed fervently. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded his shadow clones to restrain the dark phantoms, while his true self executed the sage art, lava release, spiral shuriken, hurling it towards the vortex's epicenter. The lava release spiral shuriken, infused with searing molten rock, struck the vortex's core with precision. In an instant, the rotation of the dark vortex slowed, and the emergence of the dark phantoms began to dwindle. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, channeling the full force of the Thunder Flame sword towards the heart of the dark vortex. This strike, imbued with formidable power, successfully shattered the core of the dark whirlpool, causing the dark spirits to dissipate. With the interference of the dark spirits resolved, they commenced the formal arrangement of the sealing array. Following the instructions in the Golden Tome, Luffy placed special minerals at designated locations and inscribed intricate runes upon the ground with the Thunder Flame sword. Meanwhile, Naruto gathered chakra at his side, infusing his energy into the runes, assisting Luffy in completing the layout of the sealing array. After considerable effort, the sealing array was finally established. They stood at the edge of the array, fully merging the power of the artifact with their own, preparing to execute the sealing technique. Let us begin, Luffy proclaimed. They formed hand seals, reciting incantations, and unleashed a potent sealing spell. A brilliant beam of light shot forth from their hands, converging upon the core of the dark power. Wherever the light reached, the dark aura was gradually dispelled, and the dark energy began to be sealed within the array. However, just as the sealing was nearing completion, a powerful force of resistance erupted from the dark energy. This force struck the sealing array, causing cracks to appear, and the light began to flicker uncertainly. This is not good. It is resisting. We cannot allow the sealing to fail, Naruto exclaimed. They intensified their output of power, striving to suppress the dark energy's rebellion. Luffy plunged the Thunder Flame sword into the sealing array, channeling the artifact's power ceaselessly into the array to stabilize its structure. Naruto then unleashed the Sage Art, Super Large Rasengan, merging the Rasengan into the sealing light to enhance its potency. Through their combined efforts, the cracks in the sealing array gradually mended, and the light regained its brilliance. The resistance of the dark power weakened, ultimately being fully sealed within the array. With the dark power sealed, the sky above the mountain peak gradually cleared, sunlight bathing them in a long-awaited warmth. We have finally succeeded. The dark power in this area has been sealed. Naruto exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, but this is only temporary. We must seek out other sources of dark power across this land and seal them one by one, Luffy replied. They departed the mountain summit, weary yet gratified. Chapter 0940. The Dark Bee. After sealing the dark powers atop the peak, Luffy and Naruto pressed onward into the depths of the mountains with unwavering resolve. They were acutely aware that this vast continent was boundless, with dark forces scattered like stars in the night sky, and that their singular victory was merely a small milestone on an arduous journey. As they traversed a dense coniferous forest, the towering trees loomed ominously, their branches interwoven, allowing only a feeble stream of sunlight to pierce through the layered gaps, casting a twilight shroud over the entire woodland. The ground beneath their feet was soft and damp, exuding a putrid odor, as if something sinister writhed beneath with every step they took. Suddenly, a deep, resonant buzzing echoed through the trees, the sound approaching with an increasing intensity that became deafening. In an instant, countless dark, bee-like creatures surged forth from all directions. These menacing entities were of considerable size, akin to the human head, their bodies encased in a formidable black exoskeleton, and their venomous stingers glimmering with an eerie azure light. Each flap of their wings stirred a nauseating stench in the air. "Be cautious, these creatures appear formidable," Luffy shouted, drawing his sword, the blade of thunder and flame, which ignited with intertwining flames and lightning, resembling a serpentine embodiment of fire and thunder, radiating a dazzling brilliance in the darkness. Naruto, too, took no chances, swiftly employing the shadow clone technique. In an instant, dozens of clones flitted through the forest like phantoms, joining Luffy to confront the overwhelming swarm of dark bees. The clones struck with fists and kicks, striving to impede the advance of the dark swarm, yet these agile creatures deftly evaded the clones' attacks, continuing their relentless approach towards Luffy and Naruto. Upon witnessing this, Luffy brandished the sword of Thunder Flame and unleashed the Flame Thunder Flash Slash. His figure moved with the swiftness of lightning, the sword dancing in harmony with his movements, unleashing arcs of fiery thunder sword energy that sliced through the dark swarm like searing blades. Wherever the flame thunder energy struck, the dark bees fell, their inky blood and shattered limbs cascading to the ground like raindrops. Yet, the sheer number of dark bees was overwhelming, surging forth in an unending wave. Amidst the chaos of battle, Naruto discerned that these dark bees seemed to operate according to a specific rhythm, their attacks and flight patterns revealing a peculiar order. "Luffy, these dark bees follow a discernible pattern. Let us attempt to disrupt their rhythm," Naruto exclaimed, swiftly forming hand seals. Senjutsu, wind release, spiraling shuriken. With a powerful shout, a colossal spiraling shuriken rapidly took form in his hands, and then it soared towards the heart of the dense swarm of dark bees. As it flew, the spiraling shuriken expanded, its potent wind chakra swirling like a tempest, drawing in the surrounding dark bees and instantly throwing their attack rhythm into disarray. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Breaking Array Slash, channeling the full potency of the Thunder Flame Sword. He transformed into a blazing meteor, hurtling towards the very heart of the dark swarm. This strike brimmed with formidable power, successfully rending a breach within the malevolent horde. However, just as they believed they were on the verge of breaking free from the encirclement of the dark bees, a colossal dark bee king slowly ascended from the rear of the swarm. This monarch was several times the size of an ordinary dark bee, its head resembling a massive black gem that radiated an eerie glow, while its abdomen boasted a stinger as robust as a spear, invoking dread in all who beheld it. The dark bee king emitted a piercing shriek, seemingly issuing a command. The previously chaotic swarm instantaneously reorganized, encircling their king to form a vast black vortex that surged toward Luffy and Naruto. This king was their leader. If they could vanquish it, the dark bees would surely disperse, Luffy proclaimed, his gaze imbued with unwavering resolve. Naruto nodded in agreement, swiftly forming hand seals once more to invoke the sage art, Melt Release, Spiral Shuriken. The high-temperature Melt Release Spiral Shuriken soared towards the dark bee king like a blazing sun. Yet, the dark bees surrounding their monarch quickly coalesced, forming a formidable shield that deflected the Melt Release Spiral Shuriken. Upon witnessing the scene, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Dominator Slash. He leaped high into the air, where the flames and the power of lightning coalesced upon his sword, transforming into a colossal flame thunder beast that charged towards the dark bee king. The beast, with its fierce claws and teeth, collided violently with the shield of the Dark Beast swarm, producing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. Amidst the fierce clash, Luffy discerned that while the Dark Beast King commanded its swarm to defend, its abdomen momentarily exposed itself, revealing a seemingly vulnerable defense. Naruto, strike at the abdomen of the Bee King, Luffy bellowed. Upon hearing this, Naruto promptly directed his shadow clones to restrain the Dark Beast, while his main body conjured the Sage Art, Supergiant Rasengan, hurling it towards the exposed abdomen of the Dark Bee King. The Supergiant Rasengan, resembling a massive cannonball, surged forth with immense power, aimed directly at the Bee King's midsection. The Dark Bee King sensed the impending danger and attempted to evade, yet Luffy intensified his assault, immobilizing its movements. The Supergiant Rasengan accurately struck the abdomen of the Dark Bee King, eliciting a pained roar from the creature as its carapace shattered, unleashing a torrent of black blood. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Final Slash, channeling the full might of the Thunder Flame Sword towards the heart of the Dark Bee King. This strike, imbued with formidable power, successfully pierced through the heart of the Dark Bee King, causing its massive form to crash to the ground, while the surrounding swarm of Dark Beasts plunged into chaos. Seizing the opportunity, they pressed on with their assault, systematically eliminating the remaining Dark Bees. Phew, at last, we have dealt with these creatures. Naruto wiped the sweat from his brow and let out a long sigh of relief. However, we must remain vigilant. There are undoubtedly other dangers lurking within these mountains, Luffy remarked, sheathing the Thunder Flame sword and scanning the surroundings with caution. As they continued their journey through the mountains, they soon arrived at an ancient village concealed within a valley. The houses in the village were mostly in ruins, vines creeping along the walls, and the tiles of the roofs were in disarray, enveloping the entire settlement in an aura of desolation. Why is there not a soul in sight? Naruto queried, a look of puzzlement crossing his face. Luffy remained silent as he cautiously stepped into the village, meticulously observing his surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed some peculiar footprints on the ground, their strange shapes suggesting they were left by some enormous creature. It appeared something had traversed this place. We must exercise caution, Luffy remarked. They followed the direction of the footprints and arrived at the central square of the village. In the heart of the square, they beheld a colossal dark magic circle, shimmering with eerie light, enveloped in a thick aura of darkness. Could this magic circle be the work of the dark forces? Naruto furrowed his brow and inquired. Just as they approached the magic circle, a horde of dark puppets surged forth from within. These puppets were towering figures, crafted entirely from black metal, their joints glowing with a crimson light. Clutching various weapons, their eyes were hollow and devoid of life, exuding a chilling presence. Here they are again. It seems we are in for another fierce battle. Luffy tightened his grip on the Thunder Flame sword and declared. Without hesitation, they charged towards the dark puppets. Chapter 0941. The Ancient. Luffy and Naruto charged fiercely towards the horde of dark puppets, with Luffy leading the charge, swinging his sword towards the foremost puppet. The Thunder Flame sword clashed with the puppet's metallic weapon, igniting a shower of sparks. Flame Thunder Demon Slash, he bellowed, unleashing the power of the Thunder Flame along the blade, forcing the puppet back several paces. Meanwhile, Naruto executed the Shadow Clone technique, sending numerous clones surging from all directions to engage the dark puppets in intense close combat. The original Naruto swiftly formed seals, invoking the Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine-Tail Spiral Shuriken. The colossal Spiral Shuriken, imbued with formidable strength, hurtled towards the dense cluster of puppets, ensnaring several within its vortex and shredding them to pieces. However, these dark puppets appeared to possess a form of self-repair capability, as the shattered fragments quickly reassembled. Re-entering the fray, these puppets can be reborn. They are troublesome adversaries, Luffy remarked, furrowing his brow. During the skirmish, Luffy noticed that whenever a puppet was struck, a black crystal embedded in its chest would gleam, seemingly the core of their power and the key to their restoration. Naruto, target the crystals in their chests, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his clones to shift their focus, concentrating their efforts on assaulting the dark puppet's chest crystals. The original Naruto also unleashed the Sage Art, Melt Release, Spiral Shuriken, hurling it at the chest of a larger puppet. The Melt Release Spiral Shuriken struck the crystal with precision, causing it to crack, and the puppet's movements grew sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy executed the Flame Thunder Final Slash, delivering a decisive blow to the puppet's chest crystal, shattering it and rendering the puppet utterly incapacitated. Witnessing their comrades' destruction, the remaining dark puppets became even more frenzied in their onslaught. disregarding their own injuries as they charged relentlessly towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto collaborated seamlessly, evading the onslaught of the puppets while seeking opportunities to shatter the crystals embedded in their chests. After a fierce struggle, they ultimately vanquished all the dark puppets. At that moment, the dark magic array suddenly erupted with blinding light, and from within it rose a colossal statue of a dark, demonic deity. The statue's eyes glimmered with a crimson glow, and a deep, resonant growl emanated from its mouth, overwhelming them with an immense sense of oppression. "What manner of creature is this?" Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. With a grave expression, Luffy declared that regardless of the circumstances, they must vanquish the looming threat that could endanger the continent. The statue of the dark demon god swung its colossal arms towards them. Luffy and Naruto swiftly separated to evade the attack, with Luffy spinning in midair to unleash his Inferno Thunder Dominator slash. The sword of thunder and flame transformed into a massive blade of fiery energy, cleaving towards the statue's arm. The energy struck, igniting a flurry of sparks, yet only left a faint mark upon the arm. Meanwhile, Naruto employed the shadow clone technique, with his clones scaling the statue's body in search of vulnerabilities. The original Naruto concentrated chakra from a distance, preparing to unleash a formidable ninjutsu. During the skirmish, Luffy discerned that the head of the statue appeared to be its critical point, as the energy fluctuations there were most intense with each assault. "Naruto, target its head," Luffy shouted. Heeding this command, Naruto directed his clones to create chaos near the statue's head, diverting its attention. The original Naruto then unleashed the Sage Art, supermassive Rasengan, hurling it towards the statue's head. Upon impact, the Rasengan emitted a thunderous roar, causing the statue's head to wobble, yet it sustained no significant damage. Upon witnessing the situation, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Shattering Slash, channeling the full force of the Thunder Flame Sword towards the head of the statue with unwavering determination. This singular strike was imbued with formidable power, successfully leaving a profound crack upon the statue's head. The dark demon god statue, incensed by the assault, expelled a torrent of black flames that surged toward Luffy and Naruto. Swiftly evading the onslaught, they realized the urgency of discovering a definitive method to vanquish the statue. In the midst of dodging the flames, Luffy discerned that as the statue spewed fire, a certain area on its back dimmed in luminosity, suggesting a potential vulnerability in its defenses. "Naruto, strike the dimly lit area on its back," Luffy commanded. Upon hearing this, Naruto promptly directed his shadow clones to launch an assault on the weakened section of the statue's back. The original Naruto executed the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, hurling it towards that very spot. The Lava Release Spiraling Shuriken struck true, hitting the dimmed area on the statue's back, eliciting a tormenting roar from the statue as a sizable hole manifested where it had been struck. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy unleashed the Sacred Flame Thunder Slash, seamlessly merging the powers of the Thunder Flame Sword with that of the Divine Artifact. He struck decisively at the gaping hole in the back of the statue. This formidable sword strike, imbued with potent holy energy, successfully annihilated the statue of the Dark Demon God. As the statue crumbled, the dark magical array shattered, and the sinister aura enveloping the village gradually dissipated. At last, this great nuisance was resolved. Naruto exhaled deeply. "However, we must continue our search within this village for any further clues regarding the dark forces," Luffy remarked. They meticulously scoured the village and stumbled upon an ancient diary in a dilapidated house. The pages were yellowed with age, and the handwriting was somewhat faded, yet they could still discern certain passages. The diary chronicled the village's past experiences of assaults by the dark forces, as well as traces of their activities in the surrounding mountains. "It seems we have a new lead," Luffy declared. With the diary in hand, they departed from the ancient village. Chapter 0942, Cleanliness. Luffy and Naruto, guided by the clues inscribed in their diary, ventured deeper into the unknown dark cavern nestled within the mountains. The journey grew increasingly perilous. The biting cold wind sliced across their faces like a blade, and the path beneath their feet became treacherously slick, with loose stones occasionally tumbling down the cliffs, resounding like thunder. Upon reaching a narrow gorge, the towering cliffs on either side nearly obscured the sky. As they cautiously navigated this treacherous passage, a sharp, piercing whistle suddenly echoed through the gorge. Instantly, countless black spikes rained down upon them from the cliffs above. "Be careful," Luffy shouted, swiftly wielding the Thunder Flame Sword to conjure a shield of intertwining fire and lightning before him. The spikes collided with the shield, sparking bright embers as they were deflected. Naruto, too, invoked the Shadow Clone technique, His clones dispersed, some aiding Luffy in fending off the spikes, while others rushed toward the origin of the assault, seeking to uncover the source of the attack. Meanwhile, the original Naruto quickly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a formidable jutsu for retaliation. Senjutsu, wind release, spiraling shuriken. Naruto proclaimed, launching a colossal spiraling shuriken towards the cliffside of the gorge. As it soared through the air, the shuriken expanded in size, its immense power shattering the rocks on the cliff, triggering a minor landslide. Amidst the swirling dust and debris of the landslide, a colossal dark pangolin gradually emerged. Its body was cloaked in ebony scales, each glimmering with an eerie luminescence, and its eyes burned like two blazing orbs of fire. Its massive claws carved deep grooves into the ground. It appears this creature is the source of the disturbance, Luffy remarked, gripping the Thunder Flame sword tightly as he charged at the dark pangolin. Flame Thunder Flash Slash. The power of fire and lightning erupted from the Thunder Flame sword, releasing a wave of cutting energy aimed at the pangolin. Unperturbed, the dark pangolin curled its body, its scales erecting to form a solid defensive sphere. The wave of energy struck the scale defense, leaving only a faint mark upon its surface. Observing this, Naruto executed Senjutsu, Melt Release, Spiraling Shuriken, throwing it towards the pangolin's underbelly. The molten spiraling shuriken, engulfed in searing flames, accurately struck the comparatively vulnerable area of the pangolin's abdomen. The creature emitted a pained roar as the scales were scorched, causing its body to unfurl from its defensive posture. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy unleashed the Inferno Thunder Demon Slash, channeling the full might of the Thunder Flame sword to deliver a powerful strike to the head of the pangolin. This sword stroke, imbued with formidable strength, successfully carved a deep wound into the pangolin's head. Enraged, the dark pangolin opened its gaping maw, spewing forth a torrent of black viscous liquid. Wherever this substance landed, the ground was eroded, leaving deep pits that emitted a pungent odor. Luffy and Naruto swiftly evaded, acutely aware that they must urgently identify the fatal weakness of the dark pangolin to vanquish it completely. During the skirmish, Luffy discerned a brief surge of energy emanating from the base of the pangolin's tail when it expelled its viscous secretion. This could very well be its Achilles heel. Naruto, strike at the base of its tail, Luffy bellowed. Upon hearing this, Naruto promptly commanded his shadow clones to restrain the dark pangolin, while his original self unleashed the Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, hurling it towards the base of the creature's tail. The Super Giant Rasengan struck the target with precision, eliciting a harrowing scream from the pangolin as a gaping wound appeared at the site of impact, and dark blood gushed forth. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy unleashed the Infernal Thunderblade, channeling the full force of the Thunder Flame sword towards the heart of the dark pangolin. This strike, imbued with tremendous power, successfully pierced the heart of the shadowy creature, causing its massive body to crash down and create a profound pit in the mountain gorge. They continued their journey through the mountains, following the clues from the diary, and arrived at a valley shrouded in dark mist. A pungent stench pervaded the air, making it difficult to breathe. "We are near the lair of the dark forces. Everyone be cautious," Luffy warned, his gaze scanning the surroundings as the brilliance of the Thunder Flame sword shone brightly amidst the murky gloom. Naruto readied himself for battle, discreetly forming seals to enter Sage mode. As they cautiously stepped into the valley, a horde of dark knights surged forth from the obscuring fog, clad in ominous black armor. Their helmets revealed only glowing red eyes. They rode upon ebony steeds, wielding sharp lances that exuded an overwhelming aura of darkness. "Prepare for combat," Luffy shouted, charging headlong into the throng of dark knights. As the Thunder Flame sword swung, the power of the flames clashed against the knights' lances, creating a symphony of metallic clashes. Meanwhile, Naruto employed the Shadow Clone technique, engaging the Dark Knights in fierce combat alongside his numerous clones. The original Naruto gathered chakra from the sidelines, poised to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a decisive blow. During the fray, Luffy discerned that while the Dark Knight's attacks were fierce, their coordination bore some weaknesses. If he could pinpoint their flaws and synergy, he could dismantle them one by one. "Naruto, be mindful of their coordination flaws. Strike during their openings," Luffy called out. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his clones to observe the Dark Knight's formations, seeking opportunities to attack. The original Naruto executed the Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine Tails Raisin Shuriken, launching it towards the area where the Dark Knight's coordination faltered. As the spiraling shuriken sword, it expanded in size, and its formidable power sent the Dark Knights flying, disrupting their rhythm of attack. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Dominator Slash, channeling the full might of the Thunder Flame sword towards a prominent knight among the dark cavalry. This strike, infused with formidable power, cleaved both horse and rider in twain. Witnessing the defeat of their comrade, the remaining Dark Knights did not falter. Rather, they intensified their assault. They formed a tight encirclement, seeking to trap Luffy and Naruto in their midst. Luffy and Naruto joined forces, continuing their battle against the Dark Knights. They unleashed a series of formidable attacks, gradually gaining the upper hand. After a fierce struggle, they ultimately vanquished all the Dark Knights. As the last of the Dark Knights fell, the ominous fog in the valley began to dissipate, revealing a colossal dark castle ahead. The castle's towering walls reached into the clouds, adorned with various malevolent runes and statues that exuded a palpable aura of darkness. "This is the lair of the dark forces. Let us enter," Luffy declared, gripping the sword of thunder and flame as he strode toward the castle. Chapter 0943, The Staff. Luffy and Naruto gradually approached the ominous castle, where an unsettling silence enveloped the entrance. Just as they were about to step through the gates, the ground trembled violently, and enormous black spikes erupted from the earth, resembling a multitude of razor-sharp blades aimed directly at them. Luffy reacted swiftly, wielding the flame thunder sword, which danced in his hand like a stream of light. With a resounding shout, he unleashed the Inferno Thunder Slash. The flames and lightning coursing through the blade erupted in a spectacular display, severing the approaching black spikes with precision. Naruto, too, employed the Shadow Clone technique, dispersing numerous clones, some assisting Luffy in fending off the spikes, while others charged towards the source of the threat, seeking to uncover the mastermind behind it all. Meanwhile, the original Naruto hastily formed hand seals, invoking the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken. The immense spiraling shuriken, infused with molten lava, surged towards the area where the underground spikes were most densely clustered. With a thunderous explosion, the spiraling shuriken detonated, creating a massive crater in the ground, momentarily halting the assault of the black spikes. However, before they could catch their breath, a row of dark sorcerers suddenly appeared atop the castle walls. Clad in black robes, with fearsome masks adorning their faces, they gripped staffs embedded with black gemstones, chanting incantations. The gemstones at the tips of their staffs flickered with an eerie glow, and soon after, beams of dark magic shot towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto swiftly evaded, as magical beams struck the ground, creating deep craters and sending shards of stone flying in all directions. "These sorcerers are formidable. We must eliminate them first," Luffy exclaimed. He brandished the sword of thunder and flame, charging towards the castle walls in an attempt to confront the dark mages. Meanwhile, Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Spiral Shuriken, hurling it at the mages atop the walls. As the Spiral Shuriken soared, it grew in size, its immense power demolishing some defensive structures on the wall and momentarily halting the dark mages' assaults. During the fray, Luffy observed that the dark mages were connected by a thread of black energy while casting spells, suggesting that this was the source of their shared magical power and cooperative strategy. "Naruto, target the energy connections between them," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to shift their focus, launching attacks at the energy links among the dark mages. The original Naruto executed the Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, aiming it at a particularly prominent energy connection. The colossal Rasengan struck true, severing the link in an instant. The dark mages connected to it staggered, their magical supply thrown into disarray, and their attacks became chaotic. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Breaker Slash, channeling the full force of the Sword of Thunder and Flame as he struck at the dark mages with all his might. The blade sliced through, and the dark mages fell one after another. However, more dark soldiers and sorcerers soon surged forth from within the castle, flooding towards Luffy and Naruto like a relentless tide. Armed with various weapons, their vacant yet murderous gazes, they coordinated seamlessly with the mages, forming a formidable frontline of assault. Luffy and Naruto stood back to back, offering mutual support as they engaged in a fierce melee against their adversaries. Luffy wielded his lightning flame sword, slicing through the ranks of dark soldiers, each stroke claiming the life of an enemy, while Naruto conjured chaos with his shadow clone technique, delivering a powerful jutsu at critical moments to strike the foes with devastating precision. Amidst the tumult of battle, Luffy discerned that the movements of the dark soldiers and sorcerers seemed orchestrated by a formidable force emanating from deep within the castle. If they could dismantle that commanding power, they might turn the tide of the conflict. "Naruto, we must find a way to breach the castle and locate the source of that commanding force," Luffy exclaimed. They began their arduous advance into the castle, with Luffy leading the charge, the power of his lightning flame sword blazing like a fierce inferno, repelling any enemies that dared approach. Naruto provided cover from the rear, employing a variety of ninjutsu to thwart their pursuers. After a grueling struggle, they finally broke through the enemy's defenses and entered the castle's interior. Inside, the castle was dark and damp, the corridor thick with a foul stench, and the walls flickered with an eerie luminescence. They cautiously proceeded along the corridor when suddenly, a vast dark hall loomed ahead. At the center of the hall lay an enormous dark magic circle, upon which floated a massive dark magic crystal. The crystal exuded a potent aura of darkness, surrounded by formidable dark guardians. These sentinels towered over them, their bodies cloaked in black scales, armed with sharp claws and enormous wings, their eyes burning like two orbs of black fire. "That crystal must be the key. We must destroy it," declared Luffy. Without hesitation, they charged toward the magic circle. But the Dark Guardians immediately launched their assault. They unfurled their colossal wings and swooped toward Luffy and Naruto, their razor-sharp claws slicing through the air, conjuring a howling gale. Luffy and Naruto swiftly parted ways, with Luffy unleashing the Flame Thunder Dominator slash towards a Dark Guardian. The fiery energy of the Thunder Flame sword clashed against the Guardian's scales, igniting a shower of sparks. Although it left a mark upon the scales, it failed to inflict any substantial damage. Meanwhile, Naruto executed the Shadow Clone technique, engaging in fierce combat with the Dark Guardians through numerous clones. The real Naruto gathered chakra on the side, preparing to unleash a formidable ninjutsu for a decisive strike. During the battle, Luffy observed that when these Dark Guardians launched their attacks, a particular scale on their backs would slightly lift, revealing a seemingly weaker defense. "Naruto, attack the scales that are lifted on their backs," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto promptly directed his clones to alter their offensive strategy, targeting the exposed scales of the Dark Guardians. The real Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Lava Release, spiraling shuriken, hurling it towards the scale of one Dark Guardian. The Lava Release spiraling shuriken struck true, shattering the scale on the Guardian's back, which let out a painful roar, momentarily slowing its movements. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy executed the Flame Thunder Final Slash, channeling the full power of the Thunder Flame Sword. He struck with all his might at the heart of the Dark Guardian. This blade, imbued with immense strength, successfully pierced the Guardian's heart, causing its massive form to collapse with a resounding crash. Upon witnessing their companion's defeat, the remaining Dark Guardians descended into a frenzy, recklessly launching more ferocious attacks against Luffy and Naruto, disregarding their own safety. Luffy and Naruto, in perfect harmony, continued their fierce battle against the remaining Dark Guardians. They unleashed a series of formidable attacks, gradually gaining the upper hand. After an arduous struggle, they succeeded in vanquishing all the Dark Guardians. At that moment, they approached the ominous Dark Magic Circle, intent on shattering the malevolent Dark Crystal. However, as they drew near, the crystal suddenly emanated a potent surge of dark energy, enveloping them completely. This force sought to erode their bodies and wills, threatening to plunge them into an abyss of endless darkness. Luffy and Naruto gritted their teeth, engaging in a relentless struggle against the forces of darkness. Propelled by their indomitable will and formidable strength, they seamlessly fused the power of the divine artifact with their own, unleashing their most potent combined assault. Luffy's Thunder Flame Sword and Naruto's Spiral Shuriken, infused with sage techniques and the artifact's might, soared toward the Dark Crystal. With a resounding explosion that echoed through the air, their attacks collided. A tremendous surge of energy radiated outward, causing the entire castle to tremble violently, cracks to form in the walls, and stones from the ceiling to plummet. Amidst the fierce clash of energies, Luffy and Naruto persevered, their hearts united by a singular conviction, to shatter the Dark Crystal and safeguard this land. Ultimately, their strength began to prevail, leading to visible fractures in the Dark Crystal before it shattered completely. As the Dark Crystal crumbled, the malevolent aura within the castle gradually dissipated. Exhausted yet triumphant, Luffy and Naruto stood amidst the ruins, their eyes aglow with the joy of victory. At last, it is over. We have eradicated the dark power of this castle, Naruto exhaled with relief. Indeed, but there remain other strongholds of darkness upon this continent. We must not halt our advance, Luffy replied. With unwavering resolve, they departed from the remnants of the Dark Fortress. Chapter 0944, The Aftermath. After Luffy and Naruto emerged from the shadowy castle, they traversed the mountainous terrain. At that moment, a gentle rain began to fall from the sky, the droplets striking their weary forms. yet failing to extinguish the fervor within their hearts to protect the continent. Upon reaching a plain at the foot of a mountain, they discovered the village in utter disarray. Most of the houses lay in ruins, the acrid scent of smoke lingering amidst the shattered remnants, while villagers fled in panic, their cries and sobs intertwining in a cacophony of despair. It was evident that this place had also fallen victim to the onslaught of dark forces. Furrowing his brow, Luffy tightened his grip on the Thunderflame sword and rushed towards the village. Naruto followed closely behind, and along the way, they encountered a horde of rampaging dark creatures. These beings were grotesque in form, some bearing enormous heads and razor-sharp fangs, while others possessed multiple arms and thick tails, exuding a potent aura of darkness that left desolation in their wake. We cannot allow them to continue their malevolence, Naruto shouted in fury, swiftly forming hand seals to unleash the shadow clone technique. Numerous shadow clones surged forth like a tidal wave, engaging the dark creatures in fierce close-quarters combat. Luffy brandished the sword of thunder and flame, unleashing the Inferno Thunderbreaker slash. As the flames and electrical energy coursing along the blade surged towards the horde of dark creatures, wherever the fiery thunderous sword energy struck, the shadowy monstrosities were driven back, only to quickly regroup and close in once more. In the midst of battle, Luffy observed that these dark entities appeared to be following the commands of a leader concealed in the shadows, their attacks exhibiting a certain rhythm and pattern. Naruto, there is a leader directing these creatures. We must locate it first, Luffy called out. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately instructed his shadow clones to disperse and seek the whereabouts of the dark creature's commander. Meanwhile, the original Naruto focused on gathering chakra, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a decisive blow. After a thorough search, they finally discovered the leader of the dark creatures in the central plaza of the village. It was a colossal dark monstrosity, its form resembling a small mountain, entirely encased in black armor. Towering horns sprouted from its head, its eyes glimmering with malevolent crimson light, while it continuously expelled black flames from its maw. "This is it," Luffy exclaimed, charging towards the dark beast. Inferno Thunder Dominator slash. The power of thunder and flame coalesced into a massive fiery thunder beast, hurtling towards the creature. The dark monstrosity swung its enormous arms, blocking the fiery beast, the collision producing a resounding, earth-shattering roar. Seeing this, Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, hurling it towards the creature's abdomen. The molten Shuriken, imbued with searing flames, struck precisely at the relatively vulnerable area of the monster's belly. The creature let out a pained roar as the shell on its abdomen was scorched, dark blood oozing from the wound. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Final Slash, channeling the full power of the Thunder Flame sword to strike with all his might at the heart of the monstrous entity. This strike, imbued with immense strength, successfully carved a deep wound into the creature's heart. Enraged, the dark monster retaliated with ferocity, spewing forth black flames with increased intensity, while the surrounding dark creatures surged toward Luffy and Naruto in a desperate attempt to defend their leader. Luffy and Naruto worked in tandem, fending off the relentless assaults of the dark creatures while seeking an opportune moment to deliver a decisive strike. In the heat of battle, Luffy discerned that the dark creature would momentarily close its eyes when unleashing its fiery onslaught, revealing a vulnerability in its defenses. "Naruto, strike its eyes when it shuts them," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto promptly commanded his shadow clones to restrain the dark creature and its minions, while he himself unleashed the Sage Art, Super Large Rasengan, hurling it towards the creature at the precise moment its eyes were closed. The Super Large Rasengan struck true, hitting the creature directly in its eye, eliciting a piercing scream as its attacks became erratic in the aftermath. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy unleashed the Sacred Flame Thunder Slash, fully merging the power of the Thunder Flame Sword with that of the Divine Artifact. He struck with all his might towards the heart of the dark monster. This blow, imbued with formidable sacred power, successfully pierced through the creature's heart, causing its colossal body to crash to the ground, while the surrounding dark creatures fell into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, they systematically eradicated the remaining dark beings, thereby saving the village. The villagers, overwhelmed with gratitude, presented the little food and resources they possessed as tokens of their appreciation. Luffy and Naruto graciously declined the villagers' kind offer, fully aware that there were numerous other places in dire need of their protection. Through their interactions with the villagers, they learned of a mysterious abyss of darkness at the edge of the plains, a significant stronghold for the forces of darkness, ceaselessly emanating malevolent energy that corroded all in its vicinity. It appeared that our next objective was indeed that abyss of darkness, Luffy proclaimed. They bid farewell to the villagers and set forth towards the ominous chasm. As they drew nearer, the oppressive aura of darkness intensified, casting an increasingly sinister shadow over the surroundings. The sky transformed into an inky void, intermittently illuminated by eerie flashes of lightning, while the flora and fauna lay withered, leaving behind an eerie stillness. At last, they reached the precipice of the abyss. An overwhelming essence of darkness emanated from its depths, resembling an endless void that relentlessly devoured the light and life around it. The dark energy here is formidable. We must tread carefully, Luffy remarked, his gaze fixed warily on the abyss, the glow of the rein sword appearing particularly faint against the surrounding glow. Naruto too prepared for battle, discreetly forming seals as he activated Sage Mode. They approached the chasm with utmost caution when suddenly, a horde of dark specters surged forth from the abyss. These phantoms, ethereal in form and exuding a bone-chilling aura, lunged towards Luffy and Naruto with menacing ferocity. These fiends again. It seems we are in for another fierce battle. Luffy gripped his rein sword tightly, declaring. Without hesitation, they charged into the throng of dark specters. Chapter 0945. Fierce Luffy and Naruto charged towards the swarm of dark phantoms. Luffy brandished the Thunderfire sword, unleashing the Inferno Thundercleave. The flames and lightning coursing through the blade erupted instantaneously, transforming into fierce sword energy that howled towards the horde of dark spirits. Wherever the sword energy struck, the phantoms emitted anguished wails, their forms flickering and becoming ethereal. Yet, their numbers were vast, and they swiftly regrouped, continuing their relentless assault. Naruto employed the shadow clone technique, creating numerous clones that coordinated with Luffy to form a surrounding circle, entrapping the dark phantoms within. Meanwhile, Naruto swiftly performed hand seals, invoking the Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Spiraling Shuriken. The colossal spiraling shuriken, imbued with tremendous power, surged forth like a raging tornado, ensnaring the nearby phantoms and scattering them in disarray. However, these dark phantoms appeared to possess an immortal essence. No matter how many times they were dispersed, they rapidly regained their form. They began to emit a peculiar black mist that spread, gradually eroding the surrounding space and hindering Luffy and Naruto's movements. This mist is strange. We cannot allow it to continue expanding, Luffy exclaimed, plunging the Thunderfire sword into the ground. The artifact's power coursed through the blade and into the earth, attempting to dispel the mist. Simultaneously, he executed the Purifying Cleave, the purifying energy from the sword counteracting the dark mist, which began to dissipate slowly. In the midst of battle, Naruto discerned that the core of the dark phantoms seemed to reside in a pitch-black energy sphere at their chests. If we can destroy that energy sphere, we may truly vanquish them, Naruto shouted, alerting Luffy. Upon hearing this, Luffy swiftly adjusted his attacking strategy. He leapt high into the air, channeling the full extent of power into his Thunderfire sword, unleashing the Inferno Thunder Slash. This strike transformed into a colossal blade of fiery thunder, aimed directly at the energy sphere nestled in the chest of a dark phantom. The blade struck the sphere with pinpoint accuracy, causing it to shatter instantaneously, and the dark phantom emitted a wretched scream before vanishing completely. Witnessing the demise of their companion, the remaining dark phantoms descended into a frenzy. Undeterred by their own injuries, they surged toward Luffy and Naruto in relentless waves, seeking to overwhelm them with sheer numbers. Luffy and Naruto coordinated their efforts, evading the assaults of the dark specters while seeking opportunities to obliterate the energy orbs nestled within their chests. After a fierce struggle, they ultimately eradicated all the dark specters. However, at that moment, a deep, resonant roar echoed from the abyss, as if a colossal and malevolent creature had been incensed by their battle. Following this, a gigantic dark beast began to rise slowly from the depths. This creature towered like a mountain, its body cloaked in black scales that shimmered with a chilling luminescence. Its head resembled a small hill, and its enormous maw was filled with sharp fangs, while its eyes glowed a blood red, radiating a terrifying malevolence. What manner of monstrosity is this? It appears formidable indeed, Naruto remarked, furrowing his brow. Luffy's expression was grave. Regardless of the circumstances, we must not waver. The malevolence of this abyss of darkness must be thwarted. The dark behemoth opened its cavernous maw and unleashed a torrent of black energy beams toward them. Wherever the beam struck, the ground was instantaneously torn apart, creating a vast chasm. Luffy and Naruto swiftly evaded to the sides, and while dodging, Luffy executed the Flame Thunder Flash Slash, directing a blade of fiery lightning toward the creature's eyes in an attempt to disrupt its assault. The behemoth effortlessly sidestepped the energy strike and swung its colossal claws at Luffy. With a deft maneuver, Luffy sidestepped and countered with the Sword of Thunder and Flame. aiming for the beast's claws. The blade collided with the claws, igniting a shower of sparks. Although it left a faint mark, the creature's might was overwhelming, propelling Luffy backward to crash heavily onto the ground. Observing this, Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Melt Release, Spiral Shuriken, hurling it toward the beast's abdomen. The searing Melt Release Spiral Shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately struck the relatively vulnerable area of the creature's belly. The behemoth emitted a roar of agony as its abdominal scales were scorched, black blood oozing from the wound. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy rose to his feet and unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, channeling the full might of the Lightning Flame Sword. He struck with all his strength at the gaping wound on the beast's abdomen. This blow, imbued with immense power, successfully deepened the fissure in the creature's flesh. Enraged, the dark beast began to thrash wildly, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Its tail whipped through the air like a colossal whip, sweeping menacingly towards Luffy and Naruto. As Luffy and Naruto swiftly leapt to evade, Luffy discerned that the colossal beast exhibited a brief rigidity in its neck following a powerful assault, revealing a potential vulnerability in its defenses. "Naruto, strike when it stiffens," Luffy shouted emphatically. Upon hearing this, Naruto promptly directed his shadow clones to restrain the dark behemoth, while his own form unleashed the Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, hurling it towards the momentary stiffness of the beast's neck. The Super Giant Rasengan struck the creature's neck with precision, eliciting a deep, resonant roar and causing its movements to slow. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy executed the Flame Thunder Final Slash, completely merging the power of the Thunder Flame Sword with that of the divine artifact, delivering a powerful strike aimed at the heart of the beast. This strike, imbued with formidable sacred energy, successfully pierced the heart of the dark creature, causing its massive form to crash to the ground, creating a vast crater. As the dark behemoth fell, the ominous aura from the abyss began to dissipate, and the sky gradually regained a semblance of brightness. Finally vanquished this behemoth, Naruto sighed in relief. Indeed. Yet we must delve deeper into this dark abyss to uncover any remaining sources of malevolence and eradicate them completely, Luffy replied. Cautiously, they ventured further into the abyss, discovering a colossal dark magic array at its base. The array shimmered with eerie runes, surrounded by a dense, oppressive darkness. This array must be the core of the dark abyss. We must devise a means to dismantle it, Luffy declared. They began to analyze the structure of the array, seeking a way to disrupt it. During their investigation, they identified several energy connection points between the runes. Severing these would weaken the array's power. "Naruto, let us target these connection points to dismantle the array," Luffy exclaimed. They sprang into action, Luffy wielding the Thunder Flame Sword and unleashing a variety of flame and thunder techniques at the energy connection points. Naruto utilized the Shadow Clone technique, with his clones assisting Luffy in the assault, while his original self concentrated chakra, preparing to unleash a formidable ninjutsu for a decisive blow. Through their concerted efforts, one by one, the energy connection points of the magic array were destroyed, causing the array's luminescence to fade. However, just as the array neared complete destruction, a surge of potent dark energy erupted from it, enveloping them in darkness. This malevolent force sought to corrupt their bodies and wills, plunging them into an abyss of despair. Gritting their teeth, Luffy and Naruto summoned their indomitable will and immense power, fiercely battling against the encroaching darkness. They harmonized the power of the artifact with their own, executing their most formidable joint attack. Luffy's Thunder Flame Sword converged with Naruto's spiraling shuriken, infused with sage art and divine energy, both hurtling towards the core of the dark force. In a cataclysmic clash, their assaults collided, reverberating through the air. A formidable surge of energy radiated outward, causing the entire abyss of darkness to tremble violently under the impact of this force. Cracks began to appear in the walls, and stones tumbled down. Amidst the fierce clash of energies, Luffy and Naruto gritted their teeth, driven by a singular conviction to dismantle the dark magical array and safeguard this land. Ultimately, their strength began to gain the upper hand, and the dark magical array was utterly shattered under their overwhelming assault, disintegrating into countless black fragments that dispersed into the air. As the dark magical array crumbled, the ominous aura within the abyss of darkness dissipated entirely, and the region regained its former vitality. "We did it," Naruto exclaimed with excitement. "Indeed, but this is merely a small step in our quest to protect the continent. We still have a long journey ahead," Luffy replied. With the joy of victory in their hearts, they departed from the abyss of darkness. Chapter 0946, The Edge. Upon exiting the dark abyss, Luffy and Naruto stepped into an expansive, boundless forest. This forest was lush and verdant, with dense branches and leaves that obscured the sun, allowing only dappled rays of light to filter through the layered foliage, creating an atmosphere that was both mysterious and tranquil. They traversed a winding path, their feet cushioned by a thick carpet of fallen leaves, each step producing a gentle rustling sound. The air was infused with the fresh scent of flora, occasionally interrupted by the melodious chirping of birds, seemingly narrating the serenity and harmony of the woodland. However, they were acutely aware that the seemingly calm forest could conceal unknown dangers. Thus, they remained vigilant, cautiously observing the surroundings. As they ventured deeper into the woods, they stumbled upon an unusual clearing. A delicate mist enveloped the area, within which flickered hues of vibrant light. At the center of the clearing stood an immense ancient tree, its trunk so robust that it would require several individuals to encircle it. The bark was etched with enigmatic runes that glimmered faintly, as though conveying some ancient message. The tree appeared extraordinary, perhaps harboring secrets yet to be unveiled. Frowning, Luffy tightened his grip on the Thunderflame sword and slowly approached the venerable tree, with Naruto trailing behind, curiously inspecting the runes adorning the trunk. As they drew nearer to the ancient tree, the surrounding mist thickened, and the colorful lights grew increasingly brilliant. Suddenly, a group of ethereal beings resembling fairies emerged from the fog. These diminutive creatures possessed delicate forms, with transparent wings that fluttered gently, stirring a soft breeze. Their exquisite faces radiated beauty, their eyes sparkling with vitality and intelligence. Dressed in vibrant garments, they carried various small instruments, including harps, flutes, and tambourines. "Who are you? Why have you intruded upon our sacred ground?" inquired a fairy maiden adorned with a floral crown, her voice melodious and clear, akin to the chime of silver bells. "We are adventurers journeying across this continent, seeking methods to combat the forces of darkness. Passing through this area, we sensed the ancient tree emanating a mysterious aura, prompting our inquiry. With no ill intent," Luffy explained. "To confront the forces of darkness? Your resolve and courage are truly commendable," the fairy maiden replied with a slight nod. "This ancient tree is the guardian of our forest, embodying immense natural power. Recently, we have sensed ominous stirrings at the forest's edge, as if dark forces are in search of something." "Do you know what they seek?" Naruto asked. "We are uncertain, but we fear for the welfare of the guardian tree. Should it fall prey to the dark forces, the entire forest would succumb to catastrophe," the fairy maiden expressed her concern. "We shall assist you in safeguarding this tree," Luffy declared resolutely. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps and low growls echoed from the forest's edge. The expressions of the elves grew tense. An ominous presence approached. The forces of darkness had arrived. Luffy and Naruto swiftly turned around, gazing in the direction from whence the sound emanated. Before them, a horde of shadowy creatures surged towards the clearing. These dark beings possessed grotesque forms. Some bore enormous heads adorned with sharp fangs, while others sported multiple arms and robust tails. They exuded a potent aura of darkness, causing the vegetation around them to wither and the ground to lie in disarray. It seemed that yet another battle was imminent. Luffy tightened his grip on the sword of Thunderfire and declared their intent. Without hesitation, they charged towards the shadowy entities, poised to engage in a fierce confrontation with the forces of darkness. Chapter 0947. Stepping in, Luffy boldly plunged into the throng of dark creatures, the sword of Thunderfire igniting in a blaze of flames and blinding lightning, unleashing the fiery thunder slash. Waves of fiery lightning sword energy surged forth, cleaving through the foremost of the shadowy beings. The sword energy howled past, instantly driving the dark creatures back several paces, leaving behind scorched markings upon their forms. Naruto, too, invoked the shadow clone technique, with numerous clones surging forth like a relentless tide toward the dark entities, engaging them in close combat. Some clones grappled the bodies of the creatures, attempting to hinder their movements, while others seized the opportune moment to strike with powerful punches and kicks. Meanwhile, the original Naruto hastily formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a formidable ninjutsu for a decisive blow. Senjutsu, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Spiral Shuriken, Naruto shouted, as a colossal spiral shuriken materialized in his grasp, subsequently hurtling towards the densest cluster of dark beings. As it soared, the spiral shuriken expanded in size, its immense force drawing the surrounding dark creatures into its vortex, culminating in a violent explosion that shattered numerous foes into fragments. Yet, these dark beings appeared undeterred by death. Even with many of their comrades obliterated, they continued to charge fervently towards Luffy, Naruto, and their cadre of elves, gradually encircling them in a bid to ensnare them in the center. Amidst the chaos, Luffy discerned that the movements of these dark creatures seemed to be orchestrated by a shadowy commander hidden in the rear, cloaked entirely in a black robe. Only a pair of eyes emanating an eerie red glow were visible, clutching a staff adorned with a black gemstone, periodically waving it while chanting incantations. Naruto prioritized taking down that commander in the back. It seems these dark creatures heed its command, Luffy shouted emphatically. Upon hearing this, Naruto promptly directed his clones to restrain the surrounding dark beings, while he himself unleashed the Senjutsu, lava release spiral shuriken, hurling it towards the location of the dark commander. The searing lava release spiral shuriken, engulfed in flames, soared towards the shadowy figure. Seeing this, the dark commander swiftly brandished its staff, conjuring a black shield before it. The lava release spiral shuriken struck the shield, resulting in a fierce clash of energies that erupted into a shower of sparks, though the shield momentarily withstood the assault. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, channeling the full might of the Thunder Flame Sword as he struck fiercely against the Dark Commander's shield. The collision of Flame Thunder with the shield resonated with a thunderous roar, leaving visible cracks upon its surface. Witnessing Luffy and Naruto's valiant struggle, the elves rallied, employing their innate nature magic to lend their support. Some elves plucked the strings of harps, transforming enchanting melodies into gentle beams of light that cascaded upon the dark creatures, slowing their movements wherever the light touched. Others played flutes, conjuring gusts that morphed into razor-sharp wind blades, slicing through the dark entities' forms. A few elves resonated with the sound of tambourines, their sonic waves reverberating through the vicinity, destabilizing the dark beings. United in their efforts, the shield of the Dark Commander ultimately succumbed, shattering completely. A look of panic crossed the Dark Commander's visage as he attempted to flee. Thinking of escaping? Not so easily, Luffy shouted, executing the Flame Thunder Overlord Slash, transforming into a blazing shadow that pursued the Dark Commander relentlessly. This strike, imbued with formidable power, struck the Dark Commander squarely in the back, eliciting a cry of anguish as he collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Super Big Rasen Shuriken, hurling it towards the fallen Dark Commander, obliterating him entirely upon impact. With the Dark Commander's demise, the once frenzied dark creatures descended into chaos, bereft of leadership, their attacks becoming disordered and erratic, with many even turning against one another. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Luffy and Naruto led the fairies in a final counterattack. They unleashed powerful assaults, systematically vanquishing the remaining dark creatures. Once the battle concluded, the forest returned to its former tranquility, and the glow of the guardian tree seemed to shine even brighter, as if expressing gratitude for their vigilant protection. Thanks to your assistance, this forest would have been in peril, the fairy maiden expressed gratefully as she floated before Luffy and Naruto. It is our duty, as long as the dark forces remain. This continent shall know no peace, Luffy replied resolutely. By the way, where do you plan to go next? The fairy maiden inquired. We must continue our quest to explore other areas and see where else the dark forces have encroached, so we can eradicate them, Naruto responded. Please exercise caution. We have heard that on the other side of the forest lies a valley shrouded in darkness, from which peculiar sounds often emanate. Perhaps the dark forces are plotting something there, the fairy maiden warned. Thank you for the warning. We will investigate that area, Luffy assured her. After bidding farewell to the fairies, they set off towards the valley on the other side of the forest. As they journeyed, they increasingly sensed the thickening aura of darkness. The trees grew sparser, many displaying signs of withering decay, as if life had been drained from them. Upon reaching the valley's entrance, a strong stench of decay assaulted their senses, and a dense fog of darkness enveloped the valley, obscuring any view of what lay within. This place seems ominous, everyone. Be cautious, Luffy said, gripping the Thunder Flame Sword tightly. Let us venture in and take a look, Naruto replied, silently forming hand seals, readying himself for battle. They cautiously stepped into the valley. Chapter 0948. Stepping out as Luffy and Naruto cautiously stepped into the valley shrouded in dense, oppressive darkness. Each stride felt as though the very essence of the shadows coiled around their forms, instilling a sense of quiet dread within their hearts. As they ventured deeper, an eerie sound echoed through the stillness, reminiscent of a colossal creature's labored breaths, mingled with agonizing growls that reverberated ominously in the chilling air, sending shivers down their spines. Suddenly, from the depths of the mist, emerged several dark creatures, wolf-like in shape yet vastly larger. Cloaked in pitch black, their eyes glimmered with a sinister crimson glow, and a noxious black slime dripped from their gaping maws. With razor-sharp claws, they etched deep furrows into the ground as they lunged ferociously toward Luffy and Naruto. Just in time, Luffy bellowed, as he brandished his sword of thunder and flame, unleashing the fiery lightning strike. Waves of sword energy, imbued with the might of fire and electricity, sliced toward the advancing creatures. The energy struck true, carving gashes into their dark forms, eliciting pained howls that echoed through the valley, yet they pressed on relentlessly. Naruto swiftly employed the shadow clone technique, dispersing numerous clones that clung to the dark creatures, attempting to hinder their movements. Others seized the opportunity to strike at their vulnerable points, eyes and throats. Meanwhile, the original Naruto rapidly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a formidable ninjutsu. Senjutsu, wind style, nine-tail spiraling shuriken. He cried out as a massive spiraling shuriken materialized in his grasp, soaring toward the densest cluster of dark creatures. As it flew, the shuriken expanded, its tremendous power engulfing the surrounding foes, culminating in a violent explosion that scattered flesh and debris in all directions. However, from the mist, more dark creatures surged forth in an unending tide, as if there were no end to their numbers. Amidst the fray, Luffy discerned that these creatures were emanating from a specific point deep within the valley, likely their lair. If they could destroy that nest, perhaps they could halt the relentless onslaught. Naruto, it seems these fiends are emerging from deeper within the valley. We must push forward and locate their den, Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded in agreement, and as they continued to battle the dark creatures, they trudged deeper into the valley. The further they ventured, the greater the numbers of the dark beings became, their assaults more ferocious. During the skirmish, Luffy noted that despite their overwhelming numbers, the dark creatures exhibited moments of disarray during their attacks, their coordination far from flawless. Seizing these fleeting opportunities could lead to more effective strikes against them. Naruto, be vigilant for the gaps in their assaults. Wait for the right moment to strike, Luffy called out loudly. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately instructed his shadow clones to meticulously observe the rhythm of the dark creatures' attacks, seizing the moment of their confusion. The real Naruto unleashed the sage art, lava release, spiraling shuriken, hurling it towards the most vulnerable point within the cluster of dark beings. The high-temperature lava release, spiraling shuriken, engulfed in roaring flames, struck its target with precision, swiftly annihilating a significant number of the dark creatures and clearing a brief path for their advance. Luffy brandished the Thunder Flame Sword, unleashing the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, and, in concert with his shadow clones, repelled the encroaching dark creatures. Seizing the moment, the two ventured deeper into the valley. After a fierce battle, they finally beheld the lair of the dark beings, a vast cavern enshrouded in a viscous black substance that emitted a nauseating stench. Dark creatures incessantly flowed in and out of the cave, as if conveying some ominous command. That's out the place. Let us charge in and destroy it, Luffy declared. As they rushed toward the cave, several colossal dark sentinels surged forth from within. These sentinels, resembling bears, were clad in formidable black shells adorned with sharp spikes, with a single swipe of their massive claws that could unleash a gust of foul wind. Upon spotting Luffy and Naruto, the dark sentinels emitted furious roars and lunged at them. Unfazed, Luffy charged toward one of the sentinels, channeling the power of the Thunder Flame Sword to its zenith, executing the Flame Thunder Dominator Slash. A colossal wave of fiery energy descended upon the sentinel's head. The impact sparked a flurry of embers, leaving a mark upon its shell, yet inflicting minimal damage. Naruto, witnessing this, unleashed the Sage Art, Super Ultra Ball Spiraling Sphere, hurling it at another sentinel. The sphere struck the sentinel's abdomen, causing it to stagger momentarily, yet it quickly regained its footing and resumed its assault on Naruto. During the fray, Luffy discerned a brief vulnerability in the joints of the sentinel's legs when they attacked, revealing a relatively weaker defense. Naruto, aim for their leg joints, Luffy called out. Heeding this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to alter their attack strategy, targeting the sentinel's leg joints. The original Naruto executed the Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Spiraling Shuriken, sending it toward a sentinel's leg joint. The spiraling shuriken struck true, shattering the joint and causing the massive creature to collapse with a thunderous crash, stirring up a cloud of dust. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Finishing Slash, aiming with full force at another sentinel's leg joint, successfully severing it, leading to the creature's downfall as well. Having vanquished the dark sentinels, they hesitated not a moment and charged into the cavern. Inside, the atmosphere was dim and damp, with the walls flickering with eerie luminescence, adorned with an array of peculiar runes. Deep within the cave, they encountered a colossal dark magic crystal, radiating a powerful aura of darkness, surrounded by several dark sorcerers who were channeling spells, seemingly harnessing the crystal's power to sustain the entire lair of dark creatures. This crystal is undoubtedly the key. We must destroy it, Luffy asserted. As they rushed toward the crystal, the dark sorcerers sensed their approach, immediately halting their incantations and turning their magical assaults toward Luffy and Naruto. Dark magical beams emanated from their wands, interweaving to form a vast net of shadows that loomed ominously over Luffy and Naruto. Luffy wielded the sword of thunder and flame, unleashing the purification slash. The purifying force of the blade clashed with the dark web, attempting to tear open a breach. Meanwhile, Naruto employed the shadow clone technique, dispatching his clones in various directions to disrupt the dark sorcerer's incantations. The original Naruto, standing aside, concentrated chakra, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a decisive strike. In the midst of the fierce confrontation, Luffy discerned a brief fluctuation in the magical connection between the dark sorcerers as they cast their spells. This could be the vulnerability in their defenses. Naruto, attack that point when their magical connection wavers, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto quickly commanded his clones to await the opportune moment. As the magical connection of the dark sorcerers fluctuated once more, Luffy executed the thunder and flame flash strike towards the point of disturbance. Simultaneously, Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Lava Release, spiraling Shuriken in the same direction. Their assaults struck the fluctuating point of the magical connection simultaneously, causing the dark sorcerer's magic circle to spiral into chaos, resulting in the shattering of the dark web. The dark sorcerers, overwhelmed by a backlash of magical energy, coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. Luffy and Naruto seized the opportunity to charge toward the colossal dark crystal. They harmoniously fused the power of the artifact with their own, unleashing their most formidable combined assault. Luffy's lightning flame sword and Naruto's spiraling shuriken, infused with sage techniques and the artifact's might, hurtled toward the dark crystal. With a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, their attacks collided. A powerful wave of energy radiated outward, causing the entire cavern to tremble violently. Cracks began to appear in the walls, and stones from the ceiling tumbled down. Amidst the fierce clash of energies, Luffy and Naruto gritted their teeth, driven by a singular conviction to shatter the dark crystal and safeguard their land. Ultimately, their combined strength began to prevail, and the dark crystal fractured under the immense assault, shattering completely. As the dark crystal crumbled, the oppressive aura within the cavern swiftly dissipated, and the dark creatures that had been pouring forth seemed to lose their sustaining power, collapsing to the ground, motionless. At last, they had succeeded. Naruto exhaled deeply, a weary yet contented smile gracing his face. Indeed, there are still many places on this continent that await our rescue. We must not relent, Luffy remarked as they exited the cavern. Chapter 0949, Sandstorm. After leaving the valley, Luffy and Naruto continued their journey along a winding path. The grass on either side swayed gently in the breeze, as if whispering tales of tranquility after a harrowing ordeal. Yet, both were acutely aware that this peace was but fleeting. The forces of darkness could stir chaos elsewhere at any moment. Not long after, they arrived at the outskirts of a small town. The scene before them tightened their hearts. The once vibrant streets lay desolate, devoid of life. Many of the buildings stood in disrepair, some roofs partially collapsed, walls marred by signs of violence, and shattered windows scattered debris across the ground, creating a disarray of everyday items. It seemed this place had not escaped the clutches of the malevolent forces. Furrowing his brow, Luffy tightened his grip on the Thunder Flame sword and cautiously advanced into the town. Naruto followed closely behind, his senses alert to any movement around them. Suddenly, a heavy thudding sound resonated from the direction of the town's center, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath their feet. They exchanged a glance and quickened their pace towards the source of the noise. Arriving at the town square, they beheld a colossal dark puppet beast looming before them. The creature towered several stories high, crafted entirely from black metal, with joints pulsating with an eerie red glow. Its limbs were thick and pillar-like, each step leaving deep impressions in the earth. The head resembled that of a savage beast, its gaping maw exhaling clouds of black smoke infused with an acrid stench. Another behemoth, but we shall not cower, exclaimed Naruto, swiftly forming hand signs to unleash the shadow clone technique. A swarm of clones surged forth towards the dark puppet beast. Some attempted to scale its form, while others targeted its legs in an effort to disrupt its movements. Luffy wielded the Thunder Flame sword, unleashing the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, a formidable blast of fiery energy aimed directly at the abdomen of the puppet beast. Upon impact, The sword energy ignited a shower of sparks, yet merely left a superficial scratch upon its impenetrable metallic shell. The dark puppet beast, seemingly incensed by this assault, swung its massive arms toward Luffy and his shadow clones. The clones nimbly evaded the attack, though several were caught by the gusts generated by its powerful sweep, dissipating instantly. This creature's shell is exceedingly robust. I must devise a strategy to uncover its vulnerability, Luffy declared. During the skirmish, Luffy observed that each time the puppet beast launched an attack, a luminous energy core on its back flickered, revealing that the metal connections in that area appeared less secure than elsewhere. Perhaps this was its Achilles heel. Naruto, target its energy core on the back, Luffy shouted emphatically. Upon hearing this, Naruto promptly directed his shadow clones to alter their assault and surge toward the beast's rear. Meanwhile, Naruto executed the sage art, lava release, spiraling shuriken. A blazing shuriken infused with molten energy, hurling it towards the energy core on the puppet beast's back. The lava release spiraling shuriken struck true, hitting the energy core, which began to flicker erratically, causing the beast's movements to momentarily falter. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Dominator Slash. Channeling the full might of the Thunder Flame, soared toward the energy core. This powerful strike successfully cleaved a fissure into the core. The dark puppet beast emitted a pained roar, its body quaking violently, and its attacks grew increasingly chaotic. Now is the moment. Press the attack, Luffy urged. Naruto once again unleashed the Sage Art, Supermassive Rasengan, launching it towards the fissure on the puppet beast's back. The Rasengan struck the crack, further exacerbating it. As signs of the energy core's impending collapse began to manifest, Luffy continued to unleash a barrage of formidable fire and thunder techniques, relentlessly assaulting the damaged core of energy. Under their persistent onslaught, the energy core of the dark puppet beast finally succumbed, erupting in a tremendous explosion. The colossal form of the puppet beast lost its power and gradually toppled, crashing onto the square and raising a cloud of dust. Phew. We've finally put an end to this nuisance. Naruto wiped the sweat from his brow. However, there may be other dangers lurking in the town. Let us continue our search, Luffy suggested. They resumed their exploration of the town and discovered a diary buried beneath a pile of debris in a relatively intact house. The pages of the diary were somewhat worn, and the handwriting appeared slightly blurred, yet the essential content was still discernible. It turned out that this town had once thrived as a bustling trade hub, but it had recently fallen victim to a sudden assault by dark forces. These malevolent entities seemed to be in pursuit of a mysterious treasure, and having failed to locate it, they had laid waste to the town as it now stood. A mysterious treasure? I wonder what it could be. Might it be a pivotal object in the dark forces' sinister plot? Luffy pondered with a furrowed brow. Regardless of what it is, we cannot allow them to succeed. We must seek out clues to uncover the nature of this treasure and its hiding place, Naruto declared. Thus, they commenced a meticulous investigation of the town, guided by the locations mentioned in the diary. After a thorough search, they stumbled upon peculiar symbols and markings in the town's cellar, seemingly linked to those they had encountered at other strongholds of the dark forces, as if directing them toward a specific location. It appears these markings are crucial. Let us follow their indicated path, Luffy proclaimed. Following the direction indicated by the symbols, they exited the town and ventured toward a desolate stretch of the Gobi Desert. The howling winds and swirling sands rendered their progress exceedingly arduous, yet they pressed on undeterred. Braving the harsh elements. Chapter 0950. Rampage. As Luffy and Naruto trudged through the relentless gales of the desolate Gobi Desert, the stinging sand lashed against them, demanding great exertion with every step. Yet, their gazes remained resolute, steadfastly following the direction indicated by the enigmatic markings. As they advanced, a solitary stone mountain loomed ahead, its dark, somber facade suggesting a long history of erosion by sinister forces. The mountain's jagged rocks exuded an unsettling aura, and the markings pointed directly to a cave entrance within its depths. It appeared that the mysterious treasure could indeed lie within that cavern. Narrowing his eyes, Luffy addressed the cave while gripping the Raiden sword tightly, cautiously approaching the entrance. Naruto, trailing closely behind, readied himself for combat, discreetly forming hand seals to activate Sage Mode, prepared for any sudden peril that might emerge from within. Upon entering the cave, a nauseating stench assaulted their senses. The interior was dark and damp, walls flickering with eerie green phosphorescence that barely illuminated their path. The uneven ground was treacherous, with unidentified insects scuttling past, their movements producing unsettling rustles that sent chills down their spines. Delving deeper into the winding passage, they were suddenly beset by a barrage of black, pointed spikes shooting forth from the crevices in the cave walls. Luffy, quick to react, swung the Raiden sword before him, conjuring a luminous barrier of fire and lightning that deflected the incoming projectiles, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. "Be cautious. This cave is rife with traps," Luffy cautioned. Naruto nodded in agreement, employing the shadow clone technique to send his clones ahead to scout for dangers, ensuring they could respond swiftly should any traps be triggered. Indeed, it wasn't long before the clones relayed the discovery of a trap-laden area ahead, littered with poisonous spikes glimmering ominously. "I will clear the path," Luffy declared, driving the Raiden sword into the ground. The artifact's power coursed through the earth, inducing a slight tremor, causing many of the spike traps to sink, revealing a narrow passageway that could be traversed. They continued along this newfound route, arriving at a more spacious cavernous hall. At the center stood a colossal stone pedestal, upon which rested a box emanating a peculiar luminescence, infused with an aura of mysterious power that seemed to beckon them closer. Could that enigmatic treasure reside within this box? Naruto mused with intrigue. Just as they prepared to approach the pedestal for a closer examination, the ground around them began to undulate, and dark sand beasts, coalesced from sand and stone, erupted from the earth. These creatures, resembling wolves, bore fierce gazes, their bodies composed of hardened sand and stone, appearing particularly sinister under the phosphorescent glow. Not these vermin again. Luffy furrowed his brow and charged towards the swarm of sand beasts, unleashing the fiery thunder flash slash. The blade of fiery lightning cleaved through the air, striking the sand creatures and sending shards flying. However, they swiftly reformed and continued to lunge at Luffy. Observing this, Naruto executed the sage art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken, propelling a massive spiral shuriken towards the densest cluster of sand beasts. The tremendous force scattered a portion of them, but it was not long before they regrouped once more. It appeared that these sand beasts could reconstitute themselves even after being dispersed. A vital weakness must be located, Naruto shouted, amidst the chaos. During the battle, Luffy noticed that each time these dark sand beasts reformed, a small orb of black energy flickered at their abdomen. Perhaps that was their Achilles heel. Naruto, target their abdomens. That should be their weak point, Luffy called out emphatically. Upon hearing this, Naruto promptly commanded his shadow clones to alter their attack strategy, directing their assaults towards the sand beasts' abdomens. The original Naruto unleashed the sage art, Melt Release, Spiral Shuriken, hurling it at the abdomen of one sand beast. The high-temperature Melt Release Spiral Shuriken struck true, causing the black energy at the creature's abdomen to flicker before the entire sand beast crumbled, unable to restore itself any longer. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunderbreak Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword as he struck forcefully at the abdomens of the surrounding sand beasts, causing them to disintegrate under their onslaught. After vanquishing the dark sand beasts, they approached the stone platform, gazing at the box before them that emanated a peculiar radiance. As Luffy reached out to open the box, a surge of formidable energy suddenly erupted from it, knocking both of them back several steps. This box possesses a protective mechanism. It appears to be rather formidable, Luffy remarked as he regained his balance. They began to scrutinize the box closely, discovering that it was adorned with intricate runes that flickered with a faint light, seemingly harboring some ancient seal. After a thorough examination, they concluded that these runes needed to be activated in a specific sequence while infusing corresponding energy to unlock the seal. "I believe I know how to open it," Luffy declared, plunging the Thunder Flame sword into the ground. He gradually channeled his own power through the blade into the runes on the box, guiding the energy to activate the runes in the precise order dictated by his understanding of the mysterious seal from memory. Naruto, standing beside him, concentrated his chakra to assist Luffy, infusing his own strength into the endeavor. As the runes illuminated one by one, the radiant barriers surrounding the box gradually diminished, and ultimately, the box creaked open, revealing a crystalline orb that sparkled with an ethereal brilliance, as if it contained the very essence of countless stars, emitting a soft and enigmatic glow. Is this the treasure sought by the dark forces? I wonder what purpose it serves, Naruto pondered, gazing at the orb with curiosity. Before they could delve further into their exploration, a sudden, powerful wave of energy reverberated from outside the cave, followed by a chilling laughter that echoed within. Ha ha ha. You have indeed found the crystal orb, but it shall soon belong to me. As Luffy and Naruto's expression shifted, they realized that yet another enemy was approaching. They swiftly stowed away the crystal ball, gripped their weapons tightly, and turned to venture outside the cave. Chapter 0951. A Flaw Emerges. As Luffy and Naruto emerged from the cave, they beheld a figure cloaked in black robes standing upon the desolate expanse of the Gobi Desert. The fabric billowed with the wind, casting a shadow over the figure's face, revealing only a pair of eyes that glimmered with a chilling red light. Exuding an aura of malevolence and greed as they fixated intently on the crystal ball in their possession. Surrender the crystal ball, and perhaps I shall spare your lives, otherwise. Today shall mark your demise. The figure intoned ominously, a voice that seemed capable of penetrating the very soul, instilling a profound sense of dread. Humph, you think you can claim the crystal ball? Do you believe yourself worthy? Luffy retorted fearlessly, the lightning flame sword poised defiantly at the black-cloaked figure. The flames and electric power crackling with anticipation, ready to erupt. Foolish creature. The figure scoffed coldly, gesturing with both hands, causing the surrounding sand and stones to rise abruptly, transforming into a multitude of sharp sand blades that rained down upon Luffy and Naruto with relentless ferocity. Luffy brandished the sword of thunder and flame, unleashing the flame thunder breakthrough slash. The fiery electric energy transformed into a luminous barrier, deflecting the incoming sand blades. As the sand blades collided with the barrier, a cacophony of crackling sounds erupted, sending a cloud of dust swirling into the air. Meanwhile, Naruto executed the shadow clone technique, causing numerous clones to charge towards the cloaked figure, striving to disrupt his incantation. The original Naruto swiftly formed hand seals nearby, invoking the Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine-Tail Spiral Shuriken. With a resounding shout, the colossal spiral shuriken hurtled towards the dark-cloaked figure, expanding as it flew, creating a howling gale that distorted the surrounding air with its formidable force. Observing this, the cloaked figure remained unfazed, murmuring incantations as a black shield materialized before him. When the spiral shuriken struck the shield, a violent clash of energy ensued, illuminating the surroundings, yet the shield merely quivered slightly, undamaged. You believe such feeble skills can harm me? Such naivety. The cloaked figure scoffed, swiftly altering his hand seals as the sand and stone around him stirred once more, coalescing into a colossal sand beast that lunged fiercely at Luffy and Naruto. As Luffy gazed upon the approaching behemoth of sand and stone, he unleashed the Inferno Thunder Dominator slash. The power of the Sword of Thunder and Flame surged to its zenith, transforming into a colossal blade of fiery energy that struck toward the creature's head. Upon collision, sparks erupted, and while the creature's head was momentarily pushed back, it swiftly renewed its assault. During the skirmish, Luffy discerned that although the sand behemoth appeared formidable, its movements were somewhat sluggish. Moreover, after each attack, there was a fleeting looseness in the joints of its body, suggesting a vulnerability in those areas. Naruto, target the joints of its body, Luffy exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Naruto promptly directed his shadow clones to assault the behemoth's connecting joints. The original Naruto performed the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, casting the Searing Shuriken, imbued with intense flames, toward the joints of the creature's legs. The Lava Release Spiraling Shuriken struck its mark, melting a portion of the sand and stone at the behemoth's legs, resulting in visible instability at the joints, which caused the creature to stagger and disrupt its rhythm of attack. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy executed the Inferno Thunder Conclusive Slash, delivering a powerful strike to another leg joint of the behemoth, successfully severing it. The colossal creature collapsed with a thunderous crash, disintegrating back into a heap of sand and stone scattered upon the ground. The cloaked figure, witnessing the rapid destruction of his summoned beast, darkened in countenance. You possess some skill, but this is merely the beginning. With that, the figure withdrew a black staff from his robe, its apex adorned with a massive black gemstone pulsating with potent dark energy. He brandished the staff, reciting an ancient and malevolent incantation as the sky instantaneously darkened, filled with ominous clouds, while flashes of lightning roared, unleashing bolts of black lightning toward Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto swiftly evaded as black lightning struck the ground, creating deep craters and sending sand and debris flying in all directions. This fellow's magic is quite formidable. We must devise a way to approach him and disrupt his incantation, Luffy exclaimed. While dodging the onslaught of black lightning, they advanced toward the cloaked figure. Sensing their intentions, the figure hastened his spellcasting, causing the black lightning to intensify and the area of attack to expand. During their evasive maneuvers, Luffy noticed that the cloaked man relied heavily on his staff while conjuring powerful magic, and the energy fluctuations around the black gemstone atop the staff exhibited brief moments of turbulence, perhaps a potential vulnerability. Naruto seized the opportunity to strike the gemstone atop his staff. "That is the key," Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded, and as he identified the right moment, he unleashed the Sage Art, supermassive Rasengan, hurling it toward the gemstone. The Rasengan navigated through the gaps in the black lightning, swiftly closing in on its target. Observing the impending threat, the cloaked man quickly diverted some of his power to reinforce the shield surrounding his staff, attempting to block the Rasengan's assault. Just as the Rasengan was about to collide with the gemstone, it struck the shield, resulting in a fierce explosion. The tremendous force momentarily staggered the cloaked figure, causing the gemstone atop his staff to flicker erratically, while the surrounding black lightning attacks paused briefly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luffy unleashed the Divine Flame Thunder Slash, seamlessly merging the power of the Thunder Flame sword with that of the artifact. He struck with all his might towards the cloaked figure. This blade contained formidable divine power, successfully breaching the temporarily weakened defenses of the dark-clad man and striking his shoulder. The cloaked figure emitted a piercing scream of agony, clutching his shoulder as he staggered backward. His eyes filled with astonishment and fury. "How dare you wound me? I shall make you pay a heavy price." Ignoring his injury, he once again brandished his staff, from which surged forth numerous dark vines erupting from the ground, each adorned with sharp thorns, slithering towards Luffy and Naruto like serpents. Luffy and Naruto continued to engage with their opponent, skillfully coordinating their efforts in battle as they relentlessly sought the vulnerabilities of the cloaked figure, aiming to deliver a decisive blow. Chapter 0952 Secrets. Luffy and Naruto deftly evaded the entangling dark vines, which writhed rapidly upon the ground, stirring up clouds of dust and scattering pebbles in their wake. These relentless tendrils seemed never-ending. A solution must be devised to vanquish them, Naruto exclaimed, his brow furrowed in concentration, as Luffy wielded the Thunder Flame sword to sever the encroaching vines. He keenly observed their movements and soon discerned that these tendrils were emerging from the ground beneath the cloaked figure's feet, indicating that their source lay buried underground at his very position. "Naruto, strike the ground beneath the black-clad man. That is where the vines originate," Luffy called out emphatically. Upon hearing this, Naruto promptly unleashed the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, sending the searing molten shuriken hurtling towards the ground beneath the cloaked figure. The spiraling shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately struck its mark, instantly melting a substantial crater into the earth. The dark vines, seemingly bereft of their sustaining power, ceased their relentless emergence, and those that had already extended began to wither, collapsing lifelessly onto the ground. Witnessing this, the cloaked figure's fury intensified. He forcefully stomped his staff onto the earth and began to chant an even more arcane incantation. In an instant, the surrounding space began to warp and contort, as fissures of darkness emerged, emanating a powerful gravitational pull that sought to draw Luffy and Naruto into their depths. Luffy and Naruto quickly steadied themselves, channeling their strength to resist the overwhelming force of suction. Luffy embedded the Sword of Thunder Flame into the ground, allowing the artifact's power to seep into the earth, forming a formidable energy barrier that countered the gravitational pull of the spatial rift. Meanwhile, Naruto invoked the Shadow Clone technique, with numerous clones joining hands to form a circle, harmonizing with Luffy's barrier to collectively confront the unexpected peril. As they braced against the suction, Luffy observed that the dark aura surrounding the cloaked figure exhibited brief fluctuations while maintaining the spatial rift. The most pronounced disturbance emanated from his back, potentially revealing a vulnerable point in his defense. "Naruto, once the suction lessens, let us strike at his back together," Luffy exclaimed. After a while, as the cloaked figure's control over the rift began to wane, the suction gradually diminished. Seizing the opportune moment, Luffy and Naruto unleashed their assaults simultaneously. Luffy executed the Flame Thunder Flash Slash, transforming into a blazing bolt that surged toward the figure's exposed back. Naruto followed suit with the Sage Art, Super Otama Rasengan, propelling his spiraling sphere in the same direction. Their combined attack struck the cloaked figure's weak spot, eliciting a muffled grunt as he lurched forward, causing the spatial rift to vanish. Struggling to regain his footing, the cloaked figure rose with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet his eyes remained fierce and defiant. "Do not celebrate too soon. This crystal ball is mine by right," he snarled, discarding his slightly damaged staff. With swift hand seals, he summoned a surge of dark energy, coalescing behind him into an enormous shadowy demon apparition. Towering and grotesque, it wielded a massive black scythe, exuding a chilling aura reminiscent of a malevolent specter from the depths of hell. "Prepare to meet your end," the cloaked figure bellowed, directing the dark demon apparition to strike at Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto did not dare to exhibit even the slightest hint of negligence. Fully aware of the immense power of this strike, they exchanged a glance, their thoughts intertwined, and resolved to exert their utmost strength in response. Luffy raised the sword of flame and thunder above his head, the flames and lightning coursing through the blade ignited to their fullest potential. As he shouted, "Flame Thunder Dominator Slash!" Before him, the power of the flame and thunder transformed into a colossal dragon of fire and lightning, surging forth towards the shadow of the dark demon. Meanwhile, Naruto unleashed his ultimate technique, Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Spiral Shuriken Fusion Power. He flawlessly merged the chakra of the Nine Tails, Sage techniques, and his own strength, crafting a supermassive spiral shuriken imbued with apocalyptic power. Following closely behind the fiery dragon as they both launched their assault on the demoness shadow, the flame thunder dragon and the spiral shuriken collided with the dark demon's projection in succession, producing a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated through the air. A powerful shockwave radiated outward, lifting sand and stones from the gravel plains into the atmosphere, creating a tempest of dust that obscured the sky. Amidst the fierce clash of energy, Luffy and Naruto gritted their teeth, driven by a singular conviction: they must not allow the cloaked figure to prevail. They must protect the crystal orb and safeguard this land. Gradually, their combined might began to dominate, causing the dark demon's apparition to flicker and wane, until with a resounding boom, it was utterly obliterated. The cloaked figure, struck by the backlash of power, was hurled away, crashing heavily to the ground, rendered motionless. Luffy and Naruto stood wearily in place, their bodies marked by the scars of battle, yet gazing at the intact crystal ball in their hands. A look of satisfaction graced their faces. At last, they had dealt with this adversary. What secrets does this crystal ball hold? Naruto inquired. His curiosity piqued as he examined the orb. I am uncertain, Luffy replied, but it is imperative that we prevent it from falling into the hands of dark forces. We must seek a secure location to study it thoroughly. After a brief respite, they departed from the desolate expanse, making their way toward a hidden valley on the continent. Chapter 0953 modeled Luffy and Naruto cautiously made their way towards the ancient temple nestled within the secret valley. Although they encountered minor setbacks along the way, such as sporadic dark creatures, they effortlessly overcame these challenges and successfully arrived at the valley's entrance. The valley was enveloped in swirling mist, emanating an air of mystery and tranquility. The flora and trees flourished abundantly, as if isolating them from the distractions of the outside world. As they meandered along the winding path, the ancient temple soon came into view. The architecture of the temple was grand, yet it bore the marks of time. With walls adorned in weathered moss and some stones showing signs of wear, the entrance stood firmly shut, embellished with intricate carvings of enigmatic runes and patterns that faintly radiated an ancient and formidable presence. This is the place. I hope we can uncover some clues about the crystal ball here, Luffy remarked, gently pushing against the great door, which remained unyielding, clearly bound by some form of enchantment. Naruto leaned closer to examine the runes on the door, finding them rather complex, yet reminiscent of the previous wards they had encountered. They began to study the runes surrounding the entrance, and after a series of explorations and attempts, Luffy infused the power of the Thunder Flame Sword into specific runes, while Naruto simultaneously directed his chakra in a rhythmic pattern. As their energies flowed into the door, the runes began to glow softly, followed by a deep rumble as the door gradually creaked open. Stepping into the temple, they found the interior shrouded in dim light, with only a few beams filtering through the narrow windows high above, barely illuminating their surroundings. At the center of the grand hall stood a massive stone pedestal, upon which lay an ancient tome radiating a gentle glow. The walls were adorned with an array of extraordinary artifacts, each exuding an exceptional aura. Wow, everything in here seems extraordinary, Naruto exclaimed in awe. They approached the pedestal, eager to discover the contents of the tome. Just as Luffy reached out to grasp the book, the surrounding artifacts suddenly trembled, and beams of light shot forth, coalescing into several ethereal humanoid figures that emanated powerful waves of energy, as if the guardians of the temple had been awakened by their actions. Intruders, you dare trespass upon this sacred ground. Do not expect us to be merciful, one guardian declared, wielding a luminous sword. We mean no harm. We simply seek information to combat the dark forces, Luffy quickly explained. Spare us your excuses. Unless you can pass our trials and prove your worth to peruse the knowledge contained herein, you must leave at once, the guardian retorted, his tone resolute. The trial commenced immediately, as several guardians launched their assaults. Some wielded their glowing swords with fierce precision, while others unleashed light-based spells, sending beams of energy hurtling towards them like arrows. Luffy and Naruto swiftly entered a state of combat. Luffy brandished his sword of thunder and flame, unleashing the Inferno Thunder Demon Slash to block the incoming lightsaber. The flames and electric forces on the sword clashed with the lightsaber, erupting in a dazzling display of energy sparks. Meanwhile, Naruto executed the Shadow Clone technique, dispersing his clones to evade the light-based spells while seeking opportunities to disrupt the Guardians' movements. The original Naruto quickly formed hand seals nearby, preparing to unleash a formidable ninjutsu for a counterattack. During the skirmish, Luffy discerned that when the Guardians launched their coordinated assault, brief moments of vulnerability appeared at the points where their energies connected. If they could strike at those precise moments, they could disrupt their synchronized rhythm. Naruto, target their energy connections' weak points, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his clones to charge towards those fragile points. The original Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Melt Release, Spiraling Shuriken, directing it towards a notably weak point. The high-temperature Melt Release Spiraling Shuriken struck true, instantly disrupting the energy connection and revealing a flaw in the Guardians' combined attack. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Dominator Slash, channeling the power of the Thunder Flame Sword to its utmost potential as he struck fiercely at one of the Guardians. This formidable strike bore immense strength, successfully repelling the Guardian and rendering its form somewhat ethereal. Observing their comrade hindered, the remaining Guardians intensified their onslaught, yet Luffy and Naruto, in harmonious coordination, gradually discovered a method to counteract the assault. After a grueling battle, they ultimately managed to temporarily fend off all the Guardians, halting their relentless attacks. You possess some skill. However, this is merely the first trial. More formidable challenges await you. Though the Guardians maintained their fierce demeanor, a glimmer of recognition shone in their gazes directed at Luffy and Naruto. Suddenly, a colossal magical array materialized upon the hall's floor, adorned with intricate runes that shimmered, beginning to emit a cascade of puzzling life forms. These luminescent shapes transformed into various ancient texts and symbols, hovering in midair as if awaiting their resolution. It seems we must decipher these enigmas to proceed. Let us examine them closely, Luffy remarked. They focused intently on the riddles, drawing upon their past experiences and understanding of the arcane. Luffy and Naruto engaged in mutual discourse, analyzing and gradually uncovering the answers to the puzzles. Through relentless effort, they ultimately succeeded in unraveling all the enigmas, causing the magical array to radiate brilliantly before gradually vanishing. Well done. You have passed the trial and are now worthy of perusing that tome, the Guardians proclaimed, as their forms slowly dissipated, merging back into the surrounding artifacts of power. Luffy and Naruto exhaled deeply as they approached the stone platform. They picked up the ancient tome, flipping through its pages in search of clues regarding the crystal ball. Within its pages, it was recorded that this crystal ball was the key vessel for sealing the dark forces by a deity from ancient times. It contained an immense power capable of purifying all darkness in the world. However, to fully unleash and wield this power, one must locate 5 elemental gemstones that correspond to the elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Once gathered, they must be arranged according to a specific formation to channel the power effectively. Ah, I see. It appears we have a new quest ahead of us, to seek out those 5 elemental gemstones, Luffy remarked. Indeed, let us set forth immediately. The sooner we gather the gemstones, the better equipped we will be to confront the dark forces, Naruto replied. After noting down the characteristics of the elemental gemstones and their potential locations as indicated in the tome, they departed from the ancient temple. Chapter 0954. The volcano. Luffy and Naruto, guided by the clues inscribed in ancient texts, set forth towards a volcanic region rumored to harbor the fire element gem. As they ventured closer to the volcanic expanse, the temperature intensified, the air became blisteringly hot and arid, and the surrounding terrain was charred black, dotted with peculiar flora resilient to extreme heat. Upon reaching the base of the volcano, they beheld a caldera exuding billowing clouds of thick smoke, with streams of lava oozing from the crevices of the mountain, cascading down its slopes in a fiery embrace, radiating a suffocating heat. The place appeared perilous. Yet the gem should be nearby. We must proceed with caution, Luffy remarked, gripping the Raijin blade and vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Naruto nodded, activating Sage Mode to better prepare for any imminent threats. They began their ascent along the mountainside, the searing rocks causing their feet to ache, yet both persevered resolutely. Suddenly, From the caldera, a flock of monstrous birds engulfed in flames erupted into the air. These creatures were colossal, their wingspan measuring several meters, their feathers resembling blazing flames, eyes gleaming with ferocity, and their sharp beaks and claws glinting ominously in the fiery glow as they dove towards Luffy and Naruto. "Watch out!" Luffy shouted, brandishing the rein blade and unleashing the flame thunder slash, sending forth arcs of fiery, electrifying energy towards the avian attackers. The energy struck the birds, causing their flames to flicker momentarily, yet they seemed impervious to pain, continuing their relentless assault. Observing the scene, Naruto employed the shadow clone technique, dispersing numerous clones to either divert the birds' attention or strike at their vulnerable points, such as their eyes and wings. Meanwhile, the original Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, exclaiming, "Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken." With a resounding shout, the colossal spiral shuriken soared towards the densest cluster of birds. As it flew, the shuriken expanded, its formidable force ensnaring several of the monstrous birds, culminating in a violent explosion that sent feathers flying and cries echoing as they plummeted to the ground. However, more fiery birds emerged relentlessly from the caldera, sensing the threat and launching even more frenzied attacks, forming tactical formations in the air to alternate their charges, leaving Luffy and Naruto somewhat overwhelmed. In the midst of the battle, Luffy discerned that after each diving assault, the birds briefly retracted their wings to ascend again, exposing their underbellies where the fiery defense was comparatively weaker. "Naruto, strike their underbellies. That is their weakness," Luffy shouted. Hearing this, Naruto promptly directed his clones to shift their focus, attacking the vulnerable underbellies of the birds. The original Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken. The searing molten shuriken, ablaze with flames, accurately struck one of the birds in its underbelly. The flames engulfing the creature's abdomen abruptly diminished, causing its body to sway precariously as it plummeted downwards, clearly afflicted by grievous injuries. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword as he struck fiercely at the underbellies of the monstrous birds. One by one, the creatures fell, injured by their relentless assault, disrupting the once tightly organized formation of their attack. After a grueling battle, they finally managed to repel all the fiery avians. Continuing their search along the volcanic slope, they soon arrived at the entrance of a concealed cave. The rocks surrounding the cavern exhibited a unique crimson hue, subtly emanating a searing aura, strikingly reminiscent of the characteristics described in ancient texts regarding the location of the fire element gem. "Perhaps the gem lies within this very cave," Naruto suggested. Cautiously, they ventured into the cavern, where the temperature rose even higher. Molten lava coursed down the walls, occasionally dripping to the ground and igniting small bursts of sparks. As they navigated the winding passages deeper into the cave, they eventually reached a stone platform radiating a brilliant red light. Upon the platform rested a gem that burned like a flame, the fire element gem. "We found it," Luffy exclaimed with excitement, stepping forward to seize the precious stone. However, just as his hand neared the gem, a ring of fiery barriers erupted around the platform, the flames roaring fiercely, and the intense heat compelled Luffy to retract his hand swiftly. "This barrier looks formidable. We must devise a strategy to break through it," Luffy remarked, furrowing his brow. They began to scrutinize the fiery shield, realizing that the flames did not dance chaotically, but flowed in a calculated manner, as if forming an ancient array. After thorough investigation, they determined that by reversing the flow of the flames and simultaneously channeling the corresponding powers, they might have a chance to shatter the barrier. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a tacit glance, then sprang into action simultaneously. Luffy infused the power of the Thunder Flame Sword into the fiery barrier in a precise rhythm, while Naruto gathered chakra, directing his strength in a similar manner. As they executed their maneuvers, the flames upon the barrier began to flicker chaotically, the brilliance gradually dimming until, at last, the barrier vanished. Luffy successfully grasped the fire element gem, which felt pleasantly warm to the touch, as if an inexhaustible force surged within it. "With this gem in hand, we are one step closer to our success. Next, we must seek out the gems of the other elements," Luffy declared. "Yes. Let us set off swiftly. I hope we can find the others just as easily," Naruto replied. With the fire element gem in their possession, they departed from the volcanic region and followed the clues towards the enigmatic forest, where the wood element gem was believed to be hidden. Chapter 0955 Vines. As Luffy and Naruto stepped into the enigmatic forest, it felt as though they had entered an entirely different realm. Surrounding them were lush trees, their verdant branches creating a canopy that obscured the sun, allowing only scattered beams of light to filter through the overlapping gaps, thus crafting an atmosphere of tranquility and depth. Beneath their feet lay a thick carpet of fallen leaves, which rustled softly with each step, while the air was infused with the refreshing scent of foliage, occasionally interrupted by the melodious calls of birds. Yet, they were acutely aware that this seemingly serene forest harbored hidden mysteries, and they dared not let their guard down, remaining ever vigilant to the sounds around them. According to the clues they had previously gathered, the gem of wood element was said to be located deep within this forest, safeguarded by ancient forces of nature. They proceeded cautiously along a winding path, but not long after, the trees around them suddenly began to rustle, as if something was moving through the thicket. Soon after, robust vines emerged from all directions, adorned with sharp thorns, resembling agile whips that lashed towards them. Luffy hastily brandished the Thunder Flame sword, unleashing the Flame Thunder Slash. The flames and lightning coursing through the blade intertwined, transforming into fierce sword chi that severed the encroaching vines. Yet, the vines seemed inexhaustible. For every wave cut down, another surged forth. Meanwhile, Naruto executed the shadow clone technique, dispersing numerous clones to grapple with the vines in an attempt to restrain their movement, while others dashed towards the source of the vine's emergence, seeking to uncover the puppeteer behind it all. The original Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a formidable jutsu as he shouted, Senjutsu, Wind Style, Nine-Tails Spiraling Shuriken. A colossal spiraling shuriken materialized in his grasp, hurtling towards the densest cluster of vines. As it flew, the shuriken expanded, its immense force ensnaring the surrounding vines, culminating in a violent explosion that scattered the vines, momentarily halting their assault. At that moment, they beheld a massive treant looming nearby. Its form comprised robust trunks adorned with moss and peculiar patterns, featuring long branch-like arms that moved with the dexterity of fingers. Its roots served as feet, deeply entrenched in the earth, while its eyes resembled two enormous green gems, glinting with a mysterious light as they fixated upon them with a predatory gaze. It appears this creature is the one controlling the vines. Eliminating it should allow us to proceed, Luffy remarked. The treant seemingly comprehended Luffy's words, letting out a deep, guttural roar before swinging its enormous branch-like arms toward them. Undaunted, Luffy charged forward, performing the Flame Thunder Dominator Slash, channeling the utmost power of the Thunder Flame Sword into a colossal wave of fiery lightning that cleaved toward the treant's arm. The sword chi collided with the treant's limb, sending splinters flying, yet only leaving a superficial mark, inflicting minimal damage. Seeing this, Naruto executed Senjutsu, Melt Style, Spiraling Shuriken, hurling it towards the treant's trunk. The molten shuriken, engulfed in flames, struck true, scorching a section of the treant's bark and eliciting a painful roar from it, intensifying its aggression. During the skirmish, Luffy observed that each time the treant swung its arm, there was a fleeting loosening at the root connecting to the ground, perhaps its Achilles heel. Naruto, target its roots. That's where its weakness lies, Luffy called out. Upon hearing this, Naruto promptly directed his clones to shift their focus towards the treant's roots. The original Naruto unleashed Senjutsu, Super Large-Tailed Beast Ball, aiming for a distinctly loosened area at the treant's base. The massive sphere struck precisely, blasting away the soil around the roots and exposing them, severing several tendrils in the process. The treant swayed unsteadily, its stance faltering. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Final Slash, striking with all his might at a particularly vulnerable root of the treant, successfully severing it. The treant lost its balance and came crashing down, raising a cloud of dust. With its fall, the surrounding vines ceased their assault, wilting and collapsing to the ground. Phew. We've finally dealt with this nuisance. Let us continue deeper into the forest, Naruto remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. They proceeded along the narrow path, and as they ventured further in, the natural essence of the forest grew denser, revealing an array of rare flowers, plants, and trees. At last, in the heart of the forest, they beheld a crystal-clear pond, encircled by vines and blossoms. In the center of the pond stood a small stone platform, upon which rested a gem radiating a gentle green light, exuding vibrant life. It was indeed the wood element gem they sought. This is it. But I sense that acquiring it will not be so facile, Luffy observed cautiously, gazing at the gem. As they approached the pond's edge, ripples suddenly broke the surface of the water, and several water spirits leaped forth. These ethereal beings moved gracefully, seemingly formed from the very essence of the clear lake. Radiating a soft blue luminescence, their features exquisitely beautiful. Armed with azure-hued halberds, their eyes reflected a keen vigilance. Intruders, you are forbidden to approach the wood element gem. It is a sacred relic of the forest, not for your hands to taint, declared one of the spirits, appearing to be their leader. We harbor no malice. We merely require this gem to combat the dark forces threatening the land. We implore you to grant us your understanding, Luffy earnestly explained. How can we trust your words? If you were to take the gem and disrupt the balance of the forest, what then? Questioned the leader of the water spirits. We can demonstrate our sincerity. The dark forces have ravaged the continent for far too long, leaving many regions in disarray. We have battled these malevolent entities throughout our journey, striving to protect this land. Naruto responded urgently. The water spirits exchanged glances, seemingly contemplating their response. After a moment, the leader spoke. Very well, we shall grant you an opportunity. If you can pass the trials we set forth and prove your worthiness to wield this gem, we will entrust it to you. The trials commenced immediately. The water spirits wielded their halberds, summoning towering walls of water that surged toward Luffy and Naruto. Simultaneously, countless water arrows shot forth from the depths of the lake, densely raining down upon them. Luffy and Naruto swiftly entered a state of combat. Luffy brandished the Thunder Flame sword and unleashed the purification slash of flame and thunder. The purifying energy of his blade colliding with the water wall and water arrows, attempting to dissolve them. Meanwhile, Naruto executed the shadow clone technique, dispersing his clones. Some advanced to obstruct the water wall, while others dodged the water arrows. The original Naruto, stationed nearby, rapidly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a formidable ninjutsu to navigate this intricate scenario. During the skirmish, Luffy discerned that although the water walls and arrows appeared chaotic, their attack rhythm followed a discernible pattern. Periodically, the directions of the water wall and arrows would overlap briefly, creating a relatively vulnerable point in their defense. Naruto, pay attention to the points where their attacks converge and seize the moment to break through, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded his clones to observe meticulously, awaiting the opportune moment. When the point of convergence emerged, the original Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine Tails Raisin Shuriken towards that weak spot. The spiraling shuriken expanded as it flew, its formidable force shattering the water wall and dispersing a significant number of water arrows, successfully tearing open a breach. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Flash Strike, transforming into a blazing shadow as he surged towards the breach, arriving at the edge of a small lake. The water sprites, witnessing their defense line being breached, remained composed and continued their assault. This time, they gathered the elemental power of water, forming a colossal water sphere imbued with immense hydrostatic pressure, which rolled towards Luffy and Naruto with formidable force. In the face of this powerful water sphere, Luffy and Naruto positioned themselves back-to-back, ready to confront the impending threat together. Luffy plunged the Thunder Flame sword into the ground, channeling the artifact's power through its blade to establish a sturdy energy barrier aimed at withstanding the sphere's onslaught. Meanwhile, Naruto invoked the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, hurling the spiraling shuriken towards the water sphere in an attempt to disrupt its internal structure. Upon impact, the spiraling shuriken detonated within the water sphere, causing a ripple across its surface. However, its overall momentum remained relentless, continuing to advance upon them. Just as the sphere was about to engulf them, Luffy and Naruto summoned their strength to its zenith, launching their most powerful strike against the sphere. Luffy executed the Flame Thunder Overlord Slash, channeling the power of the Thunder Flame Sword into a colossal beast of flame and thunder that charged towards the water sphere. Naruto combined his Sage Art, super large spiraling sphere with the might of the Flame and Thunder Beast, both forces colliding with the water sphere. Under the weight of their combined assault, the water sphere could endure no longer, shattering with a thunderous roar and showering the surroundings with a cascade of water droplets. The water sprites, witnessing this spectacle, were filled with awe, sensing Luffy and Naruto's unwavering resolve and formidable strength in their battle against darkness. You have passed the trial. This elemental wood gemstone is entrusted to you. May it aid you in safeguarding this land, spoke the leader of the water sprites, gesturing for her companions to harness their power and present the wood elemental gemstone from the stone platform at the center of the lake to Luffy and Naruto. Luffy took the gem, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your trust. We shall exert ourselves to the utmost. They secured the wood element gem, bid farewell to the water spirits, and, with two elemental gems in hand, set forth towards their next destination, the enigmatic waters that possibly concealed the water element gem. Chapter 0956, The Waters. After Luffy and Naruto departed from the enigmatic forest, They followed the clues towards the mysterious body of water. The terrain gradually descended, and the air around them grew increasingly humid, faintly resonating with the sound of flowing water nearby, as if beckoning them onward. Before long, an expansive and boundless expanse of water revealed itself before them. The water emanated a profound and mysterious blue hue, its surface shimmering yet peculiarly calm, obscuring the depths beneath. A delicate mist enveloped the area, shrouding the entire water body in a veil of ethereal beauty. The water elemental gem must be within this expanse. We ought to proceed with caution, Luffy declared, gripping the Thunder Flame Sword tightly while casting vigilant glances across the surface. Naruto nodded, ready to confront any imminent danger. As they advanced along the edge of the water, attentively observing their surroundings, the surface suddenly heaved violently. Colossal water spouts surged upwards, sweeping towards them with formidable force. The water spouts were awe-inspiring, effortlessly uprooting stones and trees along the shore, creating a scene of utter chaos. "Get out of the way," Luffy shouted, leaping aside and simultaneously wielding the Thunder Flame Sword to unleash the Flame Thunder Slash, attempting to counter the approaching water spouts with the sword's power. The clash between the flame and the water sent up a torrent of spray, slightly diminishing the water spouts' might, yet they continued their relentless advance toward the two. Observing the unfolding chaos, Naruto performed the shadow clone technique, dispersing numerous clones, some charged towards the water spouts, seeking to disrupt their rotation with their bodies, while others scoured the vicinity for the source of the water spouts, intent on resolving the issue at its root. Meanwhile, the original Naruto rapidly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a potent ninjutsu for retaliation. Senjutsu, Wind Release, Nine Tails Spiral Shuriken, he bellowed, as a massive spiral shuriken materialized in his grasp and flew towards the most concentrated cluster of water spouts. As it soared, the shuriken enlarged, its overwhelming force ensnaring several water spouts, culminating in a violent explosion that shattered them into a cascade of droplets. However, more water spouts erupted from the depths, seemingly boundless. While evading the onslaught, Luffy noticed that the energy fluctuations occurred at the point where the base of the water spouts met the surface, perhaps indicating a critical vulnerability. Naruto, strike at the base of the water spouts where they contact the surface. That is their weakness, Luffy called out. Upon hearing this, Naruto promptly directed his clones to adjust their attacks towards the base of the water spouts. The original Naruto unleashed Senjutsu, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, as the high-temperature lava-infused shuriken. Ablaze with fervor, accurately struck the base of one water spout. The energy fluctuations at the base became chaotic, leading to the complete dissolution of the water spout. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Break Demon Slash, maximizing the power of his Thunder Flame Sword and striking fiercely at the base of the swirling water vortexes. One by one, the water whirlpools crumbled under their onslaught, and the surface of the water gradually returned to tranquility. However, before they could catch their breath, new disturbances emerged from the depths. A group of aquatic beasts, resembling fish yet colossal in size and adorned with tough, scaly armor, slowly ascended to the surface. These creatures bore wide mouths filled with sharp teeth, their eyes glinting with a menacing light. They thrashed their massive tails and swiftly swam towards Luffy and Naruto. Once again, these fiends sought to disrupt their progress. They could not be allowed to prevail, Luffy declared, once more brandishing the Thunder Flame Sword to execute the Flame Thunder Flash Slash, sending forth waves of sword energy imbued with fire and lightning towards the water beasts. The sword energy struck the creatures, igniting sparks against their hardened scales. Although it did not inflict significant damage, it momentarily stymied their offensive momentum. Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Wind Style, Nine Tails Spiraling Shuriken, hurling it towards the densest cluster of water beasts. As it soared, the spiraling shuriken expanded, its formidable force ensnaring several of the creatures, accompanied by a violent explosion. The water beasts were showered with scales, their bodies wounded, and the surrounding waters stained crimson with blood. Infuriated, the water beasts emitted deep roars and launched a frenzied assault against Luffy and Naruto. Some leaped high out of the water, attempting to crush them beneath their massive forms, while others opened their gaping maws, aiming to bite down ferociously. During the battle, Luffy observed that each time the water beasts leapt to attack, the scales on their abdomens would momentarily part, revealing their relatively vulnerable bellies, presumably their Achilles heel. Naruto, target their bellies. That is their weakness, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to alter their attack strategy, focusing on the bellies of the water beasts. The original Naruto executed the Sage Art, Super Huge Ball Spiraling Sphere, launching it towards the belly of one water beast that was leaping out of the water. The massive sphere struck true, cleaving a gaping wound in the creature's abdomen. Black blood gushed forth, and its colossal body crashed back into the water, sending up a tremendous splash, thrashing a few times before succumbing to silence. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Annihilation Slash, striking fiercely at the bellies of the water beasts. One by one, the creatures succumbed to their assault, their lifeless bodies floating upon the surface, staining the waters a vivid crimson. After vanquishing the water beasts, they continued their quest along the periphery of the aquatic realm in search of traces of the water elemental gem. After traversing a distance along the shore, they stumbled upon a concealed underwater cave entrance. The currents surrounding the cave exhibited an unusual vortex pattern, emanating a faint azure glow, closely resembling the descriptions of the gem's location as chronicled in ancient texts. The gem may very well lie within this cave. Let us descend and investigate, Luffy remarked. Taking a deep breath, they plunged into the water, swimming towards the cave. Inside, the light was dim, illuminated only by bioluminescent aquatic flora that barely lit their path. After swimming for a while, they finally reached the depths of the cave, where a stone platform radiating a soft blue light came into view, upon which rested a crystal-clear gem. Within the gem, it appeared as if water flowed gently, revealing it to be the water elemental gem. "We found it," Naruto exclaimed excitedly, gesturing for Luffy to quickly retrieve it. However, just as Luffy reached for the gem, a powerful surge of water pressure suddenly erupted within the cave, forcefully pushing them backward. Simultaneously, a blue water barrier materialized around them, shimmering with intricate runes, evidently a protective enchantment guarding the gem. "This barrier looks formidable. We must devise a strategy to breach it," Luffy said, furrowing his brow. They swam aside to scrutinize the water barrier closely. After some investigation, they discovered that the runes on the barrier shifted in accordance with the rhythm of the water flow, and between these runes existed energy nodes. If they could disrupt these nodes in a specific sequence, perhaps they could shatter the barrier. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a tacit glance, subsequently springing into action simultaneously. Drawing upon their prior experiences in deciphering seals, they meticulously initiated their assault on the energy nodes embedded within the watery barrier, adhering to the sequence they had surmised. Luffy unleashed the precise power of thunder and flame through his Thunder Flame Sword, while Naruto concentrated his chakra, transforming it into a forceful impact that relentlessly struck the nodes. As their efforts unfolded, the runes upon the water curtain began to flicker increasingly erratically, and the pressure of the flowing water gradually diminished, causing the barrier's radiance to slowly fade. Eventually, the barrier dissipated, allowing Luffy to successfully grasp the water element gem, which felt icy to the touch, as if he could sense the pure and vast power of water contained within. "Now we possess 3 gems. Only the gold and earth element gems remain. Let us continue our pursuit," Luffy remarked. "Indeed, let us hasten our departure," Naruto responded. With 3 elemental gems in their possession, they vacated the enigmatic aquatic realm and proceeded toward the ancient mine, guided by clues that hinted at the potential hiding place of the gold element gem. Chapter 0957, The Overlord. Luffy and Naruto sped toward the ancient mine, the surrounding environment growing increasingly desolate. The once lush vegetation had thinned, the earth cracked and strewn with stones, while the sky intermittently stirred up clouds of dust, as if foretelling the dangers that lay ahead. Before long, they arrived at the site of the ancient mine. Before them stretched undulating mountains, their slopes marred by vast entrances to mine shafts, remnants of past excavations now appearing dilapidated and foreboding. A pungent metallic scent pervaded the air, accompanied by the occasional echoing thud, hinting at the countless secrets concealed beneath the mine. "The gold element gem must be within," Luffy declared, gripping the rein blade tightly. "Let us proceed with caution." He led the way toward a larger mine entrance, with Naruto closely following, alertly scanning their surroundings. Upon entering the mine, they found themselves in dim light, the only illumination coming from a few luminescent ores embedded in the walls. They carefully navigated the winding passages, the ground uneven, occasionally stepping on scattered stones that produced sharp sounds, jarring in the stillness of the mine. As they ventured deeper, suddenly, numerous metal puppets cascaded down from the ceiling and the walls. These puppets, crafted from hard metal, glimmered with eerie red light at their joints. Though humanoid in shape, they bore sharp metallic claws, their eyes radiating a cold, mechanical glow. Upon landing, they charged toward Luffy and Naruto. "Be careful," Luffy shouted, swinging the rein blade and unleashing the Flame Thunder Demon Slash. The flames and lightning surged from the blade, cleaving toward the advancing metal puppets. The blade's energy struck the puppets, igniting sparks and leaving shallow scratches on their hardened shells, yet they pressed on relentlessly, undeterred by the assault. Seeing this, Naruto employed the shadow clone technique, dispersing multiple clones to embrace the metal puppets, attempting to restrain their movements, while others seized the moment to strike at their joints and vital points such as their eyes. Meanwhile, the real Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu in retaliation. Senjutsu, wind release, nine-tail spiraling shuriken, Naruto shouted as a colossal spiraling shuriken materialized in his hand, hurtling toward the densest cluster of metal puppets. The spiral shuriken continually expanded during its flight, drawing several metallic puppets into its powerful vortex, accompanied by a violent explosion. The puppets were shattered into countless pieces, temporarily halting the onslaught of their brethren. However, an unceasing tide of additional metallic puppets surged forth from the depths of the mine, seemingly tireless as they relentlessly charged towards Luffy and Naruto. These puppets began to exhibit a degree of coordination in their assault. Some launched frontal attacks while others executed flanking maneuvers from the sides and above, leaving the two warriors momentarily overwhelmed. In the midst of battle, Luffy discerned that although the metallic puppets boasted formidable exteriors, their energy cores appeared to be situated in their chests, shielded by a distinctive metallic plate that radiated light with each attack. Perhaps destroying this core would incapacitate the puppets. Naruto, target their energy cores in the chest. That is their weakness, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto swiftly directed his shadow clones to adjust their attack to focus on the energy cores of the metallic puppets. The original Naruto unleashed the sage art, lava release, spiral shuriken, a searing projectile engulfed in flames, which accurately struck the energy core of one puppet. In an instant, the metallic plate at its chest melted away, causing the puppet to cease its movements and collapse with a thunderous crash, reduced to a heap of scrap metal. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Dominator Slash, channeling the power of the Thunder Flame Sword to its utmost limit as he struck decisively at the energy cores of the metallic puppets' chests. One by one, the automatons succumbed to his assault, collapsing to the ground with a cacophony of clattering sounds. After vanquishing this wave of metal sentinels, they ventured deeper into the mine. As they progressed, the temperature gradually escalated, and the surrounding ores appeared increasingly precious, pulsating with powerful energy fluctuations. At last, in the innermost recesses of the mine, they beheld a colossal stone platform upon which rested a gem radiating a dazzling golden light. Its brilliance was mesmerizing, as if it encapsulated the very essence of all metallic power in existence. It was the coveted gold element gem they had tirelessly sought. "We found it," Luffy exclaimed with exhilaration. But just as he prepared to approach the gem, a golden energy shield suddenly surged forth around the platform. The shield shimmered with intricate runes, emanating formidable defensive might, securing the gem within its embrace. "Another shield? It seems this gem is not easily attainable," Naruto remarked, furrowing his brow. They drew closer to the shield, embarking on a meticulous examination. After thorough scrutiny, they discerned that the runes on the golden shield resonated with the energy of the surrounding ores, and the flow of the shield's energy seemed to follow a specific pattern. If they could align their efforts and simultaneously channel a counteracting force according to this pattern, they might just shatter the shield. After a moment of contemplation, Luffy and Naruto moved in perfect harmony. Luffy calibrated the flames and lightning from the Sword of Thunderfire to a specific state, channeling energy into the shield in reverse order of the runic flow. Meanwhile, Naruto concentrated his chakra, transforming it into a gentle yet restrained metallic force, complementing Luffy's assault on the shield. As they continuously infused their power, the runes on the golden shield began to flicker increasingly erratically, and the energy gradually became unstable. The radiance of the shield slowly dimmed, and ultimately, with the dissipating waves of energy, the shield vanished entirely. Luffy hurriedly stepped forward, carefully picking up the golden elemental gemstone. It felt heavy in his grasp, exuding a chilling and solid texture, allowing him to distinctly sense the immense power of gold contained within. Now, only the earth elemental gemstone remained, and we must swiftly search for it, Luffy remarked. "Indeed, I hope we can find it without delay. That way, we will have gathered all 5 gemstones," Naruto replied. With 4 elemental gemstones in their possession, they departed from the ancient mine and, following the clues, hastened towards the mysterious valley where the earth elemental gemstone was likely hidden. Chapter 0958. Assembling the set, Luffy and Naruto rushed towards the enigmatic valley, the scenery around them shifting continuously, their minds solely focused on the impending quest for the Earth Element Gem. Upon reaching the entrance of the mysterious valley, they were met by a heavy and ancient aura. Towering cliffs surrounded the valley, adorned with jagged rocks. Some resembled crouching behemoths, while others hung like sharp swords, instilling an intangible sense of oppression. A faint scent of dust permeated the air, with the ground scattered with fine gravel, occasionally revealing peculiar earthy yellow crystals that emerged from the rubble, refracting a mysterious glimmer. The Earth Element Gem should be amidst these, Luffy declared, stepping into the valley, with Naruto closely following, both maintaining a heightened state of vigilance. Shortly after entering, the ground beneath them trembled violently, as if a colossal entity was awakening from its subterranean slumber. Suddenly, massive earthstone beasts erupted from the ground. These colossal creatures, formed from hardened earth and stone, bore tendrils and weeds upon their bodies, their sturdy limbs causing the ground to quake with every step. Their eyes, ablaze like fiery embers, glared fiercely as they charged toward Luffy and Naruto with a menacing roar. "Goodness, what a grand display right from the start," Luffy exclaimed, brandishing the Thunder Flame sword and unleashing the Flame Thunder Flash Slash, sending forth waves of fiery and electric sword energy towards the advancing outstone beasts. The sword energy struck the creatures, exploding against their tough exteriors and scattering fragments of stone. Yet, it merely slowed their momentum, inflicting little substantial damage. Observing the situation, Naruto utilized the shadow clone technique, sending numerous clones surging toward the outstone beasts. Some climbed onto the beasts, attempting to disrupt their movements, while others targeted vital areas such as their legs and eyes. Meanwhile, the real Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a decisive strike. Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Rasen Shuriken, Naruto shouted, as a massive spiraling shuriken materialized in his hand and hurtled towards the leg of one of the Earthstone beasts. As it soared, the shuriken expanded, its formidable force crashing into the beast's leg, accompanied by a resounding roar. The impact left several cracks in the struck area, causing the creature to wobble perilously, nearly toppling to the ground. Seeing their companion injured, the other Outstone beasts became even more enraged, their assaults growing increasingly ferocious. Some charged at Luffy and Naruto with their colossal heads, while others swung their robust tails in sweeping arcs, stirring up clouds of dust and scattering debris, creating chaos in the arena. In the midst of battle, Luffy noticed that each time the Earthstone beasts attacked, tiny fissures appeared at the junction where their backs connected to their bodies. The structure of the earth and stone there seemed relatively loose. Perhaps it was their Achilles heel. "Naruto, strike at the junction on their backs. That's their weak point," Luffy shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to alter their attack trajectories, targeting the crevices on the backs of the earth and stone giants. The original Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, a high-temperature shuriken enveloped in fierce flames, which accurately struck the gap on the back of one of the colossal beings. Instantly, the intense heat melted the fissure, causing the earth and stone to collapse, resulting in a noticeable deceleration of the giant's movements, rendering its actions increasingly laborious. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, elevating the power of the Thunder Flame sword to its zenith. With all his might, he struck at the gaps on the backs of the colossal earthen beasts. One by one, the creatures succumbed to their assault, their rocky exteriors crumbling away, ultimately collapsing to the ground and transforming into heaps of rubble. After vanquishing the earthen behemoths, they pressed deeper into the valley. As they ventured forth, a peculiar stone forest emerged before them, where the stone pillars varied in shape and height, each adorned with an array of ancient runes. These runes shimmered with a soft, earthy glow, as if narrating tales from a bygone era. In the heart of the stone forest stood a massive stone platform, upon which rested a gem radiating a rich, earthy luminescence. This glow imparted a sense of stability and weightiness, signifying the very earth elemental gem they sought. Having finally located it, they realized that retrieving the gem would require considerable effort. Luffy gazed at the gem, fully aware that it would not be easily obtained. Indeed, as they approached the stone platform, the surrounding stone forest began to tremble. The runes on the pillars flared with intensity, and soon, beams of earthy energy surged forth from the pillars towards them, while the ground erupted with spires of earth, thrusting towards their direction. Luffy hastily brandished the Thunderfire sword, executing the Flame Thunder Slash. The flames and lightning coursing through the blade intertwined, forming shimmering barriers in an attempt to obstruct the oncoming energy beams and earthen spikes. Meanwhile, Naruto employed the shadow clone technique, His clones dispersed, some endeavoring to dismantle the stone pillars from which the beams emanated, while others skillfully evaded the earthen spikes. The original Naruto, standing aside, swiftly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash formidable ninjutsu to navigate this intricate predicament. Senjutsu, wind release, Ninetales spiraling shuriken. Naruto invoked this powerful technique once more, launching the colossal spiraling shuriken towards the densest concentration of energy beams. As it soared, the shuriken expanded, its immense force scattering several beams and toppling a few stone pillars, thereby diminishing the intensity of the energy assault. Yet, the earthen spikes continued to surge from the ground, their emergence becoming increasingly dense. In the midst of his defenses, Luffy discerned that upon the appearance of these spikes, brief energy fluctuations coalesced beneath the surface. If he could disrupt that focal point, perhaps he could halt the relentless emergence of the spikes. Naruto, target the energy convergence point beneath the spikes, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto promptly directed his shadow clones to alter their assault, aiming their attacks at the energy convergence point below the spikes. The original Naruto executed Senjutsu, melting release, spiraling shuriken, hurling it toward a more prominent convergence point. The high-temperature melting release, spiraling shuriken struck its target with precision, instantly dissipating the energy fluctuations at that location and halting the growth of the surrounding earthen spikes. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Dominator Slash, channeling the full force of the Thunderfire Sword towards the energy convergence point beneath the remaining earth spikes. With a powerful strike, he succeeded in eradicating the spikes, restoring tranquility to the ground. At this juncture, although the energy beams surrounding the stone platform continued to emit, their frequency had considerably diminished. As they approached the platform, they discovered that it was enveloped by a layer of earthy yellow energy shield, with runes swirling incessantly upon its surface, clearly constituting the final line of defense for the Guardian Gem. They paused to meticulously examine the shield. After a thorough investigation, they discerned that the energy of the shield's runes was intrinsically linked to those of the surrounding stone forest. Furthermore, the strength of the shield fluctuated in accordance with the radiance of the runes within the forest. To breach the shield, it was imperative to first alter the energy state of the forest's runes, creating a conflict with the shield, thereby disrupting its equilibrium. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a knowing glance and commenced their actions in unison. They ventured separately into the stone forest, searching for pivotal rune nodes. Drawing upon their understanding of energy and runes, Luffy discovered several primary runes that governed the flow of energy. He infused his own power into these runes using the Thunder Flame Sword, thereby altering the original trajectory of the energy flow. Meanwhile, Naruto identified runes that affected the stability of the shield. By concentrating his chakra, he cleverly disrupted the normal functioning of these runes. As their endeavors unfolded, the radiance of the runes within the stone forest began to grow chaotic, disrupting the previously orderly state of energy. The earthy energy shield surrounding the stone platform was also affected. The runes upon it flickered increasingly erratically, their glow gradually dimming, and small fissures began to appear. Sensing a fortuitous opportunity, Luffy and Naruto simultaneously unleashed their might, targeting the cracks on the shield. Luffy executed the Flame Thunder Final Slash, amplifying the energy of the Thunder Flame Sword to its zenith, unleashing a fierce sword aura aimed at the fissures. Naruto, in turn, unleashed the Sage Art, Super Ultra Big Ball Rasengan, propelling the Rasengan in the same direction. The duo's attack struck the shield's cracks simultaneously, and with a resounding crash, the shield could no longer withstand the assault, shattering spectacularly into countless particles of earthy light that dispersed into the air. Without hesitation, Luffy ascended the stone platform and reached for the Earth Element Gem. At last, the 5 elemental gems were gathered together. In that moment, the gems resonated with one another in his hand, their radiant glimmers intertwining to create a dazzling and enigmatic brilliance, as if heralding the emergence of newfound power to combat the forces of darkness. Now that we have them all, let us swiftly find a place to unleash the power of the crystal ball, as described in the ancient texts, Luffy declared with excitement. Indeed, let us go. This continent awaits our salvation, Naruto exclaimed, equally exhilarated. With the 5 elemental gems and the crystal ball in their possession, they departed the mysterious valley in search of a suitable location to set the formation and harness the crystal ball's power. Chapter 0959, Breaking the Demon Luffy and Naruto. Possessing 5 elemental gems along with a crystal ball imbued with enigmatic powers, embarked on a quest that led them to a serene plateau atop a lofty mountain. Surrounded by swirling mist reminiscent of a celestial paradise, this elevated terrain, rich in the gathering of ethereal energies, presented itself as the quintessential locale for the execution of their intricate array, a place to harness and direct formidable forces. Arriving at the center of the plateau, they meticulously arranged the 5 elemental gems in a precise sequence: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, forming a symmetrical pentagon. Subsequently, they placed the crystal ball in the heart of this geometric formation. As soon as it was set down, the gems resonated with the crystal ball, and in a dazzling display, beams of light intertwined, gradually sketching a complex and arcane pattern upon the ground, with runes shimmering brightly in motion. The subsequent phase was crucial. They needed to channel their energies into the formation according to a specific incantation, beckoning the crystal ball to unleash its latent power. With a grave expression, Luffy tightened his grip on the Thunder Flame sword, gradually transmitting his own strength through the blade into the array. Naruto, equally resolute, swiftly formed hand seals, concentrating his chakra, and methodically infused it into the gems corresponding to their respective positions. As their energies flowed into the formation, its brilliance intensified, and the crystal ball began to vibrate violently, its interior radiating a light reminiscent of countless stars, as if a tremendous power was desperately seeking to break free from its confines. However, at that moment, the previously tranquil sky darkened abruptly. Ominous clouds gathered, swiftly enveloping the mountaintop. Within the shadows, streaks of black lightning slithered like serpents, followed by an overwhelming wave of dark energy surging from afar. A figure cloaked in black gradually materialized. Do you truly believe you can so easily unleash the power of the crystal ball? How naive! Such a treasure can only be wielded by me, the Dark King. Surrender it at once, and perhaps I shall spare your lives. The shadowy figure spoke with a chilling arrogance, revealing himself as the leader of the dark forces, who had long coveted the power of the crystal ball. Dream on. We have endured countless hardships to gather these gems, solely to use the crystal ball's power to utterly vanquish your dark forces and safeguard this land. There is no way we shall relinquish it to you. Luffy retorted with fury, the flames and lightning coursing through the Thunder Flame sword flaring even brighter, embodying his resolve to confront the Dark King in a fierce battle. Foolish creatures, do not blame me for being ruthless. The Dark King scoffed, sweeping his arms, causing the surrounding darkness to coalesce into countless black blades that rained down upon Luffy and Naruto. Luffy brandished the Sword of Thunderfire, unleashing the Flame Thunder Demon Slash. The power emanating from the blade transformed into a luminous barrier, deflecting the incoming black daggers that clashed against it, sending forth a shower of dark sparks. Meanwhile, Naruto executed the Shadow Clone technique, with numerous clones surging toward the Dark King, attempting to disrupt his incantations. The original Naruto stood to the side, swiftly forming seals, preparing to unleash a formidable ninjutsu in retaliation. Senjutsu, Wind Release, Nine-Tail Spiral Shuriken, Naruto shouted as a colossal spiral shuriken soared toward the Dark King. As it traversed through the air, the shuriken expanded in size, creating a howling tempest, the overwhelming force distorting the surrounding atmosphere. The Dark King, however, remained unfazed. In an instant, a massive black shield materialized before him. The spiral shuriken struck the shield, igniting a violent clash of energy. Amidst the brilliance of the explosion, the shield merely trembled slightly, remaining unbroken. Such feeble power? And you dare to think you can harm me? How absurd. The Dark King mocked, swiftly altering his hand seals. A dark aura surged once more, coalescing behind him into a colossal phantom of a dark, demonic deity. This apparition towered like a mountain, its visage fearsome and grotesque, wielding a gigantic scythe of darkness that emanated a chilling pressure, swinging down fiercely toward Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto, acutely aware of the tremendous power of this strike, exchanged a glance of mutual understanding, resolutely deciding to summon their utmost strength to confront it. Luffy raised the sword of flame and thunder above his head, the flames and lightning coursing along its blade reaching their utmost intensity. He shouted, "Flame and Thunder Dominator Slash, unite." In that instant, the power of flame and thunder coalesced into a colossal dragon of fire and lightning, surging towards the shadow of the Dark Demon God. Naruto, too, unleashed his most formidable technique, Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, a fusion of the chakra of the Nine Tails, Sage Power, and his own strength, forming an immense shuriken imbued with cataclysmic force, following closely behind the fiery dragon in its assault on the demonic apparition. The flaming thunder dragon and the spiraling shuriken collided with the shadow of the Dark Demon God in succession, erupting in a resounding explosion that reverberated through the air, sending powerful shockwaves radiating outward. The clouds atop the mountain were scattered, and the surrounding rocks trembled precariously amidst the fierce clash of energies. Luffy and Naruto gritted their teeth in determination, driven by a singular conviction: they must not allow the Dark King to prevail. They had to protect the crystal sphere and the power it was poised to unleash, safeguarding their continent. Gradually, their might began to gain the upper hand. And under the relentless assault of their combined forces, the figure of the Dark Demon God grew increasingly ethereal until, with a thunderous boom, it completely vanished. The Dark King, struck by a backlash of power, staggered momentarily, blood seeping from his mouth, his eyes wide with astonishment and fury. "You dare to wound me? I shall make you pay dearly," he roared, disregarding his injuries as he summoned forth an even more potent dark spell. With his hands raised high, he recited an ancient and malevolent incantation, as if the entire sky were being engulfed by shadows. The dark aura surged forth like a tide, attempting to disrupt the release of the crystal sphere's power, intent on claiming both the 5 elemental gems and the crystal sphere for himself. Upon witnessing the dire situation, Luffy and Naruto hastily intensified their infusion of power, striving to stabilize the formation and resist the encroaching darkness. While contending with the Dark King, they simultaneously endeavored to maintain the operation of the formation, the circumstances growing increasingly perilous. At this crucial juncture, Luffy discerned that as the Dark King executed this formidable spell, an energy convergence point materialized above his head. Although the dark power there was profound, it also represented the linchpin of the entire incantation. If they could disrupt that convergence point, they might well interrupt his spell casting and turn the tide of battle. "Naruto, target the energy convergence point above his head. That is the key," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately unleashed the sage art, Super Ultra Big Ball Rasengan, hurling the spiraling orb towards the energy convergence point above the Dark King's head. The Rasengan weaved through the dark aura, racing swiftly toward its target. The Dark King sensed the impending danger and attempted to divert some of his power to defend himself. However, he was currently exerting all his strength on the spell, leaving him momentarily overwhelmed. The Super Ultra Big Ball Rasengan struck the energy convergence point with precision, causing the dark power to spiral into chaos, disrupting the Dark King's spell. The ominous aura in the sky began to gradually dissipate, and he himself was struck by the backlash of this force, spitting blood and teetering on the brink of collapse. "Now, let us hasten the release of the crystal ball's power," Luffy cried. Seizing this rare opportunity, they poured every ounce of strength into the formation, its radiance becoming increasingly resplendent. The crystal ball, at last, could no longer withstand this tremendous power, erupting in a dazzling brilliance that shot skyward, as if to breach the heavens and illuminate the entire world. As the light blossomed forth, a pure and potent force surged from the crystal ball, rapidly spreading outward. Wherever it reached, the darkness was swept away, as if all the shadows of the world trembled before this power, finding no refuge. The Dark King, sensing the terrifying might of this force, revealed a look of dread in his eyes. He sought to flee, yet the force had already enveloped him. Struggling and emitting a desperate roar, he ultimately could not escape the fate of purification. His form gradually dissipated within the light, vanishing completely, signifying the total annihilation of the core of the dark forces. Yet this power did not cease. It continued to propagate across the corners of the continent. The remnants of dark creatures and the areas tainted by darkness were rejuvenated under this cleansing force. Once barren lands sprouted tender green grass anew, and the dilapidated towns began to mend slowly. The terror etched upon the faces of the people was replaced by joy, as the entire continent welcomed a long-awaited peace and tranquility. Luffy and Naruto stood wearily atop the mountain, gazing at the magnificent vista before them, their faces adorned with expressions of contentment. Chapter 0960, The Sudden Assault. After peace was restored to the continent, Luffy and Naruto did not cease their endeavors. They understood the fragility of tranquility and recognized that dark forces could resurface at any moment. Thus, they resolved to embark on a new journey to explore the uncharted and mysterious corners of this land, enhancing their strength to better navigate the uncertainties of the future. Their path led them toward the frigid northern reaches of the continent, where it was said that eternal glaciers concealed ancient relics and enigmatic powers. As they traveled northward, the climate grew increasingly frigid. The biting winds lashed against their faces like blades, and thick snowflakes cascaded down, nearly obscuring their vision. The ground was blanketed in a deep layer of snow, making each step a laborious effort. After a strenuous trek, they finally arrived at the glacial expanse of the far north, where they were met with a dazzling, crystalline white world. Towering glaciers loomed like majestic icebergs, refracting a cold and mysterious light. Amidst the glaciers, the faint outlines of ancient structures emerged, seemingly beckoning them to unveil the secrets hidden within. Navigating cautiously between the glaciers, they had not ventured far before encountering a new peril. A horde of ice-field yetis suddenly erupted from the crevices of the glaciers. These towering creatures were cloaked in thick, white fur, their enormous claws razor-sharp, and their eyes sparkled like blue gemstones, glinting ominously in the snow. With gaping maws, they let out deep roars, charging ferociously toward Luffy and Naruto. Luffy gripped the Thunder Flame sword tightly and initiated the assault, unleashing the Flame Thunder Flash Slash. The flames and lightning coursing through the blade gleamed brilliantly against the backdrop of the icy wilderness, as arcs of sword energy sliced through the air towards the snow monsters. Upon impact, the sword energy carved deep gashes into their fur, eliciting pained roars from the beasts. Yet, undeterred, they charged forth with even greater ferocity. Naruto, employing the shadow clone technique, dispatched numerous clones to disperse across the battlefield. Some clung to the bodies of the snow monsters, striving to hinder their movements, while others seized the opportune moment to strike at vital areas such as their eyes and throats. Meanwhile, the original Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a formidable ninjutsu for a devastating blow. Senjutsu, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Spiral Shuriken. He bellowed, as a colossal spiral shuriken materialized in his grasp, soaring towards the densest cluster of snow monsters. As it traveled, the shuriken expanded, its immense power engulfing several snow monsters, culminating in a violent explosion that sent fur flying and left them wailing on the ground. However, the sheer number of icy fiends proved overwhelming, and they appeared to have acclimatized to the frigid environment, moving with remarkable agility across the ice, launching relentless assaults that left Luffy and Naruto struggling to keep pace. During the fray, Luffy observed that after each leaping attack, the joints of the snow monster's hind legs briefly exposed themselves, where the fur was comparatively sparse, suggesting weaker defenses. Naruto, target the joints of their hind legs, that's their weakness, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his clones to alter their focus, attacking the vulnerable joints of the snow creature's hind legs. The original Naruto unleashed Senjutsu, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, as the Searing Shuriken, ablaze with flames, accurately struck one of the snow monster's hind leg joints. The moment it made contact, the joint was seared, causing the monster to stumble and collapse onto the ice, struggling to rise. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, channeling the full might of the Thunder Flame Sword to strike decisively at the joints of the snow monster's hind limbs. One by one, the beasts fell under their relentless assault, their movements growing sluggish and their attacks significantly weakened. After a fierce battle, they finally succeeded in driving the entire horde of icebound snow creatures away. Continuing deeper into the glacier, they soon arrived at the entrance of a remarkably grand ancient ruin. The door stood resolutely shut, adorned with an array of mysterious runes and patterns that emitted a faint blue luminescence, hinting at some form of arcane power concealed within. There must be numerous secrets hidden within. We must find a way to enter, Luffy remarked, stepping forward to scrutinize the runes upon the door. Naruto joined him, and the two spent considerable time analyzing the entrance, drawing upon their past experiences and dispelling seals. Luffy attempted to infuse the power of the Thunder Flame Sword into specific runes on the door, while Naruto simultaneously guided his chakra in a deliberate pattern. As their energies flowed into the runes, they gradually began to glow with intensified radiance, followed by a deep, resonant sound as the door slowly creaked open. Stepping into the ruins, they found themselves enveloped in dim light, with only a few softly glowing ice crystals embedded in the walls providing illumination. They traversed a lengthy corridor, flanked by walls adorned with ancient murals depicting scenes from a long-lost era. Enigmatic creatures of immense power and figures clad in peculiar garments casting formidable spells filled the artwork, as if narrating the grandeur and mysteries of that time. As they advanced, they encountered a vast hall, at the center of which lay a softly glowing ice coffin. A chilling aura surrounded the coffin, and within, they could faintly discern the outline of a humanoid figure. The lid of the coffin bore intricate runes that shimmered with an enigmatic light, as if guarding the being contained within. This ice coffin appears extraordinary. I wonder what kind of person or entity lies inside, Naruto mused with curiosity. Just as they approached the coffin to investigate further, the coldness surrounding it intensified. transforming into sharp ice blades that shot toward them. Simultaneously, a low, resonant hum emanated from within the coffin, as if something was on the verge of awakening. Luffy and Naruto swiftly evaded the onslaught of icy blades, simultaneously preparing themselves for battle. Chapter 0961, The Ice Pavilion. Luffy and Naruto nimbly evaded the onslaught of ice blades, which came in overwhelming numbers and at astonishing speeds. In the dimly lit hall, they traced arcs of frigid light, etching deep marks into the walls wherever they struck. These relentless ice blades posed a significant challenge. A means to breach the defenses of the ice coffin was imperative. Luffy exclaimed, brandishing his Thunder Flame sword to unleash the Flame Thunder Slash. The flames and lightning intertwined along the blade, manifesting into shimmering barriers that repelled the encroaching ice blades. As the ice blades collided with the barriers, they dissipated into wisps of chilling air. Meanwhile, Naruto executed the Shadow Clone technique, sending numerous clones charging towards the ice coffin in an attempt to disrupt the rhythm of its ice blade attacks. His original self hastily formed seals nearby, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for retaliation. Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiraling Shuriken. Naruto shouted, as the colossal spiraling shuriken soared towards the ice coffin, enlarging with each moment. Its tremendous force distorted the surrounding air. Upon striking the ice coffin, a violent clash of energy erupted, scattering the chilling aura around it and momentarily halting the ice blade assault. However, the ice coffin merely shook slightly, sustaining no significant damage. The runes adorning its lid glowed even more intensely, and a deep, ominous roar emanated from within, as if a formidable presence had been thoroughly provoked. The lid of the ice coffin slowly creaked open, unleashing an even more potent wave of cold air. From within emerged a towering figure, clad in crystalline ice armor, the Ice Guardian. Its visage was stern, with eyes resembling two blazing blue flames, radiating a chilling malevolence. Grasping a massive ice spear that shimmered with an intimidating aura, it intoned in a deep, frigid voice, "How dare you disturb my slumber? You are courting your own demise." With that, the Ice Guardian swung its spear toward Luffy and Naruto. As the spear traversed the air, the atmosphere froze, leaving behind trails of white mist that spread ominously towards them. Without a hint of fear, Luffy charged towards the Guardian of Ice, unleashing the Flame Thunder Dominator Slash. The power of the Thunderfire Sword surged to its zenith, transforming into a colossal blade of fiery lightning that surged forth to meet the Guardian's spear. As the sword aura clashed with the spear, a dazzling display of ice blossoms and sparks erupted. The formidable impact caused Luffy to slide backward for a short distance before he regained his footing. Noticing the situation, Naruto executed the Sage Art, Melting Escape, Spiral Shuriken, hurling it towards the Guardian's abdomen. The high-temperature melting Spiral Shuriken, ablaze with fierce flames, struck its mark, cinching a portion of the icy crystal armor on the Guardian's midsection. It let out a painful roar, intensifying its onslaught. In the midst of battle, Luffy discerned that the Guardian exhibited a brief energy fluctuation at the joint of its shoulder when launching attacks. The crystalline armor there appeared less tightly bound than in other areas. Perhaps that was its Achilles heel. "Naruto, target the joint at its shoulder. That is its weak point," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto swiftly directed his shadow clones to change their attack trajectory towards the joint of the Guardian's shoulder. The original Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Super Giant Rasen Shuriken, propelling it towards the joint on one side of the shoulder. The Super Giant Rasen Shuriken struck true, causing cracks to form in the icy armor at the joint, making the Guardian's body sway and disrupting the rhythm of its spear attacks. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy executed the Flame Thunder Finishing Slash, directing a powerful strike at the joint of the opposite shoulder. He successfully shattered the crystalline armor at that joint, causing the Guardian's arms to falter, significantly diminishing the power of its attacks. Infuriated to the utmost, the Guardian, disregarding its injuries, recited an ancient ice incantation. The temperature around plummeted, and the entire hall began to crystallize with a multitude of ice blocks. These blocks rapidly coalesced into numerous ice puppets that encircled Luffy and Naruto. "Here come those fiends again. We cannot allow them to prevail," Luffy declared, once more brandishing the Thunderfire Sword and executing the Flame Thunder Flash Slash. A series of fiery, lightning-infused sword auras sliced through the ice puppets, shattering many of the ice blocks that constituted them, yet the puppets quickly reformed and continued their relentless advance. Naruto cast the Sage Art, Wind-style, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken, targeting the most densely packed cluster of ice puppets. The Spiral Shuriken expanded during its flight, engulfing a multitude of ice puppets in its powerful vortex. Accompanied by a violent explosion, the cluster of puppets was obliterated, yet an unending tide of new puppets surged forth. While entangled with the ice puppets, Luffy realized that although these puppets could continuously reconstitute themselves, their core energy seemingly emanated from the Guardian of Ice. If they could interrupt the Guardian's incantation, perhaps they could render the puppets powerless. Naruto, let us first concentrate our efforts on the Guardian of Ice and disrupt its spellcasting, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded his shadow clones to restrain the ice puppets, while his true self charged alongside Luffy towards the Ice Guardian. The two unleashed their full power simultaneously. Luffy executed the Flame Thunder Demonic Slash, amplifying the might of his Thunder Flame Sword to its zenith, and struck towards the Guardian's head. Meanwhile, Naruto employed the Sage Art, Lava Release, spiraling Shuriken, hurling it towards the Guardian's chest. Their attacks collided with the Ice Guardian at once, eliciting a piercing scream from the creature as its incantation was interrupted. The ice puppets that had been gathering around them instantly ceased their movements, collapsing to the ground and transforming into mere piles of ice. The Ice Guardian, gravely wounded and teetering on the brink of collapse, still bore an expression of ferocity and defiance in its eyes, yearning for one last struggle. With great effort, it hurled the ice spear in its grasp towards Luffy and Naruto. The spear, imbued with formidable icy power, surged towards them like a bolt of white lightning. Luffy and Naruto remained vigilant, combining their strengths to execute their most formidable defensive technique. Luffy plunged the Sword of Thunder Flame into the ground, channeling the artifact's power through the blade into the earth, thus creating a robust energy barrier. Meanwhile, Naruto conjured the Sage Art, Supermassive Rasengan, propelling the swirling sphere towards the energy barrier to augment its defensive fortitude. The ice spear collided with the energy barrier, triggering a violent clash of energies. Amidst the dazzling brilliance, the barrier trembled violently but ultimately withstood the lethal strike. As the assault of the ice spear was neutralized, the Ice Guardian could no longer endure, its colossal form crashing down, shattering into countless ice fragments and losing all vitality. Finally, we have dealt with this behemoth. Let us see what secrets lie within the ice coffin, Luffy remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. Approaching the ice coffin, they peered inside and discovered a radiant blue crystal nestled at the bottom. This crystal emanated an aura of boundless icy power, with tendrils of chill emanating from it, lowering the surrounding temperature significantly. This crystal exudes immense power. Perhaps it will assist us in facing future dangers, Naruto suggested. Luffy nodded, cautiously reaching out to grasp the ice crystal. It felt chillingly cold to the touch, yet he could sense the pure and formidable power of ice contained within. Let us secure this and continue our exploration of these ruins. Who knows what other treasures we may uncover, Luffy remarked. They carefully stored the ice crystal and proceeded deeper into the ruins. Chapter 0962, Creek. Luffy and Naruto pressed onward through the depths of the ruins, the passage growing increasingly profound and the surrounding chill intensifying. Their breaths instantly transformed into misty white vapors. The crystalline ice adorning the walls emitted a faint luminescence, barely illuminating their path, while the ground beneath their feet occasionally creaked, as if the ancient ruins were whispering the secrets of time. Not long after, they arrived at a vast circular hall, its lofty dome embedded with a myriad of blue crystals, resembling a resplendent starry sky. At the center of the hall lay a colossal ice disk, intricately inscribed with complex runes that shimmered with an enigmatic glow, pulsating in a peculiar rhythm as if channeling some unknown power. This disk appears rather extraordinary. It may harbor potent secrets or treasures, Luffy remarked, cautiously approaching the disk, with Naruto closely following, meticulously observing the shifting runes. As they neared the disk, the runes suddenly blazed with intensity, and beams of icy blue light erupted from the disk, intertwining in midair to gradually form a massive vortex of ice. The vortex spun with increasing velocity, emanating a formidable pull that began to tug at Luffy and Naruto, attempting to ensnare them within its grasp. Be careful. The pull of this vortex is immense, Luffy shouted, swiftly plunging the thunder flame sword into the ground and gripping its hilt firmly, leveraging the artifact's power to stabilize his stance against the force. Naruto, in turn, employed the shadow clone technique, with numerous clones linking hands to form a circle, relying on each other to resist the sudden onslaught of the pull. However, the vortex's suction continued to escalate, and they felt their feet gradually lifting off the ground, their bodies beginning to drift toward the swirling maw. During their struggle, Luffy noticed that the source of the vortex's pull seemed to emanate from its center, where a focal point of energy glowed most intensely. If they could devise a means to disrupt that point, perhaps they could dissipate the suction. Naruto, target the energy focal point at the center of the vortex. That is crucial. Luffy shouted. Hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his clones to unleash various ninja techniques towards the vortex's core. Meanwhile, Naruto himself executed the sage art, lava release, spiraling shuriken, hurling the molten shuriken, ablaze with fervent flames, towards the heart of the vortex. As the lava release shuriken struck the energy focal point, a powerful surge of energy erupted, causing the vortex's pull to become chaotic, its brilliance flickering erratically. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Slayer, channeling the power of the Thunder Flame Sword to its zenith as he struck at the energy focal point once more to amplify the destruction. Under the combined assault of their efforts, the ice vortex could finally withstand no more, shattering explosively into countless icy blue shards that scattered through the air. As the vortex dissipated, the suction within the hall vanished without a trace, allowing the two individuals to breathe a sigh of relief as they firmly landed upon the ground. Phew, that was close. This relic is fraught with peril, Naruto exclaimed, patting his chest. Indeed, yet such dangers only signify that the secrets within are of paramount importance. Let us continue our search, Luffy replied, his gaze returning to the ice-encased disc. After their recent ordeal, the runes inscribed upon the disc appeared to have undergone some alteration. The once fluid rhythm had slowed considerably, and a portion of the runes began to drift towards the edge of the disc, seemingly guiding them towards a certain destination. The changes in these runes seemed to be offering us a clue. Let us follow their direction, Luffy suggested, proceeding along the path indicated by the runes, with Naruto closely trailing behind. They traversed a winding passage for a while until they arrived before the entrance of a hidden chamber. The door to the chamber stood resolutely shut, adorned with runes that exuded a distinctly more ancient and enigmatic aura than those they had previously encountered. As Luffy approached and attempted to push the door, he found it immovable, evidently bound by some form of enchantment. They gathered around the door to study the runes, drawing upon their past experiences and their understanding of arcane forces. Luffy gradually infused the power of the Thunder Flame Sword into several key runes on the door, while Naruto simultaneously concentrated his chakra, guiding the energy into the runes in a specific pattern. As the power coursed through, the runes began to emit a faint glow, followed by a dull sound as the door to the chamber slowly creaked open. A more potent aura of mystery surged forth, revealing a chamber adorned with several stone platforms, each bearing peculiar artifacts. Among them was the Horn of Ice, radiating a gentle blue light, as if its sound could awaken the dormant forces of ice and snow. There was also an ice crystal shield etched with enigmatic patterns, seemingly capable of withstanding formidable assaults, and an ancient tome bound in ice paper, its words shimmering with a soft luminescence, hinting at an endless reservoir of knowledge. Wow, everything in here feels extraordinary. It must be incredibly beneficial to us, Naruto exclaimed, his eyes brimming with curiosity and excitement. They first approached the platform holding the Horn of Ice. Luffy reached out to grasp the horn, but just as his hand was about to make contact, a chilling force surged forth, enveloping the horn in a curtain of ice, inscribed with protective runes, clearly guarding the treasure from unwarranted touch. Another layer of protection. It seems this horn is not so easily obtained, Luffy remarked, furrowing his brow. They began to scrutinize the ice curtain closely, discovering that the runes operated according to a unique cyclical pattern of ice energy, with energy nodes interspersed among them. If they could dismantle these nodes in a particular sequence, perhaps they could shatter the ice curtain and claim the horn. As Luffy and Naruto exchanged a knowing glance, they instinctively sprang into action. Drawing upon their understanding of energy and runes, they meticulously initiated their assault on the energy nodes etched upon the icy barrier. Abiding by their calculated sequence, Luffy wielded the Sword of Thunder and Flame, unleashing precise bursts of fiery lightning, while Naruto concentrated his chakra, transforming it into a powerful impact that repeatedly struck the nodes. With each deft maneuver, the runes on the ice began to flicker chaotically, and the chilling force gradually became unstable, the brilliance of the barrier dimming with each passing moment. Ultimately, the ice shattered, allowing Luffy to seize the Horn of Ice. Upon gently blowing into it, a melodious sound resonated throughout the chamber, permeating the air with a potent essence of ice. As the temperature plummeted and thick crystalline ice began to form upon the walls. The power of this horn is formidable. It may prove invaluable in the future, Luffy remarked, carefully stowing it away. They then approached the stone pedestal where the ice crystal shield was displayed. This time, Naruto attempted to grasp the shield, only to find a protective barrier materializing around it, a net-like shield woven from intertwining beams of icy light, adorned with complex runes that exuded an aura of formidable defense. They meticulously examined the runes and devised a means of dismantling the shield. After some exploration, they discovered that by employing opposing elemental forces, specifically an attack imbued with searing heat, targeting specific combinations of runes on the shield would allow them to shatter it. Thus, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Slash, channeling the fiery energy along the blade as he struck towards the runic formations. Concurrently, Naruto executed the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, hurling the searing, Spiraling Shuriken at the same target. The two attacks collided with the shield, resulting in an explosive clash of energies. After a few flickers, the runes finally dissipated, permitting Naruto to successfully claim the Ice Crystal Shield. With the shield, our defensive capabilities have significantly improved, Naruto exclaimed joyfully, securing the shield upon his back. At last, they arrived at the stone pedestal housing the ancient tome. Gazing at the enigmatic script that glimmered upon its pages, Luffy gently turned the leaves, uncovering a wealth of long-lost ice spells and ancient legends pertaining to the far northern regions of this continent, along with hidden locations. This knowledge held immense value for their further exploration and enhancement of their powers. This book must be preserved carefully. Its contents are exceedingly useful, Luffy stated, cautiously safeguarding the tome. Indeed, we have gathered quite a treasure trove in this ruin, yet I sense there are still many areas left unexplored. Should we continue our search? Naruto inquired. Absolutely. Let us press on. There may yet be unforeseen discoveries awaiting us, Luffy responded. With the treasures acquired from the chamber in hand, they ventured deeper into the ruins. Chapter 0963. Core of Crystal. Upon exiting the chamber, Luffy and Naruto ventured deeper into the ruins along a corridor that grew increasingly silent, their footsteps echoing in the stillness as though each step resonated with the ancient and enigmatic doorways of time. As they proceeded, a broad ice bridge materialized before them, spanning a vast and unfathomable ice chasm. From below, the chilling howls of the wind reverberated, instilling a sense of trepidation. The ice bridge appeared crystalline, yet somewhat fragile, as if it could shatter at any moment. Be cautious. This ice bridge seems rather unstable, Luffy cautioned, leading the way onto the bridge with utmost care, each step taken with deliberation as he remained vigilant about its condition. Naruto trailed closely behind, equally wary. However, as they reached the midpoint of the bridge, it suddenly trembled violently, and a swarm of ice-blue flying beasts erupted from the depths of the chasm. These creatures resembled eagles, their bodies adorned with hardened ice scales, wings spanning several meters, their eyes glinting with a cold, spectral light, and their beaks sharp as ice blades, diving toward Luffy and Naruto. Look out, quickly evade, Luffy shouted, brandishing the Thunder Flame Sword, unleashing the Flame Thunder Cleaving Strike. The flames and lightning entwined upon the blade transformed into fierce sword energies that slashed towards the descending beasts. The energy struck the creatures, igniting sparks against their ice scales, momentarily hindering their descent. Yet, they swiftly regained their composure and resumed their assault. Observing this, Naruto employed the shadow clone technique, dispersing numerous clones to divert the attention of the flying beasts, while others seized the opportunity to target vulnerable areas such as their eyes and wings. Meanwhile, the original Naruto hastily formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a formidable ninjutsu in retaliation. Senjutsu, Wind Release, Nine-Tail Spiral Shuriken, he bellowed, as a colossal spiral shuriken materialized in his grasp and soared towards the densest cluster of beasts. The shuriken expanded during its flight, its immense power ensnaring several of the creatures, culminating in a violent explosion that scattered feathers, ice scales, in all directions as they plummeted, shrieking in agony. Yet, more flying beasts continued to surge from the chasm below, sensing the threat and launching increasingly frenzied attacks. They organized into formations mid-air, alternating their charges, overwhelming Luffy and Naruto with their relentless onslaught. Amidst the chaos, Luffy discerned that after each dive, the beasts would retract their wings to ascend again, momentarily exposing their underbellies, where the ice scales were notably thinner and less fortified. Naruto, target their underbellies. That is their weakness, Luffy shouted. Hearing this, Naruto promptly directed his clones to alter their attack patterns, focusing on the vulnerable underbellies of the beasts. The original Naruto executed the Senjutsu, Melt Release, Spiral Shuriken. The searing molten shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately struck one beast's underbelly. The icy scales on the abdomen of that soaring creature were partially scorched, and its body swayed precariously as it plummeted downward, evidently gravely injured. Seizing the moment, Luffy unleashed the Inferno Thunder Break Demon Slash, amplifying the power of the Thunder Flame Sword to its zenith as he struck fiercely at the underbellies of the aerial beasts. One by one, the creatures succumbed to their onslaught, plummeting from the sky, disrupting the previously cohesive formation of their attacks. After a grueling battle, they finally repelled all the ice-blue flying beasts. Continuing across the ice bridge, they arrived at the opposite side of the ice valley, where a palace of shimmering blue crystal came into view. The architectural style of the palace was remarkably unique, characterized by soaring spires and ornate ice sculptures, exuding an air of ancient mystery. This palace appeared to be the very heart of the ruins, undoubtedly concealing more significant secrets within, Luffy remarked, gripping the Thunder Flame sword tightly as he approached the grand entrance of the palace, with Naruto closely trailing behind him. The palace doors stood resolutely closed, adorned with a colossal depiction of an icy mural that illustrated a grand battle from a time long past. The mural depicted a clash between gods and demons, showcasing powerful forces colliding amidst a snow-laden landscape, a sight both awe-inspiring and formidable. Surrounding the mural were intricate runes, pulsating with a faint glow, seemingly awaiting the moment to be activated to unlock the entrance. They began their examination of the runes encircling the door, and after meticulous observation and exploration, Luffy discerned that these runes bore a resemblance to some he had encountered earlier in the ruins, sharing similar energy fluctuation patterns. Thus, he endeavored to channel the power of the Thunder Flame sword into several specific key runes, with Naruto synchronously guiding his chakra in accordance with a certain rhythm. As the energies were gradually infused, the runes on the door began to radiate with an increasingly vibrant light, flowing in a particular sequence. Soon, a deep rumble resonated, and the grand doors of the palace began to part slowly, releasing a wave of potent, mysterious energy that was laced with an icy chill, as if it could freeze one's very soul. Stepping into the palace, they found the interior brightly illuminated, with enormous blue ice crystals embedded in the surrounding walls, casting a soft glow that illuminated the entire expanse of the palace. At the very center stood a colossal ice throne, upon which sat a figure encased in layers of ice, its features obscured, yet emanating an air of majesty and mystery, as though it had slumbered for countless ages. Before the ice throne lay a crystalline pedestal radiating a deep azure light, upon which rested a fist-sized ice core. This core seemed to encapsulate the very essence of the power that resided within the glacial ruins, as tendrils of icy energy emanated from it, enveloping everything in its chilling power field. This core was undoubtedly the most pivotal treasure within the ruins, and if they could obtain it, their strength would surely ascend to new heights. With fervent intensity in his gaze, Luffy spoke. Yet he was acutely aware that obtaining the crystal core would be no simple feat, as numerous obstacles lay ahead. As they approached the icy platform, the figure ensconced within the frozen throne began to stir, the ice encasing it cracking ominously, accompanied by a series of sharp, echoing sounds, as if the entity within were on the verge of awakening. As Luffy and Naruto became acutely aware of their surroundings, they halted their advance, gripping their weapons tightly, prepared for battle. Chapter 0964, Glacier. With the incessant cracking sounds echoing, the fissures upon the ice layer multiplied, ultimately shattering like a broken eggshell, revealing the imposing figure of an ice guardian. It emanated an intense chill, its skin resembling translucent ice crystals, and its eyes, akin to a profound icy abyss, radiated a cold yet majestic light. Adorned in a finely crafted suit of ice armor that shimmered with a ghostly blue aura, it wielded a colossal ice sword, its blade inscribed with runes that seemed to encapsulate boundless power of ice. Those who trespass upon the Crystal Palace shall perish, the Ice Guardian intoned in a low, frigid voice. As it spoke, the temperature plummeted sharply, and a thick layer of ice rapidly formed upon the ground, extending toward Luffy and Naruto. Upon witnessing the scene, Luffy took the initiative to launch an assault, executing the Flame Thunder Flash Slash. The flames and lightning coursing through the Sword of Thunder and Flame appeared particularly resplendent in the frigid environment, as waves of sword energy surged towards the Ice Guardian. The sword energy collided with the icy barrier before the Guardian, scattering large shards of ice. Although this temporarily hindered the spread of the Ice Guardian remained unscathed, steadily advancing toward them. Naruto, not daring to be negligent, employed the Shadow Clone technique, sending numerous clones charging toward the Ice Guardian in an attempt to disrupt its movements. Meanwhile, his original self swiftly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a formidable ninjutsu for a powerful strike. Senjutsu, Wind Release, Nine-Tail Spiral Shuriken, Naruto declared. And a colossal spiral shuriken materialized in his grasp, instantly hurtling toward the Ice Guardian. As it soared, the spiral shuriken expanded in size, its formidable force seemingly distorting the surrounding air. However, when the spiral shuriken struck the Ice Guardian, it merely left a faint scratch upon its icy armor, before being repelled by the frigid power emanating from the Guardian. With a disdainful huff, the Ice Guardian swung its ice sword, sweeping it across the clones. Wherever the blade passed, the shadowy figures were instantly frozen, transforming into mere shards of ice that dissipated into the air. Its movements were astonishingly swift, and in the blink of an eye, it turned its assault toward Luffy and Naruto's original form. With a fierce swing of its ice sword, a massive ice blade descended upon them, as if the very fabric of space were frozen in its wake, emanating a cataclysmic aura. Luffy and Naruto hastily leaped to the sides, narrowly evading the strike. During the evasion, Luffy noticed that after each swing of the Ice Guardian's sword, there was a brief surge of energy at its shoulder and elbow joints, where the ice armor appeared to be less tightly bound than in other areas. Perhaps that was its Achilles heel. Naruto, target the joints at its shoulder and elbow. Those are its weaknesses, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed the remaining shadow clones to alter their attack trajectory towards the shoulder and elbow joints of the Ice Guardian. The original Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken. The searing shuriken enveloped in flames was hurled towards the joints on one side of its shoulder and elbow. The Lava Release Spiral Shuriken struck its mark with precision, causing cracks to emerge in the ice armor at the shoulder and elbow joints, with a chilling mist seeping from the fissures, momentarily slowing the creature's movements and disrupting its rhythm. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy executed the Flame Thunder Demonic Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and fiercely slashing at the other side's shoulder and elbow joints, successfully shattering part of the ice armor, rendering the Ice Guardian's movements even more rigid. Infuriated, the Ice Guardian began to chant an ancient ice incantation, instantly filling the surrounding space with frost. As countless sharp ice spikes shot towards Luffy and Naruto from all directions, while robust ice pillars erupted from the ground, attempting to ensnare them within. As Luffy wielded the Blade of Thunderfire, he unleashed the Flame Thunder Cleaving Slash, manifesting a shimmering curtain of fire and lightning before him. This radiant shield deflected the oncoming ice spikes, which, upon collision, transformed into dissipating frost mist. Meanwhile, Naruto executed the Sage Art, Super Big Ball Rasengan, striking down towards the approaching ice pillar. The immense force contained within the Rasengan shattered the ice, carving out a fleeting escape route for them. Yet, the onslaught of the Ice Guardian showed no signs of abating. It plunged its ice sword into the ground, summoning forth more layers of ice that surged towards them, imbued with a formidable binding power. If ensnared, escape would be near impossible. We must find a way to close in and interrupt its spell casting. Otherwise, this will never end, Luffy exclaimed. The two exchanged a glance, their thoughts aligning, and they charged towards the Ice Guardian. As they approached, they deftly evaded the encroaching ice layers while enduring the relentless assault of ice spikes, unwavering in their resolve. Upon nearing the Ice Guardian, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Dominator Slash. The power of the Blade of Thunderfire coalesced into a massive sword of fiery lightning, aimed directly at the Guardian's head. Simultaneously, Naruto employed the Sage Art, Melting Release, Spiral Shuriken, hurling it towards the Guardian's chest in an attempt to deliver a decisive blow. Sensing the imminent threat, the Ice Guardian swiftly raised its ice sword to block Luffy's sword energy while sidestepping Naruto's spiraling shuriken. Despite its efforts, the shuriken grazed its body, leaving several cracks on its icy armor and causing it to stagger. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy executed the Flame Thunder Final Slash, targeting the joints of the Ice Guardian's legs. Wounded, the Guardian knelt upon one knee, yet its eyes remained fierce and defiant, struggling to rise and retaliate. Naruto, recognizing the moment, unleashed the Sage Art, Wind Release. Ninetale Spiral Shuriken, merging his most potent energies into a colossal shuriken imbued with cataclysmic power, aimed at the Guardian's head. This time, the shuriken struck true, shattering the icy armor on the Guardian's head. The Ice Guardian let out a piercing wail as its massive form toppled, devoid of life, and the surrounding ice layers and spikes ceased their assault, beginning to dissolve gradually. Finally, we've dealt with this behemoth. Let's hurry and claim the crystal core, Luffy remarked. Wiping the sweat from his brow, they hastily approached the ice pedestal, gazing at the crystalline core radiating a brilliant azure light. Luffy carefully reached out, grasping the core, which was cold to the touch yet pulsed with an overwhelming and pure icy power, as if he were holding the very soul of the glacial ruins. With this crystal core, we will be far more confident in facing any future ice-related dangers. and perhaps it will even enable us to develop new ways to harness its power. Naruto exclaimed with excitement. First, let us secure this treasure, and then we shall search within the palace for any other valuable items before departing from this relic. I wonder what the situation outside is like now. Luffy replied. They carefully stored the ice crystal core and meticulously scoured the palace, uncovering ancient scrolls that contained secrets of ice, along with several trinkets imbued with the power of ice. Though these items were not particularly precious compared to the core, they still held considerable value, so they gathered them as well. Once their preparations were complete, they retraced their steps and exited the ice crystal palace, leaving behind the mysterious and perilous glacial ruins. Chapter 0965, The Spirit Spring. After bidding farewell to the glacial relics, Luffy and Naruto ventured southwest towards the continent. Along their journey, the scenery gradually transformed from a frigid expanse of ice to lush green forests interspersed with vast, boundless grasslands. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the flowers and grasses to sway, releasing bursts of refreshing fragrance. They had heard whispers of a mysterious spiritual spring nestled deep within the mountains to the southwest, rumored to possess miraculous healing and enhancement properties. It was said that one could significantly elevate their physical prowess or mend their injuries simply by immersing themselves in its waters. Eager to bolster their strength for the protection of the continent, they resolved to seek out the secrets of this spring. After several days of arduous travel, they finally arrived at the foot of the towering mountains. Gazing upward, they beheld undulating peaks adorned with ancient trees that reached for the heavens. Shrouded in swirling clouds and mist, exuding an aura of enigmatic allure. A winding path meandered through the mountains, beckoning them to delve deeper into this unknown realm. As they ascended the trail, the air was filled with the melodious chirping of birds and the distant growls of unseen beasts, while small creatures darted through the underbrush, lending the forest an air of vibrant life, yet cloaked in mystery. As they pressed on, their path was suddenly obstructed by a dense thicket of thorns. These formidable brambles were robust, their surfaces bristling with sharp spikes, intertwined to form a nearly insurmountable barrier. This thicket appears quite formidable. We must devise a means to traverse it, Luffy remarked, furrowing his brow. With that, he brandished the Thunder Flame sword and unleashed the Flame Thunder Slash, directing the fiery and electric forces of the blade towards the thorns in an attempt to carve a passage. However, the thicket seemed to possess an indomitable vitality. Although a portion was severed, it quickly regenerated, continuing to obstruct their path. Observing this, Naruto employed the Shadow Clone technique, summoning numerous clones to engage. Some attempted to forcefully break through the thicket, while others tugged at the brambles, striving to uproot them. Yet, the thorns were perilously sharp, and upon contact, many clones were pierced and dissipated into thin air. This approach is futile. We must identify its weakness, Naruto exclaimed. After a careful examination, Luffy discerned that the roots of the thorny barrier were its source of strength. Moreover, he noticed that certain areas of soil beneath the thicket exhibited a slightly different hue, presumably indicating the critical points of the roots connection. Naruto, target those differently colored patches of soil beneath the thicket. They should be the key to the roots. If we can destroy them, we might just pass through, Luffy urged. Upon hearing this, Naruto promptly directed the remaining shadow clones to assail those pivotal points. Meanwhile, Naruto himself unleashed the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, casting the high-temperature lava-infused shuriken towards a particularly prominent connection point. Upon striking its target, the spiral shuriken detonated, sending soil soaring into the air. The roots of the thorny thicket were partially scorched, causing the surrounding thorns to wither instantly, their growth rate significantly diminished. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword as he struck fiercely at the other critical connection points. Under their combined assault, the thicket finally ceased its rampant growth, gradually withering away and revealing a tenuous path. They continued along this path, and not long after, they heard the gentle sound of flowing water, a sound imbued with a certain enchantment that invigorated their spirits, making them feel as though they were drawing nearer to the spiritual spring. After navigating several bends, they found themselves before a serene valley, shrouded in a delicate mist. Within this mist lay a crystal-clear spring, its waters shimmering in a soft azure hue. The surface sparkled with light, while strands of ethereal energy rose from the spring, dispersing into the surrounding air, enveloping the entire valley in a layer of mysterious gossamer. This must be the place. The spiritual spring looks extraordinary, Luffy marveled, his heart brimming with anticipation as he yearned to approach the spring. However, just as they took a few steps closer, several agile figures emerged from the mist surrounding the spring, They were the guardians of the spiritual spring, the spring fairies, with graceful forms and enchanting visages. They wore diaphanous garments that radiated a gentle glow, wielding various magical artifacts, their eyes reflecting both vigilance and wariness. Intruders, this is a sacred ground of the spiritual spring. You are not permitted to approach freely. Depart at once, declared one of the fairies, who appeared to be the leader, her voice melodious, yet laced with undeniable authority. Forgive us, fairies, we mean no harm. We have heard of the miraculous powers of the spring and wish to harness this strength to better protect the continent and combat the forces of darkness. We hope you can grant us this favor, Luffy hastily explained, his words earnest. Words alone are unconvincing. How can we ascertain the truth of your intentions? Many have come before you, harboring ulterior motives under various pretenses, and we shall not easily place our trust in you. The leader of the spring fairies remained unmoved. What must we do to earn your trust? We are willing to accept any trials, Naruto added eagerly. The fairies exchanged glances. And then the leader spoke. Since you are so insistent, very well. We shall impose 3 trials upon you. Should you succeed in all, it will prove your worthiness to wield the power of the spring. Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of hospitality. The trials commenced. The first being to find an exit within a fog-laden area fraught with various traps. In this misty expanse, visibility was severely limited to about a meter around, and the ground was riddled with hidden snares, including mud pits that could ensnare a person and sudden spikes that would spring forth unexpectedly. Luffy and Naruto cautiously ventured into the mist-laden area. Luffy raised the sword of Thunderflame before him, utilizing the faint glow emanating from its blade to illuminate a portion of their path, while remaining alert to the sounds beneath their feet. Meanwhile, Naruto employed the shadow clone technique, dispatching his clones ahead to scout for dangers, ensuring they would be promptly alerted should a trap be triggered. During their exploration, Luffy discerned that although the traps were ingeniously arranged, they seemed to follow a particular pattern. Moreover, at intervals along the ground, he noted the presence of distinctive markings, which might very well serve as clues leading to the exit. Naruto, pay heed to the markings on the ground. I have a feeling they are the key to finding our way out, Luffy whispered earnestly. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded his clones to meticulously observe the markings and relay their findings back to him. After a thorough investigation, they carefully followed the direction indicated by the markings, skillfully evading each trap, and ultimately discovered the exit from the Misty Realm, successfully passing the first trial. You possess some skill, but this is merely the beginning. The second trial will not be so straightforward, the leader of the Spirit Spring Fairies remarked, her surprise evident yet her tone remained icy. The second trial required them to decipher a colossal array of spiritual energy puzzles within a designated time frame. Suspended in midair, the puzzle array was composed of countless glimmering spiritual runes that continuously altered their positions and forms. To unravel the puzzle, they needed to rearrange these runes according to a specific sequence, thereby forming a complete cycle of spiritual energy. Luffy and Naruto stood before the riddle formation, meticulously observing the fluctuations of the runes, endeavoring to discern the underlying patterns. Occasionally, they furrowed their brows in contemplation, while at other moments, they engaged in spirited discourse, gradually uncovering insights through their prior knowledge of various mystical forces and runes. They commenced their operations. Luffy, wielding the power of the Thunder Flame Sword, cautiously manipulated the runes, shifting them in accordance with their hypothesized sequence. Meanwhile, Naruto focused his chakra to assist Luffy, applying force to some of the more obstinate runes to help restore them to their proper positions. As time elapsed, their harmonious collaboration brought the runes of the riddle formation closer to a complete cycle of spiritual energy. Ultimately, at the final moment of the allotted time, they successfully arranged all the runes, causing the riddle formation to radiate a brilliant light before gradually dissipating, thereby triumphantly passing the second trial. You truly accomplished this. But there remains one final test, and it is the most formidable challenge yet. Do not celebrate too soon, the leader of the Spirit Spring Fairies remarked, her expression growing somber. The third trial required them to battle and prevail against the Spirit Spring Guardian beast summoned by the fairies. The fairies brandished their magical implements, chanting incantations as the surrounding mist swiftly coalesced. In a flash of light, a colossal Spirit Spring Guardian beast materialized before them. This guardian resembled a Chielin, its form adorned with a layer of translucent scales that emanated a soft blue glow. A singular horn, pulsating with potent spiritual energy, adorned its head, while its eyes, reminiscent of profound lake waters, radiated an aura of mystery and authority. With each step it took, the ground trembled slightly, and it occasionally expelled jets of water imbued with spiritual energy from its mouth, exuding an extraordinary presence. "Come forth, let us witness the extent of your abilities," the leader of the Spirit Spring Fairies proclaimed. As Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance, they immediately assumed battle stances. Luffy swung his Thunder Flame sword, unleashing the Flame Thunder Strike, sending forth waves of sword energy imbued with fire and lightning towards the Spirit Spring Guardian beast. The sword energy struck the Guardian's scales, igniting sparks. Although it did not inflict significant damage, it captured the creature's attention. The Guardian let out a low growl and charged towards Luffy. Observing this, Naruto executed the Shadow Clone technique, dispersing numerous clones. Some drew the Guardian's focus while others seized the opportunity to strike vulnerable areas such as the legs and eyes. Meanwhile, Naruto's original form rapidly formed seals, preparing to unleash a formidable ninjutsu for a decisive blow. Senjutsu, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiraling Shuriken. With a resounding shout, Naruto conjured a massive spiraling shuriken and hurled it towards the Guardian's legs. As it flew, the shuriken expanded, and with immense force, it collided with the Guardian's leg, creating a thunderous sound. The impact left cracks on the Guardian's limb, causing it to stagger perilously close to the ground. Enraged, the Spirit Spring Guardian unleashed a powerful torrent of spiritual water, surging towards Luffy and Naruto like a colossal wave. Simultaneously, it swung its tail, sweeping away the surrounding shadow clones, which were unable to evade in time, leading to their swift dissolution. In the midst of the battle, Luffy discerned a pattern. After each attack, the Guardian scales on its abdomen would briefly unveil, revealing its relatively vulnerable belly, its crucial weak point. "Naruto, strike at its belly. That is its weakness," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto promptly directed the remaining shadow clones to adjust their attacks towards the Guardian's exposed abdomen. The original Naruto unleashed Senjutsu, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken. The searing shuriken ablaze with intense flames accurately struck the Guardian's belly. Upon impact, the Guardian let out a pained wail as its belly was scorched, significantly diminishing the potency of its counterattack. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Slash. Channeling the full might of the thunderous flame sword, he struck with unwavering determination at the belly of the Spirit Spring Guardian beast, cleaving a gaping wound that released a torrent of black blood. The massive creature collapsed with a thunderous crash, struggling for a moment before succumbing to silence. As the Spirit Spring Guardian beast was vanquished, the expressions of the Spirit Spring Fairies transformed into awe and admiration. "You have successfully passed all trials, and are indeed worthy of wielding the power of the Spirit Spring. Henceforth, you may utilize this sacred spring as you see fit," proclaimed the leader of the Spirit Spring Fairies, her tone imbued with newfound warmth. As Luffy and Naruto felt a surge of joy in their hearts, they made their way towards the spiritual spring. Upon reaching the edge of the spring, they gently stepped into the azure waters. The moment they touched the spring, a warm and potent force surged through their pores, as if cleansing their bodies and healing their hidden injuries. Simultaneously, it fortified their meridians and the foundations of their strength, allowing their prowess to subtly advance further. After soaking for a while, they emerged from the spring, feeling invigorated and brimming with vitality. "Thanks to the fairies for their grace. We shall wield this enhanced strength to better protect the continent," Luffy expressed gratefully. "Indeed, I hope you remain steadfast in your original intentions and safeguard this land. Should you need further assistance in the future, you are always welcome to return to the spiritual spring," replied the leader of the Spring Fairies. After bidding farewell to the fairies, Luffy and Naruto, filled with newfound strength, ventured deeper into the heart of the continent. Chapter 0966. The Sea of Sand. After departing from the Valley of the Spirit Spring, Luffy and Naruto ventured towards the vast and enigmatic expanse of desert to the east. The scenery gradually transitioned from the lush, vibrant forests to the desolate sands, with the temperature steadily rising. The scorching sun poured its relentless rays upon the earth, rendering the sand beneath their feet painfully hot, each step feeling as if they were sinking into a sea of searing sand. Not long after entering the desert, they were beset by a fierce sandstorm. The howling winds swept in, engulfing them in a torrent of sand, plunging the surroundings into darkness and severely impairing their visibility. The force of the gale made it difficult for them to maintain their footing, forcing them to lean on each other as they struggled to withstand the storm's onslaught. "This sandstorm is ferocious. We should find somewhere to take shelter," Luffy shouted, his voice nearly drowned out by the raging winds. Naruto nodded in agreement, and together they strained their blurred vision to search for refuge. Fortunately, luck was on their side, as they soon spotted a massive rock hollow, eroded by the winds and sands, not far away. They hurriedly took cover, escaping the storm's wrath. As the sandstorm gradually subsided, they emerged from their refuge and pressed onward into the depths of the desert. However, it was not long before the ground beneath them began to tremble violently, and soon, enormous sandworms erupted from the earth. These creatures were encased in a tough, sandy exoskeleton, their bodies segmented like colossal earthworms, with gaping mouths lined with razor-sharp teeth and eyes glinting with a predatory gleam. They writhed and slithered towards Luffy and Naruto with alarming speed. "Be careful, more troublesome foes," Luffy exclaimed, gripping his sword, Inti, and unleashing the flame thunder slash. The flames and lightning coalesced into fierce arcs of energy that sliced towards the advancing sandworms. The sword energy struck the worm's exoskeleton, sending up a cloud of dust. Though it left some scratches, it did little to halt their advance. Seeing the situation, Naruto employed the shadow clone technique, dispersing numerous clones to engage the sandworms. Some clung to the bodies of the worms, attempting to restrain their movements, while others seized the opportunity to strike at their vulnerable eyes and mouths. Meanwhile, the original Naruto hastily formed seals, ready to unleash a powerful ninjutsu in retaliation. "Senjutsu, wind style, nine-tail spiral shuriken," Naruto shouted, and as the colossal spiral shuriken materialized in his hand, he launched it towards the densest cluster of sandworms. The spiral shuriken continuously expanded during its flight, its formidable force ensnaring several sandworms. Accompanied by a violent explosion, the shells of these sandworms shattered, leaving them injured and temporarily ceasing their assault. However, a relentless wave of sandworms emerged from the depths below, seemingly tireless, surging towards Luffy and Naruto. These sandworms began to exhibit a degree of coordination in their attacks. Some launched frontal assaults while others executed flanking maneuvers, overwhelming the two. In the midst of battle, Luffy discerned that each time the sandworms twisted their bodies in preparation for an attack, brief gaps appeared at the joints between their segments. These areas, where the exoskeleton was comparatively weaker, might be their Achilles heel. "Naruto, target the joints between their segments, that's their weakness," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto swiftly directed his shadow clones to adjust their attacks toward the vulnerable connections of the sandworms. The real Naruto unleashed the sage art, lava release, spiral shuriken, which, enveloped in blazing flames, accurately struck the joint of one sandworm. Upon impact, a portion of its armor melted away, leading to a noticeable fracture in its body. After a few desperate writhes, it collapsed to the ground, motionless. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Break Demon Slash, channeling the full power of the Thunder Flame Sword to strike decisively at the connecting points of the sandworms' bodies. One by one, the sandworms succumbed to their assault, their bodies severed and rendered immobile, collapsing onto the sandy ground, transforming into mere heaps of sand and stone. With the threat of the sandworms neutralized, they pressed deeper into the desert. After traversing a distance, they stumbled upon an ancient and enigmatic desert ruin. Most of the structure lay buried beneath the sand, with only a few towering spires and crumbling walls protruding from the ground, exuding an aura of antiquity and mystery under the sun's glow. This ruin appeared to have stood the test of time. Perhaps it concealed formidable treasures or secrets within. "Let us venture inside," Luffy suggested, making his way towards the entrance, with Naruto closely following. Upon reaching the entrance, they found the grand door firmly shut, adorned with intricate carvings of mysterious patterns and runes. These illustrations depicted ancient rituals and battle scenes from the desert's past, while the runes flickered with a faint luminescence, seemingly guarding the interior from unwelcome intruders. They began to examine the runes surrounding the door. After a series of explorations and attempts, Luffy infused the power of the Thunder Flame Sword into certain specific runes on the door, synchronously guiding his chakra in a patterned flow. As the energy gradually infused, the runes began to glow more brightly and commenced a rhythmic motion in a designated sequence. Soon, a deep rumbling echoed, and the entrance to the ruin slowly creaked open. Stepping into the ruin, they found themselves enveloped in dim lighting, with only a few rays of light filtering through narrow gaps high above, barely illuminating the path ahead. The air was thick with an ancient and mysterious ambience, while the walls were adorned with murals depicting the lives, beliefs, and tales of those who once inhabited this desert, transporting them back through time to a long-forgotten era. As they proceeded along the corridor, a low, resonant hum filled the air, as if something was awakening from the shadows. Suddenly, A swarm of desert scorpions, resembling gigantic scorpions radiating an eerie blue glow, surged forth from all directions. Their pincers were razor-sharp, and the stingers on their tails glimmered ominously. They scuttled rapidly towards Luffy and Naruto. "These are formidable foes. Watch out for their stingers," Luffy cautioned, brandishing the Thunder Flame sword and executing the Flame Thunder Flash Slash, sending waves of fiery and electrifying energy towards the scorpions. The sword energy struck the scorpions, creating sparks against their hardened exoskeletons. Although it momentarily hindered their movements, they quickly regained their composure and resumed their assault. Naruto activated the Shadow Clone technique, dispersing numerous clones. Some drew the scorpions' attention, while others waited for the opportune moment to strike at their vulnerable eyes and pincers. The original Naruto swiftly performed hand seals, preparing to unleash a formidable ninjutsu for a powerful strike. "Senjutsu, wind release, tailed beast spiral shuriken," he exclaimed as a colossal spiral shuriken materialized in his grasp, immediately hurtling towards the most densely populated cluster of demon scorpions. As it soared, the shuriken expanded, its tremendous force ensnaring several scorpions within its spiraling embrace. Accompanied by a violent explosion, the scorpions' exoskeletons shattered, their bodies sustaining injuries as a luminescent blue liquid, evidently venomous, oozed forth. The desert scorpions, incensed by the attack, intensified their onslaught, their barbed tails raised high, lunging ferociously towards Luffy and Naruto, while their pincers incessantly swung in an attempt to ensnare them. During the fray, Luffy discerned that each time the desert scorpions struck with their pincers, the armor on their abdomens would momentarily part, revealing a relatively vulnerable underbelly with diminished defenses. The base of their stingers was also located in that area. If struck, it could potentially incapacitate them. "Naruto, target the exposed area of their abdomens. That is their weakness," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto swiftly commanded his shadow clones to redirect their assaults towards the scorpion's critical underbelly. The original Naruto unleashed Senjutsu, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken. The searing molten shuriken engulfed in flames, accurately striking the vital point of a desert scorpion's abdomen. Upon impact, parts of its shell charred, the stinger wilted. And after a few futile thrashes, the scorpion collapsed onto the ground, motionless. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed the Inferno Thunder Demon Slash, channeling the full potency of the Lightning Flame Sword towards the vital points of the desert scorpions. One by one, the monstrous creatures succumbed to their onslaught, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, leaving the terrain littered with their carcasses. The ground was awash with their luminous blue venom. Having vanquished the desert scorpions, they pressed onward into the depths of the ruins. Chapter 0967. Sandy terrain. As Luffy and Naruto ventured deeper along the passage of the ruins, the corridor grew increasingly constricted, with sand and stones occasionally cascading from above, producing a distinct rustling sound that seemed jarringly out of place in the otherwise tranquil environment. Before long, they arrived at a more spacious hall, its lofty ceiling adorned with gemstones that emitted a soft luminescence, casting a dreamlike glow throughout the chamber. At the center of the hall stood a massive stone platform, upon which rested an ancient hourglass. Its upper half was filled with golden sand that radiated a gentle light, as if imbued with a mysterious and formidable power, flowing slowly downward. "This hourglass appears extraordinary. It might very well be the most vital treasure within these ruins," Luffy remarked, cautiously approaching the stone platform, with Naruto closely trailing behind, keenly observing the hourglass and its surroundings. As they drew near to the platform, it was as if the air around them had instantaneously solidified. Suddenly, phantoms of sand surged forth from the corners of the hall. These figures, resembling humans yet composed of flowing sand, had indistinct faces, with only their coldly glowing eyes visible. Armed with sand-based weapons, swords, spears, and the like, they advanced menacingly towards Luffy and Naruto. "Be careful, new enemies are upon us," Luffy shouted, brandishing the Thunder Flame Sword and unleashing the Flame Thunder Cleave. The flames and lightning intertwined along the blade, forming a barrier of light aimed at intercepting the oncoming sand phantoms. However, the phantoms passed through the barrier as though it had no effect, continuing their relentless assault, their sand weapons striking fiercely at Luffy and Naruto. In response, Naruto employed the Shadow Clone technique, sending numerous clones to engage the sand phantoms in close combat, attempting to disrupt their rhythm of attack. Meanwhile, the original Naruto rapidly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a counterattack. "Senjutsu, wind release, Nine Tails Spiral Shuriken," he exclaimed, As a colossal spiral shuriken materialized in his hand and shot towards the densest cluster of sand phantoms. As it soared, the shuriken expanded, its immense power engulfing a number of the phantoms, culminating in a violent explosion that scattered them, transforming them back into mere grains of sand. Yet, before they could catch their breath, the dispersing sand quickly coalesced once more, reforming into an even greater number of sand phantoms, surging towards Luffy and Naruto with intensified ferocity. In the heat of battle, Luffy discerned that after each attack, a brief energy fluctuation occurred at the junction where the phantoms' bodies connected with their weapons. This might be their weak point. If they could disrupt this area, perhaps they could vanquish them entirely. Naruto, target the connection between their bodies and weapons. That is their weakness, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto swiftly directed his clones to alter their assault, focusing their attacks on the vulnerable junctions of the sand phantoms. The embodiment of Naruto unleashed the sage art, lava release, Raisin Shuriken, a high-temperature vortex of molten energy enveloped in raging flames. It accurately struck the juncture connecting a phantom of sand to its weapon. Upon impact, chaotic energy fluctuations erupted, and in an instant, the entire illusion shattered, never to coalesce again. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, elevating the power of the Thunder Flame Sword to its zenith. He struck vigorously at the points where the bodies and weapons of the sand phantoms were interconnected. One by one, these phantoms dissipated under the onslaught of their attacks, ultimately vanishing completely, restoring tranquility to the hall. Phew, we've finally dealt with those troublesome foes. Let us quickly investigate the secrets of this hourglass, Luffy remarked. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, they approached the stone platform and scrutinized the hourglass, discovering it was inscribed with intricate runes that glimmered faintly, seemingly resonating with the golden sand within. The arrangement of the runes exhibited a certain pattern, as if whispering an ancient secret. As Luffy reached out to touch the hourglass, a surge of formidable energy erupted from it, forcing both of them to stagger back several steps. It appears this hourglass possesses a protective mechanism. Obtaining it won't be so simple, Luffy stated, regaining his footing. They began to circle the hourglass, examining the runes. Drawing upon their past experiences in deciphering barriers and their understanding of mystical powers, Luffy attempted to channel the energy of the Thunder Flame Sword into specific key runes in a precise sequence. Meanwhile, Naruto synchronized his chakra, guiding his energy into the runes according to the corresponding patterns. As their energies gradually infused the runes, the inscriptions began to glow with an intensified radiance and started to shift in a new sequence. The golden sand, which had been flowing downward, ceased its movement, and the repelling force surrounding them gradually diminished. It seems to be working. Let us exert ourselves further, Luffy exclaimed, amplifying the infusion of power. After considerable effort, the runes radiated with brilliant light, followed by a gentle humming sound. The protective force dissipated entirely, and the golden sand resumed its normal flow. Luffy cautiously picked up the hourglass. It felt warm to the touch, and he could distinctly sense a surging, enigmatic power within, as if it could manipulate time and space itself. This hourglass possesses immense power, yet we remain uncertain of how to utilize it, Naruto remarked with curiosity. Indeed. Let us secure it first and then search the ruins for any relevant records or explanations to better understand its purpose, Luffy replied. They carefully stored the hourglass and began their meticulous search around the hall. Eventually, they discovered an ancient mural on one side of the wall, depicting a figure wielding an hourglass, demonstrating various wondrous abilities. Some appeared to pause time, rendering everything around them motionless, while others opened spatial portals, enabling instantaneous travel to distant locations. Accompanying the mural were archaic inscriptions. Although deciphering them proved challenging, they managed to grasp the fundamental uses of the hourglass. So, this hourglass is indeed a remarkable treasure. It may prove invaluable in critical moments to come, Luffy exclaimed with excitement. Absolutely, we must safeguard it diligently, Naruto concurred. Naruto nodded in agreement. They continued their exploration deeper into the ruins, carrying the hourglass with them. Chapter 0968, The Raft. After Luffy and Naruto departed from the hall, they ventured deeper into the ruins along a winding passage that descended further into the earth. The air grew increasingly damp, with droplets of water seeping from the walls, echoing in the silence as they fell. The ground beneath their feet became somewhat slippery, compelling them to tread carefully with each step. As they proceeded, a subterranean lake emerged before them, radiating an ethereal blue glow. The water appeared tranquil and profound, its surface resembling a vast mirror that reflected everything surrounding it. Yet it exuded an enigmatic aura. At the center of the lake lay a small island, upon which stood the remnants of a structure reminiscent of a temple. Though much of it lay in ruins, unable to conceal its former grandeur and solemnity. That building on the island seems to harbor numerous secrets. We must find a way to reach it, Luffy remarked, scanning the vicinity for any means to traverse the lake. However, no boats or similar vessels were in sight. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto suggested, "How about I use Shadow Clone Jutsu to create a makeshift raft?" With that, he executed the technique, and a multitude of clones collaborated to gather sturdy timber, swiftly constructing a rudimentary raft. They cautiously pushed the raft into the lake and climbed aboard, paddling gently towards the island. Yet, as they reached the lake's center, the once calm waters suddenly erupted into tumult, surging waves crashing against the raft, nearly capsizing it. From the depths of the lake, several enormous water beasts emerged. These creatures resembled crocodiles but possessed bodies as colossal as whales, their skin covered in hard, scaly armor, with sharp bone spines protruding from their backs. They opened their massive jaws to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth, unleashing jets of foul-smelling water toward Luffy and Naruto on the raft. "Steady the raft," Luffy shouted, brandishing his sword, the Thunder Flame Blade, and executing the Flame Thunder Slash, sending forth waves of fiery and electric energy towards the water beasts in an attempt to deter their approach. The energy struck the beast's tough exterior, splashing water everywhere. While it did not inflict significant damage, it did slow their assault momentarily. Naruto, employing Shadow Clone Jutsu, directed a portion of his clones to stabilize the raft while others targeted the creature's vulnerable areas, such as their eyes and mouths. Meanwhile, the original Naruto quickly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a decisive blow. "Senjutsu, Wind Release, Nine-Tail Spiral Shuriken," Naruto exclaimed, as the massive spiral shuriken materialized in his hand and was hurled towards the head of one of the water beasts. The spiral shuriken expanded as it soared through the air, its formidable power striking the water beast's head with a resounding crash. Cracks appeared at the point of impact, and the creature, in agony, shook its head violently, releasing an enraged roar, its attacks becoming increasingly frenzied. The other water beasts hastened their assault, their massive forms relentlessly battering the raft, causing it to sway violently on the lake's surface, teetering on the brink of destruction. In the midst of the chaos, Luffy discerned that each time the water beasts swung their tails to launch a new offensive, the area where their abdomens met the water briefly became exposed, revealing thinner scales and a vulnerability in their defenses. "Naruto, target the area where their abdomens touch the water. That is their weakness," Luffy shouted. Hearing this, Naruto swiftly directed his shadow clones to adjust their assault towards the vulnerable spots of the water beasts. The original Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Melting Release, Spiral Shuriken, a fiery projectile that accurately struck the exposed area of one water beast's abdomen. Upon impact, the scales in that region were scorched, and the creature writhed in pain, its previously fierce onslaught thrown into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of his Thunder Flame sword as he struck forcefully at the vulnerable abdomens of the aquatic beasts, where they met the surface of the water. One by one, the creatures sustained injuries, their movements becoming sluggish, and the potency of their attacks diminished significantly. After a fierce battle, they finally repelled the water beasts, and with the aid of shadow clones, the makeshift raft steadied itself, continuing its course toward the heart of the lake. Soon, they reached the shore and ascended onto the island. Upon setting foot on this enigmatic isle, an atmosphere steeped in mystery and antiquity enveloped them as they approached the dilapidated temple. The grand entrance lay in ruins, unevenly hanging from the frame. Stepping inside, they found the interior shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by faint beams of light filtering through the cracks in the ceiling, allowing them a glimpse of the temple's general layout. At the center of the temple stood a colossal stone platform, atop which rested a crystal orb radiating a gentle blue glow. Within the orb, streams of water seemed to flow languidly, and peculiar runes encircled it, flickering with a soft luminescence in harmony with the orb, as if safeguarding the power contained within. This crystal orb feels extraordinary. Perhaps it possesses formidable power akin to the treasures we previously acquired, Luffy remarked, his eyes brimming with curiosity and anticipation. As they approached the stone platform to inspect the orb, the air around them suddenly turned frigid. Ice blue rays shot forth from the crystal, intertwining in midair to gradually form several ice golems. These golems, resembling humanoid figures, were constructed from solid blocks of ice, their eyes gleaming with a chilling light. Armed with ice swords, they advanced slowly towards Luffy and Naruto, exuding an aura of frost. "Here we go again. It seems another battle awaits us," Luffy said with resignation, gripping his Thunder Flame sword and bracing for combat. Naruto, in turn, executed the Shadow Clone technique, sending numerous clones charging towards the ice golems to engage them in close combat and disrupt their movements. Meanwhile, the original Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu in retaliation. Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken, Naruto shouted, as a massive spiral shuriken materialized in his hand and hurtled toward the densest cluster of ice golems. The spiral shuriken expanded continuously during its flight, its immense power ensnaring several ice puppets within its grasp. Accompanied by a violent explosion, these ice constructs were shattered into countless fragments, scattering ice shards in every direction. However, an unrelenting stream of ice puppets materialized from the radiance of the crystal orb, seemingly tireless as they advanced upon Luffy and Naruto. These ice puppets began to exhibit a degree of coordination in their assault. Some launched frontal attacks, while others executed flanking maneuvers, leaving the two combatants momentarily overwhelmed. Amidst the chaos, Luffy discerned that each time the ice puppets swung their ice blades, a brief surge of energy emanated from their shoulder and elbow joints, indicating a less stable connection at those points. Perhaps that was the key to their vulnerabilities. Naruto, target their shoulder and elbow joints. Those are their weak points, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto promptly directed his shadow clones to alter their attack strategy, focusing their efforts on the joints of the ice puppets. Meanwhile, the original Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken. The searing molten energy enveloped in flames accurately struck the joint of one ice puppet's shoulder. Upon impact, cracks appeared in the ice, causing the puppet to wobble and disrupting the rhythm of its icy blade's assault. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, elevating the power of the Thunder Flame sword to its zenith. He struck with full force at the shoulders and elbow joints of the remaining ice puppets, causing their joints to shatter under his assault. One by one, the ice puppets collapsed with a resounding crash, transforming into a pile of scattered ice shards upon the ground. With all the ice puppets vanquished, the runes surrounding the crystal orb flickered momentarily, seemingly acknowledging their prowess. "It appears we have passed the trial. We should be able to take this crystal orb," Luffy remarked as he cautiously approached the stone pedestal, extending his hand to delicately grasp the crystal orb. It felt cold to the touch, and he could distinctly sense a pure and formidable water energy contained within, imbued with miraculous properties of healing and purification. This crystal orb exudes a rather unique power. "It may prove invaluable in various aspects in the future," Naruto commented, his face alight with joy as he gazed at the orb. After securing the crystal orb, they searched the temple thoroughly, but unfortunately, found no other items of greater value. Thus, they retraced their steps, leaving the island at the lake's heart and navigating back to the shore on their raft, eventually exiting the region of the subterranean lake. With their newly acquired treasure in tow, Luffy and Naruto continued their exploration deeper into the ruins. Chapter 0969, The Murmur. After bidding farewell to the underground lake area, Luffy and Naruto ventured deeper into the ruins, following increasingly intricate and shadowy passages. The air was occasionally pierced by a chilling wind, reminiscent of ancient souls murmuring, instilling a sense of dread. Strange phosphorescent moss began to adorn the walls, emitting a faint glow that barely illuminated their path, while the stone pathway beneath their feet grew more dilapidated, with signs of collapse evident in certain areas. Before long, they arrived at a vast circular chamber. The door to the chamber stood resolutely closed, inscribed with a multitude of enigmatic runes that flickered with an eerie luminescence, sometimes bright, sometimes dim, pulsating as if echoing the heartbeat of life, yet warning intruders of impending danger. The door exuded an aura of peculiarity, undoubtedly concealing something of great significance within. "We must devise a means to open it," Luffy remarked, furrowing his brow as he stepped forward to examine the runes closely. Naruto joined him, and together they scrutinized the grand portal for an extended period, drawing upon their past experiences with various mystical symbols and the art of unraveling seals. Luffy attempted to channel the power of his Thunder Flame sword into select key runes on the door. Simultaneously, Naruto focused his chakra, guiding his energy according to a specific pattern to infuse the runes. As the power flowed into the door, the runes appeared to awaken, their brilliance intensifying and shifting at an astonishing pace. Soon after, A deep rumble echoed, and the chamber door slowly creaked open, unleashing a potent and mysterious aura that invigorated their spirits. Stepping into the chamber, they found the light dim, save for a stone pedestal at its center, radiating a gentle glow. Upon the pedestal lay an ancient scroll, its parchment a rustic yellow, adorned with intricate patterns and obscure script, emanating a formidable energy that seemed to hold the monumental secrets of the ruins and perhaps the entire continent's ancient history. This scroll feels extraordinary. It may contain powerful spells or the origins of these ruins, Luffy remarked as he approached the pedestal, with Naruto trailing closely behind, equally captivated by the scroll. Just as they neared the pedestal, the ground of the chamber trembled violently, and from the surrounding walls emerged several towering stone golems. These behemoths, crafted from unyielding rock, bore mysterious engravings across their surfaces, their eyes glowing a menacing red, exuding a frigid and merciless aura as they approached Luffy and Naruto with heavy strides. It seems we have more adversaries intent on thwarting our acquisition of the scroll. Let us deal with them first, Luffy shouted, brandishing his Thunder Flame sword and unleashing the Flame Thunder Strike. The flames and lightning coalesced into a series of razor-sharp sword energies, slicing toward the advancing stone golems. The sword's energy struck the stone golems, creating a shower of sparks as it grazed their formidable rocky forms, though it left only faint scratches. It captured the attention of the golems, prompting them to hasten their advance, swinging their robust stone arms towards Luffy and Naruto. Observing the imminent threat, Naruto activated the Shadow Clone technique, dispersing numerous clones. Some embraced the golem's arms, endeavoring to restrict their movements, while others seized the moment to launch assaults on the golem's legs and vital joints. Meanwhile, the original Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a decisive blow. Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiraling Shuriken, he bellowed, and a colossal spiraling shuriken materialized in his grasp, soaring towards the densest cluster of stone golems. As it flew, the shuriken expanded, its immense force engulfing several golems, culminating in a violent explosion that shattered them into fragments, leaving cracks in their bodies. Yet, undeterred, they continued their relentless advance towards Luffy and Naruto. During the fray, Luffy discerned that upon each golem's arm swing, a brief energy fluctuation occurred at the junction where the arm met the body, revealing a less compact rock structure, perhaps their vital weakness. Naruto, target the connection between their arms and bodies. That's their Achilles heel, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto promptly directed his clones to alter their assault toward the vulnerable joints. The original Naruto then unleashed Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, the molten shuriken ablaze with fervent flames, striking precisely at the vulnerable connection of a golem's arm and body. Upon impact, the rock was instantaneously partially melted, causing the golem's arm movements to slow and its body to sway unsteadily. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, elevating the power of the Thunder Flame Sword to its zenith. He struck forcefully at the connecting points of the arms and bodies of the stone puppets. Under their relentless assault, the connection points of the stone puppets suffered damage, significantly reducing their attack potency. Some even found their movements severely hindered due to the loss of control over their arms. After a fierce battle, they finally repelled all the stone puppets, which collapsed with a thunderous crash, transforming into heaps of rubble scattered across the chamber floor. At last, we have dealt with these behemoths. Let us swiftly examine that scroll, Luffy remarked, wiping the sweat from his forehead. They approached the stone platform, and Luffy carefully lifted the scroll, gradually unfurling it to scrutinize its contents. The scroll detailed some long-lost powerful spells, encompassing the ultimate application of various elemental forces, alongside a comprehensive account of the origins of this desert relic and an introduction to the mysterious system of powers once concealed deep within this continent. For them, it was undoubtedly an invaluable treasure of knowledge. This scroll contains immensely useful information. If we can master these spells, our strength will undoubtedly increase significantly, Naruto exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Indeed, however, these spells appear quite complex. We will need to dedicate time to study and practice them thoroughly, Luffy replied, carefully securing the scroll. After stowing the scroll, they meticulously searched the chamber once more, hoping to uncover any additional treasures or valuable clues, but regrettably, no further discoveries were made. Then let us proceed deeper into the ruins. Perhaps more surprises await us, Luffy suggested. Absolutely, let us go? Naruto nodded in agreement. Thus, with hearts brimming with anticipation, they ventured towards the passage leading out of the chamber. Chapter 970. Watervale. After leaving the chamber, Luffy, and Naruto ventured deeper into the ruins along the corridor. The atmosphere grew increasingly hushed, with only the sound of their footsteps reverberating in the stillness, as if each step were echoing against the profound mysteries that lay ahead. As they progressed, they encountered a fork in the path, with two corridors leading in divergent directions, both shrouded in dimness and exuding an elusive aura that rendered the choice perplexing. "This is rather troublesome. I have no idea which path is the right one," Naruto remarked. Scratching his head, Luffy scrutinized the entrances of the two passages, noting the faint and indistinct scratches on the wall of the left passage, as if some entity had frequently traversed this route, leaving traces behind. In contrast, the ground of the right passage shimmered with peculiar glimmers, hinting at an enigmatic allure hidden within. "Shall we split up and explore? This way, we can enhance our efficiency. If danger arises, we can call out loudly." Allowing the other to rush in for support, Luffy proposed thoughtfully. "Indeed, it seems we have no choice. I shall take the left passage, while you proceed to the right." "To exercise caution," Naruto replied, before venturing into the left passage. Luffy, gripping the rein sword tightly, stepped into the right passage. Turning to Naruto, he advanced slowly along the left corridor. With each step, the scratches became increasingly pronounced, and the surrounding air grew warmer as though an invisible heat source lay ahead. Soon, the passage opened up to reveal a vast lava cavern, filled with flowing magma that bubbled and surged, occasionally splattering sparks that radiated searing heat, casting a crimson glow throughout the cavern. At the center of the cave stood a stone platform formed from solidified magma, upon which rested a gemstone emitting a fierce red light. Within the gem, flames appeared to blaze fiercely, emanating a powerful elemental force that elevated the temperature in the vicinity. "This gemstone seems to harbor immense power. It must be the treasure of this cavern, though acquiring it will likely prove challenging," Naruto mused, preparing to approach the stone platform when suddenly, several enormous magma giants surged forth from the molten depths. These colossal beings, composed entirely of scalding magma, continuously oozed liquid rock. With each step, they left behind burning footprints, their eyes glowing like embers, exuding a ferocious intensity as they swung their massive magma arms toward Naruto. Reacting swiftly, Naruto employed the shadow clone technique, dispersing numerous clones to confront the magma giants. Some clung to the giants' arms in an attempt to restrict their movements, while others targeted vital areas such as the legs and joints. Meanwhile, the original Naruto hurriedly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a powerful jutsu to strike hard. "Senjutsu, Wind Release, Nine-Tail Spiral Shuriken," Naruto exclaimed as a colossal spiral shuriken materialized in his hand, which he promptly hurled towards one of the magma giant's legs. As the spiraling shuriken soared through the air, it expanded continuously, its formidable force crashing against the giant's leg, accompanied by a resounding roar. Molten rock splattered from the point of impact, causing the giant to sway momentarily before regaining its composure and resuming its assault. The lava giant, incensed, unleashed a torrent of ferocious attacks, relentlessly smashing its magma arms against the ground, sending vast sprays of lava hurtling toward Naruto and his companions. Simultaneously, some giants leaned down, attempting to crush Naruto and the others with their colossal bodies. In the heat of battle, Naruto discerned a pattern. Each time these lava giants raised their arms to strike, a brief surge of energy would ripple from their shoulders, causing the magma to flow in disarray. Perhaps that was their Achilles heel. "Shadow clones, target their shoulders. That is their weakness," Naruto shouted. Upon hearing this, the shadow clones promptly redirected their assaults toward the giant's shoulder regions. Meanwhile, Naruto himself unleashed the sage art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, its searing flames accurately striking one lava giant's shoulder. Upon impact, the giant's shoulder displayed significant turbulence, and its arms' motion slowed, the entire body beginning to teeter precariously. Seizing the moment, Naruto commanded his shadow clones to continue their assault on the shoulders of the other giants, while he executed the sage art, Super Large Rasen Shuriken, hurling it toward a giant that was on the verge of collapsing, utterly obliterating it and reducing it to a pool of molten rock. After an arduous battle, Naruto successfully vanquished all the lava giants, and the temperature within the cave began to decrease slightly. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he approached the stone platform, successfully retrieving a gem that radiated a scorching red light. It was hot to the touch, and he could distinctly feel the immense power of fire elements contained within, a force potent enough to incinerate all in its path. "This gem is truly a remarkable treasure. I shall show it to Luffy once we reunite," Naruto mused joyfully as he carefully stowed the gem away and retraced his steps through the passage to meet Luffy. Meanwhile, Luffy, having entered the right passage, noticed the faint light growing ever brighter, and the air around him becoming increasingly humid, as though he had stepped into a world shrouded in mist. As he advanced, he encountered a mesmerizing illusion of water. Countless crystalline water curtains displayed a myriad of wondrous scenes, vibrant underwater realms and serene forests drenched in rain, evoking a sense of enchantment. Yet Luffy was acutely aware that beneath this seemingly idyllic facade lay concealed dangers. He gripped the rein sword tightly, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, several graceful water spirits erupted from the water curtains, seemingly formed from pure liquid, their exquisite features and ethereal forms captivating. In their hands, they wielded azure ribbons, which they gracefully waved, transforming into torrents of water arrows that shot toward Luffy with alarming speed. Luffy hastily brandished the sword of Thunderfire, unleashing the flame thunder slash. The flames and electric forces entwined upon the blade, transforming into shimmering barriers that intercepted the incoming water arrows. Upon impact with the luminous shields, the water arrows instantly disintegrated into droplets, scattering in every direction. Observing the futility of their assault, the water sprites adeptly altered their formation. Some continued to unleash water arrows, while others conjured spells that caused the surrounding water barriers to whirl, culminating in the creation of colossal water tornadoes that surged toward Luffy. As Luffy deftly evaded the pull of the water vortex, he sought out the vulnerabilities of the water spirits. In the midst of his dodging, he observed that after each round of their assaults, a brief surge of energy would emanate from their waists. It was there, he surmised, that their Achilles heel resided. I have discovered your weakness, Luffy declared, executing the flame thunder flash slash towards the vulnerable area of the water spirit's waists. The blade of energy struck the spirit's midsections, causing chaotic energy fluctuations to erupt from their bodies. Consequently, their water arrows and whirlpools diminished significantly in potency. Enraged, the water spirits began to converge, channeling all their aqueous might into a colossal water sphere, imbued with immense pressure, rolling towards Luffy with relentless force. Upon witnessing the scene, Luffy plunged the sword of Thunderfire into the ground, channeling the artifact's formidable power through the blade and into the earth, thereby establishing a robust energy barrier in an effort to withstand the onslaught of the water sphere. Concurrently, he unleashed the Flame Thunder Demonic Slash, amplifying the sword's energy to its zenith as he struck at the water sphere, aiming to dismantle its structure from within. Under Luffy's fervent resistance, the water sphere ultimately could not endure, shattering with a resounding crash and transforming into a cascade of droplets that fell like rain. The water spirits, having exhausted their strength, became ethereal, eventually vanishing from sight. As the water spirits dissipated, the surrounding aqueous illusion gradually faded, revealing the true form of the passage. Luffy pressed onward, and before long, he discovered at the passage's end a stone platform radiating a gentle blue light, upon which lay a crystal-clear water gem. Within the gem, it appeared as if pristine waters flowed languidly, emanating a pure and potent elemental force. "I found it," Luffy exclaimed with exhilaration. Approaching carefully to pick up the water gem, it felt icy to the touch, and he could sense the tranquil yet vast energy within, a power seemingly capable of nurturing all life and purifying everything it touched. After securing the water gem, Luffy retraced his steps along the passage, preparing to reunite with Naruto. It was not long before the two crossed paths once more at a fork in the road. "How are things on your end?" "I found this incredible gem," Naruto exclaimed eagerly, revealing the fire element gem he had procured. Luffy smiled as he presented the water gem, proclaiming, "I have also reaped considerable rewards. It appears neither of our choices was misguided." The two shared their respective experiences and treasures, their hearts brimming with joy. And then they proceeded together towards the exit of the ruins. Chapter 0971. Strolling Luffy and Naruto, armed with the newly acquired fire element gem and water element gem, emerged triumphantly from the arid desert ruins. The relentless sun continued to scorch the earth, while the searing sands beneath their feet whispered softly, recounting the extraordinary adventures of their exploration. After a brief respite, they ventured southward towards the expansive jungles of the continent. The scenery transformed gradually from barren sands to a lush and vibrant jungle. Towering trees loomed overhead, their leaves filtering the sunlight into shimmering patches of gold, while a chorus of birds joyfully sang from the branches. Numerous charming creatures frolicked amidst the grass, infusing the entire jungle with the vitality of nature. Yet, they were acutely aware that beneath the serene facade of the jungle lurked countless unknown perils. Not long into their journey, a deep, ominous roar resonated from the depths of the jungle, carrying an air of ferocity. Suddenly, a massive black panther leapt forth from the thicket, its sleek coat glistening like dark silk, adorned with enigmatic patterns. Its eyes sparkled with a sharp, cold light, reminiscent of emeralds, as it bared its formidable fangs and lunged fiercely towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy reacted swiftly, immediately brandishing the Thunder Flame sword to unleash the fiery thunder flash slash. The flames and lightning energy on the sword transformed into fierce streams of sword aura, striking towards the Black Panther. Upon impact, the sword aura sparked against the panther's fur, causing it to yelp in pain as it twisted mid-air, landing on the ground not far away. Yet, it did not retreat. Instead, it paced back and forth around the two, waiting for the opportune moment to launch another attack. Seeing this, Naruto executed the shadow clone technique, dispersing numerous clones to encircle the panther from various directions, attempting to disrupt its line of sight and restrict its movements. Meanwhile, the real Naruto quickly formed seals, preparing to unleash a formidable ninjutsu for a powerful blow. Senjutsu, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Spiral Shuriken, he shouted, as a colossal spiral shuriken materialized in his hand and was hurled toward the Black Panther. As it flew, the spiral shuriken expanded, a tremendous force generating a tempest that swept toward the panther. Sensing danger, the panther leapt suddenly, trying to evade the attack. But the edge of the shuriken still grazed its body, eliciting a pained cry as it crashed heavily to the ground, several wounds appearing on its form, staining the surrounding grass with crimson blood. Enraged, the Black Panther emitted a more ferocious roar, its mysterious markings shimmering with faint light. In an instant, its speed escalated dramatically, darting through the shadow clones like a streak of black lightning, effortlessly breaking through their encirclement to charge toward Luffy and Naruto once more. Its sharp claws sliced through the air, leaving glints of cold light that seemed capable of tearing through anything. During this onslaught, Luffy noticed that each time the panther leaped high to attack, its abdomen briefly exposed itself, where the fur was relatively thin and its defense weaker. Naruto, aim for its abdomen. That's its weak point, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed the remaining shadow clones to alter their assault toward the panther's vulnerable belly. The real Naruto unleashed the Senjutsu, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, a searing shuriken enveloped in flames, striking accurately at the panther's abdomen. Upon impact, the panther's fur in that area was singed, and it writhed in agony, causing its attacking power to diminish significantly. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, elevating the power of the Thunder Flame Sword to its zenith, striking forcefully at the Black Panther's abdomen. A deep gash was carved into its side, dark blood gushed forth, and after a few futile struggles, it collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Phew, that panther was quite formidable. It nearly proved to be a challenge, Luffy remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. Indeed, the creatures in this jungle seem far from ordinary. We must remain vigilant, Naruto replied. As they ventured deeper into the jungle, they soon encountered a treacherous swamp. The swamp was rife with murky waters, bubbles occasionally surfacing with a gurgling sound. The surrounding trees grew at odd angles, with vines cascading down, swaying gently in the breeze as if beckoning them closer. This swamp looks perilous. We must find a safe route around it or devise a way to cross, Luffy said, furrowing his brow. Just as they were assessing the swamp, several stout vines suddenly emerged from the muddy depths, adorned with sharp barbs, and striking towards them like agile whips. Luffy and Naruto hastily retreated to evade the onslaught of the vines. More of these troublesome creatures. It seems something within the swamp is controlling the vines, Naruto observed. While dodging the attacks, they remained attentive to the direction from which the vines emerged, attempting to locate their master. After careful observation, Luffy discerned that most of the vines originated from a central area of the swamp, where the water churned more violently, presumably the source of the disturbance. Naruto, attack the tumultuous center of the swamp. The one controlling the vines must be there, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto performed the sage art, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Raisin Shuriken, launching it towards the center of the swamp. The shuriken expanded as it flew, and upon striking the tumultuous waters, it detonated with tremendous force, sending mud and water splattering in all directions. The surrounding vines immediately ceased their assault, collapsing languidly into the swamp. Yet, before they could catch their breath, a colossal mud creature slowly emerged from the murky depths. Towering in size, its form was comprised of thick sludge and debris, interspersed with branches and leaves. It possessed enormous muddy hands, its eyes glowing like dim embers, glaring menacingly at Luffy and Naruto, emitting a deep, resonant roar before swinging its muddy hands towards them. As Luffy wielded the Thunder Flame Sword, he unleashed the Inferno Thunder Slash. The flames and lightning entwined upon the blade transformed into luminous barriers. Striving to thwart the onslaught of the sludge monster, the barriers collided with its muddy appendages, splashing torrents of muck. Although the creature's assault was momentarily impeded, it relentlessly advanced, each step causing the marshland beneath to tremble violently. Naruto utilized the shadow clone technique, dispatching numerous clones towards the sludge monster. Some endeavored to grasp its arms, restraining its movements, while others seized the opportunity to launch strikes at various points on its grotesque form. Meanwhile, Naruto, in his original form, rapidly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a formidable ninjutsu for a decisive blow. Senjutsu, lava release, spiraling shuriken. Naruto bellowed, and a colossal spiraling shuriken materialized in his hand, soaring towards the sludge monster. As it flew, the shuriken expanded, enveloped in searing flames. Upon impact, it charred a portion of the creature's body, causing the surrounding muck to partially dry up. It let out an anguished roar, its frenzy intensifying. In the midst of the battle, Luffy discerned that after each swipe of its muddy appendage, a brief energy fluctuation occurred at the creature's chest, indicating a less dense structure in that area. Perhaps it was its Achilles heel. Naruto, target its chest. That is its weakness, Luffy exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Naruto promptly directed his clones to shift their assault towards the sludge monster's chest. In his original form, he executed the Senjutsu, Supergiant Rasengan, hurling it at the creature's vulnerable spot. The Rasengan struck true, dispersing the muck with a force that caused the sludge monster to stagger, its movements growing sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed the Inferno Thunder Break Slash, amplifying the power of the Thunder Flame Sword to its zenith as he aimed for the creature's chest. The muck there was utterly cleaved apart, and the massive form of the sludge monster collapsed with a thunderous crash, splattering mud everywhere before gradually sinking into the marsh, vanishing from sight. Finally dealt with this behemoth, let us hasten our departure from this marshland, Luffy declared. They cautiously navigated along the periphery of the swamp, finding a relatively safe passage to circumvent it, and continued deeper into the forest. As they ventured deeper, the enigmatic aura of the jungle intensified, revealing an array of rare flora and fauna, alongside ancient stone tablets and remnants of bygone relics concealed within the underbrush, seemingly narrating the timeless history and tales of this verdant realm. After an indeterminate passage of time, they arrived at a valley enveloped by cascading waterfalls, where a delicate mist lingered, refracting the sunlight into a spectrum of radiant rainbows. The thundering sound of the waterfall echoed like rolling thunder, imbuing the valley with a sense of grandeur and mystery. At the heart of the valley stood an ancient temple, its architectural style both rustic and elegant. Though weathered by the passage of time, displaying signs of decay in certain areas, its former magnificence and solemnity remained discernible. The temple's grand entrance was firmly shut, adorned with intricate carvings of mysterious patterns and runes. These motifs depicted sacrificial rites and mythical beasts from a distant epoch, while the runes emitted a faint glow, as if safeguarding the sanctity of the temple's interior from unwelcome intruders. It was evident that this temple held the key to the jungle's secrets, harboring treasures yet to be discovered. We must find a way inside to explore, Luffy declared, advancing toward the temple's imposing doors, with Naruto closely trailing behind. Chapter 0972. The Magic Monkey. Luffy and Naruto arrived before the grand entrance of the temple, taking a moment to scrutinize the intricate patterns and runes adorning the door. The runes flickered with an enigmatic vitality, as if possessing a consciousness of their own, silently observing these unexpected visitors. Luffy attempted to bring the Sword of Thunder Flame closer to the great door, curious to observe whether the power and runes engraved upon the blade would elicit any response. As the sword approached, the radiance of the runes indeed transformed, their flickering frequency markedly increasing, while an elusive force emanated from the door, seemingly resisting their advance. It appeared they would need to revert to the old method, attempting to channel power into the runes to see if they could unlock the door. With this thought, Luffy concentrated, gradually infusing the might of the Sword of Thunder Flame into the more pivotal runes on the door. Meanwhile, Naruto synchronized his chakra, drawing from past experiences to guide the energy into the runes in a specific pattern. As the power flowed steadily, the brilliance of the runes intensified, their rotations quickening. The resisting force momentarily rendered both of them somewhat fatigued, as if the entity beyond the door was fiercely safeguarding its domain. Nevertheless, they persevered, augmenting the flow of energy. At last, accompanied by a resonant thud, the once-sealed door creaked open, revealing an ancient and enigmatic aura that enveloped them. Inside, the light was dim, with only a few shafts of illumination filtering through gaps above, barely illuminating the path ahead. As they stepped into the temple, the surrounding walls were adorned with vibrant, yet intricate murals. These depictions illustrated grand scenes of ancient inhabitants of the jungle performing rituals, clad in peculiar attire, dancing around colossal and bizarre divine beasts, praying for favorable weather and tribal peace. The imagery was so vivid that it felt as though they had traversed back to that distant epoch. As they slowly moved deeper along the corridor, they soon heard a rustling sound, as if something was swiftly darting in the shadows. Suddenly, a horde of jungle demon monkeys, resembling monkeys yet significantly larger and covered in sharp spines, surged forth from all directions. Their eyes glimmered with a cunning yet ferocious light, emitting piercing shrieks as they brandished their razor-sharp claws, lunging towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy tightened his grip on the sword of flame and lightning, unleashing the Inferno Thunder Slash. Waves of sword energy, imbued with the ferocity of fire and the crackle of electricity, surged towards the throng of demon monkeys. Upon striking the creatures, the sword energy sparked against their spines, momentarily stalling their advance, yet igniting their fury and amplifying their frenzied assaults. Observing the escalating chaos, Naruto invoked the Shadow Clone technique, dispersing numerous clones to engage the demon monkeys in close combat. Some clung to the monkeys' arms, striving to thwart their movements, while others seized opportune moments to strike at vital areas such as their eyes and throats. Meanwhile, the original Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a formidable ninjutsu for a devastating blow. Senjutsu, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Spiraling Shuriken. With a resounding proclamation, a colossal spiraling shuriken materialized in Naruto's grasp, soaring towards the heart of the densely packed demon monkeys. As it traversed through the air, the shuriken expanded in size, its overwhelming force ensnaring several of the monkeys within its vortex. A violent explosion ensued, sending shards of spines flying as the unfortunate monkeys fell to the ground, shrieking in agony. Nonetheless, the sheer number of demon monkeys, agile and elusive, maneuvered throughout the temple's corners, continuously altering their angles of attack, leaving Luffy and Naruto somewhat overwhelmed. Amidst the fray, Luffy discerned that each time the monkeys leaped high to strike, their underbellies briefly exposed themselves, devoid of spiny protection and thus relatively vulnerable. Naruto, target their underbellies. That is their weakness, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto promptly directed his clones to shift their focus, attacking the monkeys' exposed bellies. The original Naruto executed Senjutsu, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, a blazing shuriken of molten energy that accurately struck one demon monkey's abdomen. The creature writhed in agony as it was seared, curling in on itself before plummeting from the air, struggling momentarily before succumbing to stillness. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed the Inferno Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of his Thunder Flame sword as he struck forcefully at the abdomens of the other demon monkeys. One by one, the creatures succumbed to his assault, their midsections injured, rendering them incapable of further combat as they collapsed lifelessly to the ground, leaving a scene strewn with their carcasses. Having neutralized the threat posed by the demon monkeys, they pressed onward into the depths of the temple. Before long, they arrived at an expansive hall where, at its center, a colossal stone platform stood. Upon this platform rested a staff radiating a vibrant green luminescence, crafted from an unknown type of wood and adorned with several transparent emeralds. Within the gems, threads of vital energy seemed to flow, and the staff exuded an aura of immense and enigmatic power, instilling the sensation that possessing it would grant dominion over the very life force of the jungle. This staff undoubtedly represented an extraordinary treasure, yet acquiring it would likely entail significant challenges. As Luffy gazed upon the staff, his heart brimmed with both anticipation and trepidation. Just as they approached the stone platform, the ground around them suddenly ignited with green light, which spread along specific patterns, swiftly outlining a complex magical array. Upon activation, numerous vines surged forth from the array, rapidly growing thick and robust, intertwining as they lunged toward Luffy and Naruto, seeking to ensnare them. Luffy wielded the blade of Thunder Flame, unleashing the Flame Thunder Severing Slash. The flames and the power of lightning entwined upon the blade, transforming into radiant arcs that severed the encroaching vines. Yet, the vines continued to sprout relentlessly, wrapping around them in increasing numbers, threatening to ensnare them completely. Naruto executed the Shadow Clone technique, and numerous clones sprang into action. Some tugged at the vines, striving to halt their relentless entanglement. Others sought the roots, aiming to dismantle their growth at the source. Meanwhile, the original Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a formidable ninjutsu in retaliation. Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Spiraling Shuriken. He shouted as the massive shuriken soared towards the center of the magical array. As it traversed the air, the spiraling shuriken grew in size, its tremendous force colliding with the magical array, igniting a fierce clash of energies. The array flickered with brilliance, and the vine's growth momentarily slowed. Seizing this opportunity, Luffy scrutinized the magical array and discerned that its energy emanated from several specific nodes, sustaining the vine's incessant growth. If they could destroy these nodes, perhaps they could halt the vine's expansion and dismantle the magical array. Naruto, attack those glowing nodes on the magical array. They are crucial. Luffy called out emphatically. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his clones to shift their attacks towards the energy nodes on the magical array. The original Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Melt Release, Spiraling Shuriken. The searing shuriken enveloped in flames accurately struck one of the energy nodes. Upon impact, the node's light was thrown into chaos, and the surrounding vines became listless, their growth significantly hindered. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, elevating the power of the Thunder Flame Sword to its zenith, striking forcefully towards the remaining energy nodes. Under their combined assault, the nodes of the magical array were systematically dismantled, the brilliance gradually dimming, while the vines ceased their growth, ultimately withering away and cascading to the ground as mere fragments. Ah, we have finally resolved this magical array. Let us hasten to retrieve the staff, Luffy sighed in relief. Approaching the stone platform, Luffy cautiously grasped the staff, radiating a verdant glow. Its surface felt smooth and warm, allowing him to distinctly sense the immense vitality contained within, as if everything in the vicinity thrived under the influence of this potent force. This staff possesses such wondrous power, it will undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future, Naruto remarked, his eyes shimmering with delight as he beheld the staff. After securing the staff, they surveyed the surroundings of the hall, regrettably discovering no other items of significant value. Thus, they retraced their steps, departing from the temple and continuing deeper into the jungle. Chapter 0973, Crystalline. Upon exiting the temple with their newly acquired staff, Luffy and Naruto ventured deeper into the jungle. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled patterns upon the ground, while the air was imbued with the fragrant essence of blossoms and the earthy aroma of soil. Not long after, they were greeted by the gentle sound of trickling water. Following the sound, a crystal-clear stream revealed itself, the water flowing gracefully over stones, creating delicate splashes of glistening droplets. However, just as they prepared to approach the bank, ripples suddenly disturbed the surface, and several aquatic creatures resembling mermaids, yet armed with sharp claws and jagged teeth, sprang forth from the depths. These water spirits, with hair that danced like seaweed and eyes that glimmered with an eerie blue light, emitted high-pitched cries as they swiftly swam towards Luffy and Naruto, their claws shimmering menacingly in the sunlight, poised to strike. Luffy reacted swiftly, brandishing the Sword of Thunder and Flame, unleashing the Blaze Thunder Flash Strike. The formidable sword aura sliced through the air, colliding with the surface of the water and sending a cascade of droplets into the air. The water spirits adeptly evaded the onslaught, leaping from the depths to swipe at Luffy's face with their claws. Observing this, Naruto executed the Shadow Clone technique, dispatching multiple clones to engage the water spirits in close combat. Meanwhile, the original Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu. Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Rasengan. He bellowed as the colossal spiraling shuriken soared toward the horde of water spirits, its immense force generating towering waves that swept several spirits into the tumult, inflicting grievous wounds upon them. Yet, undeterred, they intensified their assault. During the fray, Luffy discerned that each time the water spirits launched an attack, a patch of light blue scales briefly revealed itself on their backs, indicating a vulnerable defense. Naruto, strike at the light blue scales on their backs. That's their weakness, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto commanded his clones to redirect their attacks toward the exposed vulnerabilities of the water spirits. The original Naruto conjured the Sage Art, Melt Release, Rasengan, and the searing molten spiraling shuriken accurately struck one water spirit's light blue scales. The creature emitted a piercing cry, smoke billowing from its body as it struggled momentarily before sinking beneath the surface. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy unleashed the enraged Thunderblade, elevating the power of the Thunder Flame Sword to its zenith. With all his might, he struck at the vulnerable backs of the water demons. each blow inflicting wounds that caused them to sink into the depths of the water, bringing a gradual tranquility to the stream. After neutralizing the threat posed by the water demons, they continued their journey along the brook, hoping to uncover deeper secrets of the jungle. As they ventured further, the surroundings grew increasingly serene. The trees towered above, their canopies so dense that sunlight scarcely penetrated, casting the ground into a shadowy dampness. Suddenly, they encountered a marshland shrouded in thick fog, emanating a putrid odor that threatened to induce nausea. Luffy and Naruto approached the marsh's edge with caution, seeking a safe passage. However, the marsh seemed to harbor a mysterious power, with bubbles of marsh gas rising and emitting a gurgling sound, as if warning them against approaching recklessly. Just as they hesitated, several massive tentacles suddenly emerged from the mire, thick as pythons and slick with repulsive slime, swiftly curling toward Luffy and Naruto. Luffy immediately swung the Thunder Flame Sword, unleashing the Flame Thunder Slash. The flames and the power of lightning intertwined upon the blade, forming formidable luminous barriers, striving to sever the encroaching tentacles. However, the might of the tentacles proved overwhelming. The barriers merely impeded their advance momentarily before being effortlessly shattered. Naruto executed the Shadow Clone technique, sending forth numerous clones to confront the tentacles. Some endeavored to grasp the tentacles, restraining their movements, while others sought opportunities to strike at their roots. Meanwhile, the original Naruto hastily formed seals, readying a powerful ninjutsu for a decisive blow. Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken. Once more, Naruto unleashed a formidable ninjutsu, sending a colossal spiral shuriken hurtling toward the base of the tentacles. The tremendous force ignited a violent explosion in the marsh, sending mud and debris flying. While the roots of the tentacles sustained considerable damage, their assault momentarily slowed. In the heat of battle, Luffy discerned that each time the tentacles attacked, a brief surge of energy would emanate from their connection to the marsh. Perhaps that was their Achilles heel. Naruto, target the connection point of the tentacles to the marsh. That is their weakness, Luffy shouted. Heeding this command, Naruto directed his clones to alter their assault, focusing on the vulnerable points of the tentacles. The original Naruto unleashed Sage Art, Melt Release, Spiral Shuriken, as the searing Molten Shuriken, ablaze with flames, struck true at the juncture of a tentacle and the marsh. In an instant, the intense heat melted the area, causing the tentacle to collapse helplessly into the mire. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, elevating the power of the Thunder Flame Sword to its zenith, striking fiercely at the vital points of the other tentacles. Under their combined assault, the tentacles were severed, retreating back into the marsh, never to re-emerge. After a grueling battle, they finally escaped the perils of the swamp and continued deeper into the jungle. As dusk descended, the surroundings grew increasingly ominous, eerie sounds echoing around them, sending chills down their spines. They proceeded cautiously, when suddenly, an ancient and dilapidated castle emerged before them. Its walls were cloaked in moss and vines, the gates firmly shut, emanating an aura of mystery and oppression. The castle appeared to have stood the test of time, perhaps concealing secrets within its depths. Let us venture inside, Luffy proposed, curiosity and determination gleaming in his eyes. Naruto nodded in agreement, and the two approached the castle's grand entrance. As they neared the door, the runes upon it suddenly glimmered with a faint light, as if scrutinizing their presence. Luffy attempted to channel the power of the Thunder Flame Sword into the runes, while Naruto simultaneously gathered his chakra, guiding the energy in a specific pattern. With the infusion of power, the rune's radiance intensified, and the door slowly opened, releasing a wave of ancient air. They stepped into the castle, where the dim light barely illuminated their path, filtered through the shattered roof. Dust hung thick in the air of the grand hall, surrounded by worn tables, chairs, and armor, while faded portraits adorned the walls, their subjects' faces blurred, whispering tales of a forgotten history. Venturing deeper into the castle, they arrived at the foot of a staircase. They ascended slowly, each step creaking ominously, the sound piercing the silence of the environment. Upon reaching the second floor, a chilling laughter echoed throughout the space. Moments later, ghostly figures emerged from the shadows, their translucent forms glowing with an eerie blue light. Their hollow eyes held a malevolent essence as they drifted toward Luffy and Naruto. As Luffy gripped the Sword of Thunder and Flame, he unleashed the fiery Thunder Slash, directing the sword energy towards the specter. However, the energy merely passed through the ghostly form, inflicting no harm. Naruto executed the Shadow Clone technique, and his clones rushed towards the specters, only to find themselves unable to make contact. The phantoms effortlessly glided through the clones, advancing closer to them. In this moment of desperation, Luffy suddenly recalled a passage he had read in an ancient tome regarding ghosts, which stated that they were repelled by pure energy and formidable mental strength. Naruto, concentrate your chakra into a sphere of pure energy and see if you can strike them, Luffy shouted. Hearing this, Naruto swiftly began to gather chakra, compressing it into a radiant energy sphere, which he hurled at the specters. The instant the sphere made contact, the ghosts emitted anguished cries, their forms beginning to blur. Effective. Continue the assault, Luffy urged. Naruto persisted in channeling chakra, creating more energy spheres to launch at the specters. Luffy also unleashed the flame and thunder demon breaking slash, transforming the power of his sword into a pure energy form to join Naruto in the onslaught. Through their combined efforts, the specters gradually dissipated, ultimately vanishing, and tranquility returned to the second floor of the castle. They resumed their exploration within the castle, hoping to uncover something of value or a lead. Chapter 0974. Dispersal. They continued down the corridor of the castle's second floor, where the torches flickered ominously on the walls, as if they might extinguish at any moment. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept through, sending shivers down their spines. Ahead, a door slowly swayed, creaking as though something were beckoning them forth. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a cautious glance as they cautiously approached the ominous door. As they drew near, the intricate carvings upon the door flickered with an eerie luminescence, seemingly warning them to stay away. Taking a deep breath, Luffy reached out and pushed the door open. Beyond it lay a spacious chamber, suffused with a pungent stench of decay. At its center stood a colossal coffin, engraved with bizarre symbols and intricate patterns, encircled by ghostly flames emanating a spectral green glow. These flickering lights danced about, casting a chilling ambience throughout the room. Surely, there can't be a formidable monster sealed within, Naruto murmured, a hint of trepidation evident in his gaze. Luffy gripped the Sword of Thunder, his gaze fixed warily on the coffin as he declared, regardless of what lies within, we must proceed with utmost caution. Just as they spoke, the coffin began to tremble violently, and the ghostly flames intensified, as if a formidable force were poised to break free from its confinement. Suddenly, the lid of the coffin was hurled aside by an overwhelming power, crashing heavily to the ground with a resounding thud. From the depths of the coffin, a towering demon shrouded in black mist began to rise slowly, its eyes glowing like blood-red lanterns, exuding a thirst for carnage. Two sharp fangs protruded from its mouth, and its hands ended in razor-sharp claws, the nails resembling obsidian blades. Foolish humans, how dare you trespass into my domain? You shall become my offerings. The demon roared, its voice reverberating through the room, shaking the very walls. Before it lunged forward, claws outstretched, toward Luffy and Naruto. Luffy immediately unleashed the flame thunder flash slash, directing a powerful sword energy toward the demon. However, the demon merely swiped its claw, effortlessly dispersing the sword energy and advancing closer to them. Noticing this, Naruto executed the shadow clone technique, sending numerous clones rushing toward the demon in an attempt to divert its attention. Meanwhile, the original Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a formidable ninjutsu. Sage Art, Wind Style, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken. With a resounding shout, Naruto propelled the colossal spiral shuriken toward the demon, and upon impact, a tremendous explosion erupted, enveloping the demon in a cloud of dust. Emerging from the haze, the demon bore some minor wounds, but remained unscathed overall, its fury escalating as it let out a ferocious roar. During the battle, Luffy discerned that each time the demon struck with its claws, a black energy vortex would momentarily appear on its chest, radiating intense energy fluctuations, perhaps the creature's Achilles heel. Naruto attacked the black energy vortex on its chest. That is its weakness, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto directed his clones to alter their assault, targeting the demon's vulnerable point. The original Naruto executed the Sage Art, Lava Style, Spiral Shuriken, launching a blazing shuriken infused with molten energy that struck the black energy vortex on the demon's chest with precision. The demon let out a pained howl, its body swaying as its rhythm of attack was disrupted. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the potency of the Thunder Flame sword as he struck with all his might at the demon's vulnerable chest. A gash was carved into the demon's torso, from which a plume of black mist erupted, signaling its growing weakness. After an intense battle, they finally repelled the demon, which transformed into a swirling mass of black mist and retreated back into its coffin. The symbols adorning the coffin glowed once more, sealing the demon away. Breathing heavily, they took a moment to rest in the chamber before resuming their exploration of the castle's other regions. Deep within the castle, they stumbled upon a concealed entrance to an underground chamber. The entrance was obstructed by a massive stone slab, inscribed with enigmatic runes. Luffy and Naruto combined their strength to push the slab aside, and a musty, damp air rushed forth to greet them. They descended the staircase slowly into the underground chamber, which was shrouded in darkness and dampness, the walls overrun with moss and unfamiliar insects. At the end of the chamber, they discovered an ancient treasure chest, adorned with various precious gems that emitted a faint glow, seemingly beckoning them closer. This chest surely contains some magnificent treasure. Let us carefully open it, Luffy remarked, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Naruto nodded in agreement, and the two approached the chest with utmost caution. As they lifted the lid, a blinding light burst forth from within, illuminating the entire underground chamber. Inside the chest lay an ancient tome and a crystal orb radiating mysterious power. As Luffy picked up the tome and opened it, he discovered it contained long-lost spells and formidable skills. This knowledge was undoubtedly a tremendous treasure for them. Naruto, on the other hand, grasped a crystal ball, its surface chilling to the touch. He sensed a mysterious and potent force within, seemingly capable of enhancing one's strength or unraveling certain enigmatic seals. What a remarkable find! Naruto exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, these items will surely aid us in our future adventures. Let us secure them and continue our exploration, Luffy replied, carefully placing the book into his cloak. With their newfound treasures in hand, they exited the basement, resuming their quest within the castle for more secrets and riches. Chapter 0975. Clarity. After leaving the basement, Luffy and Naruto continued their exploration through the castle. They traversed a narrow corridor where icy droplets dripped from the walls, resonating with a crisp sound that intensified the already eerie atmosphere. Before long, they encountered a solid stone door at the end of the passage. The door was adorned with an intricate carving depicting a grand battle scene, the figures so lifelike that they seemed to narrate a long-buried history. Luffy approached the door for a closer examination and noticed tiny grooves along its frame, which appeared to be subtly connected to the mysterious runes they had encountered elsewhere in the castle. Naruto, look at these grooves. They may be related to the runes we saw earlier, possibly the key to unlocking this door, Luffy remarked, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Naruto leaned in as well, scrutinizing the grooves on the stone door. Yes, I see the resemblance. Let us try channeling the power of those runes into them, he suggested. Thus, Luffy positioned the Sword of Thunder Flame near the door, focusing intently as he attempted to channel the sword's mysterious energy into the grooves in accordance with the patterns of the runes they had observed earlier. Meanwhile, Naruto concentrated his chakra, aligning it with Luffy's actions, guiding it along a specific path to resonate with the sword's power. As the energies flowed into the door, the carvings began to emit a gentle glow, and the figures from the battle scene appeared to stir, issuing low, haunting cries and the sounds of clashing weapons. Gradually, the door creaked open, releasing an even more ancient and mystical aura. Behind it lay a vast circular chamber, its lofty ceiling adorned with countless gems that flickered with otherworldly light, forming intricate constellations that seemed to unveil the secrets of the universe itself. The floor was inscribed with a colossal magic circle, radiating a soft blue light. At its center stood an exquisite stone pedestal upon which rested a small golden box. The box was intricately etched with delicate patterns, each line shimmering with a faint golden glow, suggesting it contained boundless mysterious power. That box appears extraordinary. It may hold something of utmost significance, Luffy mused. As Luffy spoke, he and Naruto cautiously approached the stone platform. However, the moment they stepped into the realm of the magical array, the surrounding air turned frigid and piercing, and the azure light of the array became increasingly radiant. From within the array emerged a cohort of spectral sorcerers, garbed in flowing white robes and wielding ice-blue staves. These phantasmal figures were semi-transparent, their faces devoid of emotion, save for the chilling luminescence emanating from their eyes, which fixated intently on Luffy and Naruto. They chanted incantations, their staves gathering formidable ice magic energy. Be cautious. These specters are formidable adversaries, Luffy shouted, swiftly unleashing the flame thunder slash. The flames and lightning intertwined upon his sword, forming powerful barriers in an attempt to fend off the ice magic assaults of the spectral sorcerers. Naruto, in turn, deftly executed the shadow clone technique, dispatching numerous clones toward the phantoms to disrupt their incantation rhythm. Meanwhile, the original Naruto hastily formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a potent ninjutsu for a counterattack. Senjutsu, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken. Naruto bellowed as a massive spiral shuriken materialized in his grasp, soaring toward the most densely packed cluster of spectral sorcerers. As it traversed the air, the shuriken expanded, its immense force ensnaring several of the phantoms within. With a resounding explosion, the sorcerers were momentarily scattered. Yet they swiftly reformed and continued their onslaught, their attacks growing more ferocious and precise as torrents of ice magic rained down upon Luffy and Naruto. During the fray, Luffy observed that after each incantation, the gems atop the sorcerer's staves dimmed momentarily. Therein lay the crux of their magic and their vulnerability. Naruto, target the gems atop their staves. That is their weakness, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his clones to alter their assault trajectory, aiming for the gems atop the spectral sorcerer's staves. The original Naruto then executed Senjutsu, Melt Release, Spiral Shuriken, the searing molten shuriken, ablaze with fervent flames, accurately struck one of the gems atop a sorcerer's staff. Upon impact, the gem shattered instantaneously, causing the staff to lose its radiance, and the spectral sorcerer's form began to wane, ultimately dissipating into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunderbreak Demon Slash, elevating the power of the Thunder Flame sword to its zenith, striking with full force towards the gemstones atop the staves of the spectral mages. One by one, the spectral mages were vanquished as their staves shattered under the onslaught, rendering them devoid of combat capability, transforming into wisps of white mist that vanished into thin air. The azure glow of the magical circle gradually returned to normal. Finally dealt with these nuisances. Let us hasten to inspect that box, Luffy exhaled, a sense of relief evident in his voice. They approached the stone platform, and Luffy carefully picked up the golden box, which felt pleasantly warm to the touch. He could distinctly sense a mysterious and serene power emanating from within, as if this force had the ability to dispel all evil and darkness from the world. Naruto, intrigued, gazed at the box and inquired, Luffy, what do you think is contained within this box? Luffy shook his head and remarked, I am uncertain, but it undoubtedly possesses immense value. Let us find a secure location to unveil its contents. Thus, they carried the gilded box, retracing their steps, leaving the enigmatic chamber behind. They continued their quest within the castle, seeking an exit, preparing to depart from this realm replete with peril and mystery, to venture into uncharted territories, amassing strength to safeguard the peace of the continent and embrace forthcoming challenges. Upon exiting the castle, they entered a verdant forest. The trees towered majestically, their branches lush and abundant, allowing sunlight to filter through the dense foliage, casting dappled patterns upon the ground. The earth was blanketed with a thick layer of fallen leaves, which rustled softly underfoot, while the air was infused with the refreshing fragrances of flora and the rich scent of soil. They traversed a winding path when suddenly, a melodious flute resonated from the depths of the forest. The sound was ethereal and enchanting, as if imbued with a magical allure that irresistibly beckoned them closer. This flute's melody is quite peculiar. It seems to draw us in. Might there be some peril awaiting us? Naruto remarked, his tone laden with caution. Luffy furrowed his brow and remarked, it indeed sounds rather peculiar, but let us proceed cautiously to investigate. Perhaps we might uncover some clues. They followed the direction of the flute's melody, and before long, they beheld a woman clad in a flowing white robe, seated beneath a grand tree. Her features were exquisite, her gaze clear and bright, as she held a jade flute in her hands, enchanting the air with her melodious tunes. Surrounding her were a myriad of vividly colored butterflies, dancing gracefully as if in harmony with her flute's notes, creating a scene reminiscent of a beautiful fairyland. At last, you have arrived. I have awaited your presence for quite some time, she said, pausing her performance and smiling warmly at Luffy and Naruto, her voice gentle and sweet. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance, their hearts brimming with curiosity. Luffy inquired, who are you? Why are you here waiting for us? The woman rose gracefully, gently brushing off the fallen leaves from her attire, and replied, my name is Linger, and I am the guardian of this forest. I am aware that you have come to protect the continent. Your courage and kindness earn my profound admiration. I have something to bestow upon you, which may aid you on your journey. As she spoke, Lingo produced a seed radiating a verdant glow from her bosom and handed it to Luffy, saying, this is the seed of life. It harbors immense vitality, and in critical moments, it may assist you in healing wounds or even saving lives. Luffy took the seed. Examining it closely, sensing the vibrant life it contained within, he expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Linger. This is of utmost importance to us." Linger then presented an ancient tome to Naruto, stating, "This is the Book of Nature, which holds numerous secrets and methods for harnessing the powers of nature. As a ninja, you may glean unique techniques from it to enhance your strength." Naruto received the book with excitement, exclaiming, "Wow, this is amazing. Thank you, Linger." Linger smiled and nodded, replying, "There is no need for thanks. Safeguarding the continent is our shared responsibility. I hope your journey ahead is smooth, and that you continue to strive for peace." With that, Linger's figure gradually became indistinct, ultimately vanishing into the air, leaving Luffy and Naruto standing in place, their hearts filled with gratitude and reverence for the enigmatic woman. "We must make good use of these treasures and live up to Linger's expectations," Luffy declared, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination. "Yes, let us go. There are still many places awaiting our exploration," Naruto responded. They carefully secured the gifts bestowed by Linger and continued deeper into the forest. Chapter 0976, Beneath the Lake. Luffy and Naruto continued their journey through the forest, sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled patches of light on the ground. The air was infused with the refreshing fragrance of grass and the earthy scent of soil. As they walked, a cacophony of noise reached their ears from ahead. The two cautiously approached the source of the commotion and discovered a group of soldiers clad in black armor besieging a magnificent unicorn. The unicorn, resplendent in its pure white coat, bore a spiraling horn on its forehead, emanating a gentle glow. Its eyes were filled with terror and fury as it furiously pawed at the ground, attempting to fend off the soldiers' assaults. "What are those fiends doing? Why are they attacking the unicorn?" Naruto exclaimed, anger evident in his voice. "This isn't right. We must come to the unicorn's aid," Luffy declared, gripping the Thunder Flame sword tightly as he charged towards the soldiers. Naruto immediately activated his Shadow Clone Jutsu, creating numerous clones that joined the fray alongside Luffy to confront the armored assailants. The soldiers displayed formidable combat prowess, their armor impenetrable and their weapons slicing through the air with ferocity. In an instant, both sides became embroiled in a fierce battle. Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Flash Slash, as the flames and lightning coursing through his sword transformed into fierce sword chi that sliced towards the soldiers. Upon impact with their armor, sparks erupted. However, the soldiers merely staggered back a few steps, sustaining minimal damage. Observing this, Naruto executed the Sage Art, Wind Release, Tailed Beast Spiral Shuriken, launching the enormous spiraling shuriken towards the densest cluster of soldiers. As it soared through the air, the shuriken expanded in size, its formidable power engulfing several soldiers, accompanied by a violent explosion that sent them sprawling. Yet, they quickly regrouped, resuming their assault. During the skirmish, Luffy discerned that after each attack, brief gaps appeared at the joints of the soldiers' armor, possibly revealing their vulnerability. "Naruto, target the joints of their armor. That is their weakness," Luffy exclaimed loudly. Upon hearing this, Naruto promptly directed his shadow clones to shift their assault towards the armor's joints. The original Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Melt Release, Spiral Shuriken, as the Searing Molten Shuriken. Ablaze with intense flames, precisely struck a soldier's armor joint. Instantly, part of the soldier's armor melted away, inflicting severe injury upon him, causing him to collapse to the ground. Motionless, seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, channeling the full power of the Thunder Flame sword towards the vulnerable joints of the soldier's armor. One by one, the soldiers succumbed to his onslaught, their armor damaged, leaving them incapacitated and groaning upon the ground. After neutralizing the threat posed by the soldiers, the unicorn approached Luffy and Naruto, bowing its head and gently nuzzling them with its nose, as if to express its gratitude. "It's all right, little one. You may go now," Luffy said softly, stroking the unicorn's head. The unicorn gave a joyful whinny and then turned, galloping into the depths of the forest, quickly vanishing from their sight. "Let us continue on our way. Who knows what other dangers may lurk within this forest," Naruto remarked. They followed the direction the unicorn had taken and soon arrived at the shores of a crystal-clear lake. The water shimmered like a vast mirror, reflecting the surrounding verdant hills and trees, an exquisite sight to behold. Strange flowers and grasses adorned the lake's edge, emanating a delicate fragrance. However, as they approached the water's edge, ripples suddenly disturbed the surface, and a graceful water spirit began to rise from the lake. Her hair flowed like blue seaweed, her eyes sparkling like the clear waters, radiating a gentle glow. She wore a gown woven from droplets of water and held a wand that shimmered with clarity. Distant guests. You have entered my domain. What brings you here? The voice of the water spirit was melodious and enchanting, reminiscent of the gentle flow of the lake. Luffy stepped forward and spoke. We are mere travelers passing through this place, with no intention of causing offense. We are exploring this forest in search of powers that can aid us in safeguarding the continent. The water sprite nodded slightly and replied, I sense your kindness and courage. Perhaps I can assist you. Deep within the lake's depths lies a mysterious heart of water, imbued with formidable elemental forces that can grant you the ability to manipulate water. However, be warned, for many perilous creatures guard it. Thank you for your assistance. We shall exercise utmost caution, Luffy expressed gratefully. With that, Luffy and Naruto took a deep breath and plunged into the lake. The water was crystalline and frigid as they swam toward the bottom. The lake bed was adorned with a myriad of aquatic plants and stones, interspersed with shimmering gems that illuminated their surroundings. Yet, before long, they encountered a swarm of ferocious piranhas. These diminutive fish bore razor-sharp teeth and swarmed towards Luffy and Naruto, their gaping maws poised to rend them asunder. Luffy wielded the Thunderfire sword, executing the Flame Thunder Severing Slash. The flames and lightning coursing through the blade coalesced into formidable barriers within the water, attempting to thwart the onslaught of the piranhas. Meanwhile, Naruto employed the Shadow Clone technique, summoning numerous clones to engage in fierce combat with the piranhas. Amidst the fray, Luffy discerned that after each attack, the piranhas briefly exposed a patch of vulnerable white underbelly, where their defenses were notably weaker. Naruto, strike at their abdomen, that is their Achilles heel, Luffy conveyed telepathically. Upon receiving this message, Naruto swiftly instructed his clones to redirect their assaults toward the piranhas' underbellies. The original Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, a blazing projectile that surged through the water with intense heat, precisely striking one piranha's abdomen. The creature was instantly scorched, its body writhing in agony as it sank to the lake's depths. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Slash. Elevating the power of the Thunder Flame sword to its zenith, he struck with all his might at the bellies of the piranhas, causing them to sustain injuries and sink to the lake's depths, where the water became suffused with a crimson hue. Having neutralized the threat of the piranhas, they continued their descent into the depths of the lake. At last, within a cave at the lake's bottom, they discovered the Heart of Water, radiating a mesmerizing blue light. The heart floated at the center of the cavern, surrounded by a formidable barrier of energy, seemingly safeguarding it. Luffy and Naruto cautiously approached the Heart of Water, endeavoring to breach the energy barrier. They combined their powers and launched an assault on the barrier. After a considerable effort, the energy barrier finally shattered, and Luffy reached out to grasp the Heart of Water. It felt icy to the touch, resonating with an immense power of water elements, as if it possessed the ability to command the might of the entire lake. We succeeded, Naruto exclaimed with enthusiasm. Indeed, let us depart from this place, Luffy replied. They emerged from the lake, the Heart of Water in hand, and returned to the shore. Upon seeing the Heart of Water, the water spirit's face illuminated with a smile of satisfaction. You truly accomplished it. This Heart of Water will empower you further on your journey to protect the continent. The water spirit remarked. Thank you for your assistance. Without you, it would have been exceedingly difficult for us to locate the Heart of Water, Luffy expressed gratefully. The water spirit smiled and shook her head, saying, This is what you have rightfully earned. I hope you utilize it wisely to make a greater contribution to safeguarding the continent. With that, the water spirit's figure gradually faded into the waters, leaving Luffy and Naruto standing on the shore, holding the Heart of Water, their hearts brimming with joy and anticipation. They carefully secured the Heart of Water and continued deeper into the forest. Chapter 0977. Uplift. Luffy and Naruto delved deeper into the forest, accompanied by the Heart of Water. As the surrounding trees grew increasingly dense and the light dimmed ominously, suddenly, a thick fog enveloped them, obscuring their vision completely. This mist is rather peculiar. Everyone be cautious, Luffy warned, his Thunder Flame sword trembling slightly in his grip, seemingly attuned to the lurking threat. Naruto activated Sage Mode, his gaze sharpening as he endeavored to pierce through the haze and discern their surroundings. At that moment, they were startled by a deep, resonant growl that seemed to emanate from all directions, sending a chill down their spines. Almost immediately, a pack of enormous shadow wolves emerged from the fog. These creatures, cloaked in ebony fur, possessed eyes that glimmered with a blood-red intensity, and their razor-sharp claws left deep gashes in the earth with each swipe. Luffy immediately unleashed the Flame Thunder Slash, directing a powerful sword aura towards the shadow wolves. However, within the mist, the sword aura seemed to encounter an unseen impediment, significantly diminishing its potency, merely causing a few of the shadow wolves to recoil slightly. Observing this, Naruto executed the sage art, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Spiral Shuriken, which whirled through the fog with a thunderous roar, its immense force ensnaring several shadow wolves within its spiral. Yet, a greater number of shadow wolves continued to charge at them, undeterred. In the midst of battle, Luffy discerned a peculiar pattern prior to launching their assault. The shadow wolves would exhibit a subtle rise along their backs, where it appeared a core of energy was concealed, perhaps the key to their vulnerability. Naruto. Target the raised area on their backs. That is their weakness, Luffy exclaimed loudly. Upon hearing this, Naruto swiftly commanded his shadow clones to redirect their attacks towards the vital points on the backs of the shadow wolves. The real Naruto unleashed the sage art, Melt Release, Spiral Shuriken, a blazing projectile imbued with searing heat, which accurately struck the energy core of one shadow wolf. In an instant, the creature emitted a pained howl, collapsing to the ground, and dissipated into a cloud of black mist. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, channeling the full extent of the power from his Thunder Flame Sword as he struck decisively at the vital areas on the backs of the shadow wolves. One by one, the shadow wolves succumbed to their assault, and the threat within the mist gradually diminished. As the shadow wolves were repelled, the fog began to disperse. They pressed onward, soon discovering an ancient ruin before them. The walls of the ruin were adorned with mysterious symbols and patterns, emanating an aura of antiquity and profoundness. This ruin appeared to be extraordinary, perhaps concealing something of great significance. Luffy remarked, his eyes glinting with excitement. Upon entering the ruin, they were enveloped by a musty atmosphere. In the center of the hall stood a colossal stone statue, its countenance solemn and dignified, wielding a stone sword as if guarding something sacred. Just as they approached the statue, it suddenly sprang to life, swinging its stone sword menacingly toward them. Luffy and Naruto swiftly evaded the strike, the sword crashing into the ground and sending a cloud of dust into the air. How did this statue come to life? Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. Regardless, we must devise a way to defeat it, Luffy responded, launching into a series of sword techniques aimed at the statue. Naruto also unleashed powerful ninjutsu, joining Luffy in their assault. During the battle, they noticed that each time the statue swung its stone sword, a faint glimmer appeared at its chest, perhaps the location of its vulnerability. Naru, target the glimmer at its chest. That is its weak point, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto executed the sage art, Super Large Rasengan, hurling it toward the glimmering spot on the statue's chest. Upon impact, the Rasengan struck true, causing the statue's body to fissure and its movements to grow sluggish. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, amplifying the power of his sword to its zenith as he struck forcefully at the fissure in the statue's chest. The statue, unable to withstand the onslaught, collapsed with a thunderous roar, disintegrating into a heap of rubble. As the statue fell, a concealed entrance to an underground chamber revealed itself before them. They descended the staircase into the dim and damp basement, where ancient scrolls and inscriptions adorned the walls. At the end of the chamber, they discovered a mysterious treasure chest, intricately engraved with complex runes that emanated an enigmatic energy. United in purpose, Luffy and Naruto pried open the chest to unveil an ancient tome alongside a gem radiating an extraordinary luminescence. Luffy picked up the ancient tome, discovering it contained the long-lost and formidable art of swordsmanship known as the Phantom Starblade technique. This exquisite skill allowed its wielder to create illusory clones in battle, confounding foes while delivering devastating strikes. Meanwhile, Naruto grasped a radiant gemstone, feeling its warmth. He sensed it was imbued with immense energy, potentially amplifying the potency of ninjutsu. What a remarkable find! Naruto exclaimed with delight. Indeed, these treasures will prove invaluable to us, Luffy replied, carefully placing the tome into his bosom. With their newfound acquisitions in hand, they exited the basement and continued their exploration of the forest. Chapter 0978 Note. As Luffy and Naruto emerged from the underground chamber of the ruins, the sky outside was approaching dusk, painting the forest in a golden hue that exuded an extraordinary tranquility. However, they were acutely aware that beneath this veneer of serenity lay the potential for greater, unknown dangers. They proceeded along a narrow path, the grass by the roadside occasionally resonating with the sounds of chirping insects. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy emanated from ahead, causing the ground to tremble slightly. There seems to be something ahead. Let us hasten, Luffy exclaimed, quickening his pace. Before long, they arrived at a spacious meadow where a colossal magical array dominated the center, radiating brilliance as runes danced within it, distorting the surrounding air. They cautiously approached the magical array, endeavoring to discern its origins and purpose. Luffy scrutinized the runes, noting their resemblance to certain arcane symbols he had encountered in ancient texts. Naruto, I suspect this magical array may serve as an ancient seal, though I am uncertain how to unravel it. We must tread carefully and search for clues, Luffy stated. Naruto activated his sage mode, his gaze sharpening as he began to pace around the magical array, attempting to observe its structure and the flow of energy from various angles. After thorough exploration, Luffy discovered that the focal point of the array appeared to be a slightly raised rune at its center, with several critical runic nodes surrounding it, each flickering with distinct colors. Naruto, I have identified the focal point and the nodes, but to dismantle this magical array, we must simultaneously strike the focal point and several key runic nodes with formidable power. This will require our utmost coordination, Luffy articulated. All right, let us commence, Naruto responded, swiftly forming hand seals in preparation to unleash a potent ninjutsu. Luffy, too, grasped the Thunder Flame sword, channeling its energy to its zenith. 1, 2, 3, attack, Luffy shouted, executing the Flame Thunder Break magic slash towards the focal point. Simultaneously, Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Spiraling Shuriken, sending the massive spiraling shuriken hurtling towards one of the key runic nodes. The two formidable forces struck their targets in unison, and the magical array erupted with dazzling light, the runes quaking violently as if in their final throes. With a resounding crash, the magical array was finally dismantled, and a torrent of potent energy surged forth, dissipating into the air. Phew, we have succeeded at last, Naruto exhaled with relief. Yet we must not let our guard down. The emergence of this magical array may signify that even greater powers lie concealed within this forest. Let us press onward, Luffy declared. The trio journeyed together, delving deeper into the forest. As night fell, the woods grew increasingly perilous, with various nocturnal creatures beginning to stir. They advanced with utmost caution, remaining ever vigilant. Suddenly, a colossal spider creature leapt down from the tree, obstructing their path. The creature's body was immense, adorned with 8 robust legs, each bristling with sharp spines. Its eyes glimmered with an eerie green light, and foul venom dripped from its maw, emitting a chilling, blood-curdling roar. Be careful, this spider creature is formidable, warned Luffy, as he unleashed a fiery thunderous strike towards the beast. The spider effortlessly evaded Luffy's assault and lunged at Naruto, spewing a stream of venom. Naruto hastily leaped aside, employing the shadow clone technique. Numerous clones surged toward the spider, attempting to distract its attention. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Slash, intertwining the powers of fire and lightning along the blade, creating formidable barriers to thwart the spider monster's assault. During the skirmish, Luffy discerned that after each attack, a crimson mark briefly appeared on the creature's abdomen, indicating a vulnerability in its defenses. Naruto, strike at the red mark on its abdomen. That is its weakness, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto promptly directed his shadow clones to alter their attack trajectory, targeting the spider monster's critical area. The original Naruto executed the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, a high-temperature shuriken engulfed in flames, which accurately struck the crimson mark on the spider monster's abdomen. Upon impact, the creature emitted a wretched howl, its body curling in agony, and its offensive capability significantly diminished. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of his lightning flame sword, and delivered a decisive blow to the spider monster's head. The creature's head was severed, and its body collapsed, lifeless. Oh, finally vanquished that spider monster, Naruto sighed in relief. We must remain vigilant and press onward, Luffy replied. They continued their journey through the forest. Chapter 0979. The unusual. As Luffy and Naruto continued their journey through the forest, the night enveloped them in an eerie stillness, with unsettling sounds echoing around them, prompting a constant state of vigilance. As they pressed onward, they encountered towering trees, their trunks thick and imposing, with foliage so dense that it nearly obscured the moonlight, plunging the surroundings into a profound darkness. Luffy raised the Sword of Thunder Flame, its feeble glow barely illuminating the path ahead. Suddenly, from the depths of the shadows, a swarm of monstrous creatures resembling bats, but of colossal size, equipped with sharp claws, lunged at Luffy and Naruto, emitting piercing shrieks as they advanced. Luffy immediately unleashed the Flame Thunder Flash Slash, directing the sword energy towards the monstrous entities. The creatures adeptly evaded the onslaught, swiftly launching attacks from various angles. Naruto employed the Shadow Clone Jutsu, engaging numerous clones in fierce combat with the monsters. Meanwhile, the real Naruto hastily formed hand seals, readying a formidable ninjutsu. Senjutsu, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Spiraling Shuriken. He bellowed as the colossal spiraling shuriken soared towards the horde of monsters. Its immense power ensnaring several of them and obliterating them in an instant. However, the sheer number of creatures overwhelmed both Luffy and Naruto, who struggled to keep up with the relentless barrage. During the fray, Luffy observed that each time the monsters dove in for an attack, a brief surge of energy emanated from their abdomens, suggesting a potential vulnerability. Naruto, target their abdomens, that is their weakness, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto promptly directed his clones to alter their assault, focusing their strikes on the creature's midsections. The real Naruto unleashed Senjutsu, Melt Release, Spiraling Shuriken, as the searing molten shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately struck a monster's abdomen. The creature emitted a tormented howl as it plummeted from the sky. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Slashing Strike, channeling the full might of the Thunder Flame Sword towards the abdomens of the marauding monsters. One by one, the creatures succumbed to their assault, staggering and collapsing under the onslaught, until ultimately, all the beasts were repelled. They pressed onward and soon arrived at a mysterious valley. A thin veil of mist enveloped the area, and within its depths, an ancient structure could be faintly discerned at the heart of the valley. The edifice appeared quite extraordinary, hinting at the possibility of harboring significant clues, Luffy remarked. Proceeding with caution, they approached the structure, but as they drew near, the grand doors swung open unexpectedly, drawing them in with an overwhelming force. Upon entering, they discovered a vast hall adorned with enigmatic patterns and runes etched into its walls. The floor was dominated by a complex magical array, emanating a soft, ethereal glow. What manner of place is this? Naruto pondered in bewilderment. Just as their confusion deepened, a figure began to rise slowly from the magical array, shrouded in darkness, its features obscured, save for a pair of eyes glimmering with a crimson light. Intruders, you shall pay the price for your actions, the figure intoned with a deep, resonant voice, before unleashing a potent dark magic directed at Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto swiftly evaded the impending danger, with Luffy unleashing the Inferno Thunder Slash in an attempt to counter the dark magic's assault. However, the potency of the dark magic proved formidable, effortlessly breaching Luffy's sword aura. Naruto employed the Shadow Clone technique, sending forth numerous clones to distract the shadow and hinder its offensive. Meanwhile, the original Naruto rapidly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a more potent ninjutsu. During the skirmish, Luffy discerned a crucial detail. Each time the shadow cast a spell, a brief surge of energy emanated from its chest, indicating a potential weakness. Naruto, target its chest. That is its vulnerability, Luffy exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded his clones to redirect their assault toward the shadow's chest. The original Naruto conjured the Sage Art, Supermassive Rasengan, and hurled it at the shadow's core. The Rasengan struck true, eliciting a pained cry from the shadow as it momentarily staggered. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy executed the Inferno Thunder Demon Slash, amplifying the power of his thunder-infused sword to its zenith, and struck fiercely at the shadow's chest. Under the weight of their combined onslaught, the shadow began to wane into nothingness, ultimately vanishing from sight. With the shadow's disappearance, the magical array ceased its operation, restoring tranquility to the hall. They scoured the hall for any valuable clues or treasures. Eventually, in a secluded corner, they stumbled upon an ancient tome, inscribed with enigmatic legends and potent spells pertaining to the forest. This book is undoubtedly of great worth. Let us secure it for further study at a later time, Luffy remarked. With the tome in hand, they departed from the mysterious edifice. Chapter 0980, In the River. After departing from the enigmatic structure, Luffy and Naruto continued their journey through the forest. At this moment, the mist enveloping the woods seemed to thicken, and with each step they took, it felt as though they were venturing into an uncharted realm. As they walked, a melodious tune wafted through the air from a distance. This ethereal and mysterious music possessed an enchanting quality that irresistibly drew them closer. As they approached the source of the melody, the surrounding environment began to transform. The trees grew increasingly peculiar, some adorned with glimmering fruits, while others emitted an otherworldly glow. Eventually, they arrived at a spacious clearing. At the center of this clearing, a beautiful elven maiden played a finely crafted harp. She boasted flowing golden locks, her eyes sparkling like exquisite jewels, and was clad in a flowing white gown that radiated a gentle luminosity. "Who are you? What brings you to this place?" the elven maiden inquired, pausing her enchanting performance to gaze at Luffy and Naruto. Luffy stepped forward respectfully and said, "We are travelers, exploring this forest in search of the power that can protect the continent. May I inquire who you are and what place this is?" The elven maiden smiled gently and replied, "I am one of the guardians of this forest, and this is the heart of the woodland realm. Your courage and resolve are commendable, yet this place is fraught with peril. You must exercise caution." Naruto, filled with curiosity, asked, "What dangers lie ahead?" "We have just endured numerous battles and are prepared for whatever comes." The elven maiden explained, "Within this forest lurks a formidable dark power, ever seeking an opportunity to break free from its confines and annihilate both this forest and the continent. The dangers you have encountered thus far are merely manifestations of this dark force. Should it be fully unleashed, the consequences would be unimaginable." Luffy furrowed his brow and inquired, "What shall we do then? Is there a way to prevent the release of the dark forces?" The elven maiden nodded and replied, "There exists a method to locate the mysterious spring within the forest and utilize its waters to reinforce the seal. However, the whereabouts of this enigmatic spring are exceedingly concealed, and it is guarded by numerous formidable protectors. Thus, it will not be an easy endeavor for you to find it. We are willing to make the attempt. Please, tell us the location of the mysterious spring," Luffy declared resolutely. The elven maiden regarded them with a glimmer of admiration in her eyes, then extended her finger towards a certain direction, stating, "Follow this path, and you shall encounter various challenges. Yet, if you remain steadfast, there is a possibility you may discover the mysterious spring. I wish you good fortune." Luffy and Naruto expressed their gratitude to the elfin maiden before setting forth in the direction she indicated. Aware that the path ahead was fraught with peril, they pressed on resolutely, committed to safeguarding the peace of the continent. After traversing a considerable distance, they encountered a broad river. The waters surged tumultuously, shrouded in a veil of enigmatic mist. It appeared that crossing this river would not be an easy task, remarked Naruto. Luffy surveyed the river and remarked, "We must devise a way to cross, or we shall be unable to proceed." Just as they pondered their crossing, a colossal water beast suddenly emerged from the depths. The creature boasted a massive form, its body adorned with formidable scales, its eyes gleaming with a cerulean light, and powerful jets of water erupted from its maw. Luffy immediately unleashed the flame thunder flash slash, directing the sword energy toward the water creature, but the beast effortlessly blocked the attack with its body. Naruto executed the shadow clone technique, sending numerous clones charging at the water monster in an attempt to distract it. Meanwhile, the original Naruto quickly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a formidable ninjutsu. "Senjutsu, wind release, nine-tail spiral shuriken," Naruto shouted as a colossal spiral shuriken soared toward the creature, its immense power pushing the beast back several paces. However, the water monster swiftly regained its composure and continued to assault them. During the skirmish, Luffy discerned that after each of the creature's attacks, there was a brief energy fluctuation in its abdomen, indicating a potential weakness. "Naruto, strike at its abdomen. That is its vulnerable point," Luffy bellowed. Upon hearing this, Naruto promptly commanded his clones to redirect their attacks toward the water monster's midsection. The original Naruto executed Senjutsu, melt release, spiral shuriken, as the searing molten shuriken, engulfed in fierce flames, accurately struck the creature's abdomen. The water beast emitted a cry of agony, its body beginning to sway unsteadily. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Breaker, maximizing the power of his Thunder Flame sword, and struck with all his might toward the creature's head. At last, under their relentless assault, the water monster was vanquished. Sinking into the river, Luffy and Naruto successfully crossed the waters, pressing onward toward the direction of the mysterious spring. Chapter 0981, The Original Body After Crossing the River. Luffy and Naruto continued their arduous trek through the forest. The surrounding trees grew increasingly dense, their branches intertwining to nearly obscure the sky, allowing only a few feeble rays of light to penetrate, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Suddenly, a heavy thudding sound emanated from ahead, each step accompanied by a slight tremor of the earth. Soon after, a colossal guardian of the forest emerged into their view. This protector resembled an ancient behemoth, its body encased in a thick, rock-like exterior, adorned with intricate green patterns that seemed to pulse with boundless vitality. Its enormous head exuded an air of authority, while its eyes glowed like burning emerald flames, radiating a chilling aura. Jagged fangs protruded from its mouth, each one towering over a person. The diminutive intruders dared to tread into the sacred heart of this forest. They were destined to face retribution. The Guardian unleashed a deafening roar, the sound waves expanding outward like a tangible force, causing the surrounding trees to rustle violently, with some of the more fragile branches snapping under the pressure. Without a moment's hesitation, Luffy unleashed the flame thunder flash slash, channeling the power of thunder and fire into his sword, transforming it into a dazzling beam of light that struck towards the Guardian. However, upon impact, the sword's energy merely sparked weakly against the Guardian's formidable exterior, inflicting no tangible harm. Observing this, Naruto swiftly executed the shadow clone technique, instantly filling the surrounding space with countless clones, which surged forth like a tide towards the Guardian in an attempt to disrupt its movements. Meanwhile, the real Naruto rapidly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a potent ninjutsu to deliver a decisive blow. Senjutsu, wind release, Nine Tails spiral shuriken. He bellowed, and as the colossal spiral shuriken took shape in his hands, it was promptly sent soaring towards the Guardian. As it traversed the air, the shuriken expanded, generating a fierce gale that uprooted nearby trees, drawing them into its vortex. Yet, upon colliding with the Guardian, it merely caused a slight tremor, as if it had been brushed by a mere fly. In the heat of battle, Luffy meticulously observed the Guardian's every move, noting that whenever it swung its immense arms to attack, a brief surge of energy fluctuation appeared at the juncture of its arm and shoulder, indicating a relatively weaker defense there. Naruto, strike at the connection between its arm and shoulder. That is its weak point, Luffy shouted, his voice piercing through the clamor of combat. Upon hearing this, Naruto swiftly commanded his clones to adjust their attack trajectory, and they swarmed towards the vulnerable joint like a legion of agile ants. The real Naruto unleashed the Senjutsu, lava release, spiral shuriken, as the searing molten shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately flew towards the critical point. Upon impact, the connection between the Guardian's arm and shoulder was partially melted by the intense heat, eliciting a pained roar from the Guardian, causing its arm's assault to slow significantly. Luffy seized this rare opportunity, unleashing the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, amplifying the power of the Thunder Flame sword to its zenith, and striking fiercely at the wounded area of the Guardian's arm and shoulder. This strike encapsulated all of Luffy's strength and resolve. The force of the Thunder Flame erupted upon impact with the Guardian, severing its arm and shoulder completely, as green blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering on the ground and creating a mist of crimson. Following this devastating blow, the Guardian roared in rage, its remaining arm thrashing wildly towards Luffy and Naruto. Simultaneously, it opened its cavernous maw, gathering a formidable surge of energy within, poised to unleash an even more ferocious assault. Luffy and Naruto dared not exhibit the slightest negligence as they collaborated seamlessly, continuing their desperate struggle against the Guardian. During the fierce confrontation, they discerned that the Guardian's eyes emitted a fleeting glimmer of light prior to unleashing a powerful attack, revealing yet another vulnerable point to exploit. Consequently, they adjusted their strategy. Naruto summoned a series of shadow clones to divert the Guardian's attention, while Luffy seized the opportune moment to unleash his Flame Thunder Strike, aimed directly at the Guardian's eyes. After an arduous battle, they ultimately succeeded in striking the Guardian's eyes, causing it to writhe in agony, its colossal form swaying precariously. At last, through their relentless efforts, this formidable forest guardian collapsed with a resounding thud, stirring a cloud of dust. Its body gradually transformed into countless specks of light, dissipating into the air as if it had never existed. Luffy and Naruto panted heavily, yet they understood that they could not linger for long. After a brief respite, they continued their journey toward the mysterious spring. As they ventured deeper, the air around them grew increasingly fresh, suffused with a delicate floral fragrance. Ahead, a region shimmered with an ethereal light, and within that glow, something appeared to be gently flowing. Could that be the fabled spring? Naruto exclaimed with excitement, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. They quickened their pace, moving toward the radiant glow. As they approached, they indeed beheld a pristine spring. The water was crystal clear, revealing a bed strewn with gemstones of various hues, each emanating a soft luminescence that painted the water in vibrant colors. Bubbles continuously rose to the surface, and with each burst, a mysterious energy was released, mingling with the surrounding air. At last, we have found it, Luffy declared, exhilaration evident in his voice. However, just as they were about to draw near to the water, several sprite-like creatures suddenly emerged from the spring. These diminutive beings possessed delicate bodies and transparent wings. Wielding slender wands, their eyes betraying both vigilance and hostility. "You shall not approach this sacred spring, for it is the source of life for the forest, and trespassers are unwelcome," proclaimed a sprite that appeared to be their leader. Luffy hastily clarified, "We harbor no ill intent. We have come in search of the spring's power to reinforce the seal and prevent the release of dark forces, thus safeguarding this forest and the continent." Upon hearing Luffy's explanation, the elves exchanged glances, and the hostility in their eyes did not immediately dissipate. "What grounds do we have to trust you?" questioned the elven leader. "The power of this spring is immensely potent. Should it fall into the hands of malevolent beings, the consequences would be dire." Naruto interjected, "We have endured numerous hardships and vanquished many minions of darkness to reach this place. We possess both the determination and the capability to protect the spring's power from being exploited by evil." The elves fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating Luffy and Naruto's words. "We shall test you. If you can pass this trial, we will permit you to harness the power of the spring," the elven leader finally declared. "What sort of trial?" "We accept," Luffy replied without hesitation. The elven leader waved his wand, and the surrounding space transformed instantaneously, transporting them to a mysterious realm. This space was riddled with various traps and mechanisms, including crystalline pillars emitting laser beams, spikes erupting from the ground, and fireballs swirling in the air. You must traverse this trap-laden area within the allotted time and reach the exit on the other side to prove your sufficient capability and wisdom to wield the power of the spring, echoed the voice of the elven leader throughout the space. Luffy and Naruto inhaled deeply, cautiously stepping into the realm of traps and mechanisms. They worked in tandem. Luffy harnessed the power of the Thunder Flame Sword to sever perilous devices, while Naruto employed the Shadow Clone technique, allowing his clones to trigger various traps to unveil a safe passage. As they traversed this treacherous terrain, they encountered a formidable array of lasers, intertwining in a seemingly insurmountable maze. Luffy meticulously scrutinized the firing patterns of the lasers, discerning a specific rhythm and sequence in their activation. By grasping this pattern, the possibility of finding a secure route emerged. "Naruto, follow my lead and move in sync with my pace," Luffy commanded, seizing the opportune moment. He embarked into the laser grid, deftly maneuvering through the gaps between the beams. Naruto closely trailed behind, while the shadow clones vigilantly monitored the fluctuations of the lasers, providing timely warnings. After a grueling series of explorations and attempts, they ultimately succeeded in navigating through the laser maze. Yet, greater challenges loomed ahead. An area teeming with self-tracking fireballs awaited them, radiating extreme heat that promised catastrophic consequences upon impact. Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine-Tail Spiral Shuriken, generating a powerful gust intended to disperse the fireballs. Simultaneously, Luffy executed the Flame Thunder Slash, shattering the encroaching fireballs with precision. Through their combined efforts, they gradually approached the exit. However, just as they were about to step through, a colossal mechanical puppet erupted from the ground, obstructing their path. Crafted entirely from gleaming metal, the puppet's joints flickered with a blue luminescence, wielding two massive swords in its hands, its eyes radiating a chilling intent to kill. Luffy and Naruto swiftly entered a state of combat, acutely aware that this was their final trial. Should they fail to vanquish this mechanical puppet, all their previous efforts would be rendered futile. Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Slash, striking towards the mechanical puppet. The puppet effortlessly parried Luffy's assault with its sword, then swiftly countered with a thrust aimed at Luffy. Luffy quickly evaded while searching for the puppet's vulnerabilities. Naruto employed the Shadow Clone technique, sending numerous clones rushing towards the mechanical puppet to divert its attention. Meanwhile, the real Naruto hastily formed seals, preparing to unleash a potent jutsu for a decisive blow. During the skirmish, Luffy observed that after each of the puppet's attacks, there was a brief energy fluctuation in its chest, which could potentially be its weak point. "Naruto, target its chest. That's its weakness," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto promptly directed his clones to adjust their assault towards the puppet's chest. The real Naruto executed the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, a swirling shuriken of molten energy, engulfed in flames, struck the mechanical puppet's chest with pinpoint accuracy. Upon impact, the energy fluctuation in the puppet's chest became chaotic, and its movements began to slow. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, channeling the full might of the Thunder Flame Sword to its utmost potential. striking fiercely at the mechanical puppet's chest. This formidable blow successfully cleaved open the puppet's torso, scattering its internal components across the ground as it collapsed with a resounding crash, rendered motionless. As the mechanical sentinel fell, the surrounding space gradually returned to normal, and they found themselves beside the enigmatic spring once more. The fairies, witnessing Luffy and Naruto's triumphant passage through the trial, adorned their faces with expressions of heartfelt relief. You have surmounted the challenge, demonstrating your strength and resolve. Now, you may harness the power of the spring, proclaimed the fairy leader. Luffy and Naruto approached the spring, gently caressing its waters with their hands. They could sense the formidable energy of the spring, a relentless force flowing into their bodies, mending their fatigue and wounds, while simultaneously enhancing their strength. Chapter 0982, Action. After departing from the enigmatic realm, Luffy and Naruto, endowed with the powers bestowed by the mysterious spring, ventured deeper into the forest. At that moment, they sensed a remarkable enhancement in their abilities compared to before, and their strides became increasingly resolute and vigorous. Not long after, they noticed that the surrounding air seemed to solidify, and an oppressive aura engulfed them. Suddenly, the once bright sky was shrouded by ominous clouds, plunging the entire forest into darkness, rendering their surroundings utterly indistinguishable. This malevolent force appeared to have detected their movements, impeding their progress. Luffy tightened his grip on the Thunderflame sword, warily proclaiming the gravity of their situation. In an instant, bolts of black lightning descended from the ominous clouds, striking directly at their position. Luffy swiftly conjured the Flame Thunder Shield, intertwining the flames and lightning from his sword to form a colossal semicircular barrier that enveloped them. Meanwhile, Naruto was not idle. He utilized the Shadow Clone technique, dispersing his clones around the shield to bolster their defensive strength. The black lightning relentlessly battered the shield, igniting showers of sparks with each collision, causing the barrier to tremble violently, as if on the verge of shattering. This state of affairs was untenable. "We must take the initiative," Naruto exclaimed. Luffy nodded, retracting his shield, and unleashed the Flame Thunder Flash Slash, cleaving towards the source of the black lightning amidst the dark clouds. The sword's aura sliced through the gloom, colliding with the black lightning and unleashing a fierce surge of energy. Meanwhile, Naruto executed the sage art, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Spiral Shuriken, propelling the massive spiraling shuriken towards the heavens. Its formidable might tore a small rift in the dark clouds, allowing a glimmer of light to seep through. However, the forces of darkness appeared inexhaustible, as more black lightning and spheres of dark energy incessantly poured down upon them from the clouds. In the midst of battle, Luffy discerned that these dark energy spheres were tethered by faint strands of energy to a central point within the clouds, which likely served as the nexus of the dark power. "Naruto, target those strands connecting to the core." "That is the key," Luffy shouted.